Chapter 1. Rebirth. Governor, why the hesitation? The fox flicked its pure white tail, looking at the kneeling human with a sly smile. In the dark, damp dungeon, Song Nanzhu knelt on the ground, covered in blood, her hands bound by electronic handcuffs. With her remaining eye, she looked at the man before her, who was baring his fangs, her heart filled with despair. The dog she had raised herself, Lin Feng, was now going to personally deal with her. Governor, she betrayed you. Kill this human infiltrator, and this world will surely be ours to rule. Secretary Sienna licked her fluffy paw and chuckled softly. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical, male voice echoed in the air. Headquarters notification. Headquarters notification. The Southeast Reconstruction Plan has officially started. Quantum gene modification projectile launch completed. Headquarters notification. Headquarters notification. Thunder roared in Song Nanzhu's heart. They had failed. She looked towards the only window, where a faint glimmer of light seeped through. Oh, Lieutenant Song wants to take a look? Go ahead in the last moments of your life. See how your kind is being transformed by us. She pressed a few buttons on her mechanical wristwatch, inputting a string of codes, and the watch beeped. Images appeared in the air. The first sensation was auditory, a cacophony of slaughter, the sound of flesh and blood spraying. In the brightly lit underground human command center, countless individuals writhed on the ground in agony, hard fur and fangs piercing through their skin as they grew. The images shifted and moved. Humans toward each other, transformed into creatures that were neither human nor beast. Song Nanzhu's heart raced. The screen focused on a smiling human face, and with every smile, it was clear it was a fox. Song Nanzhu painfully shut her eyes. Humans have lost. She stared at the man before her, laughing madly as if she had gone insane. What does it matter if you kill me? You are merely repeating the mistakes of humanity in a few thousand years. You will be crushed underfoot once again. Her words were like a curse from hell, completely enraging the man before her, and Song Nanzhu felt her vision go dark. She felt a tremendous force tackle her, Lin Feng's limbs gradually sprouting hard fur, and with a few ripping sounds of fabric, the man fully transformed, his eyes blood red, sharp, teeth sinking into Song Nanzhu's neck. She said, "I'm sorry." The grip on her neck felt suddenly much lighter. This body, injected with countless drugs and modified, had a particularly weak sense of pain. She did not feel much pain, only hearing the crisp sound of her neck being crushed by sharp teeth and tasting a hint of sweetness. Despairing, she closed her eyes. Finally, she was free. Her consciousness faded, and she did not notice a warm tear drop on her bloodied neck. Reflecting on her life, she had been true to everyone, sacrificing her life for humanity's cause, using and betraying her loved ones who had raised her, only to be killed by one of them in the end. That if there were a next life, she would not provoke him. Phew. Song Nanzhu felt a bitter, warm liquid flow into her mouth. Such a familiar taste. She turned her head to avoid it, but the spoon relentlessly pursued her. Song Nanzhu felt dazed and could not open her eyes. Her mind was chaotic, filled with the image of Lin Feng, driven by primal instincts, lunging at her and biting her neck. Song Nanzhu screamed, suddenly covering her neck and sitting up. "What's wrong, Adun? Did you have a nightmare?" Old Granny Tang lifted the medicine bowl. "Good Adun, drink the medicine, and you'll feel better." She wiped her face, now wet with tears, and undoubtedly found her intact eyes. But old Granny Tang had already been torn to shreds by wolves when the beasts awakened on the first day. She looked around, the sunlight streaming through the shabby little window, the ancient wooden cabinet, and a cicada trapped inside a box she had caught that morning. This small, warm room was filled with traces of her growth. Song Nanzhu's heart jolted. The image of the man's blood-red eyes before he bit her flashed in her mind. He had said, "Adun, you know, I hate abandonment and betrayal the most." She jumped out of bed, ignoring old Granny Tang's calls, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and rushed out of the shabby little wooden house. At this moment, she was called Adun, and 3 hours later, on that summer night, as the sun set, humanity on Earth would face the greatest catastrophe, and for decades to come, the rulers of nature would be completely replaced. The stones underfoot hurt her small feet, but she could not afford to wait. She had to rely on her childhood memories and rush down to the small town. Because the gray dog, Lin Feng, who had grown up with her, was waiting for her. Years later, the Wolf King Lin Feng, possessing immense combat power, would take the position of governor of the southeast region and personally bite through her neck. Nanzhu thought, I must change this tragic ending. She recalled the kind faces of her master and old Granny Tang, feeling warmth in her eyes, and she couldn't let tragedy repeat itself. To save her loved ones, she must first find Lin Feng. She needed to tell him herself. Her master had sold him to the butcher down the mountain to save her, but she had never abandoned him. I could see this moment. Her small feet were already covered in blood. Nanzhu gritted her teeth in this body, which had not been injected with any drugs. The pain felt particularly real. She ran down the mountain, arriving at the bustling market, the cries of vendors brushing against her face as countless adult legs passed by. This was a memory she didn't have. Where was Lin Feng? Helpless, Nanzhu could only shout, Lin Feng, where are you? All around her were the sounds of butchers chopping meat, cleavers striking cutting boards. Little friend, did you lose your family? Someone asked with concern, and oh no, that's not it. Lin Feng is my dog. Have you seen a big gray dog? Nanzhu's face betrayed her urgency, her big eyes brimming with tears. Well, you can check at the dog meat shop around the corner. The person pointed her in a direction. Nanzhu looked at the sun. It was that familiar, blood-red twilight. There was no time left. Chapter 2. Major change. A helicopter flew low over the densely packed steel forest, right at the end of the workday, and pedestrians hurried along the road, indifferent to its presence. But shocking news was being broadcast from the helicopter. What's going on? There was no weather warning. Some defiant individuals began to shout. The officer confirmed the strange directive once again. Capture all animals, regardless of cats, dogs, insects, or fish. The police had silently taken control of all pet stores and animal food restaurants, but dealing with the animals in homes was quite a headache. Report. The chief nodded, signaling the person to enter. Most citizens have been calmed down, but there are still many stubborn individuals on the streets demanding an explanation from the police about what is happening. The chief scratched his head in frustration. What exactly was happening? He wanted to know too. He glanced out the window. The sun was just setting, and the twilight today was exceptionally beautiful, the golden hue of the gentle sunset enveloping the city. Ding, ding, ding. The mayor's call. The chief hurriedly picked up the phone. The mayor's voice carried a strange feeling, as if he had aged decades overnight. Ho run, lift the alarm. Why? The citizens need an explanation, and need to explain. They'll be at the station right away.Bi. The call was abruptly ended. The chief was baffled, but since the mayor was coming, he quickly ordered arrangements. In less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, someone reported an animal attack incident in the eastern part of the city, but he didn't take it to heart. The sound of helicopters echoed above the police station. The chief stepped outside to greet them. Before he could speak, he was stunned by the sight before him. Dozens of helicopters were circling above the police station, emitting a deafening roar. The chief was taken aback by the scene, but he had seen some big events in his youth. What? The mayor didn't say so many people would come. One of the helicopters slowly descended onto the large, empty parking lot, while the others remained hovering above. The chief was confused but forced a smile and approached. The black cabin door slowly opened, and the chief widened his eyes that a fluffy, snow-white leg stepped down. Everyone was so astonished that their mouths hung open. The leg was bare, with fluffy little paws touching the grass, leading up to elegant thigh lines, clad in a black tight-fitting leather police uniform. The figure resembled a human, about 1.6 meters tall, but emerging from the black collar was a human head, with skin as white as snow, smooth like jade, and a pair of crescent-shaped fox eyes that seemed to hint at a smile, that on her snow-white hair rested a pair of fluffy, white ears. She licked her paw and chuckled. Hello, Chief. Chief. Cosplay. Joking aside, the chief took it as the mayor's new hobby and asked, Miss, where's the mayor? Oh, are you talking about this person? Two humanoid figures resembling large black fur dogs, each about 1.9 meters tall, emerged from the helicopter, holding machine guns and wearing sunglasses. One of them was holding a bloody, mangled ball and tossed it to the ground. The ball rolled to the chief's feet. He finally saw the face on the ball. The half-black, half-white hair stood on end despite being a policeman for a lifetime. Seeing that long-lost face made his legs go weak. The guards behind him immediately drew their pistols, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, as the chief stared at the unexpected guests. Conflict was about to erupt. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Minutes later, the fox climbed onto the chief's shoulder. He quickly grabbed her wrist that was resting on his shoulder, turned his body, and swept his leg, sending the fox flying out. However, she didn't crash to the ground at the moment she was thrown. She transformed, landing gracefully on all fours. It was a polar snow fox. The chief was dumbfounded, and cold sweat broke out on his back. It was really a fox. She wasn't angry in the blink of an eye. She stood back up on her hind legs and patted the chief's back with her fluffy paw. "Chief, don't be in such a hurry. My name is Sienner. Our leader wants to have a cup of tea with you." She whistled, and countless ropes descended from the helicopters circling above. Dressed in military uniforms and holding submachine guns, soldiers appeared. The chief focused his gaze. "Bears, tigers, wolves, leopards. Who are you? We want." The chief trembled, facing the dark muzzles of two guns. Sienner smiled. "Didn't you see? We are not human. We are here to do what humans have done to us." The chief was pushed onto the helicopter as the propeller began to spin rapidly again. Above the city, a helicopter flew over. Countless helicopters landed. The sun truly set, and the city was shrouded in cold darkness. The once brightly lit city buildings were engulfed in darkness, even in the sky. The sounds of gunfire and piercing screams echoed, revealing a terrifying dark red hue, as if soaked in blood, emanating a strong metallic scent. With so many innocent lives, you will face retribution. The chief slumped in his seat, his eyes almost bleeding from staring. Sienna seemed to have heard a funny joke. "Ha ha, retribution? I can still hear that word from a human's mouth. Chief, don't you understand? Our appearance is your retribution." When Song Nanzhu found Lin Feng, he was locked in a filthy cage belonging to a dog dealer, his dark, shiny eyes looking at Song Nanzhu. While other dog barked, he didn't make a sound. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, still as aloof as in the last life. This is my dog. I beg you, let my dog go, please. Hey, kid." The dog dealer clearly had no intention of listening to her. "I bought him, so he's my dog now. Don't touch my dog." Suddenly, a thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning illuminated the dark night. The dogs in the cage began to stir, and the dog dealer impatiently kicked the cage. "What are you doing? I'll see you all tomorrow." Suddenly, a stray dog leaped out of nowhere, soaring through the air and biting the dog dealer's neck, knocking him to the ground. Song Nanzhu stared at the stray dog on the ground, wanting to help, only to see that the stray dog's limbs were gradually elongating, and the fur on its neck and face began to recede, its paws slowly transforming into human hands and feet. Song Nanzhu knew it was too late. The first wave of awakening had begun. Song Nanzhu looked up at the moon. Chapter 3 Enlightenment. At this time, in her previous life, she had already separated from Lin Feng and did not know when his awakening period would be. She looked at the dog kennel. The dog inside seemed to sense something, anxiously kicking at the cage and letting out a low hiss. The dog dealer on the ground had already stopped moving, and that stray dog, oh no, stray dog person, was feasting on him. She wondered if he ever thought about the outcome of being eaten by a dog after a lifetime of eating dog meat. Without thinking too much, Song Nanzhu rushed into the dog meat shop, found the keys on the table, and opened the door. A group of dogs rushed out, barking frantically. A few were glaring at Song Nanzhu, their eyes fixed on the delicate little girl who looked tender and delicious. Lin Feng seemed to have been ignited, instantly arching his body and glaring at the pack of dogs. His body was larger than the other dogs, and when he got angry, the others retreated in fear. Lin Feng understood, turned around, and rushed out of the shop together with Song Nanzhu. At this moment, the streets were in chaos, with many awakened animals attacking humans. Song Nanzhu was just a small, tender child, making her look enticing. Fortunately, the most aggressive animals in this town were just dogs, and, with Lin Feng's protection, they managed to escape smoothly. After half an hour of continuous running, they finally arrived at the temple entrance. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed through the mountains. The trees trembled, and birds flapped their wings, fleeing from the woods. Song Nanzhu took a closer look and realized that they could no longer be called birds. They should now be called bird people. Song Nanzhu swallowed hard. Lin Feng was also a wolf, but she did not know if he was aware of it. Lin Feng should have already gained consciousness. In her previous life, when Song Nanzhu infiltrated the Animal Command Center as a spy, Lin Feng was already a capable assistant by the commander's side, a ruthless general in the southeast. She still did not know what the freshly awakened Lin Feng was like. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. Her master usually did not descend from the mountain, let alone use mobile phones or any electronic products. She even suspected that in this 21st century, her master wrote letters using carrier pigeons. This was her first time seeing her master after her rebirth. He was a mysterious person. No one knew how long he had been in this temple. He appeared to be in his 30s, with no traces of age on his face, yet had a head of white hair. In Adun's impression, her master had always looked like this, as if he had never changed. In the past, her master always recited scriptures alone in front of the Buddha and did not have any requirements for her. He neither asked her to read scriptures nor taught her to speak or practice writing. He did not even give her a proper name. Before she turned 3, she was called that little broken child in the temple, and it was only after she turned 3 that she barely got a proper name, Adun, which sounded like a random concoction. Song Nanzhu, having been fortunate enough to reunite with her family, wanted to say something. Master, Adun has grown up. Can I learn scriptures with you tomorrow? Her master glanced at her, his expression as calm as usual, seemingly already aware of his disciple's sudden whim. He said lightly no. Song Nanzhu, as expected, cold. She still shamelessly pursued. Why not, master? Is Adun too stupid? At that moment, the little girl was at her most vibrant, with a pair of large, round eyes that made people want to pinch them. The Bodhi tree is originally not a tree. The bright mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is nothing where can dust arise. If you follow the causes and effects and respect all beings, you can understand the way and correct your heart, and naturally see the Bodhi. The Buddha does not ask you to take refuge. What use is there in reciting scriptures? Song Nanzhu's heart sank, and she raised her eyes to meet her master's gaze, only to see ripples appearing in his originally calm eyes. Did her master already foresee that one day she would be covered in blood and meet a tragic end? Was she destined to be a rebel, to overturn this cause and effect and drown in the mundane world? Was that why he didn't want her to recite scriptures? As she pondered, Granny had prepared meals for both of them. Lin Feng jumped onto the table. He was their family and always ate at the same table. Song Nanzhu was no longer the foolish little girl from her previous life. She suddenly felt that Lin Feng had been incredibly smart over the past few years. Lost in her master's words, Song Nanzhu unknowingly handed Lin Feng a pair of chopsticks. When she realized it, Lin Feng looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Song Nanzhu awkwardly scratched her head, avoiding Lin Feng's dog-like gaze. Dog, brother, you should try. Lin Feng clearly did not want to pay her any mind, giving her a glance before continuing to eat from the dog box. They couldn't eat meat in the temple. Song Nanzhu was still so small, and the silk cotton flour boiled in the soup was slippery and delicious. Each time, it made Song Nanzhu and Lin Feng eat a big bowl of rice. She was not bothered by the dirt, sitting cross-legged under the tree, staring blankly at the door. Suddenly, she felt something furry on her leg. It was Lin Feng resting his head on her lap. On a summer night, it was still a bit cool in the mountains. The little girl wore shorts, her smooth white legs dangling outside, and Lin Feng's body temperature was just right to warm her. As the night deepened, Song Nanzhu confirmed again that the doors in the courtyard were locked tightly. She thought that the time was almost up, touching Lin Feng's soft fur. She couldn't help but want to speak. Lin Feng, what if we hide deep in the mountains so no one can find us? No, there won't be any place safe in the world. Animals' perception abilities far exceed those of humans. There is no corner of the earth where humans can hide. She and Lin Feng would inevitably have to part ways. Lin Feng, can you not kill people in the future? Lin Feng looked up at her with a slightly puzzled expression. Song Nanzhu smiled. It was indeed absurd. She couldn't even guarantee that she wouldn't kill animals in the future. So how could she ask Lin Feng not to kill people? She looked up at the small piece of sky above, feeling an endless desolation, as if she could see the end of time. What would it matter to be reborn again? Heaven had given her this opportunity, entrusting her with the heavy responsibility of saving humanity, allowing her to know so much in advance. So she couldn't just hide in the underground city and live a carefree life. She was destined to walk the old path again, losing countless times for a chance to start over. She and Lin Feng stood on opposite sides, destined to become enemies. She just hoped that this day would come a little slower. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked on. Hello, I'm drunk. Can you help me? Song Nanzhu instantly woke up, and Lin Feng looked warily toward the door. Who? Chapter 4 Rescue. Song Nanzhu suddenly thought of something and cupped Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng, promise me, no matter what, do not join the army. Find a small house and live well. Only if you are safe and sound can I walk that blood-stained path without guilt. The dog seemed to understand, staring at her intently. Suddenly, Lin Feng leaned forward, his dog mouth brushing against the corner of her lips. Song Nanzhu was taken aback for a moment and laughed. So this counts as your agreement, but you mustn't forget it, okay? This way, we won't meet again in the future, and we won't owe each other anything. The knocking on the door grew louder, and the voice outside kept repeating those few lines. Hello, can you help me? Song Nanzhu was speechless. This jackal had just turned into a human and learned a few human phrases only to come to deceive people, not knowing how many households he had tricked with this ability. Just then, with a creak, Granny came out, rubbing her eyes. What's going on? Song Nanzhu hurried over, coaxing and deceiving to get the person inside. It's nothing, Granny. Someone got drunk and came to the wrong door. I'll handle it. When the door opened, it was not the drunken man she had imagined, but a group of hungry, fierce jackals with their mouths wide open. She would never forget how Granny rushed in, locked her in the cupboard, and instructed her, no matter what you hear, don't come out. She obediently stayed in the cupboard for an entire night. When the rescuers arrived in the middle of the night and opened the cupboard, what she saw was the bright moonlight spilling on the ground and a pool of blood. Tonight, she would not let history repeat itself. The pack of jackals outside the door was puzzled by the long absence of anyone to open it. It couldn't be. She clearly remembered that a few people lived in this courtyard. The meat of those two old folks was not tasty, but that child, oh, so tender. The jackals licked their lips, greedily eyeing the courtyard. Suddenly, they noticed the big tree at the entrance of the yard. Song Nanzhu heard the silence outside and thought the jackals had left, but soon after, she heard the sound of the tree shaking. She knew it was bad news, dashed into the woodshed, and grabbed a chopping knife. A little girl might not be able to face a pack of jackals, but she was no longer the dull, done who hid in the cupboard in her past life. Even without a strong body and special abilities, with her skills and Lin Feng by her side, they could at least fight to the death together. With a whoosh, one jackal, already strong and jumping, leaped onto the wall and locked eyes with Song Nanzhu. But there was actually an adult wolf in this courtyard. Song Nanzhu looked at the half-human, half-jackal creature before her. It was the one that had just made a sound, now transformed into a human shape, though its fur had not completely shed and it seemed unable to walk properly. Still on all fours, its face twisted and greedy as it gazed at the girl. The jackal jumped down from the wall, grinning as it slowly approached Song Nanzhu. But before it could take 2 steps, it was pounced on. A huge shadow enveloped it. Lin Feng bit its neck, and with a shake of his body, the jackal was thrown into the air, landing with half its head missing. Song Nanzhu was somewhat dazed. It turned out Lin Feng was this powerful from the very beginning. No wonder he caught the attention of the commander and stayed by his side. How? This was the awakening of his bloodline. A surge of ferocity erupted within him. He felt an intense desire to roar, to howl, to kill, craving blood to splash and fly before him, making him itch with excitement. But then he saw the pitiful look in the girl's eyes, as if she was about to cry at any moment. The summer wind carried a strong, bloody scent, making her shiver. How could he reveal his fangs again? He moved slightly, controlling the impulse to rush over and rub against her leg as he usually did. Not now. He was covered in blood, and she was clean. He couldn't dirty her. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the mountains and forests. Song Nanzhu's heart sank, thinking of the person she was about to meet, gritting her teeth. In her past life, she never had the chance to ask him why he betrayed her, betrayed humanity. The gunshot frightened the jackals at the door, and they quickly ran into the woods. Song Nanzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The human rescue team had arrived. Wait, what about Lin Feng? She would love to keep him with her, but humans and animals were at odds right now. They couldn't accommodate him, let alone take him into the underground city. Song Nanzhu smiled bitterly. Perhaps her master was right. She was standing before the Buddha. What face did she have to look? Lin Feng seemed to sense her hesitation and nudged her hand. She stroked his head. You know we have to part, don't you? You must remember our promise. How could he bear to bite her death? After sending Lin Feng away, she felt a sense of relief, as if she had completed a heavy task. Nanzhu heard the sound of a helicopter. Soon after, she looked at the gentle man before her, wanting to rush over and grab his collar to ask him something. "Hello, miss," he said, just as gentle as she remembered. Nanzhu extended a hand. "Hello." The man seemed a bit surprised, seeing the courtyard drenched in blood, looking like it had gone through a fierce battle. The little girl before him seemed barely an adult, thin and fragile, as if she would topple over with a gust of wind. Yet there was no hint of panic in her eyes, only a trace of profound calmness that he couldn't comprehend. He extended his hand and gently shook hers, then called his subordinates to search the rooms for any useful supplies. Nanzhu boarded the rescue helicopter with her grandmother and master, and the man finally had a chance to speak. He said, "Grandma is still a bit confused," anxiously asking him for details. Time passed quickly. Nanzhu no longer paid attention to Ming Lu, but instead looked out the window as the helicopter flew over lakes and mountains. Eventually, it circled over a dense valley surrounded by thick green forests, making it impossible to see the scene below. But Nanzhu was incredibly familiar with it. It held too much pain for her, and even as time passed, it was hard to forget. She silently thought, "Finally, I will meet again the long-lost underground world." Chapter 5. Old friends, by the way. My name is Ming Lu, the captain of this rescue team. He spoke to her grandmother's master, though his eyes unconsciously glanced at Nanzhu. There was no helping it. The little girl was slender and delicate. Nanzhu thought to herself, I know. He'll be the future secret camp training officer, my immediate superior. In her past life, she didn't know how she had been so blind to admire this officer. Perhaps it was because the girl had grown up in the deep mountains, having only seen the likes of Zhang Erlangzi next door and the merchants in the town. It was hard not to have her heart flutter the first time she saw such a tall, strong man speaking to her so gently. Thinking of this, a cold face suddenly appeared in her mind, with eagle-like eyes. The more she looked at this man, the more impatient she felt, and she blurted out her thoughts. Not as good as Lin Feng. Ming Lu, he heard the girl staring out the window in sorrow and wanted to talk to ease her sadness. But he heard her say, "Not as good as what?" He retorted. Nanzhu blushed, thinking, how could I have said that out loud? Ming Lu, he saw that the girl remained silent for a long time and assumed she was just shy. So he gently asked, "What is your name?" Nanzhu could tell from his expression that this man must think she had fallen in love with him. In her past life, he had taken advantage of her like this. He had made her give up the favor of Master Song, who was about to retire from the training camp, and forced her to join his little-known team as a minor captain. She truly regretted her past decisions. Coming back to her senses, Nanzhu thought that she still needed to rely on him now. After all, she was not alone. She had her grandmother and master to take care of. She revealed a shy smile. "My surname is Hua, and my name is Wennendi." Ming Lui. "Oh dear," Grandma laughed, pulling her hand and saying, "This is our done. The child is just shy." Nanzhu. "I'm not shy. I'm just disgusted." This man had climbed up thanks to her undercover efforts, but was messing around with other women, ultimately betraying the human camp and causing many to fall into the abyss. The training camp was not like a real military unit. It was filled with modified young men and women, and even many children. They underwent painful genetic modifications to grow fur and disguise themselves as animals, with younger children resembling animals even more. They were raised like animals, getting used to the behaviors of the animals they had transformed into, many of whom were used to ambush carnivorous animals. Captured animals became experimental subjects in laboratories. Those with slightly better talents were sent to be undercover agents, just like Nanzhu. They were both human and a kind of animal. And not to mention the pain of genetic modification, the training process required immense endurance. The training camp continuously received new recruits, but only a few made it out. The rest became fodder for the experimental subjects. The training camp was extremely cruel. There were no more words as they were taken to the base. They had their heads covered, sitting in a vertical lift brought into the underground city. Ming Lu arranged a room for them, just as she had imagined. Nanzhu looked around. There were no windows, only white walls and furniture that was as simple as it could get. Grandma fussed over their simple luggage and suddenly slapped her thigh. "Oh no, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I forgot to feed him before we left. Song Nanzhu looked at her adorable grandmother, who was getting older and a bit forgetful, and smiled. Grandma, you forgot. There's no Lin Feng now. There are no animals at all. Upon mentioning this, a sense of sorrow unexpectedly welled up. The master said that cause and effect are continuous. So is humanity's current fate the result of their actions over the past few thousand years, leading to this evil consequence? The situation in the underground city is now unstable, with multiple countries jointly leading the southeastern region, resulting in a mix of chaos. The military forces of various nations are intertwined, and incidents of mutated animals injuring people occur within just 48 hours. Such a widespread turmoil, which endangers all of humanity, has not happened in thousands of years, truly catching people off guard and making it difficult to arrange. Song Nanzhu arranged for her grandmother and master, instructing them not to go out, and decided to investigate the situation herself. Stepping out of the building, she was met with a scene that was both familiar and strange. The sky was gray, and the towering building seemed to have no end in sight. Distant booming sounds suggested construction work. There was no sunlight, no flowers on the streets, and the ground was thick with dust. Various anxious faces hurried by. Cries mingled with the scent of blood, and people were constantly coming down from the elevator. Some missing arms or legs. Even though she had seen such suffering in her previous life, witnessing it again still made her heart ache. Song Nanzhu knew that a major upheaval would occur soon. This underground city was originally meant as an emergency refuge, and the speed of expansion could not keep up with the speed of rescue. There simply wasn't enough space, and if they arrived late, they would have to lie on the streets. Moreover, most injuries were caused by animal bites, and there weren't enough rabies vaccines. The prices of vaccines had skyrocketed, leaving most people with no choice but to wait for death. People from various countries were present, with many from the Golden Triangle region seeking to profit from suffering, organ trafficking, human trafficking. It was no longer just chaos. She could only hope that those from the training camp would come soon. Only if she entered the training camp could her grandmother and master's lives be secured. She calculated that the time was almost up. Commander Song, it's time for the inspection. The underground city was beginning to show some signs of improvement, but there was a severe shortage of manpower, so they implemented a schedule for meals on different floors. Essentially, at designated times, people from different floors would go downstairs to collect their meals, which was the only opportunity for residents of the underground city to go outside during the day. As a result, elderly men and children unable to bear the boredom would take the chance to go downstairs for a walk, and over time, the elderly on the same floor became familiar with each other. They even managed to dance a square dance during the 20 minutes it took to collect meals. Having lived there for half a month, every time Song Nanzhu went downstairs to get her meals, she had to play a game of table tennis with the old man at the entrance. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a table tennis table in the underground city. However, there were many elderly men in the building, and the table was pieced together from several broken wooden planks scavenged from construction sites, with the legs made from flat stones. She didn't know which kind-hearted person had contributed a black silk to tie in the middle of the wooden table to create a net, making the table look quite decent. Today, Song Nanzhu went downstairs to get her meals as usual, selecting 3 meal boxes to take away when suddenly a hand adorned with gold bracelets reached in. Hey, I saw that this one has chicken legs in it. I want this one. Looking up along the fair arm, she saw a well-nourished, fair young face with a somewhat arrogant expression. Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. Lin Gigi? Unexpectedly, she encountered an acquaintance so quickly. However, Lin Gigi was no one else. In her previous life, after giving up joining Commander Song's team because of Ming Lui, Lin Gigi naturally became Commander Song's apprentice, but was always at odds with her. Hey, I got this first. What do you mean? Are you going to rob me openly? Song Nanzhu showed a provocative expression. Chapter 6. Commander Lin Gigi had been pampered at home for so many years and now lived in this stuffy building, being cooped up all day, so she was already annoyed. Now this seemingly rough country girl wanted to snatch her chicken leg. She scoffed. Do you know who my dad is? Suddenly, Song Nanzhu caught sight of a figure out of the corner of her eye and thought, heaven must be helping her because she suffered so much in her previous life. She couldn't help but raise her voice. So impressive. Who is your dad? Lin Gigi became even more smug, flipping her hair. My dad is the commander of the troops stationed in this area, Lieutenant Lin. Be careful, or I'll make sure your whole family goes hungry. Oh, I didn't know Lieutenant Lin had such great power that he could make civilians go hungry. A deep, powerful voice suddenly interjected. Song Nanzhu's eyes lit up. She saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walking over slowly. Although he walked slowly, he stood tall, and his gaze was sharp and powerful. Song Nanzhu couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. In her previous life, she trusted the traitor Lin Feng and had no real friends. In the end, she failed her mission and would not be remembered by anyone. However, only Commander Song had valued her at first glance, offering her countless tolerances and protection. Yet in the end, she still disappointed him. Seeing her silent for a long time, Lin Gigi thought she was scared and sneered. How about it? Scared, huh? Quickly give me the chicken leg, and I'll let you go, otherwise. Song Nanzhu secretly glanced at Commander Song's unsightly expression, laughing in her heart. Keep talking. Cough, cough, a young man behind Commander Song awkwardly spoke up. It was Ming Lui. Song Nanzhu's good mood instantly plummeted. Why was he everywhere? Commander Song waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. The front line was tense, and due to an early leg injury, he had retired to the second line. Now, there was a shortage of manpower, and a few days ago, he was urgently tasked with secretly selecting a group of people to join the training camp. He came here to take a look at the living conditions of the people, not expecting to see someone like Lin Gigi abusing her power and committing such acts in broad daylight. Lin Gigi didn't expect to be questioned by an old man who suddenly intervened. However, the young man left behind was quite handsome, and he spoke to her gently, making it hard for her to get angry. Song Nanzhu sneered. This person still had the knack for charming women. She felt nauseated at the sight of him and waved her hand. I don't want this meal. You can take it. Lin Gigi said, you have some sense. Song Nanzhu immediately grabbed her meal and turned to leave the scene. She still had important matters to attend to. She walked towards the direction Commander Song had left. And sure enough, after a few minutes, someone called out to her. Hey, Dun, come play table tennis. Song Nanzhu smiled widely and turned to look at the makeshift table tennis table, where the old man Li, who often played against her, was waving at her. She caught sight of someone sitting in the corner. What are you waiting for? If you don't come now, it will be time. Only when Song Nanzhu arrived did he seem to see finding Zhong Ziki. Finally, a kindred spirit. Today's match was intense, and suddenly, a ball flew towards the corner of the table. Song Nanzhu dove, but couldn't catch it. The white ball bounced off the corner and landed in someone else's hand. Song Nanzhu didn't turn around. She just put down her paddle, appearing to concede. Oldly, I lost again. Oldly was happy to win, his beard shaking with laughter. As usual, he threw out a few harsh words. Little girl, to play with me, you still need to practice for another 2 years. Song Nanzhu shyly lowered her head, seeming a bit embarrassed about losing. Oldly was reveling in his victory when suddenly he heard a booming voice from upstairs. Oldly, where have you been dying again? Song Nanzhu watched Old Li's departing figure, lowering her head. Girl, are you interested in a match with me? It was that familiar voice. Song Nanzhu turned around to see the man standing up from the corner, saying, all right. The man gently placed the ball he had just caught on the table and confidently picked up the paddle. The sound of ping-pong echoed again on the table. The sound became denser, almost fierce, as the old and young seemed to be fighting for their lives, fully immersing themselves in the game. After a brief period of intensity, the sound gradually slowed down. Song Nanzhu was focused on watching the game when she suddenly heard someone say, why deliberately lose to him? Song Nanzhu showed no surprise, lightly smiling. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the flying bird is gone, the good bough is hidden. When the enemy country is defeated, the strategist perishes. This underground world is truly boring. I don't want to be lonely by myself. The white ball bounced along the table, rolling down. Song Nanzhu didn't look at the silent man in front of her. Her gaze was fixed on the ball, which bounced joyfully until it hit a stone, leaped high, and finally landed with a splash into a mud puddle, motionless. Commander Song frowned, his raised hand still suspended in the air as he looked at the girl before him, who seemed only about 15 or 16 years old, appearing as if she hadn't eaten well in a long time, showing signs of malnutrition. She remained silent, Finally, he lowered his hand and said, "If what you say is true, when we break through the animal capital, we won't have a good ending either." Chapter 7. Into the dream, she paused for a moment as a gust of wind blew in, which shouldn't have existed in the underground city, bringing with it a cloud of sand and dust, yellow and choking. Passers-by covered their mouths and noses, seemingly coming from the construction site next door. Standing in the sandstorm, she silently thought, "Isn't this situation just the result of humanity's imbalance?" The man's eyes suddenly narrowed. The battle for survival between animals and humans was becoming increasingly tense. It was either you die or I die, yet this little girl dared to criticize humanity. At that moment, Ming Lui finally managed to deal with Lin Jiji and hurried over. "Commander." Commander Song nodded, revealing a hint of an appreciative smile. "What is your name?" Song Nanzhu replied, "I have no name. My master calls me Adin." Commander Song rolled the name over in his mouth, only to smile. "Adin? But you don't seem dull at all." Song Nanzhu remained silent, only hearing the sound of a bell ringing, deafening. Time was up. She nodded to the commander and turned to leave. She covered her chest, struggling to calm her racing heart. Song Nanzhu was actually sweating in her palms. She thought, this first step seems to be secure. In her previous life, Commander Song loved playing table tennis the most, and it was Commander Song who taught her to play. Although they weren't on the same team, Commander Song often played a game with her during breaks, personally guiding her, which made others in the team envious and often put her in difficult situations. She couldn't quite grasp it, thinking that if she used other methods to draw Commander Song's attention, it would be too deliberate. Table tennis was just right. This time, it seemed like she had bet correctly. Many people said it was because she, Song Nanzhu, was clever and good at flattering others that Commander Song took a liking to her. But who could say that being able to please others wasn't a form of intelligence? Only she knew that what was called cleverness and quick-wittedness was just the last remnant in the commander's eyes. In the beginning, the human alliance was divided into hawks and doves, with both sides arguing endlessly. However, animals were slaughtering humans on the ground, which had already incited outrage. The public didn't care what humans had done to animals in the past. Both sides were blinded by rage. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. In the end, the hawkish faction naturally gained the upper hand in numbers, while the dove faction's various generals were demoted or retired, cleared out completely. However, there was a small rumor within the military that Commander Song, despite having retired before the war broke out and not participating in the standoff between the two factions, was actually secretly part of the dove faction. As a result, many orders and missions often had flaws and were difficult to complete, leading to considerable discontent within the military. But Song Nanzhu knew that not all of it was just rumor. Her words today seemed to subtly criticize humanity for the widespread slaughter of animals that led to this situation. In fact, it conveyed a signal to Commander Song. She was not as enraged as others, or rather, she could be swayed and could be of use to him. In her previous life, it was precisely because Commander Song felt that Song Nanzhu had such thoughts that he took great care of her. He had a hard time when he first entered the military, and his former comrades were no longer around. He needed to cultivate his own power. However, because she chose Ming Lui, it left him greatly disappointed. At that time, she only knew compassion and never imagined the depth of the conflict between war and peace. So she always thought that Commander Song cherished her purely out of admiration. It wasn't until the last few days, suffering torture in prison, that she slowly began to piece together some clues. No one would treat her well for no reason. Her identity was exposed, and Ming Lui regarded her as a discarded pawn. She finally understood that only the alignment of interests could lead to the companionship of souls. In the dark dungeon, Secretary Sienner smiled as she whipped her bloodied face, saying, "What good does it to you to protect him? Your dear superior, Ming Lui, only promised him the position of commander of the Southeastern Army, and he sold your whereabouts and your plans cleanly." Song Nanzhu's eyes widened suddenly. How could it be? She didn't believe it. If the human transformation plan was initiated, all humans would fall into an irretrievable hell. At that time, without the human army, it would be so easy to crush a mere Ming Lui. Why would animals keep their promises? She still couldn't figure it out. It wasn't that she doubted Ming Lui's character. She knew and clearly understood humanity's selfish nature. Betrayal for power and status was often the simplest. But precisely because of this, she didn't believe that Ming Lui would submit to the animals. Once humanity fell, without any support, he would surely be doomed. Ming Lui was unethical, but he wasn't stupid. So, what exactly made him sell himself without any reservations? Her thoughts drifted in her mind, and after a few sleepless nights, she finally relaxed, and a hint of drowsiness began to emerge. Song Nanzhu lay on the simple bed, still pondering unanswered questions in her heart, sensing that something was off. But she couldn't quite put her finger on it. What exactly was wrong? Drowsily, Song Nanzhu fell into a dream. She felt something touching her face, soft and a bit ticklish, and she opened her sleepy eyes. What met her gaze was a pair of sharp, narrow, cold eyes. Song Nanzhu jolted awake. Below those eyes was a straight nose, looking flawless, and further down were two thin, rosy lips pressed tightly together, revealing a delicate lip line. The man's gray eyes looked at her with a strange expression, his hair tousled, appearing as if he had just woken up. How could he be here? Song Nanzhu was startled and tried to sit up, but as soon as she exerted herself, a strong arm wrapped around her waist. The girl's slim waist was barely grasped in his strong grip, cool like a mountain stream, endearing. Lin Feng frowned, his large hand directly gripping her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Then he flipped over. Song Nanzhu's mind hadn't caught up yet when she felt herself lifted off the bed, as if she were a doll being turned in a man's arms. Pressed against his elbow. Song Nanzhu. Shouldn't Lin Feng be out in the mountains, acting like an ordinary dog right now? The girl's delicate figure perfectly fit against the man, as if she were meant to be embedded into him. Even with 2 lifetimes, Song Nanzhu had no experience in this regard, and she couldn't help but shiver. Struggling to peek out from a man's embrace, she surveyed her surroundings. Familiar walls and wooden cabinets, and in a glass case, there was a glass bottle containing a chirping cicada. Chapter 8. Training Camp. This was her room. Song Nanzhu felt her emotions were hard to describe for a moment. If it had been before, she would have surely screamed, but after experiencing rebirth, it seemed that other things in the world were not so incredible. She couldn't just sit and wait. Song Nanzhu struggled to leave the man's embrace, carefully prying open his arm with her hands and slowly stepping down with one foot. Be careful, be careful. She must not be discovered. Suddenly, a warm hand grabbed her wrist. Then she heard a lazy voice say, "Sister, don't go." The tone seemed to carry a hint of pleading. This sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in Song Nanzhu's ears. Even in her previous life, when she was entangled with Lin Feng, he had never called her that. She felt a bit confused in her mind and forced herself to calm down. She exhaled a breath of turbid air, reached out, and pinched her thigh hard. Surprisingly, there was no pain. In shock, a moment of clarity flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind, and she had a bold guess. Not daring to wake the person in bed, she quietly walked to the door and took one last look at the person on the bed. Perhaps this was their last meeting. Her heart raced a bit. Her hand touched the doorknob. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and turned the knob. After a moment, she opened her eyes and saw the familiar white ceiling. She sat up. That's right, she guessed correctly. She was just a bit incredulous. In her previous life, her superpower was immense strength. It was quite useful at critical moments, easily taking down a few bears without any problem. But in this life, she unexpectedly entered someone else's dream. What kind of strange superpower is this? It took her a long time to calm down, still finding it hard to accept her useless superpower. She looked at the leftover meal on the table, realizing that her powers had awakened, and others should be close to awakening as well. The training camp was coming soon. That was the nightmare she had to face. She entered the room, her grandmother quietly lying in bed, taking a nap. Looking at the relaxed wrinkles on her grandmother's face, she felt a bit comforted. At least they were still alive, giving her something to hold on to. In her previous life, Lin Feng told her, whether it is a person or an animal, living requires something to hold on to. Otherwise, hatred and pain would turn one into a monstrous devil. At that time, she didn't understand. Didn't comprehend his words or his gaze. She only felt it was quite unbelievable that the usually cold-faced general could say such humane words. So, what was Lin Feng something to hold on to? She glanced at her master, who was meditating with a string of prayer beads in his hand. She walked up to her master, and just as she opened her mouth, her voice choked a bit. "Master, the disciple wants." A tear rolled down her cheek, onto the girl's clear face. Her master had always been indifferent. She once thought of him as a cold person. Later, she realized that viewing all things in the world as equal, seeing all living beings as one, the coldness in his words did not mean emotional detachment. Wasn't this compassion? Her master didn't even open his eyes, only said lightly, "Go." Everything seemed to happen at just the right moment when a knock on the door sounded. Song Nanzhu remained silent, not expecting this day to come so quickly. Just a few days after parting with her grandmother and master, she was to separate again. And this time, it seemed she might not return, until the knocking grew more urgent. She finally turned around and opened the door. A smiling face burst into her view. "Done. We just parted, and I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Song Nanzhu was speechless, only listening as he continued. "It's like this. We are recruiting some volunteers to distribute food. In this critical time, to ensure fairness, we will be using a lottery system, and hope you can cooperate and contribute to the human cause." "If I don't agree," Song Nanzhu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Are you going to take me away with a shot of anesthesia?" Ming Lui was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the half-eaten meal on the table. After long training, he didn't show the slightest panic. "Impossible. The modified bullet reduced to quarks is the latest biotechnological achievement developed in the lab, hidden in the human body, and will never be discovered, making it the greatest biological weapon since the 21st century. Some people even die without knowing their bodies are secretly monitored by others. However, not everyone qualifies for genetic modification. Only 1 in 10,000 has the fortune to awaken their superpowers and become part of the training camp. They should feel honored to contribute to the human cause." Song Nanzhu looked at his expression and found it a bit funny. "Forget it. I'll go with you." Ming Lui sighed in relief, silently stuffing the micro-anesthetic in his palm into his military uniform pocket. A bus was parked downstairs, and many people were already seated on it. Song Nanzhu found an empty seat and sat down, and sure enough, many familiar faces were there. Ming Lui briefly introduced the volunteer work. "Our work is very simple. Everyone, please listen carefully." The bus started moving, and Song Nanzhu did not intend to give him any face, closing her eyes as soon as she got on the bus. Ming Lui's gentle voice lingered in the bus, and soon the noise faded. Everyone quietly fell into a dream. Ming Lui sighed in relief, glancing unconsciously at the girl sitting in the corner. She had a cool aura, and her beautiful eyebrows were tightly furrowed even in sleep. He thought the girl that Commander Song liked would be difficult to deal with, but unexpectedly, she was quite cooperative. A fragrant scent lingered at his nose. And Song Nanzhu opened her eyes. It was already dark outside, and she couldn't see a glimmer of light. "Oh no, where are you taking us?" Came a loud shout. It was Lin Gigi. She frowned, panic evident in her eyes, but still shouted loudly, "Let me go. Do you know who my dad is?" Song Nanzhu almost laughed out loud. "Here, it doesn't matter if your dad is the king of heaven." Chapter 9. Superpowers with a mechanical sound. The door opened. The bus was suddenly illuminated by glaring lights, mercilessly invading the interior and blinding everyone. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. "Everyone, please get off the bus." People looked at each other, hesitating. Just as both sides fell into a stalemate, a girl sitting at the front stood up, picked up her bag from the seat, and slowly walked toward the door. Song Nanzhu was somewhat surprised and lifted her head. The girl looked to be about her age, appearing somewhat scared. Walking as slowly as possible, her fingers gripping the bag, turning white. A hint of impatience flashed in Song Nanzhu's eyes. She stood up, quickly walked to the girl's back, and gently said, "Excuse me." The girl turned her head, her surprise and gratitude clear in her eyes, and she stepped aside. Song Nanzhu brushed past her and jumped off the bus in 2 or 3 steps. With someone leading the way, it became much easier for others. A guy with dyed yellow hair and tattooed arms became the third brave person in everyone's eyes. What's there to be afraid of? Can they kill me? If anyone dares to touch me, I'll take down their whole family. After making a tough statement, he also got off the bus. Soon, people stood in a few rows. Commander Song looked at the people in front of her, cleared her throat, and tried to make her expression look kinder. Hello, fellow citizens. You must have noticed that some unusual traits have appeared in your bodies recently. Please do not panic. This is a heavy responsibility entrusted to you after our careful selection. Each of you possesses unique genes, and combined with the potion we developed, it has awakened different skills within you. We call this skill superpower. The words exploded in the crowd like a grenade, instantly creating a commotion. I said, this is so uncomfortable, I can't even sleep. All day long, I hear buzzing in my ears. I can even hear the mosquitoes buzzing from several kilometers away. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, this must be the ability of keen hearing. Today, when I went to the bathroom, I lifted the toilet lid and unexpectedly crushed it to pieces. Song Nanzhu. So this is the result of my extraordinary abilities in my past life. Hey, sister. Just as Song Nanzhu was focused on observing the skills of those around her, she was suddenly startled by this voice and looked back, but saw no one. Here, look down. When Song Nanzhu lowered her head, she saw a cute doll-like face looking up at her with a smile. The little boy, with his arms crossed over his chest and a vigilant expression, explained, it's nothing, I just think you're really pretty. Can I marry you when I grow up, sister? Song Nanzhu's eye twitched, and she lowered her arms, bending down to show a friendly smile, pinching his cheek. Thank you, little friend, you're very cute too. Acting all modest? She had mastered that in her past life. TCH, acting all innocent, I didn't see you like this when you were snatching chicken legs from me. Lin Gigi rolled her eyes, hands on her hips, mimicking her with a sarcastic tone. Oh, you're very cute too. Song Nanzhu, sorry. Suddenly, a girl rushed over and hugged the little boy. My brother is a bit mischievous. Did he offend you? It was the girl who had just prepared to get off the bus. Her face was pale with fear as she looked at the people in front of her. Even now, the hand in her pants pocket was still slightly sweating. The little boy stuck out his tongue and made a face, then turned around and disappeared on the spot. Song Nanzhu was somewhat surprised, her mouth slightly open, silently noting down that this person's ability seemed to be invisibility. Everyone, please remain calm. Our training here is not as harsh as in the military, and there will be many items to assist you in your training. As for your abilities, any inconvenience you may feel right now is simply because your bodies are not yet able to control them. But don't worry, I believe with our joint efforts, we will cultivate a group of outstanding members. The crowd erupted again. Commander Song signaled to those around him, and a subordinate in a black military uniform took out a tablet-like device, pressed a few buttons, and a projection appeared in the air. The woman who had been speaking suddenly narrowed her eyes. Annie, we understand that your child has been bitten by a wild dog on the ground. However, you haven't been able to get medication, right? The screen showed a little girl sleeping on a bed, with clear tear marks on her face and a shocking scar on her calf. Commander Song said gently, we will acknowledge all your sacrifices. You are heroes of humanity, and your families will naturally receive preferential treatment, whether it be medication or in the camp. I guarantee that your families will live without worries. He shifted his tone. Moreover, this number will be given in a month. He held up 5 fingers. The crowd fell silent. People looked at each other, and a few hesitantly turned to board the bus, but the vast majority chose to stay. After all, who wouldn't want such good benefits? The bus drove away, disappearing into the vast night, and Song Nanzhu's gaze followed it, a hint of a bittersweet smile appearing on her lips. In a short while, Ming Lui reappeared before the crowd, explaining some precautions, making many of the girls' eyes light up. That strange feeling in Song Nanzhu returned. What exactly was wrong? Memories began to drift away. At that time, they were talking, and someone called out, Commander. Yes, it was Ming Lui. Ming Lui was with Commander Song. This was inherently wrong. Chapter 10, Nanzhu, and Commander Zhang is indeed a real colonel. He commands a division. However, Commander Zhang was a strong member of the main battle faction at that time. Ming Lui, as the trusted aide promoted by Commander Zhang, had little relationship with Commander Song. Ming Lui was clearly a pro-war faction member. Therefore, in her past life, when Song Nanzhu defected from Song to Ming, the camp scolded her as an ungrateful wolf. So what coincidence led Commander Song to assign Ming Lui to conduct inspections in plain clothes? A terrifying thought emerged in her mind. Song Nanzhu leaned against the wall, breaking out in a cold sweat. Ming Lui led them away, and Song Nanzhu walked at the back when suddenly a voice called out to her. She turned her head. It was Commander Song. Unlike last time, this time Commander Song was dressed in formal military attire and had a gun at his waist. Song Nanzhu was not surprised to see him. She merely nodded lightly. Suddenly being tricked into a strange place with a bunch of strangers telling you how amazing you are, that you are the chosen one destined to save the world. Reacting too enthusiastically would seem abnormal. Adden, is that right? He paused and said, that name doesn't suit you. Many members choose new names after entering the camp. After all, you have to face a different self. A sly glint flashed in Song Nanzhu's eyes, but her expression appeared conflicted. After a long time, her gaze became firm, as if she had made a decision, and she said, then, why don't you give me a name? Her name in her past life was given by the commander. She mainly wanted to see if, in this life, with so many differences and changes, people's thoughts would change. In this world, she had no certainty. Commander Song seemed very pleased with her obedient response, thought for a moment, and was about to speak when he said, one's fate should ultimately be grasped by oneself. What do you think you should be called? This was too hypocritical. Song Nanzhu couldn't help but sneer inside. In a chaotic world, in a training camp, where's the opportunity to grasp one's destiny? In her past life, when Commander Song publicly declared her the champion of the camp, he said to her, then let us call you Nanzhu. Commander Song pronounced each word clearly. A withered tree meets spring. What a withered tree meeting spring. A storm rose in Song Nanzhu's eyes. But she said, in this chaotic world, how do I know it's not a prosperous world in someone else's eyes? All things in the world are merely a cycle of rise and fall. A heart full of resentment is hard to dispel. Why not cut down the bamboo of Nanshan and pick a heart of enlightenment? She paused, taking a gamble in her heart. Then let us call me Nanzhu. Commander Song's eyes suddenly narrowed. An undeniable emotion surged in his heart, even making it hard for him to conceal his excitement on his face. What a good idea to cut down the bamboo of Nanshan and pick a heart of enlightenment. What a good saying that cannot be recorded. Unexpectedly, now facing a great calamity, beneath this beautiful and slender exterior hides a great courage. Looking at Commander Song's expression, Song Nanzhu finally relaxed her heart. Her hands were tightly clasped behind her back, and at this moment, she realized her hands and feet were actually icy cold. Distracted, she followed Ming Lui as they wandered around the base, walking at the back alone, while Lin Jiji, who had just been dismissive, now eagerly walked beside Ming Lui. Training time is tight. The war ahead is pressing and cannot wait. Unlike outside, the park implements a 28-hour system, regardless of day or night. The last 8 hours will be your rest time. The crowd erupted in an uproar. This is the first time I've seen such exploitation. 28 hours? In just a few days, we'll die of exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Song Nanzhu finally became a bit interested. She slightly raised her eyes. The base was no different from her past life, with gray, cold buildings connected to high walls and iron fences everywhere. There was no warmth in the park, only the cold sound of machinery operating. She followed the gazes of the crowd. Dong, 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 distant bell chimes rang out. It was exactly 28 o'clock. Below the building, opposite to where they stood, was another fenced area. The tall building with a big clock conveniently separated the two places. Unlike this area, the entrance of that fenced area was piled with heaps of scrap metal. Song Nanzhu pointed there and asked, what is that? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, and Ming Lui answered, that's the mecha department. He paused, noticing Song Nanzhu's curious gaze, and continued, the mecha department has a different schedule from yours, so you don't need to pay attention to them. If there's an opportunity, you will work with members of the mecha department in the future. Indeed, in her previous life, as the most outstanding ability user, she had completed missions with top mecha engineers from the mecha department and even had a decent relationship with one of them. Song Nanzhu subconsciously touched her eyes, feeling the fleshy sensation, which was completely different from the cold electronic eyes she had in her past life. In her previous life, she had been war comrades with Shi Yuan for many years, but in this life, without her usual skills, her current ability seemed quite useless. To be safe, it would be best for her to find a strong backing. However, Shi Yuan had been a top mech engineer back then. She wondered if he had already made a name for himself since she was new to the training camp. Ming Lui led everyone to a large building in the corner and said, "This is your dormitory. According to the schedule, when the clock strikes 28, everyone should be ready to go. But considering that you're new to the base and unfamiliar with many places, you're granted 1 day to adapt. Tomorrow, when the clock strikes 28, everyone should gather at the training ground." Song Nanzhu looked up at the building, which seemed to reach the sky and appeared no different from an ordinary dormitory. A few hundred meters behind it was an open area, and if one walked further back, there was a high wall over 10 meters tall, with an alarm installed every few meters. The alarms had yellow warning signs clearly stating, "Please do not approach." A gust of wind swept over the high wall towards them, and the young people, who rarely experienced wind in the underground city, showed some delighted smiles. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s covered his mouth and nose and bent over to vomit. Song Nanzhu frowned and asked, "What is that place?" Chapter 11. Xiu and Song Nanzhu had been cautious, and upon seeing this, felt clarity in her heart. She looked at the high wall with a slightly unpleasant expression. Just moments ago, everyone had been enjoying the wind, but now they seemed a bit panicked. So disgusting, such a strong smell of rotten flesh. It's unbearable. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked at Ming Lui, who stood in the center. Ming Lui remained unfazed, patted the man's shoulder, helped him up, and said, "Congratulations. Your ability has awakened." The man was momentarily taken aback, moved his nose, and then bent over again. Ming Lui looked at the puzzled crowd and comforted them. "Don't worry. Everyone, the area beyond this high wall is a burial ground and also a forbidden zone of this training camp. You must pay attention and absolutely cannot cross that wall." Upon hearing the word burial, everyone's expressions changed. Song Nanzhu remained composed as she gazed at the high wall. She thought to herself, if she guessed correctly, the area beyond the high wall should be closely connected to the laboratory. Those who failed to awaken their abilities, disobedient training camp members, and captured animals would all be sent to that rumored hellish place worse than death. Everyone, please pay attention. The training camp is not like the outside world. Do not wander around carelessly. At any time, there will be machine patrols in the camp, so be very cautious. From 20 to 28, it is rest time. You must not go out casually. If you step out of this building, you will bear the consequences. Song Nanzhu rarely looked at him. This person suddenly made her fall in a deep thought. She only had an understanding of the training camp based on her previous life's memories, but in this life, she had confirmed in her heart that Commander Song was indeed a member of the mainstream faction. So, even though she had once been very close to the refined man before her, did she truly understand him? Did she understand this training camp? Song Nanzhu felt a bit of a headache, turned around, and followed the others into the elevator, which had no floor buttons. A mechanical female voice said, "Welcome to the training camp, dear ability department members. Now I will take you to the exclusive floor of the ability department, the 80th floor." "Oh my, so intelligent," a familiar childish voice exclaimed behind her. Song Nanzhu turned her head, but only saw the girl's embarrassed face, her hands hanging low as if she was holding something invisible. She shook her hand and said, "Stop playing, it's scary." The girl shyly smiled at her. "I'm sorry, my brother loves to play. I'm Yang Cici. You can call me Little Sheep." Suddenly, a vague figure slowly appeared beside her, small and cheerful, saying, "My name is Little Dog," followed by a silly face appearing in front of her. The girl blushed and pulled her brother, Xiao Mo, stop messing around. They were the same brother and sister from when they got off the vehicle. Song Nanzhu had a decent impression of them, so she politely smiled. Then, with a ding, they reached the 80th floor, but the elevator doors did not open immediately. The mechanical voice sounded again. "Please note, there are escape passages between floors. It is strictly forbidden to use the escape passages to access other department floors unless under special circumstances. Communication between floors is also strictly prohibited. If discovered, you will bear the consequences." The repeated warnings, combined with the burial ground nearby, sent chills down everyone's spines. A group of people exited the elevator. This floor included both male and female dormitories. Everyone looked at the names on the room doors, searching for their dormitories. Song Nanzhu heard an angry voice, "What bad luck," and saw Lin Jiji kicking the door open with her small bag. When Song Nanzhu approached to take a look, it was indeed the case that Lin Jiji's name was right next to hers on the sign at the door. What a coincidence! We're in the same dorm." Little Sheep exclaimed in surprise. Song Nanzhu had no expression on her face. She stepped inside. In addition to them, there was also a woman in her 30s or 40s. When the woman pulled the door, it made a loud clang, and the doorknob fell off. "Oh, so this is the powerful ability user who crushed the toilet seat," Song Nanzhu thought. In the dormitory, there was a clock, also in a 28-hour format, and it showed that the time was already at 1. Song Nanzhu knew it was already the second day at 1 a.m. When the ability department members woke up, it was the resting time for the mecha department members, making it difficult to run into them. Lying on the bed, Song Nanzhu felt a headache coming on again and gradually fell into a dream. Suddenly, she became alert and looked around. The dormitory was as clean and tidy as when she first entered, with nothing unusual. She took a few steps forward. Little Sheep's and the woman's beds were clean and tidy, but Lin Gigi's bed had been turned over, and even the pillow had been lifted. She touched the mattress and found it was still warm. Ding dong, ding dong. She had only slept for an hour. Upon waking up, everyone had disappeared. A bold thought suddenly occurred to her, and she immediately pinched her thigh hard. Sure enough, there was no pain at all. So this was her dream. Song Nanzhu felt a bit pleased. She had quickly entered the dream world created by her ability again. She glanced at the empty dormitory. So, no one was there because they hadn't fallen asleep. Thinking this, Song Nanzhu relaxed a lot. She wanted to push open the door, and at the moment she touched the door, her finger unexpectedly went straight through it. Overjoyed, she took a step forward and felt the wooden door pass through her eyes. Her entire body exited the room. Song Nanzhu was astonished. This was actually a dream world she could control at will. She thought, since this is the case, could she go to Shu Yuan's dream world and ask for her help? Thinking to herself, she arrived at the escape passage at the end of the corridor, completely ignoring the no entry notice posted on the door, and walked in. The escape passage was so dark that she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. But Song Nanzhu felt a vague direction guiding her on how to walk. She groped her way through layer after layer of steps. Finally, she came to a large iron door. Like the escape door on the 80th floor, it had a notice stating Mecha Department Dormitory, other department members prohibited from entering. Song Nanzhu pushed through the door directly, but found herself in front of a long corridor, stumped. She had no idea whether Su Yuan had entered the training camp now. And even if he had, which dormitory he was in. Hundreds and thousands of identical wooden doors lined up in front of her, and Song Nanzhu rubbed her temples. Boldly pushing through a wooden door, only to see a group of men lying on the beds, snoring with their bare arms exposed. Song Nanzhu's face flushed, and she quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, she entered the next door. Chapter 12. The Awakened. A few seconds later, Song Nanzhu ran out again. As if escaping, she sighed helplessly and entered the next door, until the wall clock's hand pointed to 4. 2 hours had passed, and Song Nanzhu was exhausted. She looked at the row of doors, realizing that she had searched the entire floor, yet she still couldn't find Su Yuan. Gritting her teeth, she randomly picked a girl whose brows were furrowed, seemingly having a nightmare. As Song Nanzhu bent down, she indeed felt a tremendous suction force pulling her in. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dimly lit room, with only a skylight letting in a weak beam of light, casting the corners of the room into darkness. Song Nanzhu stood still trying to figure out her surroundings, when she suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. She took a step back and accidentally bumped into something, creating a clattering sound that startled her. This was her second time entering a dream, and she still didn't know if the host could see her. Without time to think, she heard the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Her heart raced, and she quickly found a corner to hide under a table. With a click, the door opened, and a beam of light illuminated half of the small room. Song Nanzhu held her breath and focused, seeing a small footstep inside. The person seemed very anxious, their footsteps quite chaotic, and they didn't even check if anyone was in the room before hurriedly speaking. "What should I do, senior sister? The door number 8 won't start. I checked. It's not a power issue, and the control system isn't malfunctioning, but I can't get it to turn on." Song Nanzhu's gaze followed the girl's voice to a fallen robot in front of her. The backlight made her vision a bit blurry. Then a steady female voice followed. "Door number 8? Did you borrow it from Chunung?" The girl's voice suddenly sounded shy. Yes. I borrowed the blueprints of Chu Ning's Doral mecha to make it. The competition is approaching. Put Doral number 8 aside for now. Do you have any spare mechas? Yes, I do. As the door creaked shut, the footsteps of the two gradually faded away. Song Nanzhu let out a sigh of relief and stood up, instinctively patting herself down. She thought to herself, it turns out the mecha engineer's mecha broke down before the competition, and there are really no useful clues. She inadvertently glanced at the mecha lying against the wall. Hey, wait a minute, she instinctively voiced. She slowly approached the pile of scrap metal on the ground, focusing her gaze on one of the mechas crushed beneath. Most robots had similar faces, but since they were made by different mecha engineers, the features would vary slightly. However, this particular mecha looked somewhat familiar. Using all her strength, she carefully lifted the Doral number 8 that was on top, revealing the original face of the mecha. It looked exactly like the other mechas, with the characteristic sharp and cold lines of a robot's face. However, unlike the others, this one had a small mole at the corner of its eye, so tiny that it was almost unnoticeable. Song Nanzhu frowned. Moles were very human-like traits. In the training camp, robots were like swords for martial artists or abilities for ability users. They were just tools. Reflecting on her past life and this life, there was only one robot she had seen that had this mole. However, when she saw it in her past life, it had already been sealed in Su Yuan's collection room, its chip removed, leaving it just a pile of useless scrap. That was Su Yuan's famous work from his youth, Awaken number 1. It was rumored that mecha engineer Su Yuan had created a very unique robot. With Awakened, he won the mecha competition, and his talent was discovered. This Awaken had all the super combat abilities and non-human intelligence of other robots, and also possessed its own consciousness. A robot with self-awareness was quite a terrifying thing. Song Nanzhu carefully examined the robot in front of her. It was hidden among a group of robots, crushed at the bottom, and even had a thin layer of dust on it. She wiped its cold face clean, feeling a sense of similarity, but she couldn't quite recall. Could it be that this really was Su Yuan's robot? Awaken number 1? Originally, Song Nanzhu had wasted half a day and hadn't even found a trace of Su Yuan, feeling rather disappointed. But now, by chance, she had stumbled upon Su Yuan's mecha, which was not bad at all. Moreover, she was very curious to see if the mecha could really have self-awareness. If this was indeed Su Yuan's original mecha, then following this robot's path, wouldn't she be able to find Su Yuan? That would be much smarter than rummaging through rooms while people were asleep every day. She turned her head to look at the arrangement of the room. The room was small, likely a place for storing discarded mechas in the mecha camp, filled with fallen robots missing arms and legs. It seemed no one had cleaned it for a long time. When she stepped down, a layer of dust rose. She stood up, looking at the mechas on the ground, and then glancing around. It seemed she should sneak into the mecha camp to take a look. Suddenly, she felt the ground shake beneath her feet. When she focused her eyes, she realized the ground was indeed starting to shake, and, after a bout of dizziness, Song Nanzhu felt her vision go black. Her eyelids seemed to stick together, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't open them. Her throat was the first to make a sound. Hiss. Then her hearing returned, filled with chaotic footsteps and voices. This guy sleeps so soundly in the morning. We won't disturb him while we rest at night, will we? Don't worry, young lady. I'll just lie under your bed. Neither of us will get any sleep tonight. You. Lin Ji choked. Song Nanzhu finally sat up from a bed, feeling a wave of soreness in her back and waist, completely devoid of the vigor one usually has after waking up. Chapter 13. Little Scrap Nanzhu, what are you talking about? Turning her head, she saw Xiao Yang's anxious face. Song Nanzhu was startled, suddenly recalling the dream she just had. Awakened. The streets of the training camp were quiet, with no one around. Only pairs of patrolling robots turning in circles on the road. Members of the ability department had just arrived at the training camp and would definitely not recklessly wander around. Song Nanzhu crept along the wall, carefully climbing over a pile of scrap metal, and seeing that there were no obstacles along the way. The mecha department was completely empty. She boldly stood up, dusting off her dirty backside, and swaggered into the mecha camp. She muttered softly, "Where's the place for dumping scrap in the mecha camp?" Upon entering, she was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. She was looking for a place to dump scrap, but who would have thought that the entire mecha camp was full of scrap? The mecha department and the abilities department can almost be said to be connected, yet the camp styles are vastly different. The abilities department features large, clean, and tidy high-rise buildings with a high-tech electronic vibe. In contrast, the mecha department not only has a pile of junk at the entrance, but the camp itself is a mess, with heaps of debris connected to one another. Walking along the path, there's a strong smell of mecha oil mixed with scrap metal wafting up to her nose. Song Nanzhu has endured all sorts of unpleasant smells, and at this moment, she feels nothing amiss. She's just dazzled by the gray-black iron surrounding her, thinking that everything around her looks exactly the same, with junk piled upon junk and scrap metal upon scrap metal. After walking for a long time, she still hasn't found the small house from her dreams. Feeling somewhat disheartened, her delicate little legs, clearly unaccustomed to exercise, begin to tremble after a short while. Song Nanzhu finds a pile of mecha junk to sit on, despite the cold metal making her butt ache. She complains with a click of her tongue, kicking at a seemingly scrapped mechanical hand beneath her feet, casually saying, "Hey, little junk, do you know if there's a place here that specializes in collecting your kind of waste? Just a small room. The kind that hasn't been cleaned for a long time, with only a skylight letting in some light." "Forget it. You probably don't know either." Bored, Song Nanzhu kicks the hand again, and just as she turns her head, she hears a clattering sound. She sees that the hand stands upright and points her in a direction with its remaining 3 fingers. Song Nanzhu's mind hasn't processed what's happening yet. She feels a tingling sensation in her, but as if some sound is coming from beneath her. Suddenly attacked, she jumps up and kicks the round object from under her far away. Looking closely, she sees it's the head of a mecha, rusty on top, with its eyes still shining. After being kicked away, it rolls a few times before finally stopping in front of a rock. She breathes a sigh of relief, thinking it's just a broken guiding robot, and she relaxes. Just as she turns around, the voice comes from her own mouth. When Song Nanzhu turns around, she sees a living human face just a few centimeters away from her nose, staring straight into her eyes. In an instant, her pupils constrict, and she instinctively raises half her body to deliver an elbow strike. Clearly taken off guard by such an aggressive move from a girl, the boy steps back, covering his face and retreating 2 or 3 steps. Song Nanzhu looks up to see a boy she has never seen before, seemingly a few years older than her, covering his face and exclaiming in surprise. She thinks to herself that this is truly unfortunate. She's really had the worst luck. And while the mecha camp hasn't woken up yet, she encounters someone else who also doesn't follow the rules. The boy isn't wearing the black training uniform of the mecha camp, but he has a thick leather glove on his left hand, which is still covered in fresh machine oil. Judging by his outfit, he is clearly a member of the mecha camp, and the oily glove now on his face makes him look quite awkward. Song Nanzhu's mind races, and taking advantage of the boy's moment of shock, she makes a quick getaway. Just as she dashes out a couple of steps, she feels a tremendous pulling force grabbing her from behind. Looking down, she sees her little leg, which was just stepping out, dragging along the gravel floor, being pulled back step by step. She realizes something is wrong, and while thinking of what to say, a cold mechanical hand touches the back of her neck. In a moment of panic, Song Nanzhu shouts, "Hey, do you know who I am?" She hears a disdainful sneer behind her, and the pressure on her neck loosens. With no support behind her, she falls back onto a bed of sharp stones. She yelps in pain as a shadow looms over her, quickly feeling for her sore backside and getting up, only to meet the boy's curious gaze. The boy removes his leather glove with his mechanical hand, smiling with interest, and teasingly asks, "Oh, really? Then quickly tell me, who are you?" Song Nanzhu is momentarily speechless, stammering, I. The boy leans closer, you. "I'm the one who specializes in picking up trash here. I just like picking up garbage at night. With all this junk piled up here, how am I supposed to know if you want it or not? I just consider it trash." The boy chuckles, observing the girl, who is dressed simply in a white shirt, her hands awkwardly behind her back, her face smudged with dirt, yet she persists. It's rather amusing. Other mecha engineers are eager for his leftover mecha research, but she is the first to treat his mecha as junk. He rubs the bruise on his face, his tones softening a bit, But he sees through her lie. You're a new mecha engineer? Which team are you from? Don't you know it's curfew time? Also, what is your name? Chapter 14. Collaboration. Ding dong. Ding dong. The clock strikes 8, and the mecha camp begins its morning training. Song Nanzhu is furious, nearly jumping up. If it weren't for this little mecha engineer blocking her path, she would have already found the awakened one. Maybe she would have reunited with her sisters by now. Brother Chu, can I borrow your doll model? Suddenly, a mechanical bird flies in from somewhere, landing on a nearby pile of scrap metal, and a sweet young girl's voice comes from its iron beak. Song Nanzhu silently thinks that the mecha camp is truly diligent, but she seizes the opportunity while the boy is distracted talking to the mechanical bird. Quickly dashing a few meters away, then turning to hide around a corner, successfully escaping. All she hears is a distant echo. Hey, little junk, why are you running? Breathless, Song Nanzhu hears faint footsteps behind her, having no energy left to curse, and she bolts toward the direction indicated by the robot. After 300 meters, she turns a corner. This area seems to be on the edge of the camp, with a tall wall nearby that is forbidden to climb. In front of her is a dilapidated little wooden house, with its crooked door clashing with the high-tech mecha manufacturing facility inside the camp. Cautiously, the long-neglected wooden door creaks open, and Song Nanzhu quickly slips inside, locking the door behind her. The scene before her is not much different from her dream, with various robots, missing arms, and legs lying haphazardly on the ground. Song Nanzhu clears away a pile of scrap metal blocking her path, and, sure enough, in the corner, she sees that familiar half of a face. She reaches out, this time genuinely wiping the dust off its face, revealing a complete visage. In the midst of this heap of junk, it feels as if she is seeing a glimpse of her past life, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yet, she feels a flash of light pass by, and when she looks again, the robot's face remains dull. Song Nanzhu, having been one of the top human agents in her training camp in her past life, can handle simple mecha repairs. She raises her arm, giving it a firm elbow lift, intending to flip the mecha over, but she realizes she no longer possesses the same strength as before. Not only does she fail to move the mecha, but her arm also ends up hurting, shaking her wrist. She has no choice but to forcibly take control of the mecha. Song Nanzhu clears the debris from the mecha's chest. The central red button is already dim. Gritting her teeth, she decides to risk it all. Kneeling on the ground, she presses the red emergency start button with one hand, leaning down, her forehead directly touching the cold forehead of the robot. In an instant, she feels a pull, her consciousness stumbling along as it enters the robot's brain chip. Song Nanzhu felt a wave of dizziness in her head, countless flashes of light and shadow flickering before her eyes, but she couldn't grasp a single one. She tried every means to forcibly read the chip's content, but being no professional mecha engineer, she felt a moment of regret. She shouldn't have been so rash in attempting to seize control. Not knowing how long she had been lost, she felt a tingling in her forehead, and with a bang, she was thrown back. Song Nanzhu felt her hands go empty. The floor she had been holding on to was already far away. Startled, she opened her eyes again, only to find her waist firmly restrained, her feet off the ground. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, being such a small figure, it was truly not easy to endure so many kinds of attacks in such a short time at the training camp. A razor-sharp silver spike was just a couple of centimeters away from her eyeball, and behind the silver spike were the cold, purple eyes of a robot. Abacanerno. One lifted Song Nanzhu off the ground, suspending her in midair. The mecha held her waist with one hand while the other turned into a silver spike, pointing right at her. In the small room, the robot's head almost touched the ceiling, and the two stared at each other for a moment. Soon, the robot suddenly began to speak. It had no mouth, and the voice came from within the mecha, emotionless, mechanical, and hoarse. Little ability user, without even a chip implanted. You dare to forcibly seize control? Truly, ignorance is fearless. Despite the sharp spike in front of her, Song Nanzhu showed no fear on her face. She looked up to meet the mecha's gaze and said, I can't say I'm fearless, but didn't I still wake you up? She stared at the body of what was called the greatest work of the mecha camp and slowly said, I remember that the first of the 3 operation rules of the mecha is, it cannot attack humans. Oh, No, wait. Song Nanzhu showed a look of surprise, smiling as she continued. I forgot, you're not bound by the operation rules, and you don't need a mecha engineer to control you. In other words, you have your own consciousness. Her seemingly casual words acted like a grenade, instantly infuriating the mecha before her. Song Nanzhu felt the grip around her waist tighten suddenly, making it hard for her to breathe, while the silver spike disappeared, replaced by the robot's glowing purple eyes. Its tone suddenly became emotionally charged. How do you know? Do you know her? Where's she? Song Nanzhu's face turned redder, and she gestured to the mecha, indicating that she couldn't breathe. Finally, just as she felt she was about to pass out, the pressure around her waist loosened, and she landed safely on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Song Nanzhu looked at the mecha, her mind already made up. I'm also looking for your creator, she said. The robot quickly turned its head. Who is she? What is your relationship with her? A wave of disappointment surged in Song Nanzhu's heart. It seemed this mecha truly didn't know where Shi Yuan was. She replied, of course, she is the mecha engineer from the mecha department, but the mecha department is so vast, and I'm a member of the ability department. It's not appropriate to look for someone in broad daylight at the mecha department. She thought to herself. Moreover, Xin doesn't know her yet. She must find an opportunity to get to know Shi Yuan while also delivering this mecha to her. She furrowed her brows and continued. Besides, since you have consciousness, you definitely can't walk directly into mecha camp. I think you know very well what would happen if humans discovered a mecha with consciousness. Humans would absolutely not allow any object that poses a threat to them to exist again. Beings with intelligence and power superior to humans must be eliminated. Therefore, the mechas produced now tend to prioritize combat power, while the requirements for analytical abilities and data organization are relatively low. Some even call it a regression of artificial intelligence. But there is nothing to be done. Humans are truly afraid. Robots must not become the second rulers of animals. Chapter 15. Awakening, seeing that the robot remained silent. She took it as an agreement with her statement and continued. So, neither of us has the ability to find someone in the mecha department, but together we are different. The robot continued in line with her words. I learned from the mecha department's shared information network that in a week, there will be a training camp competition, and the mecha department, ability department, and beast taming department can all participate. You don't have a direct offensive ability, so participating as a mecha engineer is the most suitable way to complete your identity transition there. Song Nanzhu snapped her fingers in satisfaction. Truly, it was worthy of being called the greatest work of the mecha camp. However, at this moment, the robot fell silent. Song Nanzhu guessed what it was thinking and sighed. Alas, that's why they say you have consciousness. I've only heard of the beast taming department's animals recognizing their masters, but I didn't expect you, as a robot, to be quite loyal. Seeing the robot still not speak, she continued. But don't worry, I haven't implanted a control chip, nor do I plan to do so later. You just saw it. With my human brain, I simply cannot forcibly seize control. Moreover, our cooperation also prevents others from trying to control you. Your master will always be your master. There was no way around it. To establish a foothold in the camp, she had to rely on the power of the Awakeners and support Shi Yuan. She needed to obtain the qualification to infiltrate the Animal Alliance as quickly as possible. Hey, where were you yesterday? From morning until afternoon, such a long time, Lin Jiji angrily spoke. Song Nanzhu crossed her arms and looked Lin Jiji up and down, finally stopping her gaze on her face. She said, yesterday, intentionally elongating the last syllable. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on her lips, and continued. Of course, I was trying to seduce your brother Ming. Lin Jiji's beautiful face twisted, and she almost jumped up. You, how can you be so shameless? Song Nanzhu laughed even more happily, pulling a face. Exactly, I'm just being shameless. I'm giving him to you. It's just right since you need him. Lin Jiji was rendered speechless with anger. But Song Nanzhu turned and ran far away. She was never afraid of Lin Jiji's little tricks and even found them somewhat amusing. A group of people slowly arrived at the training ground before 1 o'clock. Colonel Song had been waiting there early. Beside him were several team leaders led by Ming Lui. His buzz-cut hair made his entire face look like a special rectangular block, and coupled with his serious voice, it silenced the murmurs of the crowd. Hearing the sound, Song Nanzhu looked up and happened to meet Ming Lui's gaze. She turned her head in disdain, only to hear Lin Gigi step on her heel from behind, gritting her teeth and whispering in her ear, "Song Nanzhu, you shameless person, what are you looking at?" Song Nanzhu couldn't be bothered to respond to her, slightly tilting her head and whispering, "If you step on my shoe, I will definitely shove my foot into your mouth without hesitation. If you don't mind your breath turning into foot odor, you can give it a try." Lin Gigi was speechless with anger. "You." Song Nanzhu ignored her, her gaze landing on Lulu behind him. Lulu was mainly responsible for managing and training members of the offensive ability department, such as those with immense strength and the ability to fly objects from a distance. In her previous life, she had been under his command. Lulu was notorious as a devil. The most important point was that the first step for ability department members entering the camp was called awakening abilities. Abilities are a fantastical thing, and many call it the last key left to humanity by Jesus. However, the methods for awakening abilities are not so legendary. They're even quite simple and crude. As everyone followed Lulu into the training venue, it was more accurate to call it an execution chamber than a training venue. In the large room, there was an unremarkable recliner in the center, next to a control panel that was incomprehensible. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt a force grip her hand, and then warm breath blew into her ear. Xiaoyang held onto Song Nanzhu's hand, trembling with nervousness. "What should I do, Nanzhu? My ability hasn't been awakened." But at this moment, Lulu had already called a person without abilities to lie down on the chair. The person was unguarded, thinking it was just a comfortable chair, and lay back without a second thought. Song Nanzhu saw that it was the flower-tattooed, yellow-haired guy from that day. As Lulu walked behind the control panel, he pushed some button, and suddenly, the chair started moving. Song Nanzhu tightened her grip on Little Yang's hand and instinctively closed her eyes. In her previous life, as someone whose ability awakening was not so smooth, Song Nanzhu had spent a lot of time in that chair. She heard a sound from the control panel and felt a jolt of electricity hit her like lightning, sending chills down her spine. It felt like her eardrums were about to burst from the man's voice. Countless painful scenes flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind, but she still slowly opened her eyes. She and Little Yang had unconsciously clenched their hands tightly. The flower-tattooed guy was actually still a teenager, and a good-looking one at that, but at this moment, his features were twisted in agony, his body convulsing, and the straps of the electric chair bound him tightly, leaving him unable to escape despite his pain and screams. Many children and women at the scene covered their eyes, and Little Yang buried her head in Song Nanzhu's shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. But Song Nanzhu seemed frozen in place, biting her lower lip tightly, forcing herself to watch the scene before her. The flower-tattooed guy threw his head back and let out a loud roar. Suddenly, the control panel lifted into the air at a rapid speed and made contact with the ceiling as if it were seeking revenge. He seemed unsatisfied and reached out a hand, grasping at nothing in the air. A violent crash followed, along with the sound of debris falling to the ground. The sturdy control panel had smashed into the ceiling, shattering it to pieces. Chapter 16. Meeting little broken again until Lulu finally showed a smile and went to untie the flower-tattooed guy. A tense nerve in Song Nanzhu's mind finally relaxed. The flower-tattooed guy was lucky, awakening his ability in one go. "I fuck your grandpa." The flower-tattooed guy was still somewhat dazed and stumbled as he came down, then began cursing. At that moment, Song Nanzhu felt the little person on her body trembling. The little girl looked up at her with wet eyes, and that expression, that gaze, reminded Song Nanzhu of her own self from many years ago, and she felt an overwhelming rush of emotion. She comfortingly patted Little Yang's head. Lulu, with an expression like iron, suddenly broke into a smile and said to everyone, "For those without ability awakening, you have 2 days to explore on your own. For those with abilities, make sure to research your skills during this time. After 2 days, I will check everyone's abilities." Song Nanzhu thought, sure enough, Lulu loves to use killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Little Yang, however, raised her head in joy, only to hear him continue. A week later, there will be competitions in the training camp, and the ability department, beast taming department, and mecha department will all participate. Everyone's names will be put into a lottery. He paused before adding, "The beast taming department is not easy to deal with. so if you don't want to embarrass yourselves too much, I hope everyone prepares well. Immediately, people in the crowd began to discuss. We just got here. Isn't this rushing to get beaten up? What should I do? My ability hasn't awakened yet. Doesn't that mean I'm doomed to be shocked every day and then get beaten? What should I do, Nanzhu? My ability hasn't appeared. Little Yang became sad upon hearing this, her eyes immediately brimming with tears. It's okay, it's okay. Song Nanzhu patted her hand to comfort her. Abilities can be anything. For example, my ability is to enter other people's dreams, so your ability could be sensing events that haven't occurred yet, or sleeping and not waking up, and so on. Just deal with them for now. Upon hearing this, Little Yang finally calmed down. Sister, your ability hasn't appeared yet? Then you can't play with me. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the air, and a little boy walked out of it, skipping over to hold Little Yang's hand. Song Nanzhu genuinely liked this obedient little boy and smiled a bit more. She bent down, patted Little Mo's head, and said, Sister's ability is important, but my ability can still play with you. Okay. Little Mo grinned and then vanished into the air. When Song Nanzhu stood up, she noticed a fleeting hint of impatience on Little Yang's face. She was momentarily puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. Then she heard a nearby auntie cheerfully say, Oh, this little boy is so well-behaved, so lovable. A girl next to her said, It's because Sister Yang teaches well. She loves her brother. But the aunt's face showed some disdain. Isn't it natural for a sister to take care of her brother? Taking care of people is something girls should do. The girl's face immediately turned ugly. Hey, your thinking is too. Little Yang quickly pulled the girl back, her expression completely gone. Still wearing a smile, as usual. It's okay. Song Nanzhu's expression also darkened. Little Yang turned and winked at her, took her hand, and just smiled lightly. Nanzhu, come eat with me later. After Lu's demonstration, he was very satisfied with everyone's reactions and waved his hand, mercifully letting everyone disperse. The two linked arms, got their food and sat down. In her previous life, Song Nanzhu had disguised herself as an animal for years, and she hadn't eaten human food until her last moments. Today, she was in a good mood. She looked at the roast meat rice in front of her, and her appetite was stirred. Hey, Little Yang, you're here. A fair hand patted Little Yang's shoulder. Song Nanzhu looked up to see a girl who had entered the camp with them, whose name seemed to be something like Zhou. She said, Captain Ming is looking for you. It should be about abilities. As soon as Little Yang heard the words abilities, her whole demeanor changed, and she anxiously looked at Song Nanzhu. Nanzhu, can you come with me? Song Nanzhu was about to refuse, saying, I feel nauseous just looking at him. But the girl stammered, But Captain Ming only said to find Little Yang, and he seems really anxious. Little Yang, you should go check out quickly. Captain Ming is better than Captain Lu, right? Little Yang thought so too. Captain Ming was gentle and kind, and he was handsome, so there was nothing to be afraid of. She glanced at Song Nanzhu, who was already focused on shoveling food into her mouth. She then asked the girl, Was Zhou Qian sent by Captain Ming to find me? Song Nanzhu continued to eat heartily, but inside she scoffed. If she remembered correctly, this Zhou Qian seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Jiji. Little Yang hurriedly followed Zhou Qian away, and as soon as she left, the spot opposite became vacant. Song Nanzhu took a bite of rice and looked up, only to see a familiar face. He was surrounded by many people, some chattering about blueprints, while others sat in chairs, staring at him with some infatuation. But he was looking at Song Nanzhu, watching her with her cheeks stuffed, looking puzzled. He smiled slightly and silently mouthed 3 words, little broken. Song Nanzhu's expression turned to one of horror, nearly choking on her food. Inside, she quickly thought, I absolutely cannot let this guy know who I am. Otherwise, my sneaking into the mecha camp will definitely be exposed. She didn't care about the punishment for herself, but was worried about implicating the awakened ones. Song Nanzhu quickly lowered her head, finished the last piece of pork chop in her bowl, and, holding her tray, fled the cafeteria in a hurry, seeing that no one was following her. Song Nanzhu breathed a sigh of relief. However, to be safe, she chose to take the small path behind the cafeteria, passing right in front of a row of mecha scrapyards. Chapter 17. Electric shock. With time to spare, Song Nanzhu wandered aimlessly beside a pile of scrap. Suddenly, A discarded arm stretched out from somewhere and tripped Song Nanzhu, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Just as she turned her body to regain her balance, she felt a pair of hands behind her, pushing her with tremendous force. This time, she completely fell over, feeling darkness sweep over her as if she had crashed into a door, which surprisingly swung open gently. Knowing something was amiss, Song Nanzhu tried to stabilize herself and get up, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw a huge shadow looming over her. Resigned to her fate, she thought that since it was inevitable, it was better to die early and be reborn. She rolled over and dived into the dark room. The figure flashed in front of her, and before she could see clearly, everything around her plunged into darkness. Song Nanzhu felt dust enveloping her, so she decided to lie down on the ground and not get up. The other party's intentions were too obvious. First tripping her, then pushing her, and finally closing the door. Lying at the entrance, she knew with just her toes that there would be nothing good waiting for her in this pitch-black room. A vague answer began to form in her mind, but she couldn't be bothered to think further and yawned while lying on the ground. Just after having a full meal, she didn't mind taking a nap in this house, hoping to sleep until everyone was searching for her, ready to take action. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she heard a noise in the darkness. The next second, Song Nanzhu suddenly sprang up from the ground, but found it hard to steady herself. A violent electric shock coursed through her body, causing a tearing pain. Her finger muscles began to spasm, and her mind went blank for a few seconds before she quickly reacted. Everything was completely beyond her expectations before she could respond. She heard the sound of machinery grinding against the ground, and then she felt another sharp shock in her leg, causing her to fall back to the ground. A wave of immense fear enveloped her, and Song Nanzhu felt a chill in her heart. Her expressions and actions while in the electric shock room were captured by someone with malicious intent, exposing her vulnerabilities, which she herself was unaware of. Laid bare before the villain, a faint green light flickered in the darkness, moving continuously. Thanks to that green light, Song Nanzhu finally saw it clearly. Mechanical snakes were slithering across the ground, flicking their tongues, surging towards her like a tide. She quickly retreated to a small corner and secretly contacted the Awakener's data terminal on her electronic watch. The electronic watch had a monitoring function, and everyone in the training camp had one, resembling modern smartwatches, used for sending and receiving task orders, as well as connecting to mechas and computer terminals. After fiddling with it for a while, Song Nanzhu secretly cut out a channel that was not monitored by the system. She had just used the Awakener's terminal for an experiment last time. Countless snakes suddenly turned red-eyed and rushed towards her at an even faster speed. She helplessly twisted the doorknob, feeling the intense electric shock pain, nearly succumbing to despair. Bang! Song Nanzhu was pushed against the door and then heard a painful moan from an iron container. With the green light from the mechanical snakes, she saw the wall of the container caving in at a terrifying angle. The next second, a pair of massive mechanical hands pierced through the iron sheet and tore at it, creating a small hole in the wall. Song Nanzhu watched as an Awakener, who was only knee-high, crawled out from that hole. The Awakener glanced at her, and his body quickly reassembled and grew larger. He grabbed Song Nanzhu by the waist and placed her on his shoulder. Song Nanzhu gasped and clung to his neck to stabilize herself. The mechanical touch was extremely cold, but she still felt reassured. She couldn't help but wonder what made Ming Lui permanently seal this mecha. Her emotional shifts were rapid, and now there was no joy of survival on her face. It felt like a little sister going out on a trip while sitting on her brother's shoulders. She leaned close to his ear, smiling, and whispered, "You look like that armored warrior." Then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. The Awakener turned to look at the girl sitting on his shoulder. Just moments ago, he had seen her curled up in a corner like a pitiful stray cat. But now she was laughing heartily while holding onto his neck. He let out a cold snort. At this moment, mechanical snakes were still surrounding his feet, and he kicked them away one by one, with continuous loud mechanical collisions in the air, followed by the sound of mechanical snakes being hurled against the iron of the container, falling to the ground and not moving. Seeing how decisively the Awakener handled the situation, Song Nanzhu wanted to jump down, but he was too tall, and her head hit the ceiling directly. Sitting on his shoulder, she felt a vast darkness below. The Awakener let out a cold snort, You were quite arrogant when talking to me. I thought there was nothing in this world that you were afraid of. Song Nanzhu tilted her head and thought for a moment. Although it sounded awkward, there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. She and T even realized how scared she was. The Awakener confirmed once again that the floor had been completely cleared before carefully placing Song Nanzhu back on the ground. Looking up at the Awakener's face, she noticed 3 small lights on his forehead, emitting a warm golden glow. She smiled and said, "Now you look like that gold miner." The Awakener didn't bother to argue with her and asked, "Have you figured out who it is?" Song Nanzhu reined in her smile and coldly replied at first, "I thought it was Lin Feng, but then I realized Lin Feng doesn't have the brains for this and couldn't get the mechanical snakes. Most likely, it's with Ming Lui's tacit approval behind scenes." At that time, she thought, did Lin Feng not fear that I would leave with Xiaoyang, missing the chance to act against her? And if I really met with Ming Lui, wouldn't that expose her? Now, she thought again, looking at Lin Feng's attitude. It seemed she was afraid of any interaction between me and Ming Lui, so it was highly likely that Ming Lui had secretly approved it. Even if I really left with Xiaoyang, they would still be on guard. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and she quickly looked at the Awakener. "Why are you here? I found that few people come here, it's relatively hidden, and it's easier to communicate with you. Isn't it?" Chapter 18. Trash Can. Song Nanzhu nodded, realizing the truth. She thought, why is that? Did I act too overly in front of Commander Song, making Ming Lui suspicious? In the dark space, only the Awakener emitted light. A sense of certainty settled in Song Nanzhu's heart. Lin Feng was in an unusually good mood today. She saw Zhou Qian leading Xiaoyang over and knew that half her plan was successful. Thinking of Song Nanzhu, that wretched person who was constantly opposing her, even trying to steal the person she liked, was truly infuriating. She couldn't help but clench her fists. But then she thought again. At this moment, that Song Nanzhu was probably already locked in a room, facing a room full of snakes screaming. Before long, Zhou Qian ran out again and whispered in her ear, "I've already sent Xiaoyang to find Captain Ming. The people over there already arranged. All from the mecha department, using mecha control, and no one will know who it is." Lin Feng was overjoyed. After all, this was her first time doing such a thing, and her hands trembled slightly. Hearing that it was foolproof, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Zhou Qian hesitated for a moment, but still spoke with difficulty. "Are you really sure, Gigi? What is Song Nanzhu?" "She won tea. It's just to tease her a bit. Besides, I just casually mentioned it to Brother Ming, saying that Song Nanzhu keeps making things difficult for me, and he said he had something to find Xiaoyang. Look, isn't he providing me with an opportunity?" Zhou Qian smiled and supported her, saying, "It seems Captain Ming has a good impression of you. He is quickly helping you find a way to vent your frustration." Lin Feng crossed her arms and said, "Let's go see that wretched person's embarrassing state." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the darkness, presumably belonging to an adult man, standing between 185 and 190 centimeters tall. Song Nanzhu knew it wasn't good and hurriedly said, "Quick, transform into something. Anything will do." Just as she finished speaking, the man's footsteps reached the door. Song Nanzhu took a deep breath, warily watching the doorway. With a creak, the door opened. The man stood backlit, and as he opened the door, dust swirled in the air. Song Nanzhu felt a surge of anger as she looked at the person before her. "Nanzhu, I can see that Lin Feng seems to have some small opinions about you. You must know she has spoiled you since childhood. I'm afraid she might make things difficult for you, so I came to check. How is it? You weren't hurt, right?" Song Nanzhu was deeply impressed by him, almost wanting to applaud his words. They both knew how much he had influenced their relationship, yet he insisted on playing the role of an Oscar-winning actor. His intentions were still unclear, and Song Nanzhu felt a lump in her throat, finally saying, "Of course, there's nothing wrong. Thank you for your concern, Captain Ming." In the distance, 2 figures slowly approached, and Song Nanzhu's gaze lightly brushed past the smug-looking Lin Feng, landing on the slightly guilty-looking Zhou Qian beside her. At this moment, Ming Lui said, "I heard you went to the mecha base a few days ago. It's nothing. It's fine for a little girl to play around. But can I go in?" Song Nanzhu understood. He had been holding back. The underground world lacked dazzling sunlight, and this path was only illuminated by 2 streetlights on either side, casting a glow while the room remained dark. Song Nanzhu stood in the shadows, while Ming Lui stood in the light, and for a moment, neither spoke. Ming Lui's eyes revealed a sense of inevitability, but Song Nanzhu suddenly laughed and said, "I didn't expect Captain Ming to like dark rooms. Of course, you can come in." Ming Lui seemed a bit surprised, but maintained his expression and walked inside. Lin Jiji had already approached and followed him into the room. Song Nanzhu unknowingly pressed a button, and instantly the lights turned on, revealing the full appearance of the room to everyone. Lin Jiji smiled triumphantly, eager to see the room filled with mechanical snakes and messy, crying clothes, ready to mock Song Nanzhu. Earlier, she had spotted Ming Lui from a distance and felt elated. That Song Nanzhu was just a bit good-looking, right? Perfect for Ming Gu to see her in such a disgraceful state and see if she still dared to flaunt herself. However, she hadn't seen clearly and hurriedly entered the room. As the lights turned on, Lin Jiji was stunned. The room was empty, with a neatly dressed Song Nanzhu and a frowning Ming Gu looking at her. Why didn't you get electrocuted?" Song Nanzhu smiled lightly and said, "Electricity? What are you talking about? By the way, Captain Ming, weren't you talking about my visit to the mecha base? I was just curious and randomly found a mecha engineer who gave me an electronic trash can that can clean itself. Would you like to take a look?" She moved aside to reveal a large cylindrical object, causing Ming Lui's expression to darken further. Lin Jiji felt her blood run cold, turning to Zhou Qian in disbelief, who also looked incredulous at what was happening. Lin Jiji couldn't believe it and stepped forward, kicking the trash can. "What a broken trash can. You must have secretly stolen it from the mecha base." Song Nanzhu silently closed her eyes. Suddenly, a scream was heard, and Lin Jiji jumped up like a fish being fried. The previously motionless trash can had opened a lid from somewhere, and a mechanical snake shot out, wrapping around Lin Jiji's calf with lightning speed. The mechanical snake, charged with electricity, coiled around Lin Jiji's leg, causing her to instantly lose feeling in her lower body. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground. Zhou Qian rushed forward to help her up, but Lin Jiji felt her body uncontrollably collapse to the ground. Dizzy and seeing Ming Lui's face growing further away, his brows furrowing tighter. How could this happen? She couldn't understand it all. "Oh my." Song Nanzhu opened her eyes in surprise, saying, "If you're going to throw away trash, just throw it away. Why kneel to throw it? This is just an ordinary trash can, not something so noble." Chapter 19. Chu Nung Lin Jiji lay on the ground, looking at Song Nanzhu with eyes that seemed to blaze with fire. Zhou Qian seemed to realize something and immediately straightened up to question. "You said a member of the mecha department gave you this trash can. Then let me ask you, who is the member of the mecha department that gave it to you?" Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow, noticing Ming Lui also turned to look at her, casually replying, "Chu Nung." Song Nanzhu thought to herself, "Sorry, Brother Chu Nung. Although I don't know who you are, I happen to hear your name in someone else's dream. Borrowing your precious identity for a moment. I'll send you 100 trash cans as compensation in the future." Zhou Qian seemed to have caught her mistake, standing up and shouting, "Stop talking nonsense. Chu Nung is a top mech engineer in the mecha base, rarely seen by ordinary people, let alone giving you a trash can." Song Nanzhu crossed her arms and looked down at the two. Why can't a top mech engineer be a trash can? Don't they need to throw away trash? Zhou Qian wanted to argue further, but saw Lin Jiji giving her a look, and she finally stood up, saying, "Since you say this trash can was given by Chu Nung, then let's assume it was. I just don't know if you realize that Chu Nung will also participate in the competition in a few days. Don't go using your face to rub against him. Embarrassing our ability department." Song Nanzhu scoffed. "Can I be more embarrassing than you were just now?" Lin Jiji was immediately provoked, angrily raising her hand, but Ming Lui blocked between them, forcing a smile. "Nanzhu, Lin Jiji is indeed thoughtless, but after all, we are in the same department and dormitory. Let's not hold grudges like adults." Song Nanzhu, who had been worried for too long about the Awakeners being discovered, quickly said, "Fine. Then you all get out of my sight." Lin Jiji wanted to say something, but was intimidated by a look from Ming Lui and lowered her head. Ming Lui didn't even glance at the person on the ground and walked straight out. "Hey, Brother Ming, why don't you wait for me?" Lin Jiji struggled to stand up, wanting to chase after him, but her legs felt weak and her whole body ached, nearly collapsing. She glared angrily at Song Nanzhu and limped out. After they left, the trash can opened its mouth to speak. You know Chuno? Song Nanzhu casually replied, I don't know him. Then how dare you say that? Just as Ming Lui had left, another knock came at the door. Sigh. Song Nanzhu pulled the door open impatiently. Are you annoying or what? A familiar yet strange face appeared before her. Song Nanzhu was startled and instinctively slammed the door shut. However, a mechanical arm steadied the door. One hand rested on the doorframe, wearing a clean white shirt, entirely different from their grayish training uniforms, appearing so clean and dazzling even in the dark alley. He seemed to be wearing a military vest, and a mechanical arm reached out from behind, grabbing the door in front of him. Little brat, I've been looking for you for a long time. Turns out you're not from the mecha department, he said, attempting to close the door again. That mechanical arm, however, remained unmoving, and Song Nanzhu, in a fit of rage, turned to leave. But another mechanical arm reached out, firmly gripping her wrist. He wasn't angry, just smiling and saying, Wasn't really my business, but I just happened to hear that Chu Nang gave you a trash can. Song Nanzhu's heart skipped a beat as she thought, This guy is from the mecha department. He might know someone named Chu Nang. She sighed inwardly at her bad luck, but kept her mouth tough. So what? Who says people from the ability department can't know members of the mecha department? The guy seemed to smile even more happily. How come I didn't know that Brother Chu Nang from the mecha department can also make trash cans? Song Nanzhu held her neck high. He used to love doing that, but not anymore. She pushed the boy away. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. However, his mechanical arm grabbed her tightly, and his voice came from behind. We have such a connection, and you don't even want to ask my name? Song Nanzhu turned around and extended one finger. First, we have no connection. We just bumped into each other. She extended a second finger. Second, I don't care what your name is. She looked the boy up and down. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, had a high-nose bridge, and thin lips. Dressed in a white shirt and with a smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked like a cultured rogue. Behind that tall posture, two mechanical arms extended out, making a total of 4 hands. Song Nanzhu muttered, With so many hands, you might as well be called Neza. The boy seemed to not hear clearly. What? Song Nanzhu didn't intend to engage with him further and took the opportunity to slip away. Nanzhu, are you okay? Xiao Yang supported Song Nanzhu. She was too tired to stand straight, holding onto Xiao Yang's arm with one hand and her knee with the other, saying, Damn it, I just ran into a troublesome Neza. Xiao Yang looked puzzled. What is that? She suddenly thought of something and added, By the way, I want to look for Captain Ming, but he wasn't there. Zhou Qian told me to wait there until now. Song Nanzhu thought, Of course he is not there. He is deliberately making things difficult for me. After resting for a long time and finally recovering, she said, Then there's no need to go. He probably doesn't have anything to find you for. Chapter 20. Goodbye. Song Nanzhu felt a flash of red in front of her eyes, and her gaze immediately followed. She saw the red drifting slowly in the air as the quilt was lifted, floating around. Just as it was about to land, Xiao Yang happened to close the door, creating a small gust of wind that lifted it up, but it didn't rise for long before it fell to the ground again. Then it was picked up by a pale, thin hand. Song Nanzhu held the maple leaf in front of her, gently turning it with her fingers, and asked with a hint of bitterness, How did you get a maple leaf? Song Nanzhu forced a smile and handed the maple leaf over. There was a temple on the mountain where I used to live, with a mountain at its back. The villagers relied on the mountain for their livelihood. Their lives were poor but happy. I often went up to play on the mountain, where there was a very large maple tree close to my home. Xiao Yang's eyes widened as she listened to her softly speak, but she saw Song Nanzhu's voice gradually fade away. The puppy didn't pay attention to people when it was young, and it still didn't when it grew up, but it would circle around me. I named it Lin Feng. Others laughed at me for giving a dog a human name, but I had no parents when I was young, and Lin Feng didn't either. We were the same. What is the difference between a person and a dog? We will always be the closest family. She thought she would forget everything, forget the past, forget Lin Feng, who would have a happy life, while she was different, like someone sealed in a memory cabinet for a long time. She thought he had disappeared far away. But suddenly a maple leaf fell, and the longing surged like a tide. Song Nanzhu opened her eyes. It wasn't dark in front of her. She raised her head and saw the cold moonlight pouring down onto the earth. She took a step forward, and the sound of rustling leaves filled her ears. Looking down, she saw large patches of red maple leaves spreading out beneath her feet, covering the entire hillside. Song Nanzhu was puzzled. Usually, when entering a dream, she would wake up from her bed and choose whose dream to enter. Why was it different this time, waking up directly in a dream and at her own doorstep? She tilted her head in thought. The last time she directly entered a dream was the first time, on the small bed in the temple with Lin Feng. Song Nanzhu stood on the hillside, able to see many scenic views as a breeze blew by. The tree looked even bigger, almost like a large house, with a carpet of red covering the ground. Song Nanzhu cautiously approached, gently touching the rough texture of the tree trunk, afraid of shattering this hard-earned dream. Her gaze slid down the trunk, and underneath the tree, which several people were hugging, a furry tail was exposed. Song Nanzhu felt her whole body stiffen. She stood there for a long time before suddenly letting out a self-deprecating laugh. When did she become so shy about returning home? Song Nanzhu stepped over the rustling leaves to go around to the other side of the trunk. Lin Feng lay lazily under the tree, hands behind his head, with fluffy ears perked up, lying in a pool of fiery red water, quietly gazing at the moon above. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Feng turned his head. Song Nanzhu had never seen this version of Lin Feng before. The last time she saw him, he was already a decisive young general. Lin Feng patted the empty space beside him, signaling her to come over. Song Nanzhu didn't speak, just quietly walked over and lay down next to Lin Feng. The two looked at the bright moon in the sky together, neither saying a word. Time seemed to pass slowly, and Song Nanzhu finally spoke hoarsely. "Is this your dream?" "Maybe it is." Song Nanzhu's heart skipped a beat. They were very close, just like when they played under the tree as children, arms touching, the fluffy tail intentionally or unintentionally brushing against the girl's leg, warmth transmitting unnoticed. Song Nanzhu asked again, "Then why am I in your dream?" "Because I miss you. Because I miss you." In that moment, the girl's tears burst forth. Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again, awakened by Xiaoyang, who looked surprised. "What's wrong, Nanzhu? Did you have a nightmare?" Song Nanzhu felt a coolness on her face. When she touched it, it was icy tears. Song Nanzhu silently got out of bed, seeing the maple leaf that had fallen to the ground, lost in thought. She realized, so that's how it is. People who miss each other before sleep will meet in dreams. This isn't just Lin Feng's dream. It's their shared dream. They both tacitly didn't ask about each other's current situation, just lay together, watching the moon all night. Song Nanzhu was clearly absent-minded. Xiaoyang called her several times with no response. She asked with some concern, "Are you okay, Nanzhu? You don't look well." Captain Liu said there's free training these days. "Since you have abilities, you don't have to go to the electric shock room with me." Song Nanzhu waved her hand, saying, "I'm fine." The electric shock room is where Liu awakened the flower arm ability before. It's called electric shock. But besides electric shocks, there are other instruments of torture. The two arrived at the electric shock room, and Song Nanzhu said, "Actually, the awakening of abilities uses a very traditional and even clumsy method. Currently, electric shock is the most effective way, stimulating the body and nerves to awaken the buried genetic seeds." She picked up a pair of pliers and said, "Some people may awaken immediately when pinched by the pliers, while others may not respond, even after being shocked for several days. Rather than forcibly supporting the body with drugs to achieve the effect of continuous electric shocks for several days, it's more meaningful for me to hide behind the wall and give you a scare," Xiaoyang exclaimed. "So it means those who can awaken have already awakened, and those who can't, no matter how hard they try, it's difficult, right?" Chapter 21. Dual ability users at that moment. Someone walked by and intentionally or unintentionally bumped into Song Nanzhu's shoulder. She looked over. Zhou Qian rolled her eyes nonchalantly and walked over to Lin Jiji. Song Nanzhu had never cared for such petty squabbles, not even bothering to give them a glance. The little lamb frowned and said, "Zhou Qian is really baffling. What does it have to do with you if Chuneng ignores her?" Song Nanzhu exclaimed in surprise. "What? Chuneng?" Song Nanzhu slightly opened her mouth in astonishment. "Then what does this have to do with Zhou Qian?" The little lamb shrugged. She wasn't like this before. "I heard she recently got to know a few powerful mecha masters, and then I don't know what happened. Zhou Qian glanced over at them, disdainfully curled her lips, and said to Lin Jiji, "Look at her like that, still having the nerve to say she knows senior brother Chunong. Senior brother, Chunong wouldn't bother with someone like her." Lin Jiji scoffed and said, "Isn't she just like that? She sees a man and tries to flirt with him. Now even Ming Ge doesn't want to pay attention to me." Song Nanzhu crossed her arms and faced the two, her tone devoid of any emotion. Two people without abilities might as well think about how to get shocked tomorrow instead of talking nonsense here. Lin Jiji immediately puffed up her cheeks in anger. "You're the one talking nonsense." Lin Jiji, fuming, dragged Zhou Qian away. Not long after, a sharp scream rang out. The group instinctively turned their heads, only to hear a more tragic scream. Lin Jiji seemed to be thrown against the wall by some force. She felt as if her bones were falling apart, barely managing to straighten her body, and felt a force moving around in her body. Her face twisted in pain, but then she heard Zhou Qian's surprised voice, "Jiji, could this be your ability?" Lin Jiji, who was originally feeling sore all over, perked up instantly upon hearing this. Nanzhu and the little lamb looked dejected. "Lin Jiji's ability has awakened too. I really want to have any ability at all." Song Nanzhu was about to say something comforting when she suddenly felt an inexplicable gust of wind behind her, sensing something was off. She turned abruptly and saw Lin Jiji's face flash past her, startling her, but she felt no pain at all. Following, there was a sound of awe in the air. Xiao Mo fell out of the air, sitting on the ground, covering his butt and wailing, looking at Lin Jiji with resentment. "Why did you shock my butt?" Lin Jiji, unable to hide her panic, still retorted, "I didn't mean to shock you. Who told you to appear here? We couldn't see you." The little lamb rushed up, pushed Lin Jiji away, and angrily said, "What are you doing? You originally wanted to target Nanzhu. Now you're targeting my brother?" Lin Jiji defiantly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your brother is fine, isn't he?" The little lamb quickly helped the boy sitting on the ground to his feet, patted him down, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiao Mo was about to wave his hand to say he was fine when he suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" Song Nanzhu's eyes widened. "He is actually a dual ability user." Everyone was shocked and gathered around. Xiao Mo, smiling, stretched his arms and legs, excitedly exclaimed, "Sister, look at me. Do I look like Luffy?" At some point, the little lamb had already released her grip on Xiao Mo. She stood quietly, seemingly surrounded by the crowd, yet feeling detached, hearing her brother's voice. Finally starting to regain her composure, forcing out a smile. "Good. So good. Ah, this kid is really something." Someone in the crowd expressed envy. "Indeed, my brother is so smart and even a dual ability user. Who would have thought the sister hasn't awakened her abilities yet? Hey, do you think all the benefits in the womb went to my brother and the sister got nothing?" Zhou Qian's sarcastic voice emerged from the crowd. The little lamb's face immediately turned very ugly. Xiao Mo spoke up, "Are you guys stupid? I'm not a twin with my sister. How could I take her benefits?" The little lamb silently stood among the crowd, neither arguing nor showing any extra expression. A hand slowly rested on her shoulder. Song Nanzhu, concerned, gently pulled the little lamb out of the crowd and asked, "What Zhou Qian said is just nonsense. Don't take it to heart." The little lamb had already returned to her usual self, smiling and waving her hand. "It's fine. It's fine. How could I take it to heart? I'm so stupid. I really can't compare to my brother's intelligence." Song Nanzhu hesitated, looking at the little lamb's expression, and ultimately said nothing more. Now was the free practice time given by Lu. Logically, those who hadn't awakened their abilities should find ways to awaken them, while those who had awakened their abilities mostly went to the training field to practice their physical skills. Song Nanzhu parted ways with the little lamb. She turned but walked towards the cafeteria, quietly sneaking past the cafeteria door, slipping into a small path behind the cafeteria. Song Nanzhu picked a small room, walked through a pile of scrap metal at the door, and gently opened it. Inside was still a pile of scrap metal. Song Nanzhu tiptoed in, confirming there was no one inside before finally speaking softly, "What do you want with me?" A few minutes later, a trash can walked out from behind a pile of scrap metal, taking tiny steps toward Song Nanzhu. "Why are you still maintaining this after everyone has left?" The awakened one replied succinctly, "Convenient. By the way, That boy in the white shirt from last time is from the mecha department. He seems to be inquiring about me. The awakened one said, I slipped away last time and didn't see. Song Nanzhu was speechless. The awakened one continued, recently. A new batch of members from the mecha department and beast taming department has entered the camp. Song Nanzhu was surprised. How do you know? The awakened one replied, I attacked the training camp's electronic information transmission terminal. Song Nanzhu was at a loss for words and silently gave a thumbs up. Chapter 22. Jiangjun. Song Nanzhu nodded, indicating she understood, then fell into deep thought. The awakened one's previous memories had all been erased, and it was unknown how they came to this training camp. So, was it possible that Su Yuan hadn't entered the camp yet, or was hiding among this batch of new mecha masters? When Su Yuan entered the camp and shone brightly, becoming a top-notch mecha master, he would overhaul the camp system, and any terminal attacking the system would immediately report its location. Song Nanzhu pondered, practicing with the awakened one to ensure they would appear in perfect sync when the time came, although she was an ability user in her past life. Spending a long time by Su Yuan's side and collaborating multiple times had given her rich experience in mecha manipulation. Before leaving, the awakened one said, Zhou Qian has been frequently meeting with a few mecha masters around the cafeteria. The first round of the competition adopts a self-selected format of similar competitions. The communication network connected to the electronic watch has just been established with the training camp, and slightly skilled mecha masters can easily break in. If I were Lin Gigi, Song Nanzhu interjected, if I were Lin Gigi, I would tamper with the competition format, making an ability user suddenly manifest a mecha or a controlled animal. That would obviously be a pipe dream, and I would have no choice but to withdraw from the competition. The awakened one said nothing, indicating agreement. Song Nanzhu chuckled lightly and said, I'm not afraid of her tampering. I'm afraid of her doing nothing. Taking the opportunity, Song Nanzhu went to the training room she often visited before to practice 2 sets of punches. The members of the ability department mainly practiced according to their abilities, not solely pursuing strength and speed. Song Nanzhu's ability from her past life no longer existed. Standing in front of the equipment, she felt troubled, as she could no longer lift the giant dual hammers she used in her previous life. Song Nanzhu went to the shooting range, put on protective gear, chose a .47, and began practicing under the instructor's guidance. Her marksmanship was quite precise, and she had a bit of fame in her previous life. Jiangjun took off his sunglasses, revealing sharp eyes, and looked at the girl in front of him with some surprise. Song Nanzhu put down her gun, glanced at her results, which were fairly good, shook her sore wrist, wiped away a drop of sweat from her forehead, and found a place to rest, feeling a sense of discomfort as if being watched. Song Nanzhu's vigilance suddenly heightened. Her gaze swept through the shooting range and stopped on a man. He was holding a pair of sunglasses, had slicked back hair, and was seriously talking to an instructor. A name silently surfaced in Song Nanzhu's mind. She thought, so soon, Jiangjun is here to pick someone, huh? Jiangjun, once a famous sharpshooter in the military, known as Jiangjun, the one who can shoot a sparrow from 100 paces, also called Jiang Baibu. Long ago, Jiangjun retired due to a leg injury and has since relied on crutches or a wheelchair to move around. Everyone said he had a peculiar temper, yet everyone wanted to get close to him. Song Nanzhu quietly lowered her head. Jiangjun held considerable prestige in the palace, accepting disciples according to his preferences. Who wouldn't want to gain his favor? In the camp, learning an extra skill means an extra way out, so everyone wanted to approach Jiangjun. Song Nanzhu was no exception, even to the point of obsession. Unfortunately, Jiangjun didn't like her when he first met her, thinking she was silly and foolish. Song Nanzhu didn't believe it. She practiced her shooting skills diligently every day and kept trying to get close to Jiangjun. When he had his meals, she would carry his plate and sit not far away. When he slept, she would guard by the door when no one was around him. She would move closer to help him with the wheelchair when Jiangjun struggled to push the wheelchair up a slope. She thought an opportunity had come and rushed over to help. Unexpectedly, Jiangjun leaned to the side and the wheelchair tipped over, sending him crashing to the ground along with it. Song Nanzhu was stunned, her hands frozen in the air. She couldn't understand why Jiangjun hated her so much, even willing to fall rather than let her help. Tears streamed down her face as Jiang Jun shouted loudly, his voice echoing. What's meant to be will always be. And what's not cannot be forced no matter how hard you try. A person I don't like at first glance will never be liked by me in this lifetime. If you have any sense, you should just get lost and never appear before me again. Song Nanzhu felt incredibly ashamed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After that, she truly never appeared in front of Jiang Jun again. Feeling that sharp gaze on her face, Song Nanzhu quickly lowered her head. Jiang Jun's disdain for her was something he had known in his previous life. A person he didn't like at first sight would never be liked in this lifetime either. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, determined not to approach Jiang Jun again in this life. He, Jiang Baibu, naturally had his preferences for people. Song Nanzhu knew long ago that there was no point in forcing herself. Her shooting skills were more than enough for self-defense, and she didn't seek to be his closed-door disciple. She lowered her head. Today, she had only come to test the waters. Now her hands were sore. Song Nanzhu took off her protective gear and turned to walk out. Just as she reached the door, a large crowd surged in, nearly knocking her over. She heard a girl's excited voice. Hurry. I heard Jiang Jun. Jiang Baibu is at the shooting range. Another voice questioned. Isn't he retired due to injury? Has he been invited to the camp? A voice retorted. What do you know? That's Jiang Jun. Being invited is not surprising. Besides, he's a sharpshooter. Who says he can't shoot just because he's in a wheelchair? Song Nanzhu struggled against the tide of people, trying to squeeze towards the exit. Just as she reached the door, she heard someone say, Hey, have you heard? Jiang Jun is going to select disciples for the big competition in a few days. Although the shooting instructors in the camp are excellent, it's Jiang Jun. Who wouldn't he want to be chosen? Song Nanzhu paused for a moment and then walked outside without hesitation. Jiang Jun was sitting in his wheelchair while the instructor was bending down to introduce the current situation of the training camp to him. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of a girl shooting. She was looking ahead with a determined gaze, her hands steady on the gun, her stance standard, and her technique so skilled it was hard to believe she was just a teenager. Jiang Jun couldn't help but show a look of approval and turned to the instructor, saying, Your shooting commander here is quite good. I might be out of job. The instructor's face instantly paled. Who didn't know Jiang Jun in the shooting world? He turned to see the girl's performance and was slightly surprised. At a distance of 100 meters, scoring 0.5 was quite a good result. Chapter 23. The Competition. He squinted slightly, trying to see the girl more clearly, but she only lingered in her seat for a moment before turning to leave. Just as he wanted to chase after her to see who she was, that glimpse of hair disappeared into the crowd. Jiang Jun asked, Which department is she from? The instructor broke out in a cold sweat, his fingers trembling slightly on the wheelchair's handle. She seems to be here for the first time. Jiang Jun's expression darkened immediately. The instructor, unaware, began to sweat profusely. In a moment of panic, he stammered, In a few days, there will be a training camp competition. New members from the beast taming department, mecha department, and others must participate. We'll be able to find this girl and see her abilities then. Seeing Jiang Jun's expression soften slightly, the instructor finally sighed in relief. As she rushed into the building, Song Nanzhu caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. She blinked, confirming it wasn't a mistake, then tiptoed and quietly sneaked behind the person, tapping the girl on the shoulder. Hey! The girl jumped in surprise, turning around but finding no one there. Song Nanzhu moved to the front, leaning forward. What are you doing here, so late at night? The girl quietly looked at the tall wall and said, I'm thinking about the outside world. She turned her head, her eyes clear. Nanzhu, aren't you curious about what the outside world has become? And what's beyond this high wall? Song Nanzhu thought to herself, You've asked the right person. She turned around, looking up at the high wall, and said, Beyond the high wall is a tragic world. She continued, A few kilometers away from us is the beast taming arena, which is the territory of the beast taming department. And it's south the only place in the underground city where animals can still be seen. Song Nanzhu held back some words, knowing that just a few kilometers beyond the beast taming arena was an unknown human experimentation lab, where they would sacrifice before becoming undercover agents. They would then be sent to the lab for genetic modification, turning living people into animals. Surrounding the beast taming arena and the lab were vast burial grounds. There were no plants underground, and the soil was especially precious. To maintain basic survival, humans were urgently developing edible things. Corpses served as natural fertilizers. In the heaps of bodies, large areas of plants grew densely, becoming an important food source for them and the survivors of the underground city. What would happen if we escaped? The girl suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Song Nanzhu felt someone tugging at her clothes from behind. She waved her hand, saying, "Don't pull me during such a sad moment, Xiaoyang." Xiaoyang shook her head. "I'm not pulling you." After they exchanged that line, they locked eyes and instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Just as they were about to flee the scene, a small sound echoed in the air. Song Nanzhu crossed her arms, helplessly saying, "Xiao Mo, you're up to no good again." Xiao Mo rolled out of thin air with a smile, saying, "Not at all. I was just playing a game of whoever speaks is a little dog with you. I used to play this game with my sister all the time." Song Nanzhu rushed over to tickle him, and Xiao Mo laughed, rolling on the ground. The three of them laughed together until their electronic watches synchronized and beeped. Song Nanzhu turned her head to see Xiaoyang's face pale and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you run too fast just now?" Xiaoyang waved her hand. "No, it's fine. Maybe I just got scared by Xiao Mo." Just as Song Nanzhu was about to say something, the dormitory's broadcast suddenly sounded, and everyone in the dorm perked up their ears. The division leader's song cleared his throat, and a steady voice came through the broadcast. "Dear members of the training camp's ability department, hello. The training camp competition is about to begin, and here are the competition rules." Several people opened their electronic watches, and Song Nanzhu showed hesitation before clicking on the ability competition option. With very limited sleep time, after preparing everything, even the usually lively Lin Gigi obediently lay down in bed. Song Nanzhu recalled the fiery red maple leaves, and Lin Feng's face seemed to appear in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, the bell had already rung. Song Nanzhu had slept soundly until dawn. Feeling comfortable but emotionally downcast, she hadn't seen anything in her dreams last night. Zhou Qian pulled at the sleeve of a mecha master and said sweetly, "Senior brother, is Senior Chu Nung receiving guests today? I have some questions I want to ask him." Song Nanzhu found it amusing, thinking that if one is going to make excuses, at least choose a more credible one. However, the mecha master was quite taken with this approach and, with an intentional yet casual gesture, rubbed Zhou Qian's waist and said, "If Senior Chu Nung isn't receiving guests, you can ask me instead." Zhou Qian blushed and lowered her head. Both Song Nanzhu and Xiaoyang felt goosebumps rise on their skin and hurriedly ran away to avoid seeing more horrifying scenes. She thought, Lin Feng on the ground must be rolling in the snow by now. Without her, would he have new family members? In the end, Xiaoyang couldn't pretend to have abilities, saying, "Anyway, it will all be discovered later. Dying early or late is the same." Thus, she predictably ended up on the electric chair. Song Nanzhu couldn't persuade her and didn't have the heart to watch, just standing quietly outside the crowd with her head down. Chapter 24. Disguised every time Xiaoyang dragged herself through the crowd towards her, she barely managed to show a smile, jokingly saying, "Oh no, Nanzhu has failed again. Do you think my ability is just not having any abilities?" Song Nanzhu felt heartbroken as she took Xiaoyang's hand without saying a word. She still secretly slipped away to meet the awakened ones behind the canteen during mealtimes. By now, the awakened ones were already quite powerful, their autonomous consciousness allowing them to fight independently without the control of a mecha master's chip. Each night, Song Nanzhu lay in bed, whispering to herself, dreaming with hope. But she never saw Lin Feng again. Many new faces had appeared in the training camp. Despite just reporting in, everyone was still required to participate in the competition. Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Isn't this too cruel? Isn't there a death risk in a competition? We thought it was outrageous enough that we, who just arrived not long ago, were required to compete, but now even the newcomers are required to participate. Isn't this clearly sending them to their deaths?" Someone sighed and picked up the conversation. "Did you not notice? The training camp doesn't raise useless people. The competition adopts an elimination system. So even if you don't die, if your score is low, you will be expelled from the camp. Even if you manage to escape this time. The training camp competition is held every few months. Sigh, how can one escape this? They were clearly in a hurry to select talents who could go to the battlefield. The rest were merely sacrifices for the great cause of humanity. With the competition approaching, members of the beast taming department also entered the training camp base. While walking, they occasionally encountered members of the beast taming department walking animals. Today, Song Nanzhu came to the canteen alone again, one hand holding her plate and the other carrying a takeout box, searching for a vacant seat in the crowd. Just as she spotted an empty spot and was about to sit down, she saw a person in a wheelchair being pushed, seemingly also looking for a place. Song Nanzhu slammed on the brakes and sidestepped, having had enough of being bullied in her life. She didn't want to offend Jiangjun again. As she turned her head, she bumped into a hard chest. The sight of a white shirt was blinding, and Song Nanzhu thought to herself, it's bad news. There's another big shot in front of her, and this one is even worse than Jiangjun. She looked up at the man blocking her path with one hand against the wall, tried to turn away, but he matched her movements, blocking her path wherever she tried to go. With no choice, Song Nanzhu looked up and said, Uncle Neza, I'm very sorry for bumping into you last time in the mecha department. I hope you can forgive me, a small member of the ability department. After saying this, she turned to leave. This Uncle Neza finally spoke. I heard that you signed up for the competition in the form of an armed mecha battle. As a little ghost from the ability department, where did you get an armed mecha? If you're forced to withdraw, you will be disqualified with a score of 0 and will definitely be expelled from the camp. Song Nanzhu's heart stirred. Indeed, she had clearly entered the ability competition in the system, but they had forced her to change it to a mecha battle. Those people really didn't let her down. However, Song Nanzhu didn't intend to share this with the man in front of her. She pouted and said, if I get expelled, then so be it. It's not like there's any meaning in being here anyway. Hey, you really don't know what the consequences of being expelled are, right? Let me tell you. Song Nanzhu seized the opportunity and stepped on his exquisite leather boot. He grimaced in pain, jumping up and covering his toes. What kind of person are you? Song Nanzhu couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and quickly slipped into the crowd. She thought to herself, what a string of bad luck today. Little did she know, even worse luck awaited her. Following the crowd upstairs, just as she was about to find a seat, she turned around and unexpectedly bumped into someone. Ouch! The person yelled, falling to the ground, spilling soup all over the floor. Song Nanzhu hurriedly set down her things and reached out a hand to that person. Are you okay? To her surprise, the person looked up and, upon seeing Song Nanzhu, recoiled as if they had seen a ghost. Song Nanzhu was momentarily stunned and stepped closer, asking again, are you okay? The person looked a bit strange, continually keeping their head down, flustered as they said, no, nothing's wrong. You should hurry and leave. I really have nothing wrong. Seeing the person's strong resistance, Song Nanzhu didn't know what to say, and having lost her appetite, she picked up the food for Xiaoyang and left the canteen through the back door, walking down a small path. Song Nanzhu set down her things and entered the room with the awakened ones. She said, the new batch of students will also participate in the competition. As long as we match with new members in the first round, our chances of winning will be much higher. At that moment, a panicked face suddenly flashed in Song Nanzhu's mind, and she asked, do you think the current technology developed by the Animal Alliance is enough to help animals disguise themselves as humans? The awakened one quickly picked up on the key phrase from her lips and looked up sharply. Why do you ask? Song Nanzhu shook her head. It's nothing. I just met someone strange at noon today. Some of their behaviors and actions didn't seem like those of a normal human. Song Nanzhu had dealt with animals for too long in her past life. She understood very well that when animals first transformed into humans, they actually found it hard to completely change their original habits and would reveal them in certain unintentional moments. Just now, I accidentally bumped into him. When he fell to the ground, he landed on his butt with his legs bent and his hands straight on the ground in front of him, just like the awakened one picked up the conversation, just like a canine animal sitting on the ground. Song Nanzhu quickly said, yes, exactly like that. The awakened one asked, do you have any other clues? This left Song Nanzhu in a dilemma. She had walked away too quickly to even see the person's face, let alone which department they were from, and besides, it was all speculation with no solid evidence. With the competition approaching, there was much to prepare, and after discussing a few things with the awakened one, Song Nanzhu quickly forgot about this matter. Chapter 25. Mecha Competition. The first stop of the competition was held on the stone arena in the central training ground of the Mecha Department and Ability Department, surrounded by layers of spectators. In front of the arena, under the large clock, sat a row of people. Song Nanzhu looked over and recognized several familiar faces, her gaze falling on the person in the center. The man had a square face, his expression extremely serious, with a long, fresh scar extending from under his eye into his hair. The scar looked like it had just shed its skin, revealing a layer of raw flesh. He had a thick head of black hair, and his eyes were fixed ahead, full of intensity. This was the first time she had seen Commander Zhang since her rebirth. Unlike Commander Song, he was a true frontline commander with real power and a leading figure of the pro-war faction. Next to Commander Zhang was the retired Commander Song, who wore a kind smile, with the passage of time leaving clear wrinkles on his face. Yet his heroic demeanor remained unchanged. Song Nanzhu and Little Sheep mingled in the crowd, listening to Commander Zhang as he stood up to speak. A thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Commander Zhang stood up, cleared his throat, and spoke with strong conviction. Fellow compatriots, the front line is still fiercely battling, and you are the most important auxiliary troops on the front line. Carnivorous beasts are tearing apart our loved ones and plundering our homes. This is a war of races, and we must rise up to resist. Well said. The crowd erupted with angry shouts. Commander Zhang pointed to the scar on his face and roared. Animals can tear apart human flesh, but they cannot destroy human civilization. The winner of the competition will join the first reserve and become a warrior of humanity. In this war of races, there is no right or wrong, only life and death. Song Nanzhu silently lowered her head, not noticing a pair of eyes nearby, quietly observing her. After a long while, the crowd quieted down, and the long-awaited competition finally began. A mechanical female voice came from the broadcast. Hello, all training camp members. The first group drawing participants, ability competitor Lin Feng versus ability competitor Wang Gang. Please note, this is the initial round of the competition, and all members must strictly adhere to the competition rules, only striking to the point. Lin Feng stepped onto the stage without hesitation, while her opponent hesitated for a long time before finally awkwardly stepping onto the stage. Someone in the crowd commented, "Isn't that Lin Feng, the daughter of Lieutenant Lin? If she wins, her family won't be mistreated in the residential area, right? What are you talking about? I heard Lin Feng has a powerful offensive ability. Look at Wang Gang. He doesn't seem very capable. Who knows who will win?" As soon as the robot announced, "The competition begins," Lin Feng revealed a confident smile. She leaned slightly forward and instantly vanished from sight, then appeared behind Wang Gang, swiftly lifting her leg to knock him down. Wang Gang looked visibly anxious, only retreating and blocking against Lin Feng's attacks. The crowd murmured in disappointment. Suddenly, Lin Feng feigned a move, and Wang Gang instinctively dodged. By the time he reacted, Lin Feng's fist had already struck his face. The sound was like an explosion. The energy emitted staggering Lin Feng, who stumbled back 3 steps. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Wang Gang, having just won a move, blushed in embarrassment. Little Sheep laughed. "No wonder. I said Wang Gang isn't without abilities. Why hasn't he used his ability? It turns out his ability is a loud voice, so he's too shy to use it. Some abilities are indeed peculiar, and not all are suitable for direct combat." Lin Feng, enraged by the crowd's cheers, launched a fiercer attack. Wang Gang, lacking speed and strength, relying only on the fighting techniques he learned and his loud voice, quickly fell behind. Song Nanzhu stood far away at the side of the stage, feeling quite bored. Little Sheep happened to encounter a newcomer, and the two stared at each other for a long time, barely exchanging a little bit of meaning. In the end, Little Sheep managed to win with a score just 1 point higher. She was overjoyed, bouncing around next to Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu yawned, feeling increasingly sleepy. She waved her hand, pointing in the direction of the dormitory building. During the competition, there are no curfews in the dormitory, and the schedules of each department have been unified. Why don't we go sleep in the dorm? As the two slowly walked to the dormitory building, an electronic watch suddenly sounded a notification. "Dear Ability Department members, your mecha competition is about to begin. Please quickly proceed to the competition venue. Your opponent is already in position." Song Nanzhu looked at the dormitory building, yawned again, and helplessly headed towards the stage. Before she even reached the stage, she heard people discussing, "Isn't this Song Nanzhu a member of the ability department? How did she sign up for the mecha competition? Isn't that practically looking for death? She plans to go empty-handed? Isn't that too confident? Thinking mecha masters are just for show?" A female mecha master said somewhat unhappily, "Hey, stop talking. Who's that coming? Is that her mecha?" Zhou Qian stood next to Lin Gigi, blowing a kiss towards the distant mecha master, then turned her face fierce. Did she say she knows Brother Chunung? Didn't she say she could pilot a mecha? Let's see what she does now. That damned little bitch. Daring to let a snake bite her. The crowd slowly parted to make way, their attention first focused on this reckless girl from the ability department, then drawn to a small object beside her. It looked round and had a pedal at the bottom, with a lid on top, only as tall as the girl's calf. Seemingly easy to kick over. Is that a small trash can? Lin Gigi's eyes widened, and her joy was about to overflow. This person really didn't know how to die, actually dared to bring a trash can to compete. As Song Nanzhu stood before the stage, the mechanical female voice sounded again, Mecha competition, ability department Song Nanzhu versus Mecha department's Chunung. Please participants quickly take their positions. Before the voice faded, the crowd erupted like a sea that had been hit by a torpedo, exploding in excitement. I was wondering who was so unlucky to face Brother Chunung. Turns out it's this reckless girl from the ability department. Chapter 26. Twist. Oh my god. I can't even imagine. It was already a cross-attribute competition. And now she even runs into Brother Chunung. How embarrassing will it be to lose? Zhou Qian and Lin Gigi's faces practically blossomed with smiles. They never expected this situation to be like a divine intervention. Now, even if Song Nanzhu didn't withdraw from the competition, she would still end up with a low score and be eliminated in the first round. Song Nanzhu secretly cursed her luck. She thought to herself, I originally wanted to find an opportunity to get to know Chunung to avoid being embarrassed too badly, but now it's even worse. Not just embarrassing, but in front of a large crowd, making her face sting. Song Nanzhu rarely thought, Amitabha Buddha, please bless me, as she stepped onto the stage. The other side was slow to arrive until a few minutes before the match began, when a tall robot hurriedly appeared on the stage. Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, Doll number 1. It's Brother Chunung's doll number 1. This rumored doll number 1 was almost 3 meters tall, and Song Nanzhu barely reached his calf, especially next to her even smaller trash can, making her look like a little girl holding her toy. Doll number 1 had no one behind it. Someone said, Looks like Brother Chunung wants to control it remotely. He doesn't want to come at all. Another person chimed in. A little kid from the ability department thinks she is worthy of Brother Chunung coming in person. Zhou Qian's smug grin stretched from ear to ear. I knew she was bragging. Brother Chunung doesn't even know her. He can't even be bothered to show up. Amidst the sea of voices, the little girl standing on the stage remained completely unfazed, calmly saying, I'm ready. The mechanical female voice echoed in the air. The match begins. As everyone was eager to see how this little girl would operate, they saw her retreat to one side, muttering something. Dealer number 1 looked at the small, short winter melon in front of him and reached out a hand, intending to lift it up. However, he saw that the small trash can also extend a thin, long hand with only 2 fingers, which pinched Dior's outstretched hand. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out as the small trash can quickly assembled and transformed. Countless parts flying up and being inserted into different positions. Dior's hand was restrained, and numerous mechanical hands were raised. The fist of the mech came down with great force, accompanied by a gust of wind. The Awakener swiftly dodged to the side, completing the transformation while retreating. The audience below stared in disbelief. No one expected that the small girl with the trash can could actually evade Dior's strike. Dior jumped into the air, delivering a horizontal kick. But the Awakener had already anticipated this, swiftly avoiding it. Then, astonishingly, she turned in midair and struck Dior in the back. With a bang, Dior was knocked back, crashing hard against the stone pillar of the arena. He had predicted her prediction. This was the magic of autonomous consciousness. Song Nanzhu appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was racing. She had never seen the prowess of an Awakener in her previous life. But now it seemed that it could indeed be called the greatest work of wish fulfillment. How incredible! Just look at the score. Is Dior #1 going to lose? Zhou Qian's face turned pale, and she shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking? How could Brother Chuneng lose?" Everyone's eyes were glued to the arena, where the seemingly frail girl stood on the mech operator's platform, looking calm. On the other operator's platform, there was no one. Chuneng hadn't shown up at all. The bell rang 3 times. A mechanical female voice announced, "The match is over. Song Nanzhu wins. All members should remain humble and continue to work hard." Zhou Qian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She collapsed to the ground, her gaze blank. How is that possible? Brother Chuneng could never lose. Impossible. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, the scores are being announced." The large screen floating above the arena displayed the scores. What a pity. Brother Chuneng lost by just 1 point, just 1 point. He must be unwell today. Look, he didn't even show up. How could a mere little awakener? The female mech operator who had just spoken interrupted. Zhou Qian and Lin Jiji exchanged glances, and Lin Jiji's face turned ashen. Why? Song Nanzhu is clearly just a little mech operator. How could she beat Chuneng? Zhou Qian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and excitedly tugged at Lin Jiji's sleeve. "Do you remember?" Song Nanzhu clearly said back then that this trash can was a casual gift from Brother Chuneng. But now look, the trash can that Brother Chuneng gave her actually defeated him. Exactly. Whether Song Nanzhu really knows Chuneng is still questionable. How could she use a trash can he gave her to defeat him? She must be lying. The light of hope gradually appeared in Lin Jiji's eyes. Her mind was racing, and she couldn't think too much, fearing that if she waited too long, the crowd would disperse, and no one would know Song Nanzhu's true nature. She stumbled her way across the arena, heading straight for the viewing platform where Commander Zhang and his group were seated. Lin Jiji deliberately raised her voice. "Commander, I want to report." Commander Zhang raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Seeing the expression on Commander Zhang's face, Lin Jiji suddenly felt a surge of confidence and shouted. Everyone's chattering stopped abruptly and then erupted again. How is this possible? It turns out Chuneng defeated himself. Isn't that ridiculous? I said. A mere little awakener could never defeat Chuneng. It turns out this mech isn't hers. Once this was said, it became serious. Commander Song's brows furrowed instantly. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Commander Zhang. In that case, let us invite Chuneng over. While the crowd was discussing, they saw the little girl still standing at the control panel, her face showing no expression, even not a hint of panic. Someone in the crowd echoed, "Yeah, who knows how she got that mech?" Commander Song waved her hand, signaling the rowdy people to quiet down, looking at Song Nanzhu with a smile, and asked Nanzhu, "Do you have anything to say?" Lin Jiji and Zhou Qian exchanged glances, their eyes on Song Nanzhu filled with determination. "Let us see how you escape this time." It seemed like a long time passed before the girl at the control panel finally spoke. "This mech indeed wasn't given to me by Chuneng, but I personally taught her how to make it." A voice suddenly came from somewhere in the air. Song Nanzhu was startled. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Someone pointed to the sky. "Look, it's Chuneng, Chuneng's flying machine." Chapter 27, Specializing in Trash Cans. Song Nanzhu's heart raced. She looked up to see a strangely shaped mech hovering in the air, with 4 hovering wheels spinning rapidly beneath it, looking far more like a small helicopter. After a while, the small helicopter descended amidst the crowd's attention. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, only to see a pair of leather shoes stepping into her line of sight. The shoes were oddly familiar, and there was even half a footprint on them. Not willing to give up, Song Nanzhu gradually raised her gaze, spotting the white shirt she referred to as scholarly rogue and a fair neck emerging from it. Song Nanzhu's gaze traced along his sharp jawline, but she didn't dare look up, only staring at the small stains on the tips of the shoes. He gazed at the little girl's hair with a smile, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Little brat, it's been so long. Do you have nothing to say to me?" Song Nanzhu wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It turned out this guy was Chuneng. She thought to herself, not needing to follow the mech department schedule. She could travel freely. She should have realized that this person's identity was definitely not simple. However, he was so shameless that she didn't think much of it. Song Nanzhu's head drooped lower, almost in a whimpering tone. "Master, Your disciple didn't recognize Mount Tai. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Chuneng raised an eyebrow, thinking this girl is quite adaptable. Zhou Qian and Lin Jiji were almost in shock. The audience below was silent, just watching them whisper to each other for half a minute, as if a thunderclap had struck the crowd. Are you stupid? Do you see how those two are behaving? They look like strangers? Zhou Qian's face turned pale. She cautiously tugged at Lin Jiji's sleeve. Lin Jiji shook her off, her eyes wide, and said angrily, "What kind of ridiculous idea did you come up with? Now, not only can we not deal with Song Nanzhu, but we've also offended Chuneng. Now tell me, how should we wrap this up?" Zhou Qian slumped helplessly to the ground. She never expected that Chuneng would actually know Song Nanzhu, and they seemed quite familiar. Watching the two of them so close together, Zhou Qian's eyes nearly spat fire, and she clenched her fists. Song Nanzhu thought if looks could kill, she would be pierced by 1,000 arrows right now. Finally, Chuneng turned around, shifting his gaze away, and spoke to the leaders on the platform, Commander Zhang. "She is indeed my disciple. I noticed she has a talent for studying mechs, so I casually taught her a bit. This time, I wanted to see how her mech turned out." He seemed to let out a difficult sigh. Teaching a disciple can star the master. Upon seeing Chuneng arrive, Commander Zhang's wrinkled face instantly broke into a smile. "Ah, Xiao Chu, I could tell this little girl had quite your style while operating. Now I see. She's indeed taught by you. Such a dual talent. We must nurture her well." Song Nanzhu was speechless. "You weren't saying that just now. But some people—" Chuneng made a show of hesitating to speak, clearly ignorant yet pretentious. Lin Jiji's face turned pale instantly. This ridiculous idea was suggested by Zhou Qian. But this sentence was spoken by her, Lin Jiji. "Forget it." Song Nanzhu tugged at Chuneng's clothing corner. She certainly wanted to deal with Lin Jiji. But the Chuneng in front of her was someone she couldn't quite handle. She didn't want to know him too much. Chuneng said to Lin Jiji on the ground, "I won't hold past matters against you, but don't appear in front of me again." Lin Jiji, who had been trying to stand up, heard this and collapsed again, her legs giving way. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ming Lui stepped in to ease the tension. "Long time no see, senior brother Chuneng. I wonder if you've had any new inventions to show us." Chuneng smiled faintly. "Recently, I've been working on a trash can." Ming Lui, Song Nanzhu. After saying this, he completely ignored the people standing around in a daze, turned around, and boarded the airship, waving at Song Nanzhu to signal her to get in. Under everyone's gaze, Song Nanzhu felt awkward but didn't want to refuse, so she turned and got into the airship. Zhou Qian's expression was as ugly as it could be. That remark seemed to be a warning to Lin Jiji, but it was clearly directed at her. It was all that wretched Song Nanzhu's fault. If it weren't for her, she might still have a chance to approach senior brother Chuneng. The airship gradually ascended, slowly leaving under everyone's watchful eyes. The space inside the airship was small, and the two were almost knee to knee, with warmth transmitted through the fabric. Song Nanzhu felt inexplicably irritable. Finally, she broke the silence and asked, "Where are we going now?" Song Nanzhu didn't refute. She had made a name for herself today. It wouldn't look good for an awakened to walk into the dormitory building with her, especially since if Chuneng's disciple didn't even have a place to park their mech, it would raise some doubts. After hesitating for a long time, she still said, "Why are you helping me?" Song Nanzhu hesitated for a moment, seemingly convinced by his words, and added, "But you clearly could have one just now in the arena." She understood the strength of the awakened, although powerful. They were essentially made from parts picked up from a junkyard, many of which were even outdated. Moreover, there were many program aspects that needed manual improvement. In the recent match, others might not have understood, but she knew that it was clearly Dual who had gone easy on him. The two faced each other, their noses almost touching. Song Nanzhu urgently backed away, but behind her was an impenetrable wall, leaving her no escape. Suddenly, Chuneng's eyes smiled, and he said, "So you really don't understand." "What?" Song Nanzhu retorted. Chuneng, however, closed his eyes and pretended to doze off, ignoring her no matter how she called. After a while, the airship landed, and the cabin door slowly opened. Song Nanzhu quickly escaped outside, followed closely by the awakened. Chuneng's studio was very large, but not empty. It was filled with all sorts of mechs, and even the walls were covered with mech blueprints. Chunung casually pointed to a small door in the studio. That's the studio arranged for you. You can put your mech there. The code is 0823. Seeing Song Nanzhu not moving, he smiled helplessly. Why are you sometimes smart and sometimes foolish? If I wanted to get my hands on your mech, no matter where you hid it, I would find it. Chunung's smile froze for a few seconds. The public calendar on the ground refers to the international calendar used during the human rule, but after humans lost their dominance. Animals on the ground unified under the Animal Alliance calendar, while the humans underground, due to the lack of sunlight, reverted to the underground calendar, which changed a day to 28 hours and has been promoted to all of humanity. Chapter 28. Secret Crossing. No one in the world uses the old calendar above ground anymore. A strange look flashed across Chunung's face, but he didn't dwell on the topic and simply asked, "Is your relationship with Ming Lu not good?" "Yes." Song Nanzhu picked up on his underlying meaning and said, "My relationship with Ming Lu is not good." She paused for a moment and added, "It's not just ordinary bad." This meaning was quite clear. Song Nanzhu was not on the side of Ming Lu Yi's main battle faction. Chunung sighed, waved his hand, and suddenly a small robot popped out, quickly running underneath Song Nanzhu and transforming into a small chair. Then, a slightly taller robot appeared and poured a cup of hot tea for both of them. Chunung took a sip of tea, feeling his blood warm up, and set down the cup, saying, "Are you on good terms with Commander Song?" Song Nanzhu clearly didn't expect him to ask so straightforwardly, and she almost choked on her drink. "Commander Song has shown me kindness, in this life and the last. The current situation in the military is not too." Of course, Song Nanzhu looked into Chunung's eyes. "I know. I'm not seeking to achieve great deeds or gain any good reputation. I just want the people I care about to be safe and sound." What a desire for safety. So she didn't care about which side to stand on or whether she was valued, because she was destined not to stay here for long. In her last life, her whereabouts were exposed, and her plans failed. This matter seemed to be just Ming Lu Yi's betrayal, but upon closer examination, it was clearly fraught with doubts. She needed to stop the human modification plan and must investigate the true reasons behind the failure. She had to know the real reason for the plan's failure. Not to mention that she was completely unfamiliar with Commander Zhang's faction. Jumping into the main battle faction before clarifying the relationship between Ming Lu Yi and Commander Song was obviously an unwise choice. Of course, she absolutely could not share the details with the person in front of her. Chunung remained silent for a while, then took another sip of tea and skillfully changed the subject. "Your mech is quite unique. How did you come up with it?" "I know this isn't yours, but you don't need to be so perfunctory with me." Song Nanzhu widened her eyes. She thought she was coordinating seamlessly with the Awakened. When the Awakened was knocked down, she fell too. When the Awakened was hit in the chest, she covered her chest and wailed. But she had still underestimated Chunung. Seeing she couldn't keep up the pretense, Song Nanzhu had to say, "A long time ago, I had a very good friend. She was very skilled at making mechs. The Awakened came from her hands. But later, she disappeared. I thought she might be in the mech camp, so I wanted to find her, but I couldn't find her and only found the Awakened." Upon hearing this, Chunung seemed interested. He sat up from his seat and excitedly asked, "Is there such a skilled mech master in the camp? How come I didn't know? What's her name?" Song Nanzhu thought that with Chunung's abilities, it would be best if he was willing to help. Finding someone would be a piece of cake. She said, "Su Yuan." Chunung shook his head. "I've never heard of her, but I don't know many people in the camp. However, we can definitely find her in the camp. I'll have someone look for her." There was a knock at the door, and Commander Zhang said, "Come in." Commander Zhang's expression was somewhat grim, but he still signaled Ming Lu Yi to continue speaking. Ming Lu Yi revealed a hesitant look on his face, and after a while, he said, "The news says that the higher-ups intend to temporarily ease tensions and seek peace." The teacup fell to the ground with a clatter. Commander Zhang had no expression on his face, but then he suddenly smiled slowly and turned to ask, "It seems that my good senior brother hasn't been very well behaved recently." Ming Lu Yi broke out in a cold sweat. "It's my subordinate's incompetence." Commander Zhang waved his hand. "Such matters, how can it be something you alone can stop? I really underestimated him." He suddenly asked, "That new girl around Song Qianzhong, what's her name?" Ming Lu Yi's heart sank. "Her name is Song Nanzhu, a name personally given by Commander Song." "Oh." Commander Zhang's lips curled into a sneer. Nanzhu, what a name that can't be easily recorded. My senior brother is still as stubborn as before. His voice suddenly turned cold. If I remember correctly, the second round of the competition is ground combat, right? Tell that hyena to eliminate her. Ming Lu Yi suddenly raised his head. Song Nanzhu is not yet Commander Song's person. She hasn't done anything yet. Just based on this, is it too hasty to eliminate her? Zhang Shizhong had no extra expression on his face, as if he was about to squash an ant. Whether it was done or not didn't matter. What mattered was to give my dear senior brother a warning, telling him not to act recklessly. Animals have killed so many people. How can we just talk about peace? I will go to the higher-ups and say, absolutely no peace talks. Ming Lu Yi, but that hyena, isn't it just trying to find its child? Tell it, after this is done, its child will be returned. Zhang Shizhong became a bit impatient. But what? Now Song Nanzhu has Chuning backing him up. If Chuning finds out, will he know? Zhang Shizhong said. I've known about Chuning since before the training camp was established. He is a genius mecha master who has no conflicts with the world. A neutral faction. I tried to get someone to persuade him before. Getting him to take a side is harder than climbing to the sky. Besides, ground combat is inherently dangerous. What's so surprising about a trainee being bitten to death? Chapter 29. Strange person Song Nanzhu obediently stayed in the dormitory for a few days, reporting to Chunang's studio on time every day. With Chunang's material support, the equipment for the awakened was skyrocketing. Today, Song Nanzhu still made double portions for breakfast, holding a cup of soy milk in one hand and another in her mouth, hurriedly rushing towards the mecha camp. In a moment of inattention, she seemed to bump into someone while hurrying. The soy milk in her hand was fine, but the one in her mouth spilled all over her face. Song Nanzhu reacted quickly, covering her eyes with one hand, avoiding becoming blind. In a daze, she vaguely saw a familiar figure in front of her, and a thought flashed in her mind. She quickly realized that this was the person she bumped into in the cafeteria that day. Now, she was able to clearly see the person's appearance. He looked like a man in his 30s, his shoulders hunched together, appearing a bit timid. Half of the soy milk had spilled on him, staining his pants a milky white. He was sitting on the ground, looking quite disheveled. Song Nanzhu quickly wiped her face and extended her clean hand towards the person sitting on the ground. Are you okay? The man did not refuse this time, hesitantly placing his hand on Song Nanzhu's hand and slowly standing up. That strange feeling rose in her heart again, and Song Nanzhu asked again, Are you okay? The man tightly pursed his lips and shook his head. Song Nanzhu looked down at her watch. Chuning's voice almost shattered her eardrums. Rebellious disciple. Where have you been? Do you want to starve me to death? Song Nanzhu rubbed her ears and muttered softly. Got it. What a troublesome person. Chuning, what did you just say? You rebellious disciple? Song Nanzhu quickly shut her mouth. Under the eaves, she had to bow her head. She was always able to bend and stretch, turning to say, Are you sure you're okay? Where'd he go? She turned around in place, but the person had long since disappeared without a trace. That strange feeling lingered in her heart. But since Chunung was shouting too fiercely, she had to hurry to the mecha camp with the remaining soy milk. Song Nanzhu was absent-minded all the way and stumbled as she entered the door. Chunung was sitting in a chair with his back to the door, fiddling with a small yellow object in his hands. As soon as he heard her enter, he quickly hid the object and shouted, What are you dawdling for? What have I asked you to do? As he turned around, he saw a little girl holding breakfast in one hand, with milky white stains on her face and even mud stains on her clothes, panting heavily. Chuning's face darkened instantly. He sprang up from his seat, his tone turning cold. Who bullied you? Or did Lin Gigi give you trouble? He quickly crossed over in 3 steps, grabbing Song Nanzhu's wrist with one hand, almost lifting her up to look. He muttered, What a waste. You can get hurt just buying breakfast. Hey! Song Nanzhu shook off his hand and shoved the soy milk into his hands. I'm fine. I bumped into a strange person. Chunung threw the soy milk into the trash can. What strange person? As long as you're fine. Song Nanzhu stared at the soy milk tightly, almost biting her teeth. My soy milk. Song Nanzhu took a deep breath, telling herself, Endure it, endure it. He is very capable and can't be provoked. Song Nanzhu set down her breakfast, wiped her face, finally sat down steadily, took a sip of tea, and said, Do you think, with the technology of the Animal Alliance now, Could they help animals disguise themselves as humans to infiltrate? Shuneng was taken aback for a moment, his expression becoming serious. This was undoubtedly a terrifying discovery. Currently, humans had already found ways to genetically modify animals to disguise as humans. Those animals with intelligence higher than humans on the ground have advantages that humans do not possess. Have they already put this into practice? Have animal undercover agents already infiltrated the underground city? Song Nanzhu did not dare to think further. Shuneng, young as he was, lived like a middle-aged man. The studio was filled with the aroma of tea all day. He brewed more tea and served it to the two, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, Shuneng put down his teacup. What is different? Song Nanzhu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then pushed her chair back and lay down on the ground, then did a strange roll and sat up. Shuneng instantly understood, and the smile that usually graced his face disappeared without a trace. Animals? Song Nanzhu nodded. This alone doesn't explain much. But when I bumped into him today, he became normal, or rather, more like a human. Song Nanzhu sighed. The evidence is too weak. It's all just my speculation. Maybe I'm just too sensitive. But Song Nanzhu knew in her heart that she had extensive experience in disguise in her previous life. She clearly understood what it meant that one's nature is hard to change. Animals that walk on two legs and those that walk on four have very obvious differences in living habits. Therefore, when they first start to disguise themselves, they need long-term hard training, clearly understanding the movements and attributes of animals. Only through prolonged practice and imitation can one change their living habits and movement patterns. Even after her genetic modification, she would still inadvertently expose human traits. Animals were no exception. Many animals, when they first awaken and transform into humans, still moved on all fours. This strange person was the same. When she first met him, Song Nanzhu's keen intuition noticed that his rolling movements from the ground looked too much like an animal. But today, she was shocked to find that this person had become too normal. If he were an ordinary person, why would he change his behavior habits in such a short time? There was only one possibility. He was in disguise. He was not human at all. This was not his behavior habit. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have noticed the movements of the person who was knocked down. But Song Nanzhu was far too familiar. Nearly half of her life in her previous life was spent imitating animal behavior. This was deeply ingrained in her bones and blood, and even though she lived again, it was hard to erase. Shuneng took another sip of tea. All right, I'll look into this person. Song Nanzhu nodded, and then heard Shuneng say, this matter cannot be rushed. He was able to come in, which means someone in the training camp is cooperating with him. Song Nanzhu felt her heart racing. She felt that after being here for so long, she had finally found a small breakthrough. Although it was not enough to glimpse the truth, it was much better than knowing nothing. Song Nanzhu exhaled a breath of turbid air and asked, what about the awakened? Shuneng pointed to the room. He's inside playing chess with himself. Song Nanzhu opened the door to her small studio and indeed saw a trash can squatting in front of a worn-out chessboard, with only 2 fingers holding a chess piece. Scratching his head in contemplation, Song Nanzhu smiled gently. The current awakened looked just like a little child. Chapter 30, Bell by the Way. Shuneng threw a yellow object at her. This is for you. Song Nanzhu reached out to catch it. Hearing Shuneng continue, the last round of the competition is in the safe zone on the ground. Although it's called a safe zone, it's actually just a forest that our army has cleaned up. I've checked it out for you in advance. Human communication devices won't work there. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. I didn't expect the Animal Alliance to move so quickly. The electronic watches can't communicate there, so take this with you. Song Nanzhu looked at the small device in her hand and asked, what is this? Shuneng's fair face suddenly flushed slightly. It's a little gadget I made while working on the mech. I've been eliminated and can't go with you, so keep it safe. He felt that his words sounded a bit off and awkwardly added, I mean, if you die there, your mech will belong to me. Song Nanzhu pouted and muttered, you're really dreaming. She checked the awakener again. All the parts were fine, and she asked Shuneng to modify it a bit more. Time passed quickly. When Song Nanzhu left the workshop, a day had almost gone by. Exhausted, she climbed up to the dormitory building, just wanted to push the door open and sleep soundly. Hey! A sudden voice startled Song Nanzhu, making her shoulders jump as if her soul almost left her body. At that moment, The little sheep heard the noise outside and opened the door, helplessly saying to the air, "Xiao Mo, you're being naughty again." "Oh, sister." Xiao Mo walked out from the air, tugging at the little sheep's sleeve and acting cute. "You're going to compete tomorrow, and I'm so bored staying here alone." Xiao Mo had bad luck and encountered a powerful ability user, the one who can take things from a distance, and unsurprisingly lost. He wasn't dumb, just too mischievous. He shook the little sheep's arm. "Sister, let me go with you. They can't see me anyway. I can sneak into the forest to play with you. How about it?" The little sheep frowned. "Not happening. You stay obediently in the training camp, and you can't go anywhere." Song Nanzhu suddenly felt something hard in her pocket, took it out, and placed it in Xiao Mo's hand. Xiao Mo looked curiously at the yellow bell in his hand, his eyes widening in curiosity. "Sister, what is this?" Song Nanzhu patted his head and said, "This is a little bell. When we're outside and can't contact you, if you ring this bell, your sister will hear it." She then took out a small ear stud from her pocket and handed it to the little sheep. "This is a little toy that Chu Nung researched when he was young. When you ring the bell, the person wearing the earphones will hear it." Saying this, Xiao Mo immediately shook the bell and said into it, "Sister, I miss you so much." After a long day of fatigue, Song Nanzhu finally smiled. "Little sheep, did you see that?" The little sheep seemed a bit dazed for a moment, and a few seconds later finally reacted. "Huh? But Nanzhu, what about you?" Song Nanzhu smiled and, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out another one from her pocket. "I asked Chu Nung for two." Then her expression turned regretful as she said, "The time was too tight. I didn't have time to improve it, so this little bell can only transmit one way. The person with the bell can't know the condition of the one wearing the earphones." The next morning, the two got up early, along with Lin Jiji, who had a grumpy face, and gathered at the training camp entrance. Song Nanzhu glanced around. There weren't many people. The first round of the competition had already eliminated those below the 1/3 score level. Now, only 1/3 of the training camp's 3 divisions were standing in the field. Of course, a small portion of people had given up on participating in the competition. After gathering, Captain Zhang and Captain Song boarded a small mech vehicle hovering above the ground, while Ming Lui organized everyone to cover their eyes and get on a large mech vehicle. After a while, the mech vehicle started up, shooting up into the air and slowly flying out of the training camp. When Song Nanzhu took off her headgear, she heard a wow from beside her. She knew they had arrived at a familiar old place. Before her was a large base, with large mechs walking around or floating robots. At the end of the barren road, there was a huge gray-black cylindrical building, and beside it, countless mech vehicles were circling in the sky, making a buzzing sound. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion of light waves from the top of the building, and something shot out along the emitted light waves, leaving the underground world. Song Nanzhu put her black headgear back on, losing her vision, but she could clearly hear her heart pounding fiercely. A strong light shone through the gaps in the black headgear, and she held the little sheep's hand, trembling uncontrollably. Song Nanzhu felt her body's center of gravity float up. With a whoosh, the door opened. Song Nanzhu slowly opened her eyes, shocked by the sight before her. The world was drenched in fiery red and gilded colors, with vibrant hues extending to the horizon. A gust of wind swept through the forest, and maple leaves fell like snowflakes. The wind carried a few fiery red maple leaves, enveloping her in the unique fragrance of the natural world. Unconsciously, Song Nanzhu walked out of the elevator chamber, gazing at the sky full of maple leaves, her mouth agape, unable to say a word. Chapter 31. Maple Leaf Forest. Nanzhu? What's wrong? The little sheep asked with some concern. It's nothing. Song Nanzhu wiped her face. I've just never seen such a large maple forest. They were now in the back of the safe zone, in a recently cleaned maple forest. The camp was small, and it looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time, with the ground covered in fiery red maple leaves, resembling a burning carpet. When Song Nanzhu stepped down, the leaves made a crisp, crunching sound, a natural sound she had only heard in dreams since leaving home. The camp had several fixed tents arranged, resembling small green hills on the carpet, swaying with the wind in the forest. Ming Lui counted the number of people. Since there weren't many, each was assigned a tent, with Song Nanzhu's and the little sheep's tents placed next to each other. Inside the tent, a thick layer of dust had settled. While cleaning, Song Nanzhu thought, Now, the training camp can't spare any personnel for training. It seems that the situation at the front is indeed tense. By the time they arranged everything, it was already getting dark. Ming Lui turned on the camp lights, gathered everyone, and explained the rules of the competition. Tomorrow's competition is your only chance for a short-term practical drill. Bring your own mechs and animals. Make good use of your abilities. And enter the jungle. There are a total of 10 prey released in the jungle. Whoever collects the most prey will take first place in the competition. The atmosphere in the camp suddenly became tense. What? The jungle is so dangerous. What if there are still animals that haven't been cleared out? Won't we be dead? Ming Lui didn't lift his head, his tone devoid of any emotion as he said, "Yes, there is certainly a risk of death in the jungle. Among the 10 prey released, there are also highly aggressive animals. However, the training camp never raises useless individuals. If you're afraid, you can withdraw from the competition at any time and all scores will be reset." All scores resetting meant that the competition countdown would inevitably lead to being expelled from the camp. At this moment, the crowd looked at each other and no one spoke. Ming Lui revealed a satisfied smile. "Since no one has any objections, let's rest early." Although the little sheep was puzzled, she still obediently nodded. Song Nanzhu walked slowly to the tent entrance, where a faint light was shining inside, even though she had turned off the lights before going out. Song Nanzhu stood at the tent entrance, saying not a word. After an unknown amount of time, a voice finally came from inside the tent, filled with helplessness. "I really give up on you. You won, okay? Hurry up and come in." Only then did Song Nanzhu lift the curtain and slip into the tent. Chu Nung was sprawled out in her sleeping bag, with his long legs folded together, squeezed into the small corner of the tent, looking quite cramped and uncomfortable. With her own spot taken, Song Nanzhu could only find a corner in the tent to crouch down. She had just sat down when she asked, "Weren't you not coming?" Chu Nung propped his head on one hand, tilted his body, and stared at her intently. "I'm one of the judges for this competition, here to see if the training camp members are preparing for the match properly. Is that not okay?" Song Nanzhu was too lazy to argue with him. All right. What can't Master Chu do?" After joking enough, Chu Nung changed his posture and said, "I just received news today that the situation at the front is not going well. The current thought from above is to temporarily make peace and give up the southeastern territory." "Make peace?" Song Nanzhu's pupils constricted. "Yes, once the notice came down from above." The command center's direction changed immediately. Right now, Commander Zhang must be like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. Seeing that Song Nanzhu remained silent, he continued, "The most important thing is, I found out about that person you mentioned last time. He is on the list of participants in the Beast Taming Department's competition." Song Nanzhu paused while pouring water, then quickly returned to normal. She handed the disposable cup in her hand to Chu Nung and said calmly, "Okay, I understand." Chu Nung looked disdainfully at the plastic cup. "I won't drink this water." Song Nanzhu snorted, "If you want to drink it, go ahead." She put down the cup and kicked Chu Nung's leg. "Move aside, I'm going to sleep." Chu Nung almost jumped up, exasperated. "I came all this way to tell you news, and you won't even make me a cup of tea, and now you want me to leave?" Seeing that he had no intention of getting up, she simply laid down on the ground, using a few maple leaves as a pillow, and was about to close her eyes. All right, I'm really a loss with you." Chu Nung reluctantly got up from the bed. Rebellious disciple. Really a rebellious disciple. Song Nanzhu heard the sound of the door curtain being pulled open by the wind, and then heard Chu Nung say, "Duo air, put that pest control here. With so many bugs, they might bite me to death." The corners of Song Nanzhu's mouth curled up slightly as she closed her eyes in peace, letting sleepiness envelop her. And gradually, she felt immersed in another world. When Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again, she was still inside the tent. Without hesitation, she flipped over and jumped up, heading straight for the door. The ground crunched with fallen leaves. The soil was soft, still retaining some warmth from the day. 1 tent, 2 tents, 3 tents. Song Nanzhu arrived at the last tent's entrance. Just as she was about to raise her hand to knock, she thought better of it and let it drop. Calm the mind, gather the energy. She lifted the curtain cautiously and poked her head in. The structure of the tent was exactly the same as hers, but the inside was neatly organized. Even the clothes were happily folded into squares. Song Nanzhu was somewhat surprised. She walked in. There was a small sleeping bag in the corner of the tent, slightly bulging. Song Nanzhu let out a big sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this trip wasn't in vain. She saw a man curled up in a ball, nestled in the sleeping bag, with only his heavy black-ringed eyes visible. As she approached, she noticed his brows knitted tightly, and even his eyelids were trembling slightly. After all, he was a man, yet he was curled up into a tiny ball. Suddenly, he let out a soft cry, accompanied by a violent shudder, his brows furrowing even tighter. This surprised Song Nanzhu. Hiss, looks like this kid had a nightmare. Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow, extended her fingers towards the man's tightly knitted brows, and, as she expected, she felt a tingling sensation starting from her fingertips. Before long, a pulling force caught hold of her hand, and she leaned forward in the direction of the force, instantly plunging into darkness. Success! Song Nanzhu secretly rejoiced. Chapter 32. Rainy night. She blinked, her eyes slowly adapting to the darkness. Soon, the sound of a child crying pierced her eardrums, but upon closer inspection, the cries sounded strange, seemingly mixed with the low growls of beasts. Song Nanzhu's senses gradually sharpened. The cries of the child and the sound of pouring rain occupied most of her attention. She took a few steps towards the crying, feeling the dampness underfoot very clearly. Mixed with some tree leaves, which were quite sharp, there was not a glimmer of light in the forest. She completely lost her sense of direction and could not find a place to hide, letting the rain pelt down on her. A thunderous roar echoed, and suddenly, lightning illuminated half the sky. Song Nanzhu immediately raised her eyes to see her surroundings. But upon looking up, she saw a bloodied human face. Her heart raced, and she covered her mouth tightly, nearly screaming. But she only saw a hand with half a glove wipe the rain off its face. Ugh, what bad luck! I couldn't find a single person, and I encountered such heavy rain, and that face just passed through me. Song Nanzhu suddenly realized that these people couldn't see her. She turned around and saw that the group had turned on their powerful flashlights, the beam shooting out and finally resting in front of the cave. One of the men said, "It's not entirely fruitless. We caught a female spotted hyena." Looking at what he was holding, it was indeed a spotted hyena. But upon closer inspection, it was only half of it, brutally cut off. The rain had long washed away the blood from the carcass. The hyena resembled a brown garbage bag, thrown at the cave entrance by a muscular man. The man wiped the blood from his hands, sighed in relief, then turned around to carefully probe into the cave with a gun. Song Nanzhu felt a tightness in her chest. Yes, now animals and humans were like water and fire, destined to fight to the death. But why hadn't she seen the male lead of this dream yet? Song Nanzhu thought, could he be a soldier? Just as she was about to move closer to see the soldiers' faces, she heard a furious roar. It was a human voice, or rather, the voice of a not fully awakened human. Song Nanzhu turned her head and saw a half-human, half-beast creature wailing over the corpse of the female spotted hyena, its tail still hanging low to the ground, revealing a spotted back that trembled in pain. Suddenly, he seemed to smell something and abruptly turn around. The thunder rolled, and another loud clap of thunder exploded, illuminating the man's face with lightning, revealing his fierce expression. Song Nanzhu was startled. It really was him. This was the first time she had seen this man looking so fierce and angry. Usually, he appeared timid and fearful in their eyes. Following the man's gaze, she saw that the soldier probing the cave had just emerged, holding a naked human child. The child's tiny head was topped with a pair of small ears, and a small tail hung limply beside its legs, crying desperately. The male spotted hyena was completely enraged. It roared and howled, arched its back, and charged recklessly at the soldier. Without the protection of fur, the branches of the jungle scratched bloody wounds on its flesh. It didn't care at all. Song Nanzhu watched this heart-stopping scene. Bang! The bullet was fired. The tranquilizer dart embedded directly into the hyena's left eye, but it didn't stop. It lunged forward and clamped down on the soldier's neck. Damn it, kill that beast. Not good. Spotted hyenas like to act in groups. Their pack must be coming. We need to retreat. Song Nanzhu glanced at the sky, feeling the rain hitting her less and less, her vision completely obscured, leaving only the sound of hurried footsteps and the hoarse cries of the child in the sack. Letting out a long breath, Song Nanzhu slowly sat up from the bed. She sorted through her thoughts and realized her guess was indeed correct. He was definitely not human. Just at the end of the dream, he clearly hadn't been captured. He should have been rescued instead. How could he appear again at the human base? She glanced at her watch. There were 3 hours left until the last round of the competition began. Nanzhu sighed in relief, leaning against the tent, feeling as if she had raced through the rainforest all night, utterly exhausted. After thinking for a moment, she crawled out the door. Early in the morning, a layer of fog rose in the forest, and clusters of maple trees slept beneath a thin veil. She couldn't help but lose herself in thought, her sleepiness completely gone. She moved a chair to sit by the tent, watching the sun rise layer by layer as the mist in the forest gradually dissipated. The number of people in the camp began to increase, with Nanzhu sitting motionless in the fallen leaves like a statue. After an unknown amount of time, a loud horn sounded, echoing through the entire mountain forest, startling the birds, which fled in a panic. Nanzhu waited for the little lamb to wake up, and they headed to the gathering place from last night, at which point she noticed that there were many more members of the beast taming department in the camp. Each person was leading an animal. Some were cheetahs, some were jackals, but all of them had iron muzzles on their mouths locked tightly, and some couldn't even lift their heads due to the weight of the muzzles. The little lamb, a bit frightened, hid behind Nanzhu and asked Nanzhu, "Why are there so many animals?" "Don't worry," Nanzhu reassured her, patting her hand. "They won't harm humans without a beast tamer's command." The little lamb then relaxed slightly and let go of her hand, standing in front. Everyone, having not seen the world outside for a long time, excitedly rushed out of the camp in their combat uniforms, gradually dispersing into the jungle. Nanzhu first said goodbye to the little lamb and did not rush into the forest. She stepped out of the camp's gate and found a very concealed rabbit hole not far away, which looked like it had just been cleared out and was well organized inside. She squeezed herself in with some effort, instructing the awakened to block the entrance. The awakened's mech turned a bright red maple color, completely blending into nature. The awakened stayed obediently at the entrance, seeming a bit puzzled. Even if that person attacks directly, I can resist. What are we doing? Chapter 33. Exposure. Nanzhu almost folded herself into a ball inside the hole. She stretched her neck to force herself to be a bit more comfortable and try to make a sound with difficulty. "You and I can think of the things that the people behind him can't?" She changed her position and continued, "If he does nothing, that's fine. But I'm afraid that once he decides to act, he won't let us leave alive. Everyone has weaknesses, but having weaknesses leads to constraints. Grasping his weakness and taking the initiative is the only way for me to gain the upper hand." He bypassed a small dirt slope covered in fallen leaves and paused in front of a little dirt hole overgrown with dead grass. The girl seemed to have lingered here for a long time. He once again sniffed the air, and the scent extended along the path behind the dirt slope, stretching further and further. He slowed his pace, and the only sound in the forest was the rustling of falling leaves. Suddenly, he felt something gently tap his shoulder. "Are you looking for me?" The girl's gentle voice appeared behind him. His pupils suddenly constricted, and in an instant, he felt all the blood in his body turn cold. How did she appear silently? He noticed any trace of her until she spoke. More terrifyingly, how did she know he was looking for her? The girl's words were like a devil's whisper in the night. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant he heard her voice, he turned sharply, and a bullet had already been fired from his handgun. "It's fine. I still have a chance to turn the tables." The girl's whispers echoed in his ears. But as he turned, he saw the girl standing dozens of meters away, a flicker of unease flashing through his heart. He heard the girl say, "Or are you looking for your dear treasure?" His body trembled. "No need to search. He has been crying, really disobedient. I'll just kill him." She leaned slightly forward, her 2 rows of pearly teeth clashing together, her tongue gently protruding 2 words, "Kill." The girl laughed, as if the one being killed was an unimportant old toy. The more he listened, the redder his eyes became. Fur began to uncontrollably sprout from his body, and a terrifying low growl erupted from his throat, sharp fangs piercing from his mouth. He let out a roar and leapt into the air, his clothes instantly ripping apart, revealing his thick fur and sharp claws. He had long lost his sanity. How could this be? His treasure, they were about to meet. Why had it turned out like this? His gaze was blood red as he lunged at the girl, his eyes fixated on her pale neck. He wanted to bite this detestable human to feel the pleasure of her neck breaking, to use her spurting human blood to honor his deceased wife and child. Almost. Just almost. His sharp teeth were about to pierce the girl's throat. The girl's smile was right in front of him. In an instant, the girl's smile flickered and vanished into thin air. However, what appeared before him was the cold eyes of a robot. He was stunned, and before he could react, he felt his breath catch, his feet lifted off the ground. The robot's massive hand easily grasped his throat, lifting him into the air. He was on the verge of bursting with rage. Clearly, there was nothing there. It was a digital holographic image. They had set him up. The robot's grip tightened, and he let out a hoarse roar in midair. Why? We have never harmed humans. Why? Are you trying to wipe us out? My son is only a few months old. Why? Song Nanzhu looked at him with some sadness. This was a disaster that led to human tragedy. Until humans and animals found a way to cease hostilities, the slaughter would be hard to stop. The immense will to survive ignited an uncontrollable power within him, and he managed to break free from the robot's grasp. Without hesitation, he lunged straight at the girl before him. It was all because of her. As long as she was dead, they would let his son go. Song Nanzhu saw the fierce hyena reflected in her eyes. She reacted quickly, dodging just as the hyena leaped into the air. At such close distance, the hyena's sharp fangs missed, but its claws grazed Song Nanzhu's skin. Song Nanzhu flipped in midair and landed steadily, feeling a tearing pain in her arm. The robot's reaction speed was much faster than ordinary living beings. In the instant he leaped, the awakened had already made a prediction. As the spotted hyena landed, they pressed down on its neck, slamming it hard into the ground, its face scraping against the earth. Facing the concerned look from him, Song Nanzhu shook her head, indicating she was fine. You humans are so despicable. You clearly said that as long as I obey, you would let us reunite. Yet you humans, his face was pressed against the ground, still unwilling to give in. Song Nanzhu ignored his curses and stepped forward. The stench from the hyena's mouth nearly sprayed onto her face, but her tone remained gentle. Who sent you? Where are the others? The hyena struggled to spit out a few words. Only me, there's no one else. Song Nanzhu exchanged a glance with the awakened. The hyena's eyes rolled slightly, and Song Nanzhu suddenly stopped, her gaze falling on its eyeball. The two eyes were moving differently. Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. Who installed the electronic eye for you? The awakened reached out with another hand, seemingly wanting to directly remove that eye. Song Nanzhu waved her hand. It's useless. They must be monitoring through the electronic eye. We have long been exposed before them. The others probably want to come today. The hyena neither denied nor spoke, just stared at her with its other eye. Song Nanzhu felt a lump in her throat, sighed, and quietly said, Your son is not dead. I was lying to you. Seeing his eyes flicker a few times, she had to add, I guarantee it in the name of humanity. That I seemed to suddenly fill with hopeful light, but the other eye flashed red. The awakened suddenly shouted, Not good. The hyena's body was thrown in an arc, and before it hit the ground, it was engulfed in flames mid-air. The awakener pounced almost instantly, and Song Nanzhu felt darkness envelop her as her body was surrounded by the cold mech. She heard a loud bang, and her heart skipped a beat, as if the ground beneath her shook 3 times. Gradually, she heard the sound of water dripping onto the mech. Song Nanzhu tried to push the awakener away, and the robot slightly relaxed its embrace, giving the little girl some space to move, but it did not fully let go. It asked, Are you sure? Song Nanzhu said nothing, only nodded gently. The awakener slowly released its grip, allowing the little girl to escape. The first thing Song Nanzhu smelled was a strong metallic scent of blood, and she said nothing, her face expressionless. Nearby, a few maple trees had been knocked down by the violent impact, their fiery red leaves stained with red blood and some already crushed organs. The whole world was surrounded by fire red. The father searching for his child that rainy night never saw his family in his dreams again, turning into a heavy rain that merged into this world. The awakener reached out its hand to the little girl on the ground, but Song Nanzhu shook her head. The awakener ignored her and directly picked up the pale-faced girl as if she were a chick, placing her on its shoulder. Song Nanzhu's expression was grim, but she managed to force a smile, saying, "Really, I don't know if you're the master or if I am." The awakener completely disregarded her words and rushed towards the camp. Chapter 34. Illusion. As soon as they entered the camp, they saw a familiar figure next to a giant robot. Chu Neng almost shouted questions and curses. "Where have you been? So much blood? Where are you hurt? Who did this?" He turned Song Nanzhu over and over. "Speak. What happened to your hand?" He saw 3 long marks on Song Nanzhu's shoulder, her clothes torn. The marks looking like they could rip her shoulder off. Chu Neng frowned. "I really feel like I'm raising a child. My little ancestor. Every time I see you, it's like you've been chased." Song Nanzhu finally said quietly, "He is dead." Chu Neng, what? Song Nanzhu continued, "That person didn't kill me. Those people over there must have been afraid he would leak something and silenced him." Chu Neng instantly understood, then said, "This isn't your fault. He was going to kill you. You should have thought about the consequences of failure long ago." Song Nanzhu said nothing, slowly walking past rows of tents, where the chair still sat at the entrance of her tent. She didn't care about the blood and organs on her body, just sat down on the chair. The awakener said nothing, quietly looking for a first aid kit in the camp, squatting beside her to bandage her wounds. Song Nanzhu remained silent throughout, as if she didn't feel any pain. At this time, the sun was blazing, and soon the blood on her body dried up, clumping together uncomfortably. Song Nanzhu stared blankly at the maple forest in front of her. "Have you ever seen dead people?" Song Nanzhu fell silent for a long time before asking, "Do you fear dead people?" After another long silence, she said, "I've seen many dead people before. I thought I wouldn't be afraid anymore." "Yeah, why should I be afraid?" Perhaps it wasn't the fear of the dead bodies. At the moment she heard the sound of explosions, a sense of confusion flooded her heart. Perhaps it was because she had been walking alone in the darkness for too long, thinking she was heading towards a clear goal. But in that instant, the meaning of her efforts seemed to vanish completely. The war between humans and animals was an ever-ticking clock. She thought she had saved many people, yet many others died because of her interference. She sat quietly for a long time. Until the afternoon, the sun had shifted, but Song Nanzhu remained sitting there, unmoving. Chu Neng appeared behind her at some point, changing from his usual impatience to gently remind her, "Half of the competition time has passed. Continuing to sit here means you won't score any points." Song Nanzhu finally reacted, moving her body. The blood on her was dried, and the sun had turned it into cracked clumps, which felt very uncomfortable. Seeing Song Nanzhu stand up, Chu Neng looked pleased and quickly pushed the dirty stuff into the bathroom. The sound of splashing water came, and about half an hour later, Song Nanzhu walked out of the bathroom, wiping her wet hair. She asked the awakener beside her, "What time is it?" Song Nanzhu let the wind in the forest carry away the droplets from her hair, stretching her arms out to feel the wind passing through her. "Let us go find little sheep." Song Nanzhu tidied her things again, ready to set off. Because of what happened in the morning, little sheep had acted independently for the entire morning, without powers or mechs. Song Nanzhu felt a bit worried. She went out with the awakener again, taking a new path in another direction. The forest was very quiet along the way, with no bird calls or squirrels jumping around. Only the sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. It was as if all traces of life in the forest had been erased. This forest had long been swept through, but little sheep alone surely wouldn't have gone too far. Song Nanzhu quickened her pace. Finally, deeper in the forest, she saw the injured Flower Arm. Flower Arm was leaning against a large rock, his right arm pressed against his left shoulder, blood staining his clothes, dripping from his fingertips onto the ground. His lips were pale, but his complexion looked relatively normal. He swallowed hard. "Just now I encountered little sheep. We ran into a mad cheetah here. Its attack was too strong. I wasn't careful, and my arm almost got torn off. Little sheep led the cheetah away to save me. You all need to find her." Song Nanzhu's breath caught, and she exchanged a glance with the awakener, who immediately scooped her up and placed her on its shoulder. Song Nanzhu wrapped her arms around its neck. "Ready." Her hands were slightly pained from the hard shell of the mech, and the nearby maple trees quickly retreated behind her as the awakener sprinted with her on its shoulder. After a long time, Song Nanzhu heard the sound of rushing water. She patted the awakener's shoulder, and it gradually came to a stop. Before them, the fiery red maple trees extended endlessly, And at the end of the maple forest was a magnificent waterfall that cut through the forest. The white water rushed down the cliff, violently crashing against the rocks, creating a deafening sound. In front of the waterfall, Song Nanzhu saw a small figure standing with its back to her, and she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. A yellow object lay in front of the figure, which faced the waterfall, splashes of bright red on its body. Song Nanzhu jumped down and ran towards that figure. She sprinted quickly and soon reached behind the person. "Hey, little sheep." The figure turned around, and Song Nanzhu's smile froze on her face. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng smiled gently. "What? Does my sister not want me to appear in your dreams?" Song Nanzhu frowned, suddenly feeling that everything in front of her was becoming unreal. The water crashed violently against the stone wall, then splashed like fireworks, scattering around. Song Nanzhu felt the droplets on her face were icy. But the smile of the person in front of her was fiery. Lin Feng stood before the waterfall, his youthful face speckled with droplets, seemingly a bit flushed. Song Nanzhu looked up. Above his sharp nose was a pair of deep, pool-like eyes that seemed to drown her. His voice was soft and gentle, like the mist floating in the air. "Sister." Lin Feng extended a hand. "Let us go." The boy's clear eyes seemed to captivate her. Song Nanzhu, almost unconsciously, slowly raised her hand. Their hands were about to intertwine. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu lightly laughed, but her eyes couldn't help but moisten. "What a pity, I can't go with you." Hearing this, the young man's expression suddenly changed. In an instant, the splashing water droplets from the waterfall seemed to freeze in the air. Suddenly, a wild wind howled, lifting countless maple leaves, and the fiery red spirits danced in the wind, swiftly gathering to form a small vortex. Lin Feng stood smiling in a world surrounded by maple leaves. Song Nanzhu suddenly realized that Lin Feng had become the haunting demon in her heart that she couldn't shake off. The vortex of maple leaves behind her gradually expanded, and countless leaves began to devour the young man little by little. His hand remained outstretched in the air, as a few leaves floated up and covered his pale fingers. The wind blew fiercely, making it difficult for Song Nanzhu to control her body. The young man said nothing, and they gazed at each other from afar. A tear was splashed on his Song Nanzhu's face, and she looked at the young man's red-rimmed eyes. At this moment, she let her gaze envelop him. Chapter 35. Betrayal. At the moment Lin Feng disappeared in the maple forest, the world changed drastically. Song Nanzhu felt darkness enveloping her. She desperately ran forward, the leaves under her feet rustling, but all she could see was darkness. Song Nanzhu dashed through the night, but gradually, the sounds beneath her feet faded away, and she felt herself sinking into a void. Song Nanzhu felt her feet slip, and a strong light shone down. She opened her eyes and finally felt the ground beneath her feet. Before her was a fiery red maple forest that felt somewhat familiar. Supporting herself on her knees, Song Nanzhu stood up and turned around. She frowned. Beneath her was actually the chair placed at the tent entrance. She spun around in place, her surprise deepening. This was exactly the spot in the camp where she had sat just that morning. The chair was knocked over by her sudden movement, making a loud clatter. However, the sun was already setting, and the daylight was no longer as bright. "What's going on?" Song Nanzhu then noticed that the awakened version of the small trash can was quietly lying under her feet, startled awake by the noise she made, looking at her with its glowing purple eyes in confusion. What are we doing here?" Song Nanzhu stammered. The awakened one frowned. "Huh? You forgot? We met the tattooed guy and then saw the little sheep." "I know." Song Nanzhu hurriedly interrupted. "What happened next? How do we end up here?" Their vision kept pushing forward. It seemed like they were not tired at all as they desperately advanced, crossing the entire maple forest and sitting directly on that chair. The entire set of movements was fluid, without the slightest hesitation. Song Nanzhu frowned. She seemed to have truly experienced it, but the unreal feeling lingered in her mind. The awakened one noticed her serious expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Nanzhu shook her head. "I feel something is off. I clearly saw Lin Feng in my dream. Why did it turn into this scene when I opened my eyes?" She turned to ask, "Where's Chunung?" A wave of immense unease surrounded her, but she didn't know which room Chunung was in, so she could only anxiously wander around the camp. After nearly turning the camp upside down, she finally bumped into Chunung, who was also looking for her behind a few rows of tents. Song Nanzhu, already unsteady on her feet, nearly lost her balance from the collision. Not having time to check her painful forehead, she grabbed Chunung. "Is there any way to detect if a person has superpowers?" "Right," he said immediately. "Do you remember the clever kid with dual abilities you mentioned last time?" Song Nanzhu, confused, replied yes. "Didn't he come this time?" She looked at Chunung's hesitant expression, and her bad premonition grew stronger. She cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" "He escaped," Chunung said succinctly. Song Nanzhu's heart sank. Chunung continued, "The training camp does not allow traitors to appear. On the day we left, he disappeared from the camp. His electronic watch is currently in a state of disconnection, and the training camp has issued a wanted notice in the system. If he is not found, they will likely use a gene tracker." Song Nanzhu felt her breath stop. The gene tracker is a biological tool implanted in the human body along with the gene seed. As the gene seed germinates and superpowers awaken, the gene tracker gradually hides deep within a body. Its function is very simple. The training camp absolutely will not cultivate a traitor. Once someone defects, the gene tracker will explode inside the body, causing the internal organs to rot and mutate, ultimately turning into a monster that is neither human nor beast. Song Nanzhu could never forget how terrifying the person she witnessed firsthand when the gene tracker activated had become. Neither human nor animal, growing fur and fangs. It still resembling a human, writhing in pain on the ground. "Impossible," Song Nanzhu silently muttered these 3 words. Although Mo had always longed for the free outside world, he would never abandon his sister to escape alone. After pondering for a moment, Song Nanzhu suddenly turned to the awakened one beside her and asked, "Where's the little sheep now?" Song Nanzhu nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for her here. I'm not going anywhere right now." The sun gradually set behind the mountains, and it became a bit chilly in the forest. Song Nanzhu stood at the entrance of the camp, looking into the distance. As the curfew time approached 9 o'clock, Song Nanzhu finally saw a familiar figure at the entrance. The little sheep walked into the camp with a tired expression. Song Nanzhu approached with concern, supporting the little sheep's wobbling body and asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" Her lips moved, but in the end, she didn't say a word. The little sheep took a sip from the water cup, and her poor complexion eased slightly as she asked, "Nanzhu, what's wrong?" Song Nanzhu paused for a moment and said, Mo is missing." The little sheep's pupils suddenly dilated, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "What are you talking about? Isn't he in the training camp? How could he be missing?" Chapter 36. Setting a trap, the little sheep stood up, leaning on the chair, her hands trembling as she grabbed Song Nanzhu's, her voice cracking. "What should we do, Nanzhu? Is he really missing? What should we do?" Song Nanzhu looked at her anxious face, almost crying, and comforted her by patting her back. It's okay. Chunung will definitely have a way." The little sheep tightened her grip on her hand. "Please, Nanzhu, help me," asked Chunung. "He is so capable. He must have a solution." Song Nanzhu softly said, "Don't worry. I'll find Chunung and we can ask him. By the way, did you receive any messages from the little bell I gave Mo last time?" The little sheep was taken aback, then took out the small communicator from her pocket, crying, "No, it hasn't responded at all. Is it because I didn't put on my ear? It's all my fault. It's okay." A male voice interjected. Song Nanzhu joyfully grabbed the little sheep's hand. "See, I told you Chunung would have a way." The little sheep's expression changed from shock to joy as she repeatedly thanked Chunung. The two held hands and talked for a long time until the night deepened, and the awakened one reminded them that it was time to sleep. Reluctantly, they parted ways. Song Nanzhu walked out of the little sheep's tent. The camp was already dark, and many tents had extinguished their lights. She crossed through the darkness and directly entered her own tent. A cup of hot tea had already been poured on the small table. Song Nanzhu sat down in the dark and took a sip of tea to moisten her dry lips. Chunung's voice came from the darkness. "It's still early. You should sleep for a while. I'll call you later." Song Nanzhu gave a faint, bitter smile. "Do you think I can sleep if this is true?" Chunung said nothing. During the day, she felt fine, but at night, she began to feel a dull pain in the wound on her shoulder, accompanied by a slight itch. Song Nanzhu quietly reached out to scratch it, but before she could touch her shoulder, the awakened one slapped her hand down. Ouch! Song Nanzhu awkwardly rubbed her hands. You can't scratch, the awakened one said coldly. Her face flushed, and she smiled a little awkwardly, changing the subject. What is the master thinking? Song Nanzhu paused in her movement of holding the cup, thinking to herself how bored she was to find something to talk about. The two sat in the darkness, and Song Nanzhu couldn't see Chunning's expression clearly, so she could only awkwardly laugh and say, I'm not sure what he wants to do, and I think I can handle it alone, so why trouble you? Chunning remained silent for a long time, and after a while, Song Nanzhu heard a sigh from within the dark tent. He said, if you had told me, maybe you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Song Nanzhu waved her hand. It's just a small injury, see, my hand is fine now. As she spoke, she raised her hand to demonstrate, but felt a sharp pain when she exerted herself. However, she didn't mind and continued to wave her hand in front of Chunning. What I mean is, Chunning paused, you could try seeking help. Or rather, try relying on others. Song Nanzhu was taken aback for a second. She wanted to say, I won't rely on others, nor do I fear pain, because there's no one in this world worth my complete trust, and pain constantly reminds me that I am truly alive. But she didn't voice it, because the awakener interrupted their conversation. He said, it's time. Song Nanzhu patted her pants and stood up. Let's go, time to gather the net. The few of them once again made their way out of the tent in the dark, and outside was Chunning's hovercraft. Song Nanzhu climbed in, and the awakener turned into a small trash can, nestling at her feet. The hovercraft started to move and gradually ascended. The vast expanse of maple trees below shrank in size, appearing like a fiery red carpet laid upon the mountains. The hovercraft flew over the maple forest, and Song Nanzhu felt the sound of rushing water grow louder as they landed near a waterfall. Everything was at rest, yet the waterfall's water never ceased, joyfully cascading just like in the morning. Song Nanzhu got off the hovercraft and said, so it is here. The maple forest, illuminated by the moonlight, was even more dazzling than in the morning. She circled around a large maple tree. It was still about 100 meters from the waterfall, but she could vaguely see a figure in front of the waterfall, bending down to look for something under the moonlight. Suddenly, it seemed like she found something in the pile of fallen leaves. She lifted the small object and looked at it in the moonlight. Song Nanzhu's feelings were complex as she walked step by step towards the small figure. Chunning lifted his foot to follow, but Song Nanzhu reached out to stop him. He was about to say something when he heard the girl's somewhat tired voice, let the awakener stay too. He took a step forward, but a hard mechanical arm blocked his way. He looked up at the indifferent awakener and snorted. It seemed like she wanted to escape, but in front of her was the rushing waterfall. She looked to the east and saw the emotionless face of the mech not far away, while to the west was the expressionless Chunning. She sighed and heard footsteps approaching from behind. Song Nanzhu felt droplets of water splashing on her face, and she spoke softly as usual. Should I congratulate you first, or should I express my regret? The figure behind her stiffened. Song Nanzhu continued, congratulations on gaining your powers, and regret that you lost the loved one who cared for you the most in this world. The person sighed and turned around. Song Nanzhu looked at her best friend from the training camp, the girl she had once thought was obedient. The little lamb extended her hand and smiled. Nanzhu, what are you talking about? This morning, I found that the maple leaf I had kept under my pillow is missing, so I came to look for it. Song Nanzhu looked at the maple leaves scattered on the ground and felt it was ironic. After all that had happened, was she still trying to absolve herself? Song Nanzhu sighed and said, it's quite exhausting to look for something alone. I found it for you. The awakener had appeared behind the little lamb at some point, brushed past her, and handed something to Song Nanzhu. In the moonlight, the golden exterior sparkled. Song Nanzhu opened her palm. The little bell lay quietly in her hand. The little lamb instinctively reached into her pocket and indeed found it empty. She frowned. Did you set me up? Chapter 37. The Big Hole Set Up? Song Nanzhu snorted coldly. The only person I set up was the one who took Xiao Mo. The little lamb fell silent. The little bell was indeed just a toy of Chunning as from before. It had no tracking function. But since Chunning had said so, it was unlikely anyone would doubt it. After all, Chunning was a top-tier mech master. Song Nanzhu couldn't bear to continue. The little lamb's face was hidden in the darkness, and Song Nanzhu couldn't see her expression clearly as she continued. The little boy begged his sister for a long time, and she finally agreed to take him out to play. He must have been very happy. Song Nanzhu's voice choked, and she looked at the little lamb with some reluctance. But the sister told him, "You mustn't tell anyone, okay? We're sneaking out to play." He nodded happily, and the sister then said, "Let's play a game where whoever speaks is the little dog." This was his best behavior. He obediently followed his sister the entire time, not saying a word. No one knew. Only the sister could see him. So on the day of the competition, you took Showdown out of the camp, but on the way, you encountered a guy with a floral tattoo. You couldn't fight back, so you used your powers to hypnotize the leopard, causing the tattooed guy to get bitten. That way, you had enough time to deal with Showdown enough. The little lamb suddenly looked up and let out an angry roar, her eyes reddening. But Song Nanzhu was determined to continue. The perfect plan. The only flaw was that you didn't expect me to resolve my troubles so quickly and come looking for you. The little lamb gradually weakly leaned on her knees and squatted down, as Song Nanzhu's words pierced her heart like a sharp blade. "But it's okay. You still used your powers to hypnotize me." Song Nanzhu sighed. "I must say, you're quite perceptive. Even the Awakener, who follows me every day, didn't notice anything unusual." Song Nanzhu felt tears welling up in her eyes. She looked up at the moon. "But little lamb, don't forget, I can control dreams. How could I possibly distinguish between the illusions you created for me and reality?" After finishing, a tear slid down the corner of her eye, and Song Nanzhu silently wiped it away. She remained calm for a while, staring quietly at the moon. The little lamb was already kneeling on the ground, crying uncontrollably. The Awakener suddenly appeared beside her and whispered. The little lamb abruptly lifted her head. Song Nanzhu's eyes brightened suddenly. She looked deeply at the little lamb and then turned to give Chunning a glance. Chunning understood and turned to give an order. Dole number 1. Song Nanzhu turned and followed the Awakener swiftly towards the other side of the waterfall. The little lamb staggered to her feet, wanting to follow, but a hard mechanical arm blocked her way. She looked up at Dole number 1, who was blocking her, and found that there were 1,000 words she couldn't say to a robot. She could only watch as Song Nanzhu's figure disappeared into the maple forest. Song Nanzhu walked quickly, almost setting fire to the ground as she followed the Awakener, finally arriving at a massive stone wall. There was a small cave in the wall, just tall enough for a person and 3 people wide. Song Nanzhu felt her heart pounding. The cave was pitch black, and nothing was visible. She didn't care about anything else, and stepped into the cave. Just as she was about to enter, suddenly a hand reached out and pulled her back. Following Chunning's gaze, she looked down and saw that just a few steps away, the ground suddenly dropped off. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a hole. Next to the hole, there was some dry grass spread out, clearly placed there on purpose. This was the burial ground that the sister prepared specifically for her brother. The Awakener dropped a small flashlight, and a beam of light shone down, landing with a thud on the ground, instantly illuminating the entire cave. Song Nanzhu felt her heart race. Where the light shone, there were dark red bloodstains everywhere, chaotically crisscrossing on the cave walls. Song Nanzhu crouched down and discovered that there were many bloody finger marks at the cave entrance, scattered chaotically and covered by weeds, making them hard to notice unless looked at carefully. Song Nanzhu said, "Xiaomo's second ability is stretching. He must have tried to stretch to the cave entrance to climb up, but there are no leverage points here at all, and his second ability has just been awakened. So the effect probably isn't very good. But he shouldn't be unable to get out." The Awakener supported himself with one hand on the ground and climbed down into the cave. He crouched down, touched the bloodstains on the rock wall and the ground, and said, "There are signs of struggle with a large beast. The blood has dried now, so the person inside, whether dead or alive, has left a long time ago." The Awakener added, "But judging by this amount of blood, the chances of survival are slim." Song Nanzhu felt a jolt in her heart. With the intelligent scanning system and precise judgment ability, if the Awakener said the chances were slim, then they were indeed very slim. Song Nanzhu stood up, but felt her knees go weak and nearly fell, only to be caught by Chu Nang's strong hand. Song Nanzhu looked up, and the cold moonlight shone perfectly on Chu Nang's face, their eyes meeting in the darkness like a flash of light. Chu Nang felt his throat dry. And when he spoke, his voice was hoarse. It's better if he's dead. Song Nanzhu repeated this phrase. If he's dead, then he's free. Little Sheep walked to the east, and Dole's head mechanically turned to the east. She walked to the west, and Dole's head turned to the west, just as she was about to explode with anger. A few figures finally appeared in the maple leaf forest. Song Nanzhu walked at the front, slowly revealing herself in the maple leaf forest, the moonlight shining on her face, making her complexion look pale. Chapter 38. Deaf Little Sheep met Song Nanzhu's dark gaze, and it seemed she understood something in an instant. A flash of lightning passing through her mind. She moved her lips as if wanting to say something, but before any sound came out, tears flowed to the corners of her lips. Song Nanzhu felt the wound on her shoulder starting to throb again, as if 1,000 ants were biting her arm, causing her to furrow her brow. She hugged her injured arm with her other hand to keep it from shaking too violently. Chunung spoke first to the dazed Little Sheep, as you wish. Little Sheep seemed to have the last taut string in her mind snapped and collapsed to the ground, feeling the hot tears rolling down her face. But why? Isn't this exactly as Chunung said, as she wished? The little devil who took away her parents and drew everyone's gaze finally disappeared completely before her eyes. He had been smarter than her since birth, more likable, and even a dual ability user. Yet she had to endure countless pains in the electric chair to obtain what was rightfully hers. As Little Sheep thought about this, a smile crept onto her lips, and she slumped on the ground like a demon in the jungle. A gust of evening wind blew, sending shivers down Song Nanzhu's spine. She looked at Little Sheep with pity one last time, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, with his abilities, getting out shouldn't be a problem. But he has been waiting for you until the beast arrived. He always believed that his sister wouldn't give up on him. The smile on Little Sheep's face suddenly froze. Song Nanzhu took one last look at her in the moonlight. That sunny, cheerful little girl who would blush at a casual comment had completely disappeared into the maple leaf forest. When they were close to the camp entrance, Chunung pulled her aside toward the airship where he was waiting. He stuffed her into the airship and then sat down himself. The hard mecha shell kept the cold wind out, and Song Nanzhu finally felt a bit of warmth, but her fatigue remained. She leaned weakly against the seat, her eyes slightly squinting. Song Nanzhu liked maple leaves, but at that moment, she didn't want to stay there for another second. She didn't even open her eyes, just nodded. Chunung continued, "You don't need to get involved in this matter. I will inform the training camp leaders about Xiao Mo's death." Song Nanzhu opened her eyes. They all knew what that meant. Chunung said, as long as Xiao Mo is dead, the training camp won't pursue the gene tracker on him, and he still has a slim chance of survival. Song Nanzhu forced a smile. Then he is free. With these abilities, he can barely survive in the underground world. Yes. Chunung paused before continuing, but this means that Little Sheep's situation must be reported truthfully. Song Nanzhu remained silent for a long time. I know you feel conflicted, but killing must be paid with death. It's only right. Moreover, the training camp won't kill her. They won't kill her. But the training camp also doesn't like dogs that bite indiscriminately. She has useful abilities and will likely be locked up for further use. Chunung sat for a while longer, gave a few instructions, and then walked out into the cold night. The Awakener remained silently at her feet. Song Nanzhu felt exhausted, but found it hard to sleep, engaging in idle chatter with the reticent Awakener. What bad luck, little trash can, just arrived yesterday. Chased in the morning, looking for someone in the afternoon, and couldn't even get a good sleep. Song Nanzhu continued. The worst luck is that we still haven't found Su Yuan. She felt the trash can under her feet move. The main purpose of participating in the competition was to find Su Yuan, yet there wasn't even a bit of news. Song Nanzhu muttered, it shouldn't be like this. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt, and she unknowingly fell asleep. When she woke up, she found herself in a dark environment with no light, except for a dim yellow night lamp not far away, casting a warm glow. Song Nanzhu felt a bit disoriented and gently called out, Awakener, are you there? In the darkness, a pair of purple eyes lit up, flickering twice, and Song Nanzhu's heart gradually settled. She asked, where are we now? Oh, it's that small room in the energy storage studio. Little Sheep has already been arrested. She's completely dead. The training camp sent a team to search the underground, and based on the blood flow in the cave, it's inferred that the person has died. She had been chased in the maple leaf forest and still didn't know who was behind it. Song Nanzhu got out of bed, pressed the lamp switch by the bedside, and the bright light suddenly flooded her eyes, causing her to feel a sharp pain, and she quickly covered her eyes with her arm, inadvertently pulling at her wound. Hiss! Song Nanzhu gasped. The awakener muttered, useless, and stepped forward to grab her arm. The dressing needs to be changed. She had been unconscious for so long that the bandage had stuck to the wound. When it was torn off, Song Nanzhu screamed, and her arm thrashed about. The awakener carefully held down her flailing hand while gently cleaning the remnants of the bandage from her wound and applying new medication. Okay, the awakener said without looking up. I'll wait for you downstairs. Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. Oh, no wonder there's no one here. It turns out Jiang Jun has come. However, she had been chased and hypnotized during the competition and really didn't have time to find any prey, ending up with a score of 0 in the last round. Ranking last. Moreover, in her previous life, her relentless pursuit of Jiang Jun had never made him look at her even once. So she wasn't about to go up and seek out that bad luck now. The awakener found a corner and turned into a trash can to squat. Just as Song Nanzhu was about to head up to the dormitory, she unexpectedly caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure at the bottom of the dormitory building. Standing up straight, she walked over and politely said, "Good day, Commander Song." Commander Song nodded, hands clasped behind his back, still wearing that kind expression. I heard that this competition didn't go very well, but that's okay. Don't lose heart. There are many competitions in the training camp, and as long as you work hard, there will definitely be opportunities. His words sounded like comfort, but in reality, they were not. Song Nanzhu skillfully caught the first half of his sentence. Revealing a somewhat regretful expression, we encountered some small accidents that delayed the competition. Chapter 39. Acknowledging the master, now standing downstairs at the dormitory. The two of them unconsciously skipped over the topic of the chase. Commander Song asked, "Did you get hurt?" Song Nanzhu turned around in front of Commander Song and said, "Isn't everything fine? It's just a pity about the competition opportunity." Then she quietly jumped next to Commander Song and whispered, "It's already been resolved. They didn't find out who did it." Commander Song looked up in surprise. He couldn't tell that this young girl, despite her age, was not only unflustered, but also handled the situation quickly. Song Nanzhu added, "Luckily, Master Chunung was there to help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Commander Song certainly knew who was behind it, but he couldn't fully trust the girl in front of him just yet. However, the fact that she caught Chunung's attention must mean she had some ability. He hadn't expected that Chunung would care so much for Song Nanzhu, even following her onto land. So if he recruited Song Nanzhu, could it be that the traditionally neutral Chunung might lean towards the pro-peace faction? Seeing the conversation reaching a suitable point, Song Nanzhu prepared to bid farewell to Commander Song. Just as she turned to leave, Commander Song suddenly spoke up. He suppressed the smile on his face and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Of course not," she replied. If she wanted to live peacefully, she would have taken on the name Nanzhu. She turned to leave, but stopped again, saying, "Living in the present, achieving in the future, whether killing or being killed. I have no regrets." She didn't want to be a dull blade. She vowed to be a sharp weapon. Whoever stood in her way would be killed. Commander Song smiled slightly and took a step forward, softly saying, "In that case, I can rest assured to assign that task to you." Song Nanzhu's heart thundered. Such a cautious task, personally handled by Commander Song. She might have taken time to react in her previous life, but in this life, how could she not know? Song Nanzhu closed her eyes. She had said what she needed to say today, and her purpose had been achieved. She had finally reached this point. Song Nanzhu took the elevator, quickly arriving at the dormitory door. As she opened the door, as usual, her expression instantly darkened. Lin Jiji's belongings were on Little Yang's bed, and Little Yang's things were all piled next to the trash can. After days of exhaustion, all the events crowded her mind, and the string in her head, which had been pulled tight, suddenly snapped. She felt a surge of violent anger coursing through her body, ready to explode at any moment. Song Nanzhu believed she should always be conciliatory and calculative. The awakened one sensed the chill radiating from Song Nanzhu as she descended, her face like ice, coldly saying, "Go to the shooting range." The shooting range was packed with people. The first floor was crowded. However, the shooting platform was surrounded, with a middle-aged man at its center, a thin blanket covering his legs. Despite being in a wheelchair, he still exuded an air of authority. Song Nanzhu went to the second-floor shooting platform, registered, and took a gun. There was nothing unusual about the situation here. She walked to the corridor and could overlook the entire first floor. Without a doubt, she immediately spotted a girl with a pink bow standing at the center of the crowd. Song Nanzhu frowned. Jiang Jun was in a bad mood today, and the instructor stood nervously to the side, his eyes frantically searching the crowd. Jiang Jun's brows were tightly knit. Have all the top 10 come? The instructor swallowed hard. Yes, they're all here. Jiang Jun's expression worsened, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down the instructor's forehead. Who knew that the girl who was so good at shooting He made it into the top 10 in the competition? To make matters worse, Jiang Jun's selection hadn't shown up either. Having heard of Jiang Jun's temper, the instructor knew she wouldn't show any mercy to those she disliked. Now, he could only silently pray that among these 10 outstanding competitors, there would be someone Jiang Jun would approve of to avoid an embarrassing scene. Lin Feng stood out in the crowd. She was pretty and had dressed up especially today, making her look even younger and cuter. She glanced around the crowd but didn't see Song Nanzhu's figure. Turning to Zhou Qian, she said sarcastically, "Oh, what a pity Song Nanzhu didn't come today. It's such a shame." Zhou Qian chuckled and softly agreed. Exactly, even if she has Chuning backing her, she's still in last place. The two whispered to each other, and the instructor shot them a sharp glance, causing them both to shut their mouths. Song Nanzhu found the person she was looking for in the crowd. One arm hung lazily over the second-floor railing while the other gripped the gun tightly. Her gaze fixed on the pink figure below. Little Yang was indeed acting outrageously, but Lin Feng's behavior was clearly provocative. Usually, Song Nanzhu might not bother to care, but with everything weighing on her recently, her mood had soured to the extreme. She flexed her wrist and suddenly asked, "What place did Lin Feng get this time?" "Oh," Song Nanzhu said. "First place? No wonder she's so arrogant." Lin Feng suddenly felt a scorching gaze locking onto her. Confused, she looked around, and as she lifted her head, she met Song Nanzhu's murderous glare. The girl stood expressionless on the second floor, looking down at her. Lin Feng felt a moment of deflation, but quickly rallied. After all, she was the first-place winner in the competition under broad daylight. What could Song Nanzhu do? Moreover, Jiang Jun was still here, and as the first-place winner, she could definitely become Jiang Jun's student. At that time, what would Song Nanzhu be? Zhou Qian also spotted Song Nanzhu standing on the second floor and comforted her. "It's fine. Even if we threw away little Yang's things, what can we do? Jiang Jun is known for being protective of her own. I say, if she does something here, Jiang Jun will definitely make things difficult for her later." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng straightened her back unconsciously. Thinking this, she made a provocative gesture towards Song Nanzhu, revealing a smug smile. Song Nanzhu knew very well that they were relying on Jiang Jun's presence, so they dared not act recklessly. But unfortunately, even if the whole world coveted being Jiang Jun's student, she, Song Nanzhu, had no intention of swallowing her anger today. With a cold snort, Song Nanzhu raised her hand without hesitation, the dark gun barrel aimed at Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng's pupils instantly dilated in fear, and her instinctive reaction made her scream, "Ah!" With a bang, the gunshot startled everyone present. "Someone's trying to kill me." Lin Feng's panicked screams echoed throughout the venue. She genuinely hadn't expected Song Nanzhu to dare to shoot in public. The crowd began to surge in panic, but Song Nanzhu remained unfazed, quietly lowering her gun. Lin Feng ran to the instructor, grabbing his sleeve with one hand and crying out, "Murder! This is murder! Her friend just killed her brother, and now she wants to kill me. Teacher Jiang Jun, quickly arrest her." The instructor ignored her. Lin Feng looked up, only to see a strange expression on the instructor's face, mixed with a hint of excitement. Finally found her. She really showed up, seeing the instructor unresponsive. Lin Feng turned around boldly, wanting to cry to Jiang Jun. The instructor wouldn't let this fool disturb Jiang Jun and sternly scolded her. "Open your eyes and see. Was she aiming at you?" Hearing this, Lin Feng sensed something was off and slowly lowered her hand from around her neck, turning her head. Inside, Lin Feng screamed in alarm. Just behind her, the target had a small black hole in the center. Meanwhile, Song Nanzhu on the second floor had just put down her gun. Lin Jiji's heart sank. Had she been set up by a Song Nanzhu again? Song Nanzhu stood on the second floor, one arm lazily draped over the railing, a faint smile playing on her lips as she raised an eyebrow at her. Lin Jiji felt her temples throbbing because she saw Jiang Jun's expression seem to have relaxed quite a bit. The instructor's voice trembled as he took a step forward and shouted to the second floor. "This student, could you please come down for a moment?" She showed no signs of fear on her face, making the awakened ones want to laugh. Song Nanzhu stepped down the stairs one step at a time, looking fearless under everyone's gaze. In her previous life, Jiang Jun didn't like her, and now she was openly playing tricks on his future student in front of him. Song Nanzhu could hardly imagine it. Half of everyone's attention was on Song Nanzhu, while the other half was on Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun waved his hand, and the instructor immediately understood, pushing Jiang Jun's wheelchair to Song Nanzhu's side. Then, with a surprising movement, Jiang Jun managed to stand up on one foot while supporting himself on the wheelchair, and the instructor quickly offered his hand to help him stabilize. Song Nanzhu nervously closed her eyes. No way, no way. Jiang Jun had actually reached the point of standing up to scold her. It was silent around them. The shooting range was packed with people, yet no one spoke at this critical moment, and it was almost as quiet as a pin drop. Jiang Jun's hoarse voice entered Song Nanzhu's mind. "This student, would you like to follow me to learn shooting?" Song Nanzhu suddenly opened her eyes, her brain not yet processing the situation, and her mouth blurted out, "What? Lin Jiji, everyone. Wasn't it said that Jiang Jun had a strange temper and was particularly difficult to get along with? Wasn't it said that outsiders should not enter?" Jiang Jun patiently repeated, "What I mean is, if you want to learn shooting, perhaps I can guide you." Song Nanzhu's mind seemed to have stalled, and she couldn't respond for a long time. After a while, she realized that the Jiang Jun who had looked down on her in her previous life was now taking the initiative to accept her as a student. The instructor, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, thought to himself that this little girl was indeed a bit slow. But then he considered that she probably didn't care about these superficial things since she hadn't even intended to come when Jiang Jun was selecting students. She had great skills but preferred to be low-key. With this thought, the instructor looked at Song Nanzhu with a bit more tenderness. He patted her shoulder and said softly, "Mr. Jiang saw you in the shooting range before and thought you had great talent. It's indeed not easy to have such shooting skills at your young age, but he missed the opportunity back then. How didn't he expect to see you now?" He noticed that Song Nanzhu was still dazed and thought she was so focused on practicing that she didn't even know who Jiang Jun was. So he added, "You don't need to worry. Mr. Zhang's shooting skills are among the best in the military, and becoming Mr. Zhang's student gives you an extra skill, allowing you to get to the front lines faster." At this moment, Song Nanzhu was piecing together the information in her mind. It turned out that when she saw Jiang Jun in the shooting range before, he had noticed her too. She wanted to let out a long howl. Fate was playing tricks on her. What she had struggled so hard to attain in her previous life was now being handed to her, but she quickly reacted, bowing deeply to Jiang Jun and obediently greeting him. "Hello, teacher." Jiang Jun's face broke into a bright smile. "Good, good. I can see you are talented. You must practice hard. In the future, you will surely dedicate yourself to the cause of humanity." Song Nanzhu echoed his words. Jiang Jun was amused by the girl's words and nodded repeatedly. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, so Jiang Jun liked those with talent, but unfortunately, she had no talent and had only relied on hard practice in her previous life. Jiang Jun looked at her with satisfaction, feeling that the little girl was thin and weak, yet she had such excellent shooting skills, making him like her more and more. He turned to the instructor and said, "Students should seek quality, not quantity. I'm tired today. Please help me with the rest." Lin Jiji, who was waiting on the side, widened her eyes. What? She had been waiting here for so long and had let Song Nanzhu play tricks on her, losing face in the process. Jiang Jun had swiftly chosen Song Nanzhu alone and said he wasn't selecting anyone else. Her eyes nearly spat fire, and just as she was about to speak, she met the instructor's stern gaze. The words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back down. In recent days, Chunung had been serving as a mecha instructor on the front lines and was not at the camp. Seeing Lin Jiji lying in Little Sheep's original spot gave her a headache, so she simply moved temporarily to the studio that Chu Nung had arranged for her. Feeling too lazy to get into bed, she lay down on the table and slowly closed her eyes. She woke up under the giant kapok tree, rubbed her eyes, and looked up to see the kapok flowers drifting down, white and fluffy, like snow in summer. The freshly fallen kapok had a bit of stickiness, often sticking to her pants and clothes. Song Nanzhu looked down. She was wearing her childhood shorts and tank top, which were already covered with kapok flowers. She turned her head and buried herself in a pile of fluff. Lin Feng moved, lifted his head, and nudged her face. Song Nanzhu suddenly felt like crying. Recently, she had been overwhelmed with everything, not having a single day of peace, and even when she managed to sleep, it was always a deep sleep without thinking of Lin Feng. She looked at herself, covered in kapok. Had Lin Feng been waiting for her in dreams for a long time? Chapter 40. Mission. A small piece of fluff stuck to her tears, and Lin Feng let out a soft whimper, resting his head against her, as if comforting her. Song Nanzhu wiped her eyes, her eyelids reddening. Lin Feng, how did you get hurt? There were shallow red marks hidden in Lin Feng's fur. Song Nanzhu pushed aside his fur, and Lin Feng squirmed, trying to avoid her. Song Nanzhu gave his rear a light slap, just like when they were young, and said, "Don't move." After doing so, both Song Nanzhu and Lin Feng froze. Her hand was still raised in the air, and her face turned red. Song Nanzhu felt embarrassed and wanted to slap herself. The action was too familiar, so familiar that she almost forgot Lin Feng was no longer that little puppy. Now, Lin Feng was completely an adult male. Nothing. Lin Feng turned his head away, embarrassed as if he had fallen in the mountains, his shyness making him almost forget to think. After saying that, he felt the excuse was too clumsy. Song Nanzhu frowned. No wonder she saw him in animal form this time. She pushed aside another tuft of fur and found another similar wound underneath. The wound had already scabbed over and looked somewhat frightening. Song Nanzhu naturally didn't believe it, but all the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. And in the end, she swallowed them down. She had already felt that the world was unpredictable and that merely living a second life didn't guarantee control over it. Lin Feng always had his own considerations when doing things. She knew that no matter how much she said, it wouldn't change anything. She just wanted to hold onto this remaining warmth. She threw herself onto Lin Feng, using him as a pillow, lying under the kapok tree and watching the flowers fall one by one. Lin Feng, will you forget me in the future? No, you will. When you no longer miss me, and I no longer think of you, we will never meet again. Then I will always miss you. Song Nanzhu chuckled. You're really a little dog, thinking you can get through the rest of your life just by missing me. Lin Feng was silent for a long time. He continued. By then, it would have already burned. The little dog lowered his head, quietly leaning against her and softly saying, "We have no home anymore." Song Nanzhu's heartbeat seemed to slow for a beat. The soft kapok floated in the air. It really seemed to turn into snowflakes. Song Nanzhu reached out to catch a piece. The snow was icy and cool, melting in the palm of her hand, leaving only a wet mark. Song Nanzhu knew that it was snowing in the heart of the dream's master. Also resting in her hand was a small dog paw. Song Nanzhu smiled as she grasped that little dog paw, pinching the pink, soft flesh in her palm. The snow in the sky and the kapok floated together, but not a single flake landed on her. The little dog transformed into a handsome young man, lying under the tree with a blushing girl, their hands tightly clasped together, never to part again. Song Nanzhu gently opened her eyes, and in front of her was still the mecha book that was covering her face. Because she had been lying on the table, her neck was stiff and sore. Song Nanzhu rubbed her neck and turned her head. She checked the time. Only 2 hours had passed. The mech book was unbearable to read any longer. She pushed open the door, and the sofa in the studio was piled high with blueprints and miniature mechs. Song Nanzhu found a small space to sit down and poured herself a cup of water, staring blankly at the gradually calming surface of the water. It was at this moment that Chuneng walked in. He was dressed in soft mech armor, almost bursting in, with the smell of wind and snow from the outside clinging to him. The icy mech gleamed with a cold light and was still dripping water. Following him was Dole number 1, in worse condition, missing half of its body and dropping parts along the way. Song Nanzhu stepped forward, and Dole bent down to let her inspect it. She traced her fingers over the cuts on Dole's body and said, "What a tough blade." It actually managed to sever Dole cleanly. Chunung quickly stripped off his mech armor and took a towel from the awakened one, wiping the droplets from his body. Song Nanzhu patiently waited for him to speak. Before long, Chunung sat down, poured himself a cup of water, and frowned. "You can't be living so carelessly without me. Can you? Not even brewing tea." Saying this, he downed the water in one gulp, took a breath, and continued. A frontline outpost was attacked, and there are still 5,000 survivors who haven't been moved to the underground city. They fought for 3 consecutive days and only just finished withdrawing last night. The time above ground is different from the time underground, and Song Nanzhu couldn't figure out when exactly last night was. She frowned. Wasn't it said there was a temporary ceasefire? Song Nanzhu pressed on. Did they mention what conditions the Animal Alliance wants? There was no one around, but Chunung still instinctively lowered his voice. The ceasefire condition is that humans must regularly provide a certain number of live people for them to breed. Humans have been the rulers of nature for thousands of years, so of course they can't agree to such a demand. Song Nanzhu frowned in silence. Chunung went on. There is a mission coming up, and a small team will be selected from the training camp. Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so soon? I didn't expect that." Chunung said with some concern, "You've made quite a name for yourself in the competition. What with the Mechs and Jiangjun? I'm making a preliminary guess that your name will likely be on the list." Song Nanzhu took a sip of tea, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile. Chunung added, "This mission will be led by Ming Lui. If you don't want to go, I can have you taken off the list." Chunung showed a perplexed expression and repeated, "It's Ming Lui leading the team." Song Nanzhu smiled. It was precisely because Ming Lui was leading that she had a compelling reason to go. She said, "There's no need for Master to take me off the list. Besides, I don't want you to take sides because of me." Chunung sighed. "Then let Dole accompany you." Song Nanzhu chuckled helplessly. "Dole is about to be dismantled. You should have some pity for him. The awakened one can go with me." They both knew who was most likely behind the last chase. But Chunung could have completely avoided being involved in this turmoil. Chapter 41. Change of face, by the way. Chunung set down his teacup. "The person you asked me to investigate last time." Song Nanzhu instantly became serious. "Is there news about Su Yuan?" Chunung shook his head. "I've checked. Regardless of the department, whether new or old members, there is no record of this person." "None?" Song Nanzhu was astonished. How could there be none? She thought about it. So many changes had happened in this life compared to the last, and because she had no connection with Ming Lui and had clearly shown loyalty to Commander Song, she felt that Commander Song trusted her even more than in her previous life. At the same time, with the support of the Awakened One and marksmanship, both Chunung and Jiangjun looked on her favorably, which was something she had never experienced in her past life. But she never expected that Su Yuan would simply disappear. She was perplexed. Up until now, she had found no clues about her rebirth. And just when she was about to scratch her head in frustration, the electronic clock beeped. Song Nanzhu opened it. Jiangjun was quick to respond, and soon arranged a time with the other classes. Shooting class was scheduled for half a day every day at 9, while the remaining time was for training in the abilities department. Although Chunung could be considered her teacher, this guy had only taken on one small, useless apprentice in his life, so he was quite casual about it, relying entirely on his mood. Just then, he dreamed of Lin Feng, and his injuries made Song Nanzhu feel anxious. She couldn't concentrate on reading a single page. Chunung assumed she was still upset about Xiaoyang and comforted her. "We did our best regarding Xiaoyang. She's currently locked up in the training camp SL. She is uncomfortable, but 1T die." Song Nanzhu was stunned for a moment before realizing what he was saying. Chunung continued, "Get out more. Finding a new friend 1TB, so boring." Song Nanzhu burst into laughter. "You sound just like my grandma when I was in kindergarten." But she no longer needed to resist loneliness by making friends. When one walks alone in the darkness for a long time, they do not fear solitude. Chunung helplessly said, "All right, little Song Nanzhu, remember to eat, drink, and go to class on time. This old lady is leaving." He put on a new soft armor. Don't know. One was nearly out of commission and hadn't been repaired yet. Chunung opened a small door at the back of the studio. Song Nanzhu had never seen this door open before, so she was quite curious and leaned over to listen as Chunung called inside. "Dole number 2, step forward." She peeked in. There was no light inside, but she could make out a lot of mechs standing neatly in rows, with one missing from the front row. Suddenly, the second mech in the front row flashed its eye. With a click, the second mech stepped forward. Receive, dear master. I'm honored to serve you. Song Nanzhu's eyes widened. You said who he is? Chuneng Shrag, dole número dos. Then he pointed to the row beside it. Dole number 3, dole number 4, guardian number 1. Guardian number 2. Wow, it was already quite pricey to create one dole mech, and Chuneng had directly made a whole row. Chuneng gestured, and the one-armed dole number 1 immediately walked into the room, filling the first position. Dole number 2 then walked out, standing next to Chuneng. Song Nanzhu turned to the small trash can nearby and said with determination, "Don't worry. Even if Su Yuan can't find me, I won't give up on you." The awakened one bluntly replied, "You can't create another one, can you?" Song Nanzhu thought to herself, just as she heard the instructor call out, "Prepare." Song Nanzhu's mind jolted, and she immediately fired. With a bang, she undoubtedly missed the target. The instructor frowned, but faced with a disciple personally selected by Jiang Jun, he still maintained a pleasant demeanor and simply reminded, "Next time, focus your attention." Song Nanzhu scratched her head awkwardly. "TCH, I thought you were so great. But turns out you're just like this." A delicate, dripping voice came through. Sure enough, it was Lin Gigi. Song Nanzhu glanced slightly at the people following her. A few looked somewhat familiar, seemingly some of the top 10 competitors she had seen at the shooting competition. She squinted her eyes, just about to speak when a voice interjected, "According to this classmate, you must be very skilled then." "Ah, it's all my fault for leaving too early that day. I didn't get to see this classmate's brilliant performance." The instructor's expression changed instantly, and he lowered his head respectfully to greet Teacher Jiang. "Why did you come down yourself?" Jiang Jun pressed the remote control for his wheelchair, which slowly rolled up to everyone. "Good question. Had I known I didn't need to come, I would have let someone else take my place as teacher. I'm just an old, useless person now." Lin Gigi's face had turned red. Who knew why Jiang Jun suddenly appeared at this moment and clung tightly to her words? She finally seized the gap and hurriedly explained, "No, Teacher Jiang. What I meant was, what did you mean?" Jiang Jun's reprimand struck down like thunder. Lin Gigi instantly shivered and didn't dare to speak. Song Nanzhu stifled her laughter until her face turned red. She nearly burst out laughing. In her previous life, she was chased and scolded by Jiang Jun. And in this life, finally, someone could understand her. Jiang Jun turned his head and saw the little girl obediently standing with her head down, wondering if he had scared her. His voice unconsciously softened. "Here, we only look at results, not at what you say. I was just sitting upstairs and clearly saw that Nanzhu arrived early to practice before class. You all have the nerve to criticize her?" In the end, it was the instructor who mediated. "All right, just take in what Teacher Jiang said, and don't create any unfriendly situations among classmates." His words were directed at everyone, but it felt like they were specifically meant for Lin Gigi. Lin Gigi didn't dare to say a word and could only keep her head down, feeling extremely aggrieved. During practice, she made the magazine snap loudly. Song Nanzhu's previously gloomy mood lifted completely. She felt her shooting was exceptionally good today, and the instructor couldn't stop praising her from the side. Chapter 42. Rookie. Everyone had witnessed Jiang Jun's favoritism and dared not say anything, slowly leaving the shooting range. Song Nanzhu stepped forward and naturally took the wheelchair handle from the instructor. Jiang Jun turned his head and gently said to her, "Push me to the back garden for a walk." Song Nanzhu nodded. Behind the shooting range was a special back garden set up for Jiang Jun. It's amusing that in this back garden, there was only one real flower, placed in a specially designed large thermos at the center of the yard. In the dull, underground world, a cluster of colorful fake flowers surrounded a large thermos radiating warm light. Inside the glass cover, the only white lily was blooming extravagantly, standing out against the surrounding bright, fake flowers, pure like an angel fallen to the earth. In the underground world, where there was no sunlight, flowers could only bloom in the thermal room, but Jiang Jun's interest was not diminished. Song Nanzhu pushed him slowly through the garden, and the instructor discreetly left. Only the two of them remained. The garden was quiet. Song Nanzhu still felt a bit intimidated by Jiang Jun and didn't know what to say, mumbling softly. It was Jiang Jun who spoke first. Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu responded cheerfully. Recently, the front lines have been tense, and with insufficient troops. You will soon have to go to the battlefield. Are you scared? Song Nanzhu was startled. He was talking about this matter. Jiang Jun continued. It is somewhat dangerous to send you on a mission now, but the training camp does not nurture waste. The list has come out, and your name is on it. Song Nanzhu's expression remained unchanged, but in her heart, she thought, Chunung was right after all. Jiang Jun suddenly sighed and said, I know you didn't voluntarily enter the training camp. It was the genetic seed that chose you. At such a young age, you have to face the dangerous animal world. It's really unfair to you. Song Nanzhu's fingers tightened around the wheelchair handle. Jiang Jun had always been a strange, aloof sharpshooter in front of others. But now he was speaking softly to her, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Although this task was simple, it would still take them into the territory of the Animal Alliance. Jiang Jun turned to look into her eyes and said, As long as you don't want to go, you don't have to. Song Nanzhu forced a smile. Everyone was thinking of her, and she wished she could let everything go and be a free, ordinary person. But she couldn't. Song Nanzhu smiled gently, looking cute and obedient. Of course I want to go to learn skills. Wouldn't it be a waste not to? However, Jiang Jun saw through her and sighed. I know your heart is not here. You don't want to be trapped here, do you? Song Nanzhu remained silent, lowering her head, and heard Jiang Jun say, It's a pity that I have no freedom, but I can still help you a bit if you want freedom. Song Nanzhu was shocked. As if a dead pond had stirred up waves with these few words. She had no parents growing up. Her grandmother and master raised her. But when she was very young, she had envied the children who laughed joyfully, sitting on their father's shoulders. In an instant, Song Nanzhu suddenly felt that Jiang Jun's back was towering, and her nose became sour. What she and T had in her last life seemed to be compensated for in this life. Song Nanzhu held back the turmoil in her eyes and told herself, Damn it, when did you become so sentimental? She whispered, No. Being able to contribute to humanity and the training camp makes me very happy. Seeing her resolution, Jiang Jun sighed. The animal world is very dangerous. I still say, be careful and don't be reckless. If it had been her last life, Song Nanzhu wouldn't have dared to imagine that Jiang Jun would speak to her so gently one day. For a moment, her heart was hard to suppress. Fearing she couldn't hold back, she could only lower her head and repeatedly say okay. Song Nanzhu suddenly sighed, also not turning on the light, sitting down in the dark. The tea on the table had already gone cold. Song Nanzhu picked up the cup and took a shallow sip, sitting in the dark without saying a word. Suddenly, the electronic watch beeped. Song Nanzhu didn't lower her head, just said, We should go. The electronic watch kept flashing. And Song Nanzhu finally looked down to see. Dear members of the Ability Department, please report to the 3rd floor of the administrative building. During this time, please do not inform anyone. Song Nanzhu pressed acknowledged, stood up, and exhaled a breath of stale air. Let's go. The 3rd floor of the administrative building, if she remembered correctly, should be Colonel Zhang's office. When Song Nanzhu leisurely knocked on the office door, everyone else had already arrived. The swivel chair turned around, and sitting there was Ming Lui, who smiled and opened his hands. Long time no see, Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu admired Ming Lui's ability to act. After all, she couldn't do it. She forced a smile. Not long, Captain Ming. Her gaze swept over the other people in the office, and she recognized a few of them. A tattooed guy leaning against the wall with his arms crossed looked excited, his yellow hair still dazzling. He nodded to greet her. When Song Nanzhu looked at a few others, Ming Lui smiled and introduced, This is Tsai, a member of the beast taming department. Song Nanzhu raised her eyebrows, feeling an indescribable sensation because standing before her was a child who looked about 11 or 12 years old, with a big smile and bright white teeth. He said, You're so pretty, sister. Suddenly, a strange exclamation startled everyone. The child jumped up excitedly. Yay, sister praised me. As he jumped, more ah sounds came from him, and countless crows burst out of the child's pockets, rapidly growing in size from palm size to normal crow size, even continuing to grow. The crows flapped their wings and crashed around the small office. I'll get away. Lin Gigi screamed. Where did these nasty crows come from? Get away. Even if others weren't too scared, The chaos of crows flying around made it hard for anyone to stay calm. Ming Lui scolded lightly. Sigh. Sigh pouted, reluctantly extending his hand into the air. A strange thing happened. The crows that had just been screeching around the room immediately fell silent, quietly spiraling down and lined up one by one in Saiji's pockets. Chapter 43. Secret Passage. Everyone's eyes widened. The beast taming department and the mecha department were separate, and they usually never saw members of the beast taming department, let alone witnessing someone taming beasts on the spot. Who would have thought it would be so extraordinary? Ming Lui cleared his throat and said, Saiji is the youngest but the most skilled member of the beast taming department. He didn't participate in the last competition because he was completing a previous task, but we decided to let him join this mission with the outstanding newcomers from the training camp to complete your first task in your career. The information contained in this sentence is quite substantial. It's surprising that this young child is the most skilled member of the beast taming department, and even more so that he has already participated in many missions. Suddenly, everyone's gaze towards him shifted to one of awe. Ming Lui coughed twice to get everyone's attention and said, That person is Sister Dao, an old member of the mecha department in the training camp. And she just finished a mission. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a woman in her 30s leaning against the wall with her arms crossed in the corner. Behind her, a gleaming blade was directly strapped to her back without a sheath. Sister Dao lifted her head. Her delicate face showed no expression, and her gaze seemed like a sharp blade, sweeping across everyone in the office. Some felt goosebumps from head to toe, shivering and quietly exclaiming, Why does her gaze seem so terrifying? Ming Lui didn't introduce the rest in detail, as they seemed to be newcomers, appearing much more inexperienced compared to the likes of Kai Ji and Sister Dao. He continued, This mission's main location is on the ground, but human communication devices may become unstable there. During the mission, you must help each other. I do not want to see infighting during the execution. This seemed directed at everyone, but Ming Lui's eyes flicked towards Lin Jiji and Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu couldn't be bothered to respond, not even giving him a glance. Lin Jiji, however, felt wronged and turned red-eyed, saying, I don't have a brother named Ming. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu heard Kai Ji, who was standing beside her, snicker. Then a voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed, I don't have a brother named Ming either. Song Nanzhu was taken aback and immediately gave a thumbs up. Those who understand me. Even Kai Ji does. Kai Ji winked at her, and Song Nanzhu laughed uncontrollably. Lin Jiji was furious, her head steaming. Just as she was about to curse, she hesitated due to Ming Lui's presence. Feeling wronged, she wanted to say something,
but was afraid Kai Ji would mimic her again, leaving her muttering in frustration without managing to say anything.
Ming Lui was at a loss for words and had to change the subject. For the next few days, everyone should stay in their rooms and not wander about. When the time comes, we will lead everyone to the surface and inform you of the mission details. After explaining everything, Ming Lui allowed everyone to leave. Song Nanzhu sat down on the sofa and noticed a message from Chuneng. Chuneng, when does the mission start? Song Nanzhu turned off her electronic watch and muttered, How strange. Because of Chuneng, everyone knew she counted as a half-member of the mecha department. So Song Nanzhu didn't adhere much to the usual schedule and slept whenever she wanted. She wasn't tired, she was just annoyed. The tea on the table had long gone cold, and she had no desire to drink it, but her throat felt dry as if it were on fire. Song Nanzhu boiled a pot of water and sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for it to boil. The awakened didn't need to sleep. They were immersed in the joy of the little trash can all day long. Song Nanzhu was like a busy ant, going in and out every day. After a series of clattering sounds, the noise stopped. The awakened looked up and saw the water in the kettle still boiling, while the little girl in front of the sofa had already fallen asleep, her head bobbing like a little alarm clock. The awakened found it somewhat amusing, stood up, and tried to make as little noise as possible with their mecha. When the cold metal touched the girl's warm body, she shivered. The awakened's hand froze in midair. However, Song Nanzhu didn't wake up. The awakened paused for a moment, gently picked her up, and walked into her workspace, placing her on the small bed. After hesitating for a while, they covered Song Nanzhu with a small blanket and quietly exited the room. In a daze, Song Nanzhu felt the surroundings shaking violently, gradually waking her from her sleep. It was pitch black around her, and her drowsiness vanished instantly. She touched the familiar item draped over her, recognizing it as the small blanket she had tossed to the foot of her bed. Suddenly, there was another violent shaking, and she even bumped into something. Song Nanzhu tightened her core and barely stabilized herself. She softly called out, "Awaken? I'm here." In the darkness, the awakened's calm voice came through. Song Nanzhu's heart suddenly settled, and she asked, "Where are we now?" The awakened paused before replying. "We should be in the passageway." Song Nanzhu became alert, as if understanding something. A smile appeared on her face, though it was hard to see in the dark. "Did you happen to grab this ugly little blanket?" The awakened immediately retorted, "It's not ugly." The blanket had a picture of a mecha character laughing heartily, which Song Nanzhu always found ugly and never used. As her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, she realized she was lying on a small bed similar to a trained sleeper, very crude and hard, with only a layer of cloth as padding. They were surrounded by a glass-like enclosure, and they were currently in a rectangular glass cabin, moving rapidly. Song Nanzhu touched the transparent cover above her head and said, "This should be the secret passage of the training camp." In the underground training camp, there were even deeper secret passages, but these were not for transporting goods. They were for secretly executing missions with training camp members. This passage was extremely secretive, sending mission-executing members directly to surface locations. And even those participating in a mission didn't know how to enter the passage. Chapter 44. Going to the surface, rumors suggested that the passage connected to any place in the underground world, and only within the underground city could the secret passage find anyone at any time. She relaxed and lay down, pulling up the small blanket, preparing to sleep again, when suddenly there was a sound from the transport cabin, causing it to shake. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes and perked up her ears. Soon after, a mechanical female voice came from within the cabin. "Dear team member, hello. This mission is led by Captain Ming Lui. Please be clear." Song Nanzhu didn't even open her eyes. "Clear?" The mechanical voice continued. "Mission location: the rear camp of the Animal Alliance. Overall mission objective: rescue our detained hostages and complete the transfer of personal identity information. Individual mission objective: assist in completing the information transfer." Song Nanzhu frowned. "What? Rescuing hostages is understandable, but what is that last part?" Just then, the transport cabin suddenly tilted violently, and Song Nanzhu was thrown against the glass cover. Luckily, the awakened reacted quickly and had already placed a hand beneath her. "Are you okay?" Song Nanzhu rubbed her bump head. "I'm fine. We must have just turned a corner." Suddenly, the sound of the transport cabin moving forward intensified, and as Song Nanzhu looked outside, a face flashed by, revealing a big smile. Then, there was a loud bang, and the transport cabin violently collided, as if it had been struck. Through the darkness, Song Nanzhu saw a familiar face waving at her from the transport cabin. It turned out that during the recent turn, two transport cabins had actually connected together. That person was in the transparent cover and mouth. "Hello, sister." It was Kai Ji. A crackling sound came from the speaker of Song Nanzhu's transport cabin. The communication in the secret passage was poor, as if a long-standing phlegm was stuck in the throat. Finally, Kai Ji's voice reached Song Nanzhu's ears. "Sister, we're executing the mission together this time." No wonder the system's message was unclear. It turned out she was just an assistant. Song Nanzhu asked, "Where are the others?" Kai Ji replied, "The others are outside, taking the wounded station, rescuing hostages, and simultaneously covering us." Song Nanzhu nodded. "Okay." The outer cover of the transport cabin suddenly turned black, completely isolating the two. Song Nanzhu used the small space to stretch her legs. "We're about to arrive," she said seriously. Just as her words fell, the transport cabin began to slow down. After a few minutes, with a thud, it seemed to hit some obstacle and finally came to a stop. "Dear team member, your mission is about to begin. Please prepare." The mechanical voice appeared again. As the sound emerged, a small cabinet popped out from the back of the transport pod, containing a set of combat gear. Song Nanzhu slowly reached inside, her fingertips brushing against the fabric. After many years, she had thought she would never wear this outfit again, but fate had played a trick on her. bringing her back to this moment. Just as Song Nanzhu unbuttoned one button, her hand suddenly froze. Turning her head, she said, "Turn around." The awakened paused for a moment. Usually, the mecha had no consciousness, so there was no need for modesty, but he was indeed a little different, seeing his strange expression and his reluctance to move. Song Nanzhu asked, "What's wrong? Can a mecha blush?" It was the first time she had seen such a rich expression on a robot, and she casually remarked, "Fine. If you won't turn, I'll just take it off." With that, she actually began to lift her training suit up. The awakened suddenly turned around, even bumping into the transport pod. Who wants to see? Song Nanzhu quickly put on her gear, adjusted her outfit, grabbed her sidearm and knife, and sat quietly waiting. The transport pod had not yet given the alert. The timing was not right. Song Nanzhu adjusted the volume of her communication headset, ready for action. She turned to the awakened and said, "All communication devices on the ground are unreliable, so be careful and don't stray from me." A long beep sounded. Song Nanzhu became serious. The mission location has been reached. Dear members, please prepare. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. With a flash of white light. Song Nanzhu's eyes could hardly bear the sunlight after being in the dark. She blinked once. 4, 3, 2. During the preparation time, Song Nanzhu had already assumed an attacking posture, and mechanical female voice counted down to 1. Heaven always favors humanity. Good luck. At that moment, as she charged out, she heard a voice behind her. Behind her, the bark of a large tree closed up again, leaving no trace in just a few seconds. Before her was a vast expanse of tall, lush trees, each one so large that it would take several people to embrace it. The ground beneath her feet was soft from the rain, and the air carried a fresh scent. A voice came through the headset. "Sister, we're almost there. The remaining members have arrived 30 seconds early. We'll directly take control of the information tower to prevent them from rescuing reinforcements." Before reaching the infirmary, Song Nanzhu heard the sounds of battle. The sound of flesh being torn by steel was getting closer, and she felt something awakening in her blood. Passing through the last few trees, an open space appeared before her. The infirmary looked very dilapidated, like it had been abandoned by humans, with only a few small metal houses surrounded by what was clearly makeshift fencing. "Come on," the voice from the headset shouted, as if the sky suddenly reached out a hand. Chapter 45. Playing suddenly, the skies seemed to darken as thousands of crows covered the blazing sun, their cries echoing through the valley. The voice from the headset stood under the mass of crows, his expression serious, momentarily resembling the ruler of the world. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Clear the way." In that instant, Song Nanzhu drew her pistol, and the awakened closely followed behind her. The flock of crows acted like a black storm, tearing through the infirmary's fencing, forcing a path. At the moment the shout rang out, the first gunshot echoed from the other side of the infirmary. Following that was a barrage of machine gun fire. Song Nanzhu shot the head of a leopard that opened its mouth wide before her, splattering brain matter everywhere. She heard a warning, "Watch out." Suddenly, hot liquid splattered on his Song Nanzhu's back. One of the awakened's mechanical arms transformed into a half-meter-long dagger, which impaled a fox, its head skewered and hanging like kebab. The infirmary was thrown into chaos. Amidst the confusion, the sounds of various animals blended together like a large zoo, the human attack catching them off guard. A horse with a broken leg, still resembling a human in its upper body, limped out of a metal house, attempting to escape. The knife's sister did not even spare her a glance. She drew her gleaming large knife, and with one slash, it made a whooshing sound. In the chaos, Song Nanzhu heard a loud roar. "Quick, go notify Commander Lin, we've been attacked." Before the sentence was finished, the speaking animal had its throat cut. However, amidst the confused animals and humans, a sharp wolf howl suddenly rang out. A woo. Song Nanzhu was especially sensitive to that sound. Her heart trembled as she shouted, "Don't let him howl. Everyone, protect the voice from the headset." This shout echoed throughout the infirmary. The adult wolf howling suddenly stopped, its body suspended in the air for less than a second before being slammed against the side of a metal house like a hammer. The hard metal was dented, and the gray wolf lay like garbage beneath the rubble, blood slowly seeping from beneath the metal, forming a winding stream. In the distance, the voice from the headset lowered their hand. "Stop. Bring that wolf over here," he ordered. The voice from the headset raised his hand again, using his powers to pull the gray wolf from the debris. It was covered in blood, but when he checked, the wolf still had a breath left. The voice from the headset took out a small black bottle from his pocket, liquid sloshing inside. He shook the bottle, pried open the wolf's mouth with 2 fingers, and poured the liquid in. The voice from the headset watched in amazement, unable to contain his curiosity. "What is this?" "Newly developed in the lab for rescue." The headset voice replied with a light smile. "It has special effects. It's perfect for a test." The voice from the headset's eyes widened. "Rescue?" "Yes," the headset voice said, putting the empty bottle in his pocket with a smile. "How can a communicator die?" Suddenly, another wolf howl echoed through the forest, penetrating the woods. "Awakened!" Song Nanzhu shouted. The awakened flashed to her side, and Song Nanzhu grabbed a piece of his parts, pushed off her feet, and jumped onto the awakened's arm. The crows had opened a path, and the awakened fired one-handed while holding Song Nanzhu with the other, moving swiftly to the side of the voice from the headset. Song Nanzhu shot down an adult tiger that was pouncing toward the voice from the headset. The voice from the headset turned and playfully winked at her, then turned back to slash a large python, snake blood spraying onto the young man's face. The voice from the headset turned and said, "Thank you, sister." Blood dripped from beneath the young man's eyes, trailing down to his chin and finally falling to the ground, staining it red. "Let's go." Song Nanzhu and the voice from the headset fought their way through. The grass of the infirmary had already turned blood red. "It's here." The last metal house had an antenna on top, the door tightly locked. Awakened. The 2 stepped back to clear a path. The awakened took a step back, suddenly bursting forth, kicking open the small metal door, which could not bear the weight, and collapsed. The voice from the headset rushed inside, while Song Nanzhu covered the door. The voice from the headset quickly opened the communication terminal, but suddenly stopped and turned to log into the Animal Alliance Terminal Information website. Fingerprint authentication from the communicator is required. He patted the gray wolf's face gently and said, "If you help me open it, I'll let you go. How about that?" The gray wolf, now awake, transformed into a young man of about 20, lying weakly on the ground surrounded by crows. He suddenly smiled, his expression turning sinister. "You want the information database of Commander Lin, but too bad, you won't get your wish." After speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and bit down on his own index finger. The voice from the headset's expression changed, and he stepped forward, trying to pry open the wolf's mouth. But the gray wolf youth actually chewed a bit and swallowed it whole. One hand was already a horrific sight. Song Nanzhu frowned slightly, just about to ask what to do, when Kaiji suddenly chuckled, stood up, and brushed the dust off his clothes. How boring. He no longer gave the already collapsed gray wolf any glance and walked straight to the console, typing in a string of search keys, effortlessly logging onto the Animal Alliance's internal information network. The gray wolf, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, had wide eyes, as if they were about to pop out his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood and hoarsely shouted, Are you fucking with me?" Kaiji smiled. "I saw you got it right." The young man cursed, despicable human. Yet even the calmest expression couldn't conceal the shock in her heart. Kaiji smiled harmlessly at her. "Sister, the mission is about to be completed." Song Nanzhu couldn't smile at all. Kaiji plugged in a USB drive and began copying character information. The progress bar kept advancing, and the display screen slowly started to show the character's image. Suddenly, Kaiji cursed, "Damn." The character's image on the screen only displayed the mouth and lower body. The progress bar stopped at 98%. Chapter 46. The pill. Song Nanzhu stared at the half-face on the big screen, stunned. "They've blocked the signals in this area. We can't receive any information." Kaiji stomped in frustration. "It's too late. Reinforcements from the Animal Alliance should be arriving soon. We must evacuate." Reluctantly, Kaiji pulled out the USB drive and grabbed Song Nanzhu, rushing outside. Song Nanzhu was forced to run forward, but that half-face lingered in her mind. So familiar. Whose face is it? They stepped over countless animal corpses, blood splattering with each step, before reaching the entrance of the wounded soldier station. Song Nanzhu saw a crowd at the door. The most eye-catching among them was Ming Lui, who was clean and immaculate, leaning against the door with one hand in his pocket, quietly observing the mess before him. nodding in satisfaction. The ground was littered with various corpses, blood staining the grass. From a distance, it looked like a red wasteland. This was indeed the style of the main battle faction. A heavily tattooed man knelt on one knee, propping himself up with a big knife, barely supporting his body. The knife glinted coldly, making one feel intimidated at the sight. The owner of the knife stood expressionless to the side, hands behind his back. A newly arrived teammate asked in surprise, "What happened? Are the injuries this serious?" Ming Lui straightened up, rummaged through his pockets, and walked forward. He knelt down on one knee, pulled out a pill from a small compartment in his pocket, and gently placed it in the trembling palm of the heavily tattooed man, saying softly, "It's nothing to worry about. Just overuse your abilities. Your body can't take it. Just take this pill, and you'll be fine." The heavily tattooed man hesitated, looking at the pill in his palm. "What is this?" Ming Lui smiled. "A new drug developed by the lab specifically for ability users, helping them quickly recover their stamina after excessive consumption." Hearing this, the heavily tattooed man lost his suspicion, tilted his head back, and swallowed the pill. "Don't!" A loud voice came from a distance. The heavily tattooed man was startled, and the pill got stuck in his throat instead of going down smoothly. He coughed, his face turning red, continuously patting his chest. Ming Lui gently lifted his head, looking at Song Nanzhu, who was standing far away, with a terrified expression, reaching out towards them. He squinted slightly, staring at her. Song Nanzhu regretted speaking as soon as she did. Ming Lui was right in front of her. How could she have called out? Her hand awkwardly hovered in the air. Facing Ming Lui's subtle gaze, she could only say, "I saw that the pill was that big. I was afraid you might choke to death. See, it really got stuck, right?" The heavily tattooed man angrily pounded his chest. "If it weren't for your shout, I wouldn't have choked." Song Nanzhu scratched her head awkwardly, not daring to look at Ming Lui's face. Fortunately, Ming Lui didn't plan to delve into it and directly asked Kai Ji, "How is it?" Kai Ji quickly replied, "Failed. We were a step too late. They've cut off the signals. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. We must evacuate immediately." Song Nanzhu was still thinking about that pill, a small blue one, which left a deep impression on her. In her previous life, she had taken this thing many times. It seemed like a pill that helped recover stamina, but in reality, it had its drawbacks. While rapidly restoring stamina, the body's immune system was irreversibly damaged, leading to a breakdown of bodily functions, loss of pain sensation, loss of tears, and loss of the ability to smile, ultimately turning a living human into a pain-resistant, emotionless fighting machine. This was the purpose of the laboratory's research on such drugs. A hint of disappointment floated across Ming Lui's face, but he still said, "Forget it. There will be another opportunity next time." However, they all knew that animals weren't fools. If they failed this time, it would be even more difficult next time. Ming Lui told everyone, "The rescued hostages have already been escorted out through a secret passage by Lin Jiji and others. All team members, evacuate immediately." The heavily tattooed man had already regained his stamina and now felt as light as a swallow, full of energy. He leaped over the barbed wire, which looked like a pile of wasted straw, and disappeared into the jungle. The awakened one picked her up with one hand and Kai Ji with the other, as if carrying two little chicks, and rushed towards the secret passage. Song Nanzhu thought, finally, she wouldn't have to look at Ming Lui's face anymore. The familiar tree hole was right in front of her. Song Nanzhu steadied herself and jumped down. Suddenly, a person emerged from behind the tree trunk, elegantly leaning against it, and gently waved at her, "Nanzhu." Song Nanzhu couldn't be bothered to pretend. Her face fell in an instant. "What are you doing here?" Ming Lui shrugged. "What can I do? It's such a coincidence. We're using the same secret passage." He elegantly extended his hand, ladies first. Song Nanzhu was too lazy to be polite with him and was about to dive into the tree hole with the awakened ones. Just as half of her body was in the secret passage, suddenly, a massive roar shook the mountains and forests. Song Nanzhu was startled and slammed against the tree trunk, wincing in pain. Birds and beasts in the forest were startled, the shadows of the trees swayed, and countless winged creatures flew out of the forest in a panic. The unknown loud noise shook the entire valley. Song Nanzhu had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, she heard Ming Lui say, Song Nanzhu. She quickly popped out. What did you say? The half-face appeared in her mind, so familiar that she dared not think deeply. Ming Lui said again, I definitely have to go. Song Nanzhu looked at the way he was gazing at her, her heart crying out in protest. Before coming, Chu Ning had constantly reminded her to be cautious. Although the path was littered with corpses, the team members had been safe, and Ming Lui hadn't made things difficult for her. However, as soon as Song Nanzhu saw Ming Lui, she had been on high alert every minute and second. Sure enough, they were waiting here. Chapter 47. Seeking refuge. Song Nanzhu was just about to find some reason to refuse when he excitedly looked at her. Sister, let us go have some fun. Song Nanzhu still felt uneasy about this merciless child, but compared to Ming Lui, Kai Ji was simply adorable. She looked at Ming Lui with eager eyes, but he smiled helplessly and shook his head. Kai Ji doesn't know the key. The implication was clear. This key was not something Kai Ji could know. It seemed Ming Lui had to go no matter what. Just as Song Nanzhu wanted to find an excuse, the familiar half-face flashed through her mind again. Those thin lips pressed together, with only a line of pink on the fair skin. His smooth jawline and those thin lips resembled someone greatly. Song Nanzhu gritted her teeth. If she didn't TC this so-called airdrop commander this time, there might not be another chance. Her gaze became firm. Okay, I'll go. Ming Lui seemed surprised that she agreed so readily, looking at her with some astonishment. The little guy, however, was not pleased. Sister, don't you want to play with me? The little guy pouted and reluctantly said, All right, but sister, you have to keep your word. Song Nanzhu patted his head, and the little guy happily crawled into his tree hole. Song Nanzhu and Ming Lui exchanged glances, feeling a wave of irritation in their hearts. He bent down again and softly said, Ladies first. Song Nanzhu couldn't be bothered to respond to him. She bent down and crawled into the tree hole with the awakened one. The tree hole was pitch black and pitifully small. Song Nanzhu could only stand hunched over, unable to see anything. She felt the ground beneath her start to shake, and something suddenly collided violently with her back knee. Song Nanzhu bent her leg, sitting down on a chair, and the automatic seatbelt quickly secured her tightly. In just a few seconds, the transport pod shot out. It turned out that the moment she entered the tree hole, she had stepped into the transport pod, and the awakened one shrank down to her feet. The mechanical female voice reappeared. Hello, dear training camp member. Mission objective, acquire character information database, safe evacuation. Mission location, Temporary Research Institute of the Animal Alliance. Song Nanzhu opened her eyes and used 2 fingers to lift her clothes, and the nauseating smell instantly filled the entire transport pod. Song Nanzhu frowned. Years of training had left her feeling numb. She wrinkled her nose. It smelled like a mix of rotting corpses and blood. She examined the 2 pieces of clothing. From the appearance, they were just an ordinary short-sleeve shirt and a pair of jeans, but both were tattered, with the short sleeve missing one side and the jeans frayed. Song Nanzhu leaned in to sniff. These holes were caused by animal bites, and there were so many bloodstains, dirt, and even feces on them. It seemed they wanted her to pretend to be a suffering human to infiltrate the research institute. Song Nanzhu turned to the awakened one and said, The guards at the research institute will definitely be more than just a few injured soldiers. And the training camp only plans to send out 2 people. It's understandable, but I can't take you with me. She couldn't have a mech accompanying her while pretending to be a suffering human. The awakened one frowned. I stay behind? Song Nanzhu laughed. It seems they want me to go solo. The transport pod was moving at high speed, and after a while, it slowly came to a stop. But the door did not open. Song Nanzhu had already changed her clothes and even smeared the dirt from her clothes on her face, making her look like a stinky refugee who had just crawled out of a pile of corpses. After a while, the mechanical voice said, The mission opportunity is ripe. Dear member, please prepare. Count down. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. When a mechanical female voice said 1, the darkness in front of her was replaced by blinding light, followed by a torrent of water. The exit of this secret passage turned out to be in a lake. Song Nanzhu kicked her feet and quickly swam out. The opening behind her closed. The mechanical female voice left one last sentence. God always favors humanity. Good luck. Song Nanzhu waved her arms, swimming upwards. The surface world was already deep autumn, and her body was soaked in icy water, feeling a bone-chilling cold, as if her hands and feet were frozen. Just as she was about to reach the surface, she heard voices. "Mom, where did Dad go? Mom, where are we going now? Mom, why doesn't my dog listen to me? Mom, look, there's a person in the water." The child shouted loudly, and her previously silent mother began to call out. "Look, there's a person here. She seems to be alive." The first thing Song Nanzhu saw when she surfaced was a child dirtier than herself, sitting by the lake while her mother was filling a leaky cup with water from the lake. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, so this is what the secret passage meant by the opportunity being ripe. She floated on the water's surface like a corpse, letting herself rise and sink. But before long, she was fished out, a pair of strong hands pressing down on her chest, performing CPR on her. Soon, she coughed up water and slowly opened her eyes. Look, she's awake." Song Nanzhu heard cheers, some were shouting, and some were clapping. She slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a face covered in a beard, dirty and tangled, hanging down from his chin like a wild man from the jungle. The mouth surrounded by the beard revealed 8 big white teeth, smiling broadly, and seeing her open her eyes, he asked excitedly, "You're awake? Can you hear me?" Song Nanzhu nodded with difficulty. She extended her hand, as if struggling to sit up, and the man joyfully supported her back, slowly helping her up. What came into view was the faces of many bearded men, all dirty, resembling the clothes she was wearing. Song Nanzhu hazily glanced at them, her nose slightly twitching. Yes, the dirty appearance, the disgusting smell, were just like the clothes she was wearing. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, there must be a group of refugees hiding in the jungle. Although the bearded man looked disheveled, his smile did not diminish, and he somehow found a fruit and stuffed it in his Song Nanzhu's hand. Chapter 48. Hope Song Nanzhu looked down at the fruit in her hand, which was green, covered with some damp mud, and even had a black wormhole. A hearty voice said, "Hey girl, where are you from? How did you end up in the water?" Song Nanzhu wiped her face with her hand, looked up at the bearded man, and quietly said, My family is dead. I was chased by a big wolf and hid in the lake before it left." The bearded man looked at the little girl in front of him, still wet, looking very small, curled up on the ground, with tears or lake water flowing down her face. He felt a surge of compassion and didn't he know where he got a dirt-colored blanket to cover her, softly comforting her. "Don't be afraid. We are all refugees. Our homes have been destroyed by mutated animals." The bearded man waved to his wife. A large pregnant woman came over. The bearded man said, "You don't need to worry about that. I'll cook for everyone. You just sit here." At this time, Song Nanzhu looked behind the bearded man and saw about 40 or 50 people sitting in the jungle, all dirty and disheveled, even covered in injuries, weakly leaning against the trees. Just now, the bearded man's wife was taking care of an elderly man. The bearded man called his wife to sit down, took the bandage from her hand, and gently applied medicine to the old man. The pregnant woman sat down beside Song Nanzhu. She had a round face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and when she smiled, her eyes curved, looking very kind. After chatting a bit about their situation, Song Nanzhu learned that this group had been wandering on the ground for a long time, constantly receiving survivors joining them, while others were dying, having suffered several attacks. Fortunately, they were not attacked by regular alliance troops. Everyone worked together, and although some sacrificed, most were safe and sound. "Haven't any human military discovered you?" Song Nanzhu frowned. "No." The pregnant woman shook her head. "It's strange. We've always missed the rescue troops. Every time we arrive, the rescue stations have already evacuated. Don't worry, little sister." The bearded man came over, his face smeared with wood ash. "We're about to be rescued." Song Nanzhu felt a lump in her throat, a bad premonition rising in her heart, and she cautiously asked, "Why do you say that?" The pregnant woman stood up, wiping the ash off her husband's face. And the bearded man looked at his wife with a smile, saying, "We've already found out. Not far ahead, there's a human rescue station. This time we will definitely be saved." Song Nanzhu felt a thunderous shock in her heart, as if she had been struck by lightning, freezing her in place. "Yes." The pregnant woman happily hooked her husband's arm, one hand resting on her belly, saying that their child would be born with a citizenship certificate for the underground city, unlike them who had to drift outside. Song Nanzhu's mouth seemed to have suddenly been locked shut as she watched the bearded man happily lead his wife away, unable to utter a single word. Sister, sister, a small hand tugged at the corner of Song Nanzhu's clothes. After a moment, she snapped back to reality. Her mind still blank. Huh? What happened? She looked down and saw a little girl in a princess dress, but the dress was nearly torn to shreds, stained with blood and other filth. This seemed to be the little girl who had first discovered her. The girl had a bandage over her left eye, one hand tugging at Song Nanzhu's clothes while the other pointed behind her. Sister, there's a brother over there who says he knows you. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Song Nanzhu saw Ming Lui, who looked devoid of his usual gentleness and elegance, covered in blood and mud, curled up under a tree, hugging himself, shivering and dripping wet as if he had just been pulled from a lake. He spotted Song Nanzhu as if he had found hope in life, crawling toward her. Song Nanzhu widened her eyes, thinking, this guy is quite the actor. She nearly stepped back in fright, but she still rushed forward with a face full of surprise. Zhuzi, I finally found you, Ming Lui replied. Everyone said you went to release the pigs, but ended up getting eaten by them. We were almost dying of worry. Song Nanzhu was so anxious that tears were about to fall. The others didn't interrupt their reunion and went about their own business. Song Nanzhu helped her suffering second uncle to sit by a tree, and after confirming there was no one around, her expression changed. These people thought they were heading to a human rescue station, but it wasn't at all. What awaited them ahead was a terrifying laboratory of the Animal Alliance, a veritable furnace for humans. They were practically walking to their deaths. Did you know from the start? Song Nanzhu questioned. Yes, Ming Lui replied, and her heart felt like it was in an ice cave. This was the plan of humanity, the arrangement of the training camp. They had to blend in with the suffering crowd to be captured by the laboratory, to smoothly infiltrate it and access the information database. Song Nanzhu could hardly bear to think. After they obtained the database and left, what would happen to the rest? They were using the lives of this group of people to exchange for that damn database. Nanzhu, Ming Lui didn't look at her and gently said, the sins rest in the present. The merits are for posterity. This is the long-term plan of the training camp. We must obey unconditionally. The storm inside Song Nanzhu's heart could not settle. After an unknown amount of time, she finally managed to spit out a few words. Okay, I understand. Ming Lui seemed to know what she was thinking, sighed, and said, get ready. They did not advance at night, but sat by the large lake, everyone forming a large circle. The bearded man gathered firewood and lit a bonfire in the center. Everyone's clothes were tattered, but under the glow of the fire, smiles of survival beamed on each face. The bearded man raised his hand, holding up a fruit, shouting in the crowd, tomorrow, tomorrow we will surely be saved. There is no fine wine now, so I'll toast everyone with this fruit. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The bearded man took a bite of the fruit, juice splattering, and his voice rang clear among the crowd. Heaven always favors humanity. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, silently, while Ming Lui was sociable, eagerly talking to others. Song Nanzhu leaned against the tree, and the little girl who had discovered her leaned beside her. Song Nanzhu asked, why don't you go play with them? She said nothing, silently sitting beside the little girl, while the people over there joyfully danced around the bonfire, celebrating the impending victory. She could do nothing because Ming Lui was right. The sins rest in the present. The merits are for posterity. Chapter 49. Collapsed when the first ray of morning sunlight broke through the layers of leaves and shone on Song Nanzhu's face. She opened her eyes. She had hardly slept the entire night. Originally, Ming Lui had agreed to take half the night watch, but she hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to truly close her eyes. Ming Lui, seeing her pretending to sleep, laughed loudly. If I want to kill you, would I wait until you were asleep? Ming Lui shook his head with a smile. So despicable, I wouldn't do that. Song Nanzhu was shocked. How can you talk about being despicable? She was too lazy to pretend, directly opening her eyes and waving her hand. I can't sleep. You go first. Ming Lui was unceremonious, casually lying down on the ground, using the earth as a mat and the sky as a blanket, and closed his eyes. Song Nanzhu didn't expect him to be so straightforward. She stared at Ming Lui's face, which was clearly different from Lin Feng's. His facial features were not as sharp. The overall contour was soft, looking as gentle as water. He was the person she liked in her past life, and also the one who had unhesitatingly stabbed her in the back at a crucial moment. Song Nanzhu averted her gaze, muttering softly, "If you don't kill me, can't I kill you?" Ming Lui remained motionless, saying, "You're welcome to kill me anytime." Song Nanzhu was speechless, turning her gaze to the dark forest of the long night. By the middle of the night, her eyelids began to droop. The bonfire had long since extinguished, and everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. The forest was dead silent, only the moonlight silently washing over the jungle. Ming Lui picked a wild fruit, rubbed it on his body, and handed it to Song Nanzhu. The wild fruit was bright green, still moist with morning dew, looking quite appetizing. Song Nanzhu accepted it and said, "Thank you, Shu." Taking a bite, the sweet juice filled her mouth. Before long, the bearded man called everyone together, saying, "Grab your things, we're moving forward now." The crowd responded, and Song Nanzhu felt her heart begin to rise, soaring high. Ming Lui walked beside her, and the two blended in with the suffering crowd, truly looking like they were fleeing. The forest was silent, only the sound of the crowd passing through the underbrush, stepping on the leaves. Everyone was quiet, afraid of encountering wild beasts. They climbed over a small hill and arrived at a dense forest. Song Nanzhu's heart began to lift. Something was off. It was clearly late autumn, and this area was close to the northern region. Song Nanzhu picked up a fallen leaf. Stroking its texture, it was a dawn redwood. She glanced at Ming Lui, who also had a serious expression, clearly having noticed the same thing. The two exchanged no more words and continued to follow the crowd. Suddenly, the bearded man shouted, "Ouch!" The crowd gasped. They saw the leading bearded man and the people in the front row suspended in midair by a huge steel wire net, huddled together and desperately calling for help. The wire net was extremely sharp, and the skin of those pressed against it had deep, horrifying lacerations. Help! One of them had just had his mouth caught by the wire. His lips were sliced open, the gash extending from the corners of his mouth to his cheeks, blood streaming down his face. The girl's mother covered her daughter's eyes. Song Nanzhu was alarmed. Hunters wouldn't use wire nets that could tear the skin of their prey. Ming Lui said calmly, "It's the Animal Alliance." Song Nanzhu almost held her breath. 3 loud bangs echoed. 3 people standing outside fell to the ground. The crowd screamed, and everyone panicked, fleeing in all directions. Song Nanzhu and Ming Lui exchanged glances but didn't move. Then came a rough, furious roar. "If you don't want to die, don't move. Everyone, crouch down and cover your heads." Someone shouted, "It's the Animal Alliance army. Run." Perhaps no one expected that. With victory so close, they would be ambushed here. Gunshots rang out again. The Alliance soldiers, dressed in military uniforms, stepped out of the jungle. Guns drawn, under the dark muzzles, humanity had nowhere to retreat, being pushed back bit by bit. Leading them was a giant, long-haired lion, nearly 3 meters tall, with a human face of a wheat-colored complexion, looking fierce as it gazed at the panicked humans. The Animal Alliance soldiers were all over 2 meters tall, with their animal characteristics prominently displayed on their human bodies, forming a circle with their guns raised, forcing the crowd closer together until they were huddled in fear, trembling and not daring to speak a word. Song Nanzhu and Ming Lui were squeezed into a corner of the crowd, quietly observing the animals towering over them. The leading lion, wearing a neat military uniform, revealed a hint of a smile. Didn't he, the Wolf Clan chief, say they were short on test subjects? Well, here they are. It waved its hand, commanding, "Take everyone to the research facility." The two exchanged glances, realizing that they were indeed in the presence of the research facility's guard. A small lion holding a gun asked, "General, are we really going to listen to Chiu Chai?" Song Nanzhu was startled. She didn't expect to encounter an old acquaintance so soon. And what surprised her even more was why the Wolf Clan chief Chiu Chai was here. She felt a sense of foreboding. After all, he was the chief of the Wolf Clan, and she had to give him some respect. The lion spoke, but a hint of disdain crossed its face. "Lin Jiwei hasn't said anything yet. Why should Chiu Chai give us orders?" The dark muzzle was pointed directly at their foreheads, and no one dared to move. "Hurry up, move." A group was forced to move forward, with Song Nanzhu being pushed and stumbling ahead. while Ming Lui closely followed her side. They hadn't walked long before they could see some low houses faintly among the trees. When they finally passed through the woods, the view opened up, revealing a research facility surrounded by a large iron fence. A few guards in military uniforms, holding guns, stood at the entrance. Chapter 50 captured a little girl tighten her grip on her mother's hand. "Mommy, didn't you say we were going to find Daddy?" The girl's mother looked tense but bent down to force a smile. "We are on our way to find Daddy." The girl wanted to say something else, but her mother put a finger to her lips. "Chill. If it's too loud, we want to be able to see Daddy." The girl immediately, obediently covered her mouth. Song Nanzhu couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned her head away. Ming Lui was quietly observing the environment of the research facility. Song Nanzhu looked at Ming Lui in surprise. He seemed calm, but was also frowning. It had been less than 24 hours since the research facility explosion. Yet the camp appeared orderly, showing no signs of chaos or traces of the explosion. Song Nanzhu felt a slight unease in her heart. They were escorted deeper into the camp. Suddenly, a sharp shout echoed through the camp. The piercing sound of a horse's neigh filled the air, followed by someone shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The sound of hooves pounding the ground grew closer, and the soldiers escorting them hurriedly moved aside, trembling in place. Song Nanzhu looked up and saw a centaur charging toward them from a distance. Its upper body was human, clad in soft armor splattered with flying blood, while its lower body was that of a brown horse, its long horse legs moving rapidly until it reached them. The centaur gradually slowed down, coming to a halt in front of the crowd. Song Nanzhu quietly raised her head. The centaur's armor helmet almost covered most of its face, and it wielded a thick whip. With a crack of the whip against the ground, the people in front trembled. The centaur scolded the soldier leading the way. "Did you not receive the notice? Commander Lin is about to arrive. Chief Chiu Chai has already gone to greet him. Why are you still on the road?" The soldier stammered, "We received the notice, but this test subject is urgent. We didn't dare to delay." The centaur snapped back. "Does that mean Commander Lin can be delayed? Stop talking nonsense and get to the side to avoid him. I warn you, Commander Lin has a bad temper. Be careful, or you'll become a test subject too." The soldier was so scared he nearly wet himself. Yes, I'll have them move aside immediately." Song Nanzhu quickly lowered her head, her heart racing the moment she heard the centaur speak. "Commander Lin?" The image of that half-visible face appeared in her mind, and she kept telling herself, "It can't be, it absolutely can't be. Lin Feng is safe in the mountains. How could he be the airborne Commander Lin?" Ming Lui noticed her distraction and thought she was worried, patting her hand, saying, "Chiu Chai is the chief of the wolf clan. I don't know what animal this Commander Lin is, but for such a small research facility to suddenly host so many big shots from the Southeast District, it's hard to tell if it's a coincidence or something else. The mission might change." Song Nanzhu understood the urgency of the situation, biting her lip and remaining silent. Soon, a noisy sound approached from a distance. The clanging of armor, synchronized footsteps mixed with voices. Song Nanzhu felt her heart rise with unease. She barely dared to look up, until the sound of armor clashing was right in front of her. She felt a large group of neatly arranged soldiers standing before her. The animals transformed into human forms were generally taller than normal humans. Although she didn't look up, she could sense that this group of soldiers was almost blocking out the sky. "Commander Lin, these are the humans we just captured, perfectly filling the loss of test subjects from the explosion, and they can be immediately put into the experiment." The once arrogant lion was now bowing, looking respectfully at the man in front of him. Unlike everyone else, he wore a mask. Chiu Chai stood beside the man. He was the only officer in the camp who could stand on equal footing with him, and his expression remained calm, quietly listening to the report from the guard of the camp. The tiger discreetly glanced at the man. He silently thought, "Is human skin not enough for disguise? Do we really need masks?" The mask was fluffy and appeared to be made of wolf skin. Its texture and fur looked as if it had been torn off a wild wolf's face. He was about to say something flattering to please the airborne Commander Lin when he noticed the man had stopped in front of the newly captured test subjects. He said nothing, but his sharp eyes revealed from behind the mask glinted with intensity. His gaze locked onto a disheveled little girl in the crowd. The girl had her head down, her shoulders slightly trembling, looking extremely frightened. The tiger instantly understood, his eyes sparkling. This Commander Lin, appearing unapproachable and serious, actually had a preference for this. He thought to himself, in the Animal Alliance, the powerful and high-ranking officials like to find pretty humans, tying them up and keeping them as pets. Isn't it normal if this Commander Lin has such a preference? His expression changed, and he quickly put on a smile, approaching and saying, "If Commander Lin likes her, I'll have someone clean her up and send her to your room right away." Though his voice was not loud, it was clear enough for Song Nanzhu, who stood not far away. She suddenly looked up but only saw a masked profile, the wolfskin mask covering the face completely. The tiger bent down, but suddenly felt the atmosphere around him grow cold. Commander Lin's face had darkened, emanating a chilling aura. He couldn't help but shiver, unsure what had angered this esteemed figure. He symbolically called out, "Commander?" Commander Lin, with a dark expression, strode away, and the tiger felt a sense of foreboding. This esteemed figure was not someone to provoke. He hurriedly followed, and just as he was thinking about how to bring the topic back up, the man suddenly said, "How's the situation in the lab?" Commander Lin was silent for a moment, then replied, "First, try to minimize the losses." He paused. "That batch of experimental subjects. Don't move them yet." The tiger finally reacted and cautiously asked, "What about the human girl?" Chapter 51. Betrayal. The man's fierce gaze swept over. "No need." The tiger shivered and quickly nodded in agreement. Song Nanzhu's heart raced, and Ming Lui patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't be nervous." He thought Song Nanzhu was afraid of the plan changing and tried to comfort her. Song Nanzhu nodded. The soldiers had already left with the commander, and at that moment, the soldier who had just escorted them waved his hand. "You guys are really lucky. Commander Lin is merciful and will spare your worthless lives for now. Come with me." He once again took hold of the iron chain used to escort humans, and Song Nanzhu was squeezed into the crowd, pushed forward by soldiers with guns. They were shoved into a small cage, which was in a sealed room. The soldiers locked the cage, waving the key in front of the tightly packed humans. "Lowly humans, heaven no longer favors you." Saying this, he laughed and swaggered out the door. As soon as the door closed, all light was cut off, and the world plunged into darkness. The cage was small, and everyone was packed closely together, nearly suffocating. Song Nanzhu was pushed forward by a large man, feeling like she could hardly breathe. Just as she was about to resist, a pair of hands reached over, separating her from the man behind her. Ming Lui braced himself against the cage behind Song Nanzhu, creating a small space for her to catch her breath. The space was indeed very small, and the crowd around them was agitated and restless. Just moments ago, the soldiers were nearby, and everyone was on edge, fearing they would be bitten to death and become the camp's animals' dinner. In the pitch darkness, with the escorting soldiers gone, someone finally couldn't hold back and let out a wail. This sound acted like a switch, and within seconds, the cage was filled with cries and sorrowful screams. "How could this happen? I don't want to become an experimental subject. Help! I don't want to be eaten." The two were close, and amidst the chaos, Ming Lui whispered in Song Nanzhu's ear, "When we just came in, I saw that the lab exploded. The original place can't be used anymore. This is a temporary holding place for humans, quite remote, and there aren't many soldiers outside. This could be a good opportunity, but getting in front of Commander Lin would be very dangerous." Song Nanzhu nodded. The cage was already small, and as people cried out, it became chaotic. Some were directly pressed down to the bottom of the cage, others were squeezed behind. The two gradually moved forward. Finally, after an unknown amount of time moving, Song Nanzhu touched a hard rectangle. She whispered, "We're here." Ming Lui surrounded her with his arms, creating a small circle, and Song Nanzhu pulled out a strange-shaped needle from her hair, feeling for the keyhole on the rectangle and gently inserting the needle, turning it slowly. After a while, there was a click. Song Nanzhu dragged the lock with one hand and gently pulled the door open a crack with the other. The crowd continued to cry and shout, but fortunately, no one noticed the door had opened a small gap. Ming Lui circled this area, and taking advantage of the chaos, Song Nanzhu carefully slipped out. Ming Lui didn't have it so easy. The small gap was not enough, so he had to pull the door wider. But as he did, someone standing by the door seemed to sense something and turned to look, but it was already too late. Ming Lui had already slipped out, and that person screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Someone has escaped. Ming Lui had already locked the door the moment he slipped out, slamming it shut again. Unfortunately, they were discovered by everyone. The cage was being pounded loudly. How did they get out? Quick, save everyone. Please. You have to help us out. Don't just think of saving yourselves. Please, my wife is about to give birth. Take her away. I'm really begging you. My child has never seen this world. Please take her away. Song Nanzhu's feet, which had been moving forward, suddenly stopped when she heard this. Her expression froze for a second. Ming Lui seemed to know what she was thinking and instantly turned his head, and the two exchanged glances in the darkness. He shook his head. In that moment, Song Nanzhu's face returned to normal, and she turned away. The sins belong to the present, the merits to the future. Don't you think? A flicker of surprise flashed in Ming Lui's eyes, then quickly disappeared. Song Nanzhu said nothing, silently moving toward the door, pulling out that piece of wire again, while the pleas for help around her gradually turned into vicious curses. She seemed to care little, directly inserting the wire into the keyhole and turning it gently. With a click, Song Nanzhu stopped. Just as they were about to open the door, a loud voice shouted, "Quick, catch them! They're trying to escape." Song Nanzhu's pupils dilated suddenly, and she slowly turned her head, shocked to see the humans in the cage. Why turn against each other? That loud shout seemed to awaken some of the humans in the cage. Another person shouted, "They're trying to escape. Quick, catch them." Ming Lui suddenly spoke up. Not good. After all, they had worked together for half a lifetime in the previous life, so there was still some tacit understanding. The moment the wire slipped out of the keyhole, Ming Lui suddenly grabbed her, throwing Song Nanzhu behind the door and hiding himself as well. The next second, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock echoed at the door. With a click, the door opened. Song Nanzhu held her breath. As the inspecting soldier walked in, the humans in the cage reacted. They are hiding behind the door. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Chapter 52. Testing Song Nanzhu's heart was unavoidably cold. This is humanity's inherent flaw. If I can't escape, then no one else can. The soldier quickly understood the human's words. And Song Nanzhu felt a knot in her heart when suddenly she felt Ming Lui squeeze her hand. That squeeze seemed to wake her up directly, and a thought flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind. Good opportunity. The soldier reached for the knife at his waist, his fingers slowly brushing against the door frame. He suddenly exerted force, and, as he opened the door, he saw a pair of eyes waiting in the darkness. He reacted quickly and drew his knife. But the person reacted even faster, raising a knee that struck the soldier's waist, simultaneously grabbing the knife he was about to draw. He sensed a shadow flicker beside him. This human had a companion. Before he could regret his recklessness, he heard the sound of his bones dislocating. It was as if his brain had crashed for a moment, and he saw his own back, along with a man-as cold face. Bang! Song Nanzhu looked at the lifeless body on the ground, feeling her hands tremble. She shouldn't be afraid, but Song Nanzhu pressed down on her trembling hand. Leaning against the wall, breathing heavily, Ming Lui sighed and quietly crouched down, pulling out the knife from the soldier's waist. Cut the tail. Song Nanzhu instinctively reacted, quickly crouching down and starting to strip the soldier's clothes. Ming Lui raised the knife and struck down, hardly any blood dripping, and he held a furry tail. Song Nanzhu touched the tail and said, "It's a wolf, probably one of the elite soldiers." She threw the recently stripped clothes to Ming Lui and then immediately turned around. Ming Lui didn't hesitate, quickly dressing himself and pulling the knife from the fallen soldier's waist, then tossing the soldier's sidearm to Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu took it, looking at him with indifference. She gave him the clothes first as an opportunity, a chance to abandon her and sever ties. Song Nanzhu wasn't disbelieving. On the contrary, she believed more than anyone that Ming Lui had ulterior motives towards her, but she was too lazy to pretend. She harbored a malice towards Ming Lui that she found hard to tolerate herself. Despite the many doubts surrounding his betrayal in her past life, the outcome was achieved, and humanity ultimately suffered greatly. It was hard for Song Nanzhu to have any fondness for this person. She hated betrayal. Unfortunately, Ming Lui looked at her, suddenly laughed lightly, gazed at her deeply, then pulled out the soldier's keys and left the room. As the iron door closed, the room fell into endless darkness again. Song Nanzhu stood stiffly in the dark, countless malicious eyes watching her, as if to say, "Why can you escape? Why can't you be the one to die?" She felt a chill all over, lowered her head to check the magazine, and contemplated what she should do now that Ming Lui was gone. Just as she was lost in thought, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock suddenly echoed at the door. Song Nanzhu instinctively shoved the gun behind her back and darted into the gap of the door. The door swung open quickly, light spilling in from outside, and Song Nanzhu tightly gripped the gun hidden behind her. The moment she heard footsteps, she raised the gun suddenly, but her pupils gradually dilated, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ming Lui made a speechless expression, tossed a bundle of clothes at her, along with a wet coyote tail. He quickly whispered, "Hurry up and change. With 2 fewer personal guards, it will be discovered soon." He paused as if wanting to explain something. "The tail shouldn't be all bloody. I just washed it." So it took a bit longer. Song Nanzhu felt a mix of emotions swirling in her heart, looking at Ming Lui with complexity. She wanted to ask him directly, but when she opened her mouth, the words didn't come out. She simply put on the clothes, tied the tail properly, adjusted her outfit, and checked the magazine again. Soon after, 2 soldiers resembling personal guards left the room in an orderly manner. "I just found out that the human experimentation lab at the back of the camp exploded, and all the experimental subjects died, which is why they're in a hurry to find new ones," Ming Lui whispered, tilting his head slightly. Song Nanzhu nodded, signaling him to continue. "Chiu Chai and Commander Lin are here. We didn't receive the news, but Commander Lin just arrived. Chiu Chai and the camp leader are in a meeting, so right now the only ones guarding the exploded camp are Chiu Chai's personal guards and maintenance personnel. And the communication center is right above the human experimentation lab, which is now in urgent restoration." He reached out to adjust the tail, saying, "The mission is rushed. We have no ears, and it's easy to be discovered. We should withdraw as soon as possible." The 2 moved forward slowly, encountering patrolling soldiers along the way. However, seeing the coyote tail, they guessed it was Chiu Chai's personal guard and didn't dare to say much, allowing them to pass through relatively smoothly. Before them gradually appeared a 3-story building, taller than the surrounding small labs, standing out prominently. From a distance, they could see that the first floor of the small building had turned black, with various animals bustling about on the first floor. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh, and the scent of smoke from the explosion had not yet dissipated. The animals were moving experimental equipment outside. Not far from a human experimentation building, there was a pile of charred objects stacked as high as a floor. As Song Nanzhu approached, she discovered that this pile of blackened mass was actually human corpses, or rather, pieces of human bodies. Almost unrecognizable, they were piled like a small mountain with human arms, thighs, and some flesh that couldn't even be identified as limbs. Song Nanzhu caught sight of a charred little hand outside the pile, and her mind flashed back to the little girl who had first seen her. "Sister, I can see Daddy soon. As long as I go to bed on time, Daddy will appear before me." In front of the human experimentation lab, a small figure stood on a giant chair, a sharp voice echoing throughout. "Hey, be careful, be careful. That is very expensive. Don't break it for me. Hey, don't let that disgusting human corpse touch my instruments. Keep it away." The figure turned around and shouted, "Hurry up and clean up those corpses, it's disgusting." As he spoke, he raised a hand to stroke his long whiskers, above which was a small pink nose. Following the low nose were a pair of slender eyes that sparkled with light. Even without looking closely, it was evident that this was a petite little white mouse, transformed into human form but still small, dressed in a white lab coat. Another, similarly small mouse ran over. "Doctor, we have already moved out the important samples." The mouse breathed a sigh of relief, dropping onto the chair and stroking its whiskers. Fortunately, there were no problems, thankfully. Suddenly, the mouse's ears twitched, and it turned sharply. Shouting who? The little white mouse behind, busy moving things, jumped in fright and stammered, "And no one behind, doctor." The mouse doctor frowned deeply, disbelief written all over its face. "Impossible, I clearly smell." A voice came from afar. "Doctor, this sample is burnt. Do you still want it?" "Oh, you useless thing, put down my sample." "That's mine." Ming Lui tightly grasped Song Nanzhu's wrist, crouching behind the pile of dead bodies, only releasing a breath of relief after confirming the doctor had moved far away. He whispered, All right, he has gone. The two hid behind the pile of corpses, the stench of rotting and charred bodies overwhelming. Song Nanzhu pushed aside an arm that was pressed against her and heard Ming Lui say, "The communication center is at the top. We'll act separately later." The big white mouse doctor had just commanded a group of little mice to rescue his beloved samples, and he looked content as he surveyed the scene before him. Everything was orderly under his command, and the lab that had just exploded was quickly regaining vitality. "Report, doctor." The little mouse in front didn't know which of his descendants it was, but he had never been able to keep track. Just as he was reveling in his self-satisfaction, he was suddenly interrupted. The doctor impatiently said, "Spit out quickly." The little mouse replied, "There's still an unused human in the cage. Should we keep it?" The doctor retorted, "Keep? Keep what? An uncertain, clean, little white human will only affect the experimental results. Don't worry about anything. Just clean it up." The little mouse protested. "But," the doctor was practically fuming, "but, what? Don't you remember how humans used to experiment on us? Now you pity humans? Are you out of your mind?" Just as he finished speaking, the temporary light above went out with a pop, plunging everything into complete darkness. The doctor, furious, shouted, "What kind of useless rubbish are you? You can't even handle a light. What use do I have for a bunch of useless things?" Song Nanzhu quietly slipped out from the circuit station. By this time, the sky had gradually darkened. She looked at the experimental building where the lights had just gone out, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Just moments ago, Ming Lui had said to her very seriously behind the pile of corpses, "Song Nanzhu." She frowned, "What about you?" Song Nanzhu felt no sense of camaraderie towards Ming Lui. At this moment, she felt no concern for him either. This mission could be considered complete, and a huge weight lifted from her heart as she turned to walk back the way she came. "He let me go. Besides, our relationship was never good, so it doesn't count as me abandoning a teammate," Song Nanzhu told herself as she walked. Just as she stealthily moved forward 500 meters, her electronic watch beeped. Song Nanzhu was startled. She quickly opened it. The pupils dilated instantly as the screen lit up, revealing the name of Commander Song on a small section of the display. "You have received a secret directive from Commander Song. Please check it quickly." Song Nanzhu's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again. A secret directive. It was an order not subject to electronic communication records, untraceable in the training camp's data center, a higher-level directive that required absolute obedience compared to regular orders. Song Nanzhu certainly understood what this directive represented. Without hesitation, she quickly clicked to open it. The screen displayed only a few words. "Ming Lui must not die." This sentence struck like a nail, piercing directly into Song Nanzhu's heart. Like a gust of wind, she turned and ran without a second thought. The significance of this sentence was not merely as simple as it appeared on the surface. The fact that Commander Song could issue a secret directive indicated how important and urgent this task was. However, as the representative of the peace faction, what connection could she have with the deputy commander promoted by the war faction's representative, Commander Zhang? A few images flashed rapidly in Song Nanzhu's mind. When she first entered the underground city, Ming Lui and Commander Song patrolled the streets in civilian clothes. During training camp, Ming Lui had tested her intentionally and unintentionally, and the true reason for his betrayal of humanity in his past life. What was the connection between all of this? Song Nanzhu's legs were almost on fire, and her tightly clenched fists broke out in a cold sweat of excitement. This piece of information not only conveyed crucial intelligence, but also proved that Commander Song still trusted her to some extent. She had not gone far when she arrived at the experimental building, which was still shrouded in darkness. Inside, the voice of Dr. White Mouse could be heard cursing. "A bunch of useless people. Why hasn't it been fixed yet? Be careful. How can you place the test tubes on the ground? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" But all of this turned into the sound of wind in Song Nanzhu's ears. Taking advantage of the chaos, she dashed up the stairs. The door to the communication office was tightly shut, and Song Nanzhu's heart raced. If Ming Lui died, all leads would be severed. Not to mention whether Commander Song would still assign her the mission. Even Commander Zhang, who treated Ming Lui like a precious son, would tear her apart. Song Nanzhu kicked the door open. In the next second, a dart gun barrel was aimed at her forehead. Song Nanzhu was furious. "Aren't you afraid of dying yourself? Why so much nonsense? It would be better to let you die. Ming Lui was stunned. Before Song Nanzhu could catch her breath, Ming Lui suddenly said, "There are footsteps at the door." Unfortunately, the communication office was tiny, filled with machines lining the walls, leaving no place to hide. He almost instantly grabbed Song Nanzhu's hand, trying to pull her behind the door, but the person outside reacted even faster. In the next second after Ming Lui heard the footsteps, there was a loud crash. The door shattered in a horrific manner, abruptly severed in the middle, breaking into two pieces. Ming Lui saw a familiar yet strange face, and fear instantly filled her heart. Standing at the door was an old acquaintance from her past life, the chief of the Jackal clan, Chiu Chai. Chapter 54. Ambush. The smell of burnt air brushed past Chiu Chai's military cloak, blowing into the small communication office. Song Nanzhu squinted her eyes, gripping her gun tightly, staring at the smiling man in front of her. Jackals resemble red foxes in appearance, with elongated faces that often taper to a pointed chin, and their eyes slant upward like wolves. Most jackals are greedy and fierce, not well-liked in the animal kingdom, yet they are social and possess strong combat abilities. Especially after the chief of the Jackal clan was replaced, under Chiu Chai's leadership, the Jackal pack surged forth, rising rapidly in status west of the ocean. Second only to wolves, Chiu Chai had the typical jackal appearance. Smooth facial lines, a long face, a flat and low forehead, and a pronounced brow ridge, making it seem like he had no forehead at all. His half-moon-shaped ears were erect. Although he was smiling, his eyes exuded greed and murderous intent. Jackals have shorter limbs than wolves, so he did not appear as tall as Lin Feng, but he was still much taller than an average human. Standing in the darkness, Song Nanzhu felt the evening breeze carry a hint of chill. She heard Chiu Chai's lips touch lightly as he spoke. "Lowly humans, how are you?" His voice was filled with mirth, but Song Nanzhu tightened her grip on the gun. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in front of her, and Song Nanzhu's pupils widened. In terms of combat power, humans stand little chance against awakened animals in one-on-one confrontations. In every aspect, humans are at a disadvantage, which is why the training camp desperately researches ways to alter human genes. But now, they were merely trained humans, far from having the ability to take on Chiu Chai alone. When Song Nanzhu saw the shadow at the door, the next moment, Chiu Chai's face suddenly loomed large, flashing right in front of them. Song Nanzhu exclaimed internally, "So fast." However, Chiu Chai's sharp teeth flashed past her, and his outstretched claws lunged directly at Ming Lui behind her. The unique scent of animals swept across Song Nanzhu's nostrils. She was unable to hide her shock. Was he really going for Ming Lui? A cold light flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind, and her gaze became clear in an instant. Perhaps they had been wrong from the start. This operation was not a trap set by the war faction to warn Commander Song through Ming Lui, but rather a counterattack from the peace faction. The purpose of this attack was to eliminate Commander Zhang's top confidant, Ming Lui. What surprised Song Nanzhu even more was that this person working in collusion with the peace faction was actually Chiu Chai. The hands of the peace faction had already reached here, but why would Commander Song let her save Ming Lui? The situation was incredibly urgent, and Song Nanzhu had no time to think. In the blink of an eye, Chiu Chai had exchanged several blows with Ming Lui. The combat capabilities of humans cannot be compared to those of an awakened adult jackal, and under the absolute domination of power, even Ming Lui began to show signs of defeat. Song Nanzhu unhesitatingly drew her knife to stab, but Chiu Chai seemed uninterested in her. She feigned a left downward stab, and as Chiu Chai dodged, unexpectedly, Song Nanzhu grabbed Chiu Chai's tail. The tails of animals, even after awakening, often remain outside, making them more sensitive than other body parts. Song Nanzhu was well aware of this little trick. She quickly pinched hard on Chiu Chai's tail, and sure enough, his sweeping claws deviated slightly. The expression of determination on his face finally changed, and he disdainfully spat out, "Unaware of your own mortality, human." This pinch indeed succeeded in angering Chiu Chai. In the next moment, Chiu Chai's razor-sharp claws flashed in front of Song Nanzhu. She turned to evade, but the sharp claws grazed her arm. Before she could feel the pain, Chiu Chai had already opened his massive jaws. Song Nanzhu was never the type to close her eyes and wait for death. She had once thought that even if she were to die, she wanted to keep her eyes wide open and see the last moment before leaving this world. Chiu Chai's large mouth was already open in front of her, and in an instant, Song Nanzhu could even smell the warm, fishy odor from the jackal's mouth. She found it hard to evade, only able to lean back, as Chiu Chai lunged toward her in the direction she was retreating. Just as his sharp teeth were about to pierce her neck, Song Nanzhu suddenly felt a warm hand grasp her neck. Her neck warmed, and the hand was warm yet strong, gently shifting her body at an angle. Chiu Chai bit down on her left shoulder. The jackal's teeth were powerful, sinking deeply into her shoulder, ripping through her thin skin. In that instant, Song Nanzhu furrowed her brow tightly. In her past life, her body had long been poisoned by laboratory drugs, leaving her with very weak sensations of pain. So far, Song Nanzhu hasn't felt such heart-wrenching pain for a long time. As a jackal, Chiu Chai showed no mercy to its prey. He turned his waist, and Ming Lui's pupils dilated violently as he screamed in a distorted face. No? Song Nanzhu felt darkness engulf her, and Ming Lui's roar echoed in her ears. She thought to herself, it's okay. Even if I don't have a shoulder, it's fine. Chu Nung will definitely find a way. He can help me make a new arm. It will be more useful than my current left hand. Really, it's okay. Tears welled up in Song Nanzhu's eyes, and warm tears flowed down her cheeks. But there was no pain as she had imagined. It was as if, in the dimness, a strong arm caught her falling body, and a hand carefully wiped away the tears on her face, afraid of hurting the girl. Song Nanzhu fainted from the pain. She felt herself falling into darkness. She opened her eyes, closed them, and opened them again, but it was still darkness. Song Nanzhu felt panicked inside. Where is this? Is this a dream? Whose dream is this? Suddenly, she was startled, gripping her left hand tightly with her right hand. Song Nanzhu was astonished to lift her left hand. The pale yet frail hand was intact in front of her. The hand was fine. Song Nanzhu felt uncertain. Things in dreams reflect reality, but they are not necessarily true. Her hand might have truly disappeared. Song Nanzhu still found it hard to accept. She didn't want to see her left hand again. The darkness surrounded her, and she didn't know where her feet were stepping. She took a step forward, and her whole body sank into darkness. Song Nanzhu continued to walk forward. Still darkness. Song Nanzhu walked faster and gradually began to run. She felt her heart racing, and the sound of her heartbeat became more pronounced as she ran. Chapter 55. Embrace. Song Nanzhu was full of energy, always running, never stopping, but the darkness was like her shadow, always looming over her. It had been a long time since Song Nanzhu had cried. At that moment, for some reason, she suddenly felt her eyes heat up, and many faces flashed through her mind. The hyena said, I just want my child. What did I do wrong? Xiao Mo cried, Sister, I've waited for you for a long, long time. Why didn't you find me? The man with the big beard knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Please, please save my child. I saved you before. Why are you so indifferent? Why are you so indifferent? This sentence turned into a vicious curse, echoing louder and louder in Song Nanzhu's ears. Why are you so indifferent? The remaining rationality in Song Nanzhu told her to keep moving forward, not to linger. She had no choice but to run desperately forward. She absolutely couldn't fall in her own dream. Suddenly, it seemed there was an orange-yellow light flashing in front of her, and Song Nanzhu crazily chased after that light, as if it were a lifeline. The light gradually descended to the ground, and Song Nanzhu stopped before the dawn. She gently bent down, reached out her trembling hand, and gradually picked up that light. The light transformed into an orange-yellow maple leaf. Song Nanzhu raised her head, and at that moment, it seemed she caught a glimpse of the light from the sky. Maple leaves fell from the sky, and finally, under the maple forest not far away, Song Nanzhu saw the person she had hidden in her heart for a long, long time. He lay quietly under the maple tree, silently watching the leaves fall. He slowly extended his hand, and a fallen leaf landed in his palm. He turned his head slowly. Tears streamed down Song Nanzhu's face in that instant. That night in the darkness, the mountain road was rugged, skeletons scattered everywhere, and I was covered in mud until I met you, allowing me to glimpse the light from the sky. Song Nanzhu suddenly realized that perhaps Lin Feng had truly met her in reality, But the Lin Feng in the dream did not know about her powers. He didn't know that the one he met in his dreams every night was the real Song Nanzhu. So, perhaps they could be unrestrained. Song Nanzhu ran faster and faster until she was running. Lin Feng slowly stood up, facing the wind, opening his arms to her. The maple leaves around Song Nanzhu suddenly fluttered in the air, and she leaped into the arms of the young general amidst the falling leaves. Lin Feng held her tightly, as if trying to merge her into his very being, his head buried deeply in her neck, his warm breath brushing against her ear. The two embraced tightly amidst the falling maple leaves. It was unclear how long had passed when Song Nanzhu felt a drop of tear fall on her neck. She heard Lin Feng's soft, plaintive voice, "Sister, I'm sorry." He was wearing the military coat that Song Nanzhu had seen Lin Zhihui wear that morning. At that moment of emotional turmoil, Song Nanzhu had no time to think about whether to be angry or how to react. Even if Song Nanzhu was slow to react, she could guess that it was Lin Feng who had pulled her back at the last moment, allowing her to dodge that fatal blow. She couldn't help but want to laugh. It was too ironic. She had desperately wished for him to live a good life, yet he had still walked this old path, even better than in his previous life. So, sooner or later, they would have to face each other with swords drawn. Song Nanzhu thought, since reality is destined to be so cruel, then let her enjoy this fleeting warmth now. Time in the dream felt incredibly long, yet Song Nanzhu felt it was passing quickly. She felt her body calling out to her, her consciousness gradually separating, and the falling maple leaves grew distant. Song Nanzhu frowned. A bright light flashed before her eyes. As her eyes gradually adapted to the light, the moment her eyelids slowly opened, it seemed her hearing was restored at that instant. The first voice she heard was that of the awakener. Rarely, the eternally cold mechanical voice actually carried a hint of urgency. She woke up. Quick, look! She woke up. In the moment Song Nanzhu fully opened her eyes, she felt as if her heart had fallen into an icy cave because she couldn't feel the left side of her body. That area was blank, numb. But she couldn't shed a single tear anymore, just a dryness at the corners of her mouth. The awakener's voice became extremely hoarse. The awakener almost flashed in front of her. I've already notified the doctor. Unfortunately, Chunung was just called away by an urgent phone call. How do you feel now? Do you want some water? Song Nanzhu hesitated for a long time before asking, is my left shoulder still there? Song Nanzhu was somewhat surprised. Was the rescue timely? In her last memory, Chiu Chai's big mouth had bitten into her shoulder, almost tearing her apart, and then she fainted from the pain. Until the end, she hadn't seen the man behind her. But it was okay, Song Nanzhu thought. What she needed to see, she had already seen in her dream. The awakener raised the hospital bed a little, very carefully fed her a bit of water to moisten her lips. Song Nanzhu opened her mouth, looking at the awakener with a face full of grievance. The awakener waved his hand helplessly. The doctor hasn't come yet. I don't know anything. The doctor said it's very serious, just a little bit, and you would have died. I was afraid you would die again. Song Nanzhu opened her mouth and laughed heartily. How could I possibly die from drinking a sip of water? I'm not that fragile. Just after laughing twice, she felt a tearing pain throughout her body, and Song Nanzhu couldn't laugh anymore. Instead, the awakener couldn't help but burst into laughter at her state. Song Nanzhu lay on the bed, pale, silently watching the robot in front of her laugh uncontrollably. The awakener finally laughed enough, and only then did Song Nanzhu ask, "Where's Ming Lui?" The awakener instantly stopped, calmly saying, "The team member has already sacrificed. There's no need to wait for the secret passage." The awakener had no heartbeat, but at that moment, it still felt like there was a moment when the current throughout its body stopped operating. Chapter 56. Back to camp, the awakener felt the flow of electricity resume when he saw the helicopter hovering over the training camp. As a robot, he had never felt what it was like to have cold hands and feet. At this moment, he felt a chill all over. "Get out of the way. Everyone, move aside." A loud shout rang out. The red and blue lights flashed wildly, and the sirens echoed throughout the training ground. An ambulance was speeding towards the scene, raising a cloud of dust, accompanied by the shouts of medical staff evacuating the area. "Everyone, leave the scene immediately. Do not linger here." The awakener even saw the mecha patrol team clearing roadblocks and unrelated personnel, everything happening quickly. Within minutes, the helicopter landed under everyone's watch. The helicopter door slowly opened, and several military doctors in uniform quickly came down to assist. The awakener stared intently at the door, as the doctors steadily handed out a stretcher that was originally white but was now stained blood red. The person on the stretcher had no color in their face. The awakener stood far away, but the mechanical abilities allowed him to see clearly. The situation inside the helicopter looked frantic and urgent, as large amounts of blood-soaked bandages were brought down with the stretcher. The person inside seemed to be quietly sleeping in a sea of blood, drifting. The awakener couldn't see who the person was, but his heart couldn't relax. A terrifying intuition told him that the matter was not over yet. Clear the road. Push the ambulance. The people shouted. The awakener saw Commander Song with a worried expression, closely following the ambulance. The wrinkles on his face looked denser, resembling overlapping mountains and peaks. He stepped closely behind the stretcher, and the awakener lifted his foot to follow, but was stopped by the medical staff. Robots are not allowed inside. The awakener quickly explained, I'm not a robot. The person on the stretcher is my mecha master. I want to go in. The medical staff coldly interrupted, that is not allowed. The patient is about to undergo surgery, and family members cannot enter. The awakener couldn't argue with her. The medical staff turned and quickly left. Once she was far enough away, the awakener transformed into a small trash can, rolling on tiny wheels to chase after them. He carefully followed the ambulance, not daring to stop until he saw Chu Nong. Chu Nong looked extremely disheveled, covered in dirt and mud, and his soft armor was torn in several places. Fresh mud still clung to his boots, as if he had just come down from the front line. He was sweating profusely, his face flushed, continuously asking the medical staff questions. The medical staff, aware of his identity, couldn't directly refuse him, just kept reassuring him, it's fine. The rescue was very timely. Chuning still wouldn't give up. How long until she can recover? Will it affect her career? The awakener felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He still hadn't seen who was in the ambulance. Why was there only one vehicle? Where did Ming Lui go? But he could no longer move closer. The entrance to the training camp hospital was filled with guards. He saw Commander Song and Jiang Jun rushing in with anxious expressions. He quietly waited at the entrance until he finally saw a disheartened Chu Nong. The awakener ran up to him, seeing Chu Nong squatting at the hospital entrance. Pulling a cigarette from his pocket, the awakener extended his finger, and a small flame flickered from his fingertip, lighting the cigarette. Chu Nong hadn't changed his clothes. Even the cigarette was soaked, limp, and extinguished after a few attempts. Chu Nong let out a sarcastic laugh, flicked his finger, and the cigarette floated gently to the ground. After an indeterminate amount of time, Commander Song came out, but Jiang Jun, who had entered with him, was nowhere to be seen. Chu Nong stood up, anxiously asking, How is Nanzhu? Indeed, even if Chu Nong and Jiang Jun could barely glean some information about the mission, they only knew that the mission had not gone smoothly. As for the details, they were completely unaware. After speaking, Commander Song bypassed Chu Nong and the awakener, who looked dazed and quickly left. Chu Nong stood there, fists tightly clenched, maintaining his previous expression. Suddenly, he glanced to the side. The awakener watched as Chu Nong walked off to the side, followed closely by Dual Yi, who had appeared out of nowhere. Wanted to keep up, but fearing missing out on news, he could only listen attentively. Chu Nong silently approached a doctor who had just exited the hospital. The doctor wasn't wearing a white coat, but was holding it, looking exhausted with heavy bags under his eyes, as if he had just finished his shift. Chu Nong tapped the man's shoulder. Who are you? The man turned, his gaze weary and powerless, but for a moment, something seemed to flash in his eyes before vanishing. Chu Nong asked, I want to know if a girl was just rushed in for emergency rescue. The man blankly shook his head. There was no girl brought in for emergency rescue. The awakener was astonished. He had never heard that Dual Yi had such a skill, that he could hypnotize. Chu Nong frowned. Are you sure? You must not know. But the man firmly shook his head. I was on duty this morning. Only one severely injured captain was brought in, no girl. Chu Nong was taken aback. The awakener heard everything clearly from a distance. His mind raced, and suddenly a terrifying feeling surged into his brain. Then where'd she go? Chapter 57, Stealing the Sky. Nanzhu? Nanzhu! Song Nanzhu felt as if the dark sky had been torn open by a large gash. Finally, light mixed with fresh air flooded in. Song Nanzhu took a deep breath, feeling as if there was something foreign in her nose. She slowly opened her eyes. Commander Song sat calmly in front of her, with a breathing apparatus inserted in her nose. She rolled her eyes. With dry, pale lips, she smiled sincerely. I succeeded, right? Commander Song nodded, finally relaxing his tightly clenched fists. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Yes, I'm very grateful to you. Song Nanzhu's smile was bleak. She had saved Ming Lui, whom Commander Song wanted to save, and had also activated her transformation plan. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Commander Song did not want the matter of saving Ming Lui to be exposed, thus initiating her undercover career early. Commander Song really played a good hand. Song Nanzhu exhaled. The moment she saw this information, the thought flashed through her mind. If successful, she would escape from here. Commander Song might not understand. This clearly chose a path that was even harder to walk. But Song Nanzhu had been waiting for this path for a long time. Commander Song seemed to be considering his words, and finally, he asked, Nanzhu, are you ready? Song Nanzhu nodded. When can we start? Commander Song replied, wait until your injuries are mostly healed. In the meantime, you will undergo training in other areas. Song Nanzhu knew well that becoming an undercover agent for the Animal Alliance was vastly different from being an agent in the training camp. Fortunately, she had undergone such long-term training in her previous life, so it shouldn't take too much time. Song Nanzhu thought, I can't wait any longer. I must hurry. Commander Song instructed her on some other matters. After all, his identity was special, and disappearing for too long might raise suspicion. Just as he was about to step out of the ward, Song Nanzhu suddenly said faintly, what about the others? Commander Song was taken aback for a moment before realizing who she meant by the others. Song Nanzhu felt a surge of emotions. In her previous life, she had quietly disappeared without anyone caring. In this life, her injury had surprisingly caused so many people to be concerned. She didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Commander Song was brief and to the point. Song Nanzhu lowered her head. She already understood clearly in her heart that once she chose genetic modification, there would be no turning back. Those things that are regrettable, those people she hasn't had the chance to meet, must dissipate like dust and smoke, whether willingly or not. Commander Song continued, the results of your physical examination have come out. Your body meets the criteria for genetic modification. Song Nanzhu paused, raised her head, and asked, has my contact person always been you? Or will it be Ming Lui like in my previous life? Don't worry about that for now. It will be arranged at the appropriate time, Commander Song said as he stood up. There's something happening in the camp. You rest for now, and someone will come to arrange things for you later. For some reason, Song Nanzhu gradually felt her mind empty, and the wounds on her wrist and shoulder ached faintly. She frowned slightly. She heard a bang, seemingly Commander Song pushing the door open, and the room instantly fell silent. Without the constant companionship and jokes of the awakened ones, Song Nanzhu found it oddly uncomfortable. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. With so many people around her, she almost forgot that she was actually alone. With a click, a man hurriedly closed the door and even glanced outside nervously. He was holding a small black leather box and quickly walked in, and Song Nanzhu's gaze was firmly fixed on him. The moment he inadvertently looked up, he made eye contact with Song Nanzhu, and in that instant, his tension was evident. He pulled out the chair that Commander Song had just sat on, trying to sit down, but almost stumbled and fell. Song Nanzhu's previously chaotic thoughts suddenly cleared a little, and she burst out laughing. The boy wore goggles, and through the lenses, his expression seemed somewhat flustered. Breaking the awkward silence, Song Nanzhu asked, is your lab only sending one newcomer? She raised an eyebrow. The boy's eyes instantly filled with panic. This first step? The team leader said to let me try first. Seeing that Song Nanzhu still didn't speak, he waved his hands frantically in front of his chest. No, it's fine. You don't need to worry. I won't make mistakes. I've practiced a lot of times. Song Nanzhu couldn't help but smile. In this chaotic world where everyone was on edge and each had their own hidden agendas in the training camp, it was rare to see such a naive little boy. Suddenly, a familiar face flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind, dimming her smile a little. The boy focused on rummaging through the contents of the small box. Song Nanzhu leaned forward slightly, sitting on the edge of the bed, stretching her neck to see what was inside the box. It was no different from what she had used in her previous life, just some oddly shaped and colorful medications, along with various syringes. The boy rummaged through the box, muttering, "Strange. I clearly put it here. Where did it go?" One hand pulled out a crumpled stack of papers while he casually said, "Sign the genetic modification consent form," handing Song Nanzhu a pen. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, Song Nanzhu quietly watched the boy, taking the paper and pen from him. Without hesitation, she signed her name. Chapter 58. Dream Return. The boy finally found a super tiny, special-looking vial in the box and exclaimed, "Finally found it," realizing he had overreacted. He awkwardly scratched his head and reassured her, "Don't worry, it will hurt a little, but not right now." Song Nanzhu couldn't help but smile at this kid's comforting words. The boy placed the small vial into a large injection device. Although he seemed nervous when he entered, his hands were quick and steady during the operation. He focused on the machine, adjusting while saying, "This is the first step. It's just preparatory work for genetic modification. Once your body is adjusted to meet the requirements, we can proceed with the actual genetic modification." After adjusting the machine, he pointed to the head of the bed, indicating for Song Nanzhu to lean back against it. He skillfully took out metal handcuffs from a box. At the moment the boy pressed the confirmation button, the handcuffs made a sound. Song Nanzhu's heart finally felt a slight tremor. The moment she closed her eyes, she felt warmth in her eye sockets. The sound of the machine operating echoed in her ears. A tear slipped down her cheek, leaving a dry track behind. With a light thud, Song Nanzhu suddenly furrowed her brow, her fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as the metal handcuffs made a painful clanging sound. She felt an extremely fine needle shoot into her right ear at an unimaginable speed, as if it had burrowed into her brain and rooted deeply. Her whole body went into spasms. Song Nanzhu bit her lip tightly, her face turning pale. Fortunately, this sensation didn't last long. The feeling of a needle penetrating slowly faded from her mind. The recuperation center was extremely cool, and staying in the dim room felt like being in a never-ending deep autumn. Yet Song Nanzhu was sweating profusely, her hand still trembling slightly in the metal handcuffs, and her right ear buzzed, rendering her unable to hear any sounds. The boy whispered in her left ear when the medication is initially injected, "There might be some adverse reactions, but don't panic. Sudden loss of hearing and vision is normal. At first, you might have trouble sleeping and experience strange nightmares, but it's all normal and will get better later." Song Nanzhu's pale lips moved slightly. "Really?" The boy hesitated for a moment, then firmly said, "Of course it's true. As long as everything goes smoothly, after you learn the lifestyle of a rabbit, you'll become a cute little rabbit." She faintly curled her lips, unsure whether to believe him or not. Images from her past life flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind. In her previous life, everyone had an animal physique suitable for modification, and her test results were no different from before, still rabbit-oriented. Therefore, she had a full understanding, and Song Nanzhu's heart eased a little. However, her body remained weak. The boy quickly unfastened the handcuffs, carefully supporting the girl's back, helping her lie down slowly on the bed, and gently covering her with a blanket. Song Nanzhu felt as if 1,000 bees had flown in her head, buzzing all around. Her mind felt like it was about to explode, alternating between clarity and drowsiness. Finally, she couldn't resist any longer and allowed the pain to envelop her, gradually losing consciousness in the dark room. When Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again, she was somewhat surprised because in her previous life, after she injected the first dose of medication, she never had another dream. The drug gradually stripped away her rights as a human, slowly transforming her into a non-human monster. But perhaps because of her abilities this time, she actually woke up in a dream. Song Nanzhu looked around. The wild atmosphere was incredibly dry, and the blazing sun scorched the earth. The grass on the ground was withered, drooping under the intense sunlight, and a few hungry eagles circled above, eyeing their prey below. Song Nanzhu felt the heat of the grass radiating to her fleshy feet and instinctively scratched her ear. If she remembered correctly, she was now on the vast grassland at the southern tip of the continent, during the dry season, where the air seemed to have solidified. A large number of animals were migrating toward water sources. And now, she was a robust gray wild rabbit. Song Nanzhu kicked her legs and ran a few meters. Her body quickly adapted to this familiar sensation. She wondered, did she know she was about to be modified? Was this a simulated training for herself? She actually still didn't know that this ability had this level of usefulness. What are you doing? A furry hand pushed her from behind. Song Nanzhu kicked back, sending the rabbit that pushed her rolling on the ground with a yelp. What are you doing? The little rabbit looked quite similar to her, both having strong hind legs and relatively short forelimbs. Unlike humans, rabbits don't examine themselves from head to toe. Song Nanzhu couldn't do that either, so she could only observe the furious rabbit in front of her to determine her own appearance. The rabbit before her had brown-gray fur and a larger body. Generally, wild rabbits live solitary lives, but since the animal mutations, animals can transform into human forms, inevitably bringing a hint of social attributes as humans. So, it was not surprising to see groups of usually solitary wild rabbits moving together. The rabbit shouted, with so many carnivorous animals around. If we can't reach the Animal Alliance territory before dark, do you really think these animals will abide by the Animal Alliance Treaty? Song Nanzhu moved her ears. Her hearing was indeed extremely sensitive. Her lips slightly parted. Why are there so many animals around us, like wolf packs, lion prides, and jackals? What about the wildebeests and zebras? Don't they go to places with water? Chapter 59. Escaping for a moment, she suddenly brightened up, her tone becoming excited. I heard that the Animal Alliance has driven all humans underground. Now, the northern forest hills and plains are completely enough for us to migrate over to. There is an endless supply of food and water there. Oh my God, I can hardly believe it. What a paradise that must be. Song Nanzhu understood in her heart. This wasn't some new dream mirror. This was just the day after she turned into a rabbit in her last life. The training camp had thrown her into the migration team on the southern grasslands, mingling with nameless rabbits to blend into the Animal Alliance. No wonder such a large-scale migration was happening, and the migration team was different from the usual ones. It turned out this was a migration team heading to the Animal Alliance territory. We must hurry, the rabbit said, quickening its pace, while also secretly glancing up at the eagles circling in the sky. She muttered, I really don't think these carnivorous animals will abide by the Animal Alliance Treaty. The Animal Alliance Treaty, in short, is one of the 3 major treaties of the Animal Alliance, the most important of which states that carnivorous animals are not allowed to kill herbivores in any way or for any reason. This treaty is not hard to abide by. Because the main source of meat for the Animal Alliance comes from humans, the resources in the underground city are still very limited. Large numbers of humans cannot enter the underground city and can only wander above ground, captured by the Animal Alliance. They either become food or experimental subjects, and those with slightly better luck become pets of the Animal Alliance's nobility. With sufficient food, carnivorous animals naturally get along harmoniously with herbivores. However, there were no humans on the grasslands they were currently on, only a group of herbivores desperately rushing forward, and these animals had not yet obtained Animal Alliance identity certification, becoming official citizens of the Animal Alliance. This means that until they reach the Animal Alliance, even if they are eaten, no one will know. Song Nanzhu quickened her pace, keeping up with the rabbit group. The breathing sounds of the carnivorous animals beside her seemed to reverberate in her ears, and the eagles flying in the sky greedily looked at the moving natural food on the grassland. Right now, the carnivorous animals had not launched an attack, purely relying on the deterrent effect of the Animal Alliance Treaty. But once night falls, and if the carnivorous animals get hungry, it would be unimaginable what would happen. Song Nanzhu, moving in the form of a rabbit, although she had some foundation from her past life, still found it difficult to adapt compared to other natural rabbits. After a while, she fell to the back of the rabbit group. She casually bit a blade of grass on the ground, chewed it in her mouth. The grass had already been trampled by the rabbits in front, dirty and dry, like leftover dried bread from breakfast that had been left out from many days. The rabbit that had just spoken to her was beside her, surprised. Why are you eating this grass? What's the difference from eating garbage? Song Nanzhu was momentarily speechless and could only speak the truth. I haven't eaten for a long time. I really want to try it. The rabbit exclaimed. I haven't seen someone who hasn't eaten for so long and still misses it. I'm already tired of the grass on this grassland. She looked into the distance, her eyes filled with light. I heard that the Animal Alliance has endless varieties of delicious little grasses. The kind that is picked fresh in the early morning, still bearing droplets of morning dew. After saying this, she seemed a bit angry. It's outrageous that such good grass was all enjoyed by humans. Nanzhu thought, is there a possibility that we humans don't eat grass? This rabbit was indeed quite plump. Even though it was sweating profusely, it gradually fell behind the group. Soon after, a small lake appeared in the distance. In the dry season on the grassland, a lake is a paradise-like existence. Many animals were already extremely thirsty, panting with their tongues out, their bodies drooping. Upon seeing the lake, their eyes lit up, and they instantly couldn't move. The first to rush forward were the unconcerned lions, leopards, and other large carnivorous animals. Other herbivores hesitated, standing aside, their eyes radiating a desperate thirst. But they didn't dare to approach. Help! The plump rabbit beside her howled to the sky. Are you really not going to drink water? I'm about to turn into a dried rabbit. Absolutely cannot stop to drink water. An older-looking rabbit turned around and shattered her beautiful fantasy with a single line. The elder has already issued the order to rest for a bit. We'll set off soon. Saying this, his murky eyes were fixed firmly on Nanzhu and the waste rabbit behind them, and Nanzhu understood. The older rabbit was quite patient, explaining, the spotted hyenas behind us have been following us for a long time. You young ones don't understand. Now that it's getting late, and we are not yet citizens of the Animal Alliance, once it gets dark, as long as the cunning spotted hyenas feel hungry, they can ambush us from behind. Nanzhu continued. Not stopping to drink water may indeed lead to a small number of dehydration deaths. But if we can't reach the Animal Alliance before dark, the casualty numbers will be terrifying. Right now, we are pressed for time. While the carnivorous animals are drinking water, we can move as much as possible. The plump rabbit's eyes were brimming with tears. Okay, I'd rather die of thirst than be torn apart by the hated spotted hyenas. Nanzhu couldn't help but smile. The lake allowed many animals to relax significantly. But what was unnoticed was that, in the meantime, the rabbit group had quietly slipped away. Chapter 60. Dawn approaches. Those running at the back are destined to become the last sacrifice before dawn arrives. Nanzhu followed the rabbit group, sprinting with all her might. She felt an indescribable sense of freedom, as if a seed that had been suppressed within her for a long time had finally erupted. Piercing through numerous obstacles and breaking free from her body, she felt the wind from the grassland passing through her body, striking her soul. Hey, Grandma! Nanzhu's mind seemed to snap back suddenly. An elderly rabbit was struggling to keep up, gradually falling behind the rabbit group, with a few young rabbits anxiously circling around her. Grandma, hold on. We'll reach the Animal Alliance soon. One young rabbit was almost crying out of desperation. Nanzhu turned her head and sighed. Survival of the fittest is a principle every animal understands. Every year during the great animal migration, many young, old, and sick rabbits are eliminated by the carnivorous animals that are secretly watching due to reasons like lack of strength and health. It is precisely for this reason that the rabbit population on the grassland can maintain a stable range. This is the rule of nature. But the awakening of animals into humans prompted animals to develop human-like qualities, and concepts such as family and elders subtly entered the minds of these awakened animals. This gave them a humanity that made their existence even more painful. The carnivorous animals quickly drank up the water and soon took large strides, sprinting towards the direction where the grassland had already disappeared from sight. The elder glanced at the sky and frowned. It was a dusk stained with a blood-red sunset. The old rabbit was out of breath, urging the young ones to run. You all hurry up, I'm old and can't run anymore. The young rabbits cried out, refusing to leave the old rabbit's side. A few older rabbits, noticing the situation was dire, rushed over, grabbed the young rabbits by the scruff of their necks, and sprinted forward. The young rabbits struggled and cried, but nature offered them no last chance. Darkness was quickly approaching. The fat rabbit glanced back reluctantly, seeing the elder rabbit's figure gradually become small before disappearing into the grassland. This was one of the ways the rabbit group preserved their lineage. leaving behind the elderly to buy time for the younger rabbits to escape. Song Nanzhu felt the surrounding wind slowly becoming less warm, even bringing a hint of chill, and she ran forward recklessly, feeling the cold wind envelop her. As night fell, the fat rabbit was drenched in sweat, frowning and not daring to stop. Suddenly, a hint of despair crept in her voice. "Did you hear that? It's the footsteps from the dark grassland behind us, like the devil urging us to our doom." The light and powerful sound of feet hitting the grass came from behind, filled with an underlying excitement, charging in their direction. The fat rabbit wiped away her tears, lifting her already sore legs again and again, trying to keep pace with the rabbit group. More and more older or exhausted rabbits fell behind, leaving only the young and vigorous rabbits to form the core of the fleeing group. Song Nanzhu maintained a steady pace at the back of the group, observing the situation. They ran through the wind, but the foul stench of the hyenas and wolves still slowly drifted from behind. The older rabbit who had just spoken shouted anxiously, "No. At this rate, we'll all die." The sky had completely darkened, and the ferocity of the beast swept across the rabbits' cheeks like the cold wind of the grassland. They all knew this. The rabbit group's speed was still being preserved. The young rabbits were unwilling to abandon their companions of many years. And at the last moment before dawn, they would not trade the lives of their loved ones for their own escape time. Therefore, they had not yet unleashed their full speed. However, the older rabbits also noticed this. The older rabbit that had just roared placed the young rabbit on the ground, and the young rabbit, still strong, dashed off. The older rabbit continuously nudged the young rabbit's rear with its nose, urging it to run faster. As the young rabbit struggled to keep up with the group, it could no longer hear the footsteps of the older rabbit behind it. There was no time to look back. The fat rabbit sadly closed her eyes, seeing the older rabbit settle the young one before stopping, turning back to run in the opposite direction of the fleeing rabbit group. It was the pack of hyenas with their mouths already wide open. It willingly ran into the jaws of the wolves. The older rabbit's suicidal sacrifice instantly ignited a fire in the grassland. Once lit, it could never be extinguished. Many older rabbits stopped their weary steps, desperately leaping backward, as if the rabbit group was signaling to the predators behind them, offering their lives in exchange for the continuation of the younger generation. The cheers from the pack of hyenas behind almost echoed in Song Nanzhu's ears. But they were not satisfied and continued to pursue relentlessly. The grassland was devoid of any light. Only the moonlight faintly illuminated each fleeing animal. The slaughter on the grassland had begun. The sounds of tearing flesh, the spurting of blood, and the anguished cries of herbivores like antelopes, deer, and zebras filled the once quiet grassland with a thick smell of blood. The rabbit group was visibly shrinking in size through the automatic sacrifice of the older rabbits. Only young blood was left to continue racing across the grassland, each young face marked with tears as hot as blood. While the carnivorous animals behind clearly aimed to unleash their final wild instincts before the animal alliance arrived. Little did they know, the young rabbit that had just been carried away by the older rabbit seemed to trip over something on the grassland, and although it quickly adjusted, its running posture became limping. Chapter 61. Crisis. This little rabbit slowed down visibly, quickly falling from the middle of the group to the back. The fat rabbit cried out in pain beside Song Nanzhu. "Heaven, why are you so cruel to us at the last second? When will the Animal Alliance's army arrive?" The stench from the hyenas was already wafting behind Song Nanzhu. The little rabbit gradually fell beside Song Nanzhu, and some rabbits let out powerless wails, helplessly watching their kind fall into the jaws of death. Just as the little rabbit finally ran out of strength and fell behind Song Nanzhu, the pack of hyenas let out a loud cheer, celebrating the tender rabbit meat soon to be in their mouths. The little rabbit was gradually engulfed by the pack of hyenas, with several eager hyenas quickly surrounding it. The little rabbit remembered the last words of the older rabbit when it left its side, and tears silently slipped from its eyes, vanishing in the wind. Just as the hyena's sharp teeth were about to bite the rabbit's tail, at that critical moment, a lightning-like figure flashed out of nowhere. The leading hyena saw a vague figure flash before its eyes, and the little rabbit that was almost in its mouth disappeared without a trace. Song Nanzhu made a sharp turn, dashing through the dense legs of the hyenas with unimaginable speed, grabbing the little rabbit by the scruff of its neck. By this time, the ugly hyenas around began to react. The leading hyena, furious, shouted, "Tear that wild rabbit to pieces." One hyena lunged at the figure on the ground, but the rabbit had already anticipated this, leaping high and landing on the hyena's nose. Several hyenas rushed in, and the rabbit dodged left and right, jumping from one hyena's nose to another's back. As one hyena lunged at it, the rabbit jumped down to the grass, causing the two hyenas to crash into each other and tumble on the ground, taking down the pack of hyenas that couldn't stop in time. Song Nanzhu chuckled lightly, feeling no burden. The pack of hyenas, however, was cursing angrily. The leader, exasperated, shouted, "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a damned wild rabbit." Countless hyenas pounced again, but Song Nanzhu continued to leap and dodge. Just as she was actively dealing with the situation, a shadow fell from the sky. It was the leader, attempting to block her escape route upwards, aiming to swallow both Song Nanzhu and the little rabbit. Little did they know, Song Nanzhu reacted incredibly quickly. The leader, full of confidence that this wild rabbit was trapped, was taken aback when, in the blink of an eye, the rabbit took flight again. Suddenly, a furry figure flashed before its eyes, and the leader seized the moment, trying to intercept the airborne rabbit mid-leap. This bite missed again, but it played right into Song Nanzhu's hands. Using the force of the leader's attempt to bite her, she stepped on its nose. The leader's sharp teeth grazing Song Nanzhu's short little rabbit tail as she leaped with all her strength into the air. Two long legs traced a perfect arc in the air, and a few seconds later, a small cheer erupted from the group of rabbits. Song Nanzhu's two rabbit legs landed steadily in the middle of the rabbit team. The fat rabbit cheered the loudest. If she hadn't been so exhausted, she would have rushed to Song Nanzhu's side to give her a triangular kiss with her triangular rabbit mouth. So awesome. Following the rhythm of the rabbit group, Song Nanzhu gently placed the little rabbit on the ground. The little rabbit had regained some strength and softly said, "Thank you." At that moment, the fat rabbit at the back of the line exclaimed, "Help! Help!" A young rabbit turned around and scolded, "Do you think you're being heroic? Do you know your actions have angered the hyenas? We all have to pay the price for your heroic deeds." As soon as these words were spoken, countless rabbits turned their heads and glared at Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu said nothing. How could she not know? Seeing that the little rabbit could barely keep up with the group, she gradually slowed down and fell to the back of the team. The leader, seeing the rabbit that had just escaped from his mouth, felt as if his lungs were about to burst. He kicked off the ground, his nose nearly touching Song Nanzhu's tail. Unexpectedly, Song Nanzhu seemed completely unafraid, secretly pushing off with one foot and kicking a mouthful of dirt into the hyena leader's face. The hyena leader felt stars in his eyes, and a wave of anger surged through him. He was determined to tear this reckless rabbit into pieces and eat it bite by bite. He kicked harder, several times nearly biting Song Nanzhu's short tail. But each time Song Nanzhu skillfully dodged and sent him another mouthful of dirt. The hyena leader charged at the front of the line, while Song Nanzhu was at the back of the rabbit team. Just as she was being chased and bitten, she skillfully turned and veered left, escaping the rabbit group. The hyena leader was overjoyed. This rabbit was so foolish. Did it really think it could escape the jaws of the hyena pack alone? Ignoring everything else, the leader focused solely on the rabbit's wiggling short tail, which several times was right by his mouth, seemingly within reach, but disappeared the moment he tried to bite down. Song Nanzhu sprinted to the left, her tender little paws sore and rough from prolonged running, but unconsciously, she was getting farther and farther away from the original rabbit group. She was exhausted, but the hyena was getting stronger. The leader noticed the fatigue of the rabbit ahead, and a smug smile appeared on his lips, making his steps lighter. Chapter 62. The bet no matter how fast she ran, she was still just a little rabbit. She would eventually become his dinner. Suddenly, he heard his anxious subordinates shouting, "Leader, the other rabbits have already run away." The leader's heart sank. In his reckless pursuit of the rabbit in front of him, he had allowed the entire group of rabbits to escape. Greed and foolishness would leave most of the hyenas hungry tonight. The leader didn't have time to think further and angrily shouted back, "Who told you to follow? Hurry up and chase the rabbit group." His subordinates replied, yes. Although the hyena pack reacted quickly, the rabbit group had already taken advantage of the opportunity created by Song Nanzhu to run for their lives. And now they could only see the dust flying up from the rabbits' tails. The leader, along with the remaining hyenas, continued to follow closely behind Song Nanzhu, the sparks in their eyes nearly bursting forth. Before Song Nanzhu lay the endless dark grassland. She was already exhausted but still forced herself to keep running step by step. The cold evening wind blew across the endless grassland, making Song Nanzhu feel as if she were in an ice cave. At this rate, she would undoubtedly die. But Song Nanzhu wanted to take a gamble. She bet that her memory wasn't wrong. Suddenly, in the far distance of the silent grassland, a small light appeared, and Song Nanzhu's eyes brightened. The light was rapidly approaching her. Meanwhile, the hyenas behind her were tightly following her tail, completely oblivious to the situation on the grassland. In Song Nanzhu's dark eyes, the light quickly enlarged. But she heard the hyena's mouth closing in behind her, the foul, hot breath making her tail shrink. The light was still quite far away. Was it too late? Suddenly, Song Nanzhu caught a whiff of a familiar scent wafting from ahead, and her heart raced. At this moment, the hyena had gathered all its strength, ready to deliver a lethal strike. Song Nanzhu perked up her rabbit ears and heard the hyena's front feet pause, while its hind feet seemed to push off harder, indicating a leap to attack. Just as it leaped into the air, a voice in Song Nanzhu's heart shouted, now. In that split second when the hyena left the ground, Song Nanzhu anticipated its move and stomped down on its nose. This time, Song Nanzhu truly exerted all her strength, pushing off with her hind legs and drawing a perfect arc in the air. Yet the light was still at a distance. Just when she thought she would land and be torn to shreds by the hyena, which had already opened its mouth wide behind her, that familiar scent quickly enveloped her. Song Nanzhu landed in a familiar embrace. The person wore a long coat that still carried the sharpness of the evening wind on the grassland. Tightly holding Song Nanzhu in their arms, one hand cradling the little rabbit and the other reaching for the gun at their waist. The hyena was furious that the rabbit had been snatched away by someone else. In the cold night, with the wind howling, the light that had once seemed far away gradually grew larger, revealing a tall silhouette standing against the wind on the grassland. The hyena looked up but could only barely make out the person's towering outline. Ignoring everything, it growled fiercely, "What are you? You dare steal the rabbit that was in my mouth?" As it spoke, it crouched down, pushing off the ground with its hind legs, lunging directly at the shadow. Song Nanzhu was too tired. She wriggled a bit in the warmth of the person's embrace, found a comfortable and warm position, closed her eyes, and silently prayed for the reckless hyena. As expected, the hyena didn't even come close to the shadow. The person elegantly lifted their long leg, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Holding the little rabbit securely, they turned in midair. A powerful kick sent the robust hyena flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to move, but felt a burning pain all over its body. The hyenas saw their leader inexplicably kicked away, still lying on the ground, unable to get up, and immediately panicked, retreating in haste. The person paid them no mind, coldly speaking, their voice cutting through the wind of the grassland, reaching every trembling hyena's ears. Violation of the first article of the Animal Alliance's 3 major agreements. Kill. This cold command, uttered from their lips, felt less like a call to murder and more like a simple statement about eating or drinking. The light stopped behind him, surrounding him in a glow, as if he were a god overlooking all living beings from the brilliance. The leader, now unable to move on the ground, spat out a bloodied tooth and unwillingly asked, "Why can you say kill just like that? Who are you?" The person seemed to sneer lightly and softly uttered a few words, "Commander of the Southeast District of the Animal Alliance, Lin Feng." The hyena's heart sank like it had fallen into an ice cave. Snuggled in Lin Feng's embrace, Song Nanzhu was nearly asleep when she felt Lin Feng finally move, still holding her motionless, but he turned slightly and commanded. Song Nanzhu felt the light was blinding and shrank deeper into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng suddenly said, "Turn off the lights." The huge light point on the grassland turned out to be a moving giant advance vehicle. Song Nanzhu quietly glanced up. Indeed, This was the advanced vehicle developed by the Animal Alliance itself. While it was called an advanced vehicle, it was more like a giant truck, built in the early days of the Animal Alliance to rescue large groups of animals lost in the wild and capture humans. It was fully functional, and one could tell from the two mortars installed on either side of the vehicle that its attack capability was not weak. Song Nanzhu was taking a gamble. If her memory was correct, the large migrating animal group was heading north, while the Animal Alliance's team was coming from the west. So she had to take a risk and push westward alone, hoping to secure a chance for the rabbit advance team. Chapter 63. Encounter on the Grassland. The leader was oblivious, with only the twitching short tail of the rabbit in front of him. Several times, that tail was right by his mouth, as if he could just snap it up in one bite, but it vanished the moment his teeth closed. Song Nanzhu dashed to the left, her soft pink paws already sore and rough from long runs, but unconsciously she had moved further away from the original rabbit group. She was exhausted, but the spotted hyena was gaining more strength. The leader noticed the fatigue of the rabbit ahead, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his steps becoming lighter. No matter how fast she ran, she was still just a small rabbit. Wasn't she destined to become his dinner? Just then, he heard his subordinates anxiously shouting, "Boss, the other rabbits have already run away." The leader suddenly felt a chill in his heart. While he was recklessly chasing the rabbit in front of him, he had let the whole group of rabbits escape. Greed and foolishness meant that most of the spotted hyenas would go hungry tonight. The leader didn't have time to think deeply and roared back. "Who told you to follow? Hurry up and chase after the rabbit group." His subordinates replied, somewhat aggrieved, yes. Although the hyena pack reacted quickly, the rabbit group had already taken advantage of the opportunity created by Song Nanzhu and was running for their lives, now only visible by the dust kicked up behind them. The leader, along with the remaining few spotted hyenas, continued to follow closely behind Song Nanzhu, the sparks of rage in his eyes nearly bursting forth. Before her lay the endless dark grassland. She was already exhausted but still forced herself to run forward step by step. The cold evening wind swept across the endless grassland, making Song Nanzhu feel as if she was in an ice cave. At this rate, she would undoubtedly die. But Song Nanzhu wanted to take a gamble. She was betting that her memory was correct. Suddenly, in the distance of the boundless silent grassland, a small light point appeared, and Song Nanzhu's eyes brightened. That light point was quickly approaching her. Meanwhile, the spotted hyenas behind her were tightly following her tail, not even bothering to look up at the situation on the grassland. In Song Nanzhu's black eyes, the light point rapidly enlarged. But she heard the breath of the spotted hyenas getting closer behind her, the foul, hot air making her tail shrink. The light point was still far away. Was it too late? Song Nanzhu suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent coming from ahead, and her heart raced. At this moment, the spotted hyena was gathering strength, ready to strike. Song Nanzhu perked up her rabbit ears and heard the hyena's front paws halt, its back legs seemingly gathering force, preparing to leap in attack. Just as it was about to pounce, a voice in Song Nanzhu's heart shouted now. In that very second when the hyena launched into the air, Song Nanzhu anticipated its move and stepped on its nose. This time, Song Nanzhu truly used all her strength, pushing off hard with her hind legs, drawing a perfect arc in the air. However, the light point was still at a distance. Just when she thought she would land and be torn apart by the hyena that had already opened its mouth wide behind her, that familiar scent quickly enveloped her. Song Nanzhu landed in a familiar embrace. The person's coat still carried the sharpness of the grassland's evening wind, yet tightly held Song Nanzhu in their arms, one hand cradling the little rabbit while the other reached for the gun at their waist. The spotted hyena was furious that the rabbit had been snatched away by someone else. In the cold night, the distant light point on the grassland gradually enlarged. Coming into view, the black figure stood against the light, surrounded by the wind on the grassland. The hyena looked up, barely able to see the tall silhouette of the person. It didn't care about anything else and growled fiercely. "What the hell? You dare to steal the rabbit I was about to eat?" Saying this, it crouched down, its hind legs pushing off the ground as it lunged toward the shadow. Song Nanzhu was too tired. She wriggled a bit in the warm embrace, finding a comfortable position, closing her eyes and secretly praying for the hyena that didn't know any better. Sure enough, it didn't even touch the edges of the shadow. The person elegantly lifted their long leg, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, one hand steadily holding the little rabbit while turning in midair. A fierce kick sent the robust hyena flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. It struggled to move, but found itself in excruciating pain. The hyenas saw their leader unexpectedly kicked away, lying on the ground for a long time without getting up, and they became panicked, retreating. The person didn't pay them any mind, only coldly speaking, their voice piercing through the windy grassland and reaching the ears of every trembling hyena. Violation of the first rule of the Animal Alliance's 3 major agreements. Kill. This chilling word seemed to come out of his mouth as easily as stating that it was time to eat or drink. The light point stopped behind him, and the person was enveloped in light, as if standing in radiance, looking down on all beings. The leader, who could no longer move, spat out a bloodied tooth, unwillingly asking, "Why can you say kill and just kill? Who are you?" The person seemed to sneer lightly, gently uttering a few words. Commander of the Southeast District of the Animal Alliance, Lin Feng. The heart of the hyena sank like it fell into an ice cave. Song Nanzhu nestled in Lin Feng's arms, almost falling asleep. When she heard Lin Feng finally move, his hand still firmly holding her, but he just turned around and ordered. Song Nanzhu felt the light point was blinding and shrank back into Lin Feng's embrace. Chapter 64. Turn off the lights. Lin Feng suddenly said, "Turn off the lights." The huge light point on the grassland was actually a moving giant advance vehicle. Song Nanzhu quietly looked up. Indeed, this was the advance vehicle developed by the Animal Alliance itself. While it was called an advance vehicle, it was more like a giant truck, built in the early days of the Animal Alliance to rescue large groups of animals lost in the wild and capture humans. It was fully functional, and one could tell from the 2 mortars installed on either side of the vehicle that its attack capability was not weak. Song Nanzhu was taking a gamble. If her memory was correct, the large migrating animal group was heading north, while the Animal Alliance's team was coming from the west. So she had to take a risk and push westward alone, hoping to secure a chance for the rabbit advance team. In countless dreams, she had been pondering, thinking, in her past life, did Lin Feng recognize her long ago? If so, how early was it? She was about to infiltrate the Animal Alliance, inevitably encountering Lin Feng again. If she could test the answer in her dreams, that would be perfect. The night deepened, and the wind seemed to grow stronger, brushing against the dry grassland and producing a somewhat terrifying whistling sound. Song Nanzhu burrowed deeper into her embrace, shaking her soft fur. Lin Feng wasn't cold, but he still wrapped his cloak tighter around himself, his arms holding the little rabbit even more firmly, as if he wanted to merge her into his very bones. The man's gaze was cold as he looked across the entire grassland, but when he looked down, his eyes were filled with unbreakable tenderness. The little rabbit in his arms let out even, faint breaths, seemingly asleep. Lin Feng had fought hard to stand where he was today amidst the sharp teeth of wolves, tigers, and leopards in the Animal Alliance. Yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of peace. On the grassland, he ordered his subordinates to advance with bright headlights, moving forward with the wind, yet he still caught a whiff of a scent he would never forget. He didn't understand why his Adden was here, but he sensed a trace of danger from the spotted hyena in the air. Alarm bells rang in his heart. He ordered his men to drive forward quickly, but he himself didn't dare to wait even a moment. With one hand pressing against the car window, he flipped his body and nimbly jumped out of the vehicle, landing steadily on his feet. The subordinate sitting nearby was astonished. The command hadn't even finished, and the man's figure had vanished into the grassland. He transformed into a majestic wolf, sprinting across the grassland, almost leaving the ground entirely. The scent grew closer, and the smell of the hyena intensified. There was only faint moonlight on the grassland, and the wolf's eyes glowed green in the darkness. He was afraid of being even a moment late. Just as the scent reached its peak, he heard the hyena's roar as it opened its mouth wide. In that instant, as he transformed back into a human and opened his arms, a soft object jumped into his embrace. The tension in his heart finally eased, but he saw the hyena leap into the air, feeling a fire ignite within him, his wolf eyes flashing with terrifying green light. The next second, the hyena lay on the ground, writhing in pain. At that moment, the little rabbit in his arms suddenly spoke cautiously. "Is that you, Lin Feng?" His body stiffened for a moment before he hugged the little rabbit tighter. The once cold young general now dared not make a sound. "It's me, sister." His timid voice disappeared into the wind. He was afraid that Aden would be angry if she found out. However, Song Nanzhu seemed to freeze for a moment. She suddenly felt a rush of heat, her eyes moistening the instant she heard those words. She burrowed in closer, letting her tears soak the man's clothes. It turned out he could fully recognize her, even though she had transformed into a wild rabbit that even she, her grandmother, and her master could not recognize. Yet Lin Feng was still able to lock onto her with that faint breath drifting from afar on the grassland in just a second. As the most outstanding agent in the training camp, she had been recognized on the very first day, and she would never know until death. So, when she transmitted information repeatedly and covertly obstructed the actions of the Animal Alliance, had Lin Feng known all along? If it weren't for the last night, when Ming Lui directly sold her identity to Secretary Fox Xiener, would Lin Feng have continued to pretend not to see her? She didn't dare to think deeply about it. Lin Feng lifted her into the car. Song Nanzhu seemed not to have truly fallen asleep. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at the face she had seen countless times in her dreams. Her eyes filled with tears. In a hoarse voice, she softly said, "I only dare to look into your eyes in my dreams." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but he saw the rabbit's hand suddenly disappear. Song Nanzhu smiled faintly. "This isn't real, this is a dream. The moment I meet you, the dream is about to wake up." Lin Feng shook his head, seemingly not understanding what she was saying, but Song Nanzhu cruelly closed her eyes. The awakened do not need to sleep. Most of the time, he would not feel tired. However, when he turned to look at Chu Neng, he felt an immense weariness. Chu Neng sat in the brightly lit studio, wearing glasses, earnestly drawing something on the table, while crumpled blueprints were scattered all over the floor. The awakened sighed. At this moment, Chu Neng's eyes sparkled as he raised the blueprint in front of him, saying, "This time it will definitely work." The awakened helplessly rubbed his forehead, but Chu Neng was full of enthusiasm, holding the blueprint up to him. "Look, this time it will definitely work. I'll start working on it right away, and I can finish it before nightfall. With this mecha, we can stay in the wild for a long time, and even if we encounter the Animal Alliance's army, we'll have a way to escape." The awakened closed his eyes, not wanting to speak. Chapter 65. The situation underground. No news, the awakened asked. "What news?" Chu Neng looked at the blueprints on the table, not lifting his head. "Su Yuan, there hasn't been any news." The awakened was taken aback. That name was very unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that he almost forgot the original intention of collaborating with Song Nanzhu. At that time, the girl had nothing, just a little ability user who had just entered the training camp. Yet she dared to face a mecha several times her size alone in a shabby little wooden house, promising to help him find its owner. "Are you still looking?" "Still looking, but there's been no news." From inside and outside the training camp to the laboratory, even to ordinary people, there's no girl with that name. "Why are you looking?" The awakened actually knew without asking. This was the only unresolved issue left by Song Nanzhu before she left. The name Su Yuan seemed to be etched deep within the awakened's heart, unfamiliar yet familiar. "Don't you find it strange?" Chu Neng suddenly asked. The awakened had doubts in his heart, but he couldn't voice them, only saying lightly, "What's strange?" "Commander Song hasn't announced any news. It's probably bad news. Even if she is dead, at least she has escaped from this painful world. Or do you really think she is happy in this dark world?" Chu Neng fell silent. Suddenly, his electronic watch beeped. Chu Neng instinctively looked up, his pupils gradually widening as he suddenly raised his head. Song Nanzhu absolutely cannot have died so simply. The awakened frowned, looking at him in confusion. Chu Neng's voice trembled, whether from excitement or anger, as he held his watch up, his voice shaking. "I just found out." "What?" Chu Neng raised his electronic watch. "Do you remember the functions of Dole that I introduced to you?" The awakened nodded in confusion. Dole was created by Chu Neng when he first showed promise in the training camp. After years of modifications and improvements, Dole had evolved into many models, and the basic blueprints had spread wildly among the mecha engineers in the training camp, with many engineers eager to imitate. Chu Neng continued, It's a long story. He paused, organizing his thoughts. Do you know how Ming Lui joined the army and then rose through the ranks? These are things that Song Nanzhu should know. The awakened shook his head. Shunong slowly said, if I remember correctly, his family wasn't well off, but he was very capable and had good opportunities. He had no father and was raised by his mother. He was very successful, directly entering one of the top police academies in the country after the college entrance examination. Then Commander Zhang took a liking to him and kept him by his side. Ming Lui's path had been smooth sailing. His strong abilities and high emotional intelligence allowed him to rise rapidly until he met the benefactor of his life, Commander Zhang, and then everything went smoothly. However, the awakened could not see what connection this had. Chunung continued. His mother was a very ordinary rural woman. Interestingly, she was not widowed, but had never married. When she was just 20, she suddenly became pregnant. In that era, being pregnant before marriage would lead to severe punishment, so his mother ran away. And her later days were very difficult. A very troublesome thought flashed through the awakened's mind. Chuning looked at his expression and sighed. No, I didn't find anything. These two people have had no interaction from beginning to end. But Chunung raised a finger. Do you remember the warehouse of robots I mentioned? The awakener's mind flashed back to the row of robots standing in the darkness, emitting a cold light, and she nodded. Chunung continued a long time ago. I was just an unknown mecha engineer, daring only to hide in the corner and do research. Then I couldn't afford the materials to make mechas, so I could only scavenge what others discarded. At that time, mechas hadn't developed to the heavy armor level we see now. They were all small household robots. The shabby research institute where I lived was right next to a mecha destruction station, so I often went to pick up mechas, looking for discarded parts or chips that hadn't been destroyed yet for reuse. This was the first time the awakener heard Chunung talk about his past, and he listened intently. It's a pity that Song Nanzhu would definitely be very interested, he thought, imagining her big, bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Chunung, feeling dry in his mouth, continued. So in my mecha warehouse, there are many old mechas that might no longer be usable, but I couldn't bear to throw them away. So they've just been gathering dust there. Many years later, I developed Door, and after many more years, as Door's performance improved and became richer, I never rebooted those mechas again. Chuning paused for a moment. As he spoke, Door held up a lightweight tablet in front of him. The awakener's eyes widened. Although the person had aged and was full of wrinkles, it was still easy to see that this was the young song instructor. The strangeness lay here. Chunung continued. This chip happens to come from Ming Lui's hometown, Shilling Mountain. It was indeed strange. A person's face appeared in a place he had never been. Chapter 66. The truth, if it weren't for the mecha in Chuning's hand, no one would ever know that Instructor Song had once appeared in Shilling. In fact, Shilling is a border area, and there would be nothing wrong with him being sent to guard the border. Chunung sighed. There is no concrete evidence at all. All doubts are mere speculation. The awakener's heart shook, but her facial expression remained calm. Evidence? Then let's find the evidence. She noticed that Chunung had been depressed for a few days since there was no news of Song Nanzhu. And now that he had finally ignited a spark of enthusiasm, she felt relieved. I'll go find Ming Lui. Chunung nodded. Then I'll take care of the matter with Instructor Song. Chunung stood up, straightened his clothes, and Door had already opened the door, not waiting for a second. He went out. When Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again, she knew she wouldn't sleep well again. Her whole body ached, as if she had really run through the grasslands all night, exposed to the cold wind. Her eyes were extremely tired, but she still barely propped up her heavy eyelids and looked at the elderly man in front of her, whose face was aged but whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Instructor Song tried to make his face look calm, cleared his throat, and said, the first trial of the drug went very well. If you feel any discomfort, tell the lab assistant Xiao Hui immediately, don't hold it in. Song Nanzhu felt her mouth dry when she opened it, and, just as she wanted to say something, a glass of clear water was handed to her. Following that pale, slender finger, she looked up, but the eyes hidden under the mask flickered slightly. The boy shyly turned his head away. Song Nanzhu did not take the water and hoarsely asked, Are you the one who tried the drug for the first time yesterday? The boy nodded and slightly pushed the water forward, so Song Nanzhu had no choice but to take it and take a sip. Only then did the boy nod. Song Nanzhu continued to ask, "Is your name Xiaohui?" The boy nodded again. Song Nanzhu smiled faintly. "Isn't your lab called Xiaohong, Xiaozi, Xiaolon?" The boy looked up in surprise. "How do you know the names of my mentor and senior sister?" Song Nanzhu, Instructor Song originally came to check the trial results. After seeing that everything was fine, he turned to leave. However, Song Nanzhu suddenly spoke. "Instructor Song, what is it?" Instructor Song stopped. Song Nanzhu seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying, "Am I dead?" There are some things she must not leave hastily without understanding. Instructor Song hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "I'll see if I can arrange it." Song Nanzhu nodded repeatedly in gratitude. Then, she heard a bang. The boy turned to look at the closed door, seemingly confirming whether Instructor Song had gone far. He carefully turned his head and whispered, "The first trial result was relatively smooth. Your body integrated with the drug very well. Now, the exterior has even begun to show a prototype that has never been seen before." Song Nanzhu interrupted. "Were you just confirming whether Instructor Song had gone far?" The boy froze, awkwardly nodding. "Our lab is not as bad as you imagine. We don't just kill people casually. It's because some of the people sent here have been said to have bodies that don't cooperate or genetic modifications that don't go smoothly. So the responsible parties don't want to waste time and effort betting on one person. So they let us quietly administer the drug." Song Nanzhu nodded. She had heard of this kind of deal in her previous life, so it was not surprising, but she still put on a shocked expression. "Is that true?" The boy nodded seriously. "Although your modification seems to be going smoothly, your body has obvious drug resistance. There may not be any issues in the early stages, but once it gets to the later stages, it will be very painful. So, have you injected similar drugs before?" Song Nanzhu was stunned, and she shook her head. If we're talking about injecting similar drugs, that would be in her previous life. It turned out that this little boy was quite kind. Seeing the joyful expression on Instructor Song's face, it seemed that Xiaohui had only told him the first half and hadn't mentioned the drug resistance issue in the later stages. Song Nanzhu remained silent for a while. Xiaohui looked at Song Nanzhu's lowered head, thinking she was unwilling, so he said, "Of course, the lab decided to tell the modifiers to respect their wishes. If you don't want to." But Song Nanzhu suddenly interrupted. "No, it's fine. Let's speed up the process. The faster, the better." However, she had to constantly control herself, or rather, control her dreams, because she was really afraid that the longer the night, the more dreams she would have. If she had to see Lin Feng in her dreams every night, she really wasn't sure if she would get lost in that dream. During the drug trial, the dreams and even the daytime hallucinations that appeared were all false, induced by the animal attributes within her body during the process of awakening, prompting her to completely discard the attributes within her and become a thorough animal. She had to withstand the temptation of the beastly nature within her and always maintain a righteous heart. In the past, many modifiers had succumbed to the temptation of their beastly nature and never awakened again. Remember, all things in the dark will reveal flaws. Xiaohui's words echoed in her ears, and Song Nanzhu suddenly felt as if they were coming from a very distant place. She curiously raised her head. The Xiaohui in front of her suddenly seemed to change into another person. His expression became a bit strange, as if showing some girlish shyness. Song Nanzhu rubbed her eyes. Xiaohui's expression returned to normal. Indeed, Song Nanzhu patted her chest. This drug is extremely easy to disturb a person's mind. Suddenly, Xiaohui inexplicably laughed while talking. That voice did not sound like a young boy's voice. It was more like a young girl's voice, light and ethereal. Floating in the air, she suddenly raised her head, and in the instant of looking up, she swiftly grabbed Xiaohui's wrist. She abruptly lifted her head and questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Xiaohui seemed to have given up pretending and allowed Song Nanzhu to tightly grip his wrist, leaving red marks. He chuckled softly a couple of times. "What's wrong? It's been so long since we last met. Don't you recognize me?" Chapter 67. The recurring dream song, Nanzhu's pupils slowly widened. Even though she had lived 2 lifetimes, she had never seen such horrifying technology in a laboratory. The boy who had previously looked bright suddenly had a creepy smile, emitting a sharp, piercing laugh as he mocked. "What's wrong, Nanzhu? You were the one who sent me here with your own hands. Have you forgotten? You destroyed my carefully planned arrangements. You made me lose my beloved brother. Everything is your fault." Xiaohui's smile became increasingly sinister. Song Nanzhu felt a chill run down her spine and tried to keep her tone calm as she shouted, "You're talking nonsense. You were the one who killed your beloved brother with your own hands. You made yourself lose your closest kin. It was never me." Song Nanzhu stared intently at Xiao, whose face twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth and said, "Nanzhu, do you know how miserable I was in the laboratory arranged by Chu? They didn't have enough test subjects and wanted to use me as one. I went through so much just to change my face. Do you know how hard that was?" Song Nanzhu's eyes widened in disbelief at everything unfolding before her. She suddenly felt that everything seemed to spiral out of control. With a creak, Song Nanzhu's heart jolted. Countless questions flashed through her mind but remained unspoken. A middle-aged woman entered, looking about the same age as the hospital director responsible for Song Nanzhu. Her tightly furrowed brows revealed a hint of seriousness and an air of inviolability. Like Xiao, she wore a white lab coat, a white mask, and goggles. Wrapping herself tightly, she held a similar black case in her left hand and walked in briskly. Song Nanzhu pressed her lips together tightly, as if her mouth had been sealed shut. The sound of the woman's high heels clicking seemed to echo in her heart. Finally, the heels came to a sudden stop. This seemed to trigger something in Song Nanzhu's mouth, and she shouted, "Quick, grab him. He is not Xiao. He is an imposter." However, the woman did not react with the terror Song Nanzhu had imagined. She simply looked up with a somewhat indifferent expression at Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu's heart sank. The woman exchanged a glance with Xiao, and she heard Xiao's voice transform back into that of the original boy. "It's fine. Teacher, the responder's body is just reacting too much. He is already experiencing daytime hallucinations." Song Nanzhu's eyes widened as she jumped up from the bed. "No, it's not a hallucination. She just told me that she is not Xiao. Xiao has already been killed by her. The body is hidden in the laboratory." But the woman remained calm and ignored her, simply opening the black case and taking out a small vial of solution, holding it up to inspect it quietly. Song Nanzhu's heart raced, staring intently at the woman. Suddenly, a gentle male voice broke the silence. "Teacher, let me handle it." Song Nanzhu looked up abruptly. Xiao was smiling gently, their eyes meeting, but his words felt like a malicious curse, echoing in her mind. "Let me handle it. Let me handle it. Come on." Just as Song Nanzhu wanted to shout no, Xiao's warm hand covered her mouth. Her pupils dilated in terror as countless fears erupted at once. It felt like everything was spiraling out of control because Xiao's arm suddenly exerted immense strength, holding her tightly. Before Song Nanzhu could scream, a cold syringe pierced the back of her neck. She tried to struggle violently, but the shackles on her body tightened more and more, leaving her unable to resist. The area the needle pierced seemed to have gone numb. Her eyes widened, revealing only deep helplessness and terror. The next second, Song Nanzhu's head tilted, and she fainted without warning. When Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again, still filled with lingering panic, she found herself staring at the familiar white ceiling. Her mind stalled for a second, then she quickly realized where she was. The tension in her heart tightened rapidly. Song Nanzhu cautiously reached out a hand to support herself on the bed's armrest, slowly raising her body. The room was eerily quiet, without any sound. She turned her head to look around. Everything was the same as before. Nothing had changed. Song Nanzhu curiously touched her neck, and to her surprise, it was as smooth and flat as before. Just as she was puzzled, a series of gentle knocks echoed. The sound didn't seem like knocking on a door. It felt very close, like someone was tapping on a wooden board, crisp and clear. Song Nanzhu turned her head, looking left and right, and ultimately reached a conclusion that made her break out in a cold sweat. The knocking sound was coming from under her bed, meaning someone was under her bed, knocking on the floor. This conclusion sent chills down Song Nanzhu's spine. She took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and shouted, "Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?" But the moment she shouted, the sound disappeared. Song Nanzhu was not usually afraid of ghosts, but these past few days had left her nerves frayed from the torment of drugs and dreams. She calmed down and stopped making any noise. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 68. Someone under the bed at that moment. Song Nanzhu heard a tiny voice speaking in the empty room. Listening closely, The voice came from underneath her bed. Song Nanzhu lay down and leaned over to listen carefully. Miraculously, the bedboard was not thin, yet she could hear the voice clearly from underneath. The voice was particularly familiar, but she couldn't quite remember where she had heard it before. The voice was soft, but it was still very clear. It seemed to be a very strange song. Old wolf, what time is it? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Now it's 5 o'clock. Song Nanzhu looked up and saw that the clock on the wall indeed showed 5 o'clock. She didn't have time to think. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. Song Nanzhu was startled again and immediately lay back down on the bed as if nothing had happened. She heard the door creak open. Looking up, a boy dressed in a white lab coat walked in, holding a black leather case in his left hand. Song Nanzhu was shocked and sat up abruptly. Looking at the boy with caution, "What are you doing here again? Where's that woman? What did you just inject me with?" The boy looked surprised, even nervously stuttering. I'm here for the first time. The first drug injection for the responder has always been my responsibility." Song Nanzhu's mouth fell open in astonishment. Why? The boy indeed looked like he was there for the first time. Even his demeanor and the words he spoke were exactly the same as when he first came to this ward. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu heard the knocking sound again. She felt that the bedboard beneath her had a strange magic drawing her closer. Ignoring the person in front of her, she lay down again, listening to the sound from under the bed. Catch that wolf, and the game is over. Song Nanzhu frowned. The rules of this game seemed different from the one she played as a child, but there was no time to think. This sentence planted itself like a seed in Song Nanzhu's mind. She kept cycling through that phrase in her head. Kill that wolf, that wolf. She stared intently at the boy in front of her, and the boy looked back at her with a puzzled expression. Song Nanzhu took a deep breath, and the boundary in her heart was finally broken. She threw off the blanket, leaped into the air, kicked the boy to the ground, and swiftly pulled out an extremely long and thick needle from the black suitcase, aiming it at the boy's heart. The boy didn't even have time to resist. The piercing cold light flashed before her eyes, and the determination in Song Nanzhu's gaze was almost suffocating. She thrust the needle straight into the boy's chest, the sharp tip sinking into his flesh. Song Nanzhu felt the fleshy texture at her fingertips, causing them to tremble involuntarily. The terror in Xiao Hui's eyes was so real. It seemed utterly genuine. Song Nanzhu couldn't believe it as she pulled her hand away, only to see blood gradually seeping out from under the long needle. Feeling a bit flustered, Song Nanzhu pulled her hand back. But suddenly, everything went dark before her eyes. When Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again, she felt the sunlight outside seemed even more intensely hot. She was awakened by the sounds coming from under the bed, which seemed faster than the last time she heard it. Old wolf, what time is it? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, now it is 4 o'clock. Song Nanzhu's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the clock on the wall. Time was actually reversing. It was actually 4 o'clock now. Song Nanzhu suddenly looked at her hands. Her fair fingers were still trembling slightly, as there were traces of bright red blood on her youthful fingertips. She brought her 2 fingers together and gently wiped them. The blood was still wet. This moist blood began to gradually calm Song Nanzhu's mind. No, something was wrong. Everything was wrong. Why was this happening? Song Nanzhu frowned, and just then, the familiar footsteps sounded from outside the door. Song Nanzhu's heart jolted, but she still lay in bed, pretending to be fast asleep. However, the sound from under the bed rang out again. Catch that wolf, and the game will end. The footsteps at the door drew closer, and Song Nanzhu's heart grew more chaotic. That wolf, who was that wolf? With a click, the door opened. Song Nanzhu looked up and saw Xiao Hui again. He held the familiar black suitcase in his left hand, quickly stepping inside, glancing around to ensure no one was following. Just like before, Song Nanzhu fixed her gaze on him. She had killed him at 5 o'clock. Why was the game still not over? Was he not the wolf? Song Nanzhu scratched her head. The room was so small. If he wasn't the wolf, then who was? Xiao Hui, just like before, started explaining the transformation process to her, then opened the black suitcase to take out a reagent. Besides the chill running down his spine from her intense gaze, nothing seemed to change. He rummaged for a long time before finally finding a very small test tube and attaching it to a syringe. Song Nanzhu looked at him coldly, but did nothing. He bound her hands and feet and injected the reagent into her brain. But unlike last time, The room was still the same, empty and desolate. The difference was that the sunlight outside seemed even hotter. Instinctively, she looked up at the clock on the wall. 3 o'clock? Just as she was puzzled, the sound from under the bed rang out again. Old wolf, what time is it? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, now it is 3 o'clock. Song Nanzhu's heart remained calm. 3 o'clock. She turned her gaze to the window. Killing Xiao Hui wouldn't work, and not killing him wouldn't work either. Who was that wolf? The footsteps outside the door sounded again, and Song Nanzhu helplessly rubbed her forehead just as the doorknob turned with a click. Chapter 69. Waking from the dream, Song Nanzhu turned her head and focused on the man who had just entered. With a sharp tone, she said, "I don't trust your skills. Go call someone else from your lab." Xiao Hui looked up in surprise, stammering, I may be a newcomer, but enough." Song Nanzhu scolded. "Quickly go call someone else from the lab. You are not allowed to step into this door." Xiao Hui wanted to say something else, but a pillow flew over, hitting him hard in the face. In pain, Xiao Hui fearfully slammed the door shut. Song Nanzhu breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally sent this pest away. But the next second, the door was knocked on again. "I am Xiao Hui's teacher. If you don't trust him to conduct the first drug test, I can come instead." Song Nanzhu felt darkness cloud her vision as she fixed her gaze on the woman in front of her. With a familiar face, Song Nanzhu had seen her several times before. The tension in her mind was stretched taut, and Song Nanzhu felt like she was going insane, even feeling dizzy, because the sounds from under the bed rang out again. "Catch that wolf, and the game will end. That wolf. That wolf." The woman held a black suitcase in her left hand, and Song Nanzhu's eyelids twitched. She watched as the woman took out the familiar reagent. The needle of the syringe almost raised to Song Nanzhu's face. Suddenly, the tension in Song Nanzhu's mind snapped like a string breaking. She reached out and, as if out of control, snatched the syringe from the woman's hand. Before the woman could let out a scream, Song Nanzhu swiftly plunged the thick needle into the woman's throat. The woman's eyes widened, but she couldn't utter a word. She looked at Song Nanzhu in disbelief, her red eyes seemingly on the verge of bleeding. In the next second, Song Nanzhu let go of her hand, her head spinning, and she fainted again. Once more, she opened her eyes. Song Nanzhu's mind was on the edge of collapse as she heard the familiar voice again. The voice from under the bed said, Old wolf, what time is it?" 1 o'clock. Now it is 2 o'clock. Song Nanzhu didn't need to look up to know. It must be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sunlight outside was bright, and her room was warmed by the light as she waited in silence. Sure enough, not long after, footsteps sounded outside the door. Song Nanzhu's eyes turned red as she fixed her gaze on the door. With a click, the door opened. Xiao Hui hurried in, holding a black suitcase in his right hand. Song Nanzhu's temples throbbed. "Catch that wolf, and the game will end." Before the voice could finish, Song Nanzhu leaped out of bed, rushing towards the terrified Xiao Hui. With a swift motion, she knocked his black suitcase to the ground. Xiao Hui tried to stop her, but he couldn't keep up with Song Nanzhu's speed. She flipped the lid open like a madwoman and pulled out the longest syringe from inside. Xiao Hui's eyes widened in terror. However, the syringe in Song Nanzhu's hand was not aimed at him. Instead, Song Nanzhu gripped the long syringe tightly, cold sweat beginning to bead on her palm. Without a moment's hesitation, she took 3 steps and dove under the bed, biting her lip as she reached down and touched a cold body. With a strong pull, she dragged the person out from under the bed, and the body showed no signs of struggle, allowing her to pull her out effortlessly. Time seemed to stop. The sunlight outside appeared less dazzling, and the room slowly dimmed as if it were nighttime. Song Nanzhu's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Her lips quivered, and a thin layer of sweat formed on her palms, almost causing her to drop the syringe. The light from outside illuminated the dark room, casting shifting shadows. A patch of light fell on the person's face. Song Nanzhu smiled coldly, because the person she had pulled out from under the bed had an identical face to hers. In front of her, Song Nanzhu's face was a mix of light and shadow, her lips slowly curling into a smile. She slightly parted her lips, her tone resembling a beautiful nursery rhyme. Old wolf, what time is it?" 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock now." The 3 hands of the clock on the wall spun wildly, and the sunlight outside alternated between bright and dim. A joyful smile appeared on her lips as she gently uttered a few words again. catch that wolf, and the game will be over. Song Nanzhu heard the clock ticking rapidly, as if a storm had risen in the room, making it hard for her to stand. Two Song Nanzhus faced each other, one wearing a faint smile, while the other had tears streaming down her face. Looking into her eyes, it seemed as if she was softly saying in her mind, "Come on, catch that wolf, and the game can end." Suddenly, she laughed, and with her other hand, she fiercely wiped away her tears, as if trying to tear off her own skin. She looked at the strange Song Nanzhu and softly said, "The game is over." The Song Nanzhu before her revealed a proud smile, her snow-white neck stretching out in front of her, waiting for her to slay. But in the next second, Song Nanzhu actually stabbed the glimmering silver needle directly into her own neck. The strange Song Nanzhu stopped smiling. Her face twisted in rage as she reached out with claw-like hands to grab the person in front of her. But when she reached out, she grasped at nothing. Song Nanzhu wore a smug smile, but the pain in her neck was real. When she spoke, it felt as if her throat was leaking air. She said, "The game is over." At that moment, time paused. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes, and darkness isolated everything outside. The clock on the wall only had one time that was correct. So which time was the time when the wolf appeared? The small gray figure that entered gave her the answer. Chapter 70. Coming back, Song Nanzhu heard her own voice speaking, as if that Song Nanzhu hadn't disappeared yet. How do you know that was the real time? The underground world has no sunlight. Everything is an illusion, and the real time, Little Gray whispered to me. Everything in the dark would reveal flaws. Song Nanzhu smiled. "I don't know if you noticed, but I did, whether it's Little Gray or Little Gray's teacher. They're all left-handed, and the Little Gray, who just came in, is holding the box with his right hand. So now, the game has truly begun." Then Song Nanzhu shifted her tone. "The game rules are wrong. You want to create dreams and illusions to confuse me? But as someone with the ability to create dreams, how could I not be familiar with dreams and illusions? There are no suddenly changing game rules in dreams, unless, by any means." Song Nanzhu opened her eyes one last time, the bright light piercing her eyes, and she shook her head slightly. A dazed voice flashed into her mind, and then she felt a wave of heat coursing through her body. "Nanzhu, Nanzhu?" Song Nanzhu seemed to have had a long, long dream, in which she didn't see Lin Feng, but rather someone she hadn't seen in a long time. He seemed very anxious, continuously calling her name, "Nanzhu, Nanzhu. Are you really awake? Nanzhu?" Song Nanzhu felt that this voice seemed to be both in her dream and coming from far away. Her eyelids fluttered a few times before finally opening. The voice really followed her from the dream all the way to her front. Song Nanzhu rubbed her eyes and mumbled, "It's broad daylight. Why do you sound like you're calling a soul?" Chunung looked at Song Nanzhu lying on the hospital bed in disbelief. She lay there, so small, like a porcelain doll that could be shattered at any moment, and she was truly talking to herself. Suddenly, she had so much to say, so many questions to ask, but she didn't know which one to start with. What happened? Why were you so seriously injured? Are you better now? Why has your news been kept confidential? Chunung suddenly closed his mouth, almost cautiously saying, "If you don't want to talk, you don't have to." Chunung suddenly thought of something, and his face brightened. "I have a gift to give you." "Really? What gift?" Chunung looked excited, his voice lively. "You'll know when you see it." Before he finished speaking, he quickly walked to the window. Today, Song Nanzhu had just woken up and hadn't had the chance to pull back the curtains when Chunung came in. The room was completely dark. Unexpectedly, Chunung quickly stepped forward, sweeping the curtains aside with a wave of his long arm, and the light from outside instantly filled the room. Ding, ding, ding. Song Nanzhu's pupils dilated as she saw what was outside the window, unable to hide her disbelief. She didn't know how to describe her current feelings, only sensing a slight warmth in her eyes. Once, she had sneaked down the mountain to play, and the small town below had many fun and delicious things she had never seen before. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, especially a shiny red candy ball. She stared at it, but then remembered her grandmother's disappointed expression when she opened the incense box. She swallowed hard and turned around, only to run directly into her master who had come down the mountain to catch her. But before going to bed that night, Song Nanzhu walked into her room with tears in her eyes, and a glistening candied hawthorn lay on her desk. In Song Nanzhu's bright, watery eyes, a tall tree was reflected, its leaves swaying, crimson like little fans about to fall. Chu Neng proudly waved his hand. How about that? Song Nanzhu lowered her head, her voice rippling softly, almost like she was talking to herself. Chu Neng, what? Why get involved in the whirlpool? A tear fell from Song Nanzhu's eye. She knew the words that Chu Neng had never spoken aloud, for he was incredibly intelligent. He understood that the sky is high and birds can fly freely. But birds would not linger for anyone. Song Nanzhu's ambitions had never been revealed, but Chu Neng had long known her aspirations lay elsewhere. Thus, he never shackled her in the name of love. How do you know I think this is a whirlpool? Chu Neng did not look at her, staring out at the maple tree. The maple tree stood out in the endless steel forest, attracting many people to stop and watch. Oh my, how did you do that? So amazing. This is my first time seeing real plants underground. The joy on Song Nanzhu's face surpassed her surprise. If she weren't lying in bed, she would have flown downstairs as fast as she could. She had never brought it up. How did Chu Neng know? How'd he do it? Song Nanzhu asked. But her eyes remained fixed on the outside. It's not difficult. It's just the same principle as the greenhouse above ground. Simulating the environment above, creating a warming box, selecting a maple tree, and transplanting it into the warming box. Chu Neng quickly summarized in a few words. But Song Nanzhu knew that selecting a suitable maple tree on the ground, a place humans could hardly reach, was already very difficult, let alone transporting it underground. The manpower and material resources required for this tree were absolutely unimaginable. As long as it's carefully taken care of, the maple tree will thrive as if living above ground. Chu Neng said. Chapter 71. True Identity. Song Nanzhu's joy was mixed with unease. A hint of fear suddenly arose in her heart, and she didn't even dare to turn her head, only saying softly, actually, it's not necessary. Chu Neng was indeed too smart. He didn't want to speak to keep her. So he always left some things that Song Nanzhu liked at the training camp, things she couldn't bear part with. After she left, would she occasionally think of that little maple tree by the hospital? Or perhaps think of him sometimes? Chu Neng turned to see Song Nanzhu's beautiful profile, but unfortunately, she was completely focused on the big tree outside the window, not noticing him at all. At that moment, Chu Neng suddenly didn't want to know those truths. The visiting time was very short. Before long, the nurse came in to remind Chu Neng that it was time to leave. Song Nanzhu was taken aback for a moment, as if contemplating something. She sat up, and her tone sounded a bit strange. Will you come tomorrow? Chu Neng note that. It seemed that Song Nanzhu had received some kind of promise, and she quickly burrowed back into the blankets, smiling. Then I'm going to sleep. Indeed. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes, but after a very faint sound, she suddenly opened her eyes and said calmly, come out. Sure enough, a small trash can quietly poked out from under the bed. Song Nanzhu laughed and said, pretty impressive. Even Chu Neng couldn't notice. The awakener chuckled lightly. Not as impressive as you. I could get caught and taken for experiments while executing tasks. So it turned out that Commander Song had chosen this reason. All right. As expected, the awakener interrupted her. I have something very important to tell you. Song Nanzhu immediately fell silent, propping herself up on her uninjured elbow with great interest, saying, oh, it seems that your relationship with Chu Neng has developed quite well while I wasn't here. The awakener waved his hand helplessly. It was indeed him who found out, but this annoying person insists that we can't talk about the maple tree and this annoying matter in a single day, as it would ruin your mood. But I couldn't help it. I just had to say it today. This matter is best addressed sooner rather than later. The awakener transformed into a small beetle and crawled onto the bed, leaning close to Song Nanzhu's ear and softly saying, we found out about Ming Luoyi and Commander Song's relationship. Song Nanzhu's heart instantly tightened. The awakener continued, it's a father-son relationship. Song Nanzhu's face instantly turned cold as ice, her eyes flashing with a cold light, but it disappeared in an instant. She remained silent for a long time, not saying a word. Just then, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Song Nanzhu looked up and heard the nurse at the door say, I'm sorry, sir, but Commander Song has stipulated that only one person is allowed to visit per day. You cannot force your way in. Please come back tomorrow. Song Nanzhu exchanged glances with the awakener, changed her tone, and weakly shouted outside, let him in. The little nurse hesitated, but Commander Song said, I will talk to Commander Song myself. Can I really be stopped from seeing my son? That person seemed to hesitate at the door. With a click, the door opened. The footsteps were light, but stopped after a while. Song Nanzhu tilted her head curiously, but no one emerged from the entrance. Her voice was filled with laughter, sounding relaxed and joyful. Captain Ming, why don't you come in? Are you feeling shy because you came empty-handed? Song Nanzhu heard a faint sigh, and then footsteps sounded as a somewhat weary face gradually emerged from the entrance. The awakener instantly transformed back into human form and stood up, the sound of mechanical clashing ringing out. Song Nanzhu lightly called out to him, "Awakener, sit down." The awakener paused for a few seconds and obediently sat down. The trace of hostility on his mechanical face did not dissipate. He stared intently at the person at the entrance. Song Nanzhu looked at Ming Luoyi and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. She had entangled with this person for an entire lifetime in her previous life, only to end up with a tragic ending. She didn't expect that even though she had tried hard to stay far away from him in this life, she still got severely injured to protect his life and couldn't get out of bed for half a month. Song Nanzhu couldn't help but rub her forehead with her uninjured hand, helplessly saying, "Really, you are my disaster." Ming Luoyi was still standing at the door, looking extremely unwell. Normally well-dressed, Captain Ming now had his hair in disarray like a bird's nest. His collar was also askew, and the dark circles under his eyes deeply exposed his state over the past few days. He stood at the door, head down, motionless. Song Nanzhu could roughly guess what he was thinking and sighed. Even though Ming Luoyi truly had no conscience, she couldn't quite grasp his intentions yet. It was likely that Commander Song hadn't told him the truth, and Ming Luoyi really thought she had been taken for experiments. Ming Luoyi slowly walked in, and Song Nanzhu blinked at the awakener. The awakener snorted in his nose, reluctantly kicking a chair behind Ming Luoyi. Ming Luoyi let out a long breath and finally sat down. Song Nanzhu appeared to be in a good mood, smiling and asking, "You don't seem to have slept well these past 2 days." "I've been sleeping quite well." Ming Luoyi seemed to want to roll his eyes but held it back, though there was finally a hint of anger on his face. "Not that I slept poorly. I didn't sleep at all." His mind was as chaotic as a pot of porridge. Those old hawks of the main battle faction had become suspicious again and were about to interrogate him. It was only thanks to Commander Zhang coming down from the front lines that he was saved. He slightly raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him. She seemed to have lost the lively energy she once had, quietly lying in bed, her body hidden under the blanket, only her small head visible. Ming Luoyi was momentarily lost in thought, staring at the blanket. What was Song Nanzhu thinking when she rushed over? Chapter 72, Why Betray? Seeing his gaze become vacant after a short while, Song Nanzhu recalled what the awakener had said to her. "Why did you betray me? Are you truly betraying humanity? Or is it the forces behind you that compel you to do so?" Her gaze gradually shifted from Ming Luoyi's face to his thick, dark hair. Suddenly, she softly called out, "Ming Luoyi?" Song Nanzhu had never seen him like this in her past life, and she couldn't help but let a small smile escape, spreading across her face. Eventually, she burst out laughing. Ming Luoyi awkwardly pursed his lips and, trying to ease the atmosphere, asked, "How did you know it was me just now?" Song Nanzhu finally managed to control her laughter and, upon hearing this, laughed again. "Does it even need guessing? It's clearly mealtime, yet you came to visit, which must mean you were in a hurry. And you hesitated at the door for so long after opening it. If I didn't know better, I think you came specifically to steal shoes." Ming Luoyi scratched his head awkwardly, and only then remembered he was holding a bag of things. Song Nanzhu exclaimed, raising her eyebrows, "You really brought something?" Ming Luoyi seemed uncomfortable all over, hurriedly placing the items on the already piled-up bedside table. Song Nanzhu glanced casually, seeing only some fruits and supplements, which Shuneng had already filled the small table with. However, her mind was still on what Shuneng had told her, and she couldn't focus. She turned to look at Ming Luoyi, who had already become useless. Song Nanzhu suddenly stretched her arms, yawning, and while rubbing her eyes, said, "Really, ever since the surgery, I've been so sleepy. I want to sleep again." Ming Luoyi was perceptive and said, "Then I'll come to see you again next time." Song Nanzhu nodded, but thought to herself, "Too bad there won't be a next time." After Ming Luai left, Song Nanzhu looked at the Awakener and called out, "What's wrong? Is it not okay for me to be sleepy?" The Awakener raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were just talking nonsense." Song Nanzhu laughed in anger. "Do I look like I love to talk nonsense?" The Awakener shook his head. "Not that. It's just that when you want to tell that person to get lost, you say you're sleepy." Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu was indeed tired and closed her eyes, falling asleep within minutes. Strangely, she clearly felt she was dreaming, but she couldn't control the dream like before. After an unknown amount of time, Song Nanzhu slowly opened her eyes. She thought, could it be that the genetic modification caused my powers to disappear? Before she could ponder further, she suddenly said to the small trash can squatting nearby, "I feel like I've slept for a really long time." The Awakener nodded. "You did sleep for a long time. I was just about to tell you that while you were sleeping, Jiang Jun came by, but you were sleeping, and the little nurse at the door wouldn't let him in, so he just waited at the door." Song Nanzhu hurriedly shouted, and the little nurse's face wrinkled into a ball. Song Nanzhu insisted on getting out of bed to personally welcome Jiang Jun, which finally led to her agreeing to let Jiang Jun in. After a while, the instructor pushed a wheelchair in. Song Nanzhu almost exclaimed, "Master!" "Oh!" Jiang Jun revealed a hint of a smile, and Song Nanzhu carefully noticed that with this smile, wrinkles appeared on Jiang Jun's face. Jiang Jun waved his hand, and the instructor obediently let go. Jiang Jun pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, and the wheelchair turned smoothly, arriving at Song Nanzhu's bedside in the blink of an eye. "Master, why didn't you wake me up?" Song Nanzhu was both angry and heartbroken. Jiang Jun's care for her was practically written on his face, and Song Nanzhu knew it all too well. Jiang Jun sighed and laughed. "Training is so hard usually. Now that you have the chance to rest, if I were you, I would want to sleep until the end of the world." Song Nanzhu chuckled at his joke. "Ahem." Jiang Jun awkwardly coughed twice, and the instructor reluctantly closed his mouth. "Master," Song Nanzhu's eyes were filled with tears. "TCH," Jiang Jun pouted. "That damn kid Chuneng actually arrived earlier than me. I thought you only remembered your master, who makes mechas." Song Nanzhu awkwardly scratched her head. Hey. Seeing the topic drifting away, Song Nanzhu quickly interrupted. "But to be honest, if Chuneng really was as Jiang Jun said, making mechas poorly and looking average, then the other people in the training camp would truly have a hard time." Jiang Jun suddenly became serious and said, "Song Nanzhu, don't talk nonsense. If it were that simple just to get bitten, why was Ming Lui injured and immediately taken away by the main battle faction?" He angrily slapped his thigh, clearly. "Ming Lui harmed him. I said at that time that this mission was not good intentions, you dead girl." Chapter 73. Mutation. Song Nanzhu was afraid that her temperamental teacher would get angry and do something reckless, so she hurriedly said, "It's nothing. I haven't even made it to the experiment stage yet, and the reinforcements arrived." Ming Lui's mission didn't go well, and that group of old men from the main battle faction found him trouble. "He had no chance to harm me. Stop talking nonsense. I warn you." Jiang Jun pretended to be angry. His mission was very successful. I already know that. "What?" Song Nanzhu's mind flashed through the mission's content. Although she already had the answer in her heart, she still asked unwillingly. "So, Commander Lin's information?" "Lin Feng." Song Nanzhu painfully closed her eyes, and for a long time, she hadn't heard this name that she had repeated countless times in her heart. Unexpectedly, hearing it once again from someone else's mouth was when he was the airlift commander of the Southeast District of the Animal Alliance. Song Nanzhu's heart sank. She felt a sense of irony, and a wry smile appeared at the corners of her lips. To live again, Lin Feng still had to become the Wolf King of the Southeast. Following this plot, Lin Feng would eventually go mad and step on his enemies along with the entire Wolf clan. Becoming the governor of the Southeast was just a matter of time. They would ultimately turn against each other. The warmth in the dream was never taken seriously. Song Nanzhu felt helpless. She didn't want to implicate Jiang Jun, so she tightly pressed her lips together and, after a long time, finally uttered, "There really is no reason." Just then, the little nurse came to knock on the door. "The patient needs to rest. You can't visit for too long." Jiang Jun, frustrated, slapped the wheelchair. Fine. I won't ask anymore, is that okay? Like pulling a cow's dung. So slow." Song Nanzhu smiled and sent Jiang Jun off. As she watched Jiang Jun leave, her smile froze on her face. The awakeners took this opportunity to slip away. Now, only Song Nanzhu was left alone in the room. Song Nanzhu casually lay on the bed. Suddenly, there was a ding sound. She raised her head to find out where the sound came from. She saw her electronic watch on the bedside table. Song Nanzhu picked it up and unlocked it with her fingerprint. It turned out to be a message from Commander Song. The last message was sent during the mission just a few minutes ago. Commander Song, time is urgent. Leave tonight. Song Nanzhu was taken aback, remembering what Chu Neng said this morning about coming tomorrow night, please. After a long time, just as Song Nanzhu thought Commander Song would definitely disagree, Commander Song. Okay. Song Nanzhu. So brief. She really had to thank Chu Jun. If it weren't for Chu Jun, this batch of mechas would have been sent to the battlefield before tomorrow. And who knows how many soldiers would have died at the hands of the animals. The mecha master at the front line almost knocked his head to the ground while bowing, and Chu Neng felt his eyes ache, and his arms were sore from long hours of work. But he still smiled and waved his hand. In times of great danger, humanity should unite against the enemy. I'm just helping a little. A face flashed through Chu Neng's mind. A girl sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding her face and innocently asking, will you come tomorrow? But he broke his promise. He opened the teacup and took a sip of the tea brought from below. After all, there was no casual tea to drink at the front line. The tea had already gone cold, and the tea leaves had been floating in the cup for several days, turning the tea bitter. Quickly go and pour a cup of hot tea for Chu Jun. The cold tea had extinguished Chu Neng's mood. He forced a smile and waved his hand. No need to trouble you. Can you return my phone? Of course, no problem. Quickly bring Chu Jun's phone. In many places, using smartphones is not allowed. For example, in the training camp, smartphones are not allowed in any places other than hospitals. And in sensitive areas like the mecha warehouse at the front line, all activities must be kept confidential. The mecha master escorted Chu Neng out of the mecha warehouse until they reached the door, and Chu Neng took the phone from the mecha master's hand. Remembering the promise he made to the girl, Chu Neng felt an urgent anxiety. The mecha master responsible for the warehouse watched Chu Neng gradually walk away and finally let out a sigh of relief. The little servant beside him looked at Chu Neng's back and curiously asked, is this the top mecha master of the training camp? The mecha master impatiently exhaled through his nose. Otherwise, how do you think the problems with that batch of mechas could be solved so quickly? If it weren't for Chu Neng, we would all have to be held accountable. Just as he finished speaking, he saw this top mecha master suddenly act as if he had lost his mind, and with a crash, the phone fell to the ground, while Chu Neng still maintained the posture of holding the phone, standing there as if struck by lightning. The mecha master tentatively called out, Chu Jun? The little servant leaned forward, looking at the still-lit screen, unconsciously reading out loud, Song Nanzhu? Who is that? This voice seemed like a thunderbolt, instantly waking Chu Neng from his daze. He had no other reaction. In just a few seconds, it felt as if he used all his strength to rush forward. The mecha master was startled and rushed forward. Chu Jun, your phone, you forgot your phone. But Chu Neng completely ignored him. He moved at lightning speed, gradually shrinking into a small dot, disappearing from their sight. Chu Neng rushed to jump on the hovercraft, shouting at the top of his lungs without a care for anything else. Chapter 74. No effective rescue, the hovercraft quickly disappeared into the night sky, leaving only a silver flash behind. Chu Neng tried to force himself to sit quietly in the hovercraft, but he found he couldn't do it at all. He felt a wave of empty panic surrounding him. He lowered his head in surprise to find his left hand was shaking violently. Chu Neng anxiously pressed down on his trembling left hand with his right hand, but his mind kept flashing back to the message on his phone, a message from an unknown source. Chu Neng patted his chest, assuring himself it must be fake. After a long wait, the air ambulance finally announced that it had arrived at the destination. He was almost about to fly into the hospital, rushing up to the ward that originally belonged to Song Nanzhu. Chu Neng stood at the door, hand raised in the air for a long time, unexpectedly losing the courage to knock. Hey, Mr. Chu? The nurse asked. This ward is already empty. Chu Neng's heart seemed to stop beating for a moment. The nurse continued. Did no one inform you? Miss Song Nanzhu had a medical emergency last night, was resuscitated all night, but unfortunately, it was unsuccessful, and she is no longer here. The phrase unsuccessful resuscitation felt like it was engraved on Chu Neng's heart, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Suddenly, Chu Neng felt a wave of dizziness, a flash of white light in front of him, and he fell straight back. However, the dizziness lasted only a second, and as Chu Neng quickly recovered, a cold, hard arm appeared steadily behind him. Chu Neng took a deep breath and steadied himself. The awakener coldly spoke, "Director Chu, you're a bit late, aren't you?" Chu Neng suddenly turned around. "Where is she?" "They said she was sent to the laboratory." Chu Neng turned to walk out, but the awakener's voice followed him. "I already said it's the laboratory. You can't go in." Chu Neng, however, was undeterred, his legs almost taking off. "I don't believe it. And even if she died, she shouldn't be sent to the laboratory." The awakener chuckled lightly. "It's useless. Jiang Jun protested yesterday, but Miss Song Nanzhu was captured earlier, and the Animal Alliance people didn't know what they left inside her, so resuscitation was unsuccessful. Colonel Song insisted on sending her to the laboratory for study." Chu Neng suddenly stopped in his tracks. When someone dies, they should be buried underground, not lying on an operating table being dissected. The awakener shrugged. "Don't you want to know the cause of her death?" The awakener lowered his head. Robots shouldn't have emotions, but at that moment, he felt a warmth in his eyes, and his voice suddenly became very small. "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes." The awakener could change forms and disguise himself as a trash can while the ant was changing the trash, so he didn't need to speak. Song Nanzhu heard the sound of the trash can rolling and looked down, smiling. "How did you come?" Song Nanzhu nodded, feeling a bit regretful. The awakener's mech was cold. He didn't crawl under the covers, just transformed into a small beetle, crawling around on the bed. Song Nanzhu knew he was trying to cheer her up, and her youthful fingertips kept playing with the little beetle, letting it run here and there. After a while, the awakener said, "When you weren't here, Lin Gigi was very arrogant, saying many bad things about you. Next time, I'll rip her mouth apart for you to see." Song Nanzhu laughed heartily. The awakener knew she usually didn't care about such things and didn't like to gossip, so he said it just to make her happy. While laughing, Song Nanzhu said, "Oh my, you're really terrible at chatting, huh?" The awakener rarely showed an embarrassed expression. If he could, he would have blushed. "What about that Zhou Qian and you recently?" Suddenly, Song Nanzhu's face turned very ugly, an unusual purplish red spreading quickly to her neck. She wondered what happened. "I didn't." Suddenly, her eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. In a few seconds, the awakener frantically searched his database, but couldn't find what was wrong. He saw Song Nanzhu clutching her neck in great pain, desperately pointing at her throat, then shaking her head like crazy. The little beetle jumped up from the bed at an astonishing speed, crazily slamming its body against the emergency button on the headboard. The awakener still remembers that terrifying, desperate feeling, just like that day at the hospital entrance when he knew Song Nanzhu was on a mission but lost contact. It felt like all the electricity in his body stopped flowing. It felt like his heartbeat was about to stop. He transformed into human form and supported Song Nanzhu, only to find she had lost so much weight. Her complexion was getting redder. It seemed she couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. She could only cough violently, making a sound like wind breaking, as if she was about to cough out her lungs. Her body was like a drifting reed in the wind. He couldn't hold on to her at all. Finally, footsteps sounded from outside, running. The moment the doctor burst through the door, Song Nanzhu's complexion turned extremely pale. Her body shook violently, and then a mouthful of black blood surged out, splattering directly onto the white quilt, staining it with a patchwork of blood. Chapter 75. Cunning the Awakener looked on in horror, but even more terrifying was when he turned to look at Song Nanzhu. Her body stopped shaking, and, at that moment, she ceased all reactions. The Awakener's voice trembled uncontrollably as he tentatively asked, "Nanzhu? Song Nanzhu?" His embrace felt cold, and so did her body. It was the first time the Awakener felt darkness closing in. Then he heard the sound of the door crashing open, countless people shouting as they rushed in. And Song Nanzhu's body was taken away from him. They pushed him outside, and he heard the doctor shouting loudly, repeatedly, saying again, one more time. He didn't know how long it had been, but he heard a long, drawn-out sound, like a curse echoing in his mind. In the darkness, Song Nanzhu opened her eyes. The world seemed to spin. She gently turned her head, noticing a beautiful, dazzling red silk ribbon on her wrist. On the soft, white snowfield, a winding red river flowed. staining the pure white snow as it slowly cascaded down the cliff. After an unknown amount of time, a sharp scream shattered the silence, as if the darkness had been torn open with a large gash. How strange, Song Nanzhu thought. Robots shouldn't have a heartbeat. Her consciousness drifted in the air, spinning. She felt her consciousness lost in the night, and Song Nanzhu felt a bit scared. She wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids seemed beyond her control. She felt cold all over, hugging her icy body tighter and tighter. Nanzhu? Nanzhu? Finally, light mixed with fresh air rushed in. Song Nanzhu took a deep breath. It felt like there was something foreign in her nose. She slowly opened her eyes. Colonel Song sat calmly in front of her, with a respirator inserted in her nose. Her eyeballs rolled around. The dry, pale corners of her mouth lifted into a heartfelt smile. Colonel Song sighed. That medicine has significant side effects. It was only developed recently. Aren't you afraid? Song Nanzhu used all her strength to shake her head. As long as I don't witness my death with my own eyes. Neither Chu Nung nor the Awakener will believe it. They will only believe it when they see me stop breathing. Song Nanzhu silently thought, I'm sorry. She felt a surge of heat swirling inside her, thinking it was just the side effects of the medicine that saved her life. Without much thought, she casually turned the temperature down a bit. Not bad. It seems the previous medication integrated well with your body. Song Nanzhu then realized someone was standing by the door. She looked over, and the woman seemed a bit familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the teacher of Little Gray from her dream. The woman continued. Although there were quite a few difficult-to-handle hallucinations, fortunately, there were no rejection reactions in your body. However, each person's reaction to the injected drug is generally different. Yours is considered normal. As it stands, your body is accepting it very well and has begun to externalize slowly. Song Nanzhu was puzzled. Little Gray was momentarily stunned, then turned to Song Nanzhu and said, Take a look at your body. Is there anything different? Song Nanzhu was startled and quickly extended her hands, but strangely, there was nothing. However, since Little Gray's teacher said so, Song Nanzhu lifted the quilt and finally rolled up the sleeve of her hospital gown. Finally, at the scar on her left hand, she saw a ring of short, fluffy, white fur. Song Nanzhu didn't know whether to feel surprised or sad. She just turned her head and asked, What is this? Arctic hare. Arctic hare? Song Nanzhu tilted her head. She certainly understood what an Arctic hare was, but Song Nanzhu was puzzled. The Arctic hare generally lives in the Arctic and other cold regions. If I'm an Arctic hare, how can I transition to the southeastern region? Commander Song nodded, and an electronic watch on his hand beeped, projecting a cold blue light onto the blank wall of the room. The electronic screen displayed a scene of icy and snowy terrain, where several snow-white bundles were quietly moving through the vast expanse of white snow. It was precisely because the Arctic and southeastern regions were difficult to connect that the Arctic hare population was chosen. Song Nanzhu looked at the electronic screen, where the activity area of the Arctic hare was delineated and a yellow cursor pointed from the Arctic to the southeastern region. Song Nanzhu raised her head and said, So the Arctic hare's idea now is to migrate directly from the Arctic region to the southeastern region? Song Nanzhu nodded. This should be the Arctic hare's initial thought. But the southeastern region has a higher temperature. How would they come here? Commander Song smiled mysteriously and said, That depends on you, Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu was taken aback, suddenly understanding. The electronic screen returned to a scene of snow and ice, where a snow-white Arctic hare was hiding in the snow, its fur fluffy. Even as a rabbit, it was easy to see that this rabbit had a beautiful face and would likely be a beauty once transformed into a human. This is you. Commander Song's eyes shot out a sharp light. This is the eldest daughter of the Arctic hare's leader, who will inherit the position of the Arctic hare leader. Song Nanzhu nodded. This must be the person she was going to replace in disguise. Chapter 76. The reason for choice. The reason for choosing her was not only her relatively noble identity, but also a stroke of luck. This hare had not awakened until now, which meant no one had seen her in human form. Of course, this luck was a significant misfortune for the young hare. Once Song Nanzhu replaced her, the original hare would have to disappear from this world. However, one thing must be said, Commander Song's expression became serious. The Arctic hares have sent a team south to negotiate and communicate with the southeastern district, and this hare Must go along to represent the Arctic Air leader. So we must speed up. Xiaohui nodded, saying, we can arrange the plastic surgery now. I'll go arrange it immediately. As he spoke, he looked at Song Nanzhu with concern. Yet, it seemed Song Nanzhu was immersed in her own world. Dear Lin Feng, we are about to meet again. All parts were ready. A man wearing a black mask spoke into a microphone to those inside the room. For 107, are you ready? Song Nanzhu was filled with tubes all over her body and struggled to raise her hand to signal the person outside the glass. The room was cold and white, and her gaze toward the outside world held no emotion. When she made eye contact with the masked man outside, he was momentarily stunned. Behind him were countless operators controlling the instruments in the room. The girl sat quietly in the midst of a cluster of instruments, silent. She looked young, but her eyes reflected a depth that did not match her age. Those who could sit in this position were either genetically modified geniuses or well-trained camp members. However, the girl before him was the calmest he had ever seen sitting in front of this machine. After all, she was about to lose her human identity and completely become an animal, who truly was not afraid. The man's voice came through the intercom. Everyone, we have been conducting experiments in the lab day and night, failing and retrying just to wait for this day to arrive, sending countless human warriors to their battlegrounds to protect our compatriots and homeland. No matter what happens, please maintain absolute calm during the operation and complete the most perfect transformation experiment. He took a deep breath, pushed the control stick in front of him, and inhaled deeply. Finally, to the human warrior before me, good luck, and let us pray sincerely together. Song Nanzhu felt a surge of electricity, and a strange sensation flashed through her mind. She and the masked man spoke in unison. Let us pray sincerely together. May God always bless humanity. Song Nanzhu lost consciousness. She heard a familiar voice, a low, mechanical female voice, saying, Human, submit to me, and you will not suffer so much. You are in pain, aren't you? Give your body to me, and you will no longer have pain. Song Nanzhu felt fear and shock wash over her like a tsunami, breaking through her mental defenses. This voice had echoed in her ears like a death knell during the days and nights before her demise. In the human world, humans were the highest rulers. Since the awakening of animals and the takeover of the highest ruling power, humans had strictly controlled the individual consciousness of other beings and non-living entities. Among them, the first to be controlled were mechas. Humans strictly controlled the level of artificial intelligence, and even mechas had to follow human commands to act, thus losing some of their speed and attack power. Many commented that in the post-animal era, human artificial intelligence had not only made no progress, but had even regressed. Such statements were not without reason. After all, humanity could not suffer another catastrophe. In contrast, the animal world was the opposite. Since animals gained consciousness, under the brutal rule and cultural cleansing of the animal world, there had been a focus on cultivating or awakening the consciousness of various beings, including many emerging artificial intelligences and mechas. The new electronic eye on her was a typical example of consciousness awakening. It longed to dominate Song Nanzhu's mind, replacing her brain as the ruling organ of her body. You will not. Song Nanzhu's eyes turned red in terror and in the darkness. She erupted into a fierce scream. No one can control my body but me. She often spent sleepless nights, needing to remain vigilant at all times, resolutely refusing to be lulled into a hypnotic state by the electronic eye's free consciousness. Almost every moment, she was battling another consciousness within her body. She dared not sleep for fear of never waking again. Song Nanzhu clearly knew she was in a dream because her left eye did not explode with painful sensations. This was the method the electronic eye's free consciousness used to seize control of her body. Suddenly, a warm hand wrapped around Song Nanzhu's waist, gently pulling her back. Her body slid across the silky sheets, and then she leaned against a warm yet solid body. The person wrapped a long, strong arm around her and leaned in close, anxiously asking in a low voice, "Is your eye hurting again?" The voice was deep and pleasant, rich with magnetism. Song Nanzhu curled up, feeling an unexplainable sense of security. She nodded. "It wants to replace me." Lin Feng held her from behind, and Song Nanzhu was enveloped by his warm body, her heart seeming to boil. For a moment, a ridiculous thought flashed through her mind. After all, this is just a dream, not real life. Why suppress my longings so painfully? The strings in her mind were plucked by emotion countless times. She heard the person behind her say, "I have had someone expedite the development of a new electronic eye. Tomorrow, shall we first remove this electronic eye?" Song Nanzhu felt a sting in her nose. Chapter 77. Desecration in her last life. She never got to use the newly developed electronic eye. What a pity. A warm liquid trickled down the corner of Song Nanzhu's eye, just a little bit more. Not long after, Ming Lu sold her to the Animal Alliance, and she and Lin Feng went from being lovers who were close to each other to enemies who would turn red with anger upon meeting. The voice in Song Nanzhu's heart grew louder. What does it matter? It's all in the past. It's just a dream. No one knows, and no one will remember it again. Song Nanzhu felt a fiery sensation burning her back, as if it wanted to cruelly bind the two of them together through this burning, never to be separated. She felt a small crack begin to form in her mind. Suddenly, she turned around, her slender arms trembling as they wrapped around the man's waist, their heated bodies embraced as if they were to be buried together in the flames. Song Nanzhu tightened her grip, feeling the man's body stiffen for a moment as he turned to her, the joy in Lin Feng's eyes gradually fading. Song Nanzhu's eyes shimmered with tears, her nose turning red, like a harmless little bunny, staring intently at the man before her. In a moment, she leaped into his arms. Song Nanzhu whispered, "I miss you too." At that moment, the walls of longing crumbled to dust, and a flood surged forth. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt something furry brushing against her toes. She playfully blinked, a sly smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Her small feet gently stroked the furry tail, circling at times, sometimes pressing hard, sometimes lightly brushing, as if the little tail had stiffened, allowing only her to tease it. A smile lingered at the corner of Song Nanzhu's mouth. She felt the bodies pressed together, growing hotter. When she looked up, Lin Feng's face was already as red as a tomato, and the hand he had around her waist was trembling slightly, as if he was trying hard to restrain himself. The little girl playfully toyed with the fluffy tail, sneaking a giggle, twisting, sucking. How strange. Even though he was holding the girl's waist, he felt trapped in a humid, warm snare, unable to extricate himself. He could only let himself sink deeper, exploring the sweetness at the depths of the trap. Their tails and feet intertwined. Song Nanzhu's face turned crimson. The night deepened, and the two embraced and slept in the room. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Outside, the sound of rain pattered, thunder roared, and a flash of lightning split the dark sky, tearing half of it apart, light flooding into the room. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. A breath caught in his throat, and he slowly exhaled a sigh of frustration, two unusual flushes appearing on his cheeks. Lin Feng's breathing became heavy, and he helplessly stared at the ceiling, his eyes vacant. "Commander! Commander!" A hurried knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Lin Feng sat up from the bed. It was already bright outside, but his dream seemed not yet over. A soldier quickly dashed into the room, but Lin Feng suddenly flashed through some images in his mind. The girl's smooth waist, her soft pink lips, so enticing, as if they were swaying right before his eyes, little by little, devouring his heart and soul, making him restless. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng's arm muscles bulged, and the blush on his face refused to fade. "Commander?" The soldier was frightened, afraid of angering the wild wolf before him. "The chief mentioned in passing at the Alliance meeting today about you letting those human agents go. Secretary Siener asked me to inform you that the chief will meet with you tonight." Lin Feng frowned, but a sneer of disdain appeared on his lips. Mentioned in passing? He seemed not to care much, his thoughts still immersed in the dream he had just had. Why have I been having such dreams lately, where my body seems uncontrollable? Yet he had to immerse himself in it. He clenched his fists. How could he so privately desecrate his Adon? The soldier standing beside him respectfully said, "Commander, Secretary Siener just came by. She saw you were too tired and didn't wake you." Lin Feng frowned, rubbed his temples, and tiredly said, "Understood, I'll go find her now." The soldier followed Lin Feng, adding, "Secretary Siener said to let you see the information." At the battlefield front, The chilly evening wind still carried a strong smell of blood. Lin Feng was dressed in thin clothing, yet he thought of the cold, sensitive Song Nanzhu. The sky was almost bright, and a layer of milky white mist enveloped the mountains and forests, obscuring the depths of the forest. Lin Feng couldn't help but stop, turning his gaze toward the outside of the camp, where a pile of corpses attracted some wild vultures and crows, which had taken human form and were feasting on the cadavers. The commander seems to be in good spirits, a voice came. The tone was melodious. The voice soft and boneless, like a soft little paw scratching at one's heart, and a short phrase seemed to express countless charms. A soft, slender hand unconsciously climbed onto his shoulder. Lin Feng frowned. The voice continued. Is the commander up this early just to watch others have breakfast? A hot body pressed against him, rubbing against the man's body, the temperature quickly transferring. But Lin Feng pushed away the woman who was lying on him, his face expressionless. The secretary is also up very early. No, no, no. Sienna gently pressed a finger against Lin Feng's lips, her thin lips parting. I waited for the commander all night. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at the fox before him. She was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, her skin like her slim waist supporting a full bosom. Her fiery figure paired with an extremely seductive face. Her fox-like eyes sparkled, and her thin lips, half open and half closed, made it hard for any man to resist. Chapter 78. Communication. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, nonchalantly pushing the woman off him. You really don't have that much allure. Sienna choked for a moment, but quickly recovered. Her thin lips parted in a dazzling smile. Even if the commander doesn't, this thing in my hand should be enough to tempt you. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head. You got the communication key from Chai? Song Nanzhu opened her eyes. Before her was indeed complete darkness. She flailed about like a headless fly, but could not escape her dream. This was her first encounter with Lin Feng in a dream after undergoing gene modification. Only at this moment could Song Nanzhu clearly see the waves of longing in her heart. Hiss! Song Nanzhu felt something heavy collide with her forehead, the sharp pain briefly clearing her muddled consciousness. Her 5 senses gradually returned. Before her was a patch of darkness. Song Nanzhu moved her fingers, realizing something seemed to be inserted into them, rendering her unable to move. After not moving for so long, her body felt a bit stiff, and she hadn't yet comprehended where she was. A familiar yet strange scent wafted into her nose. Song Nanzhu frowned. The scent of the outside world. To be precise, it was the scent of nature, a mix of grass, flowers, fallen leaves, and soil. This smell instantly stimulated her brain. Countless memories surged forth. No. Song Nanzhu's mind went cold, and her fingers instinctively moved again. Her heart sank halfway, though her body couldn't move. She could still feel that the skin touched by the phone was smooth, and even human skin, not the fur of a rabbit. Had her modification failed? Song Nanzhu sniffed again. Strangely, her body's appearance hadn't changed, but her sense of smell had become surprisingly sensitive. The fragrance from the outside world rushed into her nasal passages. It was the fresh scent of a forest after rain. Song Nanzhu managed to move her body slightly, only to find that even a casual twist of her limbs was painfully unbearable. She sighed, although she was uncertain about the situation. She could confirm that she was no longer in the underground world, and the environment she was in seemed to be a small, dark space. Song Nanzhu perked up her ears, feeling the sound of wheels rolling quickly on the ground. The black rubber wheels ruthlessly crushed through the mud, splashing droplets of water. She twisted her neck, as if she were in a moving vehicle. Song Nanzhu cleared her throat, unsure how long she had been unconscious. Her throat was incredibly dry. She opened her mouth, attempted to speak, but only a hoarse growl escaped her throat. Song Nanzhu felt a chill in her heart. She tried to move her body, but was tightly bound by the ropes. The fear inside her gradually intensified. Just as countless terrifying thoughts flashed through her mind, she heard a loud crash. The vehicle seemed to have stopped, and then Song Nanzhu felt a blinding beam of light shining in from behind her. This was the sunlight of the world above. Seizing this ray of light, Song Nanzhu quickly took in the scene inside the room. Sure enough, it looked like the back compartment of an ambulance. But it was completely sealed. On the other side of the compartment, A pile of instruments was arranged together, some connected by tubes to Song Nanzhu's body. She was bound to a simple hospital bed, unable to move at all. Following the sunlight into this darkness was a sound of footsteps. Perhaps due to genetic modification, Song Nanzhu was particularly sensitive to the sound of footsteps. She slowly exhaled, but her body did not completely relax. The one who entered was someone she had at least exchanged a few words with. Showdown hurried in, and the sunlight abruptly stopped with his footsteps, followed by the creaking sound of the door closing again. Everything fell back into darkness. Showdown's voice sounded extremely weary. "For 07, I know you are awake." Song Nanzhu opened her eyes. "Time is short. I have 2 things to tell you." Song Nanzhu turned her eyes to meet his gaze. Tears shimmered in Showdown's eyes. "The first thing is that your modification has gone relatively smoothly, but you missed an awakening opportunity. The soreness and weakness you are feeling now are normal reactions during the modification process." Song Nanzhu struggled to make a sound, producing a hoarse and unpleasant voice in the air. "Ah." Temporary loss of voice is also one of the modification reactions. You don't need to panic. Showdown sighed and continued, "But the unfortunate news is that a few days ago, we received word that the human undercover agent in the Arctic rabbit camp has been exposed." He lowered his head, seemingly unable to meet Song Nanzhu's eyes. "It was indeed quite rushed, but this opportunity is very rare, and the organization has high hopes for you. You should know this is not something I can decide." Showdown's voice trembled, his words incoherent, but Song Nanzhu understood what he was trying to convey. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes. She realized that the exposure of the human undercover agent in the Arctic rabbit camp would inevitably lead the Arctic rabbit to prevent human interference, planning to produce some changes, hence deciding to set off early. And that lady director of the Arctic rabbit was among the accompanying personnel. However, Song Nanzhu's modification had not been fully completed. At least, she still lacked an opportunity of favorable timing, location, and people to completely awaken the Arctic rabbit genes within her. This was the final step of the modification. But humans could not wait any longer. Once that lady director of the Arctic rabbit awakened, this golden opportunity would cease to exist. Humans could not miss this chance. And since Song Nanzhu's modification was already more than halfway done, Commander Song absolutely did not want to give up this enormous opportunity. Thus, taking a risk, they sent the still-recovering Song Nanzhu directly to the front lines. Song Nanzhu remained silent for a moment, forcing herself to lift her head and look at Showdown, who had his head lowered. Poor Showdown. Song Nanzhu could guess without much thought. Since the higher-ups planned to take risks, they wouldn't put all their chances on her. It was very possible that she was just one of the bullets they launched. If the mission failed, the tracking device within her body would explode immediately, leaving not even a corpse for the Animal Alliance. Chapter 79. The real beginning. Showdown kept his head down, avoiding Song Nanzhu's gaze, but suddenly felt a cold finger touch him. He turned his head and saw the person on the bed struggling to lift a finger, touching the back of his hand, the cold sensation brushing over it. Showdown nearly burst into tears. Song Nanzhu wanted to laugh. She couldn't be bothered to think. Each member of the training camp who underwent genetic modification had a corresponding lead researcher, whose role was not only to ensure the smooth progress of the modification, but also to track the physical condition of the modified individual for an extended period after modification, ensuring that their original human identity would not be exposed. The female researcher originally responsible for her, upon seeing Song Nanzhu's slim chances of survival, and realizing that the animal form hadn't even had the time to awaken, decided not to drag her own performance down and waste her time. She directly handed Song Nanzhu over to Showdown. At this moment, Song Nanzhu, half alive and lying on the bed, surprisingly still had the heart to care for others. Just as Showdown was about to say something more, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. At this moment, Song Nanzhu felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. After struggling to sleep well every night since her rebirth, today she finally had a day to step onto the battlefield. But she saw Showdown's expression turn anxious as he glanced at the closed door, bent down, and whispered in Song Nanzhu's ear, in her right inner pocket, "There are 3 genetic modification pills. You mustn't let anyone find out. I can't stay here too long." As he spoke, there was a knock on the outside door. Showdown's pupils shrank, and he straightened up, looking pained, shouting outside, "They're here." Fresh air rushed in, followed by a few masked men who appeared to be soldiers from the camp. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes, but her mind was still focused on what Showdown had just said before he left. The masked soldiers chatted as they walked in, and Song Nanzhu closed her eyes, breathing evenly, as if she were asleep. "Hey look, this girl is quite pretty, but her complexion is a bit too pale," one said. "Be careful. You don't want anyone to hear you," another warned. "What are you afraid of?" "Just an ordinary citizen waiting in line to enter the underground city." "You're scared for nothing." Song Nanzhu understood. Xiao Hui's group must have disguised themselves as guards from elsewhere, responsible for accepting the injured civilians. At this moment, Song Nanzhu was just such a poor, injured civilian, pitifully lying on a stretcher, waiting to enter the underground city. It turned out that the conversation she had with Xiao Hui earlier was her last exchange before leaving the training camp. From then on, in this world, there would be no more Song Nanzhu. After wobbling for a long time, it seemed they entered a room, and the surrounding air became warmer, the natural scent lingering at her nose gradually fading. Song Nanzhu felt the coldness of the ground, slowly licking her back, surrounded by the chill. She couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, after genetic modification, the sensitivity to the outside world has greatly increased. It seemed she was being set down. A few soldiers clapped their hands, exhaling a sigh of relief, and one remarked, "This should be the last one. Finally, we can rest for a bit." Another soldier, however, looked down at Song Nanzhu's face and said, "What a pity, Sigh. Such a pretty girl, with delicate skin, probably the child of some wealthy family. And this natural disaster has left her stranded in this dilapidated refugee camp. Who knows how long she can survive?" One soldier scoffed, teasing, "You really can't move on when you see a beauty, but don't worry about her. I just took a look, although this girl is badly injured. It seems she must have been well taken care of before. Now her wound is almost healed." Song Nanzhu suddenly sensed a man's breath approaching, and her heart tightened. She heard the man lower his voice and say, "Instead of worrying about her, we should worry about ourselves. I've heard that the Arctic hares are migrating southward, and we are the closest place to their migration route. So, it seems that the higher-ups want us to block the Arctic hare southward path and prevent them from meeting with the Animal Alliance in the southeast." Several soldiers gasped in shock. "Exactly. Although we are short on manpower right now, we can't just send us little soldiers to our deaths, can we? Sure. There are too many people here. Are you all tired of living?" As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers immediately fell silent. Song Nanzhu remained still, her breathing steady, looking as if she were in a deep sleep. The soldiers didn't stay long and were soon called away by someone outside. Song Nanzhu quietly listened as their footsteps gradually faded away. She slowly opened her eyes. To her surprise, she found herself staring directly into a pair of big, round, watery eyes that blinked at her. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she instinctively wanted to react, but the eye smiled at her. Slowly, it moved away from her sight. She then realized that it was just a little girl, about 12 or 13 years old. With arched eyebrows and crescent-shaped eyes, her smile revealed 2 dimples. Despite a bit of dust on her fair face, her cuteness was still undeniable. Unfortunately, the girl's left eye was covered with a thick bandage, with traces of blood seeping through. The remaining eye looked at Song Nanzhu with curiosity. Song Nanzhu exhaled a breath of air and asked, "Little friend, where is this place?" She was startled by her own voice when she spoke. It sounded completely different. Compared to her previous voice, this one was much softer and more delicate, like a gentle young lady without a temper. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, thinking, well, if I had used my old voice, Lin Feng might recognize me. As for why my voice has changed, it must be an adverse reaction after the genetic modification. She raised her head and looked at the little girl with gentle eyes. The girl giggled and said, "This is a refugee camp. You're so silly. How could you not know that?" Song Nanzhu was momentarily at a loss for words and scratched her head. "Oh, is that so?" Just then, an old voice suddenly spoke up. "This little girl is a poor child." The voice was filled with helplessness and fatigue. Song Nanzhu propped herself up and looked around, only to see an old woman covered in dust and dirt speaking behind her stretcher. Although she was talking, her eyes were not on Song Nanzhu and the girl. Instead, her murky gaze was fixed on the high canvas overhead as she continued to sigh, so pitiful, When the Animal Alliance bombed human cities, her family died. Even if she was rescued, she lost her sight and her mind isn't right anymore. Suddenly, her murky eyes shifted their focus and fixed intently on Song Nanzhu. The old woman seemed to grit her teeth and said, "Those beasts, they're not fit to be soldiers. Little girl, I heard your language just now. We are family. I must warn you, this refugee camp is almost abandoned by the human headquarters. Soldiers from various countries are here, speaking different languages and from different races. It's very chaotic. You are so beautiful. You must be careful. There are many beasts here, and they're not even fit to be called animals." Song Nanzhu was confused by the old woman's words and turned to look at the girl, who was giggling foolishly at her. Inside the tent lay countless injured people, and from their clothing and skin color, they could barely be identified as coming from nearby countries. Song Nanzhu was uncertain if this was within her own country's borders. But she saw several soldiers who were clearly not from her country standing at the entrance of the tent. Suddenly, she felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. She saw a soldier holding a small piece of bread, and the girl was happily running toward it, while the soldiers looked at the approaching girl with malicious intent. Song Nanzhu's heart tightened, and she was about to call out to the girl. The old woman, who had sat up at some point, suddenly grabbed Song Nanzhu's wrist with a withered and frail hand. Instinctively, Song Nanzhu tried to break free. However, that hand, though appearing frail, was surprisingly strong. As Song Nanzhu twisted her wrist to escape, the old woman's grip tightened and followed her movement, holding onto her wrist firmly. Realizing that it was bad, Song Nanzhu turned slightly and tried to counter the old woman's grip, but the old woman's expression did not change at all. Instead, she used the moment when Song Nanzhu exerted force to push her wrist forward, pinning it against Song Nanzhu's chest. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. The old woman, who seemed old and frail and even a bit disheveled, unexpectedly had such skills. Just as she was about to say something to ease the situation, she turned and saw that the girl at the entrance of the tent had already taken the bread and was happily devouring it. While one of the soldiers had placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, and everyone's eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. In an instant, Song Nanzhu understood what the old woman meant. She propped herself up, wanted to get up, but the old woman reached out to press down on her shoulder again. That old and frail hand firmly pinned Song Nanzhu down. Seeing the girl about to be taken away by the soldiers, Song Nanzhu felt a surge of anxiety. Just as she was about to struggle, she heard the old voice say slowly, "The organization sent you here not to engage in these trivial matters." Song Nanzhu's pupils suddenly widened as she turned her head sharply, looking at the old woman in disbelief. Her clothes were tattered, almost unrecognizable, and her exposed skin resembled crumpled parchment. This was actually the ferryman placed here by the training camp. The old woman's mouth seemed to curl into a smile. "I'm old and useless, just a ferryman here to take you where you need to go." Song Nanzhu was momentarily stunned, and the old woman continued, "In these chaotic times, everyone has their own different fate. Your mission is not here, so why linger for others?" Song Nanzhu remained silent, her gaze once again thrown outside the door. The girl, while eating the bread, had unknowingly been surrounded by the soldiers and was leaving. Song Nanzhu hesitated, but the old woman said, "Here, you won't have enough to eat or wear." How do you know that on those nights when she can't sleep from hunger and tosses and turns? Whether she truly wants to follow those soldiers? The girl indeed looked like a little one who was severely injured and stranded in a foreign land, unable to move. She leaned against the old woman as she sat down, and the old woman used the voice they had just heard to say Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes, seemingly not listening to the old woman, but she subtly nodded. She had already heard most of this from the soldiers earlier. This simple tent appeared to have once been a factory building. Although the exterior was made of iron, it was riddled with countless bullet holes and skeletons. It should be frequently attacked since it was close to the animal's southward migration route, but there was a large hole in one of the iron sheets, about the size of a child, that had not been repaired, merely covered with some dirty, colorless rags. Chapter 81. Identity. Doubt. The man's body was hot, his eyes fixed tightly on the delicious prey before him. He charged forward fiercely, wanting to pin Song Nanzhu down. However, just as the beautiful little person seemed within reach, the soldier felt a flash before his eyes, and the man mysteriously vanished into thin air. in the moment when Song Nanzhu's big belly was about to touch him. He bent his knee, and in that instant, he drew the soldier's knife from his waist and struck along his thigh. The blade sank deep into the soldier's thick thigh, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. The soldier's body tilted instantly, and an extremely sharp and intense scream erupted from his throat, but it was choked back. He felt a small but calloused hand tightly covering his mouth, leaving him to let out a silent roar. He fell like a mountain to the other side, but Song Nanzhu gave him no chance at all, directly lifting his leg to strike the soldier's waist, just as the soldier was suffering from the blows on both sides. Song Nanzhu still had no intention of letting him go. He wanted to escape. Earlier that afternoon, he had seen a young girl in a refugee camp. Although her clothes were tattered and her face was covered in dirt, it couldn't hide her beauty. Why couldn't he have her? Who would have thought that this ordinary girl would react so quickly and strike so ruthlessly? The calloused hand covering his mouth indicated that she was definitely not an ordinary person. Song Nanzhu knew he absolutely couldn't let him escape. The soldier clutched his leg and desperately tried to turn and flee, but Song Nanzhu gave him no chance, tightly covering his mouth while his other hand moved extremely quickly, accurately and ruthlessly gliding the bloody knife across the man's throat. The soldier suddenly clutched his throat, feeling a chill at his Adam's apple, knowing something was terribly wrong. Then, Song Nanzhu released his hand that was covering the soldier's mouth. He was about to cry out for help, but found he couldn't make any sound at all. The only sound was the splattering of blood on the ground. Swish, swish. Song Nanzhu wiped his hands on him. The blood was scalding, yet it couldn't be cleaned properly. The refugee camp originally smelled chaotic, and now, deep into the night, everyone was sound asleep, and everything was done quietly. Song Nanzhu changed positions, leaned against the wall, and closed her eyes. Surprisingly, the first time she held a knife didn't bring her the tension of not adapting. Instead, it sparked a sense of excitement, as if an animal instinct had been awakened, allowing her to fall into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, her palms were icy, and a person was crouching in front of her. Song Nanzhu turned her head and lifted a piece of tattered cloth. It was still dark outside, with heavy fog, and not a hint of light was visible. Song Nanzhu lowered her head and said to the old man, "I acted recklessly." The old man said nothing, only used a cold cloth to wipe Song Nanzhu's hands, which was chilling to the bone and instantly drove away her drowsiness. She said, "I'm sorry," but her tone held no trace of regret. The old man scoffed but didn't look at her. His voice was even colder than the handkerchief. "You killed him. The most important purpose was to test me, right? Why pretend here?" Song Nanzhu smiled unabashedly, even bending one leg and letting her injured arm hang over it, looking carefree and unrestrained. "So where did you throw the body?" The old woman carefully wiped the blood off Song Nanzhu's hands, not raising her head. "So you mixed the soldier's body with the refugees, and it should have been burned to ashes by now, right? The place where the bodies were burned should not be far from here. I smelled a strong stench as soon as I woke up." She put down the cloth in her hand and sat beside Song Nanzhu, looking a bit tired, her voice seemingly laced with anger. "What you did was reckless and foolish." Song Nanzhu naturally knew she was just giving this so-called ferryman something to do. It was normal for her to be displeased. "Next time, don't let me clean up your mess." The old woman's voice was old and hollow, as if it came from the depths of hell. "If your mission fails, I might kill you, but if you come to me for trouble now, I will kill you right now." Song Nanzhu felt a chill run up her spine, the hairs on her ears standing on end. She rubbed her arms and, without feeling embarrassed, forced a smile. "This weather is indeed cold." The old man ignored her again and closed his eyes once more. The sky had brightened, and the refugee camp began to grow noisy, with new injured people being brought into the tents, cries of lament echoing. Song Nanzhu got up and stretched, seeing the old woman had completely closed her eyes. She turned and walked toward the door. What was called a door was actually just a piece of broken iron sheet. The original door had long been blown away, leaving only a piece of iron sheet to moan. Song Nanzhu cautiously pushed the door open and saw sunlight for the first time. The door creaked, and her heart raced continuously. A gust of scarlet wind blew in. Song Nanzhu tilted her head back and easily smelled the familiar scent of nature in the wind. Though mixed with human smells, it was complex but not unpleasant. What are you asking? A tender voice suddenly interrupted Song Nanzhu's thoughts. She looked down and saw it was the little girl from yesterday. Song Nanzhu recalled the back of the girl when she was taken away by the soldier and felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. The girl stared at her with wide eyes and asked, "Why are you smelling the wind? What does the wind smell like?" The girl frowned, then tilted her head back to sniff the air, hands on her hips, angrily saying, "You're lying. It's definitely not the smell of freedom. What kind of smell is it?" The girl thought for a moment. "It's the smell of rabbits, a whole bunch of rabbits." Song Nanzhu's eyes widened in an instant. She turned her head to stare fixedly at the little girl, incredulously asking again, "What smell?" The little girl pouted. "Is your brain not working like mine? I already said it's the smell of rabbits. Haven't you seen a rabbit?" Song Nanzhu didn't even notice her arm trembling as she tried to control her emotions. "What rabbits?" The little girl tilted her head and thought for a moment. "It's that kind of very white rabbit that lives in a very cold place." Song Nanzhu's breath caught. "How do you know that rabbits live in very cold places?" "Because I live there with the rabbits." Song Nanzhu's heart was mixed with emotions. She suddenly felt that the little girl in front of her was unfathomable. She let out a long breath, calming herself. "Then what is your name?" The little girl thought for a long time, but shook her head. "I don't know." "So, are you a rabbit or a human?" "I don't know." "How did you get here?" "I don't know." Song Nanzhu sighed. It seemed that this world was indeed too coincidental. And here was a polar rabbit. She just didn't know why this little rabbit had turned into a human and seemed to have a bit of trouble with her brain. Song Nanzhu bent down and gently asked, "Have you told anyone about these things?" The girl thought for a moment and nodded firmly, "Of course." Song Nanzhu's heart tightened, her heart involuntarily hanging in suspense. But the little girl shook her head again. "But they don't believe me. Only that old woman inside believes me. And I like her the most." Song Nanzhu's smile froze on her face. Had the ferryman on the other side of the door already opened his eyes and was watching her leave? The little girl suddenly laughed happily. Okay. I know how to get out, but they won't play with me. Only you are the best." The little girl smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped and very cute. Song Nanzhu patted her head. The little girl took her hand. The two crouched down and walked past the back of the tent. At this moment, Song Nanzhu finally saw the full view of the refugee camp. It looked like a dilapidated factory building with some areas bombed out, leaving only half of the tin house standing in the cold wind. Even the remaining structures, like the tin shed she had been staying in, were in a state of disrepair, as if a gust of wind could blow them down. The grass on the ground had turned yellow, and not far away there was a large area of charred earth. Song Nanzhu sniffed lightly at the tip of her nose. This charred area was likely where corpses had been burned. Even though new shoots had sprouted from the grass, the smell of the bodies had not dissipated. She thought to herself, this refugee camp was truly in a state of extreme decay, with soldiers lazily swaying around the camp. Upon closer inspection, although their clothes were equally ragged, it was clear that this was not a complete army, and many were injured soldiers. Some stood at the entrance looking around, while others had already started playing cards in the camp. Song Nanzhu lowered her head. This place was indeed, well, chosen, sufficiently remote. They easily circled around to the back of the camp, where the wall was not high and had been simply patched up after being bombed, appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. The little girl tugged at Song Nanzhu's hand and pointed to a spot on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Song Nanzhu realized something was off. It was winter now, so how could there be such dense grass? She crouched down and carefully pushed aside the clump of grass, revealing a hole that was neither too big nor too small. Song Nanzhu turned her head in surprise to look at the girl, thinking, indeed, it was just a rabbit, with the same habit of burrowing. The hole was small, but the little girl could easily fit through. Song Nanzhu curled her body to squeeze into the hole, but she still struggled to get through. Chapter 82. The hole under the wall, the little girl showed an anxious expression, and Song Nanzhu, stuck in the hole, felt even more urgent. Just then, she suddenly sensed a strange energy rising from her feet, slowly reaching her waist and gradually spreading throughout her body. In that instant, she felt as if all her pores were tightening, dizziness washed over her, and her limbs felt as if they had been electrocuted. Suddenly, her body shrank, and she slipped through the small hole. The little girl clapped her hands in delight as Song Nanzhu quickly emerged. "Sister, you're amazing." Song Nanzhu's mind quickly registered that this wasn't tea about being amazing. It was the genetic seed within her awakening. She took a deep breath and discovered her heartbeat was racing abnormally. Her mind was still hazy. The little girl eagerly grabbed Song Nanzhu's hand and ran into the forest. Song Nanzhu felt the natural wind enveloping her, gradually immersing her in it. She turned to look at the little girl, who was completely absorbed in nature. Song Nanzhu suddenly spoke up, asking, "Do you really like the outdoors?" She asked again, "Do you really not remember where your home is?" At this, the little girl seemed to recall something delicious and excitedly licked her dry lips. Song Nanzhu suddenly smiled and asked, "Have you ever eaten candy?" The little girl's eyes sparkled, and she nearly drooled. "No, but when Zhuang was alive, he told me that candy was so sweet, 1,000 times sweeter than the freshest grass in the morning." Song Nanzhu patted the little girl's head. "Then do you want to try some?" The little girl nodded eagerly, her starry eyes fixed on Song Nanzhu. Like a magician, Song Nanzhu pulled a red candy bean from her pocket and carefully handed it to the little girl. "There's only one, so be careful." The little girl carefully held the candy bean up to her eyes, seemingly hesitant to eat it all at once. Instead, she first stuck out her little pink tongue to lick it, and upon tasting the sweetness, her eyes lit up, and she quickly popped the candy bean into her mouth. Unknowingly, Song Nanzhu's fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, and in that moment, she could hear her own heartbeat. The little girl happily chewed the candy bean, completely unaware of the changes occurring in her body. She was gradually transforming. Her body was shrinking little by little, her limbs gradually shortening, her hair falling out and landing on the ground, her facial features starting to change into a grotesque, deformed state, slowly losing all human resemblance. Finally, after about a minute, she completely disappeared, leaving only her clothes on the ground, which had something inside that was slowly wriggling. Gently, she pushed the clothes aside to reveal a head. Song Nanzhu's breath nearly stopped. This rabbit looked somewhat familiar, but she had definitely seen it not long ago. Right before her genetic modification, on the electronic screen shown to her by Colonel Song, this rabbit had been running carefree across the snowy ground. It turned out to be one of the most important members of the Southern Migration Arctic Rabbit Negotiation Team, the daughter of the Arctic Rabbit leader, Baizhu. Song Nanzhu's heart surged with waves of shock. However, she noticed that the Arctic rabbit was not small. It should have been about her size, yet after awakening, it seemed to have shrunk by 3 or 4 years. While Song Nanzhu was shocked, she was also extremely worried. This rabbit had already awakened. Did that mean other rabbits had seen her appearance? In a moment of distraction, the rabbit began to playfully run off into the distance. But then a small stone flew out of nowhere and struck Baizhu on the back of the neck. The blow, though seemingly light, knocked her out cold. Song Nanzhu sighed, not turning her head, but simply asked, "When did you catch up?" If I hadn't followed, that important rabbit would have escaped." An old woman leaned on a cane, standing under a bare tree, her eyes darkly watching Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu smiled sheepishly. "I just lost focus for a moment. I definitely wouldn't let her escape, especially since you were here as my backup, right?" The old woman snorted in amusement, ignoring Song Nanzhu's nonsense, and stepped forward to grab the fur on the back of the rabbit's neck, lifting her entire body up. The Arctic rabbit was considered a larger breed. Now, completely unconscious, she was relaxed, making her quite long when lifted. The old woman looked at Song Nanzhu with interest, her gaze circling around her. "Who would have thought you'd be so generous, using a potency drug just to check on a lost wild rabbit?" Song Nanzhu lowered her head and chuckled softly, realizing she couldn't hide anything from this old woman. However, there was no need to conceal anything. Song Nanzhu raised her head and said seriously, "An ordinary rabbit is certainly not worth a potency drug, but this is not an ordinary rabbit." This statement was essentially redundant. Song Nanzhu secretly observed the old woman's playful expression, inwardly scoffing, knowing that the old woman probably already knew the answer and was just waiting to hear her say it. Clearing her throat, she continued, "This Arctic rabbit is the central figure of this mission. I saw her image before the modification, and it truly is her. The daughter of the Arctic rabbit leader, Baizhu, the negotiation ambassador for this southern migration." Chapter 83. It's actually her? Even if the old woman had the answer in her heart, she now showed an uncontrollable expression of surprise. She frowned. What a coincidence. Song Nanzhu raised 2 fingers. There are 2 possibilities. First, the human undercover was exposed, and the Arctic rabbit somehow learned of the human plan, intentionally releasing Baizhu to confuse us, waiting for us to show up and catch us all. Second, Baizhu truly got lost, or rather, someone intentionally let her get lost. Song Nanzhu crossed her arms and analyzed seriously. However, I just inquired about her speaking, and she seems to really be unclear in her mind. I had never heard before that Baizhu was not clear-headed. It's also possible that she became unclear after getting lost and sustaining a brain injury. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, a storm swirling in her eyes, and a terrifying guess surfaced in her mind. She sighed, and at this point, it was not very important anymore. The old man, however, did not hide it. When I saw her, she had already been abandoned, had injuries on her body, was not wearing clothes, and was bound hand and foot, left in the wild. When the soldiers found her, she was still relatively clear-headed, not able to walk much, and not speaking much. Later, during an air raid, she was quite close, so she should have been affected then. Most importantly, I later discovered that these soldiers would tempt her with food every day. Song Nanzhu rubbed her forehead. Newly awakened animals are actually quite similar to human infants. They cannot speak or walk on 2 feet, but they adapt very quickly. Some individuals with strong talents can control human bodies freely right after awakening. Clearly, this Miss Rabbit does not belong to the talented category. Factors like war, explosions, and soldiers have damaged her formative period, so her current confusion is not surprising. Song Nanzhu frowned. Being bound hand and foot, with injuries on her body, this doesn't seem like something done to tempt humans. She fell into deep thought. Thus, there is only one possibility. Someone wants to secretly eliminate this negotiation ambassador. Song Nanzhu and the old man exchanged glances and said in unison, "It's to create a deadlock between the Arctic rabbits and the southeast region. To ruin the Arctic rabbits' southward migration plan. This path is perilous." Song Nanzhu had already anticipated the unpredictable difficulties before her transformation. It is not that simple to completely replace a person. However, Song Nanzhu looked at the old man with a complex expression. What needs to be known now is whether this Miss Rabbit was abandoned after awakening or before. The old man's expression showed difficulty. This is hard to determine, but generally, animals that cannot awaken for a long time will be stimulated to prompt their awakening. For example, through beating or electric shocks. With this explanation, it all made sense. Song Nanzhu looked at the rabbit in front of her and said, "The only explanation that makes sense is that someone wants to stop the meeting between the 2 parties to prevent the southward migration of the Arctic rabbits. So they ambushed her." Song Nanzhu stepped forward and felt the rabbit's fur. Sure enough, after feeling for a while, she stopped and lifted a long patch of fur on the rabbit's side. This is a scar from an electric shock. Song Nanzhu is very familiar with the marks of electric shock sticks. She stroked the scar and said, "Indeed, quite ruthless." The old man showed no reaction. Instead, she chuckled and said, "Since they wanted to deliberately abandon her, why not just kill her directly?" This old lady might not know, but Song Nanzhu did. This rabbit was not exactly familiar, but she had indeed seen it not long ago, just before her genetic modification, on the electronic screen shown to her by Commander Song. The rabbit was happily running on the snowy ground. It turns out this is the most important member of the southward migration negotiation team of the Arctic rabbits. The daughter of the Arctic rabbit leader, Baizhu. Song Nanzhu's heart was like a stormy sea. However, the Arctic rabbit, which should be of considerable size, appeared to have shrunk by 3 or 4 years after awakening. While shocked, Song Nanzhu was also extremely worried. This rabbit has awakened. So, does that mean other rabbits have seen her appearance? In a moment of distraction, the rabbit started to play and ran off into the distance. Suddenly, a small stone flew over from who knows where and hit Baizhu on the back of her neck. This hit, though seemingly not heavy, knocked Baizhu unconscious instantly. Song Nanzhu sighed, did not turn her head, and simply asked, "When did you catch up?" If I hadn't caught up, that important rabbit would have been let go by you." The old lady leaned on a cane, standing under a bare tree, her eyes darkly watching Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu smiled with a guilty conscience. "I was just a momentary lapse. I would never let her run away, especially since I have you as my backup, right? The old lady snorted dismissively and ignored Song Nanzhu's nonsense, instead approaching to lift the rabbit by the fur on her neck, raising her entire body. The Arctic rabbit is considered a larger rabbit, and now she was completely unconscious in a relaxed state. Lifting the whole rabbit, she was very long. The old lady looked at Song Nanzhu with interest, her eyes circling around her. Chapter 84. By Zhu appears you can't tell. It turns out you're so generous. Using a sexual function drug just to check on a lost wild rabbit. Song Nanzhu lowered her head and chuckled softly, realizing she couldn't hide anything from this old lady. However, there was no real need to conceal anything. Song Nanzhu raised her head and said seriously, an ordinary rabbit is certainly not worth a function drug. But this is not an ordinary rabbit. This statement was equivalent to stating the obvious. Song Nanzhu secretly observed the old lady's playful gaze, feeling a bit annoyed. This old lady probably already knew the answer and still wanted to hear me say it. She cleared her throat and continued. This Arctic rabbit is the central figure of this mission. I saw her portrait before my modification, and it is indeed her, the daughter of the Arctic rabbit leader. Bai Zhu, the negotiation ambassador for this southward migration. Even if the old lady had the answer in her heart, she now revealed an uncontrollable expression of surprise. She frowned. How could it be so coincidental? Song Nanzhu extended 2 fingers. There are 2 possibilities. First, the human undercover was exposed, and the Arctic rabbits somehow learned of the human plan, so they deliberately released Bai Zhu to confuse us, waiting for us to show up, and then capturing us all at once. Second, this Bai Zhu is indeed lost, or rather, someone deliberately made her get lost. Song Nanzhu crossed her arms and analyzed seriously. However, I just inquired about her speaking, and she seems to really be unclear in her mind. I had never heard before that Bai Zhu was not clear-headed. It's also possible that she became unclear after getting lost and sustaining a brain injury. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, a storm swirling in her eyes, and a terrifying guess surfaced in her mind. She sighed, and at this point, it was not very important anymore. The old man, however, did not hide it. When I saw her, she had already been abandoned, had injuries on her body, was not wearing clothes, and was bound hand and foot, left in the wild. When the soldiers found her, she was still relatively clear-headed, not able to walk much, and not speaking much. Later, during an air raid, she was quite close, so she should have been affected then. Most importantly, I later discovered that these soldiers would tempt her with food every day. Song Nanzhu rubbed her forehead. Newly awakened animals are actually quite similar to human infants. They cannot speak or walk on 2 feet, but they adapt very quickly. Some individuals with strong talents can control human bodies freely right after awakening. Clearly, this Miss Rabbit does not belong to the talented category. Factors like war, explosions, and soldiers have damaged her formative period, so her current confusion is not surprising. Song Nanzhu frowned. Being bound hand and foot with injuries on her body, this doesn't seem like something done to tempt humans. She fell into deep thought. Thus, there's only one possibility. Someone wants to secretly eliminate this negotiation ambassador. Song Nanzhu and the old man exchanged glances and said in unison, it's to create a deadlock between the Arctic rabbits and the southeast region, to ruin the Arctic rabbits' southward migration plan, destroy the Arctic rabbits' southward migration plan. This path is fraught with danger. Song Nanzhu had already anticipated the unpredictable difficulties that would arise before the transformation. Replacing a person completely is not so simple. However, Song Nanzhu looked at the old man with a complex expression. What needs to be known now is whether this Miss Rabbit was abandoned after awakening or before awakening. The old man showed a troubled expression. This is hard to determine, but generally, animals that cannot awaken for a long time will be stimulated to awaken. For example, through beating or electric shocks. With this explanation, it made sense. Song Nanzhu looked at the rabbit in front of her and said, the only explanation that makes sense now is that someone wants to stop the meeting between the 2 parties to prevent the Arctic rabbit from migrating south. So they ambushed her. Song Nanzhu stepped forward and felt the rabbit's fur. Sure enough, after a while, she stopped, lifted a long patch of fur on the rabbit's side, and said, this is a scar from an electric shock. Song Nanzhu was very familiar with the marks left by electric batons. She stroked the scar and said, "Indeed, quite ruthless." The old man showed no reaction, but instead chuckled and said, "Since they wanted to abandon her deliberately, why not just kill her directly?" The old woman might not be clear, but Song Nanzhu knew. Song Nanzhu nodded deep in thought. The old man did not shy away. Just right, after all. She was going to die anyway. There's no need for anyone to help us with these matters. Just kill her directly and eliminate future worries. Song Nanzhu's heart sank. She had just been pondering this matter. Making this rabbit never wake up again, indeed, seems to be the best method. If you can't do it, I will. The old man said, ready to take action. Wait. Song Nanzhu raised her head, seeing the old man's face about to change. She said seriously, I absolutely will not let compassion run rampant in such matters. But since the situation is not clear now, it's better to keep her life in our hands. The old man hesitated for a moment. The tight wrinkles on his face gradually relaxed a bit. And finally, he reluctantly nodded. All right, let's temporarily spare her life. As soon as the situation is confirmed, I will kill her immediately. Song Nanzhu nodded. The drug's effect is wearing off. She's about to wake up. Chapter 85. Night attacked. The white rabbit lying on the ground gradually stretched its limbs. Its body grew larger, and its fur slowly turned into human black hair, slowly becoming a girl lying on the ground. The old woman squatted down to put her clothes on her, dressing her properly, while saying, she appeared nearby. Even if there are people in the accompanying team who want to harm her, they shouldn't be able to throw her too far from the team, so the Arctic Rabbit's team should be nearby. Song Nanzhu recalled the girl standing in front of the shed, twitching her nose in the wind, nodding in agreement. She knew the critical opportunity for success was about to appear. Song Nanzhu suddenly fell into a daze, as if she saw a bitterly cold night where a small girl dressed in thin clothes was shivering on the road. She passed through a rustling maple leaf forest, almost losing her way. Just when she was about to give up hope, the little girl looked up and saw the moon in the sky. And beneath that bright moon was a temple on the hillside, radiating warm light. Song Nanzhu fell silent for a moment, placing the little girl in a corner and wrapping her in a colorless quilt. Her gaze lingered on the little girl. Why did the originally sought-after Baizhu appear here? Who wants to kill her? As Song Nanzhu pondered, the old woman interrupted her thoughts. I won't sleep tonight. From today on, I won't sleep at night. I will stand guard for you. If there is any movement, I will wake you immediately. Song Nanzhu nodded. Baizhu appearing here is enough to make them alert. She adjusted the quilt and found a corner beside the girl to lie down. The old woman then found a nearby spot to close her eyes and feign sleep. As the sky gradually darkened, the candles and electricity in the refugee camp were limited, and the shed gradually quieted down. The night wind was cold, but Song Nanzhu had not lived a comfortable life in her early years, so she was somewhat accustomed to it. Resting her head against the wind and slowly drifting into sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Song Nanzhu felt that it seemed to be getting colder outside. She felt uneasy in her sleep, lightly furrowing her brows. After a while, Song Nanzhu suddenly opened her eyes wide, sitting up alertly, her voice small and quick. What happened? The old woman glanced at Baizhu, who was sleeping on the ground, and quietly leaned towards Song Nanzhu's ear, saying, just now, the door was smashed open. It was very loud outside. It seems like someone is. Suddenly, a thunderous horn sounded throughout the camp. Outside, the sound of fighting erupted, and a loud shout echoed. It's a night attack. Quick, defend. Defend. Song Nanzhu jumped up. People from different countries inside the shed were confused, just awakened and looking around in fear. Some who could understand were trembling all over, fear written on their faces, jumping up like headless flies, wanting to go out, but not daring to, only able to huddle in a corner they thought was safe, shivering. Song Nanzhu looked at the girl on the ground. Such a loud noise had no effect on her at all. She even turned over and began to snore softly. I'll go check outside. You watch Baizhu. Saying this, Song Nanzhu hurriedly walked outside. The crowd was in chaos. The shed was already cramped, and now in the panic there was even less space to stand. When Song Nanzhu finally squeezed at the door, a startled shout rang out. It's the Arctic Rabbit. The Arctic Rabbit has gone mad, daring to ambush humans. No, it's the Animal Alliance. They have the Animal Alliance backing them. The Arctic Rabbit is here for revenge. Song Nanzhu's heart sank. Perhaps Baizhu was the one who was abandoned in the chaos back then. The door had already been smashed open, and countless people rushed into the shed seeking refuge. Song Nanzhu walked against the tide of people outside. As soon as she stepped out of the shed, flames shot up into the sky. It was a complete mess. This wasn't Song Nanzhu's first time on the battlefield. Even so, seeing body after body flying and the sound of explosions ringing in her ears, her heart felt like a drum pounding. This is bad. Song Nanzhu clenched her fists. Now that the Arctic rabbit had already contacted the Animal Alliance, it would be a bit difficult for her to join in. The flames illuminated the forest. Outside, the fire was raging. Song Nanzhu saw the pure white Arctic rabbit spread its long legs and leap into the enclosure, transforming into a tall human upon landing, drawing a gun from its waist. But before it could fire, it was shot in the head. Song Nanzhu contemplated. The Arctic rabbits migrating south had not yet arrived. But the Arctic rabbits coming from the north clearly had unrefined shooting skills and had not undergone much training, yet they rushed into battle like this. This might indicate that not many from the Animal Alliance had come. But why were they so eager to attack the human position? Song Nanzhu stood at the door, watching the flames outside. She touched the functional pill in her pocket. Just like the ferryman said, there's only one chance. If missed, there might not be another opportunity to infiltrate the Arctic rabbit group. She didn't have much time to think. Song Nanzhu's hand unconsciously brushed the functional pill quietly lying in her pocket. Seize the opportunity, now is the time. A frail but urgent voice came from behind. Hearing that voice again said, there's only one chance. I'll handle the rest. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes and let out a long breath. The camp was in chaos, flames shooting into the sky. Song Nanzhu bent down, covered her head, and took advantage of the panic to rush into the crowd of refugees running outside. Chapter 86. Gathering information. Is there anyone? The rabbit actually killed someone. Song Nanzhu stayed close to the crowd, moving among them. The night raid was urgent, and there hadn't been a hint of it beforehand. Most of the soldiers in the refugee camp were injured, and some were local troops without formal training. They were thrown into confusion by such a significant night attack. A grenade exploded not far from the crowd, sending a wave of heat and causing the refugees to scream. Those unable to find shelter darted around like headless flies, and the explosion frightened the tightly packed crowd into scattering in all directions. The people in the tent didn't even have time to make a sound before they suddenly stopped breathing in fear, leaving only a smoking ruin behind. Song Nanzhu appeared to flee with the crowd, but she was actually surveying her surroundings with her peripheral vision. Inside the refugee camp was chaotic. Grenades were continuously thrown in from outside, and roaring animals transformed into humans while pulling out guns. Song Nanzhu turned her head just in time to dodge a leopardess punch. The leopard had morphed into a human, its face still retaining some yellow fur. With a few white whiskers quivering by its mouth, it bared its teeth and roared, slowly advancing toward a little girl in front of it. The girl's face was dirty, but her delicate features were still evident. The leopard couldn't help but lick its lips. Its oval-shaped, light green eyes fixed hungrily on the delicious-looking prey. The little girl appeared very frightened and nervous, stumbling backward, her hands helplessly hugging herself, her brows tightly furrowed, and her eyes filled with tears. Each second was burning into the leopardess heart. It could already imagine how sweet the girl's warm blood would be with just one bite. The leopard maintained a human posture, stepping closer to its prey, admiring the despair in the girl's eyes. It was so wonderful. The little girl seemed to trip over something under her feet and fell to the ground, her legs trembling, her big eyes full of tears, desperately retreating. Song Nanzhu seized the moment the leopard prepared to attack, feigning helplessness as she lay on the ground, and continued to back away until the leopard thought the time was right. Just as it lunged at her, mouth wide open, the seemingly weak little girl produced a large iron bar from somewhere. The leopard couldn't dodge in time, biting down on the bar, and its teeth immediately ached from the impact. This lowly human dared to play tricks. The leopard's eyes ignited with furious fire. It wanted to bite down on her tender arm and tear her body apart in front of this human. The leopard swung its head, sending the iron bar flying several meters away. But in that instant, the seemingly powerless girl suddenly sprang into the air. The leopard S heart sank. It felt something flash before its eyes, as Song Nanzhu's long legs wrapped around the leopard's neck, twisting her waist to bring it crashing to the ground, trapping it under her legs. Song Nanzhu was quick and agile. The moment they hit the ground, she pulled out a sharp knife she had just taken from a corpse. The leopard's chest heaved, and its head bust. It wanted to eat this girl, but who would have thought it would be ambushed by this lowly human? Just as it opened its furious eyes, it found itself staring directly at the sharp blade, filled with rage and resentment, its gaze piercing through the thin edge at the girl sitting on top of it. The fear on the girl's face had vanished, replaced by a faint detachment. She parted her pale lips, her voice cold and indifferent. The leopard remained silent, but Song Nanzhu didn't care, asking herself, "Have you joined the Arctic rabbit's southern migration team?" The leopard remained silent. Song Nanzhu smirked coldly. "Very well, very well." Suddenly, it felt a chill before sharp pain followed, and it tried to cover its left eye, but its neck was completely controlled by Song Nanzhu, leaving it unable to move. Its left eye was filled with a bloody haze. It had thought this little girl was merely bluffing, but who knew she would strike so viciously? "You can choose not to speak," the girl said, her voice devoid of any warmth. "She has already joined us, but the lady is missing." The leopard realized it couldn't withstand the pressure any longer. The animal alliance didn't care for injured soldiers like humans did. If a carnivorous animal was useless, it would just starve to death. Song Nanzhu immediately stopped, frowning. "Missing? Who is the lady?" The leopard fell silent again, and Song Nanzhu cheerfully pressed the cold blade against its tightly shut right eye, smiling helplessly. "Why do you insist on this before you're willing to talk?" The leopard trembled in fear, stammering, "Why, yes, it's Miss Baizhu, the daughter of the Arctic rabbit's leader." Song Nanzhu understood. It was indeed so. Why is she missing? It's because when the Arctic rabbit migrated south, the northern carnivores obstructed them, and that's when Miss Baizhu disappeared. The Arctic rabbit searched all the way south, and the accompanying deputy leader was very worried, insisting on finding Baizhu. "Then why did you ambush the human camp?" "It was the commander's orders. The Arctic rabbit has been searching for a long time, and the deputy leader was about to give up, but the commander insisted on finding her. Since no corpse was found, she must be in the human camp." Song Nanzhu had the answer, slowly relaxing her legs and getting up. The leopard felt as if it had been granted amnesty, knowing it wasn't going to be killed by Song Nanzhu. Although it was shameful for an animal to be subdued by a human girl, survival was the priority. Chapter 87. Collecting, it staggered to its feet, one hand covering its injured eye, hot blood flowing through its fingers, and just as Song Nanzhu turned, she heard a loud crash behind her, something falling heavily. Her pupils dilated, and she instinctively turned her head. In that moment, Song Nanzhu felt as if time had stopped. Not far behind her, a dark gun barrel was smoking, and the person holding the gun had an extremely stern expression, their eyes sharp like a freshly sharpened sword, cold gaze directed at Song Nanzhu. Song Nanzhu heard her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, it felt as if countless ants were crawling over her body. She wanted to turn her head, but that person's gaze was like a nail, pinning her firmly in place, unable to move. The leopard on the ground had already stopped breathing. The next second, Song Nanzhu quickly pulled her hand from her pocket, swiftly tossing something into her mouth. On the battlefield filled with chaos, Suji watched his commander, standing dazed amid the flames. In his line of sight, a snow-white Arctic rabbit swiftly dashed through the fire, its four legs kicking rapidly, nimbly jumping over corpse after corpse, disappearing into the fiery jungle. "Commander?" Suji feared something had happened to the commander. Wouldn't the Secretary General skin him alive? He shot down a soldier with a knife, preparing to ambush Lin Feng, and rushed forward. "Commander? What happened?" Suji sniffed the air, puzzled. "Arctic rabbit?" He sniffed again. "And it's a female? But it smells like a beauty. What? Did she kill that leopard?" Lin Feng's fingers were long and elegant as he removed the bloodied eyeball from the cheetah's face with his leather-black gloves. Suji frowned, but Lin Feng seemed to appreciate it, using his other hand to wipe off the blood and examining the eyeball closely. Suji squatted beside him, staring at the gruesome eyeball in his hand, marveling. The incision is thin but deep. This person is a knife expert. Then he stood up and tossed the eyeball to Suji. Suji's expression changed drastically as he stammered, What is this for, Commander? Ji was bewildered. He had no idea the commander had such a peculiar hobby of collecting. Nanzhu's four legs seemed to be kicking up sparks. It's fine, she thought. She jumped over the wall and gradually slowed down. She had run too fast and forgot that her appearance had changed due to genetic modification, resembling her former self only slightly in her eyes. Even if she stood in front of Lin Feng, he might not recognize her, let alone from such a distance in the darkness of war. It would be strange for Lin Feng to recognize her amidst the chaos. Nanzhu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down with the cold air. Nanzhu, oh Nanzhu, you are now by Zhu. Nanzhu has already died in the hospital. Suddenly, she froze, patting her chest and saying, Dun has long since died too. The moment this world restarted, there was no carefree Dun anymore. Ji, looking confused, carefully placed the disgusting eyeball into his pocket, praying that after all the struggles with Lin Feng, the commander's beloved eyeball wouldn't burst in his pocket. The Arctic rabbit looked like it wasn't very bright, darting around chaotically. The Animal Alliance army had already invaded, but the white rabbit, with its pure white fur, was running around recklessly, truly unafraid of death. He rushed over in 3 steps, grabbing the trembling rabbit. Its hind legs moved as it tried to escape, but suddenly froze. The footsteps of humans and those transformed from animals were different. Even if an animal transformed into a human, the footsteps would still carry the traits of its original species. Just as she was thinking this, she was lifted without resistance. Oh, not a small officer after all. It must be you. The little rabbit looked innocent and aggrieved. Before it could speak, the man began to interrogate it seriously. The female Arctic rabbit and the young rabbit stood still. Why are you here? The man showed no mercy. Yet the little white rabbit still wore a wronged expression, as if about to cry. The man sneered. Not a kid anymore, still looking for daddy. Why not look for grandpa? The words almost came out, but he held back, uncertain about who wanted to harm Zhu. Revealing his identity before finding the Arctic rabbit group seemed inappropriate. It seemed the man wanted to say something more when his expression suddenly changed. He respectfully lowered his head and said, Commander. Nanzhu had a bad feeling, and sure enough, a familiar voice appeared behind her in the next second. Chapter 88. Evading pursuit. The stiffness on Nanzhu's face flashed away as she repeated in her mind 3 times. He won't recognize me. He absolutely won't recognize me. Ji, leading the Arctic rabbit, scratched his head, found an Arctic rabbit, not very old, probably just reached adulthood, but seems a bit daft. Nanzhu replied, Great evaluation. Ji looked at Lin Feng in shock. Had he just imagined it? Or did he really see a hint of a smile on the commander's face? Hey, Commander, just hold on to that rabbit. No need to trouble you, he said. Lin Feng waved his hand and took the rabbit from Ji, holding it in his arms. Nanzhu wanted to cry, but could only quietly nestle there. She shook her body, trying to shake off Lin Feng, but suddenly a loud thunderclap sounded, shaking the ground violently. Nanzhu, already on edge, felt her heart skip a beat from the explosion. Instinctively, she burrowed into Lin Feng's embrace. She then heard Ji's shocked and anxious voice, Incendiary bomb. It's ammunition from the Animal Alliance. How could it suddenly appear nearby? Nanzhu unconsciously lifted one of her furry ears. She listened, alarmed. The incendiary bomb was a new type of ammunition developed by the Animal Alliance. In the early days of their war on Earth, a large number of humans died, with survivors numbering less than 1/10 of the original population. Scores of human corpses piled up on the surface of the Earth. To make the most of the situation, the Animal Alliance extracted a large amount of fat from human corpses using methods once used by humans to extract oil for animals, ultimately developing a powerful type of ammunition named incendiary bomb. Commander! Commander! A soldier in the distance crawled and rolled toward them. The northern carnivores have launched a surprise attack on the original Arctic rabbit camp. What? Sui Yisan get flatted. The Southeast region's Animal Alliance army is attacking humans. They actually dared to launch a surprise attack in broad daylight. The northern region wasn't that bold. Someone was backing them up. Ji paused for a moment. Then his mind raced, exclaiming, It's the enemy. They've teamed up with the northern region, helping them eliminate the Arctic rabbits while causing us, responsible for this relocation negotiation, to fail. A perfect double-edged sword. Su Ji anxiously asked. Then aren't we going to look for Miss Baiju? How will we explain to the Arctic rabbit side? No need to look. Lin Feng's voice drowned in the explosion. We've already found her. Su Ji hurriedly followed Lin Feng's pace, eagerly saying, I'll carry the rabbit. It was just running around on the ground. Don't want to dirty your clothes. Song Nanzhu was speechless. I'm way cleaner than you. Lin Feng remained expressionless, his tone unchanged. I'll carry it myself. The group moved quickly. Although Song Nanzhu was nestled in Lin Feng's arms, she didn't feel any shaking, but rather a steady ride. Yes, deputy. A soldier dressed like Su Ji saluted with an Animal Alliance military gesture, turned, and fired 3 shots into the sky while speaking into the intercom. They navigated through layers of smoke and the sounds of battle. Animals were inherently faster than humans. Within minutes, the two reached the camp's entrance, where the human refugee camp was nearly entirely overrun. The Animal Alliance soldiers had occupied the camp's gate, and Su Ji drew his pistol as they moved through unhindered. Commander! Su Ji opened a car door and quickly jumped into the driver's seat. Lin Feng, however, jumped into another vehicle, simply calling out, We'll split into 2 cars. The Rocky Mountain Road, originally muddy and bumpy, saw the military vehicle speeding along. Su Ji's voice came through the intercom, gritting his teeth. Taking advantage of the commander's absence to sneak attack the Arctic rabbit camp. That enemy is truly sinister. Shoo! Lin Feng suddenly spoke, Be careful. He carefully placed the Arctic rabbit in the passenger seat, drove with one hand, and held the intercom with the other, instructing, Watch your back. Su Ji was momentarily stunned. What? Song Nanzhu inexplicably recalled a moment from her past life, just before her death, when Lin Feng had looked at her. She shivered, and Lin Feng seemed to sense something, glancing back. Song Nanzhu immediately felt guilty and lowered her head, but she heard Lin Feng say into the intercom, Someone is following us. Su Ji was stunned for a second, then exploded in anger. What does that shameless enemy want? Lin Feng's voice remained calm, even a smile appearing on his lips. I originally thought the target was the Arctic rabbit's relocation mission. It turns out the target is me. Suyi instantly understood. Commander. Lin Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, and Su Ji's anxious voice came through the intercom at a rapid pace. Command. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, realizing that Lin Feng's decision to take 2 cars was indeed not as simple as just suspecting the enemy. It seemed that, as Lin Feng had guessed, the enemy was collaborating with forces from the northern region, aiming to eliminate Lin Feng completely while they were away from their territory. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to lure the enemy alone, presumably leaving some backup. Song Nanzhu pouted, Why did you bring me along if you're going to take such risks? Lin Feng seemed to sense her fiery gaze from the side and said into the intercom, Stop with the drama. If I don't make it, just eat this rabbit. Song Nanzhu. Su Ji was not one to waste words, responding with a command. A few minutes later, their speed increased, and they approached a fork in the road. Lin Feng whispered, Now's the time. Chapter 89. Tied to his seat. Indeed, it was no wonder Lin Feng was speeding up. After the 2 cars separated, the pursuers had no intention of hiding. She tiptoed, but the rabbit was still too short to see much, only catching a glimpse of the top of the SUV closely following them. Squinting her eyes, she noticed the driver was fully armed, making it impossible to discern what kind of creature it was. Suddenly, there was a sharp turn, and Song Nanzhu lost her balance, being violently thrown against the car door, almost getting a concussion. Dazed, Song Nanzhu said, Thank you, and in her confusion, she thought she heard Lin Feng chuckle lightly, which made her seriously suspect that he was doing it on purpose. The little rabbit's cheeks puffed up, as if holding 2 white balloons in her mouth. Another turn, and Song Nanzhu was flung to the other side, crashing into the man's back and hitting the hard handbrake. Ouch, the little rabbit whimpered. When Lin Feng dashed out of the camp, he casually took a human vehicle instead of one from the Animal Alliance. In comparison, human cars were ergonomically designed, and the tiny rabbit in the front seat couldn't even fasten the seatbelt. She felt like a pitiful creature with no place to hide in a storm, getting tossed from side to side. In an instant, Song Nanzhu was thrown onto his arm, feeling his warm body, but the next second, he lifted her with one hand. Song Nanzhu thought, Oh no, this guy must be tired of me and is going to throw me down for the wheels behind us. Based on her previous life experiences with Lin Feng, She knew he had extremely unstable emotions and could very well do something like that. I'm dead. If I manage to escape being crushed by the wheels, the enemy won't give me a chance to live anyway. At this point, it would be better to cling to Lin Feng. The little rabbit seemed anxious, crying out, "Oh no, please don't throw me away." With teary eyes, she added, "Dear Wolf Lord, I still have some use." "Oh." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow with interest. "Then tell me, what use do you have for me?" Song Nanzhu lowered her head, her tone pleading, It's a long journey. I don't know how long we'll be on the road. I'm mainly worried you might get hungry, so I was preparing myself for that." Lin Feng kept his eyes on the road, not responding. Song Nanzhu thought quickly. Since he hadn't thrown her out of the car, there might be hope. She ramped up her persuasion. "Think about it. We're going deeper into the jungle now. If you get hungry, you'll have to go catch wild rabbits to eat, and that could be so dirty. Always crawling around in mud. You probably haven't washed since birth. That's so unhygienic." She pointed to herself with her little white hand. "Look at me, this fur, this shine, I must look delicious, right? And I promise, before you enjoy me, I'll be cleaned up perfectly, so you'll get the cleanest and most hygienic meal." The little white rabbit raised a paw to her temple, earnestly making a vow. Lin Feng lowered his head and chuckled softly. Without saying anything, Song Nanzhu nervously looked up at him. He didn't speak and set her down. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a disaster. But then Lin Feng released the seatbelt with one hand, only to lift the little rabbit again with the other. Song Nanzhu's heart raced, thinking he was going to throw her out. However, Lin Feng placed the rabbit on his lap, and Song Nanzhu was confused as he pulled the seatbelt around her and fastened it. Song Nanzhu was shocked. A seatbelt securing a person was one thing, but now it was securing a rabbit too. Sitting on Lin Feng's lap, she was right in front of the steering wheel. She could reach out and touch his strong wrist, while behind her was his warm body, the heat seeping through their clothes to her fur. Their bodies were tightly bound together by the seatbelt, and even in rabbit form, Song Nanzhu felt her face flushing slightly. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat quiet. Not knowing if the seatbelt was too tight or what, Song Nanzhu felt a bit breathless. Lin Feng suddenly rolled down the window, and the wind rushed in, making her feel much better. She took a deep breath, finally able to breathe again. "Be careful," Lin Feng said gently. "I don't eat food that's been smashed." Song Nanzhu instinctively reacted with a gasp. After a long time, she realized that he must have seen her bouncing around in the car and found it annoying. So he used a seatbelt to tie her up. Song Nanzhu pouted, thinking he was still the same as in her previous life. The mountain road twisted and turned. As they climbed higher, the roads became narrower. A single car sped along the zigzagging mountain road, and Lin Feng's steering wheel was nearly sparking from the effort, while the cars behind them relentlessly pursued. The asphalt road gradually disappeared, replaced by a rocky dirt path, causing the vehicle to sway noticeably. The mountain road was narrow and the valley was silent, besides the sound of the car racing through the forest. Song Nanzhu could distinctly hear the sound of rocks rolling down the cliff, and her heart raced again. She prayed fervently. Who would have thought she would be so unlucky? Transforming only to be spotted by Lin Feng and then accidentally chased alongside him. Now, not only were they escaping on a broken road, but she was also tied to this big bad wolf with a seatbelt. Song Nanzhu sat in front of the steering wheel, the windshield providing her with a terrifying first-person view of the outside. She watched as the speedometer soared to 120. Lin Feng showed no signs of slowing down. Song Nanzhu's heart shouted, "Dude, this is the wilderness, not a racetrack." Just as she saw another sharp turn ahead, her eyes widened in horror as she realized the sheer cliff was right in front of them, and this guy showed no intention of turning. Is he really going to do something so thrilling? Just as they were about to go off the cliff together, Song Nanzhu shouted at the top of her lungs, "You reckless man, I'm going to kill you." Lin Feng suddenly slammed his foot down, yanking the steering wheel to make a sharp turn just in time, avoiding the cliff and speeding straight ahead again. But the cars behind clearly didn't possess such superior driving skills. Chapter 90, The Turn. There was a loud crash, followed by a series of clattering noises and screams, and the sound of the massive vehicle rolling down the slope gradually faded away until it disappeared. Even without looking, Song Nanzhu knew that Lin Feng had cleverly faked a maneuver, causing the two cars behind them to tumble off the cliff. She couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. But then she heard Lin Feng ask with great interest, "What did you just say?" Nanzhu was taken aback, and cold sweat instantly broke out. She had indeed thought that this guy Lin Feng was reckless enough to play with death, and he actually wanted to take her down with him. That thought just slipped out of her mouth without thinking. Now, Nanzhu felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But the seatbelt seemed to be getting tighter. The gap behind her and Lin Feng felt like a volcano about to erupt, extremely hot, with a vague restlessness that made her very uneasy. Are you dumb now? Your voice was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Nanzhu closed her eyes weakly, cursing in her heart that this person was really petty, so big it's still quarreling with a little rabbit. You misheard me just now. I was saying that those reckless people, I will definitely kill them for you. Nanzhu forced a smile. Lin Feng looked up, and in the rearview mirror, he could see the eyes of the little white rabbit, curving like two crescent moons, clearly inscribed with the word hypocrisy. Nanzhu kept laughing nervously, praying that this plague god would quickly let go of the issue. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't pursue the matter further. However, the cars behind them did not decrease. In fact, they were increasing. Lin Feng's speed was already at its limit, yet the cars behind were getting closer and closer. Nanzhu's heart raced. Suddenly, it seemed Lin Feng sighed. Nanzhu was startled. In her past life and this life, she had never heard Lin Feng sigh about anything. Her mind jolted, and she whispered, "Commander, please don't sigh. I beg you, I don't want to die yet." Lin Feng said lightly, "Today it is indeed difficult to escape. They want to rest until they have my head." In her previous life, she had encountered such a predicament with Lin Feng. But at least Nanzhu had some fighting power. Rather than being a weak little rabbit who could only ensure her survival by being strapped into a seatbelt with someone else, Lin Feng stepped on the gas, pushing the car to its maximum speed. It was already night, and the forest was pitch black, with no light at all except for the car headlights illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned off the headlights. Nanzhu was shocked. Although she knew from her past life that Lin Feng's perception far exceeded that of others, she still felt a chill of sweat because it was nighttime driving at such a high speed. Nanzhu's ears perked up. She seemed to hear some sounds, feeling strange but unable to articulate it. The car's speed was already at its peak, and her little white hands couldn't help but grip the seatbelt tightly. Suddenly, Lin Feng said very softly, "Get ready." The breath in that voice brushed against Nanzhu's ear, making her think, ready for what? In an instant, Lin Feng switched hands to drive, and the next second, she felt something being pulled out from behind her, followed by a deafening bang. Even before the sound of the bang could fully dissipate, Nanzhu distinctly heard it and was shocked to look out the passenger window. At that moment, the sound became especially violent, rumbling. It was a landslide. Nanzhu was stunned, but she saw Lin Feng's brows tightly knitted. He suddenly slammed on the brakes, and on the mountain road, the tires let out a piercing screech, even sparking, while at the same time, the windshield shattered instantly, like a heavy rain suddenly retreating. By the time Nanzhu realized that the seatbelt across her chest had loosened, Lin Feng had already scooped her waist up with one large hand, like an arrow shooting straight into the night. He was terrifyingly agile, darting out through the shattered windshield and disappearing into the forest in just a few seconds. The remaining cars, filled with mercenaries armed with guns and ammunition, could only watch helplessly as the boulders rolled down the mountain, and they fled from the vehicles like madmen. They could only watch Lin Feng disappear into the night with a white fluff. Nanzhu felt the sound of the landslide getting further away, leaving only the sound of Lin Feng's heartbeat by her ear. Thump, thump. The moonlight was not bad, and Nanzhu inexplicably asked a foolish question. Will they let us go? No. Then where are we going? Through this jungle to meet up with Ji. Nanzhu looked at the long road ahead, which was enveloped in darkness, but fortunately, her eyes could see as clearly in the night as in the day, and behind her was Lin Feng's sturdy chest, which made her feel somewhat unafraid. But then she suddenly remembered a very terrifying question. Nanzhu took a deep breath. What if Lin Feng discovered that she had suddenly turned back into a human? She wasn't worried about being recognized. Too much time had passed, and most importantly, genetic modification had indeed changed her appearance. Even Lin Feng would probably just think she resembled a dun a bit. But the most terrifying thing was that she was currently in animal form. She had only white fluff on her body, not a single piece of clothing. In an instant, Song Nanzhu thought about whether she should take advantage of Lin Feng's sleep to dig out his eyes. Song Nanzhu painfully closed her eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng's speed gradually slowed down. Song Nanzhu twisted her body, originally wanting to find a more comfortable position, but suddenly sensed something was off. Something was wrong. The little rabbit's nose twitched. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her heart. Chapter 91. Injured. She couldn't help but look down at Lin Feng, who was holding her tightly in his arms, not allowing her to move. Now they were in a desolate, uninhabited forest, with trees and grass growing very tall, making it easy to hide their tracks while also increasing the difficulty of moving forward. Song Nanzhu wriggled her body, but Lin Feng showed no signs of letting go. She could only say softly, "You can let me down now." Lin Feng's voice was still as cold as usual. "The ground is dirty." Song Nanzhu was taken aback. "Then where are you injured?" She smelled a faint scent of blood. Lin Feng turned his head away. "Just a small injury. I scratched myself when I broke through the windshield. Then let me down for a moment, and we can find a place to rest." "No need." Lin Feng quickened his pace again. "They won't stop until they kill me." Song Nanzhu knew she couldn't persuade him, so she could only quietly lie in Lin Feng's arms, allowing him to carry her forward. The jungle was dense, and there was no path, only vast thickets of thorns and bushes. Song Nanzhu kept her eyes fixed ahead, unsure how long it had been. All she saw were countless trees and jungle, seemingly with no way out. Suddenly, Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Song Nanzhu sighed helplessly. "Commander, if you don't let me down, we might die here." Seeing Lin Feng still unmoving, she had to add, "I swear I promise not to run." Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds, and Song Nanzhu suddenly felt the pressure around her waist loosen. She jumped lightly and landed on the muddy ground. Using her hind legs, she stood up, her little short arms resting on Lin Feng's pants, looking closely up. "Wow," Song Nanzhu couldn't help but exclaim, "you really can endure." Thinking about how Lin Feng's walking and running were unaffected, Song Nanzhu didn't know what to say, just a little bit. An idea thought you only lost a hair. She saw a long gash on the side of his black military pants, extending from the middle of his thigh to his calf. Song Nanzhu leaned in a bit closer, her breath misting over the wound. The man's body suddenly stiffened. Then she heard Song Nanzhu say, "It might not have been too serious. You just scraped it when you passed through that patch of jungle." There were many tiny bloodstains next to the long strip of marks, clearly from Lin Feng hastily passing through the thorny bushes and getting scratched. Song Nanzhu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Hold on." Swiftly, the little rabbit bit down on the thorn and pulled hard, the bloodied vine swirling in the air. She glanced at the vines on the ground. In the untouched forest, they grew freely, each thorn as thick as a baby's finger. Song Nanzhu suddenly remembered what Lin Feng had just said about the ground being dirty. Feeling a bit uneasy, she thought, "At least this guy has some conscience. If I had passed through this dense, thorny jungle by myself, I would probably have turned into a hedgehog." Song Nanzhu looked up at Lin Feng, but in the darkness, she was too short to see his expression clearly. She cautiously said, "Let's take a detour." "No time." Lin Feng interrupted her. "Look up." Song Nanzhu's senses were not as sharp as Lin Feng's. When she looked up, she finally realized, "What is that noise?" "Eagles." Lin Feng's eyes glinted coldly in the dark. "They are looking for us." He suddenly turned his head, looking at the little white rabbit on the ground with a somewhat strange expression, as if hesitating for a long time. "Are you scared?" Song Nanzhu rarely heard him speak with such uncertainty. She raised an eyebrow. Did this guy like watching idol dramas? What a pity. If she were the female lead in an idol drama, she would definitely take the male lead's hand and say affectionately, "How could I be scared? With you here, I'm not afraid of anything." But Song Nanzhu was just a poor genetically modified fake rabbit, so she boldly put her hands on her hips and said, "I'm scared to death." Lin Feng suddenly laughed, revealing his white teeth in the darkness. Song Nanzhu frowned. She seemed to not understand him. But then she heard Lin Feng pat her shoulder. "If you're scared to death, then hurry up and get on." Song Nanzhu was also afraid that she couldn't keep up with Lin Feng, so without any excuses, she jumped on a Lin Feng's broad shoulder. It seemed they had to find a place to hide first. Listening to Lin Feng speak, Song Nanzhu couldn't help but nod, muttering softly, "I told you so." "You just wouldn't listen." Lin Feng tilted his head. "What did you say?" Song Nanzhu replied, "I just said adults are wise, truly wise." As she spoke, she used her fluffy little hand to give a thumbs up. Lin Feng suddenly looked down and let out a small chuckle. Song Nanzhu was taken aback and cautiously asked while lying on Lin Feng's shoulder, "Commander, were you just laughing?" The smile on Lin Feng's face seemed to have completely vanished, returning to his usual expressionless face. But Song Nanzhu was persistent. "Can I make a small request?" Just then, Lin Feng seemed to kick a large rock, and without a word, he kicked it far away. However, this jolt almost caused Song Nanzhu to fall off in a panic. She reached out with her furry paws and hugged Lin Feng's neck. "Good thing I'm quick with my hands and eyes," Song Nanzhu said. Lin Feng glanced at the short, furry arms clinging to his neck. "What? Your request?" That is..." Song Nanzhu lowered her head and whispered, "If you get hungry, I can help you find food. Can we not eat me first?" She had gone through so much to get here and was being chased. She couldn't just become Lin Feng's snack. Lin Feng seemed to be amused by her, ignoring her and continuing to walk forward. After an unknown amount of time, Song Nanzhu suddenly said, "Did you hear that?" Lin Feng nodded. "The sound of flowing water. There's a water source nearby." Chapter 92. Water source animals have a keen sense of hearing. They heard the faint sound of water flowing, but the actual water source was likely still several kilometers away. Song Nanzhu was not very tired lying on Lin Feng's shoulder, but she was extremely thirsty. She couldn't help but lick her lips, and Lin Feng slightly turned his head, quickening his pace. Sure enough, after passing through a patch of low bushes, they finally heard the clear sound of water. Song Nanzhu felt particularly thirsty until she heard the sound of flowing water, which made her feel unbearably parched. The sound of the water was lively, with droplets splashing on the stones, ringing pleasantly in her ears. Unable to resist, she thought the river must be just a few meters ahead. So she powered her hind legs and leaped forward. "Hiss," Song Nanzhu thought. Was she such an unreliable person? She was so afraid of running away that she wished she could tie herself to her belt. Lin Feng's pace was not slow. In just a few minutes, behind the bushes, Song Nanzhu stood on her tiptoes on Lin Feng's tall, broad shoulder and saw the shimmering surface of the river illuminated by the moonlight. It was a narrow little stream, but it was enough to excite Song Nanzhu. She slid down Lin Feng's arm and dashed to the riverbank to drink her fill. Looking back, Lin Feng had also taken off his gloves and was elegantly scooping up water with one hand, far more graceful than her. "Let us go." Suddenly, a loud screech echoed from above. A massive eagle spread its wings, fixating on them below. Song Nanzhu, being held in his hands, shouted, 8 o'clock direction, clear the brush. "Hurry!" Just before the eagle's gaze swept over them, Lin Feng suddenly slid into a position, gliding into the dark cave as if flying. Song Nanzhu felt darkness engulf her, and the sound of the river vanished. Her nose twitched. She whispered, "Not good." She softly said in Lin Feng's ear, a bit apologetically, "Sorry, should we go out?" But there was no change in Lin Feng's expression. However, Song Nanzhu knew that with Lin Feng's extraordinary senses, he must have smelled something the moment they entered the cave. She just didn't know if the cave's owner had discovered them. Song Nanzhu felt like she wanted to scream to the heavens. Outside there were eagles circling. Inside there were tigers roaring. What kind of luck was it to be so unlucky on the same day? Just as she thought this, Lin Feng's body moved slightly, and Song Nanzhu sensed something was off. The next second, she heard a low growl from Tiger. Oh my God! She looked into the depths of the cave, which was pitch black. Even her genetically modified eyes couldn't see anything. But in the darkness, a low growl from a tiger echoed. Song Nanzhu's heart raced as she saw a strong, muscular striped tiger gracefully step out of the shadows. Her face instantly changed. "Big brother, can we discuss something?" There was no way to retreat. She could only thick-skinly move forward. Lin Feng was clearly on high alert, his eyes radiating a cold light in the darkness. "This is my territory. If you don't want to be torn apart, get out of my domain." Song Nanzhu smiled. "Can we leave tomorrow morning?" "Dear Tiger brother, there are nasty humans chasing us outside. As animals, shouldn't we unite as brothers?" The tiger let out a light laugh, its tone mocking. When did tigers become brothers with rabbits? Even if times have changed, natural enemies will always be natural enemies. But I see you and that wolf seem to have a good relationship. It's not impossible to negotiate. Song Nanzhu's dim heart suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling. Really? Tiger brother? But the next second, the tiger said, as long as you leave this rabbit to me for breakfast tomorrow, I might consider letting you stay here for the night. Song Nanzhu's face changed drastically. She froze for a second, seemingly contemplating whether Lin Feng would hand her over. Lin Feng said flatly, you get down first and hide at the entrance. Don't get discovered. His voice was so gentle that it felt strange to Song Nanzhu, but with a chance to escape, she quickly slid down from Lin Feng's shoulder. However, she didn't leave. She just tapped Lin Feng's hand with her small paw and said in a voice only the two could hear, after all, this is his den. If it doesn't work out, why don't we leave first? Lin Feng sneered and said, morality is the shackles that bind humanity. In the animal world, there are no hypocritical moral rules. In an instant, he displayed an attacking posture, as the strong always survive while the weak perish. At that moment, Lin Feng transformed into a flash of lightning. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Song Nanzhu had no choice but to follow Lin Feng's words and hid in the grass by the entrance. Rabbits are always good at hiding their nests, so she carefully arranged the grass at the entrance to completely cover the den. In that brief moment, a spray of blood splattered from the blade, forming a curtain of crimson rain that fell down, with droplets hitting Song Nanzhu's face. Her big eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the scene before her. Lin Feng held the blade horizontally, and behind the sharp edge were even sharper eyes. The thick blood on the blade dripped down drop by drop, forming a mesmerizing blood chain, while the remaining white part of the blade glinted coldly. This knife seemed like a deadly weapon forged for moonlight. As Song Nanzhu's gaze met Lin Feng's eyes, she saw the cold indifference and bloodlust that she could never forget, emotionless and icy. Song Nanzhu would never forget that this was the last look he gave her when he ended her life with his own hands in her past life. She suddenly realized that no matter how many times they met in this life, their fate would not change. Everything had been predetermined from the beginning. He would always be cold and cruel, destined to sit on the throne of the Wolf King. They were inherently incompatible. She sat dazed in the grass, her mind filled with Lin Feng's icy eyes, like a seed of genes that had been planted and was now impossible to erase. Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped her, and just as Song Nanzhu's heart almost stopped, a large robe was thrown over her. The moment she touched the fabric, her expression froze. She thought to herself, maybe it's better to just die. Moreover, she felt nothing at all, standing still. She didn't care where the robe came from and quickly put it on. However, the disgusting and foul smell of the robe made her frown involuntarily. Chapter 93. Severe injury. She stood there in a daze for a long time until she heard a cold voice from inside. What? Do you want me to go ask you? Song Nanzhu let out a long breath, patted her chest, and told herself not to get angry. When she walked in, the cave was pitch black, but her night vision allowed her to see that not far from Lin Feng, there lay a skeleton. Her adrenaline surged. How could she directly determine that the owner of the clothes she was wearing was that skeleton? Because she saw the piece of cloth hanging from the skeleton, which was just enough to cover her chest. Grinding her teeth, Song Nanzhu said, "Did you strip someone else's clothes?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Or did you prefer to run around naked? I have no objections." Song Nanzhu was at a loss for words. Turning around, she saw Lin Feng sitting directly on the ground, leaning against the wall, with a tiger's corpse lying not far away. One of his legs was bent while the other hung down, his head resting lightly against the wall. Song Nanzhu suddenly realized that she hadn't paid attention to Lin Feng after the battle. Once she looked, she felt a shock. All her previous thoughts vanished instantly. She said, "You stay here and don't move. I'll go find some medicine." After taking 2 steps, she hadn't even crossed Lin Feng when he said, "Wait." Song Nanzhu turned around. Although her vision was good in the dark, getting closer made her feel alarmed. His clothes were tattered, and any exposed skin was torn and bloody, with only his face remaining somewhat clean, barely showing his features. "Don't go out for now. We'll stay here for the night, and tomorrow we'll push the tiger's corpse outside to attract beasts for our food." Let's ensure that the predators in the sky have left this area before we move around. Song Nanzhu hesitated for a moment, said nothing, and just nodded. She glanced at Lin Feng. His face was pale, and the only places stained with blood were bright red. Turning her head, she looked outside. There was no point in worrying so much. It had been a while, and they should have left by now. He was covered in blood, which was beginning to dry, and large patches of blood looked like red, bloody soil, cracking and breaking apart. Along with the earth, Lin Feng's life, which seemed to have reached its limit, was also crumbling. He truly looked as if he had lost all vitality. She felt inexplicably anxious. It seemed Lin Feng heard her thoughts. His fingers moved slightly, and he opened his dry lips, seemingly wanting to say something. Song Nanzhu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She didn't dare to look any longer and turned to leave. She carefully crawled out of the cave. The entrance she had just arranged showed no signs. And since she had perfectly inherited the rabbit's genes, her ability to hide and dig was now instinctual. Even when she reached the entrance, it was hard to tell there was a hidden cave here. Inside the cave was pitch black, and Lin Feng remained crouched in the corner, unmoving. Song Nanzhu placed down the herbs and quickly walked over. He seemed to show no reaction. Her heart sank. Commander, Commander? He still didn't respond. Song Nanzhu cautiously held the water in her hands and squatted beside him, but he remained unresponsive. Song Nanzhu was surprised. The big guy who survived until the end of the last life is already dead so soon in this life. She stood there for a long time, dazed, before finally bringing the handful of water to her mouth and tilting her head back. Just then, a weak voice spoke mockingly. "So you took so long just to show me how to drink water?" Song Nanzhu nearly choked. "I was here, holding the water, waiting for you for a long time. And the moment my lips touched a drop, you woke up." She held a small sip of water in her mouth, resisting the urge to say more to Lin Feng. Instead, she picked up a piece of the herb she had just found and chewed it with a bit of water. Once the herb turned into a small lump, Song Nanzhu touched Lin Feng's arm, signaling him to extend it. His sturdy arm was already covered in scars. Song Nanzhu slightly opened her mouth, spat the herbs into her hand, and then used her fingers to spread it, gently touching Lin Feng's shoulder. The moment the herbs made contact with the blood-soaked wound, she immediately felt the arm she was holding tighten suddenly. Chapter 94. Wipe away, Song Nanzhu thought. "Look at you. You wanted to bite me to death. See if I won't make you feel pain now." A small groan escaped Lin Feng's throat, and Song Nanzhu's hand paused for a moment before continuing to apply the medicine. A cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead, sliding down to his ear, finally dripping onto the ground from his jawline. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu's hand stopped uncontrollably again. Lin Feng turned his head to look outside the cave. Although a sliver of moonlight illuminated the small stream outside, causing it to shimmer under the moonlight, the atmosphere inside remained tense. He suddenly felt a warm and gentle breeze blowing on his injured arm, and the sharp pain from the bloody wound decreased significantly. However, Lin Feng stiffened his body and slowly turned his head. From this angle, he could just see the top of the girl's head. A small gap in her thick black hair extended down to the back of her neck, resembling the winding stream outside the door. The little white rabbit that had just been baring its teeth was now pouting, gently blowing on the wound. He quietly watched until Song Nanzhu felt a scorching gaze burning into her scalp. She cautiously lifted her eyelids and met Lin Feng's gaze. The two almost simultaneously averted their eyes. Song Nanzhu involuntarily bit her lower lip, thinking to herself, "How could I be blowing on this bad guy's wound? I should let this bastard suffer. Now that he caught me, how embarrassing." She awkwardly lowered her head, the herbal paste in her hand sticky. She decided to roll it into a ball and apply it to the wound. Lin Feng inhaled sharply hiss. Song Nanzhu secretly rejoiced and almost laughed out loud. Who would have thought this guy would suddenly reach out and grab her wrist? "Hiss, what are you doing?" Lin Feng seemed to hold a faint smile in his eyes. "It hurts a lot." Song Nanzhu was momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" Lin Feng repeated. "I'm in a lot of pain. Hurry up." Wasn't this guy just holding back? Why was he suddenly not pretending anymore? Song Nanzhu's face darkened, and she didn't dare to get angry. Although Lin Feng was seriously injured, he could probably still crush her with his bare hands. However, she had already smeared a whole ball of ointment on the wound. Song Nanzhu extended a finger nervously spreading the ointment, causing the blood from the wound to flow again. Lin Feng suddenly tightened his grip on Song Nanzhu's wrist. Hiss, Song Nanzhu gasped. This guy was being so rude. If you crush me, I won't be able to apply medicine for you. Song Nanzhu lifted her head and looked at Lin Feng pitifully, her big eyes blinking. She instantly felt the grip on her wrist loosen, but Lin Feng calmly said, "Then it wouldn't be bad if we die here together." Song Nanzhu looked up but froze, staring blankly at Lin Feng's eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng had no expression on his face, but his gaze was fixed on her, seemingly trying to find some answer. His serious expression made Song Nanzhu's heart race. For a moment, she felt that this guy was really considering dying here with her. Song Nanzhu lowered her head to avoid his gaze and muttered, "Crazy." Lin Feng suddenly released her hand, but Song Nanzhu continued to apply the ointment. However, Lin Feng didn't say another word. She suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Song Nanzhu quietly got up, only to see Lin Feng had already closed his eyes. She exhaled a long breath and patted her chest. Had she damaged her brain while fighting the tiger? It was already late autumn, and the nights were very cold. The mountain wind howled outside, making the cave even colder. Without the animal fur to keep her warm, Song Nanzhu trembled from the cold. But finding firewood to light a fire would surely attract those searching for them outside. Song Nanzhu rubbed her palms together, trying to release some warmth, but it was fleeting. She rubbed her arms, trying to gain some heat. After just one night of running, the sky was beginning to brighten, but Song Nanzhu's eyelids were starting to fight against each other. To make matters worse, her stomach started rumbling at that moment. She glanced outside, where the sky was slowly turning a fish belly white, then turned to look at the sleeping Lin Feng. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there were some small wounds on his face, but they did not detract from his handsomeness. Rather, they made his features appear more wild and vigorous. A drop of blood was also smeared between his brows, looking dry. But Song Nanzhu, for some reason, stretched out her hand and slowly approached that tightly furrowed brow. Lin Feng's eyes slowly opened, his narrow eyes quietly looking at her, but his fingers tightened around Song Nanzhu's wrist, until Song Nanzhu finally cried out in pain. "You're hurting me." His grip gradually loosened. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, just about to speak, but suddenly thought, "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I hide from him?" So she straightened her head and looked into Lin Feng's eyes, saying, "I just saw something dirty on your face. I definitely do not have any ulterior motives towards you. Why are you looking at me like that?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became, almost wanting to jump up and kill the man in front of her. However, Lin Feng showed no emotion on his face, and there seemed to be a fleeting ripple in his eyes that Song Nanzhu couldn't catch, leaving her feeling somewhat insecure. Suddenly, Lin Feng's face loomed larger in front of her, and as Song Nanzhu's pupils suddenly contracted, she took a deep breath, looking at the man so close to her, feeling defeated again, cursing herself for being useless while quickly lowering her head. Lin Feng's warm breath blew across the soft hairs on the little girl's face. He said, "Weren't you going to help me wipe it off?" He had just woken up, his voice soft and light, as if whispering in Song Nanzhu's ear. "Wipe it off." Song Nanzhu was cursing in her heart, wondering how this guy was so strange. The air seemed to freeze, and neither of them spoke, maintaining a stalemate. The wolf's patience was great. After an unknown amount of time, Song Nanzhu could no longer bear the heat of his gaze. She lifted her face, but didn't look directly into Lin Feng's eyes, only raising a small hand and cautiously wiping gently between his brows. The bloodstain instantly vanished. She softly said, "Is that better?" Lin Feng still didn't speak, and Song Nanzhu cursed in her heart. What does this guy want? At that moment, she heard Lin Feng softly say, Chapter 95, See the Killer Clearly. Sleep. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. Rare was this noble Commander Lin, the future Southeast Wolf King, actually showing concern for his subordinate? Then I want to be polite. She seemed to fear Lin Feng would change his mind, immediately lying down, adjusting her posture, resting one hand under her head, and quickly closing her eyes. After a night of fleeing and busyness, the sky began to brighten slowly, and Song Nanzhu quickly fell into a deep sleep. The sky outside had not fully brightened yet, as thick clouds covered the sun, and the cave remained very cold. In her dreams, Song Nanzhu continued to shiver. Her dreams were always very vivid, and this time was no different. A snow-white rabbit walked in the snow, its fur perfectly blending with the snow, leaving only its dark eyes visible in the expanse of white. Song Nanzhu did not feel cold here. She turned around and looked at herself. Where am I? The North Pole. She let go of her feet and ran wildly in the snow. The snow was soft, like a huge cold quilt. The little rabbit's paws got covered in snowflakes, but it was incredibly happy. Could this be more than just a simple dream? Song Nanzhu turned around, but all around her was only the endless white snow. Everything was white, including herself. There were no other colors to be seen. Her sense of something being off grew stronger. Suddenly a sound. Song Nanzhu swiftly dodged but lost her balance, falling into the snow beside her. However, she reacted quickly, rolling on the ground, followed by 3 swift sounds. Song Nanzhu finally found a moment to roll up. She quickly saw the person in front of her, a man with a masked face, holding a giant bow and arrow. His long black hair flew in the wind, while the arrow in his hand was aimed directly at Song Nanzhu's heart. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to see his face clearly before the arrow shot out surprisingly fast, piercing her heart from behind. In the dream, Song Nanzhu felt no pain, but she indeed lost consciousness. Her world began to collapse little by little, the man's figure spinning around. He lowered the bow and arrow and took off his mask, revealing a face that Song Nanzhu had never seen before. Sadly, she was already unable to see what he looked like, only collapsing in the snow, letting her consciousness be swallowed. The last thing to disappear was her hearing. A somewhat familiar sound of footsteps came from behind. That was the person who had attacked her. Song Nanzhu wondered who it could be, but instead of entering the next dream as expected, she opened her eyes. Surprisingly, Song Nanzhu did not feel cold. Instead, her body felt as if it was wrapped in a warm, burning flame. She slowly looked down and saw a giant, furry animal in her arms, with a wolf's paw under her head that she had compressed. The furry animal lay in her arms, and Song Nanzhu thought that if she had been assassinated in a dream before, waking up to find a giant wolf in her arms would have scared her to death. However, the wolf lay quietly in her arms, warm and fluffy, making Song Nanzhu feel cozy and comfortable in her previously cold body. In that moment, she thought, why not just pretend she had never woken up? Song Nanzhu was the type of person who acted on her thoughts, so she quickly closed her eyes again. When she opened her eyes once more, it was pitch black. Suddenly, the lights turned on with a whoosh. The bright light was a bit blinding, so she slightly squinted. Then she heard a familiar voice. Song Nanzhu suddenly opened her eyes, a cold smile appearing on her lips. This person not only covered half of his face, but also revealed his voice. Even if he turned to ashes, she would recognize him. A name slowly emerged in her mind, Chiu Chai. But why was she having such a strange dream? If it were someone else, they might think it was a coincidence. But Song Nanzhu clearly knew that this was definitely not a dream conjured out of thin air. This must be a real scene that had occurred in some time and space. So, who could the identity of her perspective be? Could it be that Song Nanzhu suddenly opened her eyes to find herself in Baiju's dream? And the person in front of her was the one who secretly harmed Baiju, throwing her outside, causing her to suffer and lose everything. Song Nanzhu widened her eyes. Chiu Chai? But why would he be involved in this? What was the relationship between Baiju and him? Song Nanzhu turned to another person, also with black hair, talking to Chiu Chai. This was the person who had just attacked her with a bow and arrow. So the person who attacked her from behind was Chiu Chai. Song Nanzhu realized these were Baiju's enemies, and thus her enemies. Because she was Baiju, the two noticed that Song Nanzhu had woken up and slowly approached. Only then did Song Nanzhu take a good look at her surroundings. It seemed to be a temporary underground hideout, surrounded by earth, as evidenced by the damp traces on the soil. They must be in a place where it snows. This meant that Baiju was already missing. Suddenly, everything clicked in Song Nanzhu's mind. No wonder they collaborated with Chiu Chai to pin Baiju's disappearance on the Northern Animal Group. Not only making relations with the Arctic rabbits even more difficult, but also placing the blame on Lin Feng. If Baiju disappeared while still in the Arctic rabbits' territory and had not left the Arctic region, then Lin Feng couldn't be held responsible for inadequate protection. It really was a two-for-one deal. Song Nanzhu looked at the unfamiliar person. She had dealt with Chiu-Chai for half her life. Yet she had never seen this person before. But seeing his black hair, he must be from the south. The Arctic rabbit's fur changes with the environment. But since they were still in the snow, this person with black hair must be an outsider. Chapter 96. Eye contact. Song Nanzhu stared intently at the man in front of her, her heart burning uncontrollably like a flame directed at the unknown black-haired man. Her consciousness seemed to split. One moment she was Song Nanzhu, and the next she was Baizhu. She thought to herself, indeed, the anger and hatred she felt now came from the original owner of this dream, Baizhu. Abilities evolve and upgrade over time, or as the awakening level of the ability seed increases. It seemed her abilities were gradually changing, allowing her to sense the true emotions of the dream's inhabitant. At that moment, she heard Chiu-Chai speak. "Just kill her. I'll help you dispose of the body." The black-haired man hesitated for a moment, his eyes flashing with interest at Chiu-Chai's suggestion. But after a while, he said, "Don't kill her yet. Just let her disappear. Don't you have some kind of potion to turn her into a human? Just let her become human, mix in with the humans, and when we get to that place, if she shows up, we can kill her then." Chiu-Chai scoffed. "Chiu-Chai, never leave a way out when I work. I hope you don't regret your overflowing compassion later." He glanced at the girl hanging in front of him. Song Nanzhu's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. She thought to herself, who exactly is this man? Why have I never seen him before? Chiu-Chai then took out a syringe from his pocket, quickly attaching the vial of medication. Song Nanzhu watched the vial, feeling a voice roaring, screaming, and struggling within her. It was as if a beast that had been suppressed for a long time wanted to roar out. Chiu-Chai handed the syringe to the masked man. "This moment of happiness should be for you to enjoy. I've already sent someone to the jungle at the edge to meet you. After you're done playing, take this person there. My people will naturally help you dispose of her." Just as the sharp needle pierced her skin, Song Nanzhu felt no pain, but sensed that the beast within her seemed to break free from its restraints. In that instant, she suddenly shifted to a third-person perspective, moving behind the masked black-haired man. She saw her bound self, a beam of light shining on her face, transforming her originally fluffy and cute rabbit face into something grim and terrifying. The girl, or rather Baizhu at that moment, struggled desperately, screaming, "What do you want to do? I'm the daughter of the commander." But it was of no use. The drug was mercilessly injected into the girl's body. In this unknown place, under the light above her head, the girl completed her awakening. Through the man's back, Song Nanzhu saw the girl writhing in pain, her head shaking violently. The Animal Alliance had no mandatory requirements for the form of animals. Animals entering the jurisdiction of the Animal Alliance could be in animal form or human form. So this forced awakening potion was almost non-existent, as it was originally developed by humans. Humans have developed a potion that can forcibly awaken animals and then capture those that have not yet awakened in order to study the awakening of animals. However, since this potion is researched by humans, they naturally do not care about the lives of the test subjects. Therefore, this potion has extremely strong side effects. While it turns animals into humans, it also destroys their consciousness. The lighter cases result in mental confusion, while the more severe cases lead to brain injury and immediate death. Song Nanzhu lowered her head. It seems Baizhu has indeed become disoriented due to the potion. Unexpectedly, this potion ended up in Chiu-Chai's hands. Song Nanzhu thought to herself that Chiu-Chai indeed has unknown connections with the people in the training camp. The potion is a banned substance in the laboratory and is absolutely not allowed to be taken outside. It seems that Chiu-Chai's insider is someone of considerable status. This matter must be reported to the training camp. The man spoke again, and Chiu-Chai turned and left. Song Nanzhu stood at a distance and still felt the girl's anger. At that moment, Song Nanzhu sensed a flash of white in front of her. In the dream she created, she was very sensitive to the information within it. Although she could not touch the characters inside, nor change the outcome, she clearly saw the flash of white hidden beneath the thick black hair of the masked man. White? Song Nanzhu pondered this word, and suddenly, everything became clear to her as if the fog had lifted and the light shone in. Now there was a reason. It turned out that the masked man with black hair was actually white-haired. But why did he dye his hair black? To conceal himself. Song Nanzhu suddenly raised her head. Coincidentally, at that moment, Baizhu, who had just turned into a human, also lifted her head. The sunlight fell on her face. Her expression was dazed, but her pupils were not scattered. There was a complete person between the two of them, and their gazes collided fiercely through the black long hair. The two stared deeply at each other. Song Nanzhu felt the clock in her heart seem to ring again, incessantly. In an instant, Song Nanzhu opened her eyes, gasping for breath. In that brief second, the two seemed to have transcended time and space, completing a profound gaze. Song Nanzhu saw those eyes from the abyss, filled with hot tears. Those were her own eyes. Chapter 97. Needle, I will help you take revenge. Song Nanzhu thought, your enemy is my enemy. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she felt Lin Feng's warm breath on her neck, gently blowing on the fine hair beside her neck. Song Nanzhu took a deep breath and slowly spoke, Lin Feng? But before the words could leave her mouth, a furry paw covered it. In the next second, Lin Feng instantly transformed into human form, his sharp eyes closely fixed on Song Nanzhu's eyes. Song Nanzhu's expression was filled with unhidden fear. Lin Feng's eyes were separated from hers by only a thin palm, and her soft lips were pressed against Lin Feng's warm palm. Outside, the daylight brightened and illuminated the cave. For some reason, although Song Nanzhu's eyes in the dark were as if it were daytime, at that moment, she could not see Lin Feng's expression clearly. Instinctively, Song Nanzhu wanted to break free from the man's restraint. She twisted her waist, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng quickly reached out with his other large hand and firmly grasped her waist, his palms still against her lips, preventing her from speaking. A thought flashed through her mind. Before she could think it through, almost instinctively, she stuck out her small tongue and lightly licked Lin Feng's warm palm. This action startled both Song Nanzhu and Lin Feng. The next second, she heard footsteps approaching from a distance, and Song Nanzhu's pupils suddenly constricted. Lin Feng reacted extremely quickly, wrapping his arms around her waist and deftly spun on the ground, causing the two to quickly embrace and roll deeper into the cave. Song Nanzhu had never felt so awkward, her big eyes fixed on Lin Feng, filled with a mix of grievance and anger, as if to say, it turns out there are people here. Why didn't you tell me? You made me do something so embarrassing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She raised her hand to twist Lin Feng's hand that was pressed against her waist, but Lin Feng reacted even faster. The hand that had been blocking them quickly withdrew, and his fingers deftly locked around Song Nanzhu's wrist, pinning her hand to the ground. Song Nanzhu's face instantly turned uncontrollably red, as their noses were almost touching. The distance between them negligible, their breaths intertwining, and the heat in their gazes rising unmistakably. Lin Feng's entire weight pressed down on Song Nanzhu. She could hardly catch her breath. Just then, the footsteps sounded again, oblivious to the awkwardness, and Song Nanzhu instantly dared not move. Awkward as it was, they still had to unite to face the life and death matter at hand. Song Nanzhu pressed her lips together, and the footsteps drew closer. She looked up, and the two exchanged a glance, holding their breath. The footsteps grew nearer. She could even hear the sound of breathing, and then she heard the voice say, Captain. I looked over here and didn't find anyone. Lin Feng and Song Nanzhu exchanged glances. It was indeed one of Chiu Chai's people. Song Nanzhu looked at Lin Feng's face, fearing that any sudden movement would make a sound, but she noticed Lin Feng's face was pale, causing her to frown involuntarily. Indeed, after sustaining such serious injuries, he could not fight anymore. If they were discovered this time, they would undoubtedly die. The walkie-talkie crackled with a voice, we must find them. No matter how long it takes, even if we have to turn the whole mountain upside down, I want to see the living or the dead. Yes. The person was about to enter further, and Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Animals have extremely sharp senses. If either of them moved even slightly, they would surely be discovered. Song Nanzhu did not look at Lin Feng. Her mind was racing. She slightly moved her mouth, and Lin Feng seemed not to notice, but inadvertently, a needle had already reached her lips. However, Song Nanzhu held onto that needle, refusing to release it. The reason was obvious. The daughter of the Arctic Rabbit's leader would never use her mouth to spit out a needle to kill. Once this needle was shot out, her identity would be compromised. But if she did not shoot this needle, Given their current situation, their lives were at stake. Song Nanzhu fell into deep silence, no matter how she considered it. The situation was most unfavorable for her, as she had already realized in the dream. The masked man with black hair who dyed it white had already seen Bai Zhu after her awakening, and at this moment, Song Nanzhu had already been exposed. Her mission had been deemed a failure in a sense, because she had not completed the substitution before Bai Zhu awakened, and now, someone knew Bai Zhu's true appearance. Therefore, the only reason left for the mission to continue was that person had plotted against Bai Zhu, not daring to let anyone know, while also being unable to prove that Song Nanzhu was not Bai Zhu. This situation was extremely dangerous. In their past life, they had become so close. Yet Lin Feng showed no mercy now. The two were completely in a state of not knowing each other, and she was merely a burden he had just met. Song Nanzhu was very clear about Lin Feng's character. He would never do anything that was not beneficial to him. The Southeast Wolf King, with ambitions as evident as day. Lin Feng had brought her along all the way, likely already guessing her identity as the daughter of the Arctic Rabbit's leader, which was why he had not kicked her away. If he discovered she was an undercover agent, wouldn't he skin her alive? The sound of footsteps grew closer, and Song Nanzhu pressed the needle under her tongue. The two of them stared intently in the direction of the approaching person, just around the corner of a cave, where the person would see them as soon as they turned. Suddenly, something flew out of Lin Feng's hand with a whoosh. A loud bang echoed behind the person, startling the soldier, who shouted, "Who's there?" He abruptly turned around, taking advantage of the soldier's momentary turn. Lin Feng wrapped one arm around Song Nanzhu's waist and suddenly pushed against something beside them, flipping over silently. Song Nanzhu was quietly astonished. She knew Lin Feng was powerful, but she didn't expect that in this lifetime he had improved even faster than in his previous life. His speed and silence were both more formidable. Unfortunately, the soldier still heard them. He spun around suddenly, but nothing had changed behind him. He raised his gun, and with a flick of his finger, his claws were revealed. "Commander, I've spotted a shadow here," he said into the intercom. Chapter 98. Almost discovered, the soldier slowed his pace, and the two of them huddled behind several corpses. The bodies had already rotted, and it was unclear how long they had been gnawed on by tigers, emitting a nauseating stench. Lin Feng kept his arm around Song Nanzhu's waist as they lay down behind the corpses, their bodies intertwined, and they both held their breath. However, the soldier continued to approach slowly. The needle under Song Nanzhu's tongue pressed against her lips again, and her mind was in turmoil, caught in a battle of thoughts at this critical moment. Suddenly, a few childish howls broke out. Who is there?" They widened their eyes, staring at the soldier in front of them, seemingly puzzled about who this outsider was. One of the creatures bared its sharp teeth, growling at the soldier. The soldier, however, let out a sigh of relief and respectfully said into the intercom, "Commander, it's not a person. We've discovered 2 young tigers here, but at the entrance of the cave. We found the corpse of a large tiger that seems to have just died." The voice on the other end instantly rose in pitch. "That is definitely it. It must be Lin Feng who stopped in the cave yesterday. However, he is known for being ruthless and leaving no survivors. The fact that he didn't kill the 2 young ones means he hasn't stayed here long. We need to chase after him immediately. We must not let him escape." He turned and walked quickly out, and once the sound completely faded, Song Nanzhu finally let out a breath she had been holding in. She wanted to sit up, but Lin Feng's hand remained around her waist. With a sudden force, Song Nanzhu let out a startled cry as her body spun in the air. Originally in front, she instantly found herself behind Lin Feng. He changed her direction, released his grip, stood up, and walked ahead. Having just escaped death, Song Nanzhu was furious. Hearing the footsteps behind her, she suddenly turned her head and yelled, "Hey you!" In the next second, Song Nanzhu wanted to slap herself. As she turned, what came into view was a well-built thigh muscle. Her mind froze for a second, and then she quickly turned away. That strong, powerful thigh seemed to be etched in her brain, refusing to fade away, and instead frequently popped up in front of her. Why can't you think? Before the soldier's search, Lin Feng was still in animal form, and at that moment he transformed into human form to hide, naturally not having time to put on clothes. Song Nanzhu lowered her head. No wonder Lin Feng had been holding her waist and positioning his body behind her. She was so embarrassed she felt like burying her head in the ground, but then she heard Lin Feng chuckle lightly. Song Nanzhu was exasperated. How could he look like this now? However, when she looked up, Lin Feng didn't even recognize her as Song Nanzhu, nor did he know that she had long known his true identity, that he was her little dog from back then. Although Lin Feng hadn't changed his name, this lifetime Song Nanzhu had never seen what he looked like. She stood up, frowned. She had been lying there for too long, and her legs had gone a bit numb. When she looked up, she saw that Lin Feng had already put on his clothes. Suddenly, she remembered what had been said over the intercom. Lin Feng was indeed ruthless and would leave no survivors. With the light coming in from outside the cave, Lin Feng stood against the light, making it hard to see his expression. Song Nanzhu stared at him recklessly, thinking that Lin Feng was indeed ruthless and that she should not engage in too deep of an interaction with him. She did not want to repeat the mistakes of her past life. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and stood up. Lin Feng quickly dressed, and as Song Nanzhu watched him, he suddenly spoke. "What are you looking at?" Startled, Song Nanzhu suddenly realized that from this angle, she couldn't see his face, but he could see her clearly. She pouted, rolled her eyes, seemingly not hearing the hint of amusement in Lin Feng's voice, and awkwardly changed the subject. "When are we leaving?" She stepped forward, only to see that Lin Feng's pale and weak complexion had not improved at all. In fact, it looked even worse. His lips had no color, only the dry cracks remained. Song Nanzhu's keen eyes caught sight of his left arm. The fabric there had become tattered, and the arm was covered in claw marks from beast bites. Song Nanzhu frowned, realizing that while rolling on the ground with her earlier, he must have rubbed off some of the herbs there, and even the scabs that had formed were beginning to ooze blood again. "Let's go now," Lin Feng said, looking at the sky outside. Song Nanzhu followed his gaze and saw that the once bright sky was now covered with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled. It was going to rain. Lin Feng nodded. "We need to set off now. Before the rain stops, we must reach the next resting point. The heavy rain will erase our traces in the forest, and such weather is also not favorable for the eagles and falcons to fly in search. From the sky, our visibility will be reduced." Song Nanzhu glanced at Lin Feng's arm again, frowned, but told herself to nod. She saw Lin Feng standing at the cave entrance, patting his broad shoulders. Song Nanzhu was taken aback and said, "I'm not without long legs." She took a step back, thinking that she could never expose her ability to transform from a human into a rabbit at any time. Lin Feng quietly watched her, expressionless, and didn't say anything. Song Nanzhu looked at the darkening sky, thinking that she couldn't waste any more time here. If he wasn't afraid of death, she was. Her agile body flashed, and she said, "Your wound is reopening. I'll help you find some herbs along the way, so you won't have to trouble yourself." With that, she turned her waist and rushed ahead. She didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Feng seemed to still be standing in place, watching her figure grow smaller. Song Nanzhu's legs were almost burning with exertion. She turned her head to see that Lin Feng had been left far behind. She was surprised, no way. Has he really become this stubborn in this lifetime? Can't I run if I'm not sitting on his shoulders? She heard Lin Feng's footsteps slowly catch up, and as she carefully tilted her head to listen, she realized it was the sound of 4 paws running on the ground. Song Nanzhu was startled. That's right. She hadn't thought of that. Even if animals could transform into human forms, which animal would choose to run on 2 legs instead of using all 4? The wind rustled around her, and a patch of grass almost half her height was disturbed. As she turned her head, a huge shadow leapt over her head. Chapter 99. Complete awakening. Song Nanzhu instinctively looked up at the shadow above her and saw a gigantic wolf, its strong limbs landing steadily on the ground. With a strong posture and a massive build, despite the countless scars that crisscrossed his body, staining his smooth, shiny fur with traces of blood, he stood out as one of the largest wolves even among the pack. Song Nanzhu's pupils slowly dilated as she thought, a born wolf king. Lin Feng is the born wolf king. She seemed to catch a glimpse of the future years, where Lin Feng would gradually ascend to the position of the Southeast Wolf King, standing atop the highest peak in the Southeast region, facing the bright moon, tilting his head back, and letting out a powerful wolf howl. In an instant, the mountains and forests reverberated and birds and beasts took flight in alarm. "What's wrong? Come up," Lin Feng said succinctly, not even sparing her a glance. He held the clothes he was wearing in his mouth, yet his speech remained clear. Song Nanzhu cursed Lin Feng from head to toe in her mind, gritting her teeth as she stepped forward but dared not meet his gaze. What if he turned her into an animal? She hesitantly lifted one foot, her hand slowly reaching for his back, barely able to touch it. To her surprise, Lin Feng's legs slightly bent and shifted to the side. Song Nanzhu exclaimed, caught off guard and awkwardly landing on Lin Feng's back. She gritted her teeth and scrambled to steady herself, only to hear another "ah" as Lin Feng suddenly charged forward. Still holding the herbs she had just given him on the way, she felt herself and the herbs being hurled off, forcing her to clutch Lin Feng's back tightly, lying flat against his furry spine to avoid falling off. Countless branches brushed past her head, and she could only bury her face deep in the warmth of Lin Feng's neck fur, cursing him in her heart once more. Suddenly, a thunderclap roared from the sky. Already frightened while on Lin Feng's back, the sound startled her, making her body tremble. A few seconds later, another thunderclap echoed, and it seemed her body reacted to the thunder, awakening a deep-seated power within her. She felt a strange sensation coursing through her body, transforming. Boom! At the moment the thunder struck, Song Nanzhu felt her limbs seeming to shrink, accompanied by intense pain. She tightly shut her eyes, feeling a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Something within her seemed to be gradually sprouting, piercing through her skin, shredding her flesh, and with her own tearing and roaring. It penetrated her body. Her hands instinctively gripped Lin Feng's fur tightly. She realized that her fur was beginning to grow, little by little, sprouting on her smooth skin at a visible rate until one hand completely transformed into a rabbit's paw. How unfortunate! Song Nanzhu buried her rabbit head against Lin Feng's body. The long-awaited awakening was happening right on Lin Feng's back. Large raindrops fell, soaking the fur of the two animals running through the jungle. Song Nanzhu tightly bit down on the clothes she had just been wearing, trying to keep herself from getting wet. After all, she didn't want to end up naked in front of Lin Feng when they stopped. The rain gradually washed away their footprints and scents left in the jungle. But Song Nanzhu caught a strong smell of blood. Looking down, she saw that the originally snow-white fur on her arm was now stained red. The herbal medicine on Lin Feng's back had been rubbed off, and as the rain washed it away, blood gradually seeped out, staining the fur. Song Nanzhu was startled in her heart, but couldn't help reminding herself, this is Lin Feng, the cold-blooded killer Lin Feng, the big bad wolf Lin Feng, who had mercilessly bitten her to death in her past life, and there was no need for pity. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes, choosing to ignore it, but the smell seemed to cling to her, lingering at the tip of her nose, no matter where she turned her head. The rain in late autumn was cold, falling through the dry leaves onto their backs. The person rushing in the rain was already soaked, and Song Nanzhu couldn't help but shiver, her little paws trembling on Lin Feng's back. The rain gradually lightened, and before it stopped, they needed to find their next resting point. But before they could find shelter, Lin Feng dashed into a dark cave. They were panting heavily, their steps heavy, and, as they entered, countless bats burst out from within, screeching and cursing. What kind of scoundrel is this? To take someone else home on a rainy day? What a shame. What can we do? Look at that wolf, so big. It could bite our entire family to death. The bats grumbled as they left the cave, and Song Nanzhu's teeth chattered from the cold. Finally reaching a place with a bit of warmth, she rolled and scrambled off Lin Feng's back, landing on the ground. Chapter 100. Applying medicine. The rabbit's originally snow-white fur was now speckled with faint bloodstains, water trickling down and mixing with the blood, forming a winding little stream beneath her. Lin Feng suddenly felt a void in his heart. Song Nanzhu initially wanted to lie on the ground to rest, but was instantly overshadowed by a massive shadow. His voice was extremely cold. Song Nanzhu moved her head slightly, weakly responding, However, her voice was so soft that it turned into a faint whimper in Lin Feng's ears. His voice suddenly rose an octave. Song Nanzhu was startled by the sudden questioning, her little heart racing. Injured? What has injured? She looked down and suddenly realized Could Lin Feng be referring to the bloodstains on her? This is his blood. Slowly getting up, Song Nanzhu decided to drop the pretense. The little white rabbit was covered in stains, rainwater mixing with blood. One small hand weakly clutching her belly while the other pressed against the ground, looking both lively and amusing. Song Nanzhu squinted, holding the herbs she had just picked by the roadside in her mouth, mumbling, "Oh dear, I didn't know I got hurt while picking herbs. It really hurts and itches." As she mumbled, she secretly opened one eye to sneak a peek at Lin Feng's expression. Lin Feng's originally serious face indeed showed some change. His brows relaxed slightly, and his sharp gaze softened upon hearing her words. Song Nanzhu was astonished. In her past life, after all the entanglements with Lin Feng, she had never seen him display an expression of guilt mixed with a hint of emotion. She couldn't help but think, could it be that this lifetime's Lin Feng is indeed different from the Lin Feng of her past life? At this thought, Song Nanzhu quickly shook her head, wishing she could slap herself. The big bad wolf is still the big bad wolf. He killed without hesitation in the past life. Could she really expect him to be a saint in this life? Lin Feng's voice lowered, awkwardly asking, "Where does it hurt?" Song Nanzhu's eyes turned, appearing to struggle to roll over on the ground, weakly propping up her upper body. "I'm fine, as long as you are safe, my lord." Once she said that, Song Nanzhu felt like applauding herself. "Song Nanzhu, your flattery skills have really improved this lifetime." She glanced at Lin Feng again, one hand weakly supporting her waist as she crawled closer to the big wolf, waving her hand to signal him to sit down. "Let me apply the medicine for you. I see your wound has started to open." To her surprise, that large figure actually bent its knees and settled down on the ground. Song Nanzhu was startled. Could it be that he was this obedient? The wolf slowly lowered its head again, its fluffy head brought right in front of Song Nanzhu. The little white rabbit propped itself up, and though the Arctic hare isn't particularly small, this wolf was simply too massive, making her look quite petite. Her body was only slightly larger than the wolf's head. Song Nanzhu cautiously moved closer, straightened her body, and tilted her head toward her. She barely noticed what seemed to be a tear near the ear, something she hadn't seen before. Around the wound was a dark brown scab, which looked like it had already formed once, but had possibly torn open again after being soaked in rain. Blood and a bit of flesh mixed with the white fur on the head, creating a shocking sight. Song Nanzhu moved closer, getting even nearer to Lin Feng, but unexpectedly, the wolf's paw suddenly reached out, dragging the rabbit's rear forward with a cold pull. The little Arctic hare was pressed against the giant wolf's body. Strangely, while the rainwater and air were icy, the wolf's body felt hot. Song Nanzhu continued to look up at the wound. Although the Arctic hare's limbs were relatively long for a rabbit, Lin Feng was simply too tall. Even if she stretched her hands, she couldn't reach the wound. She mumbled under her breath, pushing herself up, wanting to stand. The little white rabbit's eyes widened, and the thought of "I can stand up too" got stuck in her throat. With the fluffy head resting on her legs, Song Nanzhu decided not to be overly sentimental. She reached out to take the medicinal herbs from her mouth, brushing off the dust. Rabbit fingers were short and not as handy as human fingers. She struggled to slowly chew the herbs and carefully spat the herb ball into her tiny palm. The rabbit's hands were extremely small, and Song Nanzhu had to be very careful not to let the herbs fall to the ground. She slowly packed the herb ball into the bloody, mangled area near Lin Feng's ear. The moment her hand touched the wolf's ear, it instinctively twitched. Immediately after, Song Nanzhu felt the massive skull lying on her stiffen for a moment. Song Nanzhu thought, "Oh, is this guy sensitive here?" The green juice stained the little white rabbit's snowy paws. As she touched the fluffy wolf's ear, it seemed to deliberately avoid her touch, igniting her playful spirit. Lin Feng lay quietly on the ground, obediently exposing his vulnerable parts to Song Nanzhu, completely still, as if unaware that the medicine had been applied. Song Nanzhu cautiously used the green juice on her paws, like painting, to outline the meaty, enormous wolf ear. After finishing one ear, she looked at the remaining one, but lacked the courage to ask Lin Feng to turn around for her to treat the other ear. She whispered, "It's all done." Gently patting Lin Feng's head, she indicated that he could get up, but that large head remained unmoving, as if it were glued to her. "Sir, the medicine has been applied. Can you?" Song Nanzhu began, trying to sound gentle, but Lin Feng remained still. In her mind flashed Lin Feng's pale face, his dry lips, and the wounds all over his body still bleeding. The sweat or rainwater on his forehead was uncertain. Then, he had asked her seriously. She suddenly reached out, touching that forehead, and was shocked to find it burning hot. No wonder Lin Feng had stopped so quickly. He must have been at the end of his strength. A strange feeling washed over her, and she softly called, "Commander? Commander?" The big wolf remained unresponsive, and her white paws moved to his body. Indeed, his forehead was burning, while the rest of his body was icy, even trembling. Song Nanzhu's heart raced. The rain gradually lessened, but the cold wind enveloped the world, with gusts blowing in from the cave entrance. Both of them were covered in droplets, and the chill was bone-deep. Song Nanzhu felt the person in her arms trying to shrink away. As the wind blew, even the skin and fur trembled together, alarming her. Lin Feng pressed himself tightly, and Song Nanzhu propped her hands behind her, trying to pull out her rabbit legs. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng seemed to sense something in his sleep. Just as Song Nanzhu was about to pull out her calf, Lin Feng turned his wolf head and bit her leg. Hiss! Song Nanzhu gasped. He only bit down lightly, his sharp teeth not applying pressure. Otherwise, her fragile rabbit leg would have been torn off long ago. Song Nanzhu had no choice but to move closer, extending both hands to carefully pry open the wolf's mouth. However, the wolf's mouth, which had originally not been gripping tightly, refused to let go when she reached out, biting down even harder. Hiss! The little white rabbit leaned close to his ear, grabbing the ear that had just been painted green, and softly said, "Please, Lin Feng. It hurts so much. Let go of me." The wolf's mouth indeed loosened a bit. Song Nanzhu glanced outside. The rain had stopped, but Lin Feng still showed no signs of waking. She felt a bit anxious and touched the wolf's head again, which seemed to be getting hotter. His injuries were already severe, and now he had been soaked in the rain, causing all the wounds to reopen. There was no way to remedy it. Song Nanzhu sighed. Lin Feng lay there, still holding on to her leg, trembling like a pitiful little dog. For a moment, she seemed to see a long time ago. She recalled the day she found Lin Feng in her past life. The little girl had sneaked up the mountain to the woods she saw every day from her window, where there was a golden tree, as Granny had told her. That was the maple tree. The little girl watched as the leaves on the maple tree turned golden, more unique and beautiful than any other tree, but Granny never allowed her to go to that woods. She said there were monsters that ate people, called wolves, which howled on moonlit nights and could swallow a person whole. But she still went. However, she didn't encounter any terrifying monsters. Instead, she found a cute little thing. At that time, it was very small, hiding under the giant maple tree, licking its paws. The little girl approached, and the adorable little creature ran over to rub against her leg. Adun thought, Granny must have been lying. There are no monsters that eat people, just this cute little thing, which must have been waiting for her for a long time. Adun said, "Since you've been waiting for me under this maple tree in the forest for so long, I'll call you Lin Feng, okay?" The dog next door is called Wonkai, such an ugly name. Others asked, why give a dog a person-s name? Adun didn't know about dog names and human names. She just knew that from then on, Lin Feng was her family. Lin Feng. Many nights I think of our past days, and I still wonder how we ended up at this point. Song Nanzhu painfully closed her eyes, gently resting her head on the fluffy dog head, just like she did many years ago. A drop of scorching hot tear fell onto Lin Feng's face. In an instant, the little girl from her memories seemed to open her mouth and said, "Dear Lin Feng, I've come to save you." When Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again, the familiar scene made her tear up. The kapok tree was still shedding snowflakes in the yard. Song Nanzhu raised her hand to catch a fluffy kapok, which was soft and a bit sticky, often sticking to Lin Feng's fur, requiring Song Nanzhu to help clean it for an entire afternoon. Woof woof. Song Nanzhu suddenly burst into tears. Unfortunately, the Lin Feng in her dreams could hear nothing. Suddenly, the temple door creaked open, letting out a loud, mournful cry. A group of chaotic footsteps approached. It was indeed you. They loomed like an enormous mountain, pressing down on the foolish dog squatting in front of the wooden door, unwilling to leave. The person standing in the middle of the crowd was undoubtedly the leader of the rescue team, with a grim face and a low voice. Now that animals have mutated, it doesn't matter if they have an owner or if they've killed before. All must be killed. Before he finished speaking, several soldiers had already raised their guns. Bang, bang, bang. Although Song Nanzhu knew this was a dream, she still opened her eyes wide in anger, staring fiercely at the soldiers. Their greedy and murderous expressions were even more disgusting than those of the animals. Lin Feng nimbly kicked off the ground with his hind legs, jumping sideways and then again, effortlessly dodging the bullets sweeping toward him. Song Nanzhu watched in fear. Chapter 102. She heard her voice or breath seem to stop. At the moment the bullets were fired, time suddenly slowed down. The bullets carved a visible heat wave through the air. Song Nanzhu turned her head. But Lin Feng appeared to be independent of time, still active and agile. He leaped up with his hind legs, stepping on the nearby mud wall, skillfully avoiding the bullets in the air. In the next second, while the soldiers still held their guns up, Lin Feng moved at an unimaginable speed. With a crunch, the soldiers' eyes widened in shock. They let out a mournful scream, following the gaze of the crowd. Song Nanzhu looked up and saw Lin Feng had somehow already stood on the eaves. The sunlight poured into the small courtyard, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. Backlit so that his face was unclear, but it made the commanding officer momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What incredible speed!" Looking down again, the soldier was already lying on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. His eyes rolled back, and his neck bore several extremely sharp claw marks, clearly having cut through his throat. He convulsed but had not yet died. His throat sounded like a broken windbag, making noise as he struggled in his final moments. The officer showed no hesitation and directly fired 2 more shots into the soldier on the ground. The soldier stopped convulsing within seconds. The broken windbag gradually quieted. But the officer said, "This one is really good. Forget the others. I want to capture this one alive. I want him to be my hunting dog." Lin Feng seemed to understand his words, standing on the roof and letting out a disdainful laugh. At the officer's command, a group of soldiers surrounded the courtyard one after another, aiming their guns at the leisurely wolf on the roof. The officer chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "Remember, we want him alive." "Yes." Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. Several soldiers with tranquilizer guns aimed at Lin Feng and began to shoot. Song Nanzhu's heart raced again. She saw Lin Feng's agile figure dodging left and right. The tranquilizers grazed his fur, but left no trace, while the not-so-sturdy roof tiles screamed under the assault. Several tiles fell to the ground, shattering like splashes of water. Lin Feng focused on evading, but Song Nanzhu noticed the officer seemed to curse under his breath. Snatching a soldier's gun nearby, loading it, and aiming it, Song Nanzhu kept telling herself, "This has already happened. She couldn't change anything now." But subconsciously, her mind seemed to divide this Lin Feng and that Lin Feng into entirely different individuals. One was a close family member, and the other was an enemy with opposing stances. The Lin Feng before her was undoubtedly family. The officer's gun remained aimed at the giant wolf dodging bullets on the roof. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In that instant, her body's instincts seemed to override her conscious control. She felt a rush of blood to her head, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Lin Feng. Miraculously, Lin Feng turned his head at that moment. Confusion flickered in his eyes, as if searching for something. When he looked up, the bullet reflected in his eyes was rapidly enlarging. Song Nanzhu was startled. With her current understanding of her dream, if she was present in her original dream, she could move freely within it. If she entered someone else's dream, then the people in the dream wouldn't be able to see or hear her. Why? Song Nanzhu wondered if Lin Feng could hear a voice. He searched around, but couldn't find the source of the sound. Turning to the officer who had just fired and showing a disdainful glance, suddenly raising a front paw. Although his 5 fingers weren't as flexible as a human's, it was still clear that the other 4 fingers were slightly bent, with only the middle finger standing upright. Song Nanzhu narrowed her eyes slightly. This gesture seemed somewhat familiar. Just then, a soldier shouted in surprise, "Officer, he seems to be giving the middle finger." Song Nanzhu nearly burst out laughing. The officer, having failed in his sneak attack, was even mocked by an animal, his face instantly turning pale with anger as he scolded the soldier who had just spoken. What nonsense! A lowly beast. How could he even show disdain? Song Nanzhu silently raised her hand. It should be learned from a humble person. The officer's expression softened instantly, ordering, "Surround the perimeter of the small courtyard. Make sure this beast doesn't escape." A soldier flatteringly replied, "Don't worry, he won't run away. I've inquired around, and this dog was originally raised in this temple with a very good relationship with its former owner. When the war broke out, the people in this temple and that girl who raised the dog all abandoned it and ran to the underground city." Song Nanzhu was shocked. Lin Feng was clearly in a semi-conscious state, his five senses extremely sharp, likely having heard everything clearly. She heard the soldier say again. The officer's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There aren't many loyal beasts like this left. Many police dogs have turned traitor, but he remains so loyal. No, I must tame him. His eyes show determination. I must make him bare his fangs for me. Outside, the footsteps grew louder. Lin Feng glanced outside, his eyes reflecting countless figures. Suddenly standing at the base of the outer wall, surrounding the small courtyard tightly. Lin Feng did not panic. However, when a soldier kicked over a small wooden horse at the door, his expression suddenly turned fierce, arching his back and retracting his paws. He was about to attack. Song Nanzhu felt a cold sweat in her palms. Lin Feng was now in a fearless state, like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Wanting to confront so many people, Lin Feng skillfully dodged the incoming tranquilizer darts and lunged straight at the soldier who had kicked the wooden horse. The soldier's face was filled with obvious fear and confusion. He didn't even react in time. Lin Feng's speed was astonishing, and that soldier fell to the ground in an instant. But just as Lin Feng pounced on him, a large net quietly prepared behind him. Song Nanzhu anxiously shouted, "Lin Feng, look behind you. Run." Chapter 103. Ripping the dream, but there were no familiar figures in front of her. Lin Feng's eyes revealed visible disappointment as he swiftly jumped aside, and the huge net missed entirely. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of noise outside. The soldiers were still in disbelief, wondering how their comrade had turned against them. Then a surprised voice shouted loudly, "No, they aren't humans. They are animals in disguise." Before the words fell, the soldier was bitten in the throat by a jackal. Scalding blood sprayed out instantly like a small fountain. Sensing the smell of blood, several suddenly revived survivors seemed even more excited. The sound of clothes being torn echoed. He roared. At that moment, a giant cheetah suddenly jumped onto the roof, staring at the humans below and licking its lips. The captain cursed loudly. "Look at what a bunch of useless people you are. Hurry up and help. We must take down this group of beasts." Suddenly, one of the deputy commanders beside him said, "Captain, this might not be right. We have quite a few people here." And from the sounds, there are only a few large ferocious beasts outside, attacking the armed human rescue team. Seeing the captain's evident impatience, he quickly added, "Most importantly, that cheetah just now is not a creature native to this area. So, I suspect, stop talking nonsense. I don't care where these beasts come from. Just kill them all." The captain interrupted. "You go out and protect the people outside. I must take down that beast today." The deputy commander wanted to say something more, but was silenced by the captain's glare, so he could only reluctantly take some people outside. Song Nanzhu pondered for a few seconds and couldn't help but glance at the deputy commander a few more times, thinking, the analysis is correct. That cheetah, indeed, does not belong to this area. The only explanation is that they are doing this deliberately, and this sudden attack is just to buy time because Song Nanzhu suddenly raised her head. They must have outside support. At that moment, the roar of planes suddenly filled the air. Song Nanzhu looked up and immediately recognized it as an Animal Alliance aircraft. The humans on the ground also heard the sound, and the soldiers began to excitedly shout, "It's reinforcements! Our reinforcements have arrived!" However, Song Nanzhu noticed the deputy commander's face growing darker as chaos erupted outside. After all, there were only a few beasts, and they were outnumbered, falling one after another. But the helicopter was getting closer, and the deputy commander's expression was becoming increasingly grim. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "Not good! Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, numerous ropes suddenly dropped from the helicopter, and a group of muscular human officers dressed in black slid down the ropes. While they were still on the ropes, a leading lion fired a shot. Instantly, A hail of bullets swept through the jungle, and both sides opened fire desperately. The captain screamed loudly, but no one heard him. The human squad had been searching in the jungle for a long time and was already out of ammunition, while the other side was fully armed, and large numbers of soldiers were falling to the ground. Lin Feng stood aside, seemingly isolated from the chaos, where both the courtyard and the outside were in disarray. While people panicked and ran for their lives, Lin Feng merely looked up at his compatriot, slowly jumping down from the roof, gently propping up a small wooden horse. Nanzhu froze. That wooden horse seemed to be one her master had made for her when she was a child. When she grew up and no longer played with it, it was given to Lin Feng, so now the little wooden horse often had a soft little dog and a little girl beside it, who smiled with white teeth. Good dog, with black eyes and grayish-white fur, picked you up under the maple tree. She had almost forgotten that Lin Feng still remembered. Captain, the deputy commander rushed in. We must retreat. Everyone quickly retreat. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the captain's eyes, and Nanzhu's bad premonition surged suddenly. She saw the captain quickly draw out his pistol from his waist, clicking the chamber. Nanzhu's pupils constricted sharply, and Lin Feng was completely oblivious to the dark gun muzzle aimed at him. She felt her heart stop for a moment, and in her mind there was a voice. At that moment, time and space seemed to be reversing, and the scenery around Nanzhu seemed to be blown away by the wind, flashing behind her. She screamed, howled, and lunged toward the large dog standing in front of the wooden horse. Bang! The gunshot rang out. At that moment, Nanzhu had reached Lin Feng's side. The large dog finally turned its head as it heard the sound, its pupils suddenly dilating, and so did Nanzhu's, because at that moment, the layer of dreamlike space that had separated them seemed to be torn apart. With a painful roar, Nanzhu broke through the barrier of the dream. Just as she shouted no, in that instant, they saw each other clearly in each other's eyes. The gun fired, and the bullet struck Nanzhu's heart. She lowered her head, knelt on the ground, gently pressing her forehead against Lin Feng's. She softly called out Lin Feng, but she saw a stream of hot tears flowing from those dark eyes. Nanzhu smiled, and Lin Feng let out a soft whimper, as if asking, "Why have you been gone for so long?" Nanzhu stroked his fur, just like many years ago, and said, "Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" Chapter 104. Finding bugs, he did not speak, only nuzzled his large head against Nanzhu's embrace. Perhaps due to the mutation, he had grown quite a bit since he left. Nanzhu rubbed Lin Feng's head as before, but clearly felt the warm tears on his cheek. The sounds outside gradually faded away, and it seemed as if only the two of them remained in this space-time. Lin Feng whimpered, extending his tongue to lick her chest wound. The wound was a bloody hole from a bullet passing through, still gushing blood. Nanzhu stroked his fur and kept saying, "It doesn't hurt, Lin Feng. Sister can't feel any pain." This was Lin Feng's dream. In the dream, she felt no pain, but the little dog did not know that. He only thought he had finally seen the one he had missed for so long. Suddenly, Lin Feng began to lick her hand. Nanzhu opened her palm, unexpectedly discovering that the center of her palm was slowly turning into a dark hole and was gradually expanding. She smiled faintly, but Lin Feng appeared very anxious, extending his paw as if trying to grasp her, but he gradually could not touch Nanzhu's body. He howled, tears streaming down. Nanzhu looked up at the sky, which seemed to be changing as well. She knew Lin Feng's dream was about to wake up. She lowered her head, extending her gradually disappearing palm, opening it, and a drop of Lin Feng's tear fell into Nanzhu's palm. Animals do not express sadness and pain through tears. She smiled and said, "You are about to become human." That drop of tear was scorching, burning Nanzhu's hand. When she opened her eyes again, sunlight streamed into the cave. The two of them snuggled together, basking in the sunlight, not feeling particularly cold, and their original fur had dried. It was already afternoon. Nanzhu looked down. Lin Feng's dog mouth had gradually loosened. She carefully pulled her hind leg out from his mouth and suddenly froze. She opened her palm. Her palm was dry, but Nanzhu remembered the scalding hot tear that had fallen into her palm before the dream dissipated. She looked at Lin Feng's face, but suddenly felt her eyes heat up. Nanzhu reached out and gently wiped away the 2 lines of tears on Lin Feng's face. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have never seen Lin Feng cry. Even when she died in her previous life, Lin Feng remained indifferent. He seemed to be emotionless, cold. But at this moment, Song Nanzhu's palm was wet with tears. She could hardly bear to think that in the dream, she had taken the bullet for Lin Feng. Feeling no pain, but in reality, it was only Lin Feng facing that group of human soldiers. It felt as if there were 10,000 ants scratching at her heart. Song Nanzhu cautiously dragged Lin Feng a little further into the cave. His massive body was incredibly heavy. Just as Song Nanzhu exerted all her strength to finally bring Lin Feng inside, his eyes fluttered open. "Why'd you have to wake up just now? You should have woken up earlier or later. You had to tire me out before waking up?" The dream she had just experienced flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind. She looked up at Lin Feng. He seemed to be on the verge of waking up. It didn't matter anymore. Song Nanzhu cautiously lifted one of Lin Feng's front legs and slowly extended a small hand towards his chest. It was invisible. When he was human, Lin Feng wore clothes. And as an animal, he was covered in thick fur. Song Nanzhu's small hand was awkwardly groping around the giant wolf's chest, but it felt smooth there, seemingly without anything. "What are you doing?" Song Nanzhu was startled, cold sweat nearly dripping down her back. She slowly raised her head, revealing an embarrassed smile, only to meet Lin Feng's deep eyes. His eyes were calm, showing no sign of turmoil. Her hand was still buried in Lin Feng's chest fur, and now it was neither easy to take it out nor to push it back in, leaving it awkwardly hidden. 2 white rabbit ears had somehow appeared, twitching slightly. After a long while, Song Nanzhu slowly raised her head and quietly said, "I just saw a nasty bug." It seemed she had finally found a reason. That nasty big bug dared to jump on you and disturb your good dream. It was truly too vile. "I will crush it immediately." A hint of amusement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Song Nanzhu unconsciously bit her lip, her small rabbit ears drooping in guilt. Her hand was hard to withdraw, but also hard to press down, so it just hovered awkwardly in the fur. And as the little white rabbit's head lowered more and more, it seemed ready to bury itself into the ground. Song Nanzhu awkwardly closed her eyes, mentally scolding herself. "Why am I meddling so much?" Suddenly, she felt a change in the sensation in her hand. The soft fur had vanished. And when Song Nanzhu opened her eyes, what met her gaze was a surge of muscles, and her small hand was resting directly on that muscle. Song Nanzhu was taken aback, and she quickly looked up, only to see her reflection in Lin Feng's deep eyes. She heard a sound echo in her head. In that moment, she forgot to take her hand away. There was no sound around them, only Lin Feng's heavy breathing. Their noses were less than a centimeter apart, their breaths mingling, and her small palm seemed to have a bit of sweat. The man's gaze was sharp, as if he could see through all her disguises, and his fiery gaze seemed to burn into her soul. Lin Feng's thin lips slightly parted. "Did you find it?" Song Nanzhu was startled awake, instinctively avoiding Lin Feng's piercing gaze, lowering her head. But she forgot that Lin Feng had just transformed into a human and had not yet put on clothes. The little rabbit instantly fell to the ground, covering her eyes with both hands and repeatedly shouting, "I'm sorry, sir. I really didn't mean to. Really, I will dig out my eyes to apologize to you." Lin Feng chuckled lightly, but said nothing. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, animals are naturally naked. Many animals don't like wearing clothes after turning human, so Lin Feng shouldn't mind, right? She slowly and carefully brought one hand down, revealing half of a big eye, only to see that Lin Feng had already stood up, put on his pants, and was fastening his belt, still wearing that cold expression. Chapter 105, Doubt. However, Song Nanzhu noticed a coin-sized wound on Lin Feng's solid and full right pectoral muscle, which had healed but left an unsightly scar. Lin Feng was strong and tall. He bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground, and Song Nanzhu saw that his back was covered in dense scars, one overlapping another. In the animal kingdom, everything relied on brute force. The weak were prey to the strong. From being a small dog guarding a temple to his current position, Song Nanzhu could imagine how many life-and-death battles he had experienced. Lin Feng turned around, and his gaze shifted upward, and he saw the little rabbit's ears twitching. The hands that had covered her eyes had somehow been lowered, and two big eyes stared blankly. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he looked toward where the little rabbit was gazing. He lowered his head, and the coin-sized scar came into view. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "What are you looking at?" Song Nanzhu was startled by the sudden sound, and when she looked up, she met Lin Feng's playful gaze, causing her face to flush red. "Song Nanzhu, where's your observation ability?" After Lin Feng got dressed, he sat down, and a scene from his dream suddenly flashed in his mind, causing him to frown. Recently, for some reason, he had been dreaming of past events, including the long-absent Dun appearing in his dreams. "What's your name?" Song Nanzhu was taken aback, putting down the herbs in her hand, slowly turning her little head, and speaking softly, I'm called Baizhu." Lin Feng frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Song Nanzhu couldn't help but hold her breath. Could this guy have recognized her? Impossible. Right now, she was a rabbit, and her appearance had changed due to genetic modification, resembling her former self only by 3 parts. Even if the awakened ones and Chu stood in front of them, they might not recognize her, let alone Lin Feng, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. No way. Lin Feng would definitely not recognize her. Song Nanzhu was certain in her heart. But then she heard Lin Feng ponder for a moment and ask, "The Arctic rabbit always turns white in winter. Is your father?" Song Nanzhu let out a sigh of relief in her heart, and then her face immediately showed a look of surprise. You know my father?" Sure enough, he didn't recognize her. Song Nanzhu felt proud inside. However, Lin Feng didn't ask further about her identity, but changed the subject. "What were you doing just now?" Song Nanzhu was stunned, but quickly covered it up, instinctively saying, "I just saw you sleeping so soundly, thinking I'd prepare some medicine for you when you woke up, so I was picking herbs just now." As she spoke, she waved the herbs in her hand. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "I heard you call my name earlier. How did you know?" This question almost caught Song Nanzhu off guard. Her mind raced, and she wanted to slap herself. It seemed she had called his name in a moment of urgency earlier. But before the Arctic Rabbit team had coordinated with the Animal Alliance army that came to rescue, Baizhu had already disappeared. How could Baizhu know Lin Feng's name? Song Nanzhu's face showed no panic, instead revealing a hint of surprise and admiration. "Before we set off, my father told me that the Animal Alliance army coming to rescue was led by Commander Lin. I saw you commanding on the battlefield, organized and majestic. So I guess you must be the famous Commander Lin, feared by all." After finishing her spiel, she sneakily glanced at Lin Feng's expression, and fortunately, he seemed to buy it, his expression softening a bit, and he didn't continue the topic. Outside, the rain began to fall again, pattering on the leaves before slipping to the ground and slowly soaking into the soil. Song Nanzhu felt the animal instincts within her surging, a natural craving for the outside world making her want to roll in the mud. But Lin Feng's question instantly petrified her in place. "I just had a dream." She felt Lin Feng's gaze seemed to stick to her back like a fire, making it hard for her to breathe. "Miss Baizhu, do you dream?" Song Nanzhu painfully closed her eyes, but spoke firmly, "I never dream." The subsequent sounds suddenly disappeared, and Lin Feng fell silent. Song Nanzhu left a sentence. "I'll go outside to find some more herbs," and left the cave as if escaping. Once outside, she took a deep breath. It was drizzling, the air fresh. Song Nanzhu's nose twitched as she walked outside. In the mountains, the birds were chirping, chattering away, sometimes speaking their language, and sometimes switching to human language. A little bird said, "Hey, did you know that the magpie next door has hatched a nest again?" The little bird opened its beak in surprise. "It's almost winter. Is it a good time to lay eggs now?" Little bird, "Hey, are you that clueless? If there's no food, you can go to the Animal Alliance. They have more food than they can eat right now." Song Nanzhu bent down to pick a medicinal herb, listening to the gossip of the little bird. But her mind was thinking, Lin Feng is not a talkative person, and since he asked this question, he must have some doubts. Just as she reached the entrance of the cave, Song Nanzhu suddenly moved her nose and frowned instantly. She spread her feet and quickly jumped into the cave. Sure enough, Lin Feng was already gone. Song Nanzhu was shocked. She smelled a familiar scent and took a few steps forward, gradually entering the dark part of the cave. The sky outside was gradually darkening, and the little white rabbit slowly walked into the cave. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Song Nanzhu felt a gust of wind blow past her. Her heart raced with alarm, but before she could open her mouth, a large hand covered her mouth. In the next second, Song Nanzhu fell into a cold yet firm embrace, and the man's breath brushed against her ear. Her heart raced for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. Lin Feng's powerful aura wrapped around her, inexplicably bringing her a sense of security. His hand gradually released her, and Song Nanzhu leaned her back against his chest. She looked up from above and exchanged a glance with Lin Feng. They both clearly sensed the strange and dangerous scent in the air. Lin Feng looked up and saw the little rabbit's big eyes looking at him seriously, which was a bit amusing. Chapter 106. Discovered again. Song Nanzhu originally looked tense, her heart beating like a small drum. After the animal genes mutated and transformed into human forms, the difference in size became much more pronounced than usual humans. Just like now, when Song Nanzhu looked up, she only saw Lin Feng's outstanding jawline, and he seemed as far away as if he were in the sky. He might not even hear her if she spoke. Suddenly, in the darkness, Song Nanzhu felt a huge hand grip her waist. The man behind her was cold, but his palm was hot, as if trying to roast her. Song Nanzhu was startled, and the next second she suddenly felt her feet leave the ground. She thought to herself that this was not good. Lin Feng wrapped one arm around the girl's small waist, pressing her back tightly against his chest. The face that had seemed far away just moments ago was now gently breathing near her ear. The warm breath made the little rabbit forget that her ears were on her head. The warm air brushing against the fur on her ears made them shrink tightly, curling up into a small ball. Song Nanzhu seemed to hear the man behind her chuckle softly twice, almost making her want to jump up in anger. Was she some kind of object to be tossed around? But at this moment, with her feet off the ground, she was afraid that this unpredictable big wolf would drop her to the ground if he was unhappy, so she could only sulk in silence. Lin Feng's thin lips parted, his breath warm as he spoke, the air stirring the little rabbit's ear fur. They have found us. Song Nanzhu felt like a handbag being lifted into the air. Exasperated. I have a nose too. Lin Feng seemed to notice her impatience, yet he appeared to be in a good mood. Song Nanzhu even detected a hint of joy in his tone. What's wrong? Are you happy that we are finally going to be caught? She twisted her body, but Lin Feng did not let her go. He leaned closer to her ear and asked, Are you afraid? Of course, she was afraid. The only time she left home for a trip, she accidentally got kidnapped by bad people. After finally finding an adult, she ended up in such a dangerous situation again. What little rabbit wouldn't he be afraid? The little rabbit blinked her big eyes, looking extremely pitiful, but in her heart, she thought, waking up from a dream. Lin Feng's mood seemed to have improved a lot, but why did he start to enjoy talking nonsense at such a critical moment? Are you saying that I caused you to end up in such a dangerous situation? The little white rabbit was taken aback and hurriedly waved her hands. No. Sir, aren't you just broadening my horizons and showing me the world? If it weren't for you, I'd never get to experience such thrilling outdoor adventures in my life. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu's ears moved, and she twitched her nose. The scent was indeed getting stronger. Moreover, there were quite a few people. Song Nanzhu turned to glance at Lin Feng, her white ears brushing against his cheek. Lin Feng was focused, peeking out of the cave with one eye. She couldn't help but think. The current situation is not as relaxed as last night. Surely their enemies have dispatched a large number of animals suited for night patrols, which is why their tracks are exposed every night. Last night was merely a stroke of luck, managing to escape once. What about tonight? Smelling this increasingly strong scent, it was clear that a considerable number of soldiers had come this time. Song Nanzhu suddenly reached out her paw and touched Lin Feng's forehead. His body suddenly stiffened for a moment as he heard the little white rabbit say, Sir, your fever hasn't gone down. Currently, Lin Feng's wound had not improved, and he was still running a fever. Even lifting an Arctic rabbit was not a problem. But what about the jackal and the spotted hyena? He appeared to be in a good mood, even joking around, while Song Nanzhu couldn't muster a smile. If a crisis truly arose, should she intervene or not? But she heard faint footsteps approaching. They had concealed their scents and hidden their tracks, yet they were still found. The cave entrance was dark. Strangely, there was no moonlight tonight, and the forest was pitch black, with no light to shine into the cave. The cave twisted and turned, with strange rocks towering, making it quite convenient for hiding. The two of them gradually held their breath, yet they still heard the footsteps getting closer, the sound echoing in the dark forest, thud, 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 quite distinct, like a ghost in the night striking the bell leading to death. Animals have extremely sensitive noses, and even Lin Feng found it difficult to hide his scent completely. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and the cave fell silent. Then a voice broke the quiet. "Captain, I seem to smell something here." A dead silence followed, and after a while, the voice continued. "Sorry, Captain, it's a human corpse. I will be more careful next time." "Sir, I've already said you can." Song Nanzhu held her breath, cursing Lin Feng in her heart. He had one hand gripping the soldier's neck while the other still wouldn't let her go. She couldn't help but speak up. "Sir, this is a desolate mountain. I'm not an idiot. Can I still escape?" With a swish, a short knife glinted in the darkness, a silver arc slicing through the air. The soldier's body suddenly lost strength, crumpling to the ground like a torn piece of paper. "I'm afraid of you." His voice was extremely low. "You think I'm a fool?" Even though it was night, Song Nanzhu could see Lin Feng's eyes glowing green in the dark. During the day, Lin Feng had clearly black pupils, and she knew that the corpse on the ground had completely ignited Lin Feng's fighting spirit. Tonight, it seemed a fierce battle was inevitable. She wanted to jump down, but Lin Feng carefully set her on the ground. Song Nanzhu circled around the corpse, squinting her eyes and looking up, a hint of suspicion arising. "It's a gorilla." Gorillas are among the smartest animals in the animal kingdom, and after the animal mutation, gorilla groups played a crucial role in the animal alliance. Their cunningness surpassed even that of foxes. This matter could not be that simple. Chapter 107. Backup Song Nanzhu squatted on the ground and suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly stepped forward a few paces, blocking Song Nanzhu's path. His tall figure seemed like a mountain rising from the ground, or like a ghost lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Song Nanzhu stood behind him, hearing the footsteps outside suddenly intensify, like a wave rising in the forest, the sound too loud to cover up, and of course, they had no intention of hiding. Song Nanzhu jumped to the side of the corpse, suddenly reaching out to pull out the hand of the gorilla that was pinned beneath the corpse, straining to pry open its tightly clenched fingers. Her fists were clenched, and Song Nanzhu's fingers became red as she finally managed to pull out a small object from its hand. She tossed it in front of Lin Feng, panting, "This should be it." Lin Feng glanced at it and then crushed the object underfoot. However, she did not relax. At least now, an unknown group had gathered outside the door, fully armed, while the two of them were out of ammunition. Song Nanzhu's eyes nearly popped out. You, how the hell do you have a gun?" Lin Feng's expression was emotionless, his gaze as cold as water, showing no sign of the great danger ahead. "There's only one bullet left." Song Nanzhu's mouth fell open in disbelief. "Then why did you struggle with that tiger before? Getting yourself all bruised?" She suddenly paused. Lin Feng was not without plans. He would never let himself truly reach that final step, even if she thought it was a dead end. How could she know that Lin Feng had a backup? "This cave leads outside. Just keep walking straight until you see light." Song Nanzhu perked up her ears. The footsteps outside were gradually approaching, clearly indicating that a group had already entered the cave. She was extremely anxious and tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. "Stop with the nonsense and hurry up." Lin Feng gently removed her hand. "When you see the light, I will catch up with you." Song Nanzhu exclaimed, "Have you read too many romance novels? If you can walk, why not walk together?" She suddenly looked at the gun in her hand, her tone quickening. "Wait, you anticipated we would end up in this situation, so you deliberately didn't use that bullet?" Her eyes were slowly filled with blood, and she gritted her teeth. "Is there someone outside ready to assist you? Our entry into this jungle wasn't a desperate escape. It was a trap you planned all along, wasn't it?" Lin Feng said nothing, only turned away from her, facing away, drawing out the two short knives that had always followed him from his waist, holding one in each hand. His profile was calm as he said, "Let's go. Once we reach the cave entrance, we will be safe." Song Nanzhu was furious, nearly applauding her own cleverness. Good. So it turns out you Lin Feng are scheming. She couldn't be bothered to be coy and directly turned to walk into the darkness. The deeper she went, the darker it became. Song Nanzhu sprinted forward. The cave was narrowing, gradually allowing passage for only one person. She ran forward like a madwoman, her body slicing through the space ahead like a sharp blade. The countless shadows turning into the wind rushing past her. She desperately wanted to leave the sounds in her ears behind, but those sounds kept drilling into her ears. The sounds of fighting, the tearing of flesh, the gunshots merged into one. She forced herself not to think, not to contemplate what kind of scene Lin Feng was facing now. Images flashed through her mind, one face after another. As Song Nanzhu recognized each face, she realized they all belonged to one person. Lin Feng seemed to be torn apart, one side a beloved family member, the other an enemy filled with racial hatred. She didn't know how far she had run. She only remembered that the voice that had been chasing her seemed to have faded away. Suddenly, she thought, why would the usually strategic Lin Feng put himself in such danger this time? Chiu Chai closed his eyes, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaling a puff of white smoke, asking what's going on. The cave is surrounded. Lin Feng is undoubtedly dead. Chiu Chai pulled the cigar from his mouth, pinching it between two fingers, examining it closely and softly saying, why are humans obsessed with such a boring thing? Inhale it. Exhale it. He turned his eyes. What about that rabbit that's always with him? A subordinate's forehead broke out in a sweat, trembling as he said, I'm sorry, Chief. We haven't found out yet. Chiu Chai smiled lightly, slowly pressing the burning end of the cigar against the subordinate's head. The sweat poured down, but the subordinate remained bent over, enduring until the fire went out, slowly forming a blister on his back. Let's go see. Time passed. Lin Feng extended a hand to wipe away the liquid smeared across his eyes, but it seemed impossible to clean, as if a layer of blood was obscuring his vision. He chuckled softly, letting the blood of an unknown person flow into his eyes. All right. Chiu Chai looked at the man before him, who was kneeling on one knee, a knife driven into the ground to support his body. It's about time. Wave your hand and have him taken care of. He touched his half-missing ear, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he turned to the man on the ground. You didn't expect it, did you? The famous Commander Lin. Today this nameless little hill will be your burial place. Lin Feng was covered in blood, yet his expression was not one of despair. He smiled. This position is already the center of the cave. If you shoot here, do you want all your soldiers to be buried with me? The soldiers in the front row, who had originally raised their guns, suddenly changed their expressions. Animals do not possess the human notions of home and country. Their primary reason for following the animal alliance in a battle was to enjoy food and power. If you expected them to sacrifice themselves for you, they wouldn't do it. Chapter 108. Silence the witnesses, sir. We aren't even your soldiers. What right do you have to make us fight for you? A soldier stood up, defiantly speaking. Chiu Chai's face turned pale and then green as he looked at the soldiers pointing their guns at him. Finally, he managed to shout, what are you waiting for? Even if you can't shoot, with so many of you here, can't one knife take him down? A faint, intentional smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as he turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, his tone seemingly mocking. That person behind you is really just as stupid as before. Chiu Chai scoffed, crossing his arms. The once famous Commander Lin is about to become a ghost under the knife, and you still have the energy for such nonsense? Lin Feng knelt on the ground, blood seeping from countless wounds. Yet there was no trace of pain on his face, only the thrill of slaughter slowly emerging. Sending you. This useless person is the dumbest move. Chiu Chai's face, indeed, flashed with irritation as he suddenly drew the dagger from his waist, the blade slicing through the air with a silver gleam. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes because the next moment, the soldiers who had been poised to strike suddenly drew their daggers, countless silver lights flashing in the air as they formed a circle surrounding Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Before him were all the gleaming tips of knives. He leisurely closed his eyes again, showing no panic at the impending danger, his ears twitching. With a swift movement, he dodged the blade aimed at his side, but countless flashing edges surged forward. Even if Lin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would struggle to fend them off. Among the attackers, Chiu Chu was the most ferocious. seeing Lin Feng finally frown. A hint of a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a clang, he turned his head and saw the knife in his hand drop to the ground. The next moment, his vision flipped, and he found himself collapsing to the ground. Qiu glanced at the soldiers sprawled on the floor, filling the small cave. Lin Feng let out a fierce roar, turning around as his clothes were torn apart by fur and muscle, transforming into a massive wolf that sent shivers down the spines of all the soldiers present. The chaotic blades and swords before Lin Feng had almost turned into illusions in his eyes. He opened his blood-filled mouth, and blood surged inside the cave. But Qiu tightened his grip on the knife. No matter how strong the wolf was, it was still outnumbered. He revealed a cold smile, waiting for the right moment. When a group of soldiers surrounded the giant wolf, he thrust a glimmering knife into the beast's heart. Waves of attack continued around Lin Feng, leaving him no time to care about Qiu, who had quietly retreated from his side. The knife sliced through the air powerfully, accompanied by the cold wind of winter. In the chaos, Lin Feng heard a sound behind his ear. He suddenly turned around, knocking over countless soldiers. However, the long knife was already aimed directly at him. He heard the sound of flesh being sliced, and in an instant blood splattered everywhere. Yet he felt no pain. In a daze, Lin Feng blinked like a child. The girl, who appeared out of nowhere, had white ears that stood out against the blood-stained, dirty cave. But now they were also tainted with a few drops of blood, her blood. The long blade stopped just a centimeter from the wolf's fur, but the originally silver blade was now drenched in blood. Lin Feng suddenly felt as if his breath had stopped for a moment, and then his 5 senses were suddenly heightened. He heard the sound of dripping blood. The girl knelt on one knee in front of him, unable to kick the sword away in time, as she saw the white blade about to pierce Lin Feng's heart. The image of Lin Feng from her recent dream flashed in her mind. The little dog that never left the door until its master arrived, regardless of the outside changes. In that moment, her mind seemed to freeze, and the figure of the enormous wolf gradually overlapped with that of the little dog guarding her room. The blade, so close, felt like the final cruel bullet from the commander before leaving, aimed straight at Lin Feng's chest. She instinctively reached out her hand. The long blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of brilliant red, like a piece of red silk flowing past, staining the blade. Until today, Nanzhu had never thought that she would use the technique of empty-handedly catching a white blade. She forgot whether it hurt when the anime character blocked a steel knife with their palm. She only knew that her hand was now in excruciating pain, rendering her almost numb. She turned her head. There was no light in the cave, only the flashlights and torches held up by the surrounding soldiers. The cave was dim and crimson, and Nanzhu felt her eyes could barely distinguish colors because all she could see were Lin Feng's green eyes. In that instant, it seemed that all other colors around her faded away. In just a few seconds, Lin Feng's eyes finally revealed an uncontrollable undercurrent. Nanzhu kicked Qiu 2 meters away with a swift kick, shouting, "I am the daughter of the Arctic Rabbit Commander, Bai Zhu, the future Arctic Rabbit Commander. Do you want to kill me and make enemies with the entire Arctic Rabbit tribe?" The soldiers in front were obviously taken aback, seemingly unsure of what to do. Seizing the opportunity, Nanzhu observed. She thought to herself, indeed, these are soldiers from the northern tribes. The northern regions have a sparse population, and their development has always lagged far behind the southeastern regions. It is likely that Qiu is working with the northern regions, intending to eliminate Lin Feng with their soldiers while washing his hands of it. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, and Nanzhu froze. The giant wolf's eyes revealed a light that did not match its appearance, staring directly at Nanzhu's eyes, leaving her nowhere to escape. This is bad, Nanzhu thought. Chapter 109. An encounter with an old acquaintance. The posture she had just now, her expression, was exactly the same as when she blocked that bullet in her dream. She couldn't help but furrow her brows. She did not want to repeat the mistakes of her past life, so she must not let Lin Feng recognize her. The soldiers in front hesitated, and Qiu was anxious, cursing, "A bunch of useless fools. How can it be so hard to kill 2 people? So what if she's an Arctic rabbit? If she dies in the cave, who will know? Really?" Suddenly, a melodious female voice came. Nanzhu felt her mind freeze for a moment, thinking that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. The voice continued, "I didn't know your commander had such impressive abilities." The voice was soft and enchanting, like a delicate little hand gently waving in front of her. Song Nanzhu chuckled inwardly. How could she forget such an important person? Just as she thought this, a commotion broke out at the cave entrance. A wave of soldiers surged in like a tide, and a clash of weapons surrounded the northern soldiers inside the cave. "What are you doing?" The northern soldiers were obviously displeased, but the soldiers who entered were all armed and wearing the uniforms of the Southeast Animal Alliance, pressing down on the situation at the entrance. At this moment, Chiu Chu's face turned pale, and suddenly a young soldier stumbled in from outside, shouting, "Sir, we're completely surrounded outside. They're all soldiers from the southeast." The situation had changed too quickly. Many soldiers still held bloody knives, and if it weren't for the excruciating pain in Song Nanzhu's hand, she would have sat down right there to enjoy the show. As the soldiers of the Animal Alliance controlled the situation at the cave entrance, a figure gradually walked in, seemingly followed by a group of people, making the already narrow cave even more crowded. Even in the dark cave, the faintest light revealed a graceful figure, delicate and slender, with a slender waist leading up to a full bosom and fair, upright shoulders. Her soft, tender lips and alluring fox-like eyes captivated anyone who looked at her. Song Nanzhu thought, this must be her old foe from her past life, Lin Feng's old ally. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt a scorching gaze directed toward her. "Gu Zhu, you are so bold to dare openly assassinate the commander of the Southeast Animal Alliance. It seems you wolves no longer want to survive in the Southeast," she said, her eyes smiling, her voice still melodious, making it hard for people to get angry. Song Nanzhu quietly glanced up at her, only to see the fox's gaze directed at Lin Feng behind her. Chiu Chu was stunned, unable to think for a moment about how this could happen. It was supposed to be a secret operation. Why did the Secretary General suddenly appear here? How'd they find this place? He glanced at Lin Feng. Could it be a trap set by Lin Feng? Alarm bells rang in his mind, and his eyes darted around. What was supposed to be a sure thing had changed in an instant. Lin Feng's brows furrowed into a shape, but he seemed uninterested in Chiu Chu and the fox in front of him. He simply looked up at Su Ji, who had just entered, and Su Ji quickly reacted, turning and running out. A few minutes later, he returned with several doctors and soldiers. The soldiers lifted a large piece of cloth, enclosing a small corner. Soon, Lin Feng, in a simple tank top, emerged from the enclosure. He stood behind Song Nanzhu and suddenly lowered his head to ask, "Does it hurt?" It seemed like a question that the silly little dog had not managed to ask in the dream. But now, after the passage of time, that buried feeling in his heart broke through the soil and came out. "Does it hurt?" Song Nanzhu almost instinctively shook her head, but in an instant, she acted on impulse, changed her expression immediately, cradled her injured hand, bent down in pain, and cried out, "It hurts so much." However, a bad thought suddenly flashed in her mind. She reached out and presented her hand, which was injured to the point where the white flesh was almost unnoticeable, to Lin Feng, saying, "Just blow on it for me, and it won't hurt anymore." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Even the fox almost didn't react. Su Ji, who had just arrived, stood by in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Did she really just speak to the commander like that? Is this silly rabbit seeking death? Song Nanzhu wanted to laugh so badly, but her hand hurt so much that she was almost fainting. She was forcing herself to hold up her body while still joking with Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked down and saw this silly little white rabbit, whose face was pale from pain, yet her tone was still mischievous and teasing. The hand was covered in blood, almost obscuring how deep the wound was. But with such a long and sharp knife as Chiu Chu's, even if it hadn't cut off half her palm, it must have severed something. He frowned tightly, suddenly opened his large arms, and scooped the little white rabbit up. Song Nanzhu let out a startled cry that got stuck in her throat as Lin Feng held her like a child. Su Ji's eyes nearly popped out. He had only been away for a few days, so what had this dead rabbit done? Song Nanzhu suddenly felt a bit of a loss, but inside, she felt a bit smug because there was a fiery gaze behind her that seemed to burn through her back. Lin Feng held her and was about to walk outside when Song Nanzhu, with her uninjured hand, pressed on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, Now that it has come to this, are you really going to leave? Lin Feng glanced at the little rabbit's hand and said seriously, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to later. Just as his words fell, a voice suddenly interrupted. I heard that a traitor has emerged from my clan, so I came to take a look. I hope I didn't trouble you all. Song Nanzhu helplessly turned her head to look at the entrance of the cave, where the originally narrow path was forced open again, and a familiar figure walked in slowly. It seemed that all the old acquaintances had gathered today, she thought. Chapter 110. Who is this old fellow? The little rabbit sighed, weakly leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder, with a strong arm supporting her, allowing her to snuggle against the man. Song Nanzhu pouted, I actually forgot about this guy. While thinking this, she pretended to whisper in Lin Feng's ear, asking, who is this ugly old fellow? A hint of a smile broke through Lin Feng's originally serious face, but when he looked down, the bright red wound seemed to stab at his eyes, and the smile that had just emerged vanished instantly. Song Nanzhu stared at him, and in just a few seconds, she saw multiple expressions flicker across his face, exclaiming, I never noticed before that Lin Feng had this skill of changing expressions like in Sichuan opera. The rabbit, referring to the ugly old fellow, was followed by several deputy generals, leisurely walking into the cave without any urgency. Everyone's gaze shifted to him. Meanwhile, Cho Chai's gaze turned to Cho Chu, whose face had changed drastically. It was clear that he also knew the Secretary General had arrived, and although he didn't know what had gone wrong, he could guess that the situation was dire, and they were completely at a disadvantage. Cho Chai was ruthless. He probably wouldn't let him off easily. At this moment, the fox chuckled lightly. I just received a secret report from the governor that there is a mine in the north. Originally, Commander Lin was sent a long way to investigate to prevent the northern riffraff from noticing. But I don't know which useless ones deliberately led the northern soldiers to pursue him. Xiao Zhongzhong, what do you think of this? While she spoke, her face was all smiles, but Xiao Chu was sweating profusely beside her. A mine? How could there be a mine here? A ruthless glint flashed in Xiao Chai's eyes. He didn't glance at Lin Feng, but his fists gradually tightened. Song Nanzhu found this scene quite entertaining, although her hand was indeed very painful. The thought of what she was tightly holding in her other hand made her not dare to leave just yet. Lin Feng didn't look at the noisy crowd. He only focused on the little rabbit in his arms, whose changing expressions were far more interesting than the commotion around them. He waved his hand, and a doctor came in from outside, saluted Lin Feng. As Song Nanzhu extended her injured palm, her eyes remained fixed on that side. Cho Chai's face showed no change, and even had a hint of a smile. Indeed, it is my failure to manage my subordinates, allowing such a traitor to emerge. I have already sent people to secretly investigate Xiao Chu and discovered his electronic communication channel with the North. I just intercepted a pile of letters. But before I could send someone to capture him, I didn't expect he would be so bold as to directly lead people to pursue Commander Lin. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out a black object from his waist, so quickly that many people on the scene didn't react in time, and Song Nanzhu's eyes widened instantly. This old fox. Bang! The gunshot rang out in an instant. Unexpectedly, Su Ji, who was standing nearby, was quick-witted. At the moment Xiao Chai reached for the gun, he locked eyes with Lin Feng and dodged the bullet as it passed. I'll help. Don't kill me. The fallen Xiao Chu was already dazed from a kick. He heard the gunshot, but had not reacted before a lightning-fast kick knocked him to the ground, leaving him buzzing in confusion until he realized what Xiao Chai was trying to do. After being reborn, Song Nanzhu seemed to slowly understand many things. In her previous life, she had acted like a fool, truly believing that even if Lin Feng recognized her, he would really do anything to her, which is why she dared to act recklessly under Lin Feng's name. Su Ji, as Lin Feng's close aide, must have found it intolerable to see the governor he admired keeping such a suspicious woman by his side. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, rest assured in this lifetime, I will keep my distance from your precious governor. Xiao Chai's expression remained unchanged, but he must have been gritting his teeth inside. He nodded, but changed the subject. The Secretary General just said that the commander discovered this is an unexploited mine. I'm worried that the commander, along with these soldiers, will have to negotiate with the Arctic Rabbit tribe and will be too busy, so I just reported it to the governor, wanting to help the commander share some of the burden. Song Nanzhu remained expressionless, but Su Ji's face changed. This Cho Chai was indeed a shameless old fellow, seamlessly shifting the blame onto the mine. What a shameless bastard, Su Ji muttered quietly. He actually reported it to the governor, subtly reminding him to escalate the issue of the mine. If Lin Feng could not produce this mine, Lai would definitely not let this matter pass easily. Moreover, even if there really was a mine here, Chiu Chai was forcibly taking a share of the pie. But looking at Chiu Chai's demeanor, it seemed he was confident that there would definitely not be a mine here. Chiu Chai looked at the people in front of him, slowly loosening his fists, and a hint of smugness appeared at the corners of his eyes. A mine? How could you, Lin Feng, even think of that? This place has been inhabited by the northern people for generations. How could there be a mine? At this moment, the fox cast a glance at Lin Feng. Song Nanzhu observed this and thought that Lin Feng must have privately communicated with Secretary General Fox, but others were unaware. Su Ji's heart tightened. The mine was indeed just a temporary excuse to hastily pin the blame on Chiu Chai. Where could there be a mine here? Yet, Lin Feng showed no signs of panic on his face, his body covered in numerous wounds that hadn't been bandaged yet. He was holding a well-behaved little rabbit in his arms, and suddenly the rabbit stretched out its uninjured paw and said, "The mine is here." Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to it. A mine? What kind of mine could possibly exist in this desolate mountain? The fox fairy, Xianer, had a vague expression and turned to look at Lin Feng, only to see him lowering his head, his gaze fixed on the girl in his arms. Xianer's eyes darkened again. Su Ji stared blankly at Song Nanzhu, wondering what this dead rabbit was talking about. At that moment, Chiu Chai gasped. In the little rabbit's tiny paw lay a piece of something unknown, small and emitting a yellow light, its surface uneven, resembling a piece of yellow sugar. Chapter 111. Crystal Yellow Crystal? Xianer was the first to speak. Song Nanzhu turned to glance at her, with Xianer as a witness, even if Chiu Chai wanted to scheme. This matter regarding the mine would surely reach the governor. Of course, this reasoning wasn't something only she understood. Song Nanzhu held the piece of crystal in her hand, feeling it gather everyone's gaze, even getting a bit hot under her palm. Chiu Chai's sinister gaze fell on the yellow crystal, his voice heavy. The matter of the mine must be reported to the governor. You, a rabbit who doesn't know where you came from, can't play tricks here. What evidence do you have to prove this is from the mine and not something you brought with you? Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. As for the masked man, seeing Bai Zhu's true appearance is indeed a troublesome matter. Whether I brought it or not can be found out easily. This piece of yellow crystal in my hand was obtained from this cave. As long as we dig open this cave, we can see the yellow crystal mine. Chiu Chai's expression darkened further. Song Nanzhu raised her voice. Today, Secretary Xianer is here. Why don't we just dig open the cave and take a look? Commander Lin and I have worked hard day and night to find the yellow crystal mountain, so of course it can withstand scrutiny. Good grief, Song Nanzhu thought. On the very first day here, I've already made an enemy of Chiu Chai. When we meet again in the future, he might just label me as Lin Feng's accomplice. Thinking of this made Song Nanzhu angry. Why did this guy have to mess up her plans? She looked up to see Lin Feng's gaze firmly fixed on the rabbit. Everyone was looking at the yellow crystal, but Lin Feng was looking at Song Nanzhu. What? Is Commander Lin afraid of an investigation? Chiu Chai pressed, noticing Lin Feng's rare silence. Lin Feng didn't even give him a glance. Investigate if you want, but injuries must be bandaged immediately. Song Nanzhu suddenly turned her head and whispered in his ear at this point. We need to stay and watch to prevent this old wolf from playing tricks. But Lin Feng wouldn't listen. Injuries must be bandaged immediately. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat tense, Xianer suddenly stepped in to mediate. Commander has sustained such serious injuries. Su Ji and I will stay behind and escort Commander for bandaging. As she spoke, Lin Feng turned to meet Xianer's gaze, and they nodded at each other before preparing to leave. Su Ji quickly ran over. Commander, you're injured. I'll help you carry this rabbit. Lin Feng shot him a glare that made Su Ji take a step back, scratching his head awkwardly. You see, I forgot that you're carrying her. My mind is all over the place. You carry her. Without another word, Lin Feng turned and carried the little rabbit out of the cave. Where are we going? Song Nanzhu asked. Lin Feng replied succinctly, let's go. He stepped out of the cave, where a neat row of soldiers stood. and a few Animal Alliance vehicles parked not far away. Lin Feng walked straight over, still holding Song Nanzhu, and directly opened the car door. The Animal Alliance's vehicles were especially tall, and he sat her down on his lap without letting her go. Song Nanzhu found this position quite strange and struggled slightly to get down, but Lin Feng pressed her waist with one hand, firmly keeping her on his lap. He spoke lightly. The Arctic Rabbit's secretary truly has a good heart, raising such an excellent daughter. Song Nanzhu felt a jolt in her heart. Xiao Chai had been deceived, but had forgotten about Lin Feng. She cursed inwardly. I helped you so much just now, and now you're still looking for trouble with me. Why didn't you run? Lin Feng suddenly asked. The girl lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with him, her little mouth pouting. I'm slow and can't get away. Lin Feng's expression turned icy. Stop making such self-deprecating excuses. What did you realize there was a problem with that gun? The girl felt like burying her head in the ground, and Lin Feng sneered. All right, if you won't say, I'll say it for you. No matter when, you discovered that the bullets in that gun were not real, but signal flares. Therefore, you immediately guessed that I wouldn't casually carry a non-signal flare on me. So my reason for coming to this jungle must be for another purpose. Song Nanzhu fell silent, knowing she couldn't hide this matter. She was unsure how Lin Feng would test her in the future, but the current suspicion was indeed palpable. Then you ran to the cave entrance, fired a signal flare, and summoned Su Ji, who had been prepared early. As for how you dug further inside the cave to find that piece of yellow crystal, that's your rabbit skill. Lin Feng sneered. I met your vice president. He said Miss Baizhu isn't very clever, just pure at heart. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around the girl's slender neck. Pulling her closer, his breath brushing against her ear, I think that's really not the case. What do you say? The girl chuckled awkwardly. I really am foolish. I had to think hard to guess what the commander wanted to do and almost crashed into the cave wall. But Lin Feng didn't let her go. His lips brushed lightly over the tip of her ear. Actually, today I was prepared for the original plan to fail. You also didn't think that I really wanted you to leave. Song Nanzhu was taken aback and suddenly turned her head. In an instant, their noses almost touched, gazing deep into each other's eyes. If you really wanted me to escape, you wouldn't have given me that gun. You wanted me to complete the remaining tasks while also testing me. Chapter 112. Afraid someone would run away, Song Nanzhu gritted her teeth. She hadn't even stepped into the Animal Alliance, yet Lin Feng had seen through her completely, making her feel utterly defeated. She looked up to meet Lin Feng's gaze, which was like an unfathomable deep spring, yet she felt no fear. The competition for the position of the general was fierce, and with her father's poor health, there was no precedent for a female rabbit leading the tribe. However, now that the situation had changed, the beastly hearts within the group were in chaos. She had no intention of vying for the general's position. She only wanted to keep herself safe in this chaotic world. So, what was wrong with having a concealed heart? Her words were spoken sincerely, and if Lin Feng still didn't believe her, she could only consider herself unlucky. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng shifted his tone. In your eyes, am I really such an unfeeling person? Song Nanzhu was taken aback. Why was he suddenly playing the emotional card? The girl immediately blushed, lowering her head. Of course not. Commander Lin is so kind and gentle. Yet, just as she was about to play this act a bit longer, tugging at her clothes to feign innocence, the scab on her hand accidentally scraped against the ragged clothes she had picked up from the ground. Ouch, that hurts! The little rabbit, who originally wanted to pretend to be shy, unexpectedly ended up making her eyes turn red. Suddenly, she heard some movement above her head. Looking up, she saw Lin Feng smirk, and the sight of the little rabbit with red-rimmed eyes and a pouting mouth, wanting to cry but not daring to, was both amusing and endearing. Lin Feng suppressed the impulse to pinch her face and immediately pressed down the corners of his mouth. Don't move. Song Nanzhu couldn't understand this guy. If he wanted to laugh, he should just laugh instead of pretending to be serious. Upon returning to the camp, it was clear that they had to meet with the Arctic Rabbit tribe. She turned her head and saw the scenery outside, managing to force a slight smile. Thankfully, everything was within her control, she reassured herself. The driver was a horse. Song Nanzhu turned her head to glance at the trees flashing by the window, then quietly looked at the horse in the driver's seat. The Animal Alliance's vehicle was extremely tall because the animals had grown significantly larger after their mutation. Once they transformed into human-like forms, animals like horses, which were already large, became about 3 to 4 times taller than humans. Sitting in the gigantic vehicle on Lin Feng's lap, Song Nanzhu felt like a little doll in his hands. The horse in the driver's seat had a horse head but extended a pair of brown hands, long and gripping the steering wheel. A strand of brown mane was braided into small braids, and it occasionally stuck out its thick tongue to lick its black lips. It was quite amusing. Song Nanzhu stole glances at him from time to time, feeling that the journey wasn't as awkward as she had thought. The old horse, Lin Feng, seemed a bit impatient. Faster. The horse head neighed, then spoke with an accent. "All right, Commander." Song Nanzhu couldn't help but chuckle. But the old horse heard it and chuckled back, feeling a bit shy. Song Nanzhu had originally planned to hold back out of politeness, but now she couldn't help it. Sitting on Lin Feng's lap, she laughed so hard that her body shook. But every time she laughed, her hand hurt even more, making her want to laugh even harder. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes and continued to laugh. Lin Feng held a small doll in his arms, and his previously unhappy mood gradually turned cheerful with her joyful laughter. They laughed for an unknown amount of time until their laughter faded away. When Lin Feng looked down, he saw that the little rabbit doll seemed to have fallen asleep in his arms, quietly pressed against his chest. The rabbit's ears twitched, and Lin Feng couldn't help but hold her a bit tighter. The little rabbit felt the blanket wrapping around her and comfortably shook her head. Lin Feng instantly frowned. The fluffy rabbit ears brushed against the exposed wound on his arm. He checked the little rabbit's ears, confirmed that nothing was wrong, and let out a sigh of relief. Allowing the wound to stick to the rabbit's ears, Lin Feng's gaze was obscure, fixed on the little rabbit in his arms, as if he were looking at his prey. A flash of sharpness crossing his eyes, only to be replaced by tenderness. Without raising his head, he said, "Afraid this guy will run away." The old horse was momentarily stunned, disbelief evident in his eyes as he laughed. "I always thought everything was under your control. It's the first time I've heard you say you're afraid someone will run away." Lin Feng's mind kept flashing back to that moment in his dream, where a dun had suddenly come out of nowhere to block a bullet, where the little rabbit's small hand had caught the blade. Moment after moment gradually overlapping in his mind. His expression was unclear, but a dun never appeared. Lin Feng lowered his head. The already healed bullet hole on his chest seemed to ache again. Countless nights, that wound screamed, as if trying to remind him that a dun had already abandoned him. In this chaotic world, whether his Adun was still alive was uncertain, let alone meeting again. That terrifying dream was like a trap, haunting him night after night, the wound preventing him from finding peace, until in the cave, he fell asleep with a fever, and Adun appeared again in his dream. At the moment he saw her face. In that instant, time seemed to stop, and Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, but in the dream, he could clearly hear his heartbeat. At that moment, he knew that this long-entangled dream had finally come to an end. Adun was the rope that saved him. Chapter 113. Why save me suddenly? He noticed that the little rabbit, who had been sleeping soundly, furrowed her brows, followed by the old horse, hearing an impatient voice. How much longer? The old horse slammed on the brakes. We're almost there. The Alliance vehicle drove into the camp, and the guard soldiers quickly opened the gate. The car moved smoothly, but Lin Feng caught a glimpse of something white flashing by the window. He turned his head, a hint of obscurity in his eyes, and asked faintly. The person who just passed by the roadside looked a bit familiar. Do you know who it is? The Wolf King was solitary, intimidating all tribes alone. However, many animal tribes were not, and to stabilize the position of the leader, they had to find allies within the tribe, usually older allies who had combat experience, and, due to their age, wouldn't covet the leader's position. They were the best allies. In this negotiation to the south, the hope was that the animal alliance in the southeast could take in the Arctic rabbit tribe. After all, the Arctic rabbit leader was just a female rabbit, although there was a mutation now. There had been no precedent for a matriarchal clan to be led by a female after the leader's death. Therefore, the Arctic rabbit leader, Bai Changfeng, sent his best ally, the deputy leader Bai Changlin, to accompany her. Lin Feng raised his head and locked eyes with the old horse in the rearview mirror. The road ahead was a fork, and Lin Feng didn't respond but said. Lin Feng got out of the car while holding the sleeping girl. The man's arms were steady, and Song Nanzhu, immersed in her dreams, hardly felt any bumps, instead comfortably turning over. The old horse secretly glanced and tactfully made way, not saying anything like, "If you need help carrying this rabbit, I'm here." The old horse paused for a moment, then quickly reacted. "That's just a rumor. There are some rumors in the Arctic rabbit tribe that the Arctic rabbit leader, having grown old, was about to retire but has no offspring." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "What, has the Arctic rabbit tribe started playing human games?" The old horse continued. "Originally, the Arctic rabbits were not a hereditary tribe, but since the mutation, they transformed from mere rabbits to humanoids. Human desires are naturally stronger than those of rabbits. The Arctic rabbit leader has no male heirs, and Miss Arctic Rabbit lacks the support of brothers. After the Arctic rabbit leader's death or retirement, her status in the tribe will likely decline sharply, and at that time, former enemies will naturally come looking for trouble. Therefore, it's rumored that the Arctic rabbit leader wants to pass his position to his daughter, Miss Baizhu. This time, sending Miss Baizhu south is actually to help her gradually take over the tribe's affairs." He quietly glanced at Lin Feng, only to see his gaze fixed on the little rabbit in his arms, and his voice gradually softened. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. "Keep it down, continue." The old horse was startled, looking at the sleeping girl in his arms, who turned over, his surprise growing. He couldn't help but lower his voice. This time Miss Baiju's disappearance has long been rumored in the Arctic rabbit tribe. Since a female rabbit can lead the tribe, why can't an old rabbit? So some suspect that Miss Baiju's disappearance is closely related to deputy leader Bai Changlin. In the past, this was unlikely and unnecessary. But now it's different. After the mutation, the situation has changed dramatically, and many tribes have experienced significant internal strife. Although the deputy leader hasn't said anything, many in the group are speculating that he actually wants to take the position for himself. Lin Feng was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Have someone keep an eye on Bai Changlin. If there's any movement, notify me immediately." "Yes, Commander." Lin Feng walked a few steps and added, "Find a female doctor." The old horse's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Yes, Commander." Song Nanzhu felt that the quilt wrapped around her was especially warm, soft, and more importantly, it changed with her movements. This sleep was particularly comfortable, making her completely forget where she was. Where was she? It seemed like she had turned into a rabbit and then encountered the annoying Lin Feng, and then got into a car with him. Wait, she got into a car with Lin Feng? Song Nanzhu felt a bucket of cold water poured over her, instantly driving away her wonderful dream, leaving only panic. Lin Feng saw the little rabbit, who had been sleeping in his arms, suddenly open her eyes wide in shock, staring at him with extreme fear, and his brows immediately curved. The little rabbit instinctively sat up, pushed the man in front of her hard, and jumped to the ground. "Why you? How could you?" However, this movement tugged at the wound on her hand, making her cry out in pain. Lin Feng, however, remained calm and said, "You suddenly fell asleep, and I couldn't wake you no matter how much I called. You insisted on holding on to me, but luckily I'm kind. Otherwise I would have to chop off your rabbit paw." Old Ma had just brought in a man and a woman, both doctors, when he heard this exchange. Looking at the little rabbit's shocked and disbelieving expression, Old Ma felt a sense of novelty. It was the first time he heard the commander speak nonsense. Song Nanzhu slowly calmed down, thinking that since she couldn't avoid this pest, she might as well improve their relationship. She immediately transformed into a cute smile and approached, saying, "It's really hard for you, Commander, since I'm so heavy. Look, you've got a wound here." She pointed to a wound on Lin Feng's arm, expressing some surprise. Old Ma unconsciously glanced at the little rabbit's ear, which had a patch of dried red, thinking to himself, "The commander is indeed ruthless." Having reached this point, and not saying a word, Lin Feng had an expression of not wanting to talk, waving his hand to let the female doctor bandage Song Nanzhu's wound. The male doctor then came over, using scissors to cut open Lin Feng's shirt, revealing a blood-soaked back. Even as a military doctor, having seen all kinds of wounds in the camp, he couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head. "Why did you save me?" Chapter 114. In the shadows, Song Nanzhu was taken aback for a moment. Why did she save him? Her heart skipped a beat, and the scene from that moment flashed in her mind again. The blade was only a few centimeters away from the wolf's fur, and the girl's boiling blood dripped down. A flicker of determination passed over her face, but she said very naturally, "Why are there so many whys? If you die, with my small frame, I wouldn't be able to escape that jungle." But then, she suddenly furrowed her brows, looking like she was about to cry. The female doctor carefully wiped the blood scabs off the little hand's wound with disinfectant iodine on cotton. The wound wasn't deep, but it bled a lot. The simple treatment in the cave was now undone as they unwrapped the gauze and re-disinfected it, reopening the wound that was gradually healing. The little rabbit frowned. Her face scrunched up, looking like she was in extreme pain. In truth, Song Nanzhu could endure the pain, but with Lin Feng here, she had to put on an act. Thinking this, the little rabbit gently furrowed her brows, looking pitiful, and said to the man, "It hurts." The word seemed to flutter like it had wings, drilling straight into the man's ears. Lin Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, very subtly, but Song Nanzhu caught it, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. But then Lin Feng said, "You have to endure the pain." His words were succinct, and his voice sounded cold and detached, lacking any warmth or compassion. Song Nanzhu thought, "Doesn't He realize why she is in this state? This guy really doesn't know how to be grateful." However, his hand was tightly gripping her wrist, showing no sign of letting go. Song Nanzhu wanted to use her other hand to stop him, but she was firmly held down by his other hand. With their hands intertwined, the girl, feeling frustrated, looked up and glared at Lin Feng, who remained unfazed. He expressionlessly said, "Apply the medicine." Song Nanzhu thought that this person seemed to have a natural affinity for bloodshed, enjoying the feeling of blood spurting, which awakened his true wildness. She had wanted to be close to him for over 10 years. Was it only on the day Lin Feng awakened that she truly recognized him? Undoubtedly, he was cruel, despicable, and cold. He liked to see her cry, to see her scream, to see her writhe in pain. The little rabbit had red rims around her eyes, and her cries gradually weakened. It was just an ordinary wound. Yet the female doctor was sweating profusely, as if she were on fire, feeling as though a gaze was trying to burn her to death. The wound was not severe enough to require stitches, but it must not come into contact with water. The doctor completed the final step and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Nanzhu finally regained her composure, feeling that her hand was no longer her own. Her body felt limp, her waist bent, wanted to lie down, but Lin Feng firmly pressed her waist, forcing her to sit up straight. Song Nanzhu felt a tightness in her heart. This really needed some serious thought. A few days ago, she faced life and death, and she truly had no mood to think about this issue. The girl rolled her eyes, thinking, given the current situation, except for that masked man, even her enemies haven't seen her true appearance, so there's no need to worry. Before coming here, she had already accessed all of Baiju's databases, her life, her memories, her work habits, all quietly imprinted in Song Nanzhu's mind. The deputy commander and her father were like brothers. She usually called him second uncle. Since she hadn't been seen for so long, second uncle must be very worried. Tomorrow, she would definitely catch up with him. Song Nanzhu wasn't foolish. She knew that Lin Feng was actually hinting at her with his words. The most important purpose of spreading this news was to make that person anxious, wondering who this rabbit really was. As she thought this, she looked up and saw Lin Feng frowning tightly, his sea-like eyes seemingly stirred up. She looked down and saw the male doctor applying medicine to Lin Feng. This was a cream made by the Animal Alliance based on the different habits and physical traits of each animal. Song Nanzhu remembered that when this cream was first researched, it was very precious. In her previous life, she often got hurt, and Lin Feng used to send large quantities to her room. It healed wounds extremely quickly, but was incredibly spicy. Applying it to the wound felt like salt being rubbed into it, burning with unbearable pain. A bead of sweat the size of a bean fell from the man's forehead. Song Nanzhu didn't need to look closely. She could see Lin Feng's face gradually turning pale, and she thought to herself, now it's finally your turn. But then she suddenly felt a strange discomfort in her heart. In the dark cave, they could only see each other's eyes. Lin Feng shoved a cold object into his hand. In the darkness, the sound of footsteps outside echoed, and the sound of the wind could be heard. Song Nanzhu heard her own heartbeat, thump, 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 and also heard Lin Feng's hurried words. He said. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a warm little hand covered his tightly clenched fist. His whole body felt as if it were burning with fire, unable to control his heart to calm down. The waves in his eyes, clearly visible. Song Nanzhu was about to say something when she was startled by the heat in his eyes. It seemed that there was a beast roaring and howling within him, tearing apart the last layer of clothing, revealing unhidden desire. He seemed to want to say something caring, but when he opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse. He ended up saying that everything was arranged. The place is located on the west side of the camp. Your tent is on the east side. I will have someone take you there later. He paused and added, there is no need to worry too much. It's not in the outer camp, but in this small camp. I will have someone on duty at night. Song Nanzhu was taken aback, not expecting Lin Feng to beat around the bush to say this. She nodded. Both of them clearly understood this arrangement. If one tent was too close to Lin Feng's tent, it might prevent that person from stretching out and coming over, so it had to be placed in a remote, uninhabited area, not on the outskirts of the camp, but in this small camp, making it seem less deliberate. After all the noise and commotion, she hadn't had a good sleep. Song Nanzhu couldn't help but yawn. At this moment, old Ma, who was beside her, interjected, Commander, your body is already at its limit. If you don't rest soon, you might not be able to hold on. Chapter 115. Little Flower Old Ma took Song Nanzhu out of Lin Feng's tent and headed east. The outer camp was large, but the small camp was embedded in the jungle, scattered in distribution, primarily for concealment. The two walked along the jungle for a long time until Song Nanzhu saw a small tent next to a clearing, surrounded by several other tents, distributed here and there. Old Ma reassured her, Miss, don't worry. Although it looks scattered in the jungle, this outer area is our camp, with an additional layer of soldiers for protection. So there won't be any danger. We won't let any humans infiltrate. Song Nanzhu bitterly smiled in her heart. What she feared was not humans. She quickly extinguished that thought. Was it really possible for someone walking in the dark to see a glimmer of light and desire to reach for it? She lowered her head and gave a self-deprecating smile. Old Ma had left without her noticing. When Song Nanzhu turned her head, she saw a small patch of sky through the dense jungle, dim and darkening. It was getting late, and when she turned back, she suddenly noticed a small flash of pink in front of her tent, and curiosity arose within her as she walked over and squatted down. The little rabbit seemed inherently interested in such beautiful things. She reached out her tiny paw to touch the pink flower. The petals were soft and looked like they had just bloomed. Song Nanzhu pinched the soil beside the petals with 2 fingers. It was moist and loose. Who had planted a bunch of small flowers at her tent's entrance. The moonlight was cool, and her wound began to itch gradually at night. The wild wind outside howled, shaking the tent. Fortunately, the tent was sturdy and only made a sound as the wind beat against it, like some ghostly presence knocking on the tent door. Though the tent was small, it was cozy, with a small table and stools, resembling an ordinary little room. Song Nanzhu walked inside, leaving a small flower to guard the entrance. Winter had already begun, and the north was becoming increasingly cold. She suddenly looked up as the tent blocked the moonlight. She mulled over the word winter in her mouth, remembering how in past winters, it seemed like Granny Tang and her master would make dumplings, which she and the dog beside her loved to eat. Song Nanzhu couldn't help but glance in another direction of the camp. Why was it that 2 people who once lay closely on the same bed now had hearts separated by many walls? Fortunately, the blanket was warm, but when Song Nanzhu lay down, she felt the wound on her palm itching intensely, digging into her heart and preventing her from sleeping. She couldn't help but think of Lin Feng. Was his wound itching too? Did he also toss and turn in bed, unable to sleep? That night, it took Song Nanzhu a long time to fall into a shallow sleep. She didn't dream, feeling her consciousness lingering in the tent, her hearing seeming to remain sharp. A trait unique to animals after genetic modification. Fortunately, nothing happened on the first night. The next day, the little white rabbit woke up to find 2 large dark circles under her eyes. She unzipped the tent and saw that the little flower still stood proudly outside. Squatting down, she noticed a small bud next to the petals, tiny and green on the outside, revealing just a bit of pink inside, quite stingy. Yet for some reason, Song Nanzhu felt a sense of joy blossom within her. She squatted down and gently touched the petals with her fingers, then felt the soil beneath the flower. It was indeed different from the surrounding soil. All day long, Lin Feng did not appear, only sending 2 unfamiliar soldiers to deliver meals. The little rabbit sat at the tent entrance from sunrise to sunset. That night, Song Nanzhu remained vigilant. The wind seemed even stronger tonight. She didn't know how long the wind had been blowing outside, but at midnight, she suddenly heard a sound outside the tent that did not belong to nature. She opened her eyes abruptly. The night wind howled, and the tent was dark. A shining eye blinked in the darkness. There were no surveillance cameras in the jungle. And throughout the previous day, she had buried a little secret beside that cute little flower. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The little rabbit blinked in the dark, and her hands under the blanket began to sweat slightly. The warmth was gradually becoming somewhat burning. She couldn't help but glance outside the tent, but saw no shadows and heard no unusual movements. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, indeed a master without a doubt. Outside was pitch black, being in such a remote place. She had no intention of going out. She kept her eyes fixed on the top of the tent, slowly waiting until sunrise. When the warm morning light gradually enveloped the tent, the little rabbit opened the tent door and took a gentle glance down. The little flower had been trampled to death. Baiju was the young lady of the Arctic rabbit family, having lived a carefree life since childhood. She had always been lively and cute, without worries, and did not need to be too clever. Thus, Song Nanzhu often wore a sweet smile. Yet now, with no one around, her face was cold. The girl slowly squatted down, watching as the pink petals of the little flower were pressed into the soil. A cold smile appeared on her lips as she touched the dry soil beneath with her fingers. 2 slender fingers gradually inserted straight into the soil along the little flower. She seemed to touch something different in the dirt, something cold, with a steel-like texture that was out of place with the gentle natural world. She pinched that object out with her fingers and held it up to her eyes, carefully examining the simple animal trap. 2 white hairs quietly fell into the girl's palm. She cast her gaze towards the distant camp. She was not one to sit and wait for death. If others did not come to trouble her, that was fine. But Song Nanzhu would never allow herself to be slaughtered. No matter who was over there, the face had been thoroughly torn apart. The little rabbit's lips curled into a gentle smile, appearing cute and tender as she softly said, "Then let me see who you really are." Chapter 116. Night attack, although she concealed her talents in front of others, now that she revealed her sharpness. She was destined to be full of eyes all over her body, or else she might not escape this fierce jungle. The little rabbit stood up and cast her gaze again towards Lin Feng's tent. The mountains and forests obscured her view. Suddenly, there were several loud noises in the jungle, and in an instant, branches began to move. Many birds screeched and flew out from the jungle. The little rabbit squinted and suddenly chuckled, entering the tent. It seemed that her day was destined to be boring, so the girl unhesitatingly burrowed into her blanket. After a sleepless night, she was now dead tired and fell asleep immediately. Throughout the day, only one soldier came to deliver a meal, and no one else had stepped foot into this obscure little camp. In the evening, Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again. She quietly stretched out her little paw, lifted a corner of the tent, and peeked out with half her head. Her little eyes blinked as the dusk illuminated half the mountain forest, enveloping the whole area in a blood-red twilight. She felt a bit happy, thinking tomorrow would be a good day. In the jungle, there were things far more terrifying than wild beasts. There were the greedy human hearts that crawled in the darkness, madly growing flesh as animals mutated with the times. She didn't know how long it had been, but it seemed to be midnight. Song Nanzhu became a bit drowsy, her big eyes blinking in the dark, as if they were about to close and drift into sleep. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind seemed to blow at the door, and she abruptly opened her eyes. She sniffed the air, sensing something was off, and Song Nanzhu felt a bit anxious. Instinctively, she reached under her pillow, gripping the pillowcase tightly. Suddenly, her small hand touched something cold, and a bell seemed to ring in her heart. Ding! She thought, who is it? The little rabbit, as if in a daze while sleeping, rolled over, quietly moving the object under the pillow to beneath the blanket. That object was sharp and glimmered coldly in the dark. Mixed feelings surged in the little rabbit's heart as she touched the blade, and instantly, she caught a whiff of blood. She thought I was careless. The short knife was extremely sharp. Song Nanzhu quickly put her injured, bleeding finger in her mouth, and the blood spread in her mouth. Fortunately, the blood's taste dissipated quickly in the air. She didn't even need to think to know who it was. They had spent countless nights sleeping together. Only that person would know her habit of putting her hand under the pillow when she woke up from nightmares, scared. She dared not think too deeply and had no time to do so, because she clearly heard an unusual sound of footsteps at the door. No matter who placed the knife, it was now her only weapon for survival. She grasped the hilt of the knife, staring intently at the door, her body stiff and silent. The footsteps grew closer and closer, almost brushing against the tent's entrance. Song Nanzhu's heart raced, beating wildly. In the darkness, she clearly heard the sound of air flowing and her own intense heartbeat. Every person's and animal's footsteps have distinct differences. Before Song Nanzhu became an undercover agent, she underwent extensive training and could clearly distinguish that this was a sound she had never heard before. Moreover, there was more than one. At this moment, the air seemed to stop flowing, and she felt a turbulent undercurrent in the jungle. Suddenly, a hand lifted the tent flap, and a rush of cold air poured in. In that icy air, Song Nanzhu sensed a distinct killing intent. One hand tightly gripped the blanket, and as soon as that person entered, she immediately prepared to grasp the sword and leap up. Suddenly, the cold air ceased flowing as the hand that lifted the flap slowly lowered it and retreated. Song Nanzhu was both surprised and suspicious, but then heard a unique sound of footsteps that seemed to emerge suddenly. A master. Song Nanzhu had never heard this sound before. It felt oddly familiar. After this sound appeared, the figures surrounding her tent slowly disappeared. Everything returned to a calm normalcy. Suddenly, a blade flashed with a cold light, cutting through the air, producing a sharp and piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. Zing! Song Nanzhu's eyes widened suddenly. Who was helping her in the dark? Although they couldn't see each other, the standoff between the inside and outside of the tent had become a turbulent undercurrent, about to erupt and engulf the jungle. She sat up abruptly, but heard footsteps outside that seemed to be deliberately suppressed. After that sound of metal, no further clashing was heard. Suddenly, with two rustling sounds, many leaves in the jungle fell unnaturally, as if someone was stepping on branches. Someone was fighting in the trees. The little rabbit tilted her ear and heard that sound seemingly fading away. She breathed a sigh of relief, but felt no sleepiness. Just as she wanted to lie down, she gently smoothed the blanket with her small hands, spreading it flat at her feet. It was very cold outside, the air filled with chill and dampness. But inside the blanket, it was very warm. She pulled the blanket closer, but suddenly her body stiffened, her already frail shoulders trembling violently. In the next second, Song Nanzhu suddenly struck backward, but her hand was caught firmly. The person didn't use much force, and didn't seem flustered, directly holding her wrist and pulling her forward. Song Nanzhu instinctively raised her foot to kick at that figure, originally aimed at the person's abdomen. She was surprised when the person caught her knee with a large hand, blocking it before her stomach. Song Nanzhu felt her knee was enveloped in a warm hand, as if she had kicked into cotton. However, that person didn't seem angry. In the cold air, Song Nanzhu heard a gentle chuckle. Before she could lower her leg, the man pulled her forward while simultaneously pinning her leg at her waist. In an instant, Song Nanzhu found herself unable to move, as the hand he held twisted her wrist behind her back. She quickly tried to seize the hand on his waist, but the man reacted faster, abandoning the leg he had pinned and instead grabbing her waist. Chapter 117. The flowers have fallen. That waist was delicate to the grip. Song Nanzhu punched him in the chest, but to her surprise, the man remained silent, directly taking her punch. She felt her small hand strike against something hard, causing her to wince in pain, yet the man showed no reaction, and his other hand firmly held her wrist while the hand gripping her waist pressed her down, instantly controlling her core and preparing to topple her onto the bed. Song Nanzhu quickly grabbed his other wrist, and the man, caught off guard, was pulled down with her. Song Nanzhu felt a shadow flash before her eyes, and the hand on her waist suddenly lifted her effortlessly, flipping her in the air. The original up and down position instantly turned into front and back. She felt the powerful hands hold her waist, propelling her through the air, turning her back toward the man. Unable to see her face at all, the hand that held her wrist passed beneath her, now pressing against his elbow. Song Nanzhu gripped the man's wrist with her other hand and bit down with her small teeth, sinking them into flesh. Suddenly, she heard the man behind her take a slight breath, his tone seemingly teasing. When a rabbit bites, it really shows no mercy. Song Nanzhu snorted coldly, not realizing before that the commander had a habit of sneaking into beds at night, which was not very good. She twisted her body, trying to sit up, but the hand gripping her waist held firm. Her back pressed against the man's back, feeling the heat of his chest. Song Nanzhu noticed her face was also slightly flushed, and she felt annoyed. She struggled to break free from the man's embrace, but Lin Feng only tightened his grip. Song Nanzhu had no idea what Lin Feng had taken, as he finally released the hand gripping her wrist, but then pinched her ear on top of her head, saying, "This is braised rabbit head." Song Nanzhu was furious, and taking advantage of the fact that only her waist was held, she struck the hand on her waist, using the momentum to turn and face the man's chest, kicking forward. To her surprise, the man was still faster, reaching up to grab her thigh, laughing. "Then this is braised rabbit leg. You." Song Nanzhu was so angry her mouth tangled. The air was originally cold, and the blanket was slightly warm. But with all this movement, it felt like a furnace under the blanket, stirring up intense emotions that secretly itched. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside, startling Song Nanzhu. She heard someone outside say their subordinate had not done their job properly. Lin Feng, however, appeared to understand everything. Dead? The voice outside was unfamiliar. Silent for a long time, before finally saying, "Yes." Lin Feng spoke while not loosening his grip, continuing to ask, "What was it? What do you think of this matter?" It's normal not to catch them, because that person didn't act personally. They came prepared and were ready to return empty-handed. Suddenly, both of them fell silent, and the air returned to quietness. However, the bodies tangled under the blanket felt like a fire igniting. Song Nanzhu's voice suddenly became a bit low as she said, "Commander, the flowers have fallen." She sensed the body behind her stiffen for a moment, and the little rabbit let out a soft whimper. She wasn't foolish enough to overlook this. On the first day, the soil under the flowers was wet before sleep and when waking up in the morning, while the surrounding soil was dry. It hadn't rained at night. Only a person had come to water them. The next morning, the soil under the flowers was dry, and the flowers were trampled. It must have been the person who had come to water them, who suddenly noticed the trampled marks at the door, saw the flowers had wilted, and left. Song Nanzhu suddenly felt a lump in her throat. She wanted to blurt out, "Why? What do you know? What do you suspect? Why do you never ask? Why do you never say anything?" She didn't know how long this situation could be balanced, so she had to lightly change the topic. "It's someone from the tribe. That day, I found 2 tables of white rabbit fur." Lin Feng gradually lowered his hand, turned over, and sat up. "What do you think?" The little rabbit's voice was very soft and faint in the night, like a ghost, whispering, "I have no thoughts, and I don't know who it is. The enemy is in the dark, and I'm in the light. I don't remember who attacked me back then. I suspect I was drugged." She cautiously used her personal experience of seeing white bamboo in a dream to test. Drugged? Yes. She wanted to escalate this matter. So it couldn't be treated merely as a conflict within the Arctic rabbit tribe, but should be magnified to the entire animal alliance. Before this, my genes were not outstanding, and I had no talent. I had been waiting for the opportunity to awaken, but they used a kind of potion to forcibly awaken me. She stopped there, not continuing further. Lin Feng picked up where she left off. He finally sat up, turned to the person outside the tent, and said, "Go check if there are animals and humans communicating within the alliance. Investigate their communication channels and the flow of potions." Song Nanzhu followed his gaze to look outside the window, where a figure was standing. She suddenly thought of someone, a person who was rarely seen in front of Lin Feng in her previous life, but was indeed a very sharp knife. Because Lin Feng sat up and lifted a corner of the blanket, cold air rushed in. He turned to look at Song Nanzhu and said, "Staying here is no longer meaningful. Move to my tent tomorrow." His words were cold and unquestionable. Song Nanzhu smiled helplessly and crossed her legs under the blanket. "The commander has said so. What can I do?" Lin Feng seemed amused by her words. Originally, his sharp brows and eyes made him look fierce and serious. But now when he smiled, his brows and eyes curved, making him quite handsome. He wrapped the blanket around her and lifted her up like a wrapped dumpling, carrying her small rabbit body on his shoulder in the warm blanket. You don't seem very willing. Why not come with me now? Chapter 118. Move into my tent. Although this position wasn't uncomfortable, Song Nanzhu felt very awkward inside. She was wrapped in a blanket like a zongzi, carried on the man's strong shoulder. As they exited the tent, a gust of cold wind hit her, and Song Nanzhu instinctively let out a hiss. The man reached out to shove her head inside, gripping the blanket tightly. Now she felt like a candy tightly wrapped at both ends, curled up inside the blanket, squished into a little ball. Song Nanzhu roared inside the blanket. Damn it! If you want to smother me, just say it. The man, however, walked forward with big strides, and upon hearing this, he laughed loudly at the night sky. Song Nanzhu, jumbled up in the blanket, cursed Lin Feng every which way. The man moved quickly, and in no time, they had gone from the west to the east. The jungle was dense, and the night wind was chilling. The little rabbit's long-held heart finally dropped when she saw Lin Feng's tent through a gap in the blanket. Now she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her reason, and she gradually fell asleep inside the blanket. Commander! Suddenly, a boy's voice broke the silence in the air. Ji stumbled in, lifting the tent flap. The originally excited smile on his face froze upon seeing Lin Feng's sharp gaze, mixed with the cold wind of the night, sweeping over. Ji felt his body uncontrollably shiver 3 times. His gaze quickly shifted to the sleeping ball of cotton candy on the bed, and he felt his voice become weak and trembling. He saw the little cotton candy roll over and continue sleeping, and only then did he cautiously lift his head to look at his commander. Lin Feng's tone was cold, showing no tenderness from before when he had held the little rabbit. Is there movement at the mine? There is movement. A corner of the mine has already been excavated. That cave was originally left behind by humans from the northern region who wanted to mine the mountain, digging channels deeper into the sides, making it easy to discover the concentration of yellow crystal mines. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Everything was as he expected. He looked up, signaling Ji to continue. The Secretary General reported this matter to the governor first. The governor was very pleased and said he wanted to commend you greatly, while also getting angry with Qiu Chao, as it was his subordinate's mismanagement that allowed Qiu Chu to do this. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Everyone knew about Qiu Chao's matter, but what of it? Qiu Chao was a major force in the southeastern region, and the governor couldn't completely eradicate him over such a trivial matter. Ji, still young, showed an expression of anger and indignation, asking angrily, "Why?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly, but his gaze shifted to the ball of cotton candy. The little rabbit's hand was still wrapped in thick gauze, and he suddenly asked, "What is Qiu Chao's attitude now?" I could have chosen not to care, but now I cannot. The wolf's eyes emitted a faint green glow in the darkness. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a cold breeze rushed in, perhaps because Ji hadn't pulled the tent flap properly when he entered. The only candlestick on the table flickered and struggled for a moment before ultimately succumbing to the cold wind and extinguishing. Song Nanzhu didn't know why she slept so peacefully that night, sleeping until the sun was high in the sky. The tent wasn't very light-blocking. Warm sunlight fell on her eyelids, and the little rabbit's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, transforming back into a young girl. A clean set of clothes lay beside her. The little girl, naked under the blanket, cautiously poked her head out to look around. It seemed like a small room, but she didn't know its location. However, the surroundings were closed off, yet it didn't feel cramped. Instead, it felt very secure. She stretched out a slender little hand, slowly pulling the clothes into the blanket. After a while, Song Nanzhu jumped down from the bed barefoot. The little girl quietly lifted the flap of her small tent, poking her head out like a little mouse, stealthily slipping out the door, only to find that outside was not natural grass and jungle, but another large tent that looked a bit familiar. Cough, cough. Suddenly, she heard 2 deliberate coughs. Song Nanzhu was startled and turned her head abruptly, only to see Lin Feng sitting in a chair, with the others, Leoma and Ji, standing. Lin Feng's gaze upon her seemed to freeze for a moment. This outfit was scavenged while searching for human dwellings. In the military camp, most of the companions were tall, carnivorous animals, and the accompanying Arctic rabbits were mostly males, leaving no clothes suitable for her small stature. She had to temporarily find a piece of clothing belonging to a human girl who was a war prisoner. Although it wasn't new, it barely fit. It was a pink suspender dress for a little girl, layered with several pieces of gauze, and underneath the skirt were two smooth little feet, which looked a bit cold, with the feet crossed over each other. Song Nanzhu imitated Baizhu, revealing a cute smile. Good morning. However, Commander Lin Feng suddenly thought of the girl who had grinned and thrown a punch at him in bed last night, and the current pose was completely different from that. He suddenly lowered his head and chuckled softly. Su Ji scratched his head, confused, and turned to him. Commander, what's so funny? But he was stopped by Old Ma with a glance. Old Ma sighed inwardly, thinking that this person clearly had awakened a mind. Yet he still couldn't figure things out as well as a horse's head could. Chapter 119. Smoked meat. Lin Feng waved at the little rabbit standing dumbly at the door. Haven't had breakfast yet? Come over and have breakfast with us. Song Nanzhu obediently walked over. A square table had Lin Feng sitting at one end, with Old Ma and Su Ji sitting beside him, leaving the seat directly opposite empty. Just as Song Nanzhu sat down and positioned her rabbit legs, she felt a churn in her stomach. Yesterday, to lure the enemy deeper, Lin Feng had only sent one meal, which left this little rabbit starving. After sitting down, an old woman dressed in coarse linen brought several dishes to the table. Song Nanzhu's eyes widened in excitement, but soon fell in shock. The old woman brought a plate neatly arranged with smoked meat. Song Nanzhu's heart sank. How could she have forgotten? The food in the animal world was far from normal human meals. Reflecting on her past life, Song Nanzhu steadied her mind and glanced awkwardly at Lin Feng. However, Su Ji raised his eyebrows, looking quite pleased. He pointed at the plate of meat and said, I heard that food is extremely scarce in the Arctic. The Arctic rabbit tribe has an exceptional ability to find food in the north and occasionally eats meat, right? Song Nanzhu awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, casting her gaze onto the meat on the plate, which was arranged like a flower, looking quite similar to Spanish smoked ham. But the texture was vastly different from what she had seen before. Just as she thought of this, Su Ji couldn't wait to lick his lips. But since Lin Feng still had a calm expression and showed no intention of using his chopsticks, he had to rub his hands under the table and said to Song Nanzhu, fortunately, Arctic rabbits occasionally eat meat. Look at Old Ma. He refuses to eat meat. What a pity. You must try our cook skills. They are truly remarkable. The ingredients are fresh and not just random corpses. This one was brought from the Animal Alliance. And now there's only one leg left. On the surface, Song Nanzhu appeared calm, but inside she was in turmoil. Although she had prepared herself before coming here, this was a characteristic of the northern tribes. Lin Feng looked up at her, his gaze ambiguous, but like a treacherous wave, it seemed to test her. Smoked leg meat. Song Nanzhu's expression was flat, but at that moment, she felt a gaze fall on her. It was Lin Feng's eyes suddenly raised, looking at her. Old Ma, still wearing a somewhat comical horse face, called out, Where's my fresh grass and corn? The cook in the military kitchen immediately replied, coming right up, fresh. Just picked this morning, still dewy. Old Ma added, Get more, we have more than just me, a herbivore today. Saying this, he waved his hoof. Hey, Commander, don't make it hard for this little girl. Although Arctic rabbits eat meat, it's not very often. We shouldn't appear to be mistreating her in the military camp, as if we can't even afford to give her dewy grass. However, Song Nanzhu burst into laughter, like a little girl who was joking around and didn't mind at all. She reached out and picked up a piece of ham, broke it, and slowly put it in her mouth. Chewing carefully, the fresh flavor exploded in her mouth. It was indeed excellent smoked meat, preserving the richness and tenderness of the meat. Her soft tongue gradually shredded the meat in her mouth, swallowing it down, but leaving a lingering fragrance between her lips and teeth. How is it? Su Ji's eyes revealed excitement. This is a delicacy that can only be enjoyed by following the governor. A human needs to be hung and smoked for a long time to get this plate. Song Nanzhu looked up and saw Lin Feng's deep, pool-like gaze. She smiled sweetly and nodded. It truly is a rare delicacy. It's indeed hard to find such a delicious taste in the Arctic, where the weather is freezing. Why are you always urging us grass eaters to eat your meat? Old Ma took the plate from the cook and stuffed a corn cob into Song Nanzhu's hands. Just nibble on this. It's already winter in the north, and fresh grass can still be found with some effort, but the corn is brought over from the Alliance base, and the grain is not very fresh. Song Nanzhu smiled shyly but felt a huge sense of relief inside. Finally, Old Ma rescued her. The taste of this meat was quite different from beef, pork, or lamb. Extremely peculiar. However, just thinking about eating the flesh of her own kind made her feel uncomfortable. No matter how well it was made, it was hard to swallow. She smiled and nodded, taking the corn cob, and began to nibble carefully. The cook just brought up several more dishes, all different ways of eating meat. Ji was eating with great relish, while Song Nanzhu cautiously glanced up at Lin Feng. Most animals wouldn't use chopsticks or forks, directly using their hands or mouths like primitives, but Lin Feng used chopsticks elegantly, picking up a piece of meat from the plate and slowly sending it to his mouth. Chewing slowly, his throat moving gently as he swallowed. Song Nanzhu was momentarily distracted, watching him. Suddenly, she thought of the scene in which Lin Feng buried his head in a dog bowl to eat, and the contrast with his current elegant way of eating with chopsticks was striking, causing her to giggle. This laugh seemed somewhat abrupt in the originally quiet atmosphere, and all three of them looked up at her. Song Nanzhu thought, "Oh no, I've become so unable to hold it together." She scratched her head awkwardly and forced a smile. "It's nothing, just suddenly remembered a funny thing about competing with other rabbits for grass." As she said this, Song Nanzhu's mind recalled the time in her childhood when she and little Lin Feng competed for a roasted sweet potato to eat. At that time, Lin Feng probably really thought he was a little dog. The clever little girl and the somewhat dull little wolf scrambled to get the first roasted sweet potato that Grandma Tsukuyami took out from the stove. Their heads all squished together. Suddenly, a silver flash passed through the air, and the little dog that had been competing for the sweet potato jumped up and dashed toward the ring, its movements nimble, catching the ring midair. At that moment, it suddenly realized and turned its head to find that the little girl had already smugly stuffed the entire sweet potato into her mouth. He said, "But Commander, that mine." Ji looked up to inquire. "The mine is already there and can't run away. The enemy can't possibly pry it away. Once I take Miss Baiju to meet the Arctic Rabbit Tribe, we will go see the mine." Chapter 120. Sending flowers. This negotiation was crucial, and many seasoned veterans had come to the tribe. However, Song Nanzhu had already familiarized herself with the list of accompanying personnel before setting out, so she wasn't flustered. But this time was different from the past, whether it was entering the training camp, genetic modification, or seeing Lin Feng again. It was merely repeating the old path from a previous life. For the Arctic Rabbit Tribe, it was a completely new venture. Song Nanzhu felt a spasm in her stomach. She gritted her teeth and took a few more bites of corn, a habitual smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as she gently wiped her lips with a tissue. After finishing, she turned and walked outside, while Ji called out from behind, "What do you need to clean up with those few broken little leaves?" Lin Feng, however, remained silent, his gaze following the girl's long black hair, where two rabbit ears seemed to have popped up unexpectedly, drooping like two fallen leaves from a tree, stained by snow. The little rabbit lifted the outer tent flap and stepped outside. As soon as Song Nanzhu exited the tent, she took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. The natural scent in the cold wind and the sound of falling leaves made her feel a bit more at ease. Suddenly, a wave of intense discomfort surged, and she quickly opened her eyes and ran into the woods. She leaned against a tree, the fixed smile on her face vanishing in an instant. She tried to suppress her voice, not wanting others to notice, but her stomach was churning violently, like a small boat being tossed by turbulent waves, surging up her throat. The little girl nearly collapsed onto the grass, but fortunately, she held tightly to the tree trunk, her fingertips turning red from the pressure, leaving 5 fingerprints on the originally stout trunk. After struggling for a while, she finally straightened up, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Unexpectedly, from her past life to this life, she could not stomach this disgusting human flesh. Genetic modification truly was both a blessing and a curse. After becoming an animal, her senses, originally human, were infinitely magnified. She could smell and taste things she could never perceive before. She clearly sensed that humans, rabbits, wolves, leopards, and various other animals all had different scents. And from the moment she touched that piece of meat to her tongue, she felt an uncontrollable shiver beneath her skin. A chill. She looked around. The grass on the ground was already yellow, with only a few green leaves peeking out. She casually plucked a few green and yellow clumps and stuffed them into her mouth. Chewing, she surprisingly tasted a hint of sweetness. She was truly getting closer to being a rabbit. The Animal Alliance army was not as strictly disciplined as the human army. After all, during battles, some people transformed into animals without caring about clothing, let alone getting a buzz cut. Lin Feng stood straight in front of the tent, and as Song Nanzhu pushed aside a small patch of bushes, his gaze came straight at her, making her feel inexplicably flustered. She patted her chest, took a deep breath, and smiled as she walked over. "Commander Lin, thank you for waiting for me. Let's hit the road." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave this forest? Want to catch up with it?" Song Nanzhu revealed a sly smile, and like a magician, she suddenly pulled out a bunch of delicate wildflowers from behind her fluffy skirt and handed them to Lin Feng. In fact, Song Nanzhu was not short. It was just that the man was too tall. She had to stand on tiptoe to barely reach his chin. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the man's eyes as he saw the red and green wildflowers blocking her entire figure. "Thank you for your help these past few days, Commander Lin. Unfortunately, I am currently broke and cannot repay you. When I become prominent in the future, I will definitely not forget your great kindness." Song Nanzhu blinked her big eyes, peeking over the flowers to gauge Lin Feng's reaction. Sure enough, although he forced himself to suppress a smile, she caught a hint of joy in his eyes. She felt she had figured out this person's heart after dealing with him for half a lifetime in her past life. He was simply someone who preferred soft approaches over hard ones. However, holding the flowers in her small arms was tiring, and she didn't hear any movement from above. She thought, has Lin Feng suddenly changed? But then she saw Lin Feng slowly accepting the flowers. Today's tasks were not yet finished. Why think about the future? Instead of gathering so many flowers, it would be better to consider what to say when meeting the tribe. Song Nanzhu's heart sank, but the flowers in her hand had already been taken away. She looked up, carefully observing Lin Feng's expression, only to see him return to his usual indifferent demeanor. The joy she thought she saw earlier seemed to have been a mistake. Song Nanzhu pouted. What an unpredictable man. Just then, Olma drove the car over, and Lin Feng seemed to have tossed the flowers into the passenger seat before getting in himself. Song Nanzhu stood there with a pout, but she wasn't really angry. The flowers were just a casual pick to cover for herself. She got into the back seat and fastened her seatbelt. The man in front spoke coldly. "Didn't you remember to buckle up when you came?" "How?" Song Nanzhu scratched her head. The rearview mirror reflected the man's sharp gaze. "Do I need to help you with that?" The little white rabbit's eyes widened, pouting in grievance, but one hand quickly turned to fasten the seatbelt. She murmured softly, "Really? What is wrong now? Is it because that bunch of flowers I picked earlier smells too bad?" Suddenly, Lin Feng turned and said, "There are a pair of shoes over there. Hurry and put them on. Don't run around barefoot on the ground. It will make it seem like our Animal Alliance mistreated you." Song Nanzhu exclaimed and looked down, noticing a small pair of shiny white shoes under the seat. They looked perfect with her fluffy skirt. She was pleasantly surprised and carefully slipped her little human feet into them. Ever since her genetic modification turned her into a human, her stature seemed to have gradually shrunk. Genetic modification has a slow process. Her current body was smaller than it was before, even when she was in the refugee camp. At the time of modification, it must have considered her age and original physique. According to her current rabbit age, she should indeed be around 14 or 15. She slipped her little feet in, and they fit just right. Song Nanzhu casually asked, "Not bad. Where did they come from?" Olma opened his mouth, but Lin Feng, expressionless, replied, "They were taken off corpse." Song Nanzhu pouted, knowing that this dead wolf wasn't that kind-hearted. Olma hesitated, glancing at the girl in the back seat, and then at his commander's cold expression, ultimately swallowing the words he was about to say. For some reason, the mountain road was rugged, and Olma didn't drive as steadily as he did that day. Instead, he sped all the way, making Song Nanzhu feel like her rabbit brain was about to bounce out. They passed through layers of jungle and gradually arrived at the outer camp from the inner small camp. There were many people living in the outer camp. Besides the Arctic rabbit tribe, the soldiers Lin Feng brought were also stationed there. The car drove smoothly into the camp, making left and right turns before entering a flat area where tents were connected. Nanzhu looked out the car window, enjoying the scenery. On the flat ground with connected tents, many small fluffy white clumps were walking around, resembling cotton candy that had fallen to the ground. However, the Arctic rabbits were already considered larger among rabbit species. Standing up, they weren't small, but in front of the tall, carnivorous animals, they looked like a flattened little snowball. Just as Nanzhu was about to unbuckle her seatbelt and push the car door open, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Wait." As Nanzhu tilted her head in confusion, Lin Feng's long legs stepped out of the car first. He elegantly turned around and directly opened the back door, standing beside it like a dashing gentleman, extending a hand to the little white rabbit sitting inside the car, dressed in a fluffy skirt. Nanzhu instantly understood, and she cautiously extended her small paw to touch the man's large and warm palm. She gently jumped out of the car, her cheeks pale and tender. At the age of 14 or 15, which was just the right time of youth, dressed in a cute dress and wearing little leather shoes, she looked like a little princess, especially with the small rabbit herself standing behind her, a carnivorous animal almost twice her height. Despite his cold demeanor, there was a hint of killing intent, standing behind the little girl like a sturdy bodyguard. The rabbits in the camp all stopped what they were doing and gathered around, each asking questions. "Commander Lin, good job." Nanzhu smiled, knowing that Lin Feng had intentionally driven the car into the camp and put on such a performance in front of everyone to show that now Nanzhu had a close relationship with Commander Lin and should not be easily provoked. The rabbits quietly cast curious glances at the little girl, who was so capable that Commander Lin personally opened the door. "But look, she has 2 rabbit ears on her head." Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on the girl's face as she stepped forward to hold a rabbit's hand. "Grandma May, why don't you remember me?" The old rabbit was taken aback for a moment. Then her pupils gradually widened, and a look of surprise appeared on her face as she shouted. All the rabbits nearby were startled and began to whisper, "Is that Baiju, the one with the poor genes, with no hope of awakening? Keep your voice down, look. Isn't she awakened now? Seems to have a good relationship with Commander Lin." However, Nanzhu stopped her with one hand. "It's okay. Grandma's not in a hurry. We will meet again later. But my second uncle, I haven't seen him in a long time. He must be worried sick, right?" The little girl waved her hand and pulled Grandma forward. "No need for my second uncle to make a trip. I'll go check on him myself." As she walked, Nanzhu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. So far, so good. Before the genetic modification, she had thoroughly analyzed Baiju's personality, life, and the people around her, and it seemed that, at least for now, no one around her had any doubts. Soon, they arrived at a tent, and Grandma May eagerly lifted the curtain. The curtain was lifted halfway, just in front of Nanzhu, and as she cast her gaze inside, she suddenly froze. The man had his back to her. Vice Commander Bai Lin was older, but still stood tall and upright, without any stoop. But this figure, Nanzhu's eyes suddenly darkened. The white hair atop his head made her feel for a moment that this figure resembled the black-haired masked man in her dreams. Bai Lin paused for a moment before suddenly turning around. So far, the news from the training camp had not gone wrong. Whether it was Grandma or Bai Lin, they looked just like the one she had seen in the files before. It was hard to tell the age of this man. After all, rabbits generally give birth early. He quickly approached and took Nanzhu's hand. "If you disappeared after going south, I wouldn't know how to explain to the commander." Chapter 122, Meeting Old Friends. The man had only a few wrinkles on his face, looking relatively young. Nanzhu recalled the identity file she had seen before the genetic modification. However, the investigation only mentioned that Vice Commander Bai Lin and Bai Feng had a brotherly relationship and did not mention any grievances. Nanzhu scrutinized the man, seemingly searching for that strange feeling from earlier, but it was nowhere to be found. In such a critical moment, it's better to be overly cautious than careless. She smiled normally and discreetly withdrew her hand. The man's empty hand was raised awkwardly in the air, and a strange look flashed in his eyes, but no one noticed. Nanzhu couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. The usual way animals express longing and excitement was merely by grooming themselves, but now that they had turned into humans, There were so many more pretentious words. "Oh, who is this? The little waste has awakened?" Suddenly, a young yet arrogant male voice emerged from somewhere. Song Nanzhu followed the gazes of the crowd and saw a youth dressed in human brand-name clothes, with a big gold chain around his neck, slowly lifting the curtain of the tent and walking in. He looked a few years older than Bai Zhu, but animals have shorter lifespans, and their thoughts develop quickly. The boy seemed to be only 18 or 19, with a youthful face but an expression of maturity and arrogance that didn't match his age. Coupled with his flashy brand-name attire and second-hand shoes that looked like they had been taken from some corpse, his deliberate demeanor made people laugh. Song Nanzhu chuckled. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's my useless brother who is just as useless as I am." Looking at the boy in front of her, with his flashy attire, she wondered where he had scavenged it from. Animals, after turning into humans, would not instinctively develop the human desires for power and money. Their original desires were merely for food and mating. However, this Arctic rabbit, just coming down from the Arctic, was dressed so flamboyantly. Was it a sign of following trends? Or was someone secretly guiding him? She looked him up and down and said, "Brother, your understanding of ideology is quite high. You just became human not long ago and have already explored all the novel things of humanity. Animals might not know, but as a human, she certainly recognized human brands. Perhaps other rabbits wouldn't recognize him, but Song Nanzhu could identify every brand on his body. Bai Zhu, a name that sounded like a woman's, had no relation to Song Nanzhu, but was forcibly called brother by her old man. He was the son of the third commander, Bai Ru, and also the youngest and strongest man in the tribe. If he hadn't turned into a human, he might have been the leader of the Arctic rabbit tribe. Song Nanzhu looked up at her cheap cousin, thinking, "But you are out of luck, since you have turned into a human and met me. The Arctic rabbit tribe will have no opportunity for you." The young man snorted disdainfully. Song Nanzhu smiled. It seemed that this group of accompanying personnel was only there to ensure her safety and confirm the smooth negotiation. In fact, each faction in the tribe had embedded their own people. She turned around with a smile. "This is really not simple." Bai Chonglin, who was beside Azu, quickly laughed to ease the tension. "Don't take it to heart with your cousin. He just has a sharp tongue, but he still cares about you, his sister." Song Nanzhu raised her eyebrows, a sweet smile appearing on her lips, thinking, could it be that the second and third are colluding? But she said, "Azu certainly knows that everyone is doing this for my good." Bai Zhu smirked with a hint of disdain. Wasn't he, Bai Zhu, the most foolish and naive before? Never caring to say these hypocritical words? How come you changed after just one trip out? Song Nanzhu's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively glanced at her second uncle before smiling and saying, "This is something I learned from Commander Lin. One should be humble towards people and matters. But there's no need to be humble towards you, dog." Indeed, Song Nanzhu thought. Bai Chonglin originally knew that Bai Zhu had a bad relationship and was now intentionally testing her. Fortunately, Bai Zhu was not very clever and was rather foolish. "Sister Yang, why hasn't she come yet? She keeps saying she misses me. Is she slacking off at this time?" Song Nanzhu's gaze suddenly froze for a moment. She looked outside and just happened to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng was standing by the car, but his gaze was fixed on the inside of the tent. The tent curtain was pulled open, and the two exchanged a distant glance. "Azu," Bai Chonglin spoke again, "you still haven't said where you went before? We have been looking for you for a long time, and Commander Lin can't find you either." Upon hearing this, Song Nanzhu's heart tightened, but her expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic, and her lips curled into a sweet smile. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, a sharp male voice interrupted the conversation among the group. Bai Zhu's expression froze for a moment, but soon returned to the expected surprise. "Miss Bai Zhu, you're so impressive." However, Song Nanzhu took everything in stride. Chapter 123. Enslavement. Song Nanzhu turned around and stepped out of the tent in her little leather shoes. Lin Feng did not enter. Instead, he stood like a mountain at the entrance, waiting for the little girl to come out quickly. He stepped aside, discreetly blocking the people behind the tent. Bai Zhu originally wanted to follow and say something, but suddenly felt a shadow loom over her. She looked up. Even though she was quite tall among the Arctic rabbit tribe, in front of Lin Feng, she looked like a younger brother who hadn't reached adulthood yet. She wanted to say something, but given Lin Feng's noble status, a curse almost on her lips was forcibly swallowed. She stiffened her neck and held back her words. Song Nanzhu felt a huge figure following her, which strangely reassured her. The vehicles of the Animal Alliance were much taller than those of humans, making it difficult for the small Song Nanzhu to climb in. Standing in front of the Alliance vehicle, she looked like a doll that had wandered into the human world. With a little push, she stepped into the vehicle. Even though Lin Feng hardly spoke throughout, his importance to Song Nanzhu was evident. The door slammed shut. Song Nanzhu let out a long breath and leaned back against the soft seat. "Where now?" she asked after catching her breath. Lao Ma had left at some point, and when she looked up, she saw Lin Feng sitting in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with one hand. His eyes met the girl's slightly confused gaze through the rearview mirror, and he said lightly, "To the mine." Song Nanzhu nodded absently, still pondering the meeting inside the tent, unconsciously gazing out the window. The mountains and rivers changed outside, and the trees rushed past the back of the vehicle. This isn't the road to the mine. Lin Feng caught the girl's terrified and puzzled expression in the rearview mirror and found it somewhat cute and amusing. He suppressed a smile. "No, is the road to the mine." Song Nanzhu turned her head to look closely outside. The vehicle twisted through the jungle, and she squinted her eyes, feeling a strange familiarity among the continuous greenery. "Is this another road?" Song Nanzhu thought to herself, feeling an odd sensation. It seemed that Lin Feng's previous act of being chased and seeking refuge in a cave, needing her, a weak little rabbit, to take care of him, was all a ruse. The effort was merely to better dig into the mines in the Arctic tribe's territory while simultaneously deceiving the enemy, killing two birds with one stone. The Arctic tribe had originally conspired with the enemy, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng turned the tables on them. With this move, the Animal Alliance seized the initiative, providing ample reason to take control of the mine. Furthermore, the Northern tribe and the enemy likely also drifted apart because of this incident. Truly, Lin Feng is impressive, Song Nanzhu thought. However, she wondered whether it was good or bad to have taken such an obvious side from the beginning. Leaning against the window, watching the increasingly familiar scenery, she thought they had long found a shortcut to the mine. But what surprised Song Nanzhu was that this road was right behind the Animal Alliance's camp. No wonder when she shot the flare from a cave. She thought that deep in the mountains, by the time Sue and the others arrived, perhaps both of them would have already dried up. Yet, she never expected Sienna to arrive so quickly. Indeed, the darkest place is under the lamp. Seeing his profile, she noticed a sharp jawline as he drove. The vehicle was steady on the road, and soon it entered a flatter area. Song Nanzhu dared not ask further about this road and obediently opened the car door. This area was no longer dense with jungle. Many humanoid animals were gathered here. From a distance, she saw a large crowd. Initially thinking they were animals coming to investigate the mine, she jumped down from the high vehicle, and a gust of wind blew, causing her frown. "What is that smell?" The little girl covered her nose. Despite the little girl putting it on, she felt that smell lingering, as if it was coming from the crowd ahead. It was a strange feeling, both unfamiliar and familiar, indescribably foul, yet making Song Nanzhu feel inexplicably uncomfortable. This jungle had evidently been trampled by countless footsteps over the past few days. Between the trees, numerous small paths had formed, and the once dense thickets had now turned into patches of flat ground. The little girl's leather shoes sank into the soft soil, the white shoe surface getting a bit muddy. She glanced down, but did not care too much. Lin Feng walked ahead, and the little girl stepped in the large footprints left by the man, walking step by step. The further she went, the more she felt something was off, as if a force was pushing her away. "Commander, you're here," Sue and the others, who were originally directing, turned around and said. As they spoke, the engineers standing at the cave entrance made way, revealing the opening. But Song Nanzhu's gaze was drawn to a group of people crawling at the cave entrance. A sense of fear surged in her heart, and she finally understood how that nauseating, foul smell came about. The group on the ground was chained together, lying there, nearly naked, with both men and women, and even some elderly and children, all bound by chains, lying on the ground. From a distance, she thought they were animals turned into humans, but as she got closer, that familiar yet disgusting smell made her stomach churn. It turned out that the beings lying there like ants were actual humans. However, Standing before her were only animal soldiers and engineers, forcing the male protagonist's discomfort down her throat, making her feel a wave of panic. Yet, she couldn't help but look at the ground, at those humble yet struggling humans who had once been her kin. "What's wrong? Miss Rabbit not used to it?" a delicate voice said. Chapter 124. Human Bridge. Nanzhu looked up and indeed saw Sienna dressed in a tight-fitting skirt, wearing a white shirt on top, her ample figure almost spilling out. Her graceful figure and enchanting looks drew many male gazes in the crowd. Not used to it is quite normal. The smell of humans is indeed foul. Animals have a natural aversion to humans after awakening. Even though the Arctic rabbit tribe lived in the Arctic, they likely did not suffer much from human hunting, so it is understandable to feel uncomfortable smelling humans for the first time. Song Nanzhu reluctantly nodded, realizing she was indeed disgusted. Then she cast a glance at Lin Feng, signaling that she was fine. "By the way, Commander, this group of humans was captured from the refugee camp last time, just right for this labor," another engineer said through gritted teeth. Humans used to enslave animals like this. Finally, one day, heaven opened its eyes and let them taste the bitterness of enslavement. As soon as this was said, it was like a spark igniting a fire in the crowd. Standing among the crowd, regardless of the various forms of animals, they were instantly resonated and began to shout angrily. In the past, humans, relying on their high intelligence, enslaved and hunted us. Did they never think that there would be a day like today? With the blood of my kin, eating the flesh of my kin, enslaving my kin to work for them. Why do humans think they are born noble and can define all living creatures in the world? Now, let humans become the lowest class in this world. Let them experience being dominated, hunted, threatened, unable to sleep at night, and afraid to close their eyes during the day. The animals grew more and more agitated, almost rushing to attack the humans who were originally lying there. "All right, everyone, calm down." The gentle voice of the fox, Sienna, acted as a calming agent, and the Secretary General waved his hand. Sure enough, after a while, the angry voices of the animals gradually weakened. Now, the world is under the control of the Animal Alliance, and everyone no longer has to worry about life and death. Humans are already in our grasp, and once everyone finishes their work today, we will naturally present them with delicious delicacies. She emphasized the last 4 words heavily. Originally a beautiful woman with curved brows and eyes, the words delicious delicacies rolled off her lips, seeming to carry some other meaning. Song Nanzhu stood still, given her identity. It wasn't unusual for her to remain silent at this moment. However, she suddenly heard a soft command as the fox, Sienna, blinked her big eyes at her. "The governor has sent a message. Please come with me." Song Nanzhu's ears perked up, and the words were audible to everyone present, but she turned her head away, pretending to curiously ask Suji, as if she hadn't heard anything. The scene was chaotic, but she could still discern the light and heavy footsteps slowly moving away. Song Nanzhu sighed in relief. Offending rivals was one thing, but the Secretary General, Sienna the Fox, was indeed a very difficult character. She had always treated others based on appearances. In her past life, aside from being allies with Lin Feng, there might have been some inexplicable relationship. Song Nanzhu's interference likely shattered Sienna's original dream of being the governor's wife, which made the fox hate her to the core, frequently setting traps for her. In this life, she didn't want to be Lin Feng's bedfellow, nor did she want to offend Sienna and make trouble for herself. Even though Suji wasn't very perceptive, under Old Ma's hints, he could feel that their governor had a different attitude toward this little girl. Looking at such a small girl staring at him eagerly, he indeed felt some anger, but couldn't express it. "Deputy Su, how is the mining progress?" Suji raised his eyebrows, surprised that this little kid was concerned about the mining progress. Song Nanzhu laughed awkwardly, scratching her head as she said, I just want to go to the south quickly. I'm tired of this broken place in the north." Suji rubbed his hands on his pants, feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking that kids are just kids. Song Nanzhu pretended to pat her chest. "With Commander Lin here, I'm assured." The two, each harboring their own thoughts, walked into the mine. The cave had changed a bit since they left. This was not the best mining spot, but to quickly inform the governor and confirm whether there were yellow crystals inside. Explosives had been buried at the entrance. Now, the entrance looked very different from before, with a huge, deep pit, standing in front of that giant chasm. Song Nanzhu hesitated for a moment. It wouldn't be impossible to transform into animal form and jump over. But at that moment, a delicate, long hand suddenly reached in. Following that hand, she saw a stunningly beautiful smile. Miss Baizhu, you're young. Let me take you over. The fox smiled slightly. Song Nanzhu thought that whether she crossed the chasm or not didn't make much difference, as they both had to step into the mud below. But when the fox said that, she suddenly felt a bit nervous. The fox waved her hand, and immediately several screams echoed. Ah! Song Nanzhu looked over and saw a few humans, covered in mud and barely clothed, being driven over by a tall animal. Hurry up if you don't want to die. Be careful, or I'll shoot you. The few people, shackled at their feet, couldn't move quickly, suffering from the burning pain in their backs as they slowly shuffled over. Please, Miss Baizhu. Song Nanzhu was caught off guard for a second by Sienna the fox, and when she turned her head, she met the fox's deep eyes. No wonder the fox could become an ally with Lin Feng. They were practically two peas in a pod. Her eyes narrowed, a beautiful smile on her face. But Song Nanzhu, with her big eyes blinking, could see the hidden sharpness within. The fox was cunning and highly alert. If she couldn't eat that piece of human flesh this morning, and if she couldn't walk across this human bridge now. Song Nanzhu chuckled softly and slowly placed her small hand into Sienna's palm. In our Arctic, it's all white snowflakes. This is the first time I've seen so much blood and mud. I'm a bit scared. Chapter 125. Pretense and deceit. Her expression was extremely natural, smiling lightly, like a little girl who was genuinely afraid of getting her white shoes dirty. Song Nanzhu knew that Sienna was as difficult to deal with as Lin Feng. She must not let her see any signs of weakness. Holding the soft hand of the woman, Song Nanzhu slowly walked across the squishy human bridge. Below, the cries of the elderly and children echoed, while the little girl above laughed happily. Upon reaching the other side, Song Nanzhu did not let go of the woman's hand. Her voice suddenly trembled a bit as she slightly shrank back behind the fox. Pretty sister, I'm a bit scared. The fox replied with a soft hum, and then let out two melodious, cheerful laughs, asking with a smile, what did you call me? Song Nanzhu blinked her big eyes at the cave entrance, looking a bit dazed. Isn't it okay to call such a beautiful sister pretty sister? This little girl is really sweet. The fox smiled beautifully. Song Nanzhu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, having a child's face in this life, isn't without its advantages. The fox allowed her to hold her hand as they continued deeper into the cave. Due to the nature of animals, there was no need for helmets or lights. A few bats with glowing eyes were monitoring the situation, holding whips that occasionally lashed out at the humans digging. Sir, this can't be seen. A muddy man trembled, a bloodstain on his face, and he turned and boldly said, Can't see? What is there not see? Dig harder and stop talking nonsense. Song Nanzhu slowly approached, and the bats immediately retracted their fierce expressions, nodding and bowing. Secretary General, hello. Miss Baizhu, hello. The fox pulled Song Nanzhu over to stand properly. Look, this is where you dug out a small piece of yellow crystal back then. It has expanded. Song Nanzhu's eyes sparkled, and even in the darkness, she could see clearly. In the rugged cave, the uneven mud and stones mingled, and something seemed to be emitting a dim light inside. She stepped forward, and a bat eagerly brushed off the dirt from that spot, revealing a small cluster of yellow crystals emitting a faint yellow glow. Wow! The little girl exclaimed in awe. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. The two instinctively turned their heads, and Lin Feng had entered the cave without them noticing. The bats, which were small while digging, found it difficult for the taller humans to straighten up. They could only crawl a bit, pulling the mud out. Song Nanzhu was fine standing in the cave, but Sienna had to bend slightly, while Lin Feng seemed like a giant in a small person's house, unable to stretch out. Hurry up, we have things to do. We need to leave now. Lin Feng waved his hand at her. Song Nanzhu was curious, but didn't dare to ask recklessly here. She turned her head to glance at the fox fairy, unable to see her expression clearly, feeling a bit worried but still sweetly smiling and waving goodbye. Pretty sister, bye-bye. She turned to leave the cave, thinking that her relationship with the fox fairy had started off well, and hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't ruin it. The fox was inherently suspicious and would inevitably overthink things. However, before she could think too much, as soon as she exited the cave and saw the daylight. She spotted the big pit. Song Nanzhu opened her mouth, but Lin Feng completely ignored her, wrapping an arm around her waist and directly lifting her up. He didn't T-summon the so-called human bridge, but stepped right into the pit, mud mixed with some unknown liquid sticking to the man's military boots, making a splashing sound. "Put me down." The little rabbit, held at his side, muttered discontentedly. But the man paid no attention, striding forward over the pit. "Command well, command well." The little girl, squeezed against him like a package, felt her face redden with embarrassment, but the man ignored her and stuffed her into the car. Song Nanzhu cautiously looked up and saw the furrowed brow of the man in the rearview mirror. "What is wrong? Did I provoke this plague god again?" For some reason, Song Nanzhu felt a bit guilty as she touched her nose and remained silent. The atmosphere in the car was visibly tense. The wind howled past her ears. The NT closed the car windows, and some leaves brushed against the Alliance vehicle, making a rustling sound. Song Nanzhu noticed that they were speeding up and hesitated for a long time before carefully asking, "What's wrong?" "Commander Lin, where are we going now?" "Are you close to that fox?" At that moment, Song Nanzhu's mind cleared up. Oh, so he was afraid she would team up with the fox. Even if Lin Feng had a good relationship with the fox, there were still gaps in their hearts, and amidst the clash of two forces, he wouldn't want to see his original ally getting close to someone else. Good? Not all. I'm just pretending to be polite with her. Your relationship with Commander Lin is the real deal. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, and he snorted softly. Although he didn't say anything substantial, Song Nanzhu inexplicably felt that the atmosphere in the car seemed to liven up. It turned out that this foolish king, Lin Feng, liked to hear her speak in such a cunning manner. She had initially been sitting by the car door, but now shifted to the middle, wanting to say something. Suddenly, Lin Feng slammed on the brakes, and she nearly flew out, heading straight for the gap between the two front seats. Just as Song Nanzhu thought she would crash through the front window and fly out of the car, Lin Feng caught her with one hand. "Miss Baizhu, is it necessary to be so agitated?" Song Nanzhu had prepared to close her eyes and wait for death, but upon hearing this, she slowly opened her eyes. Lin Feng's face was only a few millimeters away from hers, and for a moment, she saw herself reflected in his eyes. It turned out that those eyes were not so unfathomable after all. Song Nanzhu instinctively thought, "Sorry, Commander," and in the next second, she sprang up, completely forgetting that her jumping ability had greatly improved after gene modification, and her forehead bumped against the car roof. Ouch! That hit made her head buzz. She flopped back onto the rear seat, groaning and rubbing her head. "Hurry up and leave," he had urgently called because they had caught an important person. Chapter 126. The small cave. The smile on Nanzhu's face froze instantly. The people around Lin Feng were incredibly fast. They had just gone to check in the morning and had already caught someone by the afternoon. Both of them understood each other well. And Song Nanzhu didn't say anything further, turning to look out the window. The leaves in the north had turned yellow and fallen. Different from the southeast, where there were mostly slender needle leaves, sticking to the trees like little thorns to conserve moisture and nutrients. Winter was almost upon them, and outside was a desolate scene of green and yellow. Song Nanzhu slowly leaned back, feeling a bit of melancholy from the autumn wind. "Get out of the car." Song Nanzhu sensed his tone was a bit urgent, and without further thought, she immediately opened the car door and jumped out. Almost the moment she jumped out, a pair of large hands wrapped around her. With a thud, the Alliance car was sealed tightly. Seeing that Song Nanzhu was a bit slow, Lin Feng wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her close. Song Nanzhu turned her head and felt disoriented as colors swirled before her. Green was green, yellow was yellow. She still didn't know where Lin Feng was looking for the entrance under which tree. Suddenly, he crouched down, and while holding Song Nanzhu, he slid down a passageway. Song Nanzhu didn't even see where the passage was. She only felt her body shift from vertical to horizontal, with that warm hand still holding her waist and protecting her head. The passage wasn't long, perhaps very short, and they were like a stick stirring inside, sending dirt and sand flying, with a grain even getting into Song Nanzhu's eye. Ouch! She blinked, tilted her head, and buried her face in Lin Feng's embrace, suddenly feeling the man's body stiffen for a moment as they were falling. Lin Feng held Song Nanzhu tightly. She couldn't perceive what the passage around them was like, only feeling that only a few seconds had passed. Hey! It seemed the man's feet finally landed on the ground. Song Nanzhu still hadn't processed everything and could only realize that they had somehow slid through a passage into a closed space. The air here seemed a bit stagnant, and she felt a bit suffocated. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and everything was pitch black. Not wanting to light a lamp in the dark is a habit of animals. Song Nanzhu reached out and touched the soil on the ground, rubbing it in her palm. The soil was very fresh, she thought. This should be a small space that was temporarily found. All around was dirt, but with a few columns and some cement reinforcing the surroundings. Song Nanzhu looked around. Although the place was simple, the construction was quite professional. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. The reinforced cement must have been stolen from a mine. Even if nothing was happening now, this place didn't seem suitable for digging. It was likely very dangerous. She patted her chest and took a deep breath. Leaving me here? Don't you fear I'll die? Lin Feng chuckled lightly. You wouldn't want that? Song Nanzhu calmly released his hand that was around her waist and took a few steps forward, gaining a broader view. She turned her head and saw that this small space had another underground passage that led who knows where. It was small, looking like a burrow made by a groundhog. Of course I wouldn't want that, but with a knife on my neck, I have no choice. Even if I am a sentimental person, I would willingly offer my neck for slaughter. Song Nanzhu thought to herself. Moreover, an undercover agent should be indifferent. Lin Feng didn't speak further. He lowered his gaze and whistled a melodious tune in the dark. Suddenly, there were a few sounds, shoo, shoo, shoo. Song Nanzhu looked down into the cave, seeming to see something crawling out from inside. Suddenly, a fluffy little tail appeared, and a round, brown, furry little backside rolled around at the entrance. Song Nanzhu found it somewhat cute and was about to reach out to touch that little tail when, with a slap, a hand hit her hand. Don't touch my tail. Startled by the sudden attack, Song Nanzhu jumped, only to see a plump groundhog poking its big teeth out from a hole. Who are you? How dare you block my entrance? Outside, the autumn wind was bleak, and the entrance felt even more desolate. For some reason, the groundhog suddenly felt a cold sweat trickling down its back as it slowly turned its head and saw the pair of glowing green eyes in the darkness. The gaze made him suspect that the next moment he would be swallowed whole. The commander has already sent you here. He couldn't help but glance at the little girl beside him, dressed in a puffy skirt and wearing little leather shoes, looking rather dim-witted. He was puzzled as to why the commander had brought a child along. Where are the others? The giant wolf spoke coldly from the darkness. Hey, hurry up and push that person over here. Suddenly, an armadillo jumped out of the hole. Then, its head went back into the hole, with its rear sticking out, as if it were struggling to bite something. Its little rear wiggled as it crawled out, and it seemed that there was something snow-white that had been bundled up inside the hole. The girl stared wide-eyed. Sure enough, in a moment, a rabbit appeared at the entrance, tightly bound with ropes. The white rabbit looked quite old, its fur not as thick and shiny as that of a young rabbit. It had become sparse, and in some places, patches were missing. It had rubbed against the ground to get its fur off and was tied up like a twist of dough, looking extremely disheveled. Song Nanzhu took a few steps back and stood in the corner. The rabbit's originally limp body stood up the moment it saw the giant wolf. Commander Lin, you bound me without permission. Isn't that a bit much? After all, I am an envoy sent by the Arctic rabbits for negotiations. Aren't you afraid of provoking a dispute between our two clans? Her voice sounded loud, but her confidence was very weak. She was just pretending to be calm. The giant wolf stood in the darkness like a ghost, not reacting at all to being threatened by a rabbit pointing its nose at him. A clear, pleasant voice, even a bit childish, came from Granny Yang. The Arctic rabbit's eyes widened instantly, and all the fur that had just stood up lay flat again, as if it were about to collapse. Slowly, she turned her head, her eyes filled with uncontrollable despair. The girl stood in the dark, sighed lightly, long time no see. Granny Yang. In the black hole, only the eyes of various animals shone. She saw the light in the old rabbit's eyes slowly extinguishing. Gradually, she seemed like a dried-up tree that had burned out, collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, wriggling her body and crawling towards Song Nanzhu. Miss, please give me a way out. I really know I was wrong. I won't betray you again. Chapter 127. Compassion. Song Nanzhu sighed as if lamenting something. She raised her head, her gaze meeting Lin Feng's in the air. In an instant, Granny Yang suddenly felt a chill on her neck and shoulders, something pressing against her shoulder. Trembling, she slowly turned her head, and a long knife glinted coldly in the night, reflecting in her eyes, making it feel somewhat dazzling. The icy touch transmitted through her fur to her flesh, making her heart feel cold, as if just a slight movement would let the sharp blade cut through her throat, causing blood to spray out. Lin Feng's eyes emitted a green light in the darkness as he looked down at her. Your young lady has a kind heart, but I have no patience for nonsense. You better think carefully before you speak. Granny Yang didn't have time to think about when these two had teamed up. With a howl, she collapsed to the ground, crying out, I will tell you everything. Please don't kill me. Lin Feng sneered. The knife that was originally horizontal now stood upright, barely pressing against the rabbit's shoulder. Granny Yang was sweating profusely, almost too scared to speak. I know it's my fault. I have wronged the young lady, but the deputy commander threatened me with my sister's life. He said that as long as I didn't comply, there were 100 ways to make my sister not survive. My sister is loyal, as you know. She disregards her own body and name, and even if it means her death, she would never betray the young lady. But I can't just stand by and do nothing, so I had to resort to this desperate measure. She trembled and cried, suddenly seeming to remember something, turning around and crawling towards Song Nanzhu. Miss, you know my Granny May is not in good health. She definitely won't betray you. Only I can help her. She's my sister, and I don't want her to die. Song Nanzhu interrupted coldly. So you decided to let me die? Granny Yang suddenly froze, feeling for a moment that the little girl in front of her had the same smile as Bai Zhu did in the past, the same cute face. But something seemed to have changed. Song Nanzhu sighed. Why didn't you tell me? Granny Yang opened her mouth but hesitated, several words swirling in her throat. Song Nanzhu suddenly paused. Bai Zhu in the past was kind and innocent, without even awakening. What good would it do to talk to Bai Zhu? With a clang, Lin Feng's knife fell to the ground. He looked up at Song Nanzhu and then glanced at the entrance of the hole they had just come from. It's dark now. This place isn't suitable for staying long. Hurry up and come with me. Song Nanzhu's gaze fell on the trembling rabbit on the ground. Lin Feng was clever. It wasn't suitable to transport such a large person in this camp, so they had to use the underground passage. Granny May raised me, and I will take good care of her. You don't have to worry. She looked at the old rabbit's trembling eyes, seemingly unable to bear it, and said. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked to Lin Feng's side. The small hand actively grasped the large hand. Lin Feng seemed taken aback for a moment, his tone a bit stiff. Hold on tight. The little hand was soft, but very cold. Rabbits have good jumping ability. The two leaped upward, pushing off the ground. Lin Feng was the first to emerge from the hole, holding that small hand, and with a pull, the girl was brought out as well. Song Nanzhu was in a daze, but then she saw the man bend down to brush off the dirt from his knees. He spoke softly, let us go. In the night, the two figures flickered and disappeared into the huge tent. In that instant, the lights in the tent went out, and then suddenly brightened again, casting Lin Feng's shadow, with Song Nanzhu sitting opposite him. Lin Feng drove fast, hurrying to even out the time. There were no surveillance cameras in the camp, but countless pairs of eyes were watching. All the way, he took various precautions to cover the car's tracks, just to prevent anyone from discovering it. The old horse, who had been pretending to sit beside the lamp, finally came out. Song Nanzhu glanced at him. Lin Feng's plan was meticulous. The moment they set foot on this path, he had arranged the entire journey. Following him, she never worried. Are you planning to let him go? Lin Feng raised his eyes and handed a cup of hot tea to the little girl in front of him. Song Nanzhu took a sip, and suddenly froze, looking into the cup of tea. There were even some visible particles, but in the wild, one wouldn't be picky about such a cup of hot tea. The rough taste of the tea stunned her, but what truly caught her was the flavor, which was exactly the same as the one she had in the temple before. Song Nanzhu instantly retracted her expression and continued to drink another sip without showing any emotion. Even if I want to let him go, wouldn't you also plan to make him disappear completely? Lin Feng chuckled lightly, lowering his head, but his gaze remained glued to the girl. Only if she dies with the other side, think we believed Granny's words. Song Nanzhu set down the teacup. Everything is going too smoothly too smoothly to be believable. Just a few days ago, the assassination attempt failed, and this morning I just visited the Arctic rabbit camp. And in the afternoon, I captured someone. She glanced down. Half of the tea in the cup was gone. Lin Feng quickly refilled it. In the past, both Granny and the master loved to drink tea in the temple, but Song Nanzhu and Lin Feng had never touched a drop. She smiled at herself with a hint of self-mockery, realizing how unpredictable the world could be. Lin Feng remained silent for a while, his eyes swirling with strange waves. Since you have no intention of letting him go, why did you say that just now? Song Nanzhu lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes covering her gaze. After a long while, she softly said, I can't bear it. She couldn't bear to let her suffer and die. So before leaving, she gave her a final hope. Lin Feng actually laughed out loud, as if he had gone mad. He slammed the teacup down and raised his palm in the air, clapping twice. What a mercy! Chapter 128. Candelabrum. Song Nanzhu was not stupid. Lin Feng had no need to get involved in this family feud. He helped her kill and plot, partly because their destinies had been tied together since the mine, and partly because Lin Feng and his enemies were fighting in the Southeast Tiger. The losing side would not only lose themselves, but also their entire race. Helping Song Nanzhu ascend to power was undoubtedly the best way to win over the Arctic Rabbit clan at the moment. She slightly raised her eyes and saw Old Ma standing nervously to the side. He didn't know what had just happened. He was just surprised by his commanderess madness. Song Nanzhu finished the tea in her cup and placed it down on the table with a thud. As if a bit tired, she rubbed her forehead. The girl leaned against the table and slowly stood up, softly saying, I've always been at home, and Haven Tea traveled much. I'm really exhausted after a busy day. I'll go rest now. The tent was not dimly lit, but it wasn't tea bright either. As Song Nanzhu took a few steps, she suddenly turned her head and was somewhat stunned to see Lin Feng still sitting there, slowly pouring tea into his cup, quietly watching the tea water rise little by little. At that moment, Song Nanzhu was surprised to discover that this room was slightly different from the small tent she had previously lived in. The flickering light cast shadows that danced on Lin Feng's face as he concealed himself under the soft light, slowly pouring tea. Song Nanzhu shifted her gaze to the lamp on the table, becoming somewhat lost in thought. The lamp on the table was not the military lighting from her previous tent in the west, but an old-fashioned candelabrum that seemed to have been used for a long time. Its outer wall was already rusted and mottled, bearing the marks of time. She looked around, and other areas used normal military lights. Only this lamp on the table was an old candelabrum. Song Nanzhu squinted, feeling that the light was somewhat glaring. Her heart told her not to, but her mouth couldn't help but ask, where did this lamp come from? It was too familiar. So familiar that Lin Feng's broad shoulders gradually overlapped with a small, thin shoulder. Someone who had long shaved their head, with a smooth scalp, sitting by a wooden table drinking tea, next to which was an old candelabrum with flickering tiny flames. That was Song Nanzhu's master. At that moment, there would typically be a grandmother nearby, mending with needle and thread, with the sounds of children laughing and dogs barking blending together, creating a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere in the night. After a while, the child's voice and the dog's barking gradually faded away. Reality returned. Lin Feng sat at the wooden table, looking down and tasting tea, saying nothing. Song Nanzhu turned her head, but heard Lin Feng say at that moment, just some old things from home. She turned away, her back to the thin curtain, making no sound, but quietly wiped away her tears on the pillow. In the darkness, she didn't know how long she had walked. Song Nanzhu raised her head. It was still that place, the vast forest halfway up the mountain, and not far away, that maple tree stood quietly, just as it had when she left, seemingly unchanged. She quickly ran towards the maple tree. The girl exerted all her strength at that moment. She was just an ordinary little human girl, not a genetically modified rabbit, and her legs were not fast. However, that maple tree seemed to have grown legs, always retreating. No matter how she ran, she could not reach it. No, Song Nanzhu suddenly had this thought in her heart. This isn't right. Where is this? She slapped herself across the face, but felt no pain. She turned around, this round and vast world. The sound of her feet on the ground beneath the tree was real. This dream was far too real. Her previous ability was a direct offensive ability, not so complex. But she had heard of the ability to enter dreams. That person was not particularly outstanding in the training camp because the ability to enter dreams was indeed weak in terms of offensive power, and it had significant risks later on with a very difficult way to enhance it. However, Song Nanzhu had indeed heard rumors about the dream-entering ability. When one first enters a dream, they can clearly distinguish between the dream and reality because dreams are illusory. The sensations felt are different from those in reality. At the same time, there is no pain, tears cannot be shed, and the dreamer cannot see themselves. However, with each triggering of the ability, the body gradually becomes consumed by the drug, and the seed of the ability burrows deeper and deeper. At this point, the ability merges with the blood and the body. Those who enter the dream become more and more delusional, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. The sensations in the dream gradually become real, increasing until they can talk to the people they see in the dream, touch them, and eventually feel pain from the dream, ultimately getting lost in the dream. Once, she indeed had an opportunity to enter the laboratory of the training camp. She had seen that person lying in an experimental pod, quietly sleeping, looking very peaceful. At that time, she did not care much about this strange ability, even finding it somewhat amusing. That person would snore, turn over, and mumble in their sleep. But the experimenters told her that no matter what, this person could not be awakened. The only possibility was to spend the rest of their life in a dream. Unexpectedly, she felt like she had hit the jackpot in this life, actually getting this ability. Song Nanzhu felt a bit terrified in her heart. She hurriedly crawled to the ground, randomly grabbed a handful of leaves, picked a green one, and stuffed it into her mouth. She moved her upper and lower jaws, stirring with her tongue, her eyes slowly widening as fear erupted in her gaze, because what she ultimately tasted was a refreshing flavor of green leaf juice with a hint of bitterness, flooding her entire mouth. Such a distinct taste. She stood frozen in place, feeling her hands tremble uncontrollably. It's fine, it won't be a problem. Every ability has side effects. It doesn't mean you'll die because of it. Song Nanzhu comforted herself as she patted her chest. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Nanzhu? Song Nanzhu's back, which was originally about to stand up, instantly stiffened. The voice was not as cold as she usually heard. Instead, it was gentle and soft, with a hint of caution, as if afraid of speaking too loudly. The girl turned around and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 129. Sending a message, Song Nanzhu slowly turned around, her smile somewhat tragic. She should have thought of this sooner. She should have realized this was Lin Feng's dream. At that moment, a pang of bittersweet pain surged in her heart. She looked at the boy in front of her, who seemed to be slightly shorter than what she saw in reality, and his brows were not furrowed as they always were. Instead, they were relaxed, and his mouth was filled with a smile, like a big boy next door. This must be when Lin Feng had not yet fully awakened. He still looked like a big boy. As Song Nanzhu smiled, she suddenly felt a hot tear roll down her eye. How long have you been here? As Song Nanzhu lowered her head, her tears fell to the ground, making a plopping sound on the fallen leaves. She repeated that sentence like a madwoman. How long have you been here? The boy seemed a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. I don't know, but I've always been here. Song Nanzhu raised her head. It seemed she heard the unspoken words. In that instant, her tears burst forth. She looked up and was met by the boy's sky-like wide eyes. But at that moment, those eyes held only her, and she wanted to ask, why have you been trapped here, unwilling to leave? Yet the boy remained standing there unchanged. She couldn't imagine why Lin Feng had been trapped in the dream for so long, continuously waiting, suffering, and struggling. At that moment, the boy's eyes were like a raging sea of fire, completely different from the coldness she saw during the day. Lin Feng, she asked with a hoarse voice, where are you now? The boy's eyes seemed to overflow with sincerity, yet he hesitated to speak, as if afraid of angering the person before him. I'm sorry, sister. It seems I'm doing something bad right now, but I just want to find you. I'm all alone. Maybe I can't do it unless I sit on the highest throne and have the power to reach the heavens to find you. Song Nanzhu's tears fell like rain. Don't look for me anymore. I don't want to see you again. She felt as if her entire body was being burned, and Lin Feng's voice kept swirling in her mind. I just want to find you. She had never thought about it before. How could it be? Lin Feng's cruelty was well known. He had killed countless people and gained the governor's favor. His cold-bloodedness and brutality were famous far and wide. He quickly climbed to a commanding position, eliminating the leader of the southeast region's wolf tribe, gaining the entire clan, and finally killing Hu Lai to become the true wolf king of the southeast region. Was the initial intention really because of her? Was all this brutality, the bloodshed of countless people, really because of her? Song Nanzhu slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she felt as if she had drowned in her own tears. The world was dark and without light, and outside had turned pitch black. But through this curtain, she turned around and could clearly hear Lin Feng's erratic breathing. Separated by a curtain, they were in the same dream, calling each other's names, yet unable to recognize one another. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes again, but could no longer fall asleep. She could only listen to the restless sounds from behind the curtain. Lin Feng's breathing was erratic, yet he seemed not to have woken up. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, she has already left. There is no one in the dream anymore. Is he still waiting? Is he still stuck in the same place? Suddenly, a gust of wild wind swept by, and Song Nanzhu abruptly turned her head. She sensed something was off. It seemed a leaf had unintentionally brushed against the tent with a rustling sound. Song Nanzhu turned her head again. Lin Feng's breathing gradually became steady, looking like he was in a deep sleep. The girl's hand inadvertently clenched into a fist, her palm gradually becoming a bit sweaty and slippery. Song Nanzhu looked outside the tent. She gritted her teeth and cautiously got out of bed. She had already figured out the structure of this tent over the past few days. Song Nanzhu didn't plan to go out the main door, as there were surely soldiers guarding it. She carefully made her way to a small corner, which she had scouted out. It should be the outermost part of the tent. She turned around, took off her clothes, and transformed into a small rabbit. Carefully, she bit a small hole in the tent. The material was tough, and her teeth ached. But there was no other way. She had to grit her teeth and keep biting. Finally, she managed to create a small opening, and she crouched down, making herself as small as possible, and squeezed through. Outside, the wild wind blew fiercely, and leaves swirled around her furry body. Song Nanzhu was afraid of attracting the soldiers' attention, so she walked cautiously. Fortunately, the small camp was very close to the forest, and her white figure gradually disappeared at the junction of night and jungle. Song Nanzhu ran wildly, not daring to slow down. It was already deep into the night, and the wild wind howled. Time passed, and suddenly, Song Nanzhu heard a bird call in the jungle. In such a deep forest, at this late hour, there shouldn't be any birds or beasts nearby, especially with an army station not far away. Sure enough, an arrow flew from a distance. With a whoosh, it brushed against her fur and lodged itself in a nearby tree. Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. They were still using such primitive means of communication? Without time to think, she rushed forward and pulled the arrow out. There was a small bulge on it. She opened the bulge and found a small device inside, which was now shimmering with silver light. Song Nanzhu was puzzled. She had never seen this device in her past life. But inside the small bulge, there was also a letter. Song Nanzhu felt her heart pounding in the darkness, one beat after another. She opened the letter and saw the words, "Bai Zhu is dead." Chapter 130. Stealthily Song Nanzhu's heart sank. Her little rabbit ears involuntarily perked up. However, the night forest was silent, with only the sound of falling leaves hitting the ground and the wind rustling through the dry branches. Nothing else. The night wind was chilly, but the Arctic rabbit had lived in the Arctic for a long time, so Song Nanzhu didn't feel particularly cold physically. Yet, she felt a chill spreading from her heart to the top of her head. She turned her head and looked around. There were no signs of anyone. Under the dense, intertwining branches of the jungle, she was the only one left. Gently, she picked up the paper and brought it to her nose to smell it. In her heart, she thought, that's right, it's the smell of the old woman from the refugee camp. She lowered her gaze. Bai Zhu is indeed dead. She raised her eyes again, her gaze filled with coldness. But that's good. From now on, I can act without worry. No one in the world can expose my identity. It was likely that the ferryman's task was already complete. She had to rush to the next battlefield. And Song Nanzhu would have to live under Bai Zhu's identity forever until the mission was over. She opened her palm. and a small square object lay quietly in her hand. Song Nanzhu had no recollection of this thing. She lifted it up to her eyes and examined it closely. It appeared to be a mechanical cube with a cold device wrapped in a black exterior. She couldn't tell what material it was. It must be a new material developed in a laboratory. Suddenly, the small cube began to make a series of unstable friction sounds, very faint. Song Nanzhu pressed her ear close to it and barely heard the sound coming through. She was astonished. Could it be that communication devices have advanced this much in this life? She leaned in closer to listen, and the crackling sounds continued for a long time. Finally, in the midst of the indistinct noise, she heard a voice that was barely discernible. 407, it's me. Song Nanzhu's eyes widened slowly. The laboratory has indeed made progress. She whispered, Xiaohui, I can't hear you. It seemed there were other people on the other side. She heard a wave of joyous cheers, along with the crackling sounds. The connection signal sounded weak, but she could barely make out what the person was saying. 407, I'll be brief. Please listen carefully. This is a new communication system developed at the front line of the research lab, but the surface is already covered by the Animal Alliance's signals, making it difficult for human transmission signals to reach the ground. This means we cannot easily communicate on the surface. We are quickly sending people to establish contact points on the ground, so this small cube can only receive communication signals in specific locations. Song Nanzhu took over the conversation. So, when I communicate with you, I must find a specific contact point? Yes. Then, the voice continued. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. Speaking of the Animal Alliance base, she suddenly thought of someone. But with the smoke of war rising and Lin Feng's chaotic army, she was afraid she had already died under a rain of arrows. Okay. The contact point may be compromised at any time, and the signal is unstable. We will find a way to contact you. Before the last sentence was completed, it was drowned out by the crackling sounds. Song Nanzhu turned around and looked around. There was nothing special about this place, just deep in the jungle, between two trees. Song Nanzhu thought, since the ferryman led me here, and I can use the mechanical cube to communicate with the training camp, it must be one of the contact points. Now that she was in rabbit form, it was inconvenient to carry things. Song Nanzhu crumpled the piece of paper that originally said by Zhu was dead and stuffed it into her mouth. The paper looked like a scrap picked up from somewhere. She chewed it a couple of times and managed to swallow it, then placed the mechanical cube in her mouth, jumped to a towering tree nearby, dug a hole at the tree's roots, bit off a tuft of her rabbit fur, and buried it in the hole. She took 2 steps forward, kicked back with her hind legs, sending dust flying to cover the hole. She quickly put on her clothes and quietly lay down by the bed. But she could no longer hear the man's breathing behind the curtain. Song Nanzhu turned over and found her heart racing. She took a few deep breaths, thinking it was almost dawn, and Lin Feng must have woken up by now. She pretended to toss and turn on the mattress a few times, then slowly sat up, stretched with a yawn. By the time the girl yawned and stretched out, the two were already sitting at the small wooden table on the ground. Song Nanzhu rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly walked to the table, but Su Ji was not there. Only old Ma remained. Song Nanzhu put her hands down, blinked, and suddenly noticed 4 pairs of eyes were looking at her. She thought of last night and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, but she still maintained a natural expression. What are you looking at? I'm so young. Is it wrong to sleep a little longer? She rubbed her head and, inadvertently, her ears popped out, drooping softly on top of her head, making her look like a plush toy. In her hurriedness, Song Nanzhu didn't wear shoes, and her little bare feet touched the cold floor. She didn't care and walked straight over to sit down. It seemed that since the gene modification, the pads on her feet had thickened a lot, making it not easy to hurt them even when running barefoot on the ground. The table was empty, and Lin Feng gestured to old Ma. Old Ma waved his hand, and the old woman who had previously served breakfast immediately came out, placing several plates on the table. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. So they were waiting for her to have breakfast? Looking at the table, Lin Feng, as usual, ate quite simply, unlike other carnivores who devoured their food. Moreover, there was no danger of predation now, with plenty of human flesh around. Many carnivores had long since relaxed, their bellies swelling. The meat was cooked, easy to chew, and the companions had long been emptied by wine and lust, their hind leg muscles slack. followed by a group of gluttons who could no longer run fast to hunt, their teeth unable to bite through the tough raw meat. Chapter 131. Visit, however. On the table was a plate of large, fresh raw meat. Song Nanzhu swallowed hard. She still felt nauseous at the sight of human flesh, her stomach churning. Lin Feng had never slacked off in exercising his teeth and muscles. Even though he now lived a life of ease, he continued to consume raw meat. Old Ma and Song Nanzhu were still provided with some corn cobs and vegetable leaves, and Song Nanzhu picked up a corn cob and gnawed at it disinterestedly. Just then, Lin Feng opened his mouth, revealing a few sharp wolf teeth, and bit into the raw meat, blood splattering everywhere. Song Nanzhu lowered her head. She had seen Lin Feng eat humans before, but at that moment, he still appeared somewhat elegant and not too bloody or terrifying. Suddenly, he said, "What are your plans next?" Song Nanzhu glanced at Old Ma and Lin Feng, realized he was asking her, and hurriedly swallowed the vegetable leaves in her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a soldier outside the tent calling urgently, "Commander, there is something to report." Lin Feng picked up a piece of white paper from the table to wipe his mouth and signaled for the soldier to come in. Song Nanzhu turned her head and saw a not very tall soldier with somewhat shifty eyes quickly lift the tent flap and enter. She squinted, feeling that this person seemed a bit familiar. When he spoke, it turned out to be that groundhog, followed by his pangolin brother. "Commander," the cave collapsed. Song Nanzhu raised her eyebrows, but Lin Feng asked, "Did you see who it was?" The groundhog shrank his neck, looking somewhat guilty as he lowered his head. After a long time, he shook his head. "Sorry, Commander." "It's okay," Song Nanzhu said, taking a bite of the corn cob. "Who it is doesn't matter. What's important is that they already know and have passed on the message." She turned to the groundhog and asked how long it had been since people died when the cave collapsed. The groundhog opened his mouth, looking hesitant, and glanced at Lin Feng. Old Ma, beside them, desperately gestured with his eyes, whispering, "A bunch of fools around. I'm the only one who understands." Lin Feng didn't even raise his head. "Speak." The groundhog continued, lowering his head. "When you two left yesterday, people were already dead." Song Nanzhu put down the corn cob. "So the timeline fits. We want to check the Arctic Hare camp, then caught the people, interrogated them, and they confessed. We killed them to silence them. And then they were afraid of leaving clues, so they destroyed the bodies." Lin Feng looked at him and then said, "What are your plans next?" Song Nanzhu wiped her hands. "Commander, I really came with a mission this time. The previous assassination failed, and now that we've finally shifted our target, the people behind this shouldn't make any big moves in a short time. We should first complete the main task." Lin Feng nodded, and Old Ma spoke at that moment. Song Nanzhu appeared to respond happily on the surface, but inside she was thinking about the matter of the Animal Alliance map. The Alliance usually divides territories based on animal habits. The Arctic Hare clan migrating south would surely have the governor allocate a territory for them to live in. Only military personnel from the Animal Alliance could reside in the base. Thus, she would need to find an identity to blend into the Alliance and frequently come and go at the base. She glanced at Lin Feng, knowing his moods were unpredictable, and spending too much time with him could expose her. Song Nanzhu didn't want to hang herself on one tree. To enter the Alliance base, she needed a solid foundation. A familiar figure popped into her mind. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. In her past life, there had been a guest that had never been confirmed. Since heaven gave her another chance, she had to uncover that person's true identity. What? That teacup is clearly cold. Does Miss Baiju like to drink cold tea? Song Nanzhu scratched her head, awkwardly smiling, just thinking about how to smooth it over when suddenly there was another voice at the door, a soldier shouting, "Commander, the Vice Commander of the Arctic Hare wants to see you." Lin Feng waved his hand, and the groundhog immediately transformed back into its original form, along with his pangolin brother disappearing into some corner. Song Nanzhu, who had originally put down her teacup, paused. "Vice Commander?" "Yesterday, Granny Yang had indicated it was the Vice Commander who gave the orders, which conveniently cleared by Chonglin of suspicion. Tell him I'm out. Let him in." Lin Feng looked up at Song Nanzhu in surprise, and the soldier who had just come in to report suddenly felt awkward. Lin Feng waved his hand. "What are you dawdling for? Let him in." A few minutes later, Chonglin entered the tent. Their last hurried meeting during training camp was not very clear. This was Song Nanzhu's first serious look at the vice commander. He didn't seem very old, with few wrinkles on his face. Originally, animals had shorter lifespans than humans. But after the mutation, it was uncertain how that would change. The result had not yet been released from the Animal Alliance laboratory. However, this vice commander appeared robust and nimble. Song Nanzhu thought, since the allies were like this, her father would probably be even younger. Lin Feng brewed another pot of tea, and old Ma pulled out a chair for Bai Chonglin. Lin Feng remained silent, quietly pouring more tea. Bai Chonglin was the first to speak, smiling as he said, "That's how it is." Song Nanzhu calmly took a sip of her tea. Bai Chonglin still couldn't shake off suspicion, even if he wasn't the culprit. The person behind this had a good eye for casting. Not only was he the biggest beneficiary, but his smile and the way he spoke also gave off a hint of cunning. Not as innocent and cute as a rabbit, but rather with some fox-like features. The tea slid down her throat into her stomach, warming her all the way, making her feel quite comfortable. Chapter 132. The return journey. Song Nanzhu had never judged a person's character by their appearance, and besides, whether it was the people he had caught behind the scenes or the sentiments in the camp, they all pointed towards Bai Chonglin. It would seem a bit too deliberate otherwise. If she were still the naive and clueless Bai Zhu of the past, she might have really believed it. The alliance had only recently been established, and the Arctic region was cold, with communication not very developed, which was why she had only received a letter from her brother yesterday. The northern tribes frequently invaded their territory, and with the harsh winter approaching, it was becoming increasingly difficult to find food. Her people were facing a serious survival crisis. It seemed they couldn't afford to delay any longer. Song Nanzhu understood. So this was a call to speed things up. How coincidental. Even if he hadn't come to urge her, she didn't plan to stay here for long. She looked up. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with her, then put down his teacup, smiling as he spoke in a soothing tone. Bai Chonglin, hearing this, smiled back, but then suddenly glanced at Song Nanzhu. She felt his gaze sweep over her, and she lowered her eyes in silence, taking a sip of tea. She noticed Bai Chonglin seemed a bit hesitant, holding his teacup but saying nothing. Lin Feng chuckled lightly and said gently, "If the deputy commander has something to say, feel free to speak." Bai Chonglin rubbed his hands together and tentatively opened his mouth. "Miss Bai Zhu is after all the daughter of our tribe's leader, and she's still young and underage, always following Commander Lin. Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Lin Feng's smile remained, but Song Nanzhu inexplicably felt a chill creeping up from her feet in the early morning. She glanced at the warm sun outside. Rarely was the weather so nice. Despite the slight chill, the sun hung high, and a warm orange sunlight enveloped the earth. Even in winter, extending her hand out still felt the warmth of the sun. She turned to look at Lin Feng's face, which was smiling but not genuinely so, and thought to herself. Song Nanzhu quietly responded, "It's fine. There's nothing inappropriate." Lin Feng lightly placed the cup on the table with a clatter. Song Nanzhu's gaze inadvertently caught sight of Bai Chonglin's shoulder, which seemed to tremble slightly, almost imperceptibly. But Song Nanzhu squinted her eyes. In the animal world, there are naturally distinctions of rank and age, but there was no need to adhere to human conventions regarding gender. What? Did the deputy commander become constrained by human rules after awakening? Bai Chonglin was momentarily speechless. Lin Feng said seriously, "I keep Miss Bai Zhu by my side to ensure the smoothness of the negotiations. This not only affects the future survival of the entire Arctic rabbit tribe, but also concerns the relationships between the Animal Alliance and various tribes. Considering both the current situation and the bigger picture, having Miss Bai Zhu stay with me is the best choice." He paused, smiling lightly. "What do you think?" He suddenly reached out, gently lifting the teapot. The pale tea flowed like a clear spring from the mountains, slowly filling the teacup. Song Nanzhu glanced at Bai Chonglin, only to find him looking a bit flustered, which puzzled her. If he was indeed the one who attempted the assassination, how could he be trembling even while sitting next to Lin Feng? If he was pretending, then he was doing it too well. She saw Bai Chonglin shakily take a sip of tea, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Bai Chonglin said, "Commander-'s considerations are indeed thorough. Since that's the case, I'll leave Miss Bai Zhu in your care, and I'll inform the tribe to pack up and prepare to set off." "Song Nanzhu, I had just made up my mind to follow you, and you're giving up so quickly?" Song Nanzhu feared that the poor teacup would shatter into pieces any moment now. She internally wailed, but saw Bai Chonglin escape the tent, as if fleeing. The little girl looked like she was about to cry. And when she finally turned her head back after Bai Chonglin disappeared from the tent, their gazes met like lightning colliding in the sky, producing a spark in the air. Song Nanzhu immediately recoiled, lowering her head, her little paw scratching her head awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. He, Commander, Lin Feng sneered. You want to run away that easily? The little white rabbit seemed a bit embarrassed, scratching her head, biting her lips, and pouting like an awkward pufferfish. Unbeknownst to her, her little paw had quietly grabbed a corn cob. The little rabbit jumped up, suddenly recalling that old Ma had called earlier about something. I'll go out first. Saying that, Song Nanzhu dashed out of the tent, holding the unfinished corn cob. She escaped from the tent, exhaling a long breath of stale air. After arriving at the Animal Alliance, she naturally needed to find the training camp's network point. If Lin Feng kept an eye on her all the time, that wouldn't be good. Song Nanzhu still clutched the mechanical cube in her hand. It looked small and inconspicuous, almost like a building block piece. She casually found a piece of rope to hang it around her neck and hid it under her clothes. Old Ma suddenly popped out from a corner. Miss Baizhu? Song Nanzhu was startled and hurriedly turned her head, only to see Old Ma with a surprised expression. As soon as she entered, she bumped into something hard, and with her mind on other things, the collision left her seeing stars. Raising her head, she saw Lin Feng's eyes slightly smiling. He picked up the little rabbit and walked outside. Song Nanzhu hadn't reacted yet and was lifted like a garbage bag by him, feeling quite uncomfortable. She understood now. Lin Feng had clearly planned to keep her close like a belt, not allowing her to slip away at all. She felt exasperated, as if she had been played, and with one hand raised above her head, she grabbed Lin Feng's wrist, lifting her head and stretching her neck to bite down on the back of his hand. Hiss! Lin Feng winced in pain, but still held on to her, lifting her slightly, his large hand gripping the girl's small waist. Song Nanzhu was being dragged forward, and as she looked up, she saw Lin Feng's eyes full of mirth. She recalled how he had frowned in the tent earlier and muttered, "What a moody guy." Chapter 133. The slaughter ground. Lin Feng opened the car door and swiftly threw Song Nanzhu into the vehicle, then sat down himself. Old Ma was already in the driver's seat, and upon seeing the two of them enter, he slowly started the car. The mountain road was bumpy, and Song Nanzhu was strapped into her seat, feeling dizzy from the jolts. She bit her lower lip, her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, Lin Feng said, "No need to rush." Old Ma was taken aback, puzzled. Their commander was never one to take things slowly. But then he caught a glimpse of the little girl's slightly uncomfortable face in the rearview mirror and suddenly understood. The car that had been speeding through the mountains gradually slowed down. Song Nanzhu turned her gaze to the window, trying to distract herself with the scenery outside. But to her surprise, the road beneath her seemed to flatten out, losing its earlier momentum. She didn't unbuckle her seatbelt, but cautiously lifted her chin a bit, just as she noticed the gray cement floor below. Suddenly, Old Ma made a sharp turn. The tires screeched against the ground with a piercing sound. "Ah!" Song Nanzhu screamed. Having not been seated properly, and even with the seatbelt on, she slammed hard against the rigid car door. Song Nanzhu was not that delicate. It was just that her body seemed particularly weak after the modification. After being bumped, half of her body suddenly went numb. She endured it, her mind still pondering the scene she had just witnessed, feeling a bit confused. When she looked up, she saw a bead of sweat the size of a soybean slowly trickling down Old Ma's forehead. She scratched her head in puzzlement. "It's winter, Old Ma. Are you hot?" Old Ma glanced at his commander's expression through the rearview mirror and stammered, "Not hot. Not hot. I'm not hot at all." Song Nanzhu pouted, wondering why the people around Lin Feng were so strange. She was too lazy to think too much and directly asked, "Have we exited the jungle?" The jungle was dense with trees, and there were too many uncertainties, so the helicopter naturally landed in the city, which meant we were heading to the city now. But that was fine. As long as the assassins hiding among the Arctic rabbit tribe hadn't followed, she could make her move. The scenery outside gradually changed. The road became smoother as the vehicle transitioned from bumpy mountain paths of stones and mud to concrete roads. The dense jungle on both sides began to fade away, slowly revealing old fences. The road was deserted, with not even the sound of birds. It was as if all life in this world had vanished, leaving only silent green plants swaying by the roadside. At a bend, she noticed a car overturned in the distance. Song Nanzhu stretched her neck, seemingly wanting to see more clearly. She saw that the car had somehow flipped at the corner, right next to a cliff, and it was stuck at the edge of the cliff, likely having been attacked there. Upon closer inspection, it seemed there was something under the car, a long head and a long body that resembled a human shape. Originally, the distance was not close, and the speed was fast, with the road being bumpy. However, after the genetic modification, Song Nanzhu's eyesight had improved a lot. She blinked a few times and managed to see clearly. It appeared that half a body was protruding from under the car, with two hands reaching forward, tightly gripping the soil below, seemingly trying to crawl out. After discerning for a while, she could barely make out from the clothes and hair that it should be a human, though the flesh was mangled, and most of the bones were exposed. It must have been attacked by a wild beast at that corner. The car flipped and got stuck at the cliff's edge, and the man tried to crawl out from under the car, but was partially eaten to death by the beast. Even if a mother with a child managed to escape from under the car, they could not escape the beast's sharp teeth and claws, dying together by the car. It seemed the city ahead had fallen a long time ago. Thinking of this, Song Nanzhu couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. She stopped looking outside and sat quietly. Soon, the jungle by the roadside decreased, and gradually, those mountains after the bend transformed into small houses. They must be arriving at the town. Commander, this is the northern ruling area. We have already connected with the north. The Secretary General and Ji will be waiting for us in the parking lot. Lin Feng nodded without saying anything further, and the car fell into a heavy silence, not knowing how much time had passed again. The buildings in front gradually grew taller, transforming from low houses into towering skyscrapers. Song Nanzhu felt as if the world outside the car window had some sort of magic drawing her in, tempting her to look outside. Despite having witnessed the world's tragedies in her past life, she still couldn't help but widen her eyes. After such a long time in desolation, she finally saw traces of other living beings in the city. The houses, shops, and cars had been ravaged by war, leaving behind a scene of devastation. With countless severed limbs and body parts piled up on the streets, fresh and old blood almost staining the streets and nearby shops. What filled the streets were animal-like beings, yet there were no living humans. Various animals laughed and played, cleaning the streets, while joyfully feasting on human corpses, piling them into small mountains at every intersection. The bright red rivers on the ground had dried up, leaving only the sound of a waterfall still roaring from the eyes of children. But in the next moment, the life in the eyes of a child wandering the streets ceased as a creature with a human upper body and a serpent's lower body swallowed him whole, clothes and flesh included. It then patted its belly, satisfied, and burped. This was the animal's carnival, the slaughterhouse for humans. Chapter 134. Playing tricks last night. She had spent most of the night receiving messages, and in the morning, her mind was tense. Now that she relaxed, drowsiness swept over her. Just as her eyes were about to close, Old Ma suddenly slammed on the brakes. Song Nanzhu was jolted awake by the sudden stop and almost flew out of her seat. Huh? She rubbed her eyes sleepily. Are we there? She felt her brain was still a bit dazed and instinctively turned her head towards the window, only to find that the scene of slaughter and celebration was already gone, replaced by a large, clean helipad. Lin Feng swiftly opened the car door and got out. In her daze, Song Nanzhu heard those two words, hurriedly pulled open the car door, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out. The little rabbit, still half asleep, swayed as it walked out in a zigzag line. Lin Feng looked at her and wanted to laugh, but he suppressed a smile at the corners of his mouth and grabbed her hand. When the little rabbit wasn't paying attention, her long, snow-white, fluffy ears flopped out like two small fans. Song Nanzhu, still groggy, vaguely saw in the distance two huge helicopters parked and a group of people standing facing them. She blinked a few times, trying to wake herself up a bit more. The one with a strange expression seemed to be Ji. Standing behind him were several people in flight uniforms, the insignia of the Animal Alliance printed on their shoulders. Presumably the helicopter pilots. When the three approached, they all greeted Lin Feng. One bold individual, noticing Lin Feng was holding a child, playfully asked, "Is it a child?" Ji was startled and turned to look, Although Lin Feng's face was calm, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Hiss! Song Nanzhu suddenly felt a pain in her hand. She turned to look at Lin Feng, who was smiling but had icy eyes. She thought, I didn't provoke this guy, did I? Suddenly, a tall figure caught her eye from a distance. Song Nanzhu blinked, and upon seeing the person clearly, her mind felt like it had been doused with cold water. Instantly waking up, the Secretary General, Fox Fairy, was walking towards them in a black uniform, striding confidently. Song Nanzhu quickly glanced around. 2 helicopters were parked on either side of the helipad. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Lin Feng was chatting with those around him, and while he seemed not to notice her, she quickly transformed her small hand into a furry rabbit paw, making it much smaller. The rabbit paw slipped out of Lin Feng's grasp. Fox Fairy was accompanied by a deputy commander, walking straight towards them. Song Nanzhu thought, although the fox was cunning and treacherous, not as unpredictable as Lin Feng, she was still wary of being near him. She could be crushed at any moment. She rubbed her hand that had just been squeezed, which still ached. The little rabbit happily ran over. Pretty sister, long time no see. She thought to herself that it was fortunate she still looked like a child in this life. Now that she had grown up, she better make good use of it. Fox Fairy was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting her to be so enthusiastic, but being a fox, her expression quickly transformed into one of gentleness. Miss Bianju, long time no see. Song Nanzhu did not dare to turn around and look at Lin Feng's expression at this moment, and could only brace herself to continue speaking. Just now, Suji told me that there are only 4 seats on the helicopter, so can my sister and I sit together? Suji. Suddenly, Suji felt a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead for some unknown reason. He slowly turned his head and spoke slowly. I really didn't say that. How could he dare to say it? This request wasn't excessive and had a hint of a little girl's petulance, which the fox completely brushed off. It was just a little girl who liked pretty sisters and disliked a bunch of smelly big men. She touched her upright bunny ears and said, of course, it's fine. The fox only brought 1 deputy with her, and she turned to say, take Miss Baiju up now. I have something to discuss with Commander Lin. Song Nanzhu's scheme succeeded, and she smiled even sweeter, saying loudly, thank you, beautiful sister. The deputy led her onto the helicopter, but Song Nanzhu felt a little uneasy in her back, and she dared not turn around to look at the person behind her. Now that it had come to this, she could only find a reason to cover up later. For now, she could only endure the gaze behind her and followed the deputy onto the helicopter. Suji sat in the helicopter, feeling furious as he recalled being stabbed in the back just now. He turned to glance at Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth but did not know how to start, and closed it again. If your mouth is too salty, you can eat Old Ma. Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Old Ma felt a sudden tightening of his skin, and the hair on his head stood on end involuntarily. He trembled and turned his head. What did you say, Commander? Sui Edflimet. If it weren't for the seatbelt restraining him, he would have jumped up in the helicopter. His mouth opened like a floodgate, and he blurted out, Commander, we have gone through so much trouble to help that little bunny investigate behind her back for so long. You, who were already tired from watching the mine, still kept an eye on her broken tent every night. After failing the assassination, you even helped her investigate the mastermind. But look at that broken rabbit. She sees the Secretary General getting closer to the governor and immediately abandons you. You say this little rabbit looks young and innocent, but she's so good at crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. Lin Feng silently opened his eyes. She not stupid. Suji didn't react, huh? Lin Feng lowered his eyes. She can't possibly not realize that Fox Siener and we are in cahoots. Now that the Arctic rabbit tribe is not around, although there hasn't been direct conflict with the enemies, the relationship is definitely not good. The only ones she can rely on in the alliance are us. Some words he did not say out loud. Song Nanzhu clearly knew that sitting on Lin Feng's or Fox Siener's helicopter actually had no substantial impact. The only explanation for her doing this was to escape from Lin Feng. Chapter 135. Face-to-face Song Nanzhu was taken onto the helicopter and arranged in her seat. She let out a slow breath. Lin Feng shouldn't be angry, right? She patted her chest, and fortunately, she remembered that the last time she was on Lin Feng's dedicated helicopter, there seemed to be 4 seats. Having finally escaped Lin Feng temporarily, Song Nanzhu felt her whole body relax, slumping in her seat. She inadvertently glanced outside and happened to meet a tightly furrowed brow. Hiss! Song Nanzhu quickly turned her head away. What are you looking at outside? The soundproofing was good. She couldn't hear the noise outside, but she felt a gaze piercing through the glass, burning her. She hurriedly closed her eyes, trying not to think about Lin Feng's gaze from just now. After a night of running around and a bumpy ride this morning, she finally relaxed completely and felt a hint of drowsiness slowly creeping in her mind. Before long, Song Nanzhu actually fell asleep and didn't even notice when Fox Sienna boarded and the helicopter started. When Song Nanzhu slowly began to regain consciousness, she felt herself nestled in a warm embrace. The arms were big and warm, as she comfortably turned over, burying her head in the man's chest. Suji glanced at his commander's expressionless face and then looked down at the little white rabbit in his arms. For the first time, he felt like a fool. It turned out that the commander hadn't heard a thing on the plane. Song Nanzhu, originally feeling uncomfortable with her head resting on the seat, suddenly found herself on a comfortable big bed and couldn't help but turn over several times. Suddenly, she felt something was off. Why was the big bed shaking a bit? But because the bed was too comfortable, she turned over, even twisting her head in the man's embrace, stretching her small hand and yawning before slowly opening her eyes. Just as she opened them a tiny crack, she immediately closed it again. The little rabbit's breathing was even, continuing to lie in the man's arms, looking sweetly asleep. Lin Feng, however, wore a subtle smile. Song Nanzhu forced her eyes shut, her heart racing. She felt the man holding her quicken his pace, and she only heard a creak as if they had entered a room. Song Nanzhu was overjoyed and couldn't help but bite her lip. Just hold on, just hold on. It will be over soon. She felt as if the man gently placed her on the bed with his powerful arms. The little rabbit seemed to naturally turn over. Snuggling into the bed, she exhaled deeply, not knowing where she was at this moment, only praying that Lin Feng would leave the room quickly. She turned over, burying her head deeply, but perked up one ear to listen quietly, until she heard Lin Feng's footsteps clattering away from the room, then gently closing the door. Bang! A soft sound. Song Nanzhu's tense body suddenly relaxed, and she let out a long sigh, springing up from the bed. Finally, she had driven away this big demon. Oh yeah, her ears, which had been drooping, stood up high, and her mouth almost grinned to the back of her ears. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a faint sound of breathing. Did it seem that there was something else in this room besides her? The little rabbit's head slowly turned, and she involuntarily gasped. Her ears that were upright instantly stiffened, and her smile froze on her face. Song Nanzhu felt this moment was exceptionally long. Her big rabbit ears twitched in the air, not knowing how long they twitched, finally awkwardly making two sounds at her throat, giving a sheepish laugh. Commander. Lin Feng stood in the corner of the room, near the door, arms crossed, looking at her with a half-smile. The man was tall like a mountain, slowly walking closer, and the huge shadow of this mountain gradually covered Song Nanzhu. She slowly raised her head, only to see Lin Feng's expression was dark and inscrutable. At this moment, Song Nanzhu just wanted to die. What could be more embarrassing than being caught faking sleep? Lin Feng exuded a terrifying aura that seemed to warn others to keep their distance, making Song Nanzhu involuntarily shuffle her, but back. She awkwardly scratched her head. Commander, I just woke up and wanted to stretch my muscles and bones. Lin Feng's eyes were too dark for her to see clearly. She could only keep making herself smaller and smaller, moving further away, wanting to distance herself from that terrifying iceberg. What are you afraid of? Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his tone as cold as a storm sweeping over an iceberg. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, remaining silent. I hate insincere probing. He swung his long arm, reached out, and precisely grabbed the back of her neck, pulling her forward, forcing Song Nanzhu to meet his gaze. She had met those terrifying eyes more than once, from her past life to this life. Those eyes were like sharp, curved blades, etched into Song Nanzhu's very bones and blood, even before she died in her last life. A person facing death had long been fearless. However, Lin Feng's eyes still made her tremble with fear, sending shivers down her spine. The little rabbit stubbornly turned her head away. Lin Feng, however, did not give her a chance to evade. With a twist of his large hand, he grasped her neck, forcing her to face him directly. You know very well about my relationship with the fox, and you know what I want to do, and even more. You know what you want to do. You want it, but you also want to escape. I really don't understand your foolishness. Suddenly, his tone softened. The big eyes of the little rabbit filled with tears, and she didn't know when her eyes had turned red, but she still tightly pressed her lips together, not making a sound. Lin Feng didn't understand why, but it felt as if a deflated ball had suddenly lost all its air. Stay by my side. Do you think I will eat you? A drop of tear as big as a bean slid down her soft, tender cheek. To put it nicely, she was colluding with me, but I know very well what kind of person I am. Lin Feng seemed to be colluding with me, but with your abilities, one in the Arctic rabbit tribe is as simple as reaching into your pocket. Why wait for me to rise to power? She sniffed, and another tear slid down. I'm afraid that I would become a puppet pushed in front of Lin's commander, and when I rise to power, it would be the moment my rabbit brain falls to the ground. Lin Feng had just developed a hint of softness in his heart, but upon hearing this, he felt both angry and amused. In your eyes, am I so insidious and treacherous, committing all kinds of evil, burning bridges after crossing them? The little rabbit pouted. How could that be? Commander, you are wise and righteous, loyal and brave, far beyond a small person like me. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. This little rabbit was getting herself so worked up she seemed like an inflatable toy. She was saying angry words, but her face was blushing uncontrollably, with 2 lines of tears hanging on her face, making anyone want to hug her tightly and rub her. Commander? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The governor wants to see you. All right, all right. Lin Feng's tone softened as he gently placed the little rabbit on the bed. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but rub the girl's head, softly comforting her. As long as you behave, I won't crush you. Chapter 136. The back of his hand gently brushed against her cheek. The back of his hand was warm, but the tears were icy cold. Nanzhu felt like her face was a pot. As soon as he touched it, it became scorching. She secretly lifted her big eyes to sneak a glance at Lin Feng's expression. Clearly, she had pierced through what he was thinking. Shouldn't he be furious? Why did he look so gentle now, even with a hint of smile? But in any case, she felt a bit relieved that she had managed to get through this. The door outside was knocked again, this time more urgently. Commander, the governor is on the phone and says there's an urgent matter. He wants you to hurry. Lin Feng calmly wiped the tears from the little rabbit's face and said directly, I understand. He lowered his head and gently said, This is a temporary room arranged for you at the Animal Alliance base. If you have any questions, just ask Suji. For now, don't wander around. I'll take you to meet the governor tomorrow. After saying this, Lin Feng quietly looked at the girl sitting on the bed for a while. His eyes were somewhat obscure, as if something was stirring beneath the surface. However, the girl seemed to be sulking as she turned her head away, not looking at him at all. He sighed. Most of the carnivores in the base are dominant, so remember not to wander around. The little rabbit's face had 2 tear tracks that weren't wiped clean. She angrily turned her head to the side, crossed her arms, and refused to look at him. Lin Feng felt both amused and exasperated. He wanted to reach out and tap her head, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Nanzhu felt as if the mountain beside her hadn't left and kept turning her head away. At this moment, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and the atmosphere was tense with neither of them speaking, until Nanzhu felt pain in her neck. He still stood there motionless. She thought, why is this person so stubborn? However, Nanzhu had never been one to neglect herself for the sake of pride. Her neck was genuinely hurting, and she huffed out a sound of frustration through her nose. Lin Feng's lips curled into a light smile as he turned to open the door and strode out. With a loud bang, Nanzhu finally sighed in relief. She felt that the heavy gaze weighing down on her shoulders had finally lifted, and she felt like a bird that had escaped from its cage. Flopping onto the soft bed, kicking the blanket aside with 1 foot, and rolling 3 times. Being small was different. The bed felt larger. Suddenly, a spark of fire flashed in her mind. Nanzhu sprang up. Wait. Her eyes quickly scanned her surroundings. Animals tend to rely more on instinct than rational analysis. They are especially sensitive to smells, touch, and sound. No wonder she felt inexplicably familiar upon entering this room. She turned her head around. The original base of the Animal Alliance had been rebuilt on the foundation of human structures, located in the very center of the urban cluster in the southeast region. It was called a base, but it felt more like a small town. And the logistics personnel arranged the rooms based on the military ranks and living habits of the personnel inside. The living habits of animals were particularly distinct. Birds of prey like hawks and vultures lived in high buildings, while rabbits, moles, and pangolins that run on four legs and like to dig holes lived on the lowest level. The reason she felt familiar with this room upon entering, but had no further doubts, was that the arrangement of the room completely followed rabbit customs, but that familiar feeling did not come from this. Song Nanzhu jumped off the bed and walked around the room barefoot. Rabbits like to dig holes, and the temporary accommodation arranged in the base was a massive underground flat. It was not only luxurious, but also dark and sunless. Everything was built to the size of a rabbit, making it look like a room that had been prepared in advance for it before its arrival. Song Nanzhu's feet touched the icy floor, but her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She walked around the room. There were no windows, but she didn't turn on the lights. She felt her way along the white walls, and as she walked along the edge, she clearly touched the door of the room. With a click, she opened the door and stepped into the living room. She didn't hesitate, stepping on the cold floor and sitting directly on the sofa. It was obvious that someone had cleaned this place in advance. Song Nanzhu's fingers brushed across the coffee table, and when she rubbed them together, they were very clean. Her fingers once again touched the coffee table, gliding along the edge until she reached one side. Song Nanzhu's face hardened, and suddenly, she exerted force with her hand, striking down on the coffee table, pushing it several meters away. She stood up from a sofa, coldly looking at the few tiles on the ground, slowly squatting down, her hand gently touching them. Perhaps it was because they were underground. The tiles were particularly cold, with a faint layer of dust on top. Song Nanzhu knocked on the tile with her hand, then tapped on two other tiles on the ground. In an instant, she felt a chill all over her body. Song Nanzhu silently stood up, her body seeming a bit stiff. A sudden wave of dizziness hit her, and as she blinked a couple of times, she felt for some reason that her eyes were warm. In an instant, her eyes, which could see everything clearly in the dark, seemed to have gone blind for a moment. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes and sighed deeply. This is indeed my previous room, the one I stayed in after becoming the rabbit tribe leader in my previous life. This room was visited by Lin Feng many times late at night. It was specially prepared for him after he raced across the prairie at night. She looked at the door. The size of that door was just enough for her to enter and exit, and it was very beautiful, made of fine mahogany. Song Nanzhu had always liked it, but when Lin Feng came back later, he always had to bend down to enter, so she insisted on having it replaced. Song Nanzhu reached out her hand, feeling her fingertips tremble. So, after going around in circles, she lived her life again, thinking she had changed so much, yet in the end, she was still tied to Lin Feng's side. Not to mention that she also moved into the house he had specially prepared for her. Were all her previous efforts and all her resistance in vain, like drawing water with a bamboo basket? She helplessly looked at the two tiles on the floor. Secretly, Song Nanzhu felt a chill all over her body and let out a cold laugh. The originally large and obedient eyes emitted a cold light. She closed her eyes, painfully thinking that since things had come to this, the people who had harmed her in her past life and made her suffer, now that she had the chance to live again and know in advance, she would not let them succeed again. She looked at the door. This time, the door would not be taken down again. She would never let Lin Feng step into her heart again, even if everything remained the same. She did not believe that the rules of this world could confine her, who had the memories of 2 lifetimes. Chapter 137. Creating encounters. Song Nanzhu perked up her ears, but heard only the ticking of the clock in the empty room. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh, and it wasn't until she smelled the distinct scent of blood at her fingertips that she slowly calmed down. She patted her heaving chest, exhaled a breath of stale air, stood up slowly, and turned to look at the clock on the wall. It was already midnight. Following her memories from her past life, Song Nanzhu fumbled to turn on the living room light, and the warm light instantly filled the entire room. It seemed that she was a bit shorter in this life than in her past life. Even on tiptoes, she couldn't reach the highest shelf of the cabinet. Song Nanzhu pulled a small chair over to stand on, finally managing to open that shelf. The items inside were just as she remembered. She reached in and took out a small bottle of alcohol spray and jumped down from the chair. Suddenly, she froze, realizing she had repeated this action countless times in her past life. But when Lin Feng came, he had always stood behind her to help her get it. Song Nanzhu let out a self-deprecating chuckle, twisting the cap off with her uninjured hand. Without saying a word, she poured it directly onto the wound on her hand. The wound wasn't large, just a few crescent-shaped marks from her nails. However, the moment the alcohol touched it, the tearing sensation still made her frown. Hiss! Song Nanzhu gently inhaled, quickly pulling out a tissue to wipe the remaining alcohol mixed with blood from her hand. She closed her eyes, trying to endure the pain, and when she opened them again, her eyes were cold and stern. She turned to check the time again. 2 a.m. Song Nanzhu quickly walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold water on her face. The night was cold and windy, although there were no windows to let the cold wind in. The basement was still chillingly damp. She felt a chill run from her feet to the top of her head, but there was still a fire burning in her heart. After meeting the governor tomorrow, she would undoubtedly be restricted. Lin Feng would likely keep a close watch on her movements. After tonight, her freedom at the Alliance base would be even lower. Only by finding her own footing could she break free from Lin Feng's control, and tonight was the best opportunity. Song Nanzhu fiercely wiped her face and tidied her outfit. Sure enough, there were new clothes in the wardrobe. She rummaged through it, and as expected, the clothes were different from her past life. In this life, she was younger and smaller, with most of the clothes being similar to the pink puffy dresses she used to wear. After thinking for a moment, she chose a deep blue long dress, turned around, and spun in front of the mirror. The girl's face was at the age of youth, beautiful even without makeup. Her skin was as white as milk, delicate and soft. Her plump pink lips adorned a small upturned nose, and above that were a pair of innocent, large eyes. Genetic modification had given her this harmless face, and she didn't know whether to love or hate it. She took a deep breath, clicked open the door, and stepped outside. Outside the door was a straight corridor, like a normal human building with 2 elevators. Song Nanzhu took the elevator, and a few seconds later, the elevator dinged and opened, displaying that she had arrived at the ground floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, she raised her eyes, and after a long time, the Animal Alliance came into view. What greeted her was a road so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. Without hesitation, she quickly walked down that path, passing through the garden in front of her. She lived on the outskirts of the base, but fortunately, the base wasn't large, so it wasn't far to walk to the inner area where Governor Hu resided. Chi was bored, fiddling with the black and white chess pieces in her hands, watching the 3 men standing nervously beside her. She rolled her eyes and waved her hand. So boring, stupid humans can't even do this right. What have you lived so long for? The humans, seeing this, turned pale with fear. 2 of them even knelt down, their cries echoing hundreds of meters away. Please spare us. A few of us only have a little knowledge of chess, but we can still teach you, Mississippi. Please give us a chance. Chi curled her lips, toying with a white piece. You rookies can't even beat me when you team up. What's the use of keeping you? I might as well cut your flesh to feed my pets. As soon as they heard the word pets, the few humans trembled and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Chi impatiently looked at the deputy standing beside her. What are you still doing? Hurry up and drag these useless ones away to be cut up. Then go find a few humans who can play chess from the ones we're currently raising. Yes. The deputy quickly revealed sharp claws and teeth, restraining one person's chin with one hand, and a sharp claw reached in, carelessly stirring a few times, pulling out a bloody tongue and tossing it to the ground. The tongue wriggled on the ground like a headless earthworm, and the other 2 watched, feeling a warmth between their legs. Animals have sensitive noses. Chi immediately frowned. What are you wasting time for? Hurry up and drag them away. Don't bring me bad luck here. The deputy, fearing to anger the temperamental young lady, quickly complied. The cries for mercy quickly faded into the distance. Chi raised her eyebrows. The girl in the deep blue long dress looked beautiful in the night, like a fairy that comes out at night. She picked a white flower from the garden and gently smelled it. The dress was a spaghetti strap style, and the night wind was cool. Wearing such a thin garment made her long hair flutter in the wind, and the beautiful girl's slender body shivered violently. Chapter 138. Showdown, who are you? Why are you in my back garden at this late hour? A female voice ruthlessly broke the silence of the night. The girl, smelling the flower, seemed startled. She lightly tucked her hair behind her ear and raised her eyes in surprise. The flower slipped from her fingertips, and the snow-white petals mixed into the soil. Nanzhu turned her head and saw a strong girl sitting in the pavilion at the center of the garden's pool, with a group of deputy commanders standing nervously behind her. She sat alone on the bench, wearing a black jacket and military pants, her legs spread wide. A slender tail with black and yellow stripes swayed slightly behind her. Nanzhu shifted her gaze to her boots. They were new type Animal Alliance military shoes. These shoes looked like ordinary ones on the outside, but the inside used a new type of modified human skin. This method involved hanging a person upside down for 2 to 3 days until their scalp became congested with blood, all flowing to the top of their head, nearly to the point of death, before skinning them alive. Only then could the resulting human skin pads be the softest and most comfortable. And the pads made from human scalp had natural hair follicles, which enhanced friction and made them less likely to slip. Hyukiki looked at the somewhat panicked girl in front of her with great interest. She flicked her finger, and a white stone clattered into the chessboard. Supporting herself on her knee, she stood up and, across a pond, exchanged a distant gaze with the girl. Hyukiki had a larger frame and appeared more robust, resembling a strong towering tree compared to Nanzhu, who was like a small, thin sapling. She extended her palm forward and wiggled 2 fingers in the air. Come here for a moment. The girl was suddenly called to attention, her eyes filled with panic, but seemingly intimidated by the grand display before her. She cautiously lifted her skirt and slowly walked along the stone steps in the middle of the pond. A group of deputy generals surrounded Hyukiki, and the little rabbit looked up, appearing somewhat frightened as it trembled and glanced back at the rows of towering, carnivorous beasts behind them. For some reason, Hyukiki seemed to feel a bit reluctant and waved her hand back. You all step back a bit. The imposing men formed a black mountain and retreated. They backed up to the edge of the pavilion, nearly causing the large men to fall into the water. Only then did Hyukiki say, "All right, that's enough." Hyukiki unconsciously lowered her voice. Who are you? What are you doing in my backyard at this late hour? The little white rabbit still looked a bit scared, and it trembled as it raised its head. I am Baiju. Baiju. She thought for a while, suddenly smacking her thigh and widening her eyes. Are you the one sent by the Arctic rabbit to negotiate? The girl seemed a little shy and nodded slightly. Hyukiki sat down, noticing the girl shivering in the cold wind. She hurriedly pointed to a stone bench nearby. Why are you standing? Sit down. Just then, a shouting voice came from a distance. What are you doing? Let go of me. The human soul is indomitable and will never be destroyed. Even if you kill me, I can never become the pet of beasts like you. Nanzhu's attention was drawn over, and she saw several soldiers dragging a child who looked quite young, barely reaching the waist of the tall carnivorous animals. His hands and feet were bound, and due to struggling and not cooperating, he was being dragged on the ground by the tall animal soldiers. When they brought him closer, his already tattered clothes were practically worn to shreds, failing to cover his body, and the exposed skin was marked with bloodstains from the dirt. He was tossed aside like garbage. Miss, a deputy whispered respectfully while dragging the human subordinate. This child may be young, but it seems he has decent chess skills for what I've heard in the crowd. Hyukiki was intrigued and looked down at the child. The child's voice was tender, and though he was small and covered in dirt and blood, his face was not entirely obscured. When he raised his head, his brows and eyes were still well-defined. The child spat. He was bound and could only struggle on the ground to lift his head, spitting a mouthful of blood and saliva onto the ground. Brutal animals. Do you think you can rule this world with ferocity and slaughter? Even if humanity perishes, so what? Even if humans are enslaved now, it's just a change of rulers. Hyukiki's expression suddenly changed, and the deputy, having observed for a while, kicked the child in the chest. He let out a muffled grunt, but forced himself to hold back a cough, biting his teeth together and glaring. Look at the greed and evil on your faces now. How is it any different from the humans back then? Humanity is just temporarily submerged in the flames of history, in a few hundred or thousand years. Another species will rise to overthrow you. Song Nanzhu's previously relaxed body suddenly tensed up, her fingers unconsciously gripping her deep blue dress tightly. Those words were eerily similar to what she had said when she was on the brink of death all those years ago. Song Nanzhu turned to look at the child on the ground. He was not very old, about 12 or 13 years old, though not tall. The determination and composure in his brows and eyes made him seem suddenly elevated. Hyukiki clearly couldn't sit still. Her originally round eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce light. And she made a hissing sound. Song Nanzhu knew this was the predatory signal of a carnivorous animal and hurriedly turned to look. Hyukiki's fangs were already bared at her side, tightening Song Nanzhu's heart. "Miss, wait." Just as Hyukiki was about to pounce, Song Nanzhu anxiously reached out to stop her. Hyukiki, with her teeth bared, and the deputy both looked at Song Nanzhu. Hyukiki, unable to calm herself, her expression dark. Yet Song Nanzhu steadied herself and said gently, "I see the chess on the table, and it seems you are quite interested in human Go. Since this child is said to know how to play, why not keep him by your side? It would be good to spare his life and keep him company to alleviate your boredom." The boy lying on the ground sneered coldly, his throat raspy with blood. But he tore his voice to say, "Brutal, mindless animals. You want to learn human chess? Dream on. Damn it." A protective outburst came, seemingly reaching its limit. In an instant, the girl's face transformed into a massive tiger's face. She roared and was about to pounce on the boy on the ground, her sharp tiger teeth ready to bite through his neck. "Miss, wait." Song Nanzhu once again stepped in to stop her. She glanced at the boy on the ground and said, "Since you are so confident that animals are mindless, would you dare to compete with me?" The boy snorted coldly. "With those claws of yours, can you even grasp the chess pieces?" Song Nanzhu, however, was not angered. Her face remained calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. "Since you are so confident, don't complain when you lose later." He looked up at the girl, who was wearing a long dress, her exposed skin pale as snow, glowing like a luminous pearl in the night. As the wind blew, her hair floated, giving her an air of elegance. "All right, let's compete." The deputy was somewhat troubled and glanced at Hyukiki. However, Hyukiki clapped her hands with interest. Good, good. Let's see how this child does. If he loses, I will turn every part of him into a dish." The deputy received the order and quickly untied the child. Song Nanzhu watched him struggle to get up from the ground, seemingly having endured many whippings before being brought here. When he stood up, he discovered more bloodstains on his body, and as he stood up, he momentarily felt dazed. Yet the boy tightly pressed his lips together, refusing to make a sound. His spine straight. Despite being trampled in the mud, he still looked down on everything. He left a bloody footprint with each step as he slowly walked over and supported himself on the table to sit down. "Who goes first?" The girl chuckled lightly. "You're clever. Let me, the mindless one, take the black stones, and you take the white stones. How about that?" The boy's lips curled into a cold smile. "Let's talk. Let's start." The original chessboard was marked with a round black stone, and the boy's brow remained calm, as if amidst vast mountains and rivers. The white stones moved swiftly, without hesitation, and the black and white gradually mixed on the board. However, the boy's brows began to furrow. His pace of placing stones slowed, and his brows gradually locked into a pattern. The girl's lips, however, curled into a smile. Hyukiki naturally saw the situation on the board clearly. Her previously fierce expression now softened into a smile. "You're so skilled. Where did you learn that?" Upon hearing this, the girl's brows and eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. "Long ago, I played around and got caught by humans to be a pet. The child of that family learned chess, and I picked up a bit while watching." Hearing this, the boy glanced at her. "This chess skill doesn't seem like something you picked up casually," he said indifferently. After speaking, he placed another stone. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, indeed, it wasn't something learned casually. In her past life, Lin Feng tried every possible way to keep her at the base, but she always complained about being bored at the base. At that time, Hyukiki was searching everywhere for someone skilled in chess, and sure enough, she found a formidable old man with white whiskers. Chi pressed the knife against the old man's half-white beard, forcing him to reveal the two people from the past few years. At that time, in the palace, Song Nanzhu was the first to cling to the big ship that was Chi. The two were truly inseparable friends in the base. Hu-Chi treated her sincerely. But later, the girl lowered her gaze and dropped the piece. When she raised her gaze again, her eyes were on Hu-Chi, who looked eager beside her. The repeated utilization over 2 lifetimes was indeed her fault. When she looked up again, the young man had already furrowed his brows tightly, biting his lower lip until the last second before dropping a piece. Suddenly, she chuckled softly. Under the young man's tense gaze, she dropped the final piece. The bright moonlight shone on the girl's hair as she gently said, "It's over, a draw. You win." The young man suddenly stood up with a bang, his lips still tightly pressed into a line. He still straightened his back, unwilling to bow his head. "You didn't win." The girl shrugged. "It's clearly a draw." The young man huffed through his nose. "If you're going to kill me, just do it. Why all this pretense?" Hu-Chi, with her hands on her hips, watched everything with great interest, glancing at the chessboard on the table. Others might not understand, but she at least had some understanding. How could she not comprehend? After saying this, she reached out, and the vice commander was poised and ready, waiting for Hu-Chi's command to swiftly cut the young man in half. However, Song Nanzhu suddenly spoke again. "Wait." Hu-Chi turned her head again, a bit impatient. "Are you still planning to forgive him?" Song Nanzhu's voice softened. With a tone of pleading, "I just arrived in the southeast. I'm not accustomed to the climate, and I don't know anyone. My only hobby is chess. And although this kid has a sharp tongue, his chess skills are quite good. Why not keep him as a pet for me? I will definitely teach him well. And then he can apologize to you." Hu-Chi paused, seemingly contemplating. The young man's expression changed drastically. Hu-Chi raised her eyebrows and turned to Baizhu, saying, "Since that's the case, I'll gift him to you." Baizhu's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Miss Hu-Chi." Song Nanzhu had spent several years mingling with Hu-Chi in her past life, and her personality had long been understood clearly. On the surface, she was different from Lin Feng, but internally they had some similarities. Both were extremely soft in approach and would go against you if you're hard on them. The only way was to be gentle and pleasing, not confrontational. Hu-Chi waved her hand to have him subdued, train him well, and make him obedient. "Yes," replied the beast that only knew slaughter. "Even if I die, I will never submit to you." Song Nanzhu sighed in relief. She looked at the moon outside, stretched lazily, and yawned. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked straight outside. Hu-Chi called out a few times behind her, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her peripheral vision. Song Nanzhu's heart tightened, and she quickly crouched down, enveloped by the moonlight. The deep blue long dress blended deeply with the earth and grass. Under the moonlight, with no one around, only the sound of wind rustling through the treetops could be heard. However, Song Nanzhu's eyes precisely caught the figure of that person through the dense grass. He was unaccompanied, swiftly weaving between the forest and the moonlight. Song Nanzhu narrowed her eyes, thinking, "What is he doing here so late at night?" Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt a vibration in her chest, and her heart leaped with joy. She reached down to touch it. Indeed, the mechanical square on her chest was vibrating. Connected? It turned out this was a network point. Chapter 140, Hobby. The training camp's network point was actually set up inside the Animal Alliance. A hint of doubt flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind as she looked up. The figure was gradually moving away, not knowing where he was headed. But the small square around her neck kept vibrating. She crouched down, her doubts deepening as she recalled the things she had suspected in her past life. Biting her teeth secretly, she gently scooped up some soil from the ground, rubbed it in her palm, and brought it to her nose to sniff carefully. Indeed, that person had been here recently. Song Nanzhu removed the mechanical square from her neck. Whenever there was a bit of evidence, she never believed it was a coincidence. She slowly brought the mechanical square to her ear, and she heard a faint sound coming through. However, it was always unclear, likely due to the signal jammers in the Animal Alliance. Song Nanzhu leaned down further, blending into the moonlight. After waiting for a long time, a voice finally came through the mechanical square. 407. 407? Song Nanzhu extended her fingertip and tapped the small square twice. Tap, tap. The voice inside continued. The network point set up in the Animal Alliance may disappear at any time, so you need to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Song Nanzhu tapped the small square again. "I have 2 things to say. The first is that beneath the Ferris wheel in a small amusement park on the west outskirts of the city, a data center is buried. Find a way to let the Animal Alliance discover it and transmit the information, but remember, do not attract attention. The voice crackled and connected for a while longer before finally transmitting again. 50 miles outside the southern suburbs, there is a platinum mine underground. But that area is too close to the Animal Alliance base, and they will discover it sooner or later, so think of a way to take control of that area. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. A platinum mine? The voice gradually faded, replaced by crackling sounds, likely due to the signal being cut off. Song Nanzhu squatted on the ground for a while, until the mechanical square no longer emitted any sound, before slowly standing up from the grass with her knees. She looked around. The figure had long since disappeared. She straightened her wrinkled dress and walked slowly into the elevator. She descended the elevator, passed through the dark, long corridor, and stopped in front of the door. After pressing her fingerprint, the door clicked open. She slowly pushed the door open, and the room was still dark, unchanged from when she left. However, the moment Song Nanzhu stepped over the threshold, she suddenly stopped, gazing into the deep darkness. Turning around, she stepped inside with her other foot and shut the door behind her. In the dead of night, commanding the great presence. I don't even know how to entertain you. In the dark room, she heard a soft laugh, followed by a magnetic voice saying, "Where did you go?" Song Nanzhu's heart tightened, not expecting to be caught by Lin Feng right away. But it was no matter. She could hide today, but not tomorrow. She shrugged. "I was too bored, couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk." As she spoke, her hand found a switch on the wall and turned on the light with a click. Lin Feng was dressed in a neat military uniform, but the cloak behind him was crumpled and pressed against his back. He sat on the sofa, his long legs crossed, occupying a large portion of the sofa. Lin Feng had a travel-worn aura about him, sitting quietly, only turning his gaze towards the girl by the door. Today, the girl wore a deep blue long dress, looking as beautiful as a ghost floating in the dark night, captivating the heart. Song Nanzhu kicked off her shoes and walked over barefoot. Lin Feng's gaze seemed to stick to her like glue. "Are you hurt?" His tone was rarely gentle. Song Nanzhu glanced at the alcohol on the table. "Too lazy to explain, I accidentally scraped it." "Let me see," Lin Feng said, taking her hand without waiting for a reply. The little rabbit's hand was clenched into a tight fist, and he slowly pried it open. Inside were several red crescent shapes. He furrowed his brows instantly. "You scraped this?" Song Nanzhu's tone was quite indifferent, not wanting to continue the topic. "I was just leaving." Lin Feng paused, not knowing how long the atmosphere had been tense. He slowly uttered a word. "Okay." Song Nanzhu was somewhat surprised. He actually agreed so readily. She turned her head and quietly glanced at Lin Feng, only to see that his face had once again taken on that cold, icy expression. But that's fine. She had many tasks to complete, and staying by Lin Feng's side would only restrain her and make it difficult to act. In her past life, he had bitten her to death, so in this life, she must keep her distance from him. It was already getting light. "You should rest for a bit first. Later, we will go to meet the governor together." "Okay." After this brief exchange, neither of them spoke again, just sitting quietly on the sofa. Lin Feng occupied most of the sofa, while Song Nanzhu nestled in a small corner. The sofa was soft and quite comfortable. Just as she felt drowsiness creeping in and her eyes were about to close, Lin Feng suddenly stood up. Song Nanzhu was jolted awake, her eyes flying open, and her body, which had been leaning back against the sofa, suddenly straightened up. As soon as she got up, she cursed inwardly. She saw Lin Feng's tall figure looming over her like a mountain, pressing down. He took a few slow steps forward, inching closer, and the shadow of that mountain grew taller until it enveloped her small body. Song Nanzhu's hand once again dug into her original wound. The sharp pain brought her back to her senses. It was really reckless. A lady rabbit raised in the Arctic shouldn't have such a keen and sensitive reflex and vigilance. Wolves have the most endurance and can lie in the grass for days without eating or drinking just to catch one animal. He must have tried to lower his voice as he stood up, yet Song Nanzhu still woke up instantly. When she raised her head, she saw that figure once again overshadowing her. There was no substantial flaw, but Lin Feng's alertness and sensitivity were extraordinary. She had to be careful even with small matters, where it would raise suspicion. That figure suddenly reached out a hand towards her, and Song Nanzhu was ready, prepared for him to grab her by the neck and lift her up. To her surprise, Lin Feng only gently lifted her wrist. Her fist was tightly clenched like iron. Lin Feng reached forward, wanting to pry open that iron, but Song Nanzhu clutched it even tighter. The two of them were like two forces struggling in the dark. But how could a little rabbit overpower the future Wolf King? Lin Feng pried open her fist. You still have this habit? Chapter 141. The meeting he let out a mocking cold laugh, and the originally curved red crescent in his palm was now smeared with some blood beads, appearing like several blood moons hanging in her pale, rosy palm. Song Nanzhu pressed her lips tightly and lowered her head, saying nothing. Lin Feng, however, stood straight up and went to that large cabinet, pulling it open. He was tall and easily found a bottle of brown liquid inside. This won't hurt as much. He placed the iodine on the table. Song Nanzhu looked up, feeling a bit guilty as she glanced at him, reaching out to take it. But Lin Feng grabbed her hand. Don't move. Lin Feng's voice softened again. He clamped her wrist, forcing her to open her palm, while using one hand to hold the bottle, with two long fingers twisting off the cap. He took 2 cotton swabs, combined them, and dipped them in the iodine until the brown liquid soaked the swabs completely, then gently wiped her wound. His movements were gentle, completely different from his usual demeanor. The little girl had a wild nature. While running and playing in the woods, she would occasionally get scratched by branches and stones. But fearing scolding, she didn't dare to tell her grandmother and master. The little dog would watch and always sneak over to lick her wounds while she was resting. Lin Feng lowered his gaze, and she unexpectedly tasted some of the past flavor. Ah! Song Nanzhu suddenly exclaimed, her palm trembling. Does it hurt? Lin Feng asked. She froze for a moment, feeling that the heavy words she had just spoken could not continue now. It hurts. Serves you right. Song Nanzhu. She gritted her teeth, thinking, all right, it's time for the meeting. Let's head out now. Lin Feng carefully placed her treated hand down. Song Nanzhu's heart sank, and she couldn't help but recall the scene from last night. The outcome depended on this moment. The two of them walked out, crossing the patch of grass. Feng's car was parked outside at some point, still that familiar Alliance vehicle. Lin Feng opened the car door for her, and the little rabbit scrambled inside, dutifully fastening her seatbelt. We're here. The Animal Alliance building was the very center of the entire base, surrounded by the internal garden of the Animal Alliance, with layers of defense surrounding it. However, there was no obvious barrier between the inner and outer perimeters, making it easy for Song Nanzhu to enter. The building was tall, reaching into the clouds. Song Nanzhu was still wearing that deep blue long dress. As she got out of the car, a gentle-looking little lamb greeted her at the entrance, appearing to be in its 20s or 30s. Facing such a towering building, Song Nanzhu remained composed and elegant, her every move exuding a fresh and graceful aura. She walked into the building naturally, completely unrecognizable as a first-time visitor. Lin Feng led her into the elevator. The one pressing the elevator button was also a little lamb, who timidly asked hello. When the door opened, they passed through a neat, long corridor and arrived at a huge set of double doors. Don't be nervous, Lin Feng quietly reminded her. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, I've been through this 1,000 times. It's strange if I'm nervous. She always had the feeling that a very long time had passed. Yet the serious and dignified Tiger Lai sat in the highest position as he did in her past life, his brow always furrowed, revealing a deep and solemn expression. But his face showed no wrinkles, indicating he was not very old. The animal world had always been a place of survival of the fittest, ruled by force. Typically, those in power had to defeat the former leader to ascend. Thus, the animal world was always controlled by the young, with the elderly serving in supportive roles. Next to the governor sat 2 rows of older animals, with sparse fur and even some gray beards. On the left side were carnivores, the clouded leopard, followed by wolves, jackals, foxes, and servals. On the right side sat herbivores, antelopes, deer, elephants, giraffes, and sheep. Song Nanzhu looked up. Sure enough, they were all familiar faces. She had dealt with these 2 rows of advisors enough in her past life, and standing behind the governor was the smiling fox secretary, Sienner. After a brief handshake and greeting as the negotiation representative for the Arctic rabbits, Tiger Lai went straight to the point. The current situation is clear for all to see. It is truly a time for all animals to unite and face our common greatest enemy, humans. Therefore, I warmly welcome the Arctic rabbit tribe to become a part of the southeastern region. Of course, I will arrange for someone to allocate your territory. Song Nanzhu widened her eyes, smiling politely on the surface, but inwardly she sighed. How boring, it's exactly the same nonsense as last time. However, territory sounded nice, claiming to face a common enemy. But in reality, the animal mutations had just occurred, and the relationship between carnivores and herbivores was rife with undercurrents. After all, they had been age-old enemies on the grasslands for thousands of years. How could they truly become brothers overnight? Song Nanzhu thought. If the Arctic rabbit tribe migrates south without holding any substantial resources during a crisis in the Animal Alliance, when human resources run out, the first to be sacrificed will be these outsiders, the weakest Arctic rabbits. So it's time for her to check out the platinum mine that the training camp mentioned. Chapter 142, Playmate. Secretary General Sienner handed over a small tablet from behind, and Hu Lai took it, glancing at it with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. News came from behind that the negotiation team of the Arctic rabbits would arrive in the coming days. We could discuss the distribution of the noble territories in detail then, right? Song Nanzhu was focused on how to claim that platinum mine for herself and was not in a position to make too many promises to the Animal Alliance at the moment. Hearing this, she smiled like a little girl, eagerly agreeing. In the room, several chief strategists exchanged glances, realizing that the young girl was still so naive, so easily pleased with a small promise. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Let's disperse. The governor stood up first. The two rows of strategists beside him also stood up one after another. Just as Song Nanzhu was about to get up and leave, a voice suddenly called out to her. Hey, you, wait a minute. Song Nanzhu paused, her heart secretly rejoicing that she had indeed come. Miss Hu Qi? The strategists in the meeting room were mostly gone. Only she and Lin Feng were about to leave, while the governor remained seated, discussing something with the Secretary General. Hu Qi joyfully ran out from somewhere, still wearing the black jacket from last night, a long yellow-black tail swaying behind her. Hu Lai looked up and saw his daughter grinning widely as she dashed towards the small Arctic rabbit, quickly admonishing, Hey, I warn you. This is Miss Bai Zhu from the Arctic coming to negotiate, not something you can just chew on. Seeing that Hu Qi had no reaction and was still grinning like a little bunny rushing forward, Hu Lai became anxious and slammed the table. Did you hear me? I know. I won't bite her, Hu Qi retorted. But just then, Hu Qi dashed forward like a little leopard and, seeing the terrified expression on the little rabbit's face, scooped her up into her arms. Long time no see, Zhu. Song Nanzhu felt a bit embarrassed, but reached out to pat the little tiger's arm, thinking that this girl was indeed living up to expectations. With such familiarity, no one would believe they had only met the night before. The fox smiled coyly, teasing. It seems Miss Hu Qi has known Miss Bai Zhu for 20 years. Hu Qi hugged tighter, and Song Nanzhu's face gradually turned as red as a persimmon, until she was almost gasping for air. Just then, Hu Qi suddenly turned her head and noticed the tall man standing next to them, whose face was turning a shade of liver color. His gaze was like the cold moonlight from last night, piercing through her, making her shiver, and she abruptly released the struggling little girl in her arms. Oh, so you know each other. Hu Lai, who had been serious, squeezed out a smile. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, seemingly shy, but a face that looked strikingly similar to Hu Lai flashed through her mind. In that instant when she looked up, she wondered, why? Why is it that despite being siblings, he loves his daughter, but not his son? You brat. As she was thinking this, Hu Lai had already walked up to her, pulling Hu Qi over with a large hand, roughly ruffling her hair. Hey, Dad. Hu Qi laughed and scolded, struggling to pull her head free. I'm trying to talk about something serious here. It was hard for Song Nanzhu to keep her thoughts from wandering to another person. Just then, Hu Qi finally fixed her hair. I really have something serious. She paused and even cleared her throat solemnly. Now, Zhu is my best friend. She's great at chess, and I want her to live in the base with me, so we can play together and she can accompany me to play chess. Hu Lai paused, seemingly pondering. Song Nanzhu subtly glanced at Hu Lai, just in time to meet his searching gaze. It was calculating and wary, but Song Nanzhu faced his gaze directly. She gently lifted the corners of her lips into a cute and gentle smile, slightly moving the flesh on her face. Her eyebrows and eyes curving, looking extremely docile and well-behaved. She allowed Hu Lai's scrutinizing gaze to examine her from head to toe. "Oh, Dad, you're scaring her." Hu Qi linked her arm with Song Nanzhu's, complaining. Hu Lai's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. His expression softened as he smiled and patted his daughter's head. "Really fine? Since the Arctic rabbit territory hasn't been settled yet, let Miss Baizhu play with you for a while." "Yay!" Hu Qi jumped up happily, releasing the fox's arm and coming to link arms with Song Nanzhu. "Baizhu, I'll send your pet over right away. By the way, wait a minute. I'll introduce you to my brother. He will definitely like someone as smart as you." Hu Qi chattered away. Song Nanzhu looked up and saw that Hu Lai and Lin Feng's expressions suddenly turned very grim. Goodness, she had stepped on both of their landmines with just 2 sentences. Song Nanzhu mentally gave Hu Qi a thumbs up. "Your brother has been sick recently. Don't disturb him." Song Nanzhu quickly lowered her head, hardly daring to look at Lin Feng's face. If Lin Feng's gaze could kill, she would have been sliced into pieces by now. "All right." Song Nanzhu put on a smiling face and said cheerfully. Hu Qi cheered loudly a few times, wrapping her arm around Song Nanzhu's, ready to dash outside. Song Nanzhu felt Lin Feng's gaze like a hook pulling at her back, stretching it painfully long. Every step she took toward the exit felt like it was tugging at her. But she could not give in. She could not remain in the cage that Lin Feng had set for her, always relying on him. She had already learned the consequences of seeking comfort in her past life. Mission failure, identity exposure, and being ruthlessly killed by Lin Feng. The law of the jungle. This was the rule of the animal world, and only in this life did she truly comprehend it. Hu Qi pulled her along, bouncing as they exited, the little rabbit smiling obediently, chatting casually with the bouncing girl beside her. Yet at the moment of turning around, an incredibly cold light burst from her eyes. She no longer felt the gaze behind her chasing after her. She boldly moved forward. Lin Feng stood in place for a long time, watching the direction she had left. Chapter 143. Hu Ji, let me tell you, I've introduced many girls to my brother, but he doesn't like any of them. Hu Qi pouted, pulling her out of the building, turning left and right, entering a winding path behind a garden. But I think he will definitely like you. You're so smart. Song Nanzhu lifted her eyes, noticing the trees growing denser ahead, while the path beneath her feet grew narrower, as if they had entered a brand new jungle. They twisted and turned in this jungle. Suddenly, Hu Qi reached out, pushing aside the last 2 trees that were so dense they blocked the way, and in front of them, a clear view opened up. It wasn't a very wide expanse, and unlike the surrounding buildings, ahead was only a low flat house with a small opening beside it. Song Nanzhu perked up her ears, hearing the sound of fish splashing their tails in the water. This place was unfamiliar to her. She hadn't come here often in her past life. She walked over slowly and saw a small fish in the pond. It was pure white, happily swimming around and wagging its tail in the water. "Brother." Hu Qi suddenly spoke, and Song Nanzhu stiffened at the sound, hearing a footstep slowly coming to a stop behind them. A calm but hoarse voice said, "What are you doing here?" Song Nanzhu's back stiffened. In that moment, she seemed to wonder whether Hu Ji was alive or dead in her past life. She turned around and saw Hu Qi's smiling face blocking her view, their hands tightly clasped together. Hu Qi smiled and said, "Of course, I brought my best friend to meet you." Song Nanzhu's hand tightened around Hu Qi's hand. In an instant, it felt as if the chaotic scene of gunfire and warfare appeared before her eyes again. In her previous life, Hu Qi did not accompany her for long. The girl died on the night of the human raid, and she hadn't even reached 20 yet. It was uncertain when that night raid would occur. She tightened her grip on the girl's hand. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, she would do everything in her power to ensure Hu Qi lived a long life this time. That voice lingered behind her for a long time, and Song Nanzhu finally pushed herself up from her knees. She slowly turned around and raised her gaze. The girl stood by the pond, the breeze gently tousling her hair. She reached out her hand and said, "Hello, my name is Baizhu." Her big eyes looked at the young man before her. He looked not much older, perhaps even younger than Hu Qi. However, his complexion was pale, and his body was not as robust as Lin Feng's. He stood there thinly, like a piece of paper that could be blown away at any moment. Song Nanzhu's hand hovered in the air. Her lips maintaining a gentle smile, as she fixed her gaze on the young man. Yet, he remained silent, standing there as if in a daze. "Brother, what are you doing?" Hu-Chi asked anxiously, tugging at Huji's sleeve. He was wearing a white shirt and suit pants, making him appear even thinner. Suddenly, the young man smiled, a hint of brightness appearing on his pale face. He walked over, reached out his hand, and lightly patted the girl's palm. "Hello, I'm Huji." She looked into his eyes, smiling, but not speaking. In her previous life, the fox fairy revealed her identity to Lin Feng. But Song Nanzhu never believed that Ming Lui could so accurately grasp his actions in the base, especially since Ming Lui was far underground, and his hand could not possibly reach here. Therefore, there was only one reason. Someone beside her had betrayed her. She smiled at Huji, but it seemed as if she was looking through him at the boy from her past life, silently asking, "What role do you play here? Who are you looking at?" Huji suddenly smiled and spoke. "Really? I thought Miss Baiju was looking through me at someone." The smile on Song Nanzhu's face froze for a moment but quickly passed. As expected of Huji, Huchi tugged at Song Nanzhu's sleeve. "I'm telling you, my brother's really good at chess." She shot a glance at the young man, but suddenly pouted, a hint of grievance in her tone. "Yes, just really stingy and never wants to teach me." She glanced at the two of them again. "How about you two play a game?" No, both of them said almost in unison. Song Nanzhu was slightly surprised. In her previous life, Huji was indeed very skilled at chess and had not wanted to show off in front of Huchi before she arrived. At that time, she had only thought that Huji found them too inexperienced. This time, with the memories of her past life, she was inherently skilled. How could she? Song Nanzhu smiled. "I'm not very good. I'm afraid of embarrassing myself. I'm worse. I'm even more afraid of losing," Huji replied. "What nonsense." Song Nanzhu thought to herself. Chess often reveals a person's strategy, planning, thought process, and even character. If she revealed a hand in front of a second-in-command like Huchi, she might not be able to discern anything. But if she played against a master, then the chessboard would be like a battlefield, and the opponent's strategic planning would inevitably be exposed. The reasons for their refusal were likely not far off. Song Nanzhu had experienced Huji's superb chess skills in her previous life and feared that if she started playing this time, it would be obvious and would raise suspicions too early, especially since she still hadn't figured out his true identity. Although Huji was very different from Lin Feng, he was equally inscrutable. As for Lin Feng, she planned to keep as far away as possible this time, but Huji suddenly, the image of a young man from last night appeared in her mind. He moved through the night like a ghostly figure. Huji was not in good health and usually had someone with him. Why had he gone out alone last night? Moreover, she recalled the mechanical cube that had trembled last night. A question that had lingered since her past life surfaced in her mind, until Huchi and Huji had finished talking. And when Huchi led Song Nanzhu out of the jungle, she had been pondering this question. "Azu, the pet you liked yesterday doesn't listen no matter how you train it, but don't worry, I will tame it and give it to you." "Huchi, have you heard how humans train eagles?" Chapter 144. Who are you really? "Huchi, have you heard how humans train eagles?" Huchi hesitantly nodded. "I've heard a bit. They hide hooks in the food and connect them with a line so that when the eagle swallows it, the hook gets dragged out along with the food, scraping the eagle's intestines and bringing out the oil, which is called eagle oil." Song Nanzhu nodded. "No need to trouble you. I have my own way to deal with him. Your room is far from mine. How about I arrange for you to stay inside the animal base?" After thinking carefully, Song Nanzhu realized that the room was arranged by Lin Feng, and it was bound to be surrounded by Lin Feng as spies. Moving to the internal base might impose some restrictions on her actions, as the management and control were stricter, but it would also be more convenient to contact some other personnel. After pondering for a while, Song Nanzhu said, "Okay, but I still want my original room." Huchi happily linked her arm and readily agreed, "Of course, you can live wherever you want from now on." Huchi chatted with Song Nanzhu for a while longer until the sun set. Although she had developed a deep bond with Huchi in her previous life, she had thoroughly understood her preferences. She made Huchi giggle. They chatted until it was completely dark. Song Nanzhu yawned from tiredness, and only then did Huchi let her off with a pout. "You promised. You have to come find me tomorrow," she repeatedly reminded Song Nanzhu. Okay, I promise." After turning to bid farewell to Huchi, she quickly walked out the door. Chi lived in the Animal Alliance base, the closest position to the political building, and unlike Ji's minimalist and natural style, she occupied a 3-story villa all to herself, fully equipped with luxurious European-style decor, and different servants were responsible for different areas. Surrounding the villa, there were 3 layers of defense and security mechanisms, both visible and invisible. In the southeastern district, it was known that Lai was famously fond of this little daughter. As for the older son, due to his frail health and weak combat ability, in the brutal animal world, such a child who lacked self-survival skills and had lost their combat capability was usually not favored by parents, especially by Lai, the governor of the southeast. Seeing that he had such an unworthy son, he must have been disappointed. Chi said goodbye to the girl reluctantly at the outermost gate, and after Song Nanzhu comforted her for a long time, she finally turned to leave. The sleepy girl's expression turned incredibly cold the moment she stepped out the door. She refused the guards Chi had sent and walked alone under the moonlight, slowly making her way from the inner Animal Alliance to the outskirts. She pushed aside a patch of grass and was about to crouch down when she ended up lying on the ground for a long time, her hands covered in dirt, gray and dusty. Yet the mechanical cube hadn't trembled at all. So quickly confiscated? Suddenly, she caught a different scent in the air. Song Nanzhu's hand suddenly paused. What is Miss Baiju doing here? The young man slightly bent down, leaning against the grass, and asked softly. The girl looked up in surprise. Huh? Her face was still smeared with some dirt, and her big eyes looked innocent and obedient. Song Nanzhu looked at the boy in front of her, sneering inwardly. I haven't even gone to find you, and you've come to me. She feigned surprise as she looked at the boy, who was slightly bent over, still wearing the white shirt and black pants from earlier that day. His complexion was pale, even his lips were somewhat white. He stood there quietly, and a gust of wind seemed like it could blow him over. As she thought this, a gust of wind indeed blew by, causing his shirt to billow out. Song Nanzhu watched, and for some reason, she felt he had a somewhat refined demeanor. But who would have thought? Beneath this thin and frail exterior lay a beast of yellow and black. He coughed a couple of times, unable to hold it back. What is Miss Baiju doing here? He repeated. At that moment, she noticed his Adam's apple moving, and below it his collar was slightly unbuttoned. Compared to earlier, she had undone one button of her shirt, exposing a bit of her chest. She could see his slender collarbone. Oh, Song Nanzhu seemed to just realize something. Her hands were frantically rummaging in the dirt, her tone involuntarily tinged with urgency. My ring is missing. There was even a hint of a cry in her voice. It's okay. I'll help you find it. The boy's voice was as soothing as a gentle breeze. Song Nanzhu nodded while continuing to search, and she actually made room for Ji beside her. The boy squatted down next to her, and the two of them began to dig around in the bushes at the entrance of the house. I just passed by here and accidentally brushed against the grass, and my ring fell off without me noticing. This ring was given to me by Chi today. It's very important, and I don't want to lose it. The girl's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Don't worry, Ji comforted gently. Suddenly, the boy reached out a hand from behind and tightly clenched a fist. His fingers were slender, and his wrist was thin, as if it could snap at any moment. Guess what I have in my hand? Song Nanzhu gasped in surprise, staring blankly as she asked, What is it? The boy opened his hand like a magician. The ring lay quietly in his palm. Next to it was a very small flower, pure white with a few petals and a little green stem, looking freshly picked and not overly bright. But when she looked up, Ji's pale yet handsome face seemed particularly fitting. Song Nanzhu raised her eyebrows, surprised on the surface, but even more so internally. In her impression, he had never liked this kind of trick before, yet his eyes still sparkled with joy as he cautiously reached out 2 fingers to take the ring. So magical, thank you. Then she performed the same trick, yawning and smiling. I'm so sleepy, Ji gij bye-bye. Upon hearing this address, the boy seemed momentarily stunned, then smiled gently, his bright smile seeming to melt into the moonlight. He said bye-bye. Chapter 145. Punishment, however, the boy stood in the moonlight for a long time, his gaze following the girl's departing figure until she disappeared into the underground entrance hidden in the grass. This place was not far from the sea, and the wind was strong. A gust of wind blew, and this time he basked in it, closing his eyes, gradually feeling the wind slide through the grass, brush past the flowers, and the sound of it blowing through his hair. He smiled and opened his eyes. The girl had completely vanished, and he stared at the underground entrance. He slowly crouched down, his slender fingers powerfully digging into the soil, searching in the place where he had just been. After a couple of moments, his fingers unearthed something from the pile of dirt. The object shone under the moonlight, identical to the one that had just lain in his palm. It was a ring. He turned his head towards the girl, lost in thought, and couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly are you?" His voice vanished into the wind. Song Nanzhu quickened her pace, almost running into the elevator, until the heavy doors slowly closed, turning the surroundings into a confined, quiet space. All the sounds of wind and cicadas were blocked out by the heavy door, and here, she could only hear her own chaotic breathing. Slowly, she began to calm down. Her mind was a mess. Why did everything in this life seem no different from the last? Except that He had become very strange. Song Nanzhu thought, her hand unconsciously rubbing the ring on her index finger. The ring was cold, but she could still faintly sense a trace of warmth from the boy's palm on it. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu froze. She abruptly raised her hand, and the diamond on the ring sparkled in the dim elevator light, causing her pupils to dilate in fear. She bit her lip. This was not her ring. When the elevator doors opened, Song Nanzhu stepped out with disordered steps, feeling unsettled. She hadn't expected to be played by He so badly on their first meeting. She clenched her fists tightly, wondering, what on earth does this guy want? Even as she approached the door, her mind was elsewhere. She pressed her finger against the door lock, and with a click, it opened. Just as she was about to step out, she suddenly felt a gust of cold wind coming from inside, as if something ghostly was hidden in the dark world beyond. Song Nanzhu screamed, "Oh no!" She turned to leave, but before she could take a single step, a strong hand reached out from the darkness behind her, gripping her neck. Song Nanzhu had no chance to resist, feeling her feet leave the ground as she was lifted into the air, watching the corridor recede further away from her. She was forced over the threshold. With a loud bang, the door was ruthlessly kicked shut by a pair of military-booted feet, the doorframe and door crashing together, finally cutting off all light, plunging the entire world into darkness. Song Nanzhu could hear the man's heavy breathing behind her, and she felt a wave of dread. Thinking of He, forgetting that there was a more formidable opponent here. The man didn't give her a chance to react. She felt her body being pulled back rapidly, her back pressed against the man's hot chest. In a moment of panic, Song Nanzhu shouted, let me explain. I can explain. I don't want to hear it." The man's voice was cold in the darkness, giving no chance for explanation. One hand released her neck, but the other gripped her waist tightly. The size difference was too great, and Song Nanzhu was held against his chest. She couldn't see the man's expression, but she felt his hot breath brush against her ear, stirring her heart like a swarm of ants, making her skin feel feverish. It was intense, dangerous, yet also tempting. Song Nanzhu's instincts warned her that danger surrounded her. She trembled all over, instinctively afraid. This was the ingrained fear of prey towards its predator. The grip on her tightened, leaving her no chance to escape. In a moment of desperation, Song Nanzhu instinctively elbowed the man's left shoulder. Lin Feng winced slightly. After all, Song Nanzhu had trained for years and was not to be underestimated. He felt the grip around her waist loosen slightly, and seizing the opportunity, Song Nanzhu struck down with her palm, breaking free from Lin Feng's grasp, and like a madwoman, she sprinted towards the door. But in the darkness, the wolf's speed was like lightning. As Song Nanzhu saw the door getting closer and closer, just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, she felt a mountain crashing down behind her. Lin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist, and the hand reaching for the door was firmly restrained against the wall. The door in front was cold, while the body behind her was hot. Song Nanzhu was trapped in the fear of being caught between ice and fire, feeling a spark of dread inside her gradually intensifying. Yet it seemed that another emotion was secretly growing in the darkness. The little rabbit pleaded in an almost begging voice. "I can explain," but the Wolf King seemed to have entered a frenzied state, hearing nothing at all. His hot breath began at the back of the little rabbit, slowly climbing as if it had legs, making the land he breathed on spasm. Song Nanzhu's nails dug into her palms as she couldn't control her body spasms. Lin Feng's heat surrounded her, uncontrollably reminding her of the pain from her past life. A tear fell straight down. The hot breath finally reached where he desired, and Nanzhu felt another pain in her shoulder. He instantly furrowed his brow as the sharp wolf fangs slowly penetrated her skin, piercing through her flesh. Chapter 146. Deep the tender skin looked extremely appetizing, and Lin Feng bit down on her right shoulder. He invaded little by little until blood splattered. The little white rabbit whimpered in pain and struggled, but the man behind her remained unmoved. His sharp teeth didn't bite deeply, but repeatedly explored and gnawed at that delicate flesh. A heavy tear fell as Nanzhu bit her lip. A single word escaping her lips. It hurts. The man's punishment gradually ceased. Nanzhu felt that the sharp, hard teeth seemed to finally release her flesh. But the man's hot breath lingered. It was strange. His body was hot, yet his lips were icy. However, the actions behind her did not stop, and the sensations came in waves. Nanzhu bit her lip tightly. In the darkness, blood and desire grew together, erupting like madness from the ground, completely engulfing the two. He seemed reluctant to truly sink his fangs into her body, yet he couldn't bear to leave. He could only repeatedly gnaw and lick at her flesh, leaving behind his scent and marks. Nanzhu was pinned against the wall, unable to move at all. The hand pressing her against the wall struggled wildly. But the man's large hand moved up her wrist like a net, tightly wrapping her little hand within it, preventing her from moving at all. With her other hand, Nanzhu gripped Lin Feng's strong arm around her waist, her nails digging deep into his flesh. The animal's sense of smell was already more sensitive than a normal human's. The scent of blood filled every sense. Lin Feng felt a fire burning from his feet to his head, turning him to ashes. The thirst for blood shattered his rationality. Nanzhu felt the man behind her finally release her, the bloodied wound exposed to the air, cool against her skin. She controlled her eyes to glance sideways, her other hand firmly pinned down. Suddenly, she became fierce. With all her might, she bit down on the hand pressed against the wall. The little rabbit's teeth weren't sharp, but she exerted all her strength, and in an instant, blood splattered. She felt the rich scent of blood instantly fill her mouth, the metallic taste stimulating her brain, making her even less willing to let go. Nanzhu felt the large hand surrounding her little hand suddenly tighten, the arm around her waist seeming to want to crush her body. For a moment, Nanzhu almost doubted whether she was dreaming, a dream filled with blood. The two of them intertwined their breaths, their blood mixing together, their bodies pressed closely. Nanzhu had no idea if her mind was still clear, but she knew Lin Feng had gone mad. She had seen his madness in her past life. This was the first time, but it wouldn't be the last. He bit her fiercely without letting go, and she knew he would soon rage and snap her neck. Rabbits didn't eat meat, and the taste of blood made her uncomfortable, but she was afraid that if she let go, Lin Feng would choke her neck. So she held on tightly. She heard a painful gasp behind her, and a sense of revenge unexpectedly arose in her heart. Suddenly, something wet licked her earlobe, and Nanzhu felt her sensitivity spike. In an instant, her mind went blank, as if a current flowed through her body, and she let out a weak cry. Ah? At that moment, she felt her body and the man's body freeze. Even her arm that had been tightly gripping loosened. She heard the warm breath sprayed on her neck move to behind her ear, and the man seemed to chuckle playfully. Is this the spot? He leaned down. The little rabbit's breath suddenly became shaky. The animalistic, bloody thrill of the hunt forced her to hate it, yet she had to submit. It was a contest between her and Lin Feng, as well as between humans and animals. A heavy tear fell down after several rounds of endurance and struggle. The girl ultimately succumbed. She whimpered softly, finally managing to utter a few words. I beg you. The man chuckled lightly, slightly raising his sharp wolf fangs, gently shaking them near the girl's ear. Her tone shattered. She whispered in a pleading voice, I was wrong. The man laughed softly near her ear, and the large hand that enveloped her little hand suddenly began to explore inward, his fingertips slowly probing in her palm, crushing her fingers one by one. The bloodied fist seemed like a cave, and the moment it opened, Lin Feng caught the scent of blood from her palm. He cruelly tore open the cave, and took away the silver ring. He used his tongue to paint on her earlobe, enjoying her shivers while softly asking, "Do you really like this ring?" The man's voice was gentle, but Song Nanzhu only felt danger. That whisper seemed like a creature in the dark ready to swallow her whole. With a choked voice and a pleading tone, she struggled to respond. "No, I don't like it." Lin Feng suddenly bit down on her neck. Song Nanzhu cried out in pain, suppressed and restrained. She told herself she couldn't. She had to resist. She had to reject. Lin Feng was absolutely dangerous. She could not get closer. But Lin Feng firmly controlled her life and death. He tormented her, not liking it while holding it so tightly. "Is it very important?" His tone was relaxed, as if asking about the weather. "Not important." The girl's tears fell. The man chuckled lightly in her ear. "Not important? Then I can take it away." Song Nanzhu hurriedly nodded. The strong arm holding her waist suddenly released her. And after hanging in the air for too long, she lost her support and felt her legs go weak when she hit the ground. But the next second, she suddenly found her feet off the ground again. Lin Feng's large hand skillfully flipped her over, pressing her back against the wall, facing each other. Her back was cold, while the person in front was hot. She saw Lin Feng's eyes shining green in the dark, and her heart raced. This was a sign of her animal instincts being awakened. At this moment, the instinct of a wolf was surging uncontrollably. He didn't give the girl a chance to react, his hand gently caressing her neck, and Song Nanzhu suddenly felt that heat rapidly approaching. She woke up abruptly. "No, absolutely not." A kiss landed. Lin Feng's lips pressed against the girl's cheek near her lips. He held her waist from behind, not letting her fall. His voice filled with barely restrained anger, his heavy breath spraying on her fragile collarbone. "Why? Do you want to run away so badly?" Chapter 147. Chaos. You befriended Huchi to avoid relying on me. Huchi is your second support, right? The man's warm breath sprayed on her neck. "Yes." She stared directly into Lin Feng's glowing green eyes. Their noses were almost touching, their breaths intertwining, their scents mingling. Her calm demeanor seemed to entirely infuriate the beast in the darkness. He looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes shining with a light completely different from that of the day, filled with desire and power, insidiousness and cunning, even malice. In the darkness, the docile little white rabbit hid in the shadows, shedding its outer skin and transforming into an alluring specter. He hated her to the core. Her indifference felt like a declaration of war, provoking the beast within him. Song Nanzhu stared at the man in the dark as he shot out a hand like lightning, suddenly choking her throat. His sharp gaze pierced her eyes like thorny vines, striking deep into her soul. Yet Song Nanzhu showed no fear, staring directly into the eyes of the wolf. The man's kiss came crashing down like a wave, sweeping her away, and Song Nanzhu's eyes widened in shock. She thought Lin Feng would mercilessly snap her neck. After all, he had always looked down on disobedient prey. His lips pressed hard against her, invading deeply, searching for the sweetness between her teeth as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Song Nanzhu desperately struggled, her nails leaving bloody scratches on his arms. The man, however, remained unmoved. In this moment, his eyes contained only the girl. He wished he could devour her alive, chewing her bite by bite until there was nowhere for her to escape. Song Nanzhu's painful struggles felt like a violent tsunami between their lips. The more she struggled, the more intense the tsunami became. He licked inside her mouth, nibbling at her lips, not giving her a moment to breathe. Her originally fair cheeks turned red, and she could hardly catch her breath. Song Nanzhu was terrified of the man before her. This lifetime's Lin Feng was even crazier than the last. At least in the last life, she had relied on their previous relationship to understand Lin Feng's preferences, actively trying to please him. Why was it like this in this life? Some things had slipped further out of her control. Song Nanzhu felt a mix of emotions, unable to breathe, and her eyes suddenly grew warm. Hot tears streamed down her face. Lin Feng gently kissed her swollen lips, but tasted the girl's tears. He lightly wiped them away, but his actions were still merciless. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu retracted her tongue and thrust her teeth forward. In an instant, the taste of blood burst forth between their lips. She had already bitten Lin Feng's arm before, and now her mouth was filled with his blood. Yet she felt no disgust, only the sweet metallic taste wrapping around her tongue. The man clutched her neck, unwilling to let go, their alluring lips pressed tightly together, their breaths overlapping. Lin Feng exhaled warmth. "What could He bring you?" He looked almost mad, a faint, bleak smile appearing on his lips, his voice hoarse, but revealing a hint of desolation. "The greatest benefit here comes from me." His voice trembled slightly. Song Nanzhu bit down hard, and a faint crimson appeared on his lips. "Only I have seen your darkness. Only I understand what you truly want. Whether it's He or Ji, or your beloved pet, they don't understand what you desire at all. They can only be tools and puppets." Song Nanzhu thought they were all crazy, all of them. Lin Feng grasped her chin, pressing his face against hers, warm tears mixed with blood dripping from her jaw. That heart-wrenching voice, filled with a rich metallic taste, with unwillingness and emotion, was like a raging wave threatening to drown her. "Only I can be your best companion, because we are of the same kind." Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt a chilling wind sweep through, and a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. How could that be? There was clearly no wind here. How could there be wind underground? Yet she felt a chill creeping from her feet to her forehead. Because of this sentence, Lin Feng from her previous life had also said the same. A tear slipped down her cheek, and she laughed. "We are of the same kind." The land before the temple had bestowed upon them the same blood and tears, allowing them to grow together in that land stained with blood and tears, blooming into the same blood-red flowers, ruthless and savage. Song Nanzhu laughed. She had once thought they were of the same kind, yet in the end, she still died beneath his sharp claws. It was unclear how long time had passed. It felt like after a bout of hysterical tearing, slaughtering, and roaring. The two were exhausted. In an instant, it seemed they had lost all strength. She listened as the man's voice gradually softened, and they remained tightly entwined in that boundless darkness, breathing together. Neither spoke another word. By the time Nanzhu came to her senses, Lin Feng had her cradled in his arms, and her animal instincts allowed her to recognize the scents of other wild animals nearby. Lin Feng carefully lifted her hand. She felt his warm, soft breath against her neck, as if he were a once-tamed animal after a battle, slowly curling up beside her to lick her wounds. Song Nanzhu sat there like a wooden puppet, not even feeling the pain in her palms, only hearing the sound of blood dripping. The once clear scene before her gradually became blurry. She felt unable to see the swaying arms in front of her, only feeling her eyelids heavy. A wave of darkness enveloping her, and the world finally turned upside down. It seemed she had wandered through this darkness for a long time, and when she suddenly opened her eyes, startled awake, she found herself surrounded by soft and comfortable blankets. In the moment she opened her eyes, a fleeting image of the man's gloomy face passed through her mind, making her heart skip a beat. But the next second, the man's face suddenly vanished, and as she slowly moved her body, she felt a wave of soreness all over. She cautiously shifted in bed for a while, but then her body abruptly stopped. Song Nanzhu almost instantly closed her eyes, breathing evenly in the darkness, while quietly straining her ears. Chapter 148. Bandaging after several breaths, Song Nanzhu's muscles finally relaxed, and she turned over, rolling around in the blankets. She felt a dull sensation as if her body had gone numb. She seemed to lack strength all over, so she turned again and comfortably closed her eyes in the blankets. This was not a training camp, and there was no need for early morning drills. She was now missed by Zhu of the Arctic Rabbits, although the Southeast Zone wouldn't give the Arctic Rabbits much status as a newly arrived group. Baizhu was at least a guest of honor in the Animal Alliance, although her current living conditions weren't the best. They were sufficient for a little girl like Baizhu to live carefree, playing and enjoying life. She emptied her mind and subconsciously told herself not to think about what happened last night. She comfortably closed her eyes, rubbed her head against the blanket, and prepared to catch up on sleep. This place was underground, likely a room arranged for visiting negotiation representatives or guests accustomed to living underground. Currently, there were no other residents nearby, and above was the outer garden of the Animal Alliance, with paths hidden deep inside and few people passing by. Usually, apart from the sound she made, the world was quiet as if everyone had perished, with no other sounds to be heard. Song Nanzhu turned over again, feeling a bit irritated as she scratched her ear and slowly opened her eyes. The dark room had no trace of light, but her eyes could see everything she wanted to see. She stared at the white ceiling, feeling her mind in chaos. Her body was sore all over, yet she couldn't fall asleep at all. The inner thighs felt as if they had been cramping and peeling, acutely painful. Song Nanzhu reached out to squeeze the two areas of flesh that seemed detached from her body, when suddenly she felt something brush against her leg, tickling and itchy. She pulled her hand out from under the blanket, only to find her small palm carefully wrapped in a layer of white gauze. Song Nanzhu's eyes could see clearly in the dark. The bandaging technique was very skilled, and even after rolling around in bed, there were no signs of loosening. Moreover, she was very familiar with this technique. Yesterday, feeling dazed, all she could sense was a blankness in front of her. However, the way the man had pinned her against the wall, the warm breath spraying by her ear, the wet tip of his tongue, and his almost vengeful kiss kept flashing in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Song Nanzhu's originally good mood, having just woken up in the morning, was immediately shattered by half. She shook her head irritably as if trying to throw away the troubling matters from yesterday, but suddenly felt a pain in the back of her shoulder. She winced and frowned. She didn't dare to move her body. How had she forgotten about that injury on her back? Carefully, she leaned on the left side of her body to support her right shoulder and cautiously reached around her neck to touch the wound on her back. Her fingers found some hardened blood. She turned her fingers around that area and found that there weren't many wounds, nor were they deep, only a few small bites from sharp teeth that had already begun to scab over. Song Nanzhu was exasperated, thinking that she should have killed that man yesterday. She looked again at the bandage wrapped around her hand. Lin Feng was truly a complete madman. He had meticulously bandaged the hand he had injured himself, yet left the bite marks he had deliberately inflicted. After rolling around a few times on the bed and finally shaking off her sleepiness, she suddenly sat up and got out of bed with bare feet. The floor was still exceptionally cold, and she felt a chill rushing from her soles to the top of her head. She stepped on the floor and walked straight to the living room in the dark. The living room was eerily silent, almost as if it had returned to the way it usually was, with no sign of the man at all. Her gaze scanned the living room and finally landed on a bowl of something on the dining table. The cold air from the floor made Song Nanzhu feel a bit unbearable. She tiptoed over little by little and saw a bowl on the table filled with small white round balls. Song Nanzhu froze for a moment. Memory seemed to flash back to many years ago when she relied on Lin Feng and, through his position and power, gained quite a bit of information. Occasionally, when they had their small world together at home, Lin Feng would very rarely cook. He didn't know how to cook anything, only having watched Song Nanzhu and her grandmother while at the temple. But at that time, he was still crawling and couldn't reach the stove, so what he saw was also fragmented. The only thing he could somewhat manage was the Tang Yuan glutinous rice balls he made. Because it was incredibly simple, the skin was prepared by his deputy and the filling was store-bought. All Lin Feng had to do was extend his noble claws. Pinch a small piece from the Tang Yuan dough, flatten it out, wrap the filling inside, roll it into a round ball, and drop it into boiling water. Once it boiled, it was done. Standing in front of this bowl of Tang Yuan that was extremely reminiscent of her past life, Song Nanzhu felt no appetite at all. She reached out to touch the bowl, and it was indeed cold. In her past life, Lin Feng could only make that Tang Yuan and to please him. She pretended to love it, but who would have known that she didn't like sweets at all? Right now, her body was uncomfortable, and her mind was a mess. Looking at those little white balls floating up and down in the light broth, she felt a churn in her stomach. Song Nanzhu turned her head away, confirming that she just didn't get along with this person. Today, even if she starved, she absolutely wouldn't touch that Tang Yuan. Just as she was thinking this, she looked around the room and found nothing to eat. She was about to rest for a moment and change her clothes to go find food when she sat down, relaxed her whole body, and slumped onto the sofa, sinking into the soft cushions, letting out a long breath of comfort. Just then, the doorbell rang. A voice came from outside. "Miss Baiju, it's time to eat." As soon as Song Nanzhu heard this, she felt her stomach growl. She had only eaten a little at Huchi's place last night. She sprang up from the sofa, her little bare feet bouncing as she opened the door. She saw the little soldier who came to deliver food every day standing at the door with a large box. The box looked bigger than usual, and Song Nanzhu, feeling her stomach growl, quickly stepped aside and said, come in quickly. Chapter 149, Wontons. The little soldier huffed and puffed as he carried the box into the room. The box had more than 10 compartments on the sides. He took out the dishes one by one and arranged them on the table. The Animal Alliance had just been established and needed strong animal support. The etiquette towards the representative of the Arctic rabbit was quite good. Although she could only eat vegetarian dishes, the presentation was not at all inferior to that of a large feast. The green vegetables looked extremely fresh, and each different vegetable dish was made into various creative shapes, rather than just monotonous green piles. The shiny sheen, combined with the rich aroma wafting from the dishes, instantly whetted the appetite. Song Nanzhu stood by, watching the little soldier busily arrange the dishes, and she already felt her mouth watering. She rubbed her hands together, feeling that her stomach was nearly flattened from hunger. Finally, when the little soldier took out a bowl from the bottom layer of the box, Song Nanzhu tiptoed to look over. To her surprise, floating on top were small, pink wontons with delicate tails. Song Nanzhu was startled, instinctively thinking that rabbits don't eat meat. And while the Arctic rabbit is among the rabbits that occasionally consume meat, it still prefers a plant-based diet. Was this bowl of fresh meat wontons being deliberately tested? Unexpectedly, the little soldier, gazing at her as if he might drop his eyes into the steaming bowl of wontons, seemed a bit reluctant and said, "By the way, this last bowl was specifically instructed by Commander Lin. He said this isn't the kind of human flesh often eaten in the Alliance. It's made of fresh shrimp meat. The Arctic rabbit tribe occasionally eats meat. But thinking of Miss Baiju, He touched it since coming to the Animal Alliance. He wanted to supplement your nutrition." Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. She still remembered the last time she ate human flesh was during breakfast in the camp outside the mine, which included smoked human thighs. At that time, she had thrown up outside the jungle for quite a while. Did Lin Feng notice her discomfort back then? It was hard for Song Nanzhu not to overthink. She asked, "Did he instruct you to make this?" Who knew the little soldier shook his head and said, "No, it was brought over by Commander Lin. It seems he might have made it himself." Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow, not believing that at all. However, she didn't want to embarrass Lin Feng in front of the little soldier. So she said, "Just leave it here, and thank Commander Lin for his kindness on my behalf." The little soldier nodded. After arranging the dishes, he gestured and then exited, closing the door. Song Nanzhu looked at the large table of food, her fingers tingling with excitement. Finally unable to hold back, she took a few swift steps forward, grabbed her chopsticks, and began to feast. After finally filling her stomach half full and feeling less hungry, she slightly turned her head and saw the fresh shrimp wontons sitting there. The wontons looked quite appetizing, each with a thin skin and a generous filling, crystal clear. The pink shrimp meat was clearly visible through the white wonton skin, and she could even see the orange-white shrimp filling bulging beneath the skin. The small wontons floated up and down in the broth, topped with a sprinkle of scallions, looking extremely fresh and fragrant. Song Nanzhu swallowed, thinking to herself that Lin Feng probably wouldn't use such a lowly trick to poison the food, right? But as she continued to eat, her chopsticks couldn't help but poke toward the wontons beside her. Her eyes occasionally glanced over, and before she knew it, her chopsticks had speared a small wonton and effortlessly brought it into her bowl. Song Nanzhu glanced at the bowl, fiddled with her mouth, rolled her eyes, pretended not to see, and casually stirred the rice in the bowl. The tender little wonton naturally slipped into her mouth. She took a bite, and the juice burst out. The fresh shrimp meat mixed with the aroma of scallions and ginger exploded in her mouth. Her chopsticks hovered in the air. Since her genetic modification, her body had difficulty accepting the taste of meat, especially since the Animal Alliance predominantly used human flesh, which made her feel uncomfortable and nauseous. Basically, ever since she transformed into a rabbit, she hadn't touched any meat. However, this bowl of wontons was unexpectedly delicious. She put down her chopsticks, thought carefully for a moment, and finally reached an important conclusion. Such delicious wontons could definitely not have been made by Lin Feng. Once she thought of this, her eyes sparkled. She quickly scooped the bowl of small wontons over to herself, placing it in front of her. Each little shrimp wonton floated in the bowl, looking extremely appetizing. She quickly switched her chopsticks for a spoon, shoving one after another into her cheeks, filling them to the brim. There weren't many small wontons in the bowl, and she finished them all in no time. After drinking the broth and finishing the meat, she set down the shiny bowl, wiping her mouth with lingering satisfaction. She didn't know which chef in the alliance made this, but it was indeed very skillful. She must go to logistics to find out who it was another day. After finishing her meal, it was already around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. The day on the ground was calculated just like in a human world, 24 hours a day. She calculated the time. At this moment, He should have just finished eating as well. With this thought, she walked into her room, opened the wardrobe, and picked out a white long dress. The long hem covered her ankles, and the upper part featured puff sleeves and a square neckline, looking cute yet elegant. However, it was quite chilly outside, so she chose a simple outer jacket to wear over it. Although animals are not as cold-sensitive as humans, having fur for warmth, Nanzhu was naturally afraid of the cold, more so than ordinary people. She lightly applied some makeup to make her pale face look a bit rosy before stepping out. Indeed, it was getting colder outside. As soon as Nanzhu stepped out of the elevator, she was greeted by the fierce, whistling wind. Wrapped in her thin outer jacket, she stood in the wind, shivering uncontrollably. As she walked a few steps forward, passing a patch of grass, her footsteps suddenly halted. She took a deep breath, quickly moved forward, and inserted 2 fingers into the soil, searching for a while. The soil she had turned over yesterday still remained the same. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find the ring she had left behind. Nanzhu thought to herself, this is a bit troublesome. Firstly, when He suddenly appeared at that time, in order to cover her actions, she quickly took off the ring on her finger and buried it in the soil, pretending to search. When the identical ring was handed to her, she was truly fooled by the realistic deception and took the ring and ran. However, now in the soil, she couldn't find her original ring at all. It must have been taken by He. But why did he leave his own ring behind and take hers? Nanzhu stood up, feeling a bit restless. She glanced at her empty hand. She didn't know where Lin Feng had taken that ring. Given the circumstances yesterday, she definitely wouldn't dare to ask Lin Feng where the ring had gone today. As for that matter with Lin Feng, it could only be put aside for now. Chapter 150. The new house. She straightened up but saw a vehicle from the Animal Alliance parked by the edge of the grass. A person in military uniform stood there respectfully. He had a big smile on his face and gestured politely. Miss He has prepared the house for you. But she didn't want to disturb your rest, so she arranged for me to be here. Whenever you wish, I can take you to see it. The little rabbit smiled sweetly, feeling a warmth in her heart. Lai was famously known for having many children. As the clan leader and the governor of the southeastern region, he was surrounded by many female tigers. However, He and He, being the first offspring of his mating after he reached adulthood, naturally ranked among his most favored children. It was still unclear why He didn't seem to be favored by Lai, but Lai doted on He genuinely. Although this child was spoiled and headstrong, she didn't have any bad intentions. Nanzhu smiled and took the aide's hand to get into the car. The vehicle drove through the garden outside the Animal Alliance and entered the interior. Nanzhu turned her gaze to the window. It seemed she had forgotten for a long time that this was a scene she could never see in the training camp. Outside the car window was a garden within the Animal Alliance. Most animals were still not accustomed to the densely packed buildings and cold mechanical skyscrapers of the city. Therefore, in the areas ruled by the Animal Alliance, one could easily see large patches of trees, ponds, and low shrubs connecting into a sea of green, flowing gently in the wind. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers created a vibrant scene that made her cold body feel a bit warmer. Suddenly, she realized that it had been over a month since her genetic modification ended. She had hidden in the refugee camp, been rescued by Lin Feng, stayed by his side, and successfully entered the Animal Alliance. Counting the time spent training and undergoing genetic modification in the training camp, it had already been over 3 or 4 months since she left the training camp. Why did it feel like such a long time had passed? Images of faces suddenly flashed through her mind. She had infiltrated the Animal Alliance, surrounded by new people, yet she had no idea how the old people from the training camp were doing. Nanzhu knew that her current external life seemed to be luxurious, but in reality, it was a life on the edge, and she must not let emotions interfere with her rational judgment. She suddenly thought about the past. Had the Awakened Ones and Chunung already believed that she was dead? The winter in the southeastern region wasn't very cold, just windy, making people feel chilly to the bone. Suddenly, among the low green bushes, a tall green figure appeared. They stood in the green fields like guards protecting the garden, 2 rows on each side, standing straight despite their hair being blown about by the wind. In a narrow space between the 2 rows of guards, there was a secret, narrow path that seemed to be specially cleared, extending deep into the woods. Song Nanzhu turned her head, speaking quickly, "Slow down a bit." The car slowed down, and she leaned against the window. The low bushes surrounding the narrow path had been trimmed flat. Song Nanzhu touched her chin. The vertical cut was very even, exposing its white interior. Song Nanzhu thought, "This is quite fresh. It must have been recently trimmed." It was unexpected. Although He had poor health and had been living in the depths of this small forest, he was quite meticulous about such things. After passing through He's small forest, they were not far from He's 3-story villa. Sure enough, the car skillfully turned left and right, finally turning into a small yard behind the residential area next to the Animal Alliance Center building. In the animal world, just awakening, there were not as many demands as humans. Their lifestyles were mostly direct and violent. The trees in He's yard were chaotic, with wild grasses and flowers growing everywhere, making it look like a primitive jungle. The moment Song Nanzhu stepped out of the car, a patch of flowers and grass in her yard suddenly caught her eye. She paused for a moment, and a sudden realization struck her. She felt like she knew what was wrong. Why did it seem like He and He were completely different kinds of people? Apart from their personalities, what set He apart from others was his human-like way of doing things and living habits. Compared to the newly awakened animals, he seemed more like a human who had blended into a pack of beasts. He had been waiting at the door long before. Seeing Song, Nanzhu carefully stepped down from the car. She hurriedly rushed over and grabbed her hand. "Look, I arranged for your house to be right next to mine. How about that?" Song Nanzhu followed the direction she was pointing and looked to the side. There stood a 2-story small villa, complete with a small yard in front, where a few red plum trees peeked out from the walls, seemingly searching for the scent of the outside world. Although it wasn't as grand as the place where He lived, it was still quite spacious and comfortable for her to live alone. However, Song Nanzhu scratched her head in confusion. "I remember there used to be someone living here, right? This place was originally home to the old daughter of Chai. Sometimes, after reporting at the base, Chai would also stay here. His daughter was quite ugly and playful, raising a bunch of handsome young men as pets. 1 or 2 hot-blooded young guys would lower themselves in front of an old jackal, try to please it in a meek manner, which I really couldn't stand." Song Nanzhu smiled and squeezed her hand. "Don't say that. Aren't we animals too?" He curled her lips. "That's different. Although I'm also an animal. I always feel that the victor is king and the loser should have their pride. Today it's my dad on this mountain. But who knows who will be next time, or if the humans will come back again. I just can't stand the despicable ones who betray their own kind and original home to please the invaders." Song Nanzhu was taken aback. Her face remained calm, but inside she felt surrounded by a sense of righteousness, giving her strength to hold Chi's hand. Yes, the victor is king. She couldn't help but express a bit of emotion. Then, as if suddenly coming back to her senses, she asked, "How do you know all this?" Chi seemed somewhat speechless and rolled her eyes. "It's all that old woman. She never stays quiet. When she's living here alone, it's a party every night. And she seems to enjoy playing some special tricks. Sometimes those humans laugh joyfully, and other times they scream in pain. Animals, just awakened to become humans, seem to only know ordinary mating and don't know what tricks humans can play. It seems that this so-called old daughter of Chai is quite advanced." Chapter 151. Maple Leaves. Chi continued speaking. She curled her lips. "Although human lives are indeed insignificant in our eyes as animals, I really can't stand that arrogant old jackal. Chai is different from most officers in the Animal Alliance base and the leaders of various races. His age is much greater than that of most animals. His body is already failing him, and after becoming human, he must have been drained by wine and lust. Now, just a useless shell. The current Jackal clan follows his orders without question, but because he couldn't speak up in his youth within the tribe, he relied entirely on his younger, capable brother to survive in the tribe, let alone anything like mating, so there aren't many young ones below, only a daughter he had when he was young. Hu-Chi handed her a key. I've already recorded your fingerprint transfer from your original door, but just in case, here is the key for you. She seemed to remember something and hurriedly ran back. My brother will be here soon. I'll go urge the kitchen to prepare dinner. You go check out that little yard first and see if there's anything you don't like. Song Nanzhu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling the absence of the ring that used to be on her hand. Now her hand was empty. Hu-Chi was not someone easy to deal with. If he asked about it later, how should she explain? Song Nanzhu felt a bit flustered, her little fingers clutching the jingling keys as she turned and walked toward the small yard. The door had a new lock. She just pulled it and it opened easily. The door was spotless, not a speck of dust, probably because Hu-Chi had sent someone to clean it earlier. Song Nanzhu pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, the little garden had a new path laid over the original grass, extending from the door to the room's entrance, paved with blue stone bricks. The uneven stones, combined with the flowers and plants nearby, looked very charming, like a little yard nestled among mountains and waters. The small yard was originally a patch of grass, and it appeared as if it had never been trimmed, very dense, the tallest grass nearly reaching her knees. Song Nanzhu cautiously stepped onto the uneven bluestone bricks, slowly making her way from the front door to the room's entrance, one step at a time. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint and pulled it open. In her past life, she had never lived in this room, but had always stayed in the one Lin Feng had prepared for her below, which was convenient for contacting him. However, in this life, she was determined to get rid of Lin Feng, so she couldn't stay there anymore. With a creak, the door opened, and instead of the dust she imagined, a fresh scene greeted her. The furniture had all been replaced with new ones. It wasn't too luxurious, but very minimalist. Animals don't have as many ideas about decoration styles as humans do, and Hu-Chi arranged it this way, presumably thinking that Song Nanzhu would like it. And she did like it. The moment she opened the door, her mood lifted considerably. The staircase was wooden, making a clattering sound as she stepped on it. She climbed the stairs step by step. The house was terrifyingly quiet. Only her footsteps echoed. Song Nanzhu casually opened the door to one of the rooms. This should be the master bedroom, decorated warmly, mostly in pink and white, somewhat similar to Hu-Chi's room. Walking to the window, she opened it, and a gentle breeze rushed in, lifting her long hair. Song Nanzhu's quick eyes caught a glimpse of a bright yellow. The leaves were different from ordinary ones, with 3 points, resembling a leaping flame. Very beautiful. However, Song Nanzhu felt a bit uneasy. Why were there maple leaves here? She walked to the window, stretching one hand to hold it open, leaning half of her body out, and saw that not far from her house, connected to the small yard, there was a brilliantly golden maple tree, although most of its leaves had fallen, leaving some fiery red little flames still dancing on the branches. Cheering and shouting. Song Nanzhu thought something was off. Such a coincidence shouldn't happen. Suddenly, she heard a whistle. Looking down, she saw a man in a military coat, the wind lifting the back of his coat, standing in the hidden path among the grass, with the grass swaying left and right, joyfully dancing. The man stood straight, like a tall poplar suddenly sprouting from the grass. He looked up, his sharp brows and bright eyes staring straight at her. In that moment, another gust of wind blew, and the maple tree in the yard nearby swayed wildly in the breeze. They danced into the wind, riding on this ship of wind toward the distance. But just as they floated a few steps, they arrived at a yard and encountered a man looking up. He casually plucked a swaying leaf from the wind and tucked it into his pocket. Song Nanzhu stared blankly. Lin Feng stood in the wind, wrapped in maple leaves. She stood there, dazed, gazing at him from a floor away. In an instant, she felt a little tear in her eyes wanting to escape from her eyelids. Why was it like this? She found it hard to cope. The sound of the wind outside stopped. Only a few maple leaves fell to the ground, like little flames leaping on the ground. She felt inexplicably irritable, raised her hand to wipe her eyes, and then kicked one of the maple leaves under the bed. Chapter 152. Living close, she quickly walked to the door, letting out a long breath. She reminded herself to act quickly and decisively, and it was best not to let Hu-Chi know that she was too close to Lin Feng. She opened the door, her steps quickening as she dashed down the stairs. With a bang, she burst open the large door at the bottom of the stairs, and the tall man was still standing amidst the gentle breeze, and flowing greenery. Song Nanzhu maintained a blank expression and reached out her hand. "Where's my ring?" The man's face suddenly turned cold, his tone icy. "You rushed down here so anxiously just to ask me for this?" Song Nanzhu nodded naturally. "Of course, that's my thing." Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly, and his mouth twitched a couple of times. "No." Song Nanzhu had a bad premonition. This statement made her temples throb. "No." Lin Feng repeated tersely. "No." Where did it go? The man's long fingers twirled in the air, pointing to the sky one moment and to the ground the next, finally landing his fingertip right in front of Song Nanzhu. "In your stomach." Song Nanzhu's pupils dilated instantly. In a bowl of fresh and delicious shrimp, wontons flashed before her eyes. "What?" The man looked at the little rabbit, who was so flustered she looked ready to jump, and instead relaxed his frown. A hint of pride flashed across his face. "The bowl of fresh shrimp wontons I sent over this morning, I was just trying to practice my skills casually. Who knew that your ring was so disobedient? It slipped right into the wontons like a long leg. I thought, since it's fate, might as well return it to its rightful owner." Song Nanzhu felt smoke rising from the top of her head. She opened her mouth for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. She even felt the lingering fresh shrimp wonton flavor in her mouth. But after hearing Lin Feng's words, she carefully pondered, as if she really could detect a slight metallic taste in the fresh shrimp wontons. Song Nanzhu's forehead twitched with veins. "What do you call this returning to its rightful owner?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, "Nanzhu." She saw Lin Feng's originally imposing eyes suddenly contract. "Nanzhu, Adan." Song Nanzhu lowered her eyes and turned around to respond. "Chi-Chi, you're here." Hu Chi-Chi bounced over from behind. "I was just about to find you, but I saw no one in the house. Turns out you came down to see Commander Lin." Song Nanzhu's mouth twitched. "Ah." Hu Chi-Chi smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you, being able to take over the old house that Xiu Chai often stayed and mainly relied on Commander Lin's help." Song Nanzhu's mouth twitched. She raised her eyes to glance at Lin Feng. What did this guy say to Hu Chi-Chi? She forced a smile. "Yeah, I did meet Commander Lin back then. He is young but very steady in his work, just like my father." She deliberately emphasized the word father. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Song Nanzhu felt a rush of relief in her heart. But then she heard the man say, "It's okay. Miss Baizhu is young. I will take care of her more in the future." This seemed to be directed at Hu Chi-Chi, but it was actually meant for Song Nanzhu to hear. She responded with an "Ah, Commander Lin is usually busy with official duties, so you don't have to trouble yourself with me." However, Hu Chi-Chi pressed down on her hand. "Oh, Nanzhu, don't be polite. Commander Lin is really nice, and you live so close to each other." Song Nanzhu took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "Clothes?" The man's tall body shifted aside, and she looked up just in time to see a tall maple tree swaying in the wind, seeming to flaunt itself at her. Commander Lin lives right there. Song Nanzhu's eyes widened instantly. In her previous life, she had been to Lin Feng's home, but Lin Feng was indeed very busy with official duties, often in the military or on missions elsewhere, so he was rarely home. However, she still remembered the location clearly. But she had never seen this brand new little courtyard or the maple tree shedding its leaves beside it. Song Nanzhu picked up a maple leaf from the ground. The intricate patterns on the maple leaf recorded its experiences. The girl's hand brushed over the veins of the leaf. She raised her head and looked at the swaying maple tree in the wind. Why is it like this? What changed everything? Although her approach to entering the alliance this time was indeed different from her previous life, they were still both rabbits, and their methods were similar. Why was there such a big difference? And Hu Chi-Chi's genuinely happy eyes. Song Nanzhu gritted her teeth. "Since that is the case, I really have to thank Commander Lin. I will try to disturb you less in the future." "No problem. I welcome Miss Baiju's disturbances at any time." Song Nanzhu closed her eyes, turned her head, and quickly dragged Hu Chi-Chi out. "What's wrong, Nanzhu? Don't keep your brother waiting." As Song Nanzhu dragged Hu Chi-Chi outside, she cursed inwardly. How infuriating. Just when I was ready to escape from Lin Feng's clutches, I didn't expect it would be even more convenient for him to act now. The servant waiting at the door opened the door for them. In the large villa dining room, the servants had already prepared all the food. Huji was still wearing his usual white shirt and suit pants, standing nearby. His complexion remained pale, looking very weak and docile. Chi scratched her head awkwardly. I'm sorry, Nanzhu, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I had them prepare a lot. My brother rarely has the mood to teach us today, so I called him over. Song Nanzhu looked up and met Chi's indifferent gaze. She quickly averted her eyes, but inadvertently saw his thin, elongated hand. His skin was pale, feeling like there was only a thin layer of flesh on it, as if it could break with just a cut, and she could almost see the blood flowing beneath. Song Nanzhu froze for a moment. Chapter 153. Holes. What on earth does this guy want? Does he really think she's stupid and can't see through his tricks, or is he doing this on purpose to show off? The dishes on the table were very sumptuous, but Song Nanzhu immediately noticed that the green vegetables occupied a large portion. Chi scratched her head again and smiled. Just sit casually. We're not human, so we don't care about those formalities. If it weren't for you guys being here, I would have jumped on the table to eat. Song Nanzhu found it amusing. The few of them sat down, and Chi waved her hand, sending away the nearby servants. Song Nanzhu picked a leaf of vegetables and put it in her mouth. Perhaps due to genetic modification, she felt this leaf was exceptionally tender and juicy, very fresh and crisp. She looked up in surprise. However, she saw Chi smiling awkwardly. I usually don't eat much vegetarian food. I mostly eat raw. I only asked my brother before letting the chef prepare these dishes. Song Nanzhu was a bit surprised and looked up just in time to meet the boy's gaze. Mr. Chi, so you usually eat so lightly. Chi said lightly, my health isn't great, so I don't touch meat much. Song Nanzhu thought, no wonder he's so thin and bony. The meal proceeded quietly, with only the sound of chewing audible to sensitive ears. Midway through, Chi received a phone call and hurried away, leaving a few words before leaving. Dad said the Arctic rabbit delegation is about to arrive and asked me to let you know to prepare. Song Nanzhu's hand holding the fork suddenly froze. Her good clan members are arriving? Song Nanzhu tightened her grip on the knife. It seemed it was time to take a trip to that abandoned amusement park on the outskirts of the city. As she thought this, she put a piece of green vegetable in her mouth, and when she looked up, she just happened to collide with the boy's curious gaze. Recently, Song Nanzhu felt that Chi was indeed strange, quite different from her impression of him in her previous life. Just in case, Song Nanzhu thought it was better not to get too close to him. With Chi gone, only the two of them remained at the table, feeling awkward. Taking the opportunity, Song Nanzhu quickly wiped her mouth with a prepared napkin, stood up, and said, I'm going to check on my poor little pet. I'll go with you, the boy said as he pushed back his chair and stood up. Song Nanzhu was taken aback, her head turning slowly like a stiff puppet, dazed and somewhat confused, looking at the boy. What is wrong with this guy? All right, let your brother accompany you. Song Nanzhu's mouth twitched. Goodness. Originally, she just wanted to get rid of him, but now they had to travel together. There was no way out. The conversation had reached this point. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to tell Chi, your brother wasn't a good person in his past life. I just want to stay away from him. And I suggest you do the same. Song Nanzhu held the key Chi had given her as she approached the small courtyard that would be her future home. Chi followed closely behind her, and Song Nanzhu straightened her back, not hiding anything. Did he really expect her to pretend not to know and continue wearing that ring after his trick yesterday? Following Chi's directions, she turned the key, and with a click, the door opened. She walked through the dining room into the kitchen, where the kitchenware was all brand new, neatly arranged on the counter. Ignoring it, she swept past and ran her fingers along the cabinets. As she touched them, her slender fingers suddenly paused, and the next moment, she quickly shut the door behind her with a loud bang. The door let out a deafening sound, but did not open. Song Nanzhu felt a surge of joy. This must be it. She took out the key and carefully inserted it into the lock. The key was rusty and struggled in the lock for a bit before finally opening the door. Sure enough, the cabinet seemed endless. Song Nanzhu stood on her tiptoes to look inside and found a dark passageway. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced back to see the boy still closely following her. She felt a bit annoyed. How could this guy be so oblivious? Biting her lip, she contemplated how to get her delicate, untrained body into the hole. Who would have thought the boy would calmly say, "Step aside." Song Nanzhu was taken aback as he stepped forward, his thin hand pressing against the edge of the cabinet. The veins on his hand suddenly bulged as he exerted force. That seemingly frail arm easily pried his body up, and he smoothly leaped into the cabinet. Song Nanzhu was stunned. Wasn't this guy supposed to be pretending? She was just about to look for a chair to help herself climb up when she saw the boy's hand reaching out from the dark hole. "Give me your hand." The girl smiled shyly, still bringing over a chair, carefully stepping into the hole. Her smaller body turned easily inside, while the boy stepped back a little, giving her ample space. The passage looked dark, but wasn't very long. She could feel the stairs beneath her feet. He had already hidden in the shadows, and all Song Nanzhu could see was the pale tips of his fingers reaching out. Cautiously, she supported herself against the wall, her arm brushing against the board below. Song Nanzhu paused for a moment, her fingers silently rubbing against the inside wall of the hole. She carefully slid her body down, and in no time, she felt her feet dangling in the air. It was fine. There were stairs below, just step down. Song Nanzhu couldn't fully trust He, but she didn't think he would use such a foolish method to harm her. Gathering her courage, she rubbed her hand against the wall, and sure enough, as her body slid down, her feet landed on solid ground. She twisted her body like a worm, lying down as she moved a few steps. Feeling the wall above her thinning out, she finally straightened up, and her vision suddenly opened up. The underground dark room wasn't big, but it wasn't cramped either. It seemed to be an underground cavity left by the house's owner for disaster prevention or something. A faint light flickered inside, the weak candlelight dancing on the stone walls. Song Nanzhu sighed, so ancient. Just then, she heard slow, deliberate footsteps, followed by a loud clap. The room suddenly lit up. The person on the bed rubbed his eyes. Seemingly just awakened, half of his head still lost in sleep. Suddenly sensing a flicker of a figure in front of him, he blinked a few times, and the figure seemed somewhat familiar. "Stupid animal. How many times have I said it? No matter what, I will not be your pet for your amusement. You can kill me or cut me. Do as you wish." The child hoarsely shouted, having probably been yelling for a day and night. He was handcuffed to the bed with electronic restraints, struggling and roaring, making the old bed creak and groan. Song Nanzhu looked around. Although the walls were dusty, there were no stains, indicating that the room's owner had repaired it, but it had no other use. In front of her was a small, square, dilapidated table with some leftover food, likely left by whoever brought meals. "Hey, aren't you tired from struggling for so long?" The boy smirked coldly, snorting, "I don't respond to He." Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow, interrupting, "If you don't respond to He, do you respond to Chuyuxian?" The child choked on his words, his face turning red. But Song Nanzhu heard a light laugh from behind her. The struggling child on the bed slowly calmed down, his face still flushed, unsure if it was from anger or exhaustion. "I'm not talking to you lowly animals." Song Nanzhu chuckled. "If you can't argue, just admit it. Why look for excuses?" The child seemed unable to articulate a retort, stammering and turning red, unable to get out the next sentence. Song Nanzhu turned her body slightly, pointing to He, who was wearing a white shirt behind her. "Since you don't want to talk to this lowly rabbit, this guy is human. You can talk to him." As she said this, she glanced at He, noticing that his expression changed slightly, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes. Although it was quick and subtle, Song Nanzhu caught it. She turned to He and winked, silently mouthing, "Help me." He immediately understood, wearing a gentle smile. "Yes, I am also human." The child's expression changed slightly, his demeanor softening a bit, but he still looked at them with disdain. "You, as a human, how can you serve lowly animals?" He cleared his throat awkwardly, displaying a somewhat helpless expression, shrugging. "I don't want to either, but that wicked woman has my family in her grasp. I really have no other choice but to come here to teach him chess." The child's expression softened a bit more, even showing a hint of sympathy. Being reduced to serving animals for filial piety, indeed, leaves one with no choice. "You are truly admirable, sir." The so-called wicked woman stood behind the two, twitching at the corners of her eyes. "Serving?" She said this because He looked thin and bookish, truly resembling a human. In a foreign land, encountering one of his kind, it was inevitable to lower one's guard. Building a good relationship between He and the child was indeed a good strategy. Secondly, since her last life, Song Nanzhu had begun to suspect whether He was truly an animal or if he was of her kind, a human modified by genes. What do you say? Song Nanzhu suddenly interjected between the two who had already locked eyes. If you agree, you can listen while he teaches me chess. Song Nanzhu suddenly narrowed her eyes. If you don't agree, you'll become Huqi's next meal tomorrow. I don't like to force people. The control over life and death is in your hands. It's all up to you. She raised her voice, as if pressuring the child to make a decision. The child hesitated for a moment, but the glare he directed at Song Nanzhu was still filled with anger, as if he were about to spit fire. A few seconds later, the child reluctantly spat out a few words. I have a few conditions. Song Nanzhu immediately raised her finger. First, I don't need you to do things that please others for fun. Second, I won't treat you like a pet. Here, you and I are equal. Third, within the limits I allow, you have freedom. The words the child wanted to say were stuck at the tip of his tongue. He couldn't get them out in one breath, but was unwilling to close his mouth. After hesitating for a long time, his gaze drifted to the side where Huqi was standing. I don't know if you're lying to me, so I want to play a game of chess with him now. Song Nanzhu readily agreed. Okay, once we get out of this rundown place and you've tidied yourself up, we can play chess. When Song Nanzhu crawled out of that small hole, she felt extremely parched and quickly poured herself a full glass of water, drinking it all in one go. The child had already sent a servant to wash it, while Huqi elegantly leaned against the table, gently pouring a sip of water and bringing it to his lips. Did you already know he didn't want to die? Oh, Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow, putting down her cup and turning to look at the young man in a white shirt beside her. His demeanor was so refined that he didn't resemble a tiger originally from the mountains, but rather a vigorous high school boy. I don't know. She took another sip of water. The room was not quiet. Several servants were bustling about, bringing clothes and preparing new food for the child. However, Huqi could still hear the loud gulp from the girl's throat as the cool water slid down her esophagus. But I want to know why you feel that way. The girl turned to look at him, her gaze filled with a hint of amusement. Huqi chuckled softly and put down his cup. Because I think the reason you just found is very absurd. He shrugged. It's just a feeling. If not, then forget it. Song Nanzhu smiled. I was joking. I was just guessing. Huqi gave her a probing look. Song Nanzhu pointed to the cabinet she had just crawled out from. Before we left, Chi told me this secret room had already been discovered and leads to the outside, but the secret passage leading inside was only recently found. The passage is so small that only someone as thin as you and I can barely squeeze in. The ones who brought him here were all tall carnivorous animals like wolves and tigers, so it's even more impossible for them to crawl through that passage. Therefore, I think both the delivery of people and food must have used the outside passage. The girl spread her hands, and a bit of dust remained on her fingertips, faint and hard to notice unless looked at closely. In other words, the only time someone used the passage from the cabinet should have been when you and I crawled in. But I noticed that there is no dust from the cabinet on your clothes, and I was also very careful. However, when I entered, I found that a lot of the dust on the passage wall had been wiped away, and the dust behind the cabinet door was also incomplete. The young man squinted his eyes and continued her train of thought. So besides us, there were others who reached that tunnel. You speculate. Song Nanzhu nodded. Yes, I'm indeed just guessing, but it's not entirely baseless. I noticed there were very slight signs of looseness on the electronic handcuffs. So I suspect that the child had actually escaped from the bed that controlled him a long time ago and found that exit on the cabinet. But he didn't come out. Someone who can pry open electronic handcuffs wouldn't be unable to open that rusty lock. Song Nanzhu shook the key in her hand, which was already covered in rust. He had been here for so long, he had already figured it out. Outside were all members of the Animal Alliance. And he had offended Huqi. If he didn't obey me, the only way out would be death, and he might even be made into a dish. He must have seen in the human concentration camp that animals, like the humans before, like to eat live food to pursue freshness. She sighed. Even if he was tough, he was still a child, and being scared was normal. Chapter 155. Sirue, before we arrived, he had already mentally prepared to submit. So as long as I casually thought of a reason to give him a way out, he would follow along. Song Nanzhu spoke lightly, her tone as if discussing the weather that morning. She unconsciously turned her head and noticed sunlight streaming in through a square window above the door. She had always liked sunlight, nature, the wind blowing through the treetops and leaves falling. So, she couldn't help but lean a little to look more closely. But to her surprise, she found that the sunlight was perfectly dividing the two of them, creating a bright and dark line between them. Song Nanzhu was in the dark, while Hu Ji was in the light. Song Nanzhu quickly glanced up but saw Hu Ji's eyes were dark and obscure. The previous topics suddenly stopped, and an awkward silence fell between them. Song Nanzhu suddenly spoke. Has anyone ever told you that you don't look like an animal at all? Her gaze slowly rose, meeting Hu Ji's lowered eyes, their eyes exchanging a connection as if merging into a river. The young man suddenly laughed, his laughter bright and clear. How do I not look like an animal? Song Nanzhu tilted her head, as if pondering, you don't eat meat. Aren't you not eating meat either? I'm a herbivore. That sentence was almost on the tip of her tongue. Are you human or animal? Are you friend or foe? Mr. Hu Ji, an ethereal voice came over. The governor asked me to remind you. You've been out for quite a while. Both of their gazes turned to the door, where the secretary, the fox Siener, stood in the grassy path outside, smiling at them. Upon seeing Song Nanzhu, she smiled politely, appearing gentle and kind, extending a slender hand to lightly wave in the air. The little rabbit seemed to see someone close from the past and laughed happily, stretching out her long arms to exaggeratedly wave a few times. Long time no see. Beautiful sister. She turned her head but saw Hu Ji's gaze resting on her face, half smiling. Song Nanzhu suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. What are you looking at? You usually act even more than I do. He gave a slight nod to Song Nanzhu. Then I'll take my leave. The girl suddenly pressed his wrist under the table where she had been leaning. Hu Ji paused for a moment. What is it? Song Nanzhu suddenly grew bold and blurted out. Hu Ji was taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to ask so directly. However, Hu Ji's reclusive appearance and this frail body clearly suggested that there was some unspeakable cause behind it, but others dared not ask directly. Song Nanzhu was quite bold in her questioning. Hu Ji glanced outside, seemingly pleading, wait a few minutes. He patted the girl's hand, and Song Nanzhu let go of his wrist. Then he smiled gently, because I had a serious illness before, and my father was afraid I wouldn't be well outside. So I can't be out for long. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, what a load of nonsense, I don't believe it. The girl still held his gaze firmly and motionless. Upon hearing this, Song Nanzhu finally blinked her big eyes, hesitatingly nodding. The little girl watched Hu Ji walk quickly outside, and Siener the fox politely stepped aside, bending to guide him. He was taken to a black car. Song Nanzhu's gaze followed them. The sunlight outside was slightly blinding as they drove into the light, and soon they were out of sight. Song Nanzhu frowned slightly. She suddenly walked out the door quickly, standing on the steps, gently lifting her toes and raising her chin to look. This place was not far from Hu Ji's house. With just a slight lift of her head, she could see the entrance to her yard. She noticed that the Alliance car Hu Ji arrived in was white and still parked at the entrance. She had a vague impression of it when she had just entered Hu Ji's house. Only Hu Ji's car remained here, very conspicuous. Song Nanzhu touched her chin. Could it be that they were afraid Hu Ji would run away? Hey, didn't that person say he wanted to play a game of chess with me? Where is he? Song Nanzhu examined the child from head to toe. He washed the dirt off his face, changed into a clean set of clothes, and combed his hair. Looking at the little round bulge in his clothing, it seemed he had a full stomach. Song Nanzhu stroked her chin, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Not bad. He finally looked somewhat human. The child impatiently asked again, where's that person? Didn't you say he would play chess with me? Song Nanzhu shrugged her shoulders, her expression a little sly. He ran away. He's very unkind. The child stopped in his tracks. Song Nanzhu kept walking forward and asked, what is your name? Chapter 156. Changing the deal, the child was as angry as a pufferfish but remained silent. When Song Nanzhu turned to face him, he spun around and turned his back to her. Song Nanzhu found it somewhat amusing and said, if you don't tell me your name, I'll have to call you Chu Yuxian. I'm Song Sirui. The child finally spat out a few words. Oh, Song Nanzhu's eyes lit up. So your last name is Song. We are quite fated then. The child raised his eyes. You also have a last name Song? I'm Bai, he replied. Then what fate is there? Song Nanzhu was very interested in this pretentious child and kept chasing after him, talking. Sirui? You're called Sirui? Do you have two older brothers or sisters named one He and two? No. Song Nanzhu stroked her chin in confusion. No? Then why are you called that? She laughed heartily. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked again. The cheerful smile on Song Nanzhu's face was instantly overshadowed by a cloud. Why do these annoying people never leave me alone in the afternoon? The footsteps were heavy, even somewhat hurried. Song Nanzhu frowned. Didn't He turn her head and called, "Deputy Su, what good news does your commander have?" Outside, Su Ji paused his hurried steps and said anxiously, "The commander has something important to say and insists that I convey it personally to Miss Baiju. The door isn't locked. Come in." The servants in the room had already retreated, leaving it empty. In the living room, there were only Song Nanzhu and Song Sirui. When she turned her head, she saw Song Sirui observing her with a playful gaze. Song Nanzhu chuckled and saw Su Ji open the door and stride in. "Speak." Su Ji turned his head and glanced at the child squatting beside him. Song Nanzhu waved her hand hurriedly. It's nothing. Just say it quickly." Su Ji glanced at the child again and said loudly, "Miss Baiju, the commander said, if you are willing to share this information with other men, he would rather not say it." Song Nanzhu's eyes widened in shock. She turned her head to glance at the child squatting beside her and said word by word, "Does this little boy count?" Song Nanzhu was stunned, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg. The child beside her chuckled. Su Ji stepped forward, leaned close to Song Nanzhu's ear, and whispered a few words at a rapid pace. She waved her hand in the air, and Su Ji turned his head. The commander wants to convey. Su Ji's eyes lit up. He's really bored. But Su Ji's gaze dimmed again. The child crossed his arms, a playful smirk on his lips. "Aren't you going to guard against me?" Song Nanzhu shrugged. "If it's really something important, he would come personally." The child raised an eyebrow. "I thought you would take this opportunity to say something moving to win me over." Song Nanzhu rolled her eyes. "If you don't rely on me now, by tomorrow, you'll just be a dish on someone else's table. Do I still need to win you over?" The child pouted and turned his head away. "You really have no charm at all." Song Nanzhu suddenly glanced towards the door. When Su Ji left, he closed the outermost door, but there was still a small square window on the door where one could see the outside scene. Through that small glass window, Song Nanzhu saw a pair of eyes. Lin Feng stood not far from the door, leaning against a black vehicle, directly facing the window on the door, gazing at the small figure inside with a blank expression. Song Nanzhu exchanged glances through the window and those sharp eyes. She squinted slightly. In an instant, it seemed they had reached some kind of consensus. Song Nanzhu turned her head. "Why are you rambling so much? Let us play chess." The child shouted. "You said you would play chess with that person. I didn't agree to play chess with you." Song Nanzhu, however, paid no attention to this brat. She grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him into the room. The child thought to himself that this girl wasn't much taller than him, and her arms and legs were thin. How much strength could she possibly have? As soon as he twisted his body to break free, the girl released his collar, and her fingers immediately bound around his neck like a rope. He couldn't move at all. Then she turned a corner and threw him directly into the room. Song Nanzhu stretched her stiff neck that had been motionless for a long time and looked around at the room's decorations. What a coincidence, it looked like a study, with a wall that happened to be a floor-to-ceiling window facing the small courtyard on the side. Through this large transparent window, one could see the lush, untrimmed weeds outside. Next to the floor-to-ceiling window was a small tatami mat, covered with a cooling mat and a warming mat, with a small table in the middle. The table was not big, and it just happened to hold a chessboard. On the nearby cabinet were some tea leaves and snacks, ready for any cravings. Song Nanzhu felt warmth in her heart. Originally, she just wanted a small room to escape from Lin Feng. Hu Qi clearly put some thought into this. She lowered her eyes, while Song Sirui, still angry, crossed his arms and proudly glanced at Song Nanzhu. "If you beg me, I might consider reluctantly playing a game with you." Song Nanzhu chuckled lightly and suddenly lay down boldly on the tatami mat, casually pulling up the light beige curtain in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. "Not playing, going to sleep." Song Surui's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you be like this?" At this moment, it was the afternoon at dusk, and the warm yellow sunlight poured in, turning the room into a cozy furnace. As Song Nanzhu drew the curtain, the room suddenly became dim. However, this light beige curtain was made of patterned sheer fabric, not completely blackout, and small beams of sunlight still filtered through the gaps in the sheer. Song Nanzhu suddenly opened her eyes and saw the boy standing beside her, looking extremely exasperated, which made her find it very amusing. Her body occupied half of the tea table, and she waved her hand to indicate the other half. "You sit down first." As she waved, her delicate fingers brushed against the sheer curtain. The material was just right. Song Nanzhu thought the people outside, keeping watch, should be able to see the shadows inside. She turned her head and saw the boy sitting down angrily, but still with his arms crossed, looking very displeased. When she slightly raised her head, she noticed he barely made contact with the tatami mat. Song Nanzhu laughed. "What? Are you planning to perform acrobatics in my room?" The child jumped up in anger. "If you're not going to play chess, stop wasting time here. I can leave." Saying this, he strode towards the exit. Song Nanzhu chuckled, leisurely resting her hands behind her head. "Run. Feel free to run. But I'll remind you, you just came out of the underground. Some servants and guards outside don't recognize you. If they mistakenly think you're a human who wandered out, and they swallow you whole, don't blame me for being cold-blooded." Chapter 157. Catching up on sleep before her words fell. Song Nanzhu heard the sound of the door creaking open and suddenly froze. Then she heard a thud. He sat down on the tatami mat with a thud, then turned his head sharply to glare at the leisurely girl on the bed. "What exactly do you want to do?" Song Nanzhu had already used her hand as a pillow, slowly closing her eyes to listen to me, closing her eyes to sleep. "Otherwise, you will regret it later." Song Sirui was furious. This stupid rabbit seemed simple-minded, strong in body, and still wanted to pull off tricks, not keeping his word, unpredictable. In short, all these bad habits all over him, who spoiled him like this. He wanted to see what this guy would come up with next. His two eyes were like surveillance cameras, staring intently at the little girl on the tatami mat who had already closed her eyes. He saw her fair face gradually relaxing, her eyelids quietly coming together, breathing evenly, her chest rising and falling in an orderly manner. It really looked like she was asleep. Song Sirui pouted. This stupid rabbit looked harmless, but actually had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He shifted his gaze upwards and saw the girl's forehead lightly wrinkled, as if two small rivers were flowing out. She looked young, but had so many thoughts. He pouted again, continuing to stare at the girl lying on the bed. Not knowing how long had passed, the girl still remained motionless. Song Sirui couldn't help but slowly relax his body. He scratched his head, thinking this guy really knew how to pretend. Who knew at this moment the girl turned over, comfortably rubbing her head on the tatami, leaning against the brand-new soft cushion, and even started to snore lightly. Song Sirui's eyes widened, almost jumping in anger. This guy brought him here, not letting him leave, and actually fell asleep so comfortably, and even started to snore. Song Nanzhu had tossed and turned for so long last night, feeling sore all over. Although the tatami was not as soft as her big bed at home, and the space was cramped, she curled up in this corner and surprisingly slept quite well. When she opened her eyes, she felt refreshed, stretching her body on the bed, blinking her sleepy eyes, the dim yellow light gradually shining into the girl's eyes. It made her feel warm all over. She rubbed her waist, one arm slowly supporting her body off the tatami, raising half her body, and saw the boy sprawled on the chessboard, asleep. Song Nanzhu was stunned and couldn't help but lower her voice. "Huh?" The boy suddenly lifted his head from the table, sitting up straight. He glanced around in a bit of confusion, as if just waking up, his thoughts still not clear. He turned his head to meet Song Nanzhu's bright eyes. First, he was taken aback, instinctively whispering, "Oh, you're awake." After a second or two, he suddenly raised his voice, glaring. "So you brought me here just to sneak in a nap, huh?" Song Nanzhu looked at his flustered appearance and suddenly chuckled. She ignored him, stood up straight, stretched her arms wide, and relaxed her entire body. She turned to glance at the gauze window, which was tightly covered, but it was clear that outside, it was completely dark. When she turned back, she saw a small night light on the little table, emitting a warm yellow glow. Although the light was small, it was enough to fill the whole small room. As soon as Song Nanzhu stood up, her shadow happily jumped on the wall. She looked at the boy who was in a huff and reassured him, "Don't be anxious. Aren't we going to play chess? Go ahead." Song Sirui was full of question marks. "Now?" Song Nanzhu nodded, her eyes full of sincerity. "Yes, right now." Song Sirui felt like since he crawled out of that hole, he had turned into a bomb ready to explode at any moment. This little girl, looking harmless and gentle, could say and do things that would infuriate anyone in minutes. Song Nanzhu tried her best to finally get this guy to sit in front of the chessboard. Their shadows were cast on the wall. The room seemed to flicker like firelight. The two didn't turn on the lights, just relying on that one dim night light to illuminate the chessboard. Song Nanzhu placed her pieces quickly, but after a while, Song Sirui still didn't make a move. He frowned tightly, his lips pressed together. He suddenly looked up at Song Nanzhu, just about to say something, when he saw the girl suddenly extend her hand and place her index finger on her lips. His pupils constricted in surprise. Then he saw the girl quickly and softly adjust the chessboard, her bright voice saying, "Let us have another round." Song Sirui was stunned, staring at the girl. Her voice was lively and cheerful, but her expression was serious. The finger that was held up in front of her lips was quickly lowered. "Okay, then let us have another round." After several rounds, Song Nanzhu gradually won a few games. Not knowing how much time had passed, both of their hands were starting to feel sore. Song Nanzhu finally glanced at her watch. This watch was just given to her by He that morning, and now it only had He as a contact. Since the overthrow of the world's ruling power, the original means of communication had been disrupted, and animals and humans had built new ways of communication. However, conditions were limited, although the Animal Alliance began with great momentum, seizing large areas of land and establishing a new animal kingdom. Their technological exploration had not progressed as smoothly as their conquests, but animals were more ruthless, and in another sense, more sophisticated. In this new era, they grew rapidly as the new rulers. By the time Song Nanzhu died in her previous life, the technological level of the Animal Alliance had already far surpassed that of humans at that time. She held the watch up to her eyes, examining it for a while. It was not much different from the watch she wore in the training camp, but the structure fit the animal wrist better. Humans might restore the use of mobile communication later, but for animals, needing to transform at any moment meant shedding clothes and not being able to carry items. So a watch strapped to the wrist was actually a more convenient communication device to carry. Chapter 158 Departure. Although the style of the watch was different from that of humans, it looked quite familiar. Song Nanzhu frowned and turned her head. As if in the depths of her memory, Lin Feng had once randomly given her a similar watch. She just didn't know where it had been lost. Song Nanzhu neatly put the watch on her wrist and pressed the power button beside it. Her thoughts reversed, the scream she let out before dying. The sinister smile of the fox fairy seemed to be right in front of her, on that extremely beautiful and delicate hand, which could enchant thousands with a single brush. There was also an identical watch. With her jade-like fingertips, she gently pressed it. The watch projected a blue holographic image, the heart-wrenching screams, the sound of blood spraying, the sound of flesh being torn and chewed, densely packed like ants. No matter how much time flowed through the reversal of fate, it would forever be stored in her mind, an inescapable nightmare for her at night. Sometimes she would wonder if she lived another life. Then what about those who died in her previous life? Were they truly dead or alive? Did they experience pain, or were they like her, suspended in the air like an hourglass? That painful roar seemed to echo in her ears at any moment, making her not dare to stop for a moment. Unable to find peace for a night, the watch flickered, indicating it was powered on. Song Nanzhu casually glanced at it. She thought the time was about right. She suddenly looked up at the boy. He was pinching a black piece with 2 fingers, his gaze fixed on the chessboard, seemingly contemplating what move to make next. Feeling the girl's gaze, he looked up, their eyes meeting in the air. Song Nanzhu's big eyes suddenly blinked. Song Sirui was stunned for a second. "Go!" The girl suddenly showed a sly smile. Taking advantage of the boy's momentary distraction, she directly messed up the chessboard. "What are you doing?" Song Sirui was exasperated. But Song Nanzhu didn't give him a chance to react, quickly and decisively grabbing his wrist. Song Sirui's eyes widened in anger, just as he was about to resist. He didn't expect the girl's delicate little body to unleash such great strength. Her slender arms, like white lotus stems, pulled him right in front of her. A few long fingers pressed down on his shoulders like iron hoops, and Song Sirui felt a rush of breath against his ear. "Less nonsense, come with me." The boy was startled, although he wanted to curse. Seeing her serious expression, the swear words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. The girl tightened her grip on his hand, as if afraid he would run away. She suddenly twisted open the door to the small study, and fresh air mixed with a chilling wind, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and dry branches from outside, swept in. The warm yellow light cast shadows on the wall that danced joyfully, and a sudden gust of cold wind seemed to want to envelop the two of them. At that moment, the small lamp on the desk appeared to turn into a flickering flame. The instant they were hit by the wind, it felt like a bomb had been ignited, and in that moment, the world turned upside down and chaotic. The girl held his hand and rushed out against the wind. The small study was hidden deep in the living room. She made a turn and arrived at the living room, where the outside door was already wide open. Though he didn't know when that had happened. Song Sirui exclaimed in surprise. I remember the door was closed. The moonlight poured into the room like a flood, threatening to drown them. Song Nanzhu pulled the child's hand and rushed toward the already open door. The cold wind rushed in desperately, wrapping around her, and her long, dark hair spread out in the air. At that moment, she looked like a ghost in the night, but she was wearing a pure white dress that fluttered in the wind. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was a ghost or an angel pulling him along, and he wondered if they were heading to hell or... They burst out the door, facing the wind and moonlight. The howling wind outside made the weeds in the yard rustle and cry out. Song Sirui turned his head in amazement. When he was in the study, he hadn't sensed anything. It turned out that outside was such a raging storm. He looked up and saw the extremely bright moonlight. How strange, Song Sirui thought. It's so bright tonight, it's like daytime. The girl led him along a small path through the grassland. Song Sirui had seen this path from the house before and thought the grass was low, barely reaching knee height. Yet, as soon as he stepped onto the cobblestone path, it felt as if the weeds that had been lying on the ground suddenly stretched out green hands and shot up, like rolling waves of ghostly energy in the night. He was startled and quickly turned his head, only to see a black car suddenly speeding toward them, coming to a screeching halt at the gate of the yard. With the door opening automatically, the child gasped. The girl suddenly turned around, and the open door was right behind her. That frail body seemed to have an immense amount of energy. Before he could react, he felt a force pushing him, and he was thrown straight into the car. He quickly turned his head, but heard a bang as Song Nanzhu jumped into the car as well. The girl was breathing heavily, her small chest rising and falling. Song Sirui, however, turned his head and stared intently at her. The girl felt his gaze and turned her head. There was an unmistakable excitement in her eyes, and in the darkness, she gently raised the corners of her lips. That smile didn't resemble that of a little girl who had just received a gift. It was as if Song Sirui scratched his head, unable to think of an answer for the moment. The car sped away the instant they jumped in, the car window isolating them from the howling wind outside. He quietly raised his head. The driver was a tall person. This person had a huge head. It seemed round. Yet not quite. He only heard the girl panting and laughing as she said to the person in front, "Thanks for your hard work tonight, Lao Ma." The person in front, while speeding, waved a hand and said, "Don't mention it. Thank us for the direction." The girl chuckled. Song Sirui finally caught his breath and turned to ask, "Where are we going now?" The girl's face was beaming with excitement. To a place every child loves to go. Song Sirui asked, "What?" Chapter 159. Abandoned amusement park. He looked helplessly at the massive structure not far ahead and finally confirmed. His so-called master was a complete lunatic. He slowly turned his head and said, "You dragged me out in the middle of the night like a madman just to come to this damned amusement park?" The little girl, however, looked thrilled, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." Song Sirui gasped, feeling like he might faint. He confirmed once again, an abandoned amusement park? The little girl was even more excited, smiling widely to reveal a few small white teeth. "Yes, yes." Having lived for 12 or 13 years, it was the first time Song Sirui felt so breathless. All he could see was a trail of exhaust fumes as Lao Ma drove off, kicking up a cloud of dust. Song Sirui stood there dumbfounded, and soon after, in the heavy night, it was just him and the girl in a white dress standing alone in the darkness, feeling the cold wind. Song Sirui looked incredulously at the excited girl in front of him. "I can't believe I didn't notice." "Notice what?" Song Nanzhu turned her head, her eyes still shining with excitement. "Didn't you notice that your brain is really sick?" he said through gritted teeth. Song Nanzhu, however, was not angry. She merely pretended to cough a couple of times, extending a slender finger and waving it in front of his eyes. No rudeness to the master, okay? Song Sirui was so angry he felt like jumping up. Song Nanzhu looked up at the towering, abandoned Ferris wheel. The entire amusement park had fallen into complete ruin. Before coming, she had already checked the information. This suburban amusement park was not abandoned due to the awakening of animals after the collapse of world order, but rather had been phased out during the city's changes. The terrain here was slightly lower and located on the outskirts, where land was cheap. Song Nanzhu circled around, her eyes shining in the darkness, able to see distances beyond human reach. Sure enough, she thought to herself, wasn't much different from what she had previously learned. The surroundings were indeed surrounded by mountains, with only this small, low-lying area relatively cool. This place was far from the city center, isolated and uninhabited, making it difficult to be disturbed by outsiders. It was indeed a good location for the data center. The only unfortunate thing was that the area was too small. It was probably just a small data storage center. Song Nanzhu glanced around, and in her heart, she had half a mind made up, ignoring the child's curses beside her. She grasped his hand and walked straight through the main gate. Originally, this amusement park had been abandoned for a long time, and after the ravages of war and flight, it was now in a dilapidated state. The huge iron sign at the entrance had fallen halfway, dangerously hanging in the air, creaking in the wind like a ghost calling out in the night. She looked up at the giant Ferris wheel, which appeared gray and worn, with a few small seats swaying precariously in the air as if they would fall at any moment. She pulled the boy's hand and quickly walked toward the Ferris wheel. The huge disc loomed closer, and Song Nanzhu's grip on the boy's wrist tightened. She wasn't entirely sure. This was indeed the territory of the Animal Alliance. It was very difficult for humans to infiltrate as assassins. She could only rely on herself to find the so-called entrance to the data center here. She looked up at the Ferris wheel right in front of her, biting her lower lip in frustration. The child behind her complained of fatigue. Yet he couldn't break free from her grasp and could only follow her with an uneven gait. Hey, the child cried out in pain. You've gone around this Ferris wheel several times already. I assure you, no matter how hard you try, this thing will definitely not move. Don't waste your effort, I said, considering that you, this rabbit, usually live in the Arctic and have never seen a Ferris wheel. It's understandable. But how can you be so stubborn and hard-headed? Refusing to listen? Song Nanzhu paused. This was her third lap around the Ferris wheel. Finally, just after passing the control panel, she felt a distinct tremor in her chest. The girl in the darkness kept a cold face, expressionless, but her heart couldn't help but rejoice. Gripping the boy's wrist, she walked quickly ahead, the small square on her chest vibrating more and more violently. It seemed that humans were guiding her. The control room had its door locked. A green tin house covered in various graffiti. Song Nanzhu raised her hand, and the thick dust covering it flew into the air. A rusty large lock was attached to the crooked door. Song Nanzhu twisted her wrist, and suddenly a steel wire shot out from between her fingers. She let go of the boy's hand, one hand gripping the lock while the other held the steel wire. In just a few seconds, there was a clank. The huge padlock fell to the ground. Song Nanzhu kicked the door open, dust swirling, and the thick, fine dust seemed to suffocate the air, making it hard to breathe. Song Sirui waved his hands, coughing, but he still obediently followed behind Song Nanzhu. If he thought that Song Nanzhu had truly gone crazy in the middle of the night and wanted to play with a Ferris wheel she had never played with before, bringing him to this empty amusement park, then he would indeed be a fool. Song Nanzhu waved her hand, brushing away some of the floating dust in front of her, slowly pushing the door open. The old iron creaked painfully. Song Nanzhu walked in step by step, while Song Sirui dared not say much and just closely followed her. The control room was very small, with more than half of it occupied by the control panel. Standing inside, Song Nanzhu and Song Sirui already felt cramped, but the mechanical square on her chest kept vibrating. Song Nanzhu turned her head to glance at Song Sirui and said, "Look." She squatted down, gently feeling around. The control panel was covered with a thick layer of dust that made it hard for Song Sirui to see. In the darkness, it felt like a blind person trying to touch an elephant. But Song Nanzhu saw the night as bright as day. Her bright eyes scanned the darkness and suddenly fixed on something under the last platform of the control panel. There, hidden at the back and not easy to notice, was a large handprint. The handprint was not very obvious. It had just wiped away a layer of dust. Song Nanzhu's eyes were clear, and she could see it well in the dark. She quickly squatted down and gently touched the handprint with her finger. There was no new dust on it, suggesting it had been made not long ago. She felt a surge of joy and carefully explored around the handprint. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, there was a click. The cabinet door under the control panel opened straight up. Chapter 160. Emerging from the hole, Song Nanzhu was delighted, but also increasingly nervous. Her palms began to sweat slightly, becoming moist. The moist hands wiped away more dust from the cabinet, and she clenched her fists in a bit of panic. She told herself to stay calm, to remain composed. Song Nanzhu, maintain your professionalism. You must stay calm. She turned to look at the child behind her. He was still standing upright, occasionally turning his head to look around like a guard, keeping watch for her. Song Nanzhu couldn't help but chuckle softly, the tension in her heart gradually easing. Song Sirui frowned but soon turned his gaze to the window. The control panel faced a large window, allowing a clear view of the Ferris wheel outside. Now it was dark and windy outside, with not a single shadow in sight. Just leaves fluttering past the window as the wind occasionally blew. He pressed his lips tightly together, cursing inwardly. This damn rabbit just got her to obey for a day, and now she drags me into this kind of hardship. Suddenly, he felt a small tug on his pant leg. He looked down. The little rabbit's white face seemed to have some dust on it, a bit grayish. Its long ears had appeared at some point, standing like two antennas, fluffy yet slightly pink, making one unable to resist wanting to grab them. Although Song Sirui was reluctant, he nodded and turned away. A few minutes later, he heard the sound of clothing falling to the ground. He quickly turned his head and saw the white long dress and jacket on the floor, with a small creature wriggling inside. Hiss! He quickly squatted down, pushed aside the crumpled dress, and grabbed one of the rabbit's paws, pulling it out. Just as he was about to say something nasty to vent his frustration at the girl who kept finding trouble for him, he saw the rabbit blinking its large black eyes, its ears drooping behind its head, staring blankly at him. Hurry up! I'm waiting for you at the door. If you're not out by dawn, I'm leaving. The hole looked very small, at its widest only about the diameter of a soccer ball. So Song Nanzhu had to transform into rabbit form to go down and scout first. The Arctic rabbit is slightly larger than other rabbits, but Song Nanzhu tried her best to shrink her body, squeezing herself into a thin line, just barely managing to squeeze through the hole. She carefully stepped forward, initially thinking it would be stairs, but instead found a flat surface. She slowly exhaled, and once her whole body was inside the hole, Song Nanzhu hurriedly took a few steps forward, suddenly turning around and poking her furry rabbit head out of the hole. The child was indeed obedient. Curled up beside the hole, his gaze extremely vigilant, focused on the surroundings. He didn't even notice her peeking out. Song Nanzhu chuckled softly to herself, finally feeling relieved to turn back. She thought to herself, it'll be fine. Before figuring out the situation, the Arctic rabbits won't dare to act rashly and remove me. So lurking outside was a safe choice for this child. The hole was narrow, and the entrance was pitch black. Fortunately, Song Nanzhu's eyes were clear. She carefully explored forward. This straight path did not last long, and after a few minutes, a narrow staircase appeared in front of her. Song Nanzhu descended the staircase, thinking about the words transmitted from the mechanical square. This was just her first step, luring the enemy deeper. The air underground was extremely cold, making all the fur on her body stand on end for warmth. Fortunately, the Arctic rabbit's nature meant she wasn't particularly afraid of the cold. However, the air was extremely stagnant and hard to breathe. Song Nanzhu skillfully pressed a few codes, quickly walking in, and then with a bang, she closed the door. Inside was much like what Song Nanzhu had imagined. A large, empty space, all dark. She shook her fur to shake off some dust, raised her front paw, and checked the time. It was just right, and as long as she entered here, her task would be half complete. What was stored inside the data center was not important. For now, she only needed to lure the enemy deeper. She casually wandered around the room. The previous door was probably a side entrance. This underground data transfer center was indeed not large, but she didn't know where the main entrance was. The rooms were connected one after another, and the partitions were not locked, most of them neatly arranged with various machines. Song Nanzhu did not turn on the lights. Moving through the darkness. This place looked very old at first glance, with a layer of dust settled on the machines. She navigated between the machines. The air filled with the hum of machines working and the sound of radiators, with some areas flickering with green light, and the cursor on the control panel flashing in various colors. Song Nanzhu quickly browsed through each room. Humans had indeed arranged this place well among the machines. There were both good and bad ones, but most were operational. After all, this was the territory of the Animal Alliance, and it was impossible to replace the entire data center with new ones. Moreover, the current humans did not have such a lavish capability. However, given the background of this place, it was completely understandable that there were machines of mixed quality in this small base. After browsing through again and confirming that this place truly resembled a data center left behind by humans, she let out a long sigh of relief and prepared to turn around and leave. Chapter 161. Cold Wind. When Song Nanzhu crawled out of the small opening, Song Sirui was still squatting at the door with a vigilant expression. Seeing the small figure emerge from the hole, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The little white rabbit had turned into a little gray rabbit inside the hole. Song Nanzhu shook off the dust on her body, and Song Sirui stood up, supporting himself on his knees. "I'll wait for you outside." He casually patted off the dust on himself. Song Nanzhu nodded. She quickly licked her fur, transformed into human form inside her clothes, and then put her clothes on properly. "Did you see anything unusual?" Song Sirui turned his head as the girl, having tidied up her outfit, walked out from the door. He shook his head. "Nothing, just that the wind outside is very strong." Song Nanzhu nodded, thinking to herself that it was surprising that this little brat could notice anything. Song Sirui rubbed his arms against the cold wind, and only then did Song Nanzhu realize that he was only wearing a thin hoodie. It was almost winter, and the southeastern region was very windy and often rainy, making it frequently damp and cold. She understood this feeling well. It reminded her of her previous life in the dungeons of the Animal Alliance. The bone-chilling cold, mixed with icy water, seeped into her flesh and blood, almost freezing her solid. Just thinking about it made Song Nanzhu gasp. She looked up at the child's face. He was tightly pursing his lips in the cold wind, not saying a word, just hugging his arms and frowning stubbornly. She sighed, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had forgotten that animals could keep warm in winter with their fur, and it didn't matter if they were bare, but humans were different. This child was silent, biting his lip, probably shivering from the cold. Song Nanzhu gestured behind him. Song Sirui turned around to see a large black vehicle that had stopped not far behind him at some point. He was so cold that he couldn't take it anymore and quickly walked to the side of the car, but he didn't rush to get in. He stood by the car, extending a hand to open the door for the girl. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. She looked up at the child, who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, likely in the first or second year of junior high, a bit shorter than Song Nanzhu. When she looked up, she could see his black hair, which had grown a bit long, probably due to being locked up for a long time in the dungeon, with bangs almost covering his eyes. After ensuring she was seated properly in the car, the child quickly climbed in as well. She felt a sense of emotion, thinking that even though he had inexplicably dragged her to a desolate place to endure the cold wind for an entire night, despite being underdressed and freezing, he still gentlemanly opened the car door for her. Before the animal mutation occurred, he must have been a privileged young master with a bright future ahead, but now he had to worry about his identity for tomorrow. The world had transformed into its current chaotic state, which was, in a way, another form of order. Inside the car, it was warm, instantly stimulating her icy skin and making Song Nanzhu feel goosebumps rise on her body. Song Sirui had been dozing at the chessboard all afternoon, sleeping restlessly and tossing around until almost dawn. He yawned widely, and, when he looked up, he saw the giant horse head still holding the steering wheel. The child was curious. He had seen all sorts of fierce wolves and tigers in the Animal Alliance's dungeon, but it was his first time seeing a horse, especially one with a horse head and a human body. He couldn't help but stare at its back for a few more glances. Unexpectedly, the horse seemed to sense his gaze in the rearview mirror and turned halfway around. "You must be thirsty after running around all night. Drink some water." It really was a large horse head with a long mane on top. Nevertheless, The car's speed did not decrease at all. Song Sirui felt as if his heart, which had been beating for 12 years, had jumped up. He hurriedly grabbed the water that was handed over. Okay, you focus on driving. Song Nanzhu chuckled. The horse had a much wider field of vision than humans. Even if it turned a bit, it didn't affect its driving. Don't you kids like to read why? Books? Song Sirui rolled his eyes without mercy, pouted, and closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. Song Nanzhu also pouted, not wanting to argue with him. The car jolted as Song Sirui closed his eyes, but did not fall asleep. The vehicle continued to drive steadily forward, and after an unknown amount of time, just as he was dozing off and about to enter dreamland, the car suddenly slowed to a stop. Since the animal mutation, the constant fleeing had made him accustomed to being on alert. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. The inside of the car was pitch black. He turned around and saw the little rabbit's head resting against the window, breathing evenly, which suddenly made him feel a bit more at ease. What's wrong? He quietly asked the old horse in front. He looked out the car window, but unfortunately, human eyes could only see darkness. Suddenly, the car door that Song Nanzhu was leaning against was swung open. The little rabbit groggily opened her eyes. What's wrong? The man behind her blocked the door with his huge body, carrying a scent of wind and rain, like a mountain leaning against her. He leaned down, seemingly having been outside in the cold wind for a long time, and even his breath carried a chill. Nothing, go back to sleep. He reached out, his sturdy arm gently lifting the girl's waist, as the little rabbit blinked her sleepy eyes and slowly yawned. Who are you? Lin Feng suddenly raised his eyes, his originally gentle gaze towards the girl instantly turning cold and fierce. Song Sirui was startled by his look. He felt as if he had been targeted by a starving wolf in the dark, that burning gaze making him shiver all over, instantly causing him to lose his bravado. Although Song Sirui felt a bit scared, he still stood his ground, firmly grabbing the little rabbit's slender wrist. Chapter 162. Master, he repeated, who are you? But this time the man didn't even give him a glance. Song Sirui swallowed hard, thinking, damn rabbit, if it weren't for agreeing to be your so-called pet, I would have kicked you into his arms long ago. He squeezed the slender wrist of the girl in his hand and softly called out, Master, wake up. Song Nanzhu blinked her eyes in confusion. In fact, she had already woken up before Lin Feng opened the car door. She had recognized the sound of Lin Feng's footsteps and thought to herself that no matter how much she struggled, it would be of no use. So she simply closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Unexpectedly, this brat, who usually ignored her and complained all the time, would actually stand up to help her at a critical moment. Seeing Song Nanzhu's lack of reaction, the child became more anxious. He squeezed the girl's wrist and urged, Wake up, master. Originally, Song Nanzhu thought that since Lin Feng had arrived, there was no need to worry anymore. Who would have thought that the child's call of master would make her head buzz? Inside, Song Nanzhu was howling, feeling like crying without tears. Usually, she would sulk and act aloof, but now, in front of Lin Feng, she was calling him master. She secretly opened a slit in her previously narrowed eyes to peek at Lin Feng's expression. Sure enough, the man's face was hidden in the darkness, as black as coal. Lin Feng felt his temples throbbing, ready to send the child flying with a slap the next second. Song Nanzhu had no choice but to continue squinting her eyes, pretending to have just woken up, and turned around to groggily say to the child, It's nothing, before turning back to sleep. The child's hand hung half in the air, watching the fierce-looking man slowly disappear into the darkness, leaving him with a vicious look as if he wanted to swallow him whole, then heavily kicked the car door. TCH. The child scoffed. Isn't it just that his biceps are a bit developed? He looked at the horse's head in front and scratched his head. Who was that crazy person just now? By the way, why are you sitting so straight? The old horse on the horse's head broke out in a few lines of cold sweat, awkwardly smiling. I don't know what that person was doing. I don't know him either. Song Nanzhu was only wearing a long dress and a thin coat. The exposed skin was already chilled by the wind. Fortunately, the man's embrace was warm, radiating a comforting warmth. She nestled into the man's large hand, feeling comfortable as she turned her head. Two fluffy little rabbit ears unexpectedly popped out, and as she shook her head, the fur on her ears became tousled. Song Nanzhu felt herself being securely held. Walking a few steps in the cold wind, then the man bent down, sitting in a seat, presumably getting into another car. He placed the girl on his lap, and it seemed that Song Nanzhu was still immersed in a dream, unable to pull herself out. Her head naturally rested against Lin Feng's chest, with the two rabbit ears drooping to one side. Lin Feng said to the person in front, "All right, let's go." The car moved smoothly. Song Nanzhu could hardly feel the movement of the car, but she didn't know how long had passed when Lin Feng suddenly spoke lightly. "If you're awake, stop pretending." Song Nanzhu couldn't help but swallow hard. The rabbit ears that had been drooping behind suddenly perked up, one slowly standing upright, and her small head, which had been deeply buried in the man's embrace, also moved. Song Nanzhu very slowly moved her head, peeking out one eye from the cold military uniform, quietly looking up. This angle allowed her to see the man's jawline and the meticulous curve of his lips. She pretended to have just woken up, yawning widely, with both rabbit ears and the fur on top standing up like a little hedgehog stretching its body. "Where's this?" She pretended to look around, casually glancing at the soldier driving in front, someone she had never met before. Song Nanzhu looked ahead, the car's headlights shining as it slowly passed a street corner in the city. She thought they must be getting close to the Animal Alliance base. She opened her mouth, about to say something, when she suddenly felt the man's relaxed hand suddenly tighten around her waist. Song Nanzhu's heart tightened. Before she could turn her head, her hand had already pressed against the man's chest. With a forceful push, she tried to distance herself, but her legs, which had been resting, suddenly moved, one stepping onto the back seat floorboard, using her strength to try to get out. Who would have thought the person behind her reacted even faster, quickly grabbing her waist and pulling her forward. Song Nanzhu felt as if she was slamming against a cold stone, exerting effort in vain, as her body was directly pulled toward him. At the same time, Lin Feng's strong arm reached out and caught her slender, delicate neck. He pulled her in front of himself. Two long and powerful fingers pinched her chin, forcing the girl to face him. Chapter 163. Maple Tree. Song Nanzhu frowned. Her other hand already clenched into a tight fist, but the man was much quicker than her. The girl's pupils dilated instantly as Lin Feng's face came close. He held her chin with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist, kissing her directly. The wild wind howled outside, and for some reason, the car sped up. Song Nanzhu, who had just been freezing, now felt her whole body burning. The hand she had pressed against the man's chest pushed harder to try to break free, but the wolf's strength far surpassed that of the Arctic rabbit. His robust arm pressed tightly against her waist, their bodies pressed closely together. Song Nanzhu desperately tried to retreat, but he pursued relentlessly. He lingered on the fragrance between her lips, and madness and obsession suddenly filled his eyes. Lin Feng disregarded everything and pressed forward, leaving his scent in the soft corners, taking away the sweetness of the girl. Song Nanzhu was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She clenched her fist tightly and suddenly lunged forward. But before she could touch the man's body, his large hand tightly wrapped around hers. He grasped her small fist, and Song Nanzhu felt like she had fallen into a hot net, unable to escape no matter how she struggled. They were entangled together, and when she tried to break free again, she felt her whole body go limp, her fair face inexplicably flushed. Lin Feng pushed deeper, and she felt as if the oxygen in her brain had been sucked away, her legs going weak and her waist lacking strength, relying entirely on the man's strong embrace. Song Nanzhu forced herself to calm down, telling herself not to struggle. For a wild wolf, especially someone like Lin Feng with extreme, beastly instincts, the more she struggled, the more excited and crazy he would become. Unable to break free, she had to use her delicate little tongue to push him away. And a glimmer of bright laughter flashed in the man's eyes as he really withdrew slowly, lingering and unwilling to leave, gently tracing the girl's lips with his tongue. Song Nanzhu gasped for breath, desperately trying to inhale oxygen, her face flushed, unable to say a word. Their lips were almost touching again, and as Song Nanzhu tried to retreat, he locked his hand around the back of her head, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Their noses collided, breaths intertwining. "Are you planning to use this data center to exchange for the tiger's fierce gaze?" Song Nanzhu raised her eyes to look straight at him, not avoiding his gaze. Still slightly panting, her breath sprinkling on the man's nose, Lin Feng felt his temples throbbing because the girl's big eyes were looking at him with a watery gaze, as if covered by a layer of mist, and if he pinched her chubby cheeks, the tears would fall. In a voice only the two of them could hear. She said, "What? Are you going to stop me?" Her eyes seemed to speak, like a mermaid singing deep in the ocean. He was too familiar with her, not just in real life, but also often appearing in his dreams. He often doubted whether those eyes had the power to enchant. He moved his lips closer to the girl. "I'm not stopping you, but I won't help you either." Unconsciously, the girl leaned in closer, her warm lips intentionally brushing against the corner of his mouth, causing Lin Feng's fist to slowly tighten. The girl moved slowly to his ear, her fluffy rabbit ears gently brushing against his cheek, seemingly unintentional, yet teasing. Her breath fell on Lin Feng's ear. "If you won't help me, then why are you here?" Song Nanzhu felt her heart shaking, her soul roaring and trembling in the dark. A voice told her to stay away. She must stay away from this man in front of her. No matter how you look at it, Lin Feng is an absolute demon. In the future, he will only bite through your neck. Beneath this seemingly domineering and fiery exterior flows a vein of cold blood. Do not repeat the same mistakes. Lin Feng turned his head, his lips lightly brushing against the girl's cheek, leaving a kiss that was almost imperceptible on the left side of her face. He said, "I just want you to live." Song Nanzhu suddenly turned her head. For the first time, she saw surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. He stared in astonishment at the tear that slid down the girl's face, following her fair cheek to her chin, crossing over her swollen lips from their recent kiss. With a soft plop, it fell onto his military coat. Song Nanzhu thought bitterly, "What? I just want you to live." The man reached out to wipe away the tears on the girl's cheek, but heard her voice, tinged with crying. "What if I die?" His hand suddenly froze. "You won't die." He hugged the girl tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his bones and blood. "I won't let you die." Song Nanzhu's tears left two deep marks on the man's military coat. The words she didn't say lingered at the tip of her tongue. "What if it's you who kills me?" Since entering the Animal Alliance, Song Nanzhu rarely dreamed. She vaguely felt herself drifting into a shallow sleep, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw a flower-patterned ceiling. Song Nanzhu felt the world spin, a sense of confusion rising in her heart. She suddenly propped herself up. Sunlight spilled onto the bed, occupying a small corner. Following the sunlight outside, her gaze gradually climbed up to the glass window, where she saw a tall maple tree close at hand. Song Nanzhu rubbed her eyes in disbelief. But the maple tree remained still there. She jumped out of bed barefoot, the thin jacket she had worn hanging to one side. Ignoring it, she pushed open the window directly. The tree was so close that it seemed she could touch it with just a reach. As the wind blew, the sparse leaves on the tree swayed, like little flames dancing on the branches. Song Nanzhu felt as if she were in a dream. The maple tree before her seemed to perfectly overlap with the one from her dreams, resembling the one outside the temple that had accompanied her and Lin Feng as they grew up. The little girl stood on tiptoe, her delicate arms resting on the edge of the window, reaching out her hand toward the outside. Just a little more, just a little more. If her slender fingertips reached a bit further, she could touch those dancing flames. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt a tightness around her waist, and the flames that were so close quickly receded. Her whole body was swiftly pulled back, lifted from the window, and placed onto the bed by the man's huge arms. Before she could see clearly, she felt a sudden dizziness. The girl angrily pulled off whatever was covering her face, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the thin jacket she had worn yesterday. She glared at the man in front of her. Lin Feng seemed to be in a good mood. Looking down at the girl from above, shrugging helplessly, he had leaned down at some point, quietly watching her, his tongue emphasizing the last few words heavily. Song Nanzhu was almost amused by her anger. Childish. After saying this, she was stunned. She suddenly realized that the little dog, Lin Feng, had grown up with her, being by her side for so many years, but her lifespan was far shorter than his. It was just the animal mutation that had turned her into a mature adult in an instant, while she, by coincidence, was still a child. If it came to childishness, Lin Feng was indeed more qualified to be called childish than she was. The man looked at the little girl lost in thought, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The sunlight slowly moved, shining on her hair, emitting a faint glow. She rarely looked so obedient. Usually, she seemed like a frizzy rabbit that would bite. Now, she was just wearing a white dress, her long rabbit ears drooping, sitting obediently on the bed, appearing exceptionally gentle and docile. Chapter 164. Awakening. Get up, breakfast is ready. The little rabbit seemed to just come to her senses, unwilling to take her eyes off the maple tree at the door. She tilted her head and looked up at the man towering above her. His face was surprisingly gentle today, unlike his usual military uniform, which made him look like a person who expected everyone to owe him millions. Lin Feng's brows rarely relaxed, and even the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Nanzhu couldn't help but lower her gaze. Lin Feng swallowed, his Adam's apple moving. His exposed neck was a healthy wheat color, strong and sexy. Only then did she notice that Lin Feng was not wearing his usual military uniform. She pointed at his clothes. Aren't you going to work today? Lin Feng was surprisingly gentle today. Oh, Nanzhu lowered her head, realizing that since the animal mutation, she hadn't differentiated between work days and rest days in her mind. While thinking about this, she suddenly stretched out a big lazy stretch and lay back onto the soft bed. Since it's a day off, I want to sleep in. Saying this, she rolled up the quilt and happily tumbled around on the bed. Before she could curl up and dive into the quilt, Lin Feng picked her up along with the rabbit. No, today there are very important matters. The girl poked her head out of the quilt. What important matters? Lin Feng sighed, unsure if this usually clever little head was truly foolish or just pretending. The Arctic rabbit delegation is expected to arrive today. He paused and added, I just received news from Suji, and if all goes well, the Arctic rabbit negotiation delegation should meet with the governor tomorrow. So, as a negotiation representative, you should meet with the Arctic rabbit delegation today to discuss negotiation strategies and analyze the current attitude of the governor and your situation. Oh, Nanzhu pouted reluctantly and agreed. How could she not know such an important matter? As she jumped out of bed, she suddenly found a pair of seemingly brand new cotton slippers beside her feet. They were pale yellow with two white little rabbit ears on top. Nanzhu frowned. These slippers looked a bit familiar. They were brought over from your side. They should be prepared by Huchi for you. Lin Feng's voice came from behind. Nanzhu didn't think much of it and quickly slipped her feet into the slippers and ran outside. This house was very similar to her standard room, and the structure wasn't much different. Nanzhu felt like a regular visitor, easily finding the washroom. As she had roughly guessed, Lin Feng had thoughtfully arranged everything here in double portions. One might think she had lived here for a long time. After brushing her teeth, Nanzhu suddenly felt her bare arms a bit cold. She reached out to touch her icy arms and realized that her thin jacket had fallen in the room. Fortunately, the two places were not far apart. Nanzhu walked back into the room, pushed the door open, and just saw the golden maple tree outside the window. Suddenly, she felt this scene was somewhat familiar, but it was also a bit different. She examined closely and found that her thin jacket was not hanging on the chair. The chair's rod was bare, and the quilt was not in the messy state she had rolled it into just now. Nanzhu stood in place, scratching her head. Earlier, she was in a hurry to brush her teeth and seemed to forget what the room she had just slept in looked like, only remembering that the window faced a maple tree. When she looked up, she saw that the window of this room also faced that same maple tree, but the angle seemed slightly different. Nanzhu slowly moved a few steps forward, the slippers making a padding sound on the wooden floor. Everything was very quiet, but as she perked up her ears, she could hear the clattering sounds of pots and pans downstairs. The room was not cluttered, quite empty, but there was a bookshelf. Nanzhu frowned and walked closer. The bookshelf was wooden, with transparent glass doors on top and wooden cabinet doors below, looking quite old-fashioned. Nanzhu furrowed her brows and gently opened the glass door. The books on the shelf gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall. She gently pulled out one book and was surprised to find that it was somewhat old. This was a children's storybook titled, How Does the Princess Dig for Boogers? Nanzhu thought to herself that Lin Feng had quite a unique taste. She casually flipped through a few pages, only to have a piece of bright yellow something fall out from between the pages. Nanzhu looked down at the object. It drifted leisurely past her long skirt and floated to the ground. Nanzhu's gaze followed the maple leaf frozen in place. With a clatter, the book fell to the floor. Nanzhu slowly crouched down, her snow-white, long skirt piling up like a mound of snow beneath her. She picked up the maple leaf, holding it in front of her and examining it closely. The little girl gently pressed the most perfect red maple leaf she had carefully chosen under the maple tree that day into the book, while a dog sat obediently beside her. She raised a finger to her lips and whispered, "Shh, Lin Feng, let's quietly hide it here, so it will never disappear or rot." The little girl thought that this secret was known only to her and the dog, believing that by hiding the most beautiful maple leaf she found that day in the book, no one would discover it. Therefore, time, years, happiness, and childhood would never fade away. Disasters and pain would never come. Nanzhu felt a pair of hands constricting her throat, making it hard for her to breathe. And a terrifying thought surged in her mind. Why? It seemed she was gradually forgetting the past. In this life, she had been reborn on the side of animals. And that day, the life in the real temple was long gone. Chapter 165, Forgetting. The master would tap her head with a little stick when she was mischievous. Granny Tang would scold her while ladling soup into a bowl. Since entering the Animal Alliance, Nanzhu felt so many dangers and life-threatening situations, the blade pressing right before her, yet she had never felt such fear. However, the fear she felt now was unprecedented, stemming from her own heart. She was extremely astonished to find that she had rarely dreamed lately, nor had she entered anyone else's dreams. She was forgetting the things from her past life. Nanzhu suddenly turned her head, taking in the layout of the room, and indeed, it was quite similar to the layout of her old shabby house. She quickly turned to look at the bookshelf, and sure enough, memories began to surface in her mind. The books in the bookshelf were exactly from the old, shabby bookshelf in her childhood room, containing her favorite fairy tales. Nanzhu felt her eyes warm up. Her memories were chaotic, constantly being seized by nightmares. Severed from the past, struggling and gnawing. But Lin Feng hadn't forgotten. Lin Feng always remembered. She opened the cabinet, but her hands trembled uncontrollably. As each book was pulled out, Nanzhu's heart grew colder and colder. She gradually slid down in front of the cabinet. The arrangement of the furniture in this house resembled her old shabby house. This old wooden bookshelf held the fairy tales he used to treasure. With a turn of her head, she could see that fiery red maple tree, just like the one she could see from the kapok tree in the yard when she was a child. How could this be? Nanzhu murmured in disbelief. It clearly wasn't tea like this in her past life. How could it be? Although incredulous, she had to admit that this was indeed a small room set up by Lin Feng in his home, and the layout and items inside mimicked her old shabby house. She suddenly recalled that in a previous dream, Lin Feng had mentioned that their little temple had been burned down. She rubbed her eyes, almost in disbelief. But she clearly remembered that Lin Feng in her past life had no feelings for this owner who had abandoned him, even harboring hatred. Why was it different this time? Was it a dream? In her past life, he was gravely ill, and the master sold him to the butcher down the mountain for money to buy medicine. And when he woke up, he only saw blood everywhere and the fallen granny and master. From then on, Ming Lu Yi, standing in the light, reached out to help her. After that, she never saw Lin Feng again. But this time was different. They had a proper farewell. However, she never expected that the life they gained this time would be completely different from the last. The two often met in dreams without speaking. Yet Lin Feng still entered the Animal Alliance following the trajectory of his past life, becoming a commander. She didn't dare to think deeply. The differences between this life and the last were truly too many. She just didn't expect that this would subtly change Lin Feng's attitude towards her. Nanzhu didn't dare to stay in the room any longer. She turned around, feeling a bit flustered, and hurriedly twisted the door open, carefully closing it behind her. After a few glances, she confirmed that there was no difference from before she came. When she looked to the right, there was indeed another door leading to another room. Cautiously, she knocked on the door, but there was no response, so she slowly turned the doorknob. She gently pushed the door open, and it was empty inside. The male protagonist then breathed a sigh of relief. He walked in and indeed saw his thin jacket draped over a chair. At that moment, he realized he had just broken out in a cold sweat, his hands also becoming damp, yet he had no intention of dressing. He simply lay on the bed. He felt as if his mind was a tangled ball of yarn, all the things in his head intertwined, impossible to unravel. But the once Granny Tang and Master seemed like a book whose pages had been turned, slowly becoming yellowed and old, no matter what. He could no longer see their faces clearly. After an unknown amount of time, the door was finally knocked on. "Do you want me to come in?" Song Nanzhu jolted. She had originally planned to wait for Lin Feng to go out, but she had forgotten that he had just said today was a day off. Song Nanzhu sighed. It seemed she couldn't escape this breakfast, and she only hoped it wouldn't be that nauseating smoked human thigh. Song Nanzhu procrastinated, finally making Lin Feng impatient. He directly lifted her up with one hand and took 2 steps to reach the first floor. Just thinking of the smoked human leg meat she had tasted in the camp made her stomach churn. Who knew that before she could fully reach the dining table on the first floor, she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma that made her salivate. The animal's instincts were keen, and Song Nanzhu felt every cell in her body instantly energized by the scent. She sniffed the air again. Could it be shrimp? Why did it feel somewhat familiar? Before she could ask, Lin Feng had already seated her at the table. Song Nanzhu was taken aback, staring at the fresh shrimp wontons in front of her, swallowing hard. At that moment, she thought Lin Feng was truly a complete lunatic. She crossed her arms defiantly over her chest, her little brows tightly knitted, her tone resolute. "I won't eat." The man opened his mouth, but Song Nanzhu turned her head away. "I absolutely want to eat it. Who knows if you put something strange in there?" Lin Feng snorted through his nose, seemingly disdainful. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt something shiny flash in front of her eyes. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly looked up, somewhat exasperated. "Are you tricking me?" Chapter 166. Exchange. As soon as she reached out her hand to snatch it back, the shimmering silver flashed in front of her and disappeared in an instant. Song Nanzhu raised her head, her face puffed up like a small bun placed on the table. "What are you doing? Give it back to me." Lin Feng looked at the ring in his hand with great amusement. He flicked his thumb, and the ring flew into the air. Song Nanzhu reached out to grab it. Her sharp eyes caught the ring soaring in the air for a few seconds. She paused her hand mid-air, slightly lowering her gaze, her black eyelashes fluttering as she slowly looked at the man's face. At this moment, Song Nanzhu felt a chill run down her spine. How did Lin Feng know that this wasn't actually her ring? Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. "Why is it a secret exchange? Don't you think it's an exchange of our friendship?" A faint smile appeared at the corner of the man's mouth, seemingly gentle, but the fierceness between his brows revealed his beast-like nature. He leaned forward slightly, propping himself up on the table, and softly said, "Then I'll just shoot him, and then break your legs." In an instant, Song Nanzhu felt the hair on her body stand up. Lin Feng's smile was bright, but his eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. She believed that Lin Feng would indeed do something so crazy. She reached out, just in time to pick up a cup of hot black tea from the table, gently sipping it to briefly mask the panic that was showing in her eyes. Song Nanzhu's fingers holding the teacup paused. She looked up in disbelief. "Really?" He was still toying with the ring in his hand, chuckling as he walked towards the door, loudly saying, "The negotiation team will be here soon. If you want to do something, you'd better hurry." Before the Arctic Rabbit delegation arrived, their eyes and hands had already made their way there, fixating on her. The Arctic Rabbit delegation had just arrived, often operating in the northern regions. Even though they had reached out to the southeast this time, they certainly wouldn't dare act rashly. Until they clarified the reality of that data center, they would probably just watch Song Nanzhu's movements from the shadows. Song Nanzhu took a sip of hot tea, her eyes glinting with cunning. They had to be cautious, yet they wanted to snatch her achievements. In that case, she might as well add fuel to the fire to put some pressure on them, in hopes of drawing them out. Just as she was thinking, a few sounds of bubbling came. A clear, steaming tea was poured in her cup. When Song Nanzhu looked up, she met a pair of unfamiliar but kind and gentle eyes. The elderly woman smiled at her, and after filling her cup, pointed to the bowl of fresh shrimp dumplings on the table, urging her to try some. "Grandma, did you make these?" The little rabbit smiled like a well-behaved daughter at home. "Eh," but the grandma shook her head. "No, they were made by Commander Lin." Song Nanzhu was taken aback. "Really? Lin Feng made these?" She didn't remember Lin Feng being able to make this dish. Commander Lin had studied for an entire afternoon just to master it. Song Nanzhu swallowed hard, Just as she was about to politely refuse the bowl of dumplings, she looked up and saw the elderly woman looking at her with great expectation. Under the pressure of such a gaze, Song Nanzhu could only yield. Slowly, she scooped the bowl over and, with the elderly woman's caring and expectant eyes upon her, she slowly placed a dumpling in her mouth. The juice and shrimp burst in her mouth, and with one bite, Song Nanzhu immediately regretted it. She just knew she wouldn't be able to stop once she started eating. Before long, the bowl that was once full of fresh shrimp dumplings was completely cleared. Song Nanzhu wiped her mouth, feeling unsatisfied, and finally set the bowl down. He was originally extremely handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, and his thin lips curled slightly, making him even more charming. He rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing strong muscle lines, his tanned arms crossed as he looked at her. Song Nanzhu awkwardly wiped her mouth and said, "I just tried a bit. It's passable." Lin Feng smiled. "Is that so? Then I'll work harder next time." Song Nanzhu's mouth twitched. No need to try harder. She raised her head, her gaze slightly evasive. "I'm full. I'll be leaving first." Saying that, she took large strides towards the door. Lin Feng quickly blocked her path with a few long strides. "You really think you can just leave after eating everything?" Song Nanzhu was shocked. Her mouth agape like a watermelon could fit. His words made it sound as if she had done something to him. Song Nanzhu panicked. Seizing the moment, she stepped on the man's toes. "Hiss!" Lin Feng sucked in a breath, but the smile at the corner of his mouth remained. "You little brat." However, Song Nanzhu swiftly turned, nimbly pivoting her body and sprinting towards the door, kicking it open with one foot. Chapter 167. Eating just as she was about to escape. A strong hand suddenly grabbed the back of her neck, and a voice, like a savior from some corner, exclaimed, "Master! Master!" Song Nanzhu turned her head and saw a car slowly driving around the corner. A boy excitedly leaned out of the window, waving at her. In the blink of an eye, the car stopped in front of her, and Song Sirui kicked open the car door and rushed toward Song Nanzhu. As she focused, she noticed the boy's face was streaked with tears and snot. Just as he charged toward her like a little calf, a long hand suddenly grabbed his collar. Suji leisurely let go and patted his hands, not even giving Song Sirui a glance. "Miss Baiju." Song Nanzhu nodded, finally remembering that her neck was still being held by Lin Feng. It was indeed a bit embarrassing for the master to be in such a position, so she could only scratch her head and chuckle awkwardly. As she spoke, Song Sirui seemed to remember something that angered him, and he suddenly became animated. Song Nanzhu looked at Old Ma with some confusion. "It shouldn't be like this, right?" Old Ma is not just a simple driver by Lin Feng's side. Of course, he was a very capable driver, with excellent direction sense and counter-tracking abilities, which was why Lin Feng had allowed someone like him to drive near Song Nanzhu. When she looked up, she caught a glimpse of Old Ma's evasive gaze, even daring not to meet her eyes. Song Nanzhu immediately turned to Lin Feng, only to see him grinning broadly at the child, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. In an instant, Song Nanzhu understood. It must have been Lin Feng who was up to no good again. She shot him a glare and then said to Song Sirui, "This isn't me brushing you off." Song Nanzhu turned back, thinking that time was of the essence, and it seemed she had to make another trip tonight. "Wait." Song Nanzhu suddenly called out. Song Sirui turned around, and she waved her hand. "Come here, I have something to say to you." Song Sirui scratched his head, but still walked over. Song Nanzhu leaned down and whispered something in his ear. Song Sirui's eyes grew more and more puzzled, but he still replied, "Okay, master." Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt Lin Feng's grip tighten, and she thought, "Not good," and turned to run. But Lin Feng reached out his large hand, directly blocking her waist, lifting her up and bringing her inside the house. Song Nanzhu didn't bother to struggle. Obediently like a handbag, being held by the man. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng tossed the little rabbit onto the sofa. Thankfully, the sofa was soft, and her body bounced a few times without feeling any pain. However, the man turned around and leaned in close, his breath tickling her ear. "You dare let him call you master again?" Song Nanzhu had already grasped Lin Feng's preferences. This man preferred softness over harshness, and since she was in a good mood, she didn't want to argue with him. So, she gently replied, Okay. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting this little rabbit to be so obedient today. He continued, Are you not afraid of him exposing you when you let that little brat help you find someone? Song Nanzhu seemed to helplessly spread her hands. Pity me, coming from the north to the south, all alone, and among the few family members who came with me, there's still a bunch of people wanting my life. I don't trust this little brat. Could Commander Lin really help me? Lin Feng's breath swept from her collarbone to the tip of her nose as he gently said, "If you want it, of course I will help you." Song Nanzhu chuckled lightly. A slender finger gently poked at the man's chest, pushing him away. "No." She turned to walk toward the door, and Lin Feng caught her arm. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. She had no choice but to turn around and leisurely walk upstairs. "Since Commander Lin is so kind, I guess I'll go to sleep." Song Nanzhu paused her hand on the doorknob for a moment. Ultimately, she still entered her original room. Outside, the maple tree was flickering with sparks. She pulled the curtains to block out all the light and quickly snuggled into bed. For some reason, ever since her rebirth, she had never felt at ease while sleeping, whether in the training camp or after coming to the Animal Alliance. She often found it hard to calm down. However, on this bed, she felt an unusual tranquility, as if she knew there was someone downstairs who made her feel secure. That person was fierce and dangerous, seemingly wanting her life at any moment, yet wouldn't let anyone get close to her. As she listened to the even sounds of breathing, Song Nanzhu slowly closed her eyes. The curtains didn't completely block the light. The moving shadows outside formed a mural of light in the room. When Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again, the brightness that had originally filled the room had dimmed. She pulled back the curtains, and outside it was already a blood-red sunset. In the world, everything was shrouded in a tragic golden hue. Song Nanzhu let out a long breath, stretched lazily, and moved her bones. She turned around to see the tall figure that had quietly approached behind her. "What's wrong? Is Commander Lin eager to send me off?" Lin Feng had changed into a turtleneck sweater at some point, making him appear even more robust, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exceptionally stylish. Song Nanzhu clicked her tongue in her heart. No wonder he could make the fox spirit dizzy. The man did not speak, but seemed to be in a good mood. His previously furrowed brows had relaxed. He stepped forward and wrapped an arm around the girl's waist, pulling her into his embrace. "Let's eat." He supported her bottom with his hand along her leg, lifting her up. The height difference between them was quite significant, and Lin Feng held her like a small animal. He walked past the staircase corner, and a warm scene came into view, the dim yellow light illuminating the room, where an old lady was preparing the dishes. Hearing the footsteps in the corridor, she turned and smiled warmly at them. Song Nanzhu clenched her fists and turned her head away. Chapter 168. Desert Eagle at the table. Lin Feng set her down. Song Nanzhu glanced at the dishes on the table. The calm mood she had just regained rippled again. The food on the table was very simple, even identical to what she had eaten in the temple. The plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes that she once loved was right in front of him. Song Nanzhu turned her head to look at Lin Feng. "Do you really know nothing?" "Thank you, Grandma. It smells so good." "Commander, I've been watching that human child all day. It seems someone is doing the same thing as us. Should we take action?" "No. The wind outside is howling." The man's voice was drowned out by the wind. "No need to intervene. Just let her handle it herself." The wolf's eyes glowed green in the darkness. "I really want to know what she is planning." He turned around and saw Song Nanzhu's big smiling face, with the old lady chatting and laughing beside her. Lin Feng instantly felt the chill he had experienced outside lessen. He pushed the door open and walked in. Song Nanzhu truly left the house at 2 o'clock in the morning. The night wind howled outside, while the room was warm with heating. She looked through the clear window on the door at the darkness outside. "What a pity." She suddenly spoke. "What a pity." Lin Feng had appeared beside her at some point, his chest gently pressing against her back. The warmth from his sweater felt cozy. "It's a pity you can't see the stars here." She suddenly turned her head, meeting the man's gaze. Song Nanzhu clearly saw a flash of surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. He sighed, lowering his head to look at his toes, listening to the wind outside crashing against the door and window. "Commander Lin, it's winter now." "Yes." The old lady handed her a black velvet coat, wanting her to wear it. Song Nanzhu felt her breath catch and waved her hand. "Commander said you don't like human skin. This is leftover from when the humans were disposing of old goods. I especially want to dig it out. It's not human skin." Song Nanzhu was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Feng, but his gaze was immersed in the darkness outside the door. She took the down jacket, feeling it soft and warm in her hand. I'm leaving. Song Nanzhu walked to the door, twisted the knob, and the howling wind rushed in. She took a deep breath. After all, she wasn't a pure Arctic rabbit, and the cold was still making her freeze. Lin Feng had appeared behind her at some point. He bent down, warmth coming from behind. You could choose not to leave. He reached out to straighten her collar, his voice gentle, almost enticing. Song Nanzhu chuckled lightly a couple of times, feeling unable to laugh anymore, finally lowering her voice and sighing, "But I have to leave." "You don't have to leave." Lin Feng interrupted her words. Song Nanzhu fell silent. The voices of the two drowned in the wind, and neither spoke again. A car approached, not far away, and Song Nanzhu's gaze followed closely. Just as she was about to step out, Miss Baiju, the old lady's aged figure appeared behind her. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. She glanced back one last time. The car was speeding towards this side, suddenly hitting the brakes, creating a loud screech in the night. Song Nanzhu quickly dashed into the car and slammed the door shut. Exhaling a long breath, she turned abruptly, seeing the tall figure standing at the door, watching the car's silhouette, until at a corner, the house and the figure disappeared. Song Nanzhu realized her fingertips were icy cold. She suddenly slumped in the car seat like a deflated balloon. "Miss Baiju, the person in your house left 10 minutes ago. The handover over there probably 1 TB quick. They're expected to be on the road, completing the exchange. The car speed is quite fast. Please hurry." Song Nanzhu nodded. Sure enough, the car sped up rapidly. The Animal Alliance's vehicle was wilder than those of humans, like a ghost lurking in the dark, drifting left and right. There were hardly any people on the road at midnight, only the occasional car passing by. After an unknown amount of time, Song Nanzhu felt dizzy and finally hit the brakes sharply, making a beautiful spin at an intersection, stopping just beside another car's door. Song Nanzhu kicked open the car door and quickly got out, just as another car's door opened. "Miss Baiju," a voice suddenly came from behind. Song Nanzhu turned her head and saw a person in the driver's seat handing her a box. "Commander asked me to give this to you." Song Nanzhu jumped into the car, where people were already seated. "Master, the person you asked me to find has been located." She paused, lowering her head silently. "No need to be so serious. The identity is just for show to outsiders. You can call me Zhu." She glanced at the person sitting beside her. "Oh, by the way, this is Master Wu, whom we just found today. He is great at drawing underground maps and also very skilled at detecting geological conditions." Song Nanzhu nodded and looked at the driver in front. He seemed honest and simple, wearing human skin, making it hard to tell what species he was. Song Nanzhu had just been dizzy from the gust of wind, and now that the car was moving at a slower speed, she slumped in her seat and took a while to recover. After a long time, she finally remembered the box that the person had handed her earlier. It was a small briefcase, and Song Nanzhu opened it with a couple of clicks. "Desert Eagle?" She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Then she slowly picked up the handgun, chuckling softly. "This guy." Chapter 169. Attack. The gun was made in rose gold, and the cold metal gave off a somewhat cute and gentle vibe. She held it in her hand and examined it carefully, and an image of Lin Feng with a stern face came to her mind, along with Su Ji or old Ma saying, "Make this gun pink." She found it somewhat amusing. The car had unknowingly driven far into the outskirts, and as Song Nanzhu leaned her head against the car window, she glanced and saw the huge Ferris wheel. Master Wu was small and short, carrying a tool bag that was bigger than he was. Song Nanzhu estimated he looked like a groundhog in this desolate wilderness, empty and uninhabited. After getting out of the car, she was first greeted by a gust of wind that felt like a fierce education. Finally, with a little kid and a short groundhog who looked like a little kid, she arrived at the control room. The night wind seemed to anticipate what was about to happen, blowing even more fiercely, as if trying to sweep away all traces of this world. Song Nanzhu wrapped herself in a thin coat, feeling very warm. Her leather coat gradually sprouted some fluff, and when she extended her hand, her originally fair and slender fingers also began to grow white fur, resembling an under-evolved ape. She didn't mind, thinking it was likely due to the instincts of animals being stimulated by the environment. Song Nanzhu skillfully found the small hidden compartment. She pushed it open, but paused for a moment. She picked up a piece of gray rock that was incomplete, rubbed it in her hand, and found it amusing. Such an obvious trace, Yet those people still thought of themselves as clueless Arctic rabbits. I'll hold the door for you outside. Without the animal skin to keep warm, Song Sirui was wrapped up like a zongzi. However, Song Nanzhu did not hesitate and directly interrupted him. No, we won't leave anyone here. Everyone comes down with me. She glanced at Song Sirui's round body, estimating that this young master must have been scared by the cold while locked up with the captives in the Alliance prison. It was both heart-wrenching and amusing. Take off 2 pieces of clothing and come in with me. Hiss, Song Sirui gasped in the cold weather. You really have no heart for the young master. Although he complained, he quickly took off his clothes and tossed them aside. Song Nanzhu bent down and entered the hole first, followed closely by the drawing master, with Song Sirui bringing up the rear. The tunnel was narrow and dark, and Song Nanzhu and the groundhog were not much affected, but Song Sirui followed behind, muttering, "Where on earth is this?" He quietly complained, choking on dust along the way. Song Nanzhu felt her way back along the original route, and soon arrived in front of the door. She skillfully pressed the code. With a click, the door opened. "You wait at the door for us to come out," she said to the kid, rubbing his hands at the entrance. "What?" Song Sirui widened his eyes in disbelief. "You won't let me in? What am I supposed to do in this dark tunnel? Practice my lungs?" Song Nanzhu chuckled and reassured him, "Be good. I need someone to watch the door, but I'm afraid you'll be cold standing outside." Song Sirui was not convinced and rolled his eyes. Song Nanzhu led the master inside, finally closing the door, and suddenly turned around to say, "Don't fall asleep. If I call you, just come in." Song Sirui impatiently agreed. The groundhog skillfully opened the tool bag and took out his drawing tools. Song Nanzhu glanced into the darkness at the master. "Be as quick as you can. No need for too much detail. After all, this map wouldn't end up in her hands, so it didn't matter what it looked like," she thought. In the underground chamber, everything was immersed in darkness, and no sounds could be heard. The only noise was their breathing. Time slowly passed, and Song Nanzhu glanced at her watch. An hour had already gone by. Isn't the map here not complicated? Why isn't the lady marking the equipment? The master, who was originally focused on drawing, suddenly looked up. Song Nanzhu sneered inwardly. Of course, she knew it wasn't complicated. A skilled draftsman could grasp the general idea after just one round. However, they had far exceeded the time needed for drawing. She remained calm and confident. "Don't panic, master. Just draw quickly. I've already spoken with Miss Huchi. I'll submit the underground map of the human data center tonight." The master's hand, which was drawing on the electronic screen, noticeably paused for a moment, likely mocking her for being overly ambitious, not knowing that someone was waiting to reap the benefits. Just after she said that, not long later, she heard the drawing master say, "It's done, Miss Baizhu." "Good." Song Nanzhu simply replied, dusting off her clothes. "If it's done, let us go." Although his big ears drooped, he closely listened to the sounds behind him. After hearing no response, Song Nanzhu turned her head. The person had indeed vanished without a trace, leaving only a small hole in the nearby wall. Song Nanzhu sneered but called out in panic, Master Wu, where are you?" Her ears perked up suddenly, and she turned her head to shout, "Song Sirui, come in now." Song Sirui, who had been dozing off outside, jolted awake and opened his mouth to curse. But in this eerie environment, he was compelled to push open the slightly ajar door. He saw the girl standing in the center, her face showing a look of panic. "What's wrong?" He turned to look for Master Wu. "Where is he?" But he saw the girl rushing towards him with a speed he had never seen before, and then he felt his wrist being tightly grabbed. "Run!" Song Nanzhu shouted. The string in Song Sirui's mind snapped straight with her fierce shout. Before he could react, he was pulled out by the girl. He felt a powerful force pulling him, as if with every step he was only touching the ground with his toes, yet he was running forward rapidly. Song Nanzhu did not go through the previous door, but turned left and right, running deeper into the underground palace. Just as they left the side door, it was kicked open and an exceptionally strong and powerful leg stepped inside. It was definitely not Lin Feng or the Arctic rabbit. It was a brown bear. Chapter 170. Slaughter. She moved swiftly through the darkness, and Song Sirui felt the air rushing beneath his feet as she pulled him along. Song Nanzhu darted left and right, her figure gradually shrinking. When Song Sirui looked down, he noticed that the hand gripping him was growing rabbit fur. After navigating through countless winding rooms, Song Nanzhu finally sensed a slight flow of air ahead. She took a deep breath and turned to the boy. Keep running. Don't stop. But not far away. At a corner of the room they had just fled through, a massive brown creature stood there, its head curved, its spine touching the ceiling. Song Sirui couldn't help but gasp. The creature roared, its sharp teeth bared, drool connecting its upper and lower jaws. As if he could smell the stench of flesh even from this distance. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, and as they shone toward him, Song Sirui felt a chill in his hands and feet. The angle he had prepared to slow down suddenly quickened. They were like two rockets in the air, crashing against the door. Song Nanzhu quickly waved a few fingers on the electronic screen, and with two beeps, the door opened. The brown bear, which could easily lift and tear them apart with one hand, had already caught the scent and found this room. It slammed its fist down on the ground, and Song Sirui felt the floor vibrating. Fortunately, before that massive sound rushed in, the two managed to close the huge door together. After all, this was a human underground data center, not so easily breached by an animal. They could only hear the angry howls from inside, and the massive steel door trembled rhythmically. The girl reached out her hand, elegantly tidying her hair. Wasn't it stimulating? Song Sirui, what are you talking about? The two exhaled deeply. When Song Sirui looked down, he noticed the white fur that had tightly gripped his hand had faded away, revealing the slender wrist of the girl. Let's go. Outside this door was a long black corridor, which seemed slightly wider than the previous one. Song Nanzhu pulled Song Sirui and they ran wildly. Just as they were nearing the end of this dark path, a rush of fresh air suddenly surged in, and Song Nanzhu's alarm bells went off. Bright moonlight mixed with a cold wind blew in. The originally dark corridor was illuminated by moonlight, and Song Nanzhu hit the brakes, stopping the small rocket-like Song Sirui. The moment the massive sound rushed in, Song Nanzhu knew that there was no way to avoid this battle. The brown bear stood at the end of the corridor, completely blocking the escape route, its figure bathed in moonlight, making its face hard to see, but even from 30 or 40 meters away, they could still feel the vibrations from its pounding on the ground. Step back. Song Nanzhu waved her hand to the side. Stand back. Song Sirui's eyes widened in shock as he watched Song Nanzhu take a step forward, her small lips parting to reveal a few sharp teeth. He could hardly believe that such a small rabbit would have the courage to fight a brown bear. Song Nanzhu took off her furry coat and threw it to Song Sirui. Hold on to it. She wore a black tank top underneath, paired with tight-fitting pants and military boots. The sweet smile that had once graced her face was now replaced with a cold grin. A gust of wind swept in, carrying a scent unfamiliar to Song Nanzhu. She knew she had to end this quickly. The brown bear was just the front line. If they didn't hurry, they would never escape this corridor. The brown bear was somewhat surprised that this small rabbit truly intended to engage in hand-to-hand combat with it. But before it could finish that thought, a snow-white figure transformed into a white specter in the darkness. The girl's skin was as white as snow, glowing even in the night. She moved with incredible speed, almost like a flash of lightning. The brown bear let out a roar, its sharp teeth fully exposed, and it blocked the corridor entirely. The instant the white lightning flashed before it, it extended its razor-sharp claws, ready to swipe and bite. But unexpectedly, that flash of lightning vanished into thin air. The brown bear's pupils suddenly constricted. How could this be? It was merely a pampered Arctic rabbit. How could it possess such astonishing speed? Just as it was about to turn its head, Song Nanzhu didn't give it the chance. Bang! The corridor was instantly filled with a crimson mist, and a torrential waterfall erupted from the ground, where scorching white smoke met the cold air, creating visible white mist. The white and red intertwined and enveloped everything, creating a stillness that resembled a mural painted with a brush in the darkness. Ugh! Song Sirui stood far away and instantly retched. The girl looked down at the corpse, her eyes gleaming with cold light and excitement for slaughter. She softly exhaled. 6. Song Nanzhu gently lowered her hand. The power of the desert eagle had made half of her body go numb, and in the moment of firing, she was pushed back a few steps before regaining her balance. The desert eagle was known for its exaggerated appearance and immense firepower, leaving not just a dark hole in the brown bear's head, but completely blowing off half of its skull. The boiling blood splattered like a pot of blood-mixed sand porridge, steaming in the cold air. Only 6 left. Although this gun looked beautiful, it was incredibly heavy, making it difficult for women to handle with one hand. So Song Nanzhu hadn't brought a magazine. Come here. Chapter 171, Execution. Song Sirui stood there, seemingly dazed, his eyes reflecting the image of the girl. Seeing he hadn't moved for a while, Song Nanzhu rushed over and pulled him away. Splash. He heard the sound of footsteps stepping into a pool of blood, splattering droplets. Song Sirui felt his fingertips turn cold, and all the blood seemed to rush to his head. He looked up at the girl before him, the one who usually joked and sometimes acted cute with her big ears, now covered in specks of blood, her eyes filled with murderous intent. This short path felt extraordinarily long. They finally burst through the door, and the moonlight shone down on them, particularly bleak, bright enough to be frightening. Song Nanzhu caught a different scent in the air as she led Song Sirui forward, glancing around. This seemed to be another area of the amusement park. She looked up. There was the carousel. Is Master Yang still guarding the car? Song Sirui whispered to her. She didn't respond, seemingly reluctant to tell him that even if Master Yang was still by the car, it was likely she turned her head and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear in the night. What about Master Yang? Song Sirui anxiously grasped her wrist. Even if he isn't human, he can't. Song Nanzhu took a deep breath, momentarily unsure how to explain her current choices. Master Yang will be fine. Tomorrow morning, I'll send someone to pick him up. You're lying. You haven't told me where Master Wu went. And what exactly is in that underground secret room you always go to? Why is that black bear chasing us? We agreed that Master Yang would wait by the car for us, so why do we just run away? Song Nanzhu fell silent in the darkness, the dim moonlight enveloping them. When she looked up, she saw the boy's firm and fiery gaze. She remained silent for a long while. There was no sound in the darkness. Finally, she spoke, that little girl who once only cared about maple trees, cotton trees, and little wooden horses opened her eyes to find dried blood everywhere, fluttering in the wind. Many years ago, she asked Ming Lu why animals had to kill humans. Many years later, she asked Ming Lu why he betrayed her. This war between animals and humans was destined to have no right or wrong. Time turned back, and the little girl of that year never learned the answer to her questions. Song Sirui felt a weight on his shoulder. He was pushed down by the girl, and they both crawled on the ground, hiding behind the carousel. Song Nanzhu's ears perked up in the air. The footsteps varied in weight, but none were familiar to her. To eliminate her, they were truly willing to expend effort. She looked around. The abandoned amusement park was surrounded, and the only entrance was the large door near the Ferris wheel through which they had entered. She knew without thinking that those people must have sealed the door. The various animals were enough to tear her and this human child into pieces. This abandoned amusement park was the slaughterhouse of the night. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt her wristwatch vibrating slightly. She looked down. Indeed, it was a message from Lin Feng. I'm on my way, where are you now? Song Nanzhu clicked her tongue. The footsteps grew closer, and turning her head, she saw the child, wide-eyed and frozen in place, seemingly terrified. She suddenly felt a bit like laughing, raised her index finger to her lips, gesturing for silence, then mouthed the words to hold her breath. In fact, whether holding her breath or remaining silent was of no use. Even if their two corpses lay here, those people would still find them. The significant difference between animals and humans is that their senses, such as hearing and smell, are far more developed. Soon, that group of animals would come following the scent. Song Sirui was focused on how to hold his breath a little longer. Suddenly, the girl's breath brushed against his ear, and Song Sirui's eyes widened in shock as he quickly pointed outside. Song Nanzhu looked relaxed, showing no sense of urgency from being chased. She patted his shoulder. Animals' ears are keen. As soon as they started talking, they attracted others' attention. So, Song Nanzhu quickly rolled over. And just as her body lost the moment to evade like a carousel, a loud gunshot rang out. At that moment, Song Nanzhu had reached the next hiding spot, and with the last moment of time, she signaled to Song Sirui to run quickly. She was hiding behind a massive control room, her ears perked up, hearing that group of people rapidly splitting up and advancing in different directions toward their hiding spot in front of control room. Song Nanzhu heard all kinds of small footsteps, twisting her head to carefully discern while gently moving her feet. She sighed and suddenly reached into her pants pocket. The moon was cool as water. Suddenly, a knife glinted sharply. The incredibly sharp blade flashed coldly in the air as a long hand shot out from behind the control room, instantly piercing through the links that had already approached the edge of the control room. With a puff, cold air mixed with blood surged out. Blood splattered in the moonlight, igniting the cold world in an instant. This one knife instantly triggered the attack of various animals. At that moment, a black wildcat wearing sunglasses glided out from behind the control room, but his gun fired into the air because there was no one behind the control room. A second before the gunshot, Song Nanzhu had already jumped up, one hand grasping the edge of the control room, flipping over and landing on top of it. The potency of the performance-enhancing pill surged in her veins, making every cell in her body rapidly come alive. Under the moonlight, she clearly saw the situation below. Song Nanzhu just wanted to laugh, thinking that for dealing with such a small Arctic hare, they had brought so many carnivorous animals. But there was no time to think. She pushed off with her legs, turning mid-air, and as she leapt, the black wildcat quickly fired 2 bullets. Song Nanzhu twisted her waist in the air to dodge, but one bullet grazed her cheek. The desert eagle roared again. The black wildcat was startled and hurriedly dodged, but the bullet still passed through his shoulder. The desert eagle's power immense, the wound deep enough to see bone. With the help of the desert eagle's power and the Arctic hare's strong jumping ability, she soared high into the air. She landed and quickly kicked off with her legs. Chapter 172. Night of Slaughter. Suddenly, she leaped into the air, stepping onto a nearby abandoned car and spinning in midair before running again, while the cheetah, following closely behind, missed its bite, grinding its teeth and revealing a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes. However, Song Nanzhu felt something was off. She preferred to remain unchanged. At that moment, her sense of shame acted up, and she could only kick so hard her legs were smoking. But fortunately, that earlier performance-enhancing pill had a significant effect, making her feel like she was stepping on wheels of fire, unable to stop even if she wanted to. This functional pill heightened her senses to the extreme. At this time, Song Nanzhu felt the wind at her feet, gradually developing an unstoppable feeling, but her rationality quickly suppressed this sensation. She knew this was a common psychological illusion experienced by those who took performance-enhancing drugs. While running, Song Nanzhu extended her hand and bit down on her pinky, blood instantly gushing out, filling her mouth with a strong metallic taste that woke her somewhat dazed mind. The footsteps around her were incredibly dense, and Song Nanzhu's senses were heightened to the extreme. Every time the cheetah aimed to bite her calf, this seemingly fragile girl always managed to jump away in advance. Why? It was clearly just a young Arctic hare, and it hadn't even transformed into animal form yet. How could it run so fast? This place, while not too close to the Animal Alliance base, was also not far. If a significant gunfight occurred here overnight, it would inevitably alert the Animal Alliance. Song Nanzhu's left ear twitched. She heard the sound of bullets being chambered. She leaped to the right to evade, but the clouded leopard on her right had just opened its mouth wide, pushing off its hind legs and coming at her with a big bite. Song Nanzhu realized it was not good. It was a trap. They were actually using the animal's keen senses to coordinate. She sneered inwardly. Indeed, the cunning of animals far surpassed that of humans. She dodged to the right, but at that moment the clouded leopard's massive mouth had already bitten down, and despite her sensing it in time and twisting to avoid, she was still bitten on the arm. The sharp beast's teeth instantly pierced through the girl's tender skin, blood splattering. But at the same time, the glinting blade also emerged from the girl's twisting body, swiftly slashing at the leopard's neck. With quick, precise, and ruthless technique, she created a large hole in the leopard's neck. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, hot and boiling, bringing a thrill of slaughter that almost drenched Song Nanzhu completely. She closed her eyes, feeling the intense pain in her forearm. While the performance-enhancing drug heightened her senses, it also intensified her pain. At that moment, the pain penetrated to the bone, making her want to chop off her own arm. The scalding blood of the leopard mixed with her own blood, dripping down her fair arm. She kicked out at the leopard, which had already collapsed beside her, while various animals quickly surrounded her. She looked at the grinning brown bear not far away, feeling the wound on her face, just grazed by a bullet, leaving hot blood that finally dripped down mixed with the blood all over her body. Song Nanzhu smiled. She felt that seed within her rapidly taking root and sprouting. The genetic modification back then had not fully awakened her beastly nature. Now, the night of slaughter had finally arrived, bloodthirsty and terrifying. She reveled in the thrill of tearing apart, enjoying the hot air from exploded skulls. Other animals rushed forward, and Song Nanzhu glanced around. Lynx, clouded leopard, bobcat, African lion. And, finally, standing at a distance, was a Kodiak brown bear. Song Nanzhu's long hair fell, sticking to her body mixed with blood, despite being in a dire state. She felt an intense beauty in the midst of slaughter as she swiftly dealt with a cat that had just pounced. Quickly drawing a knife from its waist and gripping it in her other hand. She moved like a ghost in the night, her speed difficult to see clearly. It even made one doubt whether the young Arctic hare standing before them was real. The girl's voice was soft and sweet, as if whispering sweet nothings to her beloved boy in a cozy bed at night. This world is truly cruel to have us meet tonight. She let out a silver, bell-like laugh, enchanting and captivating. A fox standing in front of her wagged its fiery red tail, sporting a human face with two fox ears flicking atop its head. It extended its front paw to its mouth and licked it. The beauty has given instructions. As long as you obediently comply, we won't kill you. The little rabbit blinked her big eyes twice, seemingly innocent and naive, with her rabbit ears perched atop her head. She tilted her head, a bit puzzled, yet playfully repeating, "As long as you behave, I can spare your life." The fox seemed to want to say something, but the originally pure and gentle girl suddenly changed her expression. He felt a bad premonition in his heart, but before he could react, he felt a flash of cold light in front of him. When he opened his mouth again, he felt a gust of bloody wind sweep into his throat. Half of his face was sliced open from the corner of his mouth to behind his ear. "Your speed is neither that of an animal nor human. Who are you?" The girl's long hair fluttered in the air, and her white rabbit ears stood upright, spotless. Suddenly, she brought the knife she had just used to her lips, extended her soft little tongue, and gently licked the warm blood on the blade. Arctic rabbits are herbivores. For some reason, everyone present felt a chill pass through their backs. Chapter 173. Blood-red eyes. A wolf nearby was watching her with vigilant eyes. The little rabbit let out a silver, bell-like laugh. "I am who I am." Before she finished speaking, the wolf felt a gust of wind pass by him, and he reacted quickly, bending down instantly. Sure enough, the knife's edge brushed past the top of his head, slicing off a small corner of his ear. The wolf felt a fiery pain in his ear, but was also filled with dread. If he had been just half a second slower, it would have been his head that was severed. Who on earth is this girl? Wasn't she just an ordinary Arctic rabbit? Why does she possess such astonishing lethality? The wolf realized this and immediately bit back, but Song Nanzhu twisted her waist to evade, only to find another bloodthirsty mouth waiting behind her. Song Nanzhu found herself in a situation of being outnumbered, yet she felt as if her mind had stopped thinking. Fear, terror, and retreating emotions burned away in her mind like a fire. The aphrodisiac burned in her brain, and in the towering sea of flames, it only ignited one word: kill. She felt her body moving beyond her control, as if she had transformed into a spirit, floating wherever she wished, the glinting knife waving in the air. With blood gushing like a waterfall, Song Nanzhu felt that what was leaping before her was no longer various bloodthirsty mouths, nor the faces of all kinds of arrogant and ugly animals. The one roaring and wielding the sword in the dark cold wind was herself. She finally felt afraid. Song Nanzhu struggled to maintain some rationality, telling herself not to be manipulated by the aphrodisiac. Wake up! Wake up! She swung the knife, and a giant python that was about to sneak up on her was sliced in half. Scalding snow stained the girl's snow-white skin. The enemies were numerous and all skilled assassins. It wouldn't be long before the backlash from the aphrodisiac completely shattered her rationality, turning her into a bloodthirsty demon that only knew how to kill in the night. No, she had to escape immediately, Song Nanzhu thought. She pushed off with her left foot and took a step forward. Suddenly, she twisted her body, supported herself with one hand on the ground, and executed a flying kick with both feet in the air. The severed half of the python flew backward, crushing half of the crowd surrounding her. Holding the blade with both hands, her recently bitten left arm throbbed painfully as she stopped, the intense pain feeling as if it were tearing her arm apart. She gasped for breath. The metallic scent of blood in the air only heightened her nerves. The disparity in numbers was too great. Even if she was powerful, it was impossible to escape the relentless pursuit. The girl chuckled lightly, elegantly wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Even a little girl with no abilities requires such a fuss. The crowd looked at the blood-soaked girl before them, their mouths twitching slightly. A little girl with no abilities? At that moment, the beautiful yet dangerous girl suddenly vanished in a flash, causing alarm bells to ring in everyone's hearts. This girl was scarily fast. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the air. Bang! The black bear fell to the ground in response, and the girl appeared behind the fallen bear, holding a massive gun. The gun had an exaggerated appearance, a noble and vibrant rose gold, held in her slender, blood-stained hands, making her look like a thorny flame rose in the dark night. Song Nanzhu tried to suppress the trembling of her arms, but the wound on her left arm, where she had just been bitten, throbbed painfully due to the tearing. She couldn't go on like this. The fox, whose face had just been sliced open, revealed a sly smile. "Darling, since your hands are trembling, why not put down the gun?" The fox showed a sinister, bloodthirsty smile. In the darkness, the girl vanished again. But the next second, the fox suddenly leaped up, his long legs brushing past the girl's bent waist in a whirlwind. He chuckled softly, "Your speed has slowed." The girl once again fell into the encirclement of numerous assassins. She fired her gun, swung her blade, but new wounds kept appearing on her body. Song Nanzhu felt her vision blur. The figures of the crowd began to overlap, and even the fox's tail seemed to multiply. The sound of her gunshot felt like it had pressed a switch, triggering countless gunshots. But fortunately, in close combat with so many people, the distant snipers did not dare to shoot recklessly. However, some assassins among them carried guns, and she felt herself constantly twisting and bending to dodge the incoming bullets. But her vision gradually became dizzying, and finally, she heard a bang. A bullet struck Song Nanzhu's right shoulder. She felt as if she were about to faint. Although the gun didn't have the power of a desert eagle, it was enough to render her right side completely immobile. The arm that had just been bitten by the cheetah barely moved. In her dazed state, Song Nanzhu even felt a bit like laughing. She felt the world spinning, as if her soul had been pulled from her body, and countless animals were gnawing at her. Yet she felt no pain. "Little darling, it seems you are going to lose tonight." The fox's teeth glimmered in the cold wind. Half of his face had just been sliced open by Song Nanzhu, and now all his teeth were clearly visible, looking particularly terrifying. Song Nanzhu felt as if she could hardly breathe, the pain from her wounds torturing her. While at the same time, a surge of blood rose in her dantian, but she gritted her teeth and forced a smile. No, at this moment, the moment the gunshot rang out, "You all have already lost." The girl smiled faintly, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. The fox's smile froze on his face. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, and a gunshot rang out from an unknown direction. Bang! A hyena fell to the ground. "Who?" Everyone turned to look, but in the vast darkness, only the indistinct cold wind blew, with no visible figures. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out, and more animals fell one after another, sending everyone into a panic. The fox glared viciously at the girl. Little did he know, the girl had long since vanished. In that strong gust of wind, Song Nanzhu smelled a familiar scent. It was indeed strange. The air was mixed with various smells, the stench of blood from different animals overwhelming. Yet she could still clearly distinguish Lin Feng's scent. Chapter 174. Shattered dream. The night wind was bleak. She finally took the opportunity to escape the encirclement of the assassins. But she felt a surge of blood rising in her dantian, and the last bit of strength in her body was about to be exhausted. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu's footsteps came to a halt. She felt a rich, sweet metallic taste in her throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, splattering onto the cold ground. She felt the world spinning in front of her, finally unable to support herself. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, her body tilted like a small grass without roots, about to fall down, while the sounds of banging echoed behind her. The sound of bullets piercing flesh mixed with the heart-wrenching cries of animals, but seemed to move further away from her. In the last second before she collapsed, an extremely strong hand caught her steadily. Soon after, Song Nanzhu felt herself being pulled into a warm embrace, that familiar scent completely enveloping her. But she was surprised to find that the man's arm was trembling uncontrollably. She might not realize how pitiful she looked now, covered in blood. Song Nanzhu felt darkness creeping in for a few seconds, but then her awareness returned. She struggled to open her eyes, seeing the man's cold jawline. Lin Feng bent down and lifted her up horizontally. Song Nanzhu opened her mouth, and a series of blood droplets fell from it. She felt the hands holding her tighten, as if the person was afraid that if they let go, she would die just like that. The girl let out a comforting laugh, revealing blood-stained white teeth, feeling her eyelids growing heavier. Her throat seemed to be clogged with blood, making it hard to speak. Until the very end, she hoarsely uttered her last words. "Kill them all. Leave no survivors." Song Nanzhu closed her eyes. Suji looked down at his governor, who was still wearing that black sweater, the one he hadn't had time to change out of, now looking disheveled, with deep and shallow patches of what must have been bloodstains. Suji looked up and saw Lao Ma giving him a signal. He helplessly pursed his lips. I asked him if he wanted to find someone for protection, but he said no. Lin Feng had never felt that moment when his heart stopped beating. But the instant the girl collapsed, he felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. He couldn't hear any other sounds, as if even his own heart had stopped beating. Since the moment Song Nanzhu left the house, he had been guarding the door. On the way to the abandoned amusement park, he regretted more than once. Why didn't I send someone to follow her? Hurry up. Lao Ma glanced at his commander in the rearview mirror. He appeared expressionless, but his hands were tightly clenched together. Lao Ma stepped on the gas again, the car speeding down the road like a rocket. When he finally saw the girl, he felt her heart that had been racing come to a halt. How he regretted it. Even if Song Nanzhu found the underground secret room and presented it to Hu Lai, it was just to escape his control sooner. So what? The night wind blew desolately, and the entire amusement park was deserted. He looked up and saw the Ferris wheel not far away. Song Nanzhu felt as if she had regained strength, running wildly towards that direction. While running, Song Nanzhu searched for the control room. When she saw the black car in the darkness, her heart sank. Too late. It seemed that Master Yang was not one of their people. The once invincible Animal Alliance vehicle had been shot to pieces. Countless bullet holes pocked the car's exterior, and the front windshield had turned into a spider web. The Alliance vehicle was made of sturdy material, and the front window had shattered. Song Nanzhu, however, was not willing to give up. Ignoring the relentless pursuit of the group of assassins behind her, she ran towards that car and pulled open the door. She paused for a second. Master Yang's body had been reduced to a puddle of mush, riddled with bullets, half of his head blown off, making it impossible to recognize him as a human. Animals usually revert to their original forms in extreme fear, seeking comfort, but he had maintained his human appearance before death, likely caught completely off guard and killed in one blow. Song Nanzhu was speechless, silently closing the door. The girl she had long sought in her youth had finally found the answer in this moment: death and failure. She looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Having lived another life and endured such pain, did this dream imply that she was destined to accept death and failure? The moon in the sky began to twist. As if it were a yoke suddenly smashed by someone, the dream started to shatter. The ground beneath her feet began to shake. This world was quaking, gradually collapsing. Song Nanzhu was not panicked. She stood quietly amid the overturned mountains, watching her dream shatter bit by bit, the amusement park turning into piles of ruins. This boy's dream had finally collapsed. Song Nanzhu opened her eyes again. The first thing she saw was Lin Feng's face. She felt a bit dazed, as if she had just woken up from a small wooden house in a temple. Outside, the cotton flowers were falling, and a fluffy big dog had its head resting on his bedside, quietly waiting for the sleepy girl to wake up. But when Lin Feng opened his eyes were different from that dog from back then. They were filled with bloodshot veins. And Song Nanzhu surprisingly saw endless worry and fear in those eyes that had always been fearless. Suji and Lao Ma automatically stepped back, also turning off the lights in the room. Chapter 175. Together in sleep in the dark, Lin Feng looked at the girl on the bed, his gaze intense. The bed was large, and Song Nanzhu silently moved to the side, making space, but as soon as she moved, the wounds on her body tore with pain. Hiss! Lin Feng lifted a corner of the blanket, carefully lying down beside her. His body was cold, carrying the scent of the outdoors. He reached out his hand from under the blanket, seemingly wanting to hold the girl in his arms, but hesitated, ultimately shrinking back. Song Nanzhu was a bit surprised and lifted her head. What she saw was a pair of eyes just like they used to be. In the puppy's world, there was no one else. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes contained only her. He reached out in the dark, gently pulling the girl into his embrace. Song Nanzhu sighed. Sigh, this guy is taking advantage of me being unable to move. She buried her head in the man's chest, feeling Lin Feng's body stiffen. Then a pair of warm and strong arms wrapped around her. In the darkness, she didn't know how long had passed, and Song Nanzhu quietly spoke in the end. You still came. She shifted to a comfortable position in Lin Feng's arms, rubbing her head against him. What about your escape route? Lin Feng's voice sounded very tired. He added, I don't believe you didn't leave yourself an escape route. Song Nanzhu chuckled softly. The moment she smiled, her wound throbbed painfully, but she still smiled. Aren't you my escape route? Lin Feng lowered his head, looking at her fluffy little rabbit ears. You bet I would soften my heart? I bet you can't bear to part with me. Song Nanzhu indeed had her escape route, but at that moment, she had acted on impulse, following Song Sirui's idea. Perhaps she had a strange feeling that Lin Feng would appear. If she had retreated immediately without confronting the assassins, it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of those behind her. Only after they fought could it be clear how much she wanted to protect that map underneath. How did you find me? Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't T-press the issue. Of course, it was the scent of your little rabbit. Nonsense. The girl pouted in annoyance. I take a shower every day. I don't smell like a little rabbit. Before she finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, but the laughter made her wounds ache again, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Lin Feng quickly reached out to hold her waist, steadying her body that was laughing uncontrollably. What about that guy Song Sirui? Suddenly, Song Nanzhu remembered the little brat still hiding in that hole waiting for her to rescue him. Of course, she had to get him out. Fortunately, most of the firepower had been drawn away, so he was sitting in the hole without even a breeze blowing on him. Lin Feng said with a hint of reproach. Seeing the expression on his face, Song Nanzhu felt an uneasy premonition in her heart and quickly asked, Where is that kid now? Suddenly, Lin Feng fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Do you believe me? Song Nanzhu turned her body, but inadvertently tugged at her wound, causing her to wince in pain. In that frenzy of killing, she hadn't even realized how many injuries she had sustained. Don't move. You probably won't be able to get out of bed for the next half month. Lin Feng gently pressed down on the writhing girl, explaining carefully. Most of the injuries are external, but the bullet wounds on your left shoulder and waist, and your right shoulder are quite severe. No wonder, Song Nanzhu thought. No wonder it feels like I can't lift either arm at all. She raised her head, her big eyes blinking. I won't die young, right? No. Really? I guarantee you'll live to 100. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. She seemed to realize that Lin Feng's words weren't just to comfort her. What if I die? Lin Feng lowered his head, their noses almost touching as they breathed the same air. Song Nanzhu chuckled softly. Are you really not going to just put me in the fridge to keep me fresh, and then take me out to fry when you want me as a dish? After she said this, she heard Lin Feng's restrained laughter. He lifted his head and rested his chin on her fluffy little head. However, Song Nanzhu sensed something different in his words but suddenly remembered. The moment you showed up last night, you had already tied our identities together. So what? Isn't it good to be tied together? Then you. Don't worry. That group of people has been wiped out. Song Nanzhu's tone suddenly dropped. I failed. The darkness fell into silence again. Suddenly, Lin Feng tightened his arms around her. Isn't it good to fail? From now on, I'll protect you. But I don't want to be your caged bird, Song Nanzhu thought. Yet, she still said glumly, I'm afraid Hu Qi will ask what's wrong with me. Just help me think of a reason. and say I was seriously injured and unconscious for the past month and a half, so I won't go out. Okay. Only then did Song Nanzhu's heart settle. She closed her eyes with peace of mind. The plan had succeeded. Lin Feng's embrace was warm. Song Nanzhu shook her head, finding a comfortable position. Guess what day it is today? The little rabbit comfortably closed her eyes. What day? She lifted her head, not opening her eyes. The room was warm with the heating on, and the quilt was cozy. Today is the beginning of winter. I calculated the day to go out. She paused. Lin Feng, summer is finally over. The man lowered his head and kissed her. Song Nanzhu raised her hand, seemingly wanting to push him away. But the pain from her arm made her feel like she was going crazy. The man's large hand searched under the quilt. Finally, she felt a pair of hands wrapping around her own, like a shovel, slowly squeezing her clenched fist open, pulling and sliding inside. Lin Feng lifted her palm, intertwining his fingers with hers. Song Nanzhu didn't ask about Master Yang anymore. The girl in the dream was running endlessly in the dark, but no matter what, the beaten and soft body seemed to always be following her. However, no matter what, she could not escape or run away. She searched for 2 lifetimes in this world, finally having to admit that most things in this world have no answers. Chapter 176. Suspicion. Lin Feng's lips were no longer cold. He had a bit of heated cruelty, forcing the girl to lift her head to meet him. He deepened the kiss little by little, and Song Nanzhu felt dizzy, her waist going soft. That sentence hung in her mind. It turns out that he realized throughout his life that there are many things in this world for which one cannot find answers. When Song Nanzhu opened her eyes in the morning, a small beam of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains. She turned over. Ouch! She accidentally pressed on her wound, and the sharp pain jolted her awake. Song Nanzhu turned her head. The spot next to her was already empty, and the big bed only had him left. Moving her upper body hurt. Both arms felt completely useless. She could only bend her knees and stretch into the adjacent bed. The spot next to her still had a bit of warmth. Song Nanzhu sniffed the air. It seemed Lin Feng hadn't been gone for long. She rolled her eyes around. Taking a look, this room seemed no different from the previous one. It should be the same room she had been in before. Creak. She heard the sound of the door opening and quickly closed her eyes. Get up for breakfast. Song Nanzhu slightly opened one eye, and she groaned a couple of times. In such cold weather, with such serious injuries, how can I get up, Lin Commander? Lin Feng seemed amused and sighed. He was wearing a military coat, and Song Nanzhu struggled to lift her head to glance at him. Lin Feng looked at her with effort and walked over to the bedside in just a few steps. Are you going to the military camp? Lin Feng suddenly bent down. Song Nanzhu was taken aback, instinctively pressing her lips together and turning her head. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Who knew Lin Feng would suddenly chuckle, seemingly unable to hold it in? He gently raised his hand, pressing the quilt that had slipped to her shoulder back up. The little rabbit felt a bit embarrassed and swallowed hard. It was already noon, and the full regular meeting had just ended. Lin Feng's expression gradually became serious. Song Nanzhu, whose mind had been a bit muddled, suddenly became clear. Full regular meeting? She had been lying in bed for so long that she almost forgot the important matters. Last night, the Arctic Rabbit negotiation delegation had arrived at the Animal Alliance and had been assigned rooms. In the morning's full regular meeting, the negotiation delegations by Ju had presented a significant gift to Governor Hu Lai. Song Nanzhu's smile gradually faded, but Lin Feng suddenly fell silent, sitting at the edge of her bed, quietly watching the girl. And then, he presented the underground map of a human data center hidden in an abandoned amusement park in the suburbs. Song Nanzhu's expression stiffened. However, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the plan reaching this part, it was almost time to wrap things up. The finishing touches had nothing to do with him. She only needed to use others to deliver this underground map of the human data center to Hu Lai's hands, allowing the Animal Alliance to notice. She instinctively tried to reach out, but the tearing pain from her shoulder made her look down. Both arms were immobile. Not to mention her upper body was almost completely wrapped like a mummy, with multiple wounds on her legs as well. The cost was a bit harsh, but the result was good. She had been wondering who the assassin really was. She had long suspected it, but had no evidence. Now, they had completely torn their faces apart. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Animals, after all, follow the law of the jungle. if he could laugh until the end. It was his skill. A trace of sadness flashed in the little rabbit's eyes. She lowered her head dejectedly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her pink lips pale and tightly pressed together into a line. Some things did not need to be said. Lin Feng could understand. It was evident from the previous northern mining camp that Bai Ju and Bai Changlin were clearly on the same side. Now, the general and others had not yet completely moved from the Arctic to the southeast district, relying on this human data center map. Bai Ju had gained the governor's favor in the southeast district first, while Bai Ju was left unsupported. Her situation was extremely dangerous. It's okay. Lin Feng patted the girl's head. No one will hurt you. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, concealing the chill in her eyes. Bai Ju wanted to get rid of her would probably not be so easy. Moreover, a trace of ruthlessness crossed Song Nanzhu's eyes. He won't be arrogant for long. I'm hungry. He suddenly looked up, a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Lin Feng. What to eat? Lin Feng stood up. That shrimp wonton. Nanzhu felt a bit shy and scratched his head, wishing Lin Feng would forget about it. Wait a moment. He gently pinched her rabbit ears and walked out the door. The smile on Song Nanzhu's face instantly turned cold. This kind of life wouldn't last long. When the day came for humans to use the underground map to counterattack, Lin Feng would definitely suspect her. It wasn't long before Lin Feng brought a bowl of steaming shrimp wontons. Song Nanzhu glanced at him. He had changed into a white turtleneck sweater, having taken off his military uniform, and the hostility in his expression seemed to have diminished. He seemed to really like turtlenecks, which accentuated his strong and muscular figure. At this moment, he surprisingly looked a bit gentle. The bowl of steaming shrimp wontons had a delicate, thin skin that clearly revealed the shrimp inside. Just as Song Nanzhu was about to raise her hand, a sharp pain shot through her arm. Lin Feng pulled a chair and sat beside her, gently scooping one wonton with a porcelain white spoon, blowing on it for a long time before bringing it to her mouth. When Song Nanzhu raised her eyes, she happened to meet his gaze. She froze. The hand resting by her side suddenly exerted force, pinching her thigh hard. The girl smiled and obediently placed a wonton in her mouth. By the way, you see me home often recently. Chapter 177. Accompany you with a wonton in her mouth. Her words were a bit unclear, but she quietly raised an eye to observe Lin Feng's reaction. The man still maintained the same expression as before, his brows relaxing, lips curling into a faint smile of satisfaction. This way, I could spend more time with you. Song Nanzhu lowered her gaze, gently chewing the wonton in her mouth and swallowing it. She knew in her heart. No, in her previous life, she hadn't paid such close attention. It turned out that early on, Hulai had begun to regard Lin Feng with wariness. He was the commander of the southeastern region, rising through the ranks with repeated achievements. Meanwhile, the number of wolves in the southeastern region was vast and varied, and importantly, it was said that the wolf tribe's leader was frail and about to retire. Currently, Lin Feng, as the highest official of the Wolf Tribe Alliance, had the strongest influence and military force. He was the people's choice. However, Kulai would definitely not think so. Qiu Chai and Lin Feng were originally two of Hulai's great generals, equally powerful and capable of balancing each other. But aside from the military forces he controlled, Lin Feng also had the support of the southeastern wolf tribe, which not only overshadowed Qiu Chai, but could also pose a threat to Hulai's position. How could he allow that? Song Nanzhu's thoughts drifted. In her last life, during that massive night raid, Hulai was severely injured, still unaware of who attacked him. But it had already become a settled fact. If it weren't for Lin Feng's immense strength, killing all those who coveted the governor's position, the Howling Wolf tribe would not have ascended to the position of southeastern governor. Therefore, whether it was Qiu Chai or anyone else, Lin Feng was undoubtedly a thorn in their side. Now, her fate was almost tied to Lin Feng's at this moment. Both Lin Feng and she found themselves in an extremely passive position. They had to turn the tables. Song Nanzhu obediently finished the big bowl of shrimp wontons, licking her lips in satisfaction, comfortably lying back down, feeling the warm soup circulating her blood. Hu Qi has been wanting to see you. Lin Feng put down the bowl, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Okay. Song Nanzhu yawned, her rabbit ears perked up straight. Eating and sleeping all day is going to turn me into a useless person. Lin Feng chuckled, slowly lowering his head and brushing his lips against the girl's. Then let's be useless together. Lin Feng pinched the little rabbit's ears, wishing that Song Nanzhu would become a useless person. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Su Ji's voice came from outside. Commander. He quickly walked out, turned the doorknob, then suddenly turned back. The little rabbit obediently nodded, and Lin Feng firmly shut the door, Song Nanzhu's smile gradually fading. After confirming that the sounds downstairs had diminished, Song Nanzhu struggled to sit up from the bed, enduring the pain throughout her body, carefully shifting her buttocks bit by bit. Hiss! Song Nanzhu bit her lower lip, still trying hard to hold back any sound, tiptoeing and limping toward the bathroom. She couldn't turn on the light with her hands, so she quietly used her slightly stronger foot to gently push the door ajar. In the dark bathroom, Song Nanzhu moved bit by bit. She wasn't wearing shoes, and the cold floor sent chills through her feet all the way to her body. After moving for a long time, the little square finally made a creaking sound. Song Nanzhu shivered and shook the little square out from her chest, suddenly squatting down, picking it up and holding it in her mouth. Commander, Commander. The little square chirped for a long time before finally transmitting a vague voice. Nanzhu, can you hear me? Song Nanzhu kept one ear attentive to the door outside, speaking quickly. Commander Song, the situation is quite urgent. I want to know about Lin Feng's group. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Wait a moment. After a while, Commander Song spoke. The current situation of the wolf pack is complicated. There are several ambitious young wolves coveting the leader position, attempting to compete with Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Hu Lai seems to be suppressing him, not wanting Lin Feng to succeed the leader position. He is currently at a disadvantage, being pressured from both sides. But overall strength should not be underestimated. So, Song Nanzhu hesitated. What does the training camp mean? Why are you suddenly concerned about this? By the way, the last task was completed well. Now, Lin Feng and I are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Bai Zhu has already torn apart his face in the tribe, standing alone, if the headquarters doesn't express a stance. Suddenly, the little square emitted crackling sounds again. Hello, hello. Song Nanzhu moved again, calling out a couple more times, but the little square showed no response. At this critical moment, Song Nanzhu gritted her teeth. If the headquarters didn't express a stance, then she would help Lin Feng become the leader of the wolf tribe. However, she could also guess the training camp stance. It should be similar to hers. After all, if the animal alliance maintained a balance of power, it would be strong internally and externally, which would be of no benefit to humans. Humans would surely want to see the animal alliance fall apart, leading to chaos. After finding no signal in the room, Song Nanzhu sighed and quietly walked out the door. Lying back in bed, her feet were cold. Chapter 178. Crisis situation. It was unclear how much time had passed, and Song Nanzhu seemed to have fallen into a light sleep. It was probably late at night, and she was a light sleeper. She suddenly realized that half of the bed beside her had quietly sunk. Song Nanzhu shifted over to make space. The man paused for a moment. She drowsily turned her head, but didn't open her eyes, feeling cool fingertips brush across her forehead, sliding down her cheek. Lin Feng's warm hand cradled her small foot. Why is it so cold? Song Nanzhu woke up a little. Perhaps it was because she had just gotten out of bed. Her feet had become cold, and she hadn't expected to still be cold while lying in bed. She was used to it. It was very cold, but Song Nanzhu didn't feel too uncomfortable. Suddenly, she felt something fluffy settle behind her, something warm and soft gripping her foot. Song Nanzhu was startled awake. In the winter at the temple, it was also very cold. She wasn't quite sure where the temple she had stayed in before was located, but it seemed that it didn't snow in winter. There was just a strong wind that felt like it could blow a person away. The cold wind at night howled like a ferocious beast, banging against the doors and windows. The little girl, frightened, curled up in her blanket, wrapping herself tightly in a ball. At that time, she didn't have the genetically modified Arctic rabbit fur. She only had human skin, and her feet were often cold, unable to warm up even after a night of sleep. However, ever since she met a little dog, that dog would always warm her feet, making her feel like there was a small, cozy stove beside her, allowing her to sleep soundly through the night until dawn. Song Nanzhu originally thought that once she woke up, she wouldn't be able to sleep again. Since this life began, she had always been in a light sleep, Whenever she fell into a deep sleep, she would enter someone else's dreams. This destined her to never have a good night's sleep. But surprisingly, Lin Feng warmed her feet like a stove, and miraculously, Song Nanzhu fell asleep again, without dreams. Until the next morning. She slowly opened her eyes, moved her feet, and felt they were still warm, but the little stove had already left. She turned over slowly. Her wound no longer hurt as much, allowing her to move her body a bit. The room was very empty, and Lin Feng had disappeared again. Not long after, there was a creaking sound. Song Nanzhu lifted her head and saw her grandmother carrying a wooden board filled with something, walking in with a beaming smile, saying, hasn't he seen anyone all day? It must be that there's serious internal strife in the wolf clan. Lin Feng is definitely vying for the position of the leader, and now is a critical moment for life and death. It seems that the time for the night raid is not far off. If Lin Feng cannot successfully seize the leader's position, the future governor's position will also be more difficult. No rush, let's freeze it for now and wait until the winter solstice. She sent her grandmother away and took the plate of dumplings down. Song Nanzhu got up again, got out of bed, and stepped onto the icy floor to go to the bathroom. After searching for a long time, she finally found the signal again. She provided the Animal Alliance with the underground map of the human data center, as humans wanted to strike a heavy blow to the Animal Alliance with this. But it was impossible to directly take over the southeast of the Animal Alliance at this moment. This was clear to the humans. When the humans launched a counterattack, they would need someone to lead the Animal Alliance army to resist the attack and stabilize the situation, which wouldn't harm the humans. So why couldn't this person be Lin Feng? Song Nanzhu originally didn't have severe bite wounds on her lower body, and her two arms were gradually able to move, allowing her to get out of bed and walk around the room. She hadn't had such a leisurely life in a long time, and it was quite boring. The only tense and exciting thing every day was sneaking to the bathroom at night to see if she could find a signal to communicate with Commander Song and keep an eye on the task progress. These days, the internal conflict in the wolf tribe had already begun, and the situation was very tense. How are things on your end? Song Nanzhu lowered her eyes. She slept alone on the large bed, able to sleep whenever she wanted, which was incredibly satisfying. How is the mine? I haven't found the right time to check it yet, but once I find the right moment, I'll bring it under my name. Song Nanzhu's mind raced. She had already found the right moment, but needed someone to cooperate. After thinking for a moment, she said to the mechanical cube, I'm not very convenient right now. There are Lin Feng's people around me. Find a way, whether in my name or by some other means, I need to send a letter to my father. Her hands weren't very agile yet, so she carefully flipped over and pinched the back of her neck. Perhaps due to this little episode, Song Nanzhu didn't feel drowsy as usual. Instead, she felt a lingering unease. She always trusted her animal instincts after genetic modification, and as the night deepened, she slowly closed her eyes but remained in a light sleep. The night wind howled outside, and suddenly Song Nanzhu caught a whiff of a different scent. She seemed to turn over as if nothing had happened, feeling a small breeze brush past her ear. She curled up and burrowed deeper into her blanket. The night sky was eerily quiet. Within several miles, not a single sound could be heard. Chapter 179. Lin Yi suddenly. The little rabbit in her dream let out a slow sigh. In an instant, the thin blanket flew up, and Song Nanzhu propped herself up with one hand. Her body soaring into the air, her long legs sweeping through, spinning in the air and kicking a man in the side of the face. He turned over, barely supporting himself, but stumbled back several meters before steadying himself. He touched the blood on the corner of his mouth. His gloomy eyes raised to look at the girl in front of him. The man before her appeared to be quite young, only a few years older than Song Nanzhu. Not very tall, likely just having reached adulthood, with undeveloped muscles. However, there was a familiar feeling in his facial features. He wasn't bad-looking, but he was far from Lin Feng's handsomeness. He looked up at the vigilant girl in front of him, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Despite the blood on his lips, he still managed to smile, extending his tongue to lick the fresh blood. The girl had long black hair, cascading like a waterfall. Even with her pale complexion, she couldn't hide her stunning beauty. She stared at him with a face full of vigilance, making him feel a ticklish sensation in his heart, as if a cute little animal was watching him, and he couldn't help but want to tease it. He tilted his head and said with interest, "Sure, my brother hasn't had any women around him for years. I'm curious to see what kind of person can make him hide a beauty in his room for so many days and treasure her like this. Looking at you, you really are a charming gem." He wiped his lips. "Lin Feng is too powerful. There will come a day when he can't keep you. Now that he's not in a favorable position in the clan, you might as well give up on him and come with me." Suddenly, he felt a flash in front of him, and the white figure swept past him like a gust of wind, instantly leaving a mark on his face. His smile froze on his face as the little rabbit whirled past like a tornado, landing not far behind him, leisurely wiping the bright red blood from her white nightgown. "Lin Yi, long time no see, you're still such a rogue." The man's eyes widened in surprise. "Have we met before?" The girl sheathed her blade and suddenly laughed. Her smile incredibly beautiful, her eyes crescent-shaped, her face chubby, looking gentle and adorable. "Yes, we met in our last life." The man chuckled lightly, the wariness in his eyes easing slightly. "Lin Feng treasures you so much because of your pretty mouth?" The girl shrugged. "What a pity. He doesn't believe a word that comes out of this pretty mouth of mine. So frustrating. Why not come with me? I guarantee you won't die." A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. The girl smiled, as if suddenly recalling something. "Right, you haven't changed at all since before, and there's something particularly similar." "What?" The girl's gaze softened, suddenly turning cold, just like in the last life, short-lived. The girl suddenly vanished before him, and Lin Yi quickly turned, the girl's blade flashing past his ear, cutting off a strand of hair. "What a pity, the wolf's speed is not slow." Song Nanzhu flipped over, but didn't stab him. It grazed the tip of his nose. However, as she dodged to one side, her other blade swiftly approached. Lin Yi formed a closed loop with both hands, quickly trapping her. Song Nanzhu reversed the blade, twisting her arm down, but the pain in her arm was excruciating. Lin Yi was strong, and the blade tip was mere millimeters from his forehead, making it hard to stab down. Suddenly, Lin Yi chuckled. "What a pity you're so badly injured. Otherwise, we could at least fight to a draw." Song Nanzhu breathed heavily. Her injuries were not fully healed, and her limbs couldn't move freely. Just exerting herself slightly made certain wounds ache, as if they were about to tear open. Lin Yi showed no hesitation or mercy. He formed a crosslock with both hands, trapping Song Nanzhu's elbow that held the knife and violently threw her out. Song Nanzhu felt her whole body fly out, and even though she tried to steady herself, her back could not help but crash against the wall with a loud bang. She felt a surge of blood rush up, a metallic sweetness rising in her throat. The man looked down from above at the wounded girl, slowly sliding down the wall. "Why do you have to be like my stupid brother? Refusing to drink the good wine and opting for the bad?" The girl suddenly revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth, blood staining her lips, slowly seeping out in a vivid red, perfectly coloring her lips. It unexpectedly added a touch of brightness to her pale face. Song Nanzhu suddenly threw her head back and laughed loudly. "Don't you smell it?" Lin Yi's heart sank as he saw her expression, a bad premonition rising instantly. "Smell what?" A glint of cold light suddenly emerged from the girl's originally innocent eyes. Lin Yi was taken aback, feeling that this gaze was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, the girl seemed to muster her last bit of strength and lunged at his left neck with the knife. Lin Yi was shocked. This rabbit truly was reckless. He dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, she slipped through the gap he created. Song Nanzhu felt the blood surging again, the world spinning around her. She used her last bit of strength to leap forward, fortunately not falling to the ground, but being caught securely by a pair of large hands. As she slowly raised her eyes, she softly uttered a few words, the scent of slaughter. Lin Yi widened his eyes, looking at the mountain-like man in front of him, his body trembling involuntarily. "Why are you here?" The man was exuding a chilling presence, his eyes glowing green in the dark. Lin Yi finally remembered why that dead rabbit's gaze felt so familiar. It was because of these bloodthirsty, terrifying eyes. How strange it was that the eyes of a rabbit and a wolf could be so similar. He had never felt like he was being watched by such a terrifying gaze, like a murderous demon lurking in the darkness, ready to pounce and drain all his blood in the next second. He spoke incredulously. "How could you be here?" The man stood at the door like a ghost. covered in cold air and speckled with blood, holding a smiling little girl in his arms. He felt a flash in front of him. As if that mountain was pressing down, Song Nanzhu slowly stepped back a few paces, while Lin Feng held an absolute advantage over everything. Song Nanzhu and Lin Yi could still hold their own for a few moves, but against Lin Feng, it was a complete one-sided beating. Soon, a bloodied head was crushed under Lin Feng's foot, and he continued to chatter. "Why are you here? You shouldn't be here." Suddenly, a bloodied, flesh-clinging bone was spat out in front of him. Suji gently licked the sharp tooth with his tongue. "Stop pressing that broken watch. It's really noisy." He felt his pocket, pulled out a damaged, bloodied watch, and tossed it to the ground. The man's eyes widened instantly. Originally, he had been trampled on the ground. Not knowing how many injuries he had sustained, his entire head covered in blood. Now, as he opened his eyes wide, it felt like his eyeballs were about to roll out like glass marbles. "You kill your own kind. How can you eat the flesh of your own kind? You have violated the Animal Alliance Treaty." Suji raised an eyebrow, crouched down, and looked at the man who was already crawling on the ground with a somewhat amused expression. He tilted his head as if seriously contemplating. Which article of the Animal Alliance Treaty was that? I forgot. Then he turned his head, staring intently at Lin Yi. "I only know the first article of the Animal Alliance Treaty. The weak are prey to the strong." Chapter 180. The night of the king, Lin Feng released his foot and wiped the blood from the sole of his foot on Lin Yi, saying to Suji, "It's up to you now." Suji nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and licked that sharp tooth again. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, realizing how she had forgotten that Lin Feng was surrounded by blood-sucking demons. At this moment, she raised her head. Lin Feng was now as sharp as a knife, making people afraid to approach. He stood there straight, like a sword driven into the ground, glimmering with cold light. Suddenly, he felt a warm touch on his little finger as a small sprout gently squeezed his hand. So sleepy, the little rabbit rubbed her eyes. Her big ears stained with blood, hanging low behind her, somewhat glaring. Lin Feng frowned, picked her up, and opened the door to walk outside. Song Nanzhu then noticed that the ground floor was densely packed with people, the smell of blood overwhelming her senses. Some were standing, some were down, and the mixed blood of wolf pelts spread like a large gray-black carpet on the ground. The wind outside was especially strong, like a beast knocking at the window, trying to uproot their little house. Song Nanzhu was only wearing a thin white nightgown, speckled with blood, while Lin Feng's military coat tightly enveloped her. Suddenly, he lowered his head and asked, "Are you scared?" The girl shook her head. "I'm not scared." He carried the girl down the stairs, and as Song Nanzhu looked around, she saw piles of corpses stacked to one side. Several soldiers from the wolf tribe were dragging the bodies out one by one, and the standing soldiers were also stained with blood, some supporting their arms or thighs. The windows of the hall were almost all shattered, cold wind howling in, roaring through the room, clearly showing the aftermath of a fierce battle. Just moments ago, she had faced off against Lin Yi upstairs, completely unaware of it. A tall figure stood nearby. Song Nanzhu found him somewhat familiar, staring at him until he showed a somewhat embarrassed smile, scratching his head. A scratch on his face had blood running down, staining half of his face and clashing with his shy smile. Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. "Old Ma?" This was her first time seeing Old Ma in human form. However, as he opened his mouth to command, "Oh no, the commander, everything is already taken care of. Lin Ye's subordinates have either surrendered or been killed. All the hidden forces have been captured. The commander asked me to convey a message. Everything is up to you now. The new Wolf Tribe's foundation relies on you." Song Nanzhu's heart shook, and she suddenly looked over, only to see Lin Feng also looking at him. A smile of joy crept onto her lips as she obediently slid down from him, holding Lin Feng's lowered hand. Countless soldiers stopped and looked at the new young and robust commander of the southeastern wolf tribe, walking slowly to the door, holding a petite girl. His body speckled with blood, yet his eyes shone with a determined cold light. A blood moon hung in the pitch-black sky and under the howling night wind. A wolf howl echoed. In an instant, countless green eyes opened in the darkness, like faint ghostly flames in the night. The sound of howling wolves roared, one wave after another, celebrating the birth of the new Wolf King. Song Nanzhu turned her head to look at the man standing beside her. He had already shed his clothing, his gray-white fur shining in the dark. He tilted his head back, howling like a colossal creature standing beside her. At that moment, he was so bright and radiant, his ambitions no longer concealed. Song Nanzhu liked this kind of arrogant, unmasked gaze. It was wild and invincible. He seemed to symbolize all the power in the darkness, supporting her as she stood tall and solitary in the night. Suddenly, this towering giant beside her lowered his head, and under the watchful eyes of countless wolves with glowing green eyes, he extended his tongue and gently licked the bloodstains off the girl's ear. Song Nanzhu's heart trembled. Tonight is Lin Feng's night of ascension, and under the watchful eyes of the pack, he smooths her fur and licks her wounds, which directly showcases Song Nanzhu's position in his heart, unmatched by anyone, even surpassing himself. On this night, he stands as the Wolf King of the Southeast District, yet willingly bows before her. Song Nanzhu, exhausted, falls asleep on Lin Feng's large, furry pillow in the car, sleeping soundly, feeling the pillow is particularly comfortable in her dreams, even serving a bit like a blanket, with his tail supporting her head and his body keeping her warm. When Song Nanzhu opens her eyes again, she finds herself in a bright room, in a strange environment, and notices that her shoulder wound has been rebandaged. She turns over, intending to sleep some more, but accidentally bumps into a solid embrace. She looks up and sees Lin Feng's chin. It's rare for her to see him sleeping. Usually, he's up late and out early, never catching a glimpse of him with his eyes closed. Song Nanzhu slowly shifts her body upward, seeing Lin Feng's closed eyes. Unable to resist, she reaches out to touch his chin. It's smooth. All right, wolves definitely don't have beards. Chapter 181. Changing rooms, she looks up and sees her brows furrowed in a deep frown. Song Nanzhu tilts her head, thinking this guy has so many worries. She extends her small hand, trying to smooth out his frown little by little, but it just gets deeper instead. Frustrated, Song Nanzhu is determined to smooth out those mountains and rivers, but suddenly, a large hand grips her delicate wrist, and she feels a lock around her waist. In a daze, her body is lifted as if spinning in the air. Lin Feng turns over, bringing her along for a spin before placing her back in front of him. He presses the little rabbit down into his embrace. His breath lightly brushes her ear. I'm so tired these days, let me sleep for a while. You be good, and I'll make dumplings for you when we wake up. Song Nanzhu obediently nudges her head against his chest. The man's embrace is warm, and before long, she drifts back into a deep sleep, as if catching up on all the sleep she had missed in her life. She has been very drowsy these days, and her sleep quality has been excellent. When she wakes up again, Lin Feng is gone. Song Nanzhu struggles to sit up. Fortunately, Lin Feng arrived just in time yesterday. Her wound, isn't too deep, just wrapped with several layers of bandages. She stands up and slowly gets out of bed, looking around the house. This is the house she was familiar with in her past life, located in the center of the wolf territory, an old human residence. When she hung out with Lin Feng in her past life, she often came to this place, but Lin Feng didn't seem to come here often. He mostly stayed in the military camp. As she steps on the wooden floor, it creaks underfoot. They cautiously test each other while greedily inhaling each other's scent, wanting to devour and tear apart the flesh. They rolled around on that bed, again and again. Song Nanzhu turns her head. This time, she cannot fail again. Song Nanzhu opens her eyes, her expression calm, and she slowly walks down the wooden stairs, where a man in an apron looks up. Surprised, she calls out Grandma. The grandmother is sitting at the table opposite Lin Feng, helping to prepare the filling for dumplings. Song Nanzhu wonders about the chaotic situation in her past life. Did Grandma die or survive? Is she awake? Lin Feng looks up, dressed in a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing a perfect, strong forearm. Song Nanzhu nods, feeling a bit out of place, perhaps because the previous bed was too comfortable. She pretends to look around, her face displaying some confusion about where she is. As she surveys the room, she feels that it is filled with traces of her and Lin Feng's life together. Playful moments, laughter on the sofa, rolling onto the carpet, and experimenting with new dishes in the kitchen. Turning back, she sees Lin Feng. This is all a new beginning, but it cannot end as hastily as it did in her past life. I don't like it here. She slowly walks down the wooden stairs. I miss the maple tree at the front door. The girl's eyelashes flutter like two small black fans, her eyes revealing a difficult-to-hide sadness. Song Nanzhu looks up. Soon, a phone call pulls Lin Feng away, and Grandma smiles, taking Song Nanzhu's hand. The leader has just taken over the Wolf Clan's affairs, and there are quite a few things to handle. But he told me yesterday to get the ingredients ready, because he wants to make dumplings for you this morning. Song Nanzhu looks at the dumplings on the table, each one round and plump, tightly sealed, and her curiosity peaks. When did Lin Feng become so good at cooking? It's different from her past life. Didn't he make a batch of dumplings last time? Grandma pushes Song Nanzhu into a seat. I'll go boil them now. Song Nanzhu raises her head. The room is lit, and the area next to her is surrounded by curtains. She slowly walks to the window, pulls the curtain aside a bit, and sees the cold wind howling outside. Winter has indeed arrived. Before long, Grandma brings in a bowl of steaming dumplings. Song Nanzhu remembers Lin Feng's cooking skills from her past life, which were difficult to comment on, and doesn't he have high hopes? She casually picks one that looks good and takes a bite, only to be surprised by the burst of juice, rivaling that of fresh shrimp dumplings. These aren't tea made by you, are they, Grandma? Oh, what are you talking about? I watched the leader make each one and press them tight. I definitely didn't tea help. Grandma chides. Oh dear, Grandma exclaims. What luck. It seems the young lady has drawn the good fortune. Song Nanzhu smiles, but as she laughs, her eyes suddenly feel sour. When she lived in the temple, the old lady would always hide coins in the tang yuan or dumplings, saying whoever found one would have good luck for the whole year. But every time, those dumplings with gold coins either ended up in Song Nanzhu's bowl or Lin Feng's. She quickly lowers her head, focusing on eating dumplings, the steam from the bowl stinging her eyes, preventing tears from falling. However, the little golden ball on the table rolls off, and as Song Nanzhu reaches out to stop it, she fails. With a clink, it rolls under the table and along the floor seam. Song Nanzhu jumps off the table, chasing after the little ball, but it rolls faster and faster, ending up in a corner. Carefully, she reaches out 2 fingers to pick up the little golden ball, and suddenly freezes. She looks at the dusty corner, thinking how she almost forgot such an important matter. Chapter 182. Missing home when Grandma finally walks into the kitchen with a bowl. Song Nanzhu suddenly shifts her gaze back to that corner, her eyes shining. Cautiously, she walks to the corner of the living room and suddenly opens a door. With a creak, dust rises. This place is indeed very cautious. Song Nanzhu walks up the wooden stairs into the darkness, her eyes scanning for what lies ahead. This place seems familiar from years ago, but her memories are a bit muddled. She vaguely sees a door that resembles the basement of the human data center. In her past life, she had already found the password to Lin Feng's secret basement. Song Nanzhu uses her hind legs to prop herself up, trying to stand tall. Fortunately, the Arctic hare isn't as short as ordinary rabbits, and she can barely reach the password lock. Song Nanzhu entered the numbers from her memory, but to her surprise, a voice said, "Incorrect password. You have 2 attempts left." Song Nanzhu was taken aback. How could this be? Logically, the events from her past life to this life shouldn't have changed. Why was the password different? After thinking for a moment, Song Nanzhu entered another string of numbers. Incorrect password. You have 1 attempt left. If it wasn't this day, then which day was it? Song Nanzhu was completely puzzled. With no other options, she could only continue to probe for the whereabouts of the secret laboratory bit by bit. She was like a silent little cat, slowly jumping up the stairs and disappearing on the 2nd floor. After a while, a girl in a dress came down the stairs. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a familiar voice came from outside. "Azu, open the door, it's me." Song Nanzhu was stunned. "Huck." She quickly opened the door, and Huck rushed in like an excited little tiger, hugging her and bouncing around. "Azu, I've missed you so much these past few days. Without you here, even my brother doesn't want to play chess with me. This time I brought him along. You don't mind, do you?" She slightly moved aside, and Song Nanzhu looked up to see a thin boy standing behind Huck. She politely nodded. Song Nanzhu stepped aside a bit to let the 2 in. Hearing that Lin Feng had taken over the position of the Wolf Clan leader yesterday, and that his brother Lin Yi had raided his house. But Lin Feng made a spectacular comeback. She only received the news today that the incident also affected her. It's It's all my fault for choosing houses too close together for you two. Luckily, Commander Lin saved you. How are you? You weren't hurt, right? Is your previous injury better? Song Nanzhu smiled as she linked her arm with Huck. She and T transformed into an animal for a long time. Just as she transformed, the bandages on her body fell off. In her haste, she only managed to put on clothes. Now, her wounds were exposed. You've been gone for several days. And there are many important things I haven't told you. What important things? Song Nanzhu showed a surprised expression, but in her heart, she had already guessed most of it. The Arctic Rabbit delegation has arrived, and they brought the map of the human data center. But at that time, you were gravely injured in your room, so I couldn't tell you. Song Nanzhu nodded. She had known about this news for a long time. Father is very happy and said he wants Baiju to take on this task, but not with a carnivore since it's hard to convince others. So he has been looking to pair a carnivore as the commander for the mission, but nothing has been confirmed yet. Lin Feng, Song Nanzhu slowly spoke. Azu, you're so clever. But Dad is just considering it. He hasn't acted on it yet. This was not hard to guess. Hu Liao made a mistake. And Lin Feng was not taken down by Lin Yi and the others. Now that he had taken over as the Wolf Clan leader, Hu Liao would surely use a good deed to win him over to prevent any rifts between the two. The Wolf Clan had a huge influence in the southeast region. If it didn't treat Lin Feng well, it would be troublesome. Song Nanzhu squinted. The human counterattack plan had not yet begun. If Lin Feng took over now, when the humans counterattacked, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. She had to find a way to advance the counterattack time or to delay Lin Feng's involvement in this mission. Nanzhu, it's been a long time since we played chess together. Let's have a game. Without you here, even my brother doesn't want to teach me. Now that I brought him, the three of us can play together. Song Nanzhu maintained a smile on her face, looking like an innocent child. By the way, how is Song Sirui? Good. You left that big house for him to enjoy alone. How did I not realize that everything was set up for him? Huck pouted. Chapter 183. Sudden change. Song Nanzhu looked up at Hu Ji, who was just as usual, looking thin and weak in a white shirt. However, when Song Nanzhu looked closely, she noticed a dull red stain on his collar. The red had become very deep, but Song Nanzhu didn't have time to think about it. Huck, linking arms with her, kept talking, and Song Nanzhu was caught off guard and pulled over. The two chatted for a while and played a few games of chess. Hu Ji remained quietly by the side, only nodding and smiling, occasionally giving guidance while they played. However, that dark red stain lingered in Song Nanzhu's mind, and she felt that something was off. It wasn't until they reached the fifth game that Song Nanzhu suddenly felt a mechanical square piece in her chest vibrate. But why was she suddenly receiving a call from the training camp? A terrifying possibility floated into her mind. The human signal network had spread in. Song Nanzhu calmly took a sip of tea to calm her emotions. I need to use the restroom. Hu Ji looked up, and their eyes met in the air. Song Nanzhu quickly averted her gaze and walked upstairs. She entered her original room, and the small square in her chest continued to vibrate. The human signal had spread so extensively. Commander Song. When she held the square to her ear, a voice immediately came from it. Nanzhu, the plan has changed. The counterattack has started early. Song Nanzhu's pupils suddenly contracted. Why has it started early? It's a long story, but this time the commander is an old acquaintance of yours. Song Nanzhu's hand holding the square suddenly froze. Old acquaintance? She and T made many friends in the training camp. Jiang Jun had already been seriously injured and retired to the second line, so he definitely wouldn't be called up. Thus, the only person it could point to was one. A young, handsome face quickly flashed through Song Nanzhu's mind. At that moment, she was surprised to find that even though she had left the training camp not long ago, due to the drastic change in her surroundings, she felt this face was so unfamiliar. All right, let me adjust my strategy here. Finally, she paused as if thinking of something and said, who is leading the allied forces this time? It's Chiu Chai. Song Nanzhu thought to herself that Lin Feng indeed didn't make it. But why was the human counterattack starting early? Song Nanzhu felt a hint of unease rising in her heart. It seemed that the big hands behind her had already begun to move. The more she wanted to resist, the more she wanted to grasp it. The sand in her hands slipped away faster. Tonight, the humans will launch a night raid on the Animal Alliance base. You need to be prepared and think about what role you will play in it. Song Nanzhu was startled, her hand holding the square, trembling slightly. No, this is completely wrong. Why would the humans raid the Animal Alliance base? And tonight, this was completely different from her past life. The timing was too early. It hadn't even reached the time of that night raid. Lin Feng had just taken over as the Wolf Clan leader, and everything hadn't stabilized yet. If a night raid happened now, how would Lin Feng seize the governor's position in the southeast? Song Nanzhu quickly put her little finger in her mouth and bit down hard until her fingertip ached, forcing herself to calm down. Song Nanzhu thought, if Lin Feng couldn't become governor, it might not be a bad thing. But with everything's script rewritten, she wondered if Wu Liao would restart the human transformation plan. Everything had become unpredictable. Song Nanzhu walked down the stairs with a complex expression. Hu Ji and Huck were sitting downstairs playing chess. Although they were siblings, they looked completely different in human form. Generally, when animals transformed into human form, they would reveal some traits of their original animal appearance. Huck was very obvious, with the ferocity of a little tiger and a bit of clumsiness. However, Hu Ji was completely different. He had a delicate appearance and was skinny, never revealing his animal form in front of others. He looked like a real human. Song Nanzhu took advantage of the two people playing chess, twisted the door open, and walked out. The strong wind howled outside, and she was wearing a thin dress. Feeling quite cold, she rubbed her shoulders as she walked out, and the outside still looked familiar to her, a small, dilapidated courtyard surrounded by green jungle. After walking a few steps, she was stopped by a soldier. Song Nanzhu smiled gently. I'm not going out. I just have something to ask you for help. The soldier seemed taken aback and lowered his head. Miss, please go ahead. Please help me pass a message to Su Ji and the deputy commander, telling them I need to see him and ask him to contact me immediately. Yes. She couldn't determine what role Lin Feng would play in tonight's night banquet. Would he kill Hu Lai and become the governor of the southeastern region, like in her previous life? Or would he support Hu Lai's rule? Regardless of the outcome, she couldn't just sit in this small house and wait. Song Nanzhu walked into the kitchen without changing her expression. She swallowed hard, lowered her head, and said a few words to her mother-in-law. Song Nanzhu wasn't sure if her mother-in-law would help her, but unexpectedly, her mother-in-law didn't ask anything, just nodded and exchanged glances with Song Nanzhu. Good. Soon after, her mother-in-law came over with 3 cups of juice, smiling. Thirsty, aren't you? Song Nanzhu remained still, elegantly picked up a cup, and handed the other 2 cups to Hu Qi and Hu Ji. She naturally drank the juice, which was refreshing and pleasant. After putting down her cup, she happened to meet Hu Ji's gaze. He looked at her quietly, as if his eyes were filled with unspoken words. Hu Qi also took a sip from his cup. About half an hour later, Song Nanzhu changed into clothes suitable for action, walked down the stairs, and met her mother-in-law's gaze. She nodded and smiled slightly, then turned to glance at the 2 people lying in the living room, thinking to herself that Lin Feng indeed had no waist behind him. Her mother-in-law didn't ask anything, but handed her a thin jacket as she walked down the stairs. It's cold at night, miss. Be careful not to catch a cold. No need to worry. I will take care of everything at home. Chapter 184. War. By the time Song Nanzhu got into the car driven by Su Ji, the sky had gradually darkened. She clenched her fist tightly, and her palms began to sweat. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Song Nanzhu opened the car door and got in. Su Ji was sitting in the front, looking at this seemingly harmless Miss Arctic Rabbit through the rearview mirror. Where's Lin Feng now? At the Animal Alliance base office building, discussing matters with the governor. Su Ji slowly pressed the accelerator, and the car drove steadily out. Song Nanzhu frowned, who was following up on the Human Data Center underground map. Su Ji paused, seemingly contemplating whether to speak. Song Nanzhu didn't want to pressure him, and silently waited as the air fell into a deep silence. That task is being followed up by Chiu Chai. Song Nanzhu slowly exhaled. This was indeed exactly the same information she had received from Colonel Song. She comforted herself that it was okay. It wasn't Lin Feng in charge, and it wasn't without benefits. The human plan had changed, and this night raid would inevitably deal a huge blow to the Animal Alliance. With Lin Feng being uninvolved, Hu Lai couldn't use this matter against her. She just didn't know whether Hu Lai would still be. Song Nanzhu turned her head. The small house had gradually disappeared into the jungle. In this life, She had nothing to repay, not even her own life, so how could she talk about repaying others? She could only try to keep those two at home and not participate in tonight's bloody battle. Did you find out about the matter I asked you to investigate? Suji made a turn, trying to keep the car steady on the bumpy terrain of the jungle. They were far from the urban area, even further from the Animal Alliance, and it would take time to reach there. I found out. Baiju, as the deputy commander of this task, allocated a group of personnel to give the Arctic Rabbit Group a small area close to the Animal Alliance for temporary residence. Moreover, Baiju indeed has private contacts with some assassins. We've already zeroed in on one of the assassin groups he frequently uses. There will likely be movements tonight. Suji looked up through the rearview mirror at Song Nanzhu, who was sitting calmly in the back seat with her eyes closed, appearing to be resting. Good. It should be noted that killing Song Nanzhu in the Wolf Tribe's territory was much harder than robbing her on the road. The girl slowly opened her eyes. It was truly unfortunate. She didn't expect the assassination to coincide with the human night raid. However, she had just received a letter that delighted her. Since that's the case, let them collide perfectly. The journey was long. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes, but her rabbit ears kept alert to the movements outside. After an unknown amount of time, the car finally slowly entered the urban area. The flowing green outside had vanished, replaced by gradually rising buildings and the noisy sounds of the bustling city. Song Nanzhu leaned out to look. Some animals maintained their animal forms, while others were in a half-human, half-beast state. They lived freely in the city and countryside like humans, some in trees and others in houses. A kangaroo mother was taking her child out of her pouch. "Oh dear, my little ancestor. Why did you bite a hole in my pouch again?" Meanwhile, a koala was hanging from a big tree, cradling her child. When Song Nanzhu turned her head, she saw a tall animal holding a rope attached to a naked human child, arguing with the owner in front of a pet shop. "I bought this one because it looks good, but it's not smart at all, and it doesn't behave. Even when given meat, it won't eat. I don't want it anymore. I want to return it." In front of Song Nanzhu, the shop was filled with various naked human children in cages. Suddenly, she heard a loud noise from the bustling market outside. Then there were several roars and howls from animals. "It's humans. Humans are attacking." Suddenly, Suji stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped away. Song Nanzhu pressed tightly against the window, watching the flames rising not far away. With a loud bang, another building was lifted off the ground, and in an instant, chaos erupted. Animals fled in all directions, and the streets were filled with animal roars, screams, and the sounds of gunfire and explosions. The flames of war had ignited once again, and Suji drove the car at high speed. Song Nanzhu slowly sighed. They probably wouldn't be able to reach their destination smoothly. Before long, the street had turned into chaos. Suji turned the steering wheel quickly, but suddenly felt darkness in front of him, as if his vision had been obscured. Then there was a loud bang. A corpse of something unknown crashed onto the front of the car, blocking the view ahead and forcing the car to a halt. Song Nanzhu sighed slowly. What was meant to come would eventually come. The situation tonight was so chaotic that she could hardly express it in words. She could only face the soldiers and try to control the situation in her hands as best as she could, not letting it worsen. "Miss, no matter what happens, please do not get out of the car. The commanding personnel are already rushing this way." She kicked open the car door with a bang, and a spotted hyena hiding behind Suji, intending to ambush him, fell to the ground. Song Nanzhu slowly lowered her gun, looking at her dear brother in front of her. "I didn't expect you to be too lazy to even pretend." Baiju managed a forced smile, already having lost his previous vitality, with deep hollows under his eyes that highlighted his poor mental state. "Dear sister, you really played a good hand." Chapter 185. Assassination, my good brother. You've said all the good things. Back then, you were the one who took the credit, and now you dare to question me? Song Nanzhu revealed a clever smile. Baiju's mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly pulled out a long gun from his waist, the dark muzzle pointing at Song Nanzhu's head. "How dare you bring this up with me? What data center? It's all part of your well-laid plan, pretending to be attacked, actually letting us steal the human underground map. Now humans are attacking the city. This surprise attack has everything to do with you." The girl seemed to have heard some funny joke. "Oh, brother, you can mess up your meals, but you can't mess up your words. It's clearly your incompetence for not thoroughly investigating this map and data center before reporting it to the governor. Now the humans have turned the tables on you. You want to place the blame on me? Stop talking nonsense. Baiju suddenly shouted, trembling in his hands, and the dark gun's muzzle flashed with fire. He felt his heart stop for a moment, but the girl standing in front of the gun had vanished. Baiju quickly lowered his gun. The street was already in chaos, and distant explosions echoed through the sky. He heard a terrified voice. What is that thing? Baiju turned abruptly to look, and saw not far away at the end of the street a black object standing tall, about 5 or 6 meters high, very massive. In the sunlight, the cold machinery emitted a chilling light, with Gatling gun barrels on both hands, continuously spraying fire, and countless animals fell before the giant. No one could get close to this massive creature. It was a mech, a human mech. In an instant, countless flying mechs took to the sky, filling the air within seconds. Baiju was almost stunned. The massive creature looked like a bloodthirsty beast, sweeping past as countless screams erupted. In his panic, he wanted to hide, but turning around, he found Song Nanzhu standing far away, arms crossed, looking at him with disdain as he appeared flustered. Anger surged in him, and he raised his gun, shouting, "What the hell are you doing? Now's the time to kill her in the chaos." Countless assassins turned their heads. She was their target tonight. Song Nanzhu glanced at them, as if a feather had floated past her eyes, and suddenly leaped. With one swift strike, she decapitated a charging hyena, blood spraying out like a waterfall. Not far away, a giant wolf instantly swept its tail, knocking over a few nearby people, and rushed toward her. Song Nanzhu flipped and kicked away a human with a knife, and in the next second, had already jumped onto the wolf's back. Run! The giant wolf's body suddenly expanded 2 or 3 times, sprinting away. Before reinforcements arrived, all they had to do was buy time. Sounds of animal roars echoed behind them. Many carnivorous animals from the assassin group reverted to their animal forms, following the giant wolf closely. Countless human soldiers descended from the sky, mercilessly shooting at the animals on the street while searching for human captives. Suji kicked a small human war vehicle, crushing a batch of assassins along with the vehicle into a bloody mess. The screeching sound of metal scraping against the ground was deafening as he made a sharp turn towards the animal alliance. Song Nanzhu looked up, and at the end of the street, a massive mech blocked their path. Suji squinted, exhaling sharply, but his speed did not decrease. The mech kicked over a bunch of alliance vehicles on the roadside, knocking down incoming soldiers. But suddenly, Song Nanzhu felt a discomfort in her chest. Her heart raced as if it would burst from her chest. Suji was about to reach the mech, but the discomfort intensified, and Song Nanzhu abruptly looked up, feeling as if struck by 3 bolts of thunder, rendering her unable to move. She had imagined many reunion scenarios, yet never expected to meet the awakened and Shunung again under such coincidental circumstances. Instinctively, she wanted to lower her head, but her mind kept telling her, "You are no longer Song Nanzhu. You don't have her face. No one will recognize you. No one will know the truth." The mech was tall and powerful, appearing to have even greater strength than when he left years ago. Indeed, Shunung was the best mech engineer. Song Nanzhu looked up at the man sitting in the high mech control cabin. The mech lowered its head, and Song Nanzhu knew that Shunung was also making eye contact with her through the display screen. In an instant, the sounds of battle around them seemed to diminish. She did not want to see an old acquaintance. They were now on opposing sides, so close yet unable to recognize each other. The sounds of fighting echoed on both sides. Song Nanzhu lowered her head, knowing that if she could sense them, the awakened could sense her as well. "Miss, hold on tight." The giant wolf arched its back in a defensive posture. Song Nanzhu exhaled calmly, "No need." Amidst the chaos of the bustling street filled with fighting, explosions, and screams, another sound seemed to emerge, a sound like countless pads of flesh, feet pounding on the ground. Song Nanzhu patted Suji, and the giant wolf turned around, staring directly at the assassins surrounding them. Baiju, at the front, wore a smug expression. "What a pity, my dear sister. Today no one can back you up." There was no trace of panic on Song Nanzhu's face. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth as she gently leaned against the giant wolf. Bending down to whisper in his ear, "Suji, This is our internal conflict in the Arctic rabbits. You are Lin Feng's person, so this has nothing to do with you. Just as Ji was about to say something, the girl pushed against his back and jumped down. You could have killed me just now, but too bad. Villains die from talking too much. You're rambling too much. What? Bye, you fool of need. Suddenly, he felt a flash in front of him and heard gunshots, but his mind seemed to take a moment to register what was happening. He only felt the world in front of him spinning. He actually saw his own body. The assassins looked at the girl in terror. How did she achieve such lightning speed? Baiju felt a massive gash on his neck, blood spraying out, and the loyal subordinate beside him stared wide-eyed. You actually dared. The girl smiled elegantly, and with a clatter, the sharp knife fell to the ground. What do I have to fear? Hierarchy and order are human rules. But in the brutal animal world, there is only one rule. The weak are prey to the strong. Blood splattered across the girl's lovely face. Chapter 186. What is the truth? Kill her. Kill her. A cold smile curled at the corners of Song Nanzhu's mouth, as she didn't even spare a glance. Bullets from an unknown source suddenly rang out, blasting the subordinate's head apart. He was sitting high up, the cold machinery emitting a chilling glow, and the blood on the mech had already dried, but not a drop touched his clothes. He stood in a world of blood and chaos, looking impossibly clean. Song Nanzhu dared not look into Chu Nang's eyes, only seeing his tightly furrowed brow. The surrounding noise seemed to gradually quiet down. The assassin group lost their leader and stood in place, looking somewhat at a loss, unsure whether to lower their guns or raise them. Song Nanzhu surveyed the scene, hearing the massive roar of Alliance vehicles. Reinforcements had arrived. This attack didn't last long, as it was too close to the Animal Alliance, and reinforcements quickly rushed over. Song Nanzhu perked up an ear, listening carefully. The dense sound of footsteps was already approaching. See you. Song Nanzhu heard a shocked shout and turned her head to see Bai Chonglin pinned in place. She swallowed hard. The scene on the ground was truly horrific. Bai Chonglin stood, trembling to the side, looking at Song Nanzhu with disbelief. How can family members slaughter each other? A life for a life. Debts must be repaid. I see you are. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed. I'm coming in. The crowd turned their heads, and out of nowhere, a snow-white ball rolled into the midst of them, poking its head out. Who dares to trouble my daughter? As the dense footsteps approached, Song Nanzhu turned to look and saw a large group of white balls emerging from around a corner. My Arctic rabbit tribe will fight him to the end. Song Nanzhu looked at the shocked Bai Chonglin, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Brother Yu, Baiju wanted to assassinate me, but I killed him in return. His poor command led to the disastrous fate of the Animal Alliance. Now, with humans attacking, instead of thinking about how to resist and protect the animal's safety and reduce losses, he took advantage of the chaos to stab me. His heart is hateful, and his crime deserves punishment. I have already executed him on the spot. Anyone with significance in the tribe, please speak up now. She exchanged a glance with this unfamiliar father, and Song Nanzhu was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Bai Chongfeng to be so young, looking not much older than herself, full of energy and in good health. Well killed. Suddenly, the giant wolf that had been sitting aside raised its head and let out a howl. At this moment, Song Nanzhu gradually realized that the sun had already set and the sky was now gray. The human army had been contained, and the massive mech had long since disappeared. However, her palms began to sweat slightly, and she clenched her fists, not knowing how things were going with Lin Feng. Was Hulai dead or alive? She perked her ears to listen carefully. The howl from the center actually came from the Animal Alliance base. Song Nanzhu thought it was bad. She turned her head to look in that direction, but it was pitch black. The Animal Alliance base had no light at all. Yet the continuous howls of wolves surrounded the entire city. Standing in the cold wind, she felt her blood boiling as if on fire. She looked toward where the giant mech had stood earlier and thought that since the human army had retreated, the awakened ones and Chu Nung should have safely left. Nanzhu's heart sank. It seemed the human army had indeed invaded the Animal Alliance base, and something abnormal must have happened inside. Ji instinctively crouched down, and Song Nanzhu didn't hesitate, leaping upward. She instructed the Arctic Rabbit Group to head to the territory where Baiju had been, while she and Ji rushed toward the Animal Alliance base. The north wind howled, and Song Nanzhu felt a strange chill. She found it odd. Although the awakened ones had disappeared, her heart still raced, telling her that something bad was about to happen. They were very close to the Animal Alliance base, and their speed was rapid. Before long, they arrived inside the base. It was completely dark, with no lights anywhere, and it was as quiet as a death row. Song Nanzhu patted Suji, and he slowly came to a stop. She jumped off him and took a couple of steps forward, scanning the surroundings. Along the way, there were corpses of both humans and animals lying by the roadside. It looked like a fierce battle had taken place, yet it seemed that everyone had vanished. Song Nanzhu felt her heart racing faster, sensing that something was wrong, as if a voice was urging her to escape quickly. However, she still hadn't figured out what had happened and couldn't leave yet. Suddenly, a gust of wind carrying a strong smell of blood blew past. Song Nanzhu abruptly looked up and saw a pair of green eyes not far in the darkness, staring intently at her. She couldn't help but take a step back, hesitantly speaking, "Pawi?" Then, a tiger slowly walked out of the darkness. Song Nanzhu's heart tightened. This was the first time she had seen Hu-Ji transform in his beast form. He wasn't as weak as she had imagined, but he was covered in blood, his fur matted and shredded. Song Nanzhu let out a slow sigh. So it really is you. The darkness fell silent again, and her heart felt like a tangled ball of yarn. She still hadn't untangled Hu-Ji's role in all this. I won't pose any threat to you, but I want to know the whole story. The tiger remained silent for a long time, then slowly sat down, as if hesitating. Finally, a familiar voice came from the darkness. The backstory is indeed too complex, but my wish for many years has finally been fulfilled today, thanks to my good ally. Song Nanzhu furrowed her brow. Ally? In her past life, she had no idea what Hu-Ji was up to. She still suspected him, and before she could uncover the truth, Lin Feng had bitten her to death. Now it was finally time to seek the truth. Chapter 187. Hu-Ji's identity. Song Nanzhu sniffed lightly. Indeed, there was more than one tiger sent here. Another one had already lost its life. Her big eyes looked into the darkness behind him, and Hu-Ji did not try to hide it, even moving aside slightly. In that darkness lay a pile of massive tiger carcasses. Song Nanzhu instantly held her breath. She chuckled softly. What a huge trap. At this point, I have nothing more to say, but I want to know why Commander Lin was still making dumplings for me last night. And now he doesn't even dare to see me? As Song Nanzhu spoke, she took a few steps toward the Animal Alliance's office building. But Hu-Ji flicked his long tail and directly blocked her path. Commander Lin has other matters to attend to. I must ensure Miss Baiju's safety. This place has just experienced a fierce battle. The bodies have yet to be cleared away, and it's quite foul. Shall we find another location? Song Nanzhu burst into laughter. Foul? She seemed to suddenly remember something, blinking her big eyes. After all, Mr. Hu-Ji was human, so it was quite normal for him to be unable to tolerate the smell of animals. However, the smile on Hu-Ji's face instantly turned cold. Song Nanzhu felt her palms grow sweaty. She knew she had guessed correctly. She quietly clenched her fists, concealing her anxiety. If Hu-Ji was indeed human, then everything made sense. The questions she had once pondered to the point of death finally had answers. In her past life, during the human night raid, Hu-Lai had died tragically and inexplicably. It was likely that Hu-Ji and Lin Feng conspired together. But Song Nanzhu had always been puzzled as to why her identity had been exposed. Ming Lui had no reason to betray her in the training camp. And now the reason had come straight to her door. Hu-Ji was human, and he was definitely connected to the training camp. He had persuaded Ming Lui to turn against her and collected information about Song Nanzhu to expose her identity to Lin Feng. However, in this life, Song Nanzhu was far more cautious than before. She had deliberately distanced herself from Hu-Ji, unsure if he had figured out her identity. After Song Nanzhu finished speaking, she turned to leave. However, a giant wolf blocked her way. Song Nanzhu looked up at Suji's chin and heard him say, "Miss Baiju, our commander has said that until things calm down, you cannot leave even a step." Song Nanzhu frowned. Why? Hasn't the ambush already been quelled? The giant wolf lowered its head. This is the commander's order. We have no authority to interfere, and please do not make things difficult for us, Miss Baiju. Song Nanzhu's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but clutch her chest, her heart still racing. She glanced toward the office building, quietly straining her ears but heard no sound. How strange. Her uneasy feeling hadn't dissipated, and it was even stronger. Where exactly had Lin Feng gone? An Animal Alliance vehicle drove over, and Suji opened the car door. Song Nanzhu stood still but turned to ask Huji, "Would I need to go now?" Huji had already transformed back into human form at some point, still wearing the same white shirt he had arrived in. Song Nanzhu's gaze was focused on the drop of blood on his collar. It was darker red than when she first saw it. She glanced at the dense crowd of soldiers behind her and slowly climbed onto the vehicle. With so many people, do they really think I would run away? Soon after, Huji also followed her onto the vehicle, and Su transformed into human form, changed clothes, and sat in the passenger seat. When Song Nanzhu looked up, she was surprised to see that the driver was old Ma. These three people had her completely surrounded, and her uneasy feelings grew stronger. She was curious as to why the two second-in-commands were specifically escorting her. When the vehicle stopped, apart from the steel forest and the towering buildings gradually receding from the city center, they wove into the jungle, and the scenery felt somewhat familiar. "Is this the Wolf clan territory?" She frowned. "Miss, don't worry. You will know when we arrive," Huji replied. She saw the top of a small house not far away, and Song Nanzhu realized it was the place she had just left in the morning. She suddenly turned her head and asked, "Where is Huji?" Huji's expression returned to its usual calm and gentle demeanor. "After all, she is my sister. I won't do anything to her." Song Nanzhu let out a slow breath, looking at Huji's face, wanted to say something but hesitating. "Are you wondering why I am human?" Huji smiled slowly. "I'm not completely human. Half of my blood is animal." Tiger Lai, who dominates the southeast region, is not satisfied and desires a larger territory. Human hearts are greedy, and after the animals mutate, they possess this greedy human heart. He is not content with ruling the southeast. He wants more, which is why he needs extremely powerful allies. Song Nanzhu narrowed her eyes. "Umans." Huji nodded. "Miss Baiju is truly clever. He attempts to create a brand new being that possesses the ferocity of animals and the cunning and intellect of humans. To this end, he opened a laboratory, even using his own son as an experimental subject. His face appeared gentle, as if he were not reopening an old wound, but telling a bedtime story. Clearly, the experiment failed. Tiger Lai and humans ultimately do not share the same heart. They turned against each other, and I am the failed product of the experiment. I not only signify the failure of this experiment, but also the shattering of Tiger Lai's vision, making the territory he desires even harder to obtain. Therefore, whenever Tiger Lai sees me, he feels an overwhelming disgust, especially when he sees me in this weak and incapable state." Huji shrugged. The story is over. At that moment, the vehicle slowly entered a small courtyard and came to a stop. Song Nanzhu felt increasingly heavy-hearted. This matter seemed far from simple. She got out of the vehicle, greeted by a row of neatly lined-up soldiers, one of whom she recognized vaguely. "Where is Lin Feng?" The soldiers remained expressionless, but were shocked inside. This little rabbit actually dared to be so arrogant. The leading soldier stepped forward respectfully. "Miss Baiju, please follow me. Commander Lin has been waiting for you for a long time." Song Nanzhu glanced at their uniforms and thought, Lin Feng's personal troops. She followed the soldier through the main gate, passing many heavily guarded small buildings, feeling astonished by this place. She had never seen it before, nor had she ever heard of it in her previous life. At the center of the military base was a small building. Song Nanzhu followed the soldier inside, and at the stairs, the soldier respectfully said, "Miss Baiju, you can go directly in. I cannot enter." Song Nanzhu was puzzled, increasingly unable to grasp what these people were mysteriously up to. She walked down the corridor where all the doors were closed and there were no windows. At the end of the corridor, there was a door slightly ajar. She slowly pushed the door open, and with a creak, a pair of green eyes glimmered in the darkness. Song Nanzhu felt her heart pounding. In the dark, Lin Feng looked like a devil, sitting at a desk. Slowly lifting his head, Song Nanzhu's voice trembled uncontrollably, suddenly feeling that everything seemed to be out of her control. "Lin Feng?" She walked slowly to the desk, and Lin Feng stared at her, expressionless, not saying a word, but thinking of what had happened today. Song Nanzhu felt a surge of anger, as if she had been played for a fool. "You already knew all this, didn't you?" You knew the map I had was problematic. You knew humans would attack today, so you made ample preparations early on, using this opportunity to kill Tiger Lie with your good allies, while I was kept in the dark, feeling smug about my own schemes. She revealed a mocking smile without holding back. What a good way to use someone else's knife to kill. In the enclosed room, she felt a chill sweep over her, causing goosebumps all over her body. Suddenly, the man waved his hand, and Song Nanzhu felt a pair of iron-like hands gripping her waist tightly, pulling her roughly into his embrace. What are you doing? Lin Feng's kisses fell like a torrential rain. How strange, Song Nanzhu thought, after being together for so long. All her memories of kissing were filled with blood and tears, and this time was no exception. Lin Feng pinched her chin, forcing her to look up and meet him. He violently ravaged her delicate lips, prying open her teeth, demanding fervently as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Song Nanzhu was powerless. She could only push her tongue against his, trying to dislodge him, but the more she pushed, the deeper their entanglement became. Song Nanzhu's face flushed, nearly gasping for breath, until she felt that one more second would suffocate her, and finally, Lin Feng released her. Song Nanzhu felt her waist go weak, collapsing into the man's arms. Gasping for breath, her ears burning, yet she persisted in saying, "You knew all along, didn't you? You sensed that the human's plan was just a trap." Lin Feng's green eyes quickly closed in, blocking her incessant chatter with his mouth. This time, he gave her no chance of survival. Song Nanzhu couldn't breathe, feeling powerless, and could only cling tightly to his arm, her nails digging into his flesh. In her panic, her hand pushed against the table. But she was surprised to find that the table was not smooth. It seemed to have small carvings on it. However, in her frantic state, she had no time to think about this, desperately holding onto the table to keep herself upright. It seemed that there were words carved on the table, and she groggily touched them, but couldn't piece them together. In this daze, Song Nanzhu suddenly felt a pair of icy hands slipping into her clothes, caressing her slender waist. Moving upwards, she was extremely sensitive and suddenly felt a jolt. Taking advantage of the moment when they were both breathing heavily, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" But that hand showed no signs of stopping, skillfully roaming over her body. Song Nanzhu attempted to pin down his hand, but was countered. The man's hand was so large that he grasped both of her slender wrists together and raised them above her head. Indeed, Song Nanzhu felt a coolness at her chest as a large hand quickly slipped inside, causing her to tremble and spasm as if she had been electrocuted. Song Nanzhu felt as if she were in a state of weightlessness, her thoughts seemingly disappearing, leaving only a blank void. The next second, sharp little teeth bit down, and the taste of blood instantly filled her mouth. Lin Feng stubbornly refused to let go, chasing after her relentlessly. The taste of blood mixed with the girl's tears erupted in her mouth, both bitter and sour. She didn't even know why Lin Feng was acting this way, but her heart raced rapidly. The uneasy bomb finally exploded, and the girl's tears gushed down like a broken dam. In the brief moments between breaths, the air was filled with the taste of blood, and she almost pleaded, "Please, don't do this," but her tone was broken, filled with intense sobs. The man's hot breath sprayed against her neck, as he crazily left his marks on her skin until the delicate girl's pale neck was covered with dense kisses. He gradually moved to the back of her neck. "It's gone." The man's voice was hoarse as he fumbled over the wounds he had left before. But those wounds had long since scabbed and disappeared. His rough fingertips rubbed against her skin. Song Nanzhu trembled all over, almost pleading with Lin Feng, unaware of how tempting her voice was to him. "Ah!" The girl uncontrollably let out a moan as Lin Feng's sharp teeth broke through her flesh again. He created new marks on the area of skin that had already healed, constantly twisting and sucking, greedily drinking the girl's blood. The shattered sound from the girl fell into his ears. "Lin Feng, what's wrong with you?" This question was like a bomb, igniting him suddenly. Song Nanzhu had nowhere to escape in his embrace. He remained silent, his breath spraying against her exposed collarbone. "What's wrong with you?" Song Nanzhu struggled. Lin Feng's kisses continued to spread downward, and Song Nanzhu grabbed his hand. "Do you want to leave?" Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, and Song Nanzhu felt as if she had lost her mind. In his eyes that glowed with green light, tears seemed to well up. She hurriedly wrapped herself in her clothes. When did I say I wanted to leave? I don't believe you. Lin Feng interrupted her, his voice manic and obsessive. You've always been scheming. Song Nanzhu almost laughed in anger. What did he mean by saying she had always been scheming? Just as she wanted to speak, Lin Feng said, I don't want to hear your excuses, and then he covered her mouth again. Song Nanzhu found herself unable to speak, her hands shackled. Lin Feng picked her up and placed her on the cold wooden table, which jolted her back to reality a bit. Lin Feng forcibly spread her legs apart and squeezed in. Song Nanzhu instinctively wanted to retreat, but he wrapped an arm around her waist. She thought to herself that it was bad. The sharp wolf claws appeared in the air, and with a few slight motions, they tore her clothes to shreds. Song Nanzhu felt her breath stop. Suddenly, she struck out, managing to break free from Lin Feng as restraints. With one hand pressing down on the table, she leaped up, but before she could fully jump, Lin Feng grabbed her leg and pinned her back down on the table. Chapter 189 Rescue. Her clothes were in tatters, and Song Nanzhu quickly covered her fragile neck, but her wrist was seized by Lin Feng. She had no strength to resist at all. The man's large hand gripped her cheek, his rough fingertips causing her pain. Do you want to become one of my kind? You're insane. Lin Feng, however, seemed truly mad as he pinned the girl down on the table, rendering her immobile. Tears streamed down like a waterfall. Lin Feng, I will hate you. She looked at him with tear-filled eyes. He was perfectly dressed, looking as good as new. Hate me. Outside, the wild wind howled, tossing the lush trees back and forth. Song Nanzhu heard the sound of raindrops hitting the branches, falling into the soil. She wondered if spring was coming. The rabbit cried out in pain. Her nails carved bloody lines on Lin Feng's arm, but it was all in vain. The metallic scent of blood stained the girl's lips, and Song Nanzhu felt the pain spreading throughout her body, that delicious blood slowly seeping into her, merging with her bloodstream, eroding her humanity, erasing her last proof of being human, turning the girl into a beast. Lin Feng gently kissed her lips, slowly tracing her lip line, savoring the moment. This was the Canaan he had longed for day and night, and finally, one day, it opened its doors to him. Song Nanzhu bit her lips tightly. No. A storm raged within her heart. She could not become an animal that lived on raw flesh. She was human. The girl's tears turned into sweet dew, tempting Lin Feng to taste, but as soon as he thought of her wanting to leave, wanting to escape, he was filled with rage. He had to make her one of his kind, leaving her with nowhere to run. This human body had not yet been altered. The pain of genetic modification spread throughout her body, and Song Nanzhu's eyes were filled with tears. She did not want to become an animal. Song Nanzhu felt the enormous difference in size between them. The man's hot chest pressed against her, while she was weak and powerless, with no strength to fight back. Her back was cold, but pressed against his was warmth. She felt his blood slowly flowing into her body, gradually altering her identity as a human. Her will and body screamed. She could only tremble and sob. Say, you will never leave me. His fiery breath fell on the girl's ear. Finally, the girl fainted in extreme pain. Song Nanzhu was awakened, the small square device on her chest, and the dull pain in her heart. Was she still human, or had she become an animal? She knew that it was the genetic seed of the animal alliance controlling her. She did not know where she was. Afraid to recklessly pick up the mechanical square, she pretended to turn over, placing the mechanical square to her ear, and heard a voice inside. Nanzhu, the human attack is a conspiracy. Half of us have not evacuated. Chu Nung and the awakened have been captured. Song Nanzhu suddenly opened her eyes, sitting up from the bed. Tonight, the human team from the training camp will go for a rescue, but we need your inside help. The room was dark, and she did not know where she was. She sniffed the air. It seemed to be a basement, and the air felt stagnant, even a bit suffocating. Her heart raced, not just from physiological reactions, but because of what the mechanical square had just said. Suddenly, everything became clear to her. No wonder Lin Feng was so crazy. He had captured Chu Nung and the awakened, thinking they were going to take her away. Song Nanzhu felt a tingle all over. No matter what, she had to go check on the situation first. She touched her wrist. The watch was gone, and she was wearing new clothes. The memories of last night were vivid in her mind. Song Nanzhu did not know what time it was now, but she did not dare waste a moment. Once she felt a bit better, she hurriedly left the room. She did not know where Chu Nang and the others were being held, but fortunately, she had matched with the awakened before, so she could faintly sense their presence. Song Nanzhu's heart raced. Could it be that Chu Neng and the awakened were locked in this basement? Following her senses, she turned left and right, and indeed arrived at a place that looked like a dungeon, heavily guarded ahead. As she got closer, she saw that it was Su Ji and Miss Baizhu. The order was given that no one could enter. Song Nanzhu raised an eyebrow. Am I just anyone? I don't care. I have to go in today. Su Ji showed a troubled expression. Please don't make it difficult for us. Song Nanzhu softened her tone. I just want to take a look. I won't take anyone away. At most, you can come with me. This. Su Ji hesitated for a moment, probably thinking of Song Nanzhu's weight in front of Lin Feng, and it was indeed not good to offend her. So in the end, he relented. Song Nanzhu's heart raced, but she maintained her composure as she followed Su Ji inside, winding through the corridors, finally arriving in front of a large prison. The moment Song Nanzhu looked inside, both the awakened and Chu Neng raised their heads simultaneously. 6 pairs of eyes met through the iron bars, gazing at each other from afar. Chu Neng and the awakened were covered in blood, with pieces of flesh from unknown sources stuck to them, looking extremely disheveled. Chapter 190 Escape. Give me a stool. I'm not going anywhere, just sitting here. Song Nanzhu turned to Su Ji and said, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with them right under your noses, so you don't have to worry about me running away. Song Nanzhu said calmly. Chu Neng and the awakened did not speak. She quietly sat outside the prison. Thousands of words seemed to be mixed in their eyes. Her identity could no longer be hidden, no matter which side she was on, and there was no need to hide it anymore. They sat quietly like this. No one spoke, but the 3 of them all knew. They were waiting for the signal from the training camp. Song Nanzhu closed her eyes. Time slipped away second by second, and here, time felt non-existent, as if everything was suspended like. Where did Lin Feng go? She exchanged a glance with Chu Neng. Song Nanzhu thought to herself, tonight, she was going to escape from here. In the prison, they couldn't feel the passage of time, only silently estimating it in their hearts. After a while, Song Nanzhu exchanged a glance with Chu Neng, the awakened one. She didn't dare to linger in their gaze for too long. Although it was indeed an urgent situation at that time, with no time to explain, and her undercover identity made it inconvenient to mention to others. It was the best choice then, but at this moment, she felt their piercing looks like a scorching torch, injuring every inch of her skin. As time passed second by second, Song Nanzhu didn't know if it was already dark outside, but she suddenly heard footsteps at the door. She quietly pricked up her ears and heard someone outside say, "The guard in the prison must be strictly monitored. If someone steals, we all die." Song Nanzhu slowly clenched her fists. It seemed that something had indeed happened on Lin Feng's side. She looked up and found that Chu Neng was also looking at her. Song Nanzhu avoided his gaze. The dungeon was pitch dark, the light dim. She lowered her head, as if thinking about something, but she opened her senses, carefully perceiving. Suddenly, Song Nanzhu raised her head. This time, it was because she distinctly felt her heart racing, as if something was calling to her. She looked up at the awakened one and found that the mech, which had originally squatted in the dungeon like a flying sky, slowly raised one eye, its mechanical eyeball rotating. Her palms gradually became sweaty, her back straightened. Is it about to begin? Song Nanzhu silently pricked up her ears, and suddenly a bit of light pierced through the originally dark cell. The iron door was pulled open with a screech. Is it time for food? A familiar voice made Song Nanzhu suddenly look towards the door. Song Sirui, with an impatient expression, said to the soldiers at the door, "No need to check. What if I'm human? I'm just the one Miss Huchi sent to Miss Baizhu, and both Commander Lin and Deputy Su know this very well." Upon hearing a few hurried footsteps, Song Nanzhu looked up and saw a figure standing at the door, holding a box. He forced a smile and said, "Long time no see, kid. What nonsense are you talking? Your smile looks worse than crying." Song Sirui rolled his eyes. Song Nanzhu was taken aback. She immediately caught the oddity in his words. Song Sirui had never called her by her name before. He always referred to her as Dead Rabbit. Song Nanzhu paused noticeably, then slowly opened her mouth. "Why are you here?" The two gazes met in the air, and she had never felt Song Sirui's gaze so gentle and calm. She stared at him. Who else could it be? Who else can come in here to persuade you? Song Nanzhu swallowed hard. She instantly understood everything. Song Sirui pointed to the lunchbox. Do you want to eat an apple? Aren't you the one who loves apples the most? Song Nanzhu's fingertips slowly picked up the apple. Its surface was hard, and it trembled slightly in her hand. She slowly brought the apple to her mouth. Suddenly, in a flash, Song Nanzhu quickly threw the apple out the iron door and then kicked the iron door. Bang! The explosive heat wave knocked them to the ground. The tense situation instantly ignited like a war, and suddenly, the pile of scrap metal that had been slumped against the wall sprang to life. The awakened one rapidly grew to twice its original height, scooping up Chu Neng with one hand and bending the iron bars in front of him into a large hole with a punch. The mechanical foot stepped out. Outside was a sea of fire, and the sound of rushing footsteps came from that direction. Song Nanzhu shouted, "There's no time, you all run." The awakened one lifted her and Song Sirui, placing them against its chest, then quickly disassembled and reassembled into a mechanical vehicle. Song Sirui exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Transformers!" This awakened one had indeed become much more advanced in Chu Neng's hands. Its steel body flew out from the destroyed underground passage, crushing countless animals along the way. Just as they saw the light again, they suddenly heard a loud bang not far away. Humans are attacking. Sound the alarm. Get ready quickly. People outside came to rescue them. Song Sirui shouted excitedly. So thrilling. Countless human mechs flipped out from the iron bars, and in an instant, many aircraft rose in the forest. The defenses here were quite strong. There weren't many mechs, making it hard to control the situation. The awakened vehicle charged through heavy defenses. Speeding away, under the cover of mechs and aircraft, they broke out of the military base. Song Nanzhu glanced at the man sitting in the passenger seat. If it weren't for Chu Neng being the most important mech engineer in the training camp, with countless mechs under his command, the training camp wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to rescue him. Song Nanzhu slowly exhaled. How many mechs came this time? Chu Neng, sitting in the passenger seat, seemed to be slightly injured, speaking with a winded tone. Actually, not many. The training camp can't expend too many human resources on one person. But clearing out my old underground base should be enough for us to escape. Song Nanzhu suddenly remembered the mechs she had seen in Chu Neng's studio back then. They're catching up. The awakened one sped through the jungle. Song Nanzhu's heart raced again. This is the territory of the wolf tribe. There must be a perimeter waiting for us. Don't charge straight ahead. I know another way. In her previous life, when she was at Lin Feng's wolf tribe home, she had discovered a path to the outside world in her secret laboratory, a path that only Lin Feng and a few people around him knew. But now that Lin Feng was not at the military base, those intercepting them would definitely not think of blocking that way. Chapter 191. Summer solstice. As they rushed into the small courtyard, the old lady was weeding in the yard, and Song Nanzhu was the first to jump out of the car. The old lady stood at the door. Mississippi Song Nanzhu looked up, remembering Granny. After being away from them for so long, she didn't feel much at first, but now suddenly realizing that from her previous life to this life, they had hardly seen each other. She felt a surge of longing. "Granny, don't stop me." The old lady lowered her head. Song Nanzhu led the three of them into the underground passage. "What's the password? What is it?" Song Nanzhu racked her brain. In her previous life, Lin Feng had set the password as the day they met, on the night of the great migration of animals on the prairie. So in this life, could it be the day they saw each other amidst the flames of the refugee camp? Song Nanzhu entered that date. "Password incorrect. You have 2 more chances." Song Nanzhu's palms began to sweat slightly. At this point, if this route doesn't work, they would all be waiting for death. Lin Feng would never show mercy to humans. She had already experienced his ruthlessness in her previous life and dared not plead for mercy under him this time. What? What is it? Suddenly, she remembered the night she first arrived at the military base when Neza made her think of the desk that made her tremble all over. There seemed to be a line of words engraved on it, deeply resentful, as if someone had forcefully knocked it in, crooked and messy, on that sleepless night. Sun Anzhou had dialed that line countless times. "I want to hear about a lifetime." Suddenly, she recalled the words on it. 0621, password correct. Song Nanzhu was shocked. She actually guessed it right. June 21st. What day is that? She didn't have time to think deeply. She felt that the entrance was already surrounded by soldiers. Song Nanzhu rushed into the laboratory with her team. This laboratory was somewhat different from her past life. It was much cleaner, indicating that Lin Feng had come here quite often. Searching through her memories from her past life, Nanzhu found the entrance to the outside world, but she stepped aside. "You go first." In an instant, Nung furrowed his brows, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Everyone leaves together. Nung and the others had not experienced this before, and they probably wouldn't believe her if she told them she had been reborn. Therefore, they did not know about the human modification project. She had to stay in this laboratory to see if there were any templates or experimental items related to the project. "I still have a task that hasn't been completed. You all go first, and I'll be there soon." The Awakener interrupted her, and within the mechanical voice, there was an underlying urgency. "Then we'll wait for you to finish the task, and everyone will leave together." Nanzhu felt as if her heart was on fire. She was extremely anxious and pulled Sirui over. "We are from the training camp. Our deaths are insignificant, but he is just a child." "Master." Sirui was about to speak, but Nanzhu shot her a look, and he immediately shut his mouth, his eyes turning clear. "Everyone can die. Why can't I? Even if I can't walk out of this door today, when the time comes for humanity's glory to continue, it will be the day I am engraved on a monument. So there is nothing to fear." She stared at those two pairs of eyes for a long time before finally lowering her head. "Awakener." The Awakener grabbed Sirui and was the first to dive into the hole. Nanzhu watched them disappear into the darkness and closed the door. She quickly searched frantically in the laboratory, but this time it seemed different. There were hardly any useful materials in the laboratory, and even the experimental items were scarce. Confused, Nanzhu looked at the footprints of the door. It seemed Lin Feng had come here quite often, so why was there nothing here? Nanzhu gently pressed on a bottle, and to her surprise, the bottle along with the block beneath it sank down. At that moment, she heard a rumbling sound. The entire wall behind her flipped over, revealing a small gap. Nanzhu stood up in surprise. She had never discovered this secret room in her past life. She slowly pushed open the wall, but as she stepped inside, she felt as if struck by 3 bolts of thunder, freezing her in place. All the changes and oddities in this life, which she had not had time to explore, finally had an answer in that instant. Nanzhu felt her body being burned clean by a fire, leaving only her soul transformed into a wispy powder floating in the air. She looked at the enormous wall in front of her. The entire wall was encased in a giant glass-covered experimental bottle, with green liquid bubbling inside. At the very center of the liquid wall floated a person. She lay quietly with her eyes closed, peacefully asleep, her long hair floating in the liquid, looking as beautiful as Sleeping Beauty. Shiyuan. In an instant, Nanzhu felt the world lose its life, unable to hear her own screams, feeling a dizzying sensation. Her legs going weak, and she knelt down. In her past life, her genius mecha engineer friend Shiyuan, the greatest scientist in the training camp, lay quietly before her, and everything had an answer. This was a created world, or rather, Nanzhu was a created person. No wonder she could never find Shiyuan. It turned out she had been erased directly from the new mecha engineers. No, she had been erased directly from this world, because she had arrived at another place outside this world, transcending time and space. Nanzhu didn't know how long she had quietly waited here until she finally tore through this blood-soaked curtain to come before her. Madmen. They are all madmen. She felt every inch of her body screaming. Nanzhu suddenly turned to look at the experimental table. She recognized the bubbling, transparent liquid on it. How funny. Her self-righteous rebirth. Thinking she could control this world. Thinking she could save humanity. Believing that coming back once could change everything. Not realizing that this was just a new world created by Lin Feng. Finally, she tore through the curtain. She even sacrificed her best friend Shiyuan. She slowly walked over and took the tube of liquid. So, in another lifetime, will you still destroy humanity? Nanzhu looked at the transparent liquid in her hand. So familiar. This liquid looked like plain water, pure and harmless. But once opened, the molecules released could immediately cause humans to mutate. She didn't know how she managed to control herself as she slowly walked out of the door, opened the cabinet, turned the original mechanism, and closed the door. Nanzhu quietly sat in front of a discarded experimental table. The tube of transparent, liquid resting in her pocket. She had never felt so calm, as if she had suddenly lost all her emotions, sitting here like a puppet. But not long after, she heard the sound of someone entering a password at the door. Click! A long boot, wrapped in chunks of flesh and blood, stepped in first. Finally, a man in a trench coat followed. His tone was gentle, as if coaxing a child. "Baby, how did you end up here?" Song Nanzhu slowly raised her head, but Lin Feng was clearly taken aback by her gaze. He had never seen such a still pool of dead water in a girl's eyes, as if they were the eyes of a corpse. In that moment, all liveliness seemed to vanish, making him a bit afraid. "It's okay. If they ran away, then they ran away. I won't blame you, as long as you stay here with me." Lin Feng cautiously approached step by step, but the girl suddenly raised her head. "Don't move." The man's footsteps immediately halted. "Okay, I promise I won't move. You come over." But Song Nanzhu ignored him and began to speak on her own. "Do you want to rule the world?" "What?" The man frowned. The girl suddenly laughed, particularly desolate, gazing at the white ceiling. "Sometimes, heaven is fair. Some things are destined to be unattainable." The man frowned, seemingly pondering the meaning behind her words. She suddenly turned her head. "Lin Feng, do you remember what day June 21st is?" The man froze, his expression darkening rapidly. For the first time, he felt the hand hidden under his sleeve tremble slightly. He couldn't even dare to imagine what Song Nanzhu had just seen. Lin Feng forced a smile. "June 20th, who wouldn't remember? The day of animal mutation, right?" The girl laughed lightly, just like the little girl waving at him under the maple tree years ago. "No." Suddenly, she pulled out the bottle of transparent liquid from her pocket, unscrewed the cap with a snap, and drank it down. She could hardly wait to turn around to see Lin Feng's expression. Sure enough, the man's face changed drastically, and he rushed towards her like a madman. But before Song Nanzhu could see clearly, the world before her suddenly became abstract, and Lin Feng's face was twisted in a fierce snarl as he embraced her falling body. "Aden? Aden!" Song Nanzhu wanted to laugh. After countless tests and hiding, they finally tore apart each other's identities. Yes, the name Aden had been hidden deep in her memory for so long. The world in front of her seemed to blur, and Song Nanzhu didn't know how many times she had coughed up blood. She only felt hot liquid pouring out of her mouth, the metallic taste choking her nose and mouth, rendering her speechless. But she could clearly feel the hot liquid dripping onto her face. Song Nanzhu thought, "Is Lin Feng crying? This cold-blooded person, could he actually shed tears?" She imagined countless endings, but never thought it would turn out like this. In a daze, her fingers seemed to touch the half-consumed human transformation liquid, and surprisingly, the bottle cap was also engraved with 621. Song Nanzhu slowly traced the characters with her fingertip. "No, June 21st is not the day of animal mutations. It is the day we reunited. It is the summer solstice."